At West C number 1 High School, Principal Lu Yun is overseeing an important ceremony, which is the students' transfer day and also a pivotal moment for their future. In front of the students is the transfer magic array, each with their own emotions, some anxious, others excited. The protagonist is Lam Mo Yu, an ordinary-looking student, but in reality he is a transmigrator, and since arriving in this world he has been waiting a long time for the day of class change. After humans, meaning the players who have completed their class change, they can challenge dungeons, secret realms, or hunt monsters to gather experience and improve their level and skills to strengthen themselves. Of course, the ones who benefit the most in this world are those with the main combat profession, followed by support professions, and finally, the life profession. Among the support combat professions, there are 5 levels: low, medium, high, rare, and the highest is legendary. The legendary level is so rare that even in the entire West Sea City, it might take 10 years before someone appears. Today's transfer ceremony is assisted by Zhang Tian, a Grand Master of Formation at level 52. Even Principal Lu Yun has great respect for him. That's understandable because the profession he has is a rare and extraordinary support class. The moment everyone has been waiting for has finally begun. The principal takes turns calling out students' names, and when it's someone's turn, they step into the magic circle to change their profession. The first is a student named Tudat, but unfortunately he only manages to change to a farming profession. Tudat was extremely panicked and disappointed. The next person also received a life profession. His father is a chef, and even his strength is considered to be a chef, so he seems quite satisfied. Having become a top student but still not revealing a rare profession, both Truong Thien and Luke Van look a bit disappointed. Don't talk about any rare professions anymore. You guys haven't had a rare profession appear in years. If someone with a high-level combat profession appears, that would already be quite good, Truong Thien said. The Grand Master said, that's right. Only 1 or 2 extraordinary professions appear in the entire city of West Sea each year. I was hoping for too much just now, Lu Yun replied. The next person is one of the 2 everyone has been waiting for, the female student named Ha Tuyet that Chao Duong mentioned earlier. She seems competitive, so before entering the battle array, she deliberately glared at Lam Maknu and muttered, Lam Maknu, I will show you who the real genius is. The reason Ha Tuyet is so competitive is because for years they have both been called the 2 top geniuses in the school, but from the beginning to the end, Lam Maknu has always been better than her, so she wants to win this battle. Truong Thien, upon seeing Ha Tuyet, was amazed and thought she was quite impressive. Although she hadn't entered the battle array yet, he could sense that her spiritual power was at least twice as strong as that of an ordinary person, making it highly likely she would switch to become a mage. That's a high-level combat profession, and if you gain the attribute, you can even become a rare level. When Liu Yun heard this, he also eagerly looked forward to it. Amidst the tension of many onlookers, Ha Tuyet confidently stepped into the formation. Soon after, the extraordinary phenomenon confirmed that she had awakened a rare-level profession. And true to Zhang Tian's prediction, Ha Shui has become a mage. The students below all admired and praised her. No wonder, because today, Ha Tuyet is the first to switch to a combat profession. Moreover, after leveling up, a mage only needs a forbidden talisman with divine-level elements to wipe out this entire city. At this moment, Ha Tuyet is extremely confident, sure that she can surpass Lam Maknu this time, while she herself is the next to enter the array. Seeing Lam Maknu's confident demeanor, Ha Tuyet begins to feel tense again. Principal Lu Yuan deliberately asked Zhang Tian what he thought of the child because Lam Mo Yu is a genius in the school, but he said that besides her cold appearance, there was nothing special about her. Truong Thien also said that academic performance and class transition have nothing to do with each other. It is completely normal for a top student to awaken a common profession. But Principal Lu Van still holds full hope for him. He secretly thinks that if Lam Maknu also awakens a rare profession next, then Taihai No. 1 High School will truly shine this year. As Lam Mo Yu entered the ritual to transfer her profession, a fierce storm suddenly arose. Dark clouds gathered above her, thunder roared, and an icy, ominous feeling filled the air. Neither the principal, Master Zhang Tian, nor the students had ever seen such a strange phenomenon, leaving them all tense and uncertain about whether Lam Mo Yu would awaken a combat or support profession. At this moment, Ha Tuyet felt like she was sitting on a fire, because the strange phenomenon was much more intense than before. Ha Tuyet was afraid that Lam Mangu would awaken an even more terrifying profession than hers. A few seconds later, dark, ominous skulls appeared within the cloud above him, then transformed into an army of death spirits so threatening that even though they were just illusions, people still felt a chilling fear. In the end, Lam Mo Yu successfully awakened the combat profession of Death Spirit Mage. Unlike other students, your profession is the only hidden profession, which means there is only one death spirit mage in the world. Unless you die, there will never be a second one like this. This is not only rare compared to ordinary rare professions, but even more precious than a legendary one. The crowd below started to buzz again, with some admiring how impressive you are to have transformed into the only hidden profession. Some envious people even think that Lam Mak Ngu is too lucky, or that there was a mistake in the magic array. They don't even hesitate to slander him, claiming that the hidden profession might not be that powerful. There have been many people in history with hidden professions who ultimately turned out to be useless, and Lam Mak Ngu could hear people talking about him. But he didn't care. The awakening of the unique hidden profession turned out to be much better than he had expected. As Lam Mo was walking down, Zhang Tian suddenly called him back. He has never seen your hidden profession before, so he wants you to show some skills. Senior, please wait a moment. Lam Mak Ngu responded, and only then did he start checking his information. After awakening, Lam Mak Ngu was at level 1, with most attributes stuck at 10, except for mental strength, which was 20 points. He has 2 skills. The first is summoning a skeleton warrior. Since he's at level 1, he can only summon a black iron level skeleton warrior. After upgrading the skill, you can summon higher level skeletons such as bronze, silver, gold, diamond, legendary, and the highest divine level. Your second skill is called Soul Flame. When activating the skill, it creates a burning soul that scorches the target, with its power depending on the user's mental strength and skill. Lam Mak Ngu attempts to use the first skill. You summoned a skeleton warrior that looks extremely fierce, but its strength, agility, spirit, and physique attributes are all only 15 points. Its appearance made your classmates extremely scared. Zhang Tian immediately launched an attack on the Sultan with dark clouds surrounding the skeleton warrior so he could get a better look at it. The skeleton warrior sensed the attack. If it didn't respond within 10 seconds, it would automatically counterattack. Lam Mak Ngu received a new notification, but of course he couldn't order his creature to attack the senior, so he kept it still. Highly alert, Truong Thien muttered, "He's a level 52 player, while Lam Mak Ngu is only level 1, yet you managed to summon a creature capable of developing hostile intentions towards him. However, that dry bone soldier has a common attribute. Lam Mak Ngu is only level 1, so we can't tell if its class is strong or weak. Zhang Tian can only guess that once his level increases, what he summons will become even more powerful. Thanks, kid. Keep trying. Maybe you'll have a bright future." Lam Mak Ngu nodded, and then returned to her spot. Most of the classmates were afraid of her because the fierce dry soldier followed behind her. Only Cao Duong was extremely excited, and even asked Lam Mak Ngu to let him touch that creature. "Is this skull powerful or not?" He poked at the dry carcass and asked curiously, "Maybe it's more powerful than you." Lam Mak Ngu responded indifferently. Cao Duong wasn't very convinced because this thing looked so tattered and torn. It's just that soon it'll be his turn to awaken too. The two of them didn't even get a chance to say much more. Lam Mak Ngu immediately withdrew his undead warrior. At this moment, he received a notification that one spot in the summoning space had just been filled. Lam Mak Ngu suddenly realized that this summoning space could contain the monsters he summoned, and afterward he could summon freely without using mental energy. Currently, there are a few spots left, but it will gradually increase as his level rises. Lam Mak Ngu's heart was filled with determination. During the class transfer just now, he seemed to have glimpsed the true form of the spirit talisman mage, who could kill a giant dragon in the blink of an eye. So you vowed that one day you would reach this level too. Cao Duong changed class very quickly and, as you expected, became a high-level sword and shield knight who is also incredibly powerful. Cao Duong happily said that in the future the two of them would go dungeon crawling together. From then on, when they entered the dungeon, I would block in front of you. If the enemy wants to take my life, they have to go through your body first. Haha. You're mistaken. Lam Mak Ngu sighed helplessly, and unexpectedly the other person laughed even louder. After Cao Duong, there were only a few others left, but none of them stood out. After the promotion ceremony ended, Principal Lu Yuan reminded them a few words. Tomorrow, the upgrade dungeon for new players in West Sea City will take place. He hopes that all the students here will strive to improve themselves to achieve the best results in the final exam next week, so they can get into the university they desire. While you were talking with Cao Duong, Ha Tuyet, who liked to compete, suddenly ran over and said she wanted to challenge Lam Mak Ngu to a final exam contest to see who was better. Yeah. Lam Mak Ngu replied with just one word. That's the promise. I won't lose to you forever, Ha Tuyet said firmly. Although she seemed to lose to Lam Mo Ngu again during the promotion ceremony today, it only made Ha Tuyet more determined never to give up, at least to beat him once. That night, Lam Mo Ngu returned home. He looked at the family photo for a long time, then silently thought, Grandma, I've successfully transferred to a top-secret profession. Sister, wait for me. I will pass the entrance exam to Hakin Academy and join you. As he was lost in thought, there was a knocking at the door. Lam Mo-yu opened it, and it turned out to be Principal Lu Yun bringing some essential daily supplies. In fact, after the transfer of her position, Lam Mo-yu became an even more closely watched figure. After all, last year, the only person from West Sea City who got into Hajing Academy was your sister, Lam M. Han. That year, she entrusted her brother to the principal, so of course he had to take good care of you. Thank you, sir. Lam Makngu took the items. Nothing much. Tomorrow we have to enter the dungeon. Try to get some rest, Lu Yan replied before leaving. But that night, Lam Makngu stayed awake until midnight, and suddenly a system window appeared in front of him, stating that the system had confirmed Lam Makngu's awakening of the Death Spirit Mage class, which matched the strongest innate talent requirement and was now binding with him. Then, Lam Makngu received an even more shocking piece of information. He had gained the only divine talent called Comprehensive Growth, which increases the effectiveness of all skills fivefold. Along with that is a passive skill called Damage Transfer, which allows the damage the mage receives to be transferred to the summoned creature instead. Lam Makngu, who has always kept a cold face, now shows an expression of extreme shock. This system grants you an extra divine grade innate skill and passive skill, and their effects truly live up to the name. Lam Makngu eagerly calls out for Ko Lao the warrior to fight again. Indeed, now all its stats have increased from 15 to 75. Combined with the passive skill damage transfer compared to others at the same level, Lam Makngu is practically invincible. The next day at the beginner upgrade dungeon, the students had already arrived early. Cao Duong saw Lam Mo-yu and asked him to team up, but Lam Mo-yu refused, saying that forming a team would slow down the upgrade, and solo leveling would be faster. The result made Cao Duong so angry he was practically steaming. At this moment, Ha Tu-yet appeared behind them, and although she was a rival, she had to admit that Lam Makngu was right. Forming a team required equal experience. Based on the experience of the seniors, those below level 10 prefer to go solo, while from level 10 and above, it's better to team up. It seems both Ha Tu-yet and Lam Makngu share the same mindset. They don't bring support class teammates. Meanwhile, Principal Lu Yan repeatedly reminded that all main attack professions must bring support roles into the dungeons. Later, they would realize just how important support professions are. Before entering the dungeon gate, Ha Tu-yet once again challenged to compete, this time to see who could level up faster. Lam Makngu looked on with boredom, not understanding why this girl was so mean-spirited and competitive with him. Yesterday, Lam Mo-yu summoned a skeleton that cost 10 mental energy points. After a night of meditation, this value has recovered to 40 points, allowing him to summon 4 more skeletons. Lam Makngu just entered the dungeon and called them out, asking them to spread out and hunt monsters for him. His golems are very powerful and aggressive. Every time they defeat a monster, your experience points will increase by 1%, which means defeating 100 monsters will allow you to level up. This efficiency is really impressive. In just a few minutes, Lam Mo-yu's experience has increased by 10%, and in about half an hour, she will level up. And true to Lam Mo-yu's prediction, in less than half an hour, he reached level 2. His strength, agility, and stamina stats have increased to 20. His mental power is now 40 points, and his summoning space has expanded to 20 slots. Lam Makngu then summoned 4 more dry liches to speed up the leveling process with very stable performance, but this was only the beginning. Later, Lam Makngu discovered another feature, that he could see the traces of the dry lich soldiers' movements on the map. They are all quite far from Lam Mo-yu now, but at this moment he also discovers a monster that the skeleton soldiers missed. But Lam Mo-yu is not afraid, and he can also test his active skill, the Fire Soul, which has just leveled up to level 2. This skill has also grown 5-fold, taking only a few seconds to defeat a level 2 gray cat and earning 20 experience points. This mental attack is too powerful, surpassing all defensive, physical, and magical skills. This hidden profession really isn't useless. Just with these 2 skills, it's already so powerful. Even without additional talents, your Death Spirit Mage class definitely isn't weaker than any legendary profession. In the blink of an eye, Lam Ma-yu had already reached level 3. He continued summoning a few more skeleton warriors to help him farm monsters. The pace is getting faster and faster. The beginner dungeon's battle time is 12 hours and 4 hours have already passed, so you're now at level 4. At this rate, she might level up again in less than an hour. If she reaches level 8 directly, after leaving here, Lam Mo-yu can go to the outskirts of West Sea City where there are much stronger monsters. Outside the dungeon, Ha Dongduong, the head of the Ha family and also Ha Tu-yet's father, arrived to check on his daughter. Yesterday he was very busy and couldn't witness her promotion firsthand, so he couldn't miss her first dungeon this time. Luke Van said that Tu Tien Tin and La Mac Ham both awakened their professions and reached level 5 after participating in the beginner dungeon, so Ha Tu Yet will probably reach that level too. Ha Dong Duong also only hopes for that. As a father, he knows well that from a young age Ha Tu Yet has been competitive, and from the speed of leveling up on the first day, he can basically predict her progress in the following days. If Ha Tu Yet doesn't reach level 5 in this first dungeon, she'll face many difficulties when trying to enter Ha Kin Academy later. Although they are talking about Ha Tu Yet, the principal's mind is actually thinking of something else. He doesn't know what level Lin Moy can reach this time, only hopes he won't lose to his sister. By the way, I heard that Kwai Truong also revealed a hidden profession during the class change yesterday, right? Ha Dong Duong suddenly asked, Yes, that's right. Lam Mak Nu's hidden profession is called the Spirit Shadow Mage. I've never seen it before, so I don't really know how powerful it is. Makangu's older sister is Lam Mak Ham. Later, if Ha Tu Yet comes to Ha Kin Academy, she can ask her to take care of it. While the two of them were chatting, Lam Mak Ngu was still frantically fighting monsters in the dungeon. The dry soldier can be up to 500 meters away from him. Within this range, he can safely leave the game running to level up. His current target is a level 7 monster, but it's been almost 7 hours without encountering a level 8 monster. So Lam Mo Yu is starting to get anxious and doesn't know what level the others have reached. Lam Mak Nu casually walked around, but suddenly he was attacked unexpectedly. If it weren't for his teleportation damage skill, he probably would have been seriously hurt this time. But from that, he also discovered the level 8 monster. It was a 1,000-year-old vine tree right in front of him, usually in a dormant state, only attacking when a strange creature passes by. Now the attributes of the dry skeleton warrior that Lam Mongu summoned have reached 275 points. He figures that even an 8th level monster wouldn't withstand a few of their strikes. But this tree is more stubborn than you think. It takes 4 strikes from the dry soldier to destroy it. So your level up speed will slow down significantly. The good news is that Lam Mo Yu didn't just find a 1,000-year-old whip, but actually found hundreds of them. This place seems specially set up for your upgrade. Lam Mak Nu's dry soldiers bravely charge forward. You also summoned a few more so they wouldn't overwork themselves. And before the 12 hours were up, someone appeared at the dungeon exit. At first, Lu Yun was worried that something unexpected might happen, but it turned out to be Lam Mo Yu coming out. How did you get out here already? He asked nervously. All the monsters are gone, so I went out to hunt. Lam Mak Ngu nonchalantly replied. Lu Van was extremely shocked to discover that this child only took about 10 hours to reach level 7. He even complained that there were too few monsters there. Otherwise, he would have already reached level 8. Then, Lam Mak Ngu asked Luke Van for permission to go on an outdoor expedition in the West Sea outskirts to find more monsters. But he's still in shock. Luke Van, who has lived for many years, has never heard of anyone clearing all the monsters in a beginner dungeon in just 10 hours. Could this be the true power of the Death Spirit Mage, the only hidden profession? Seeing that he didn't reply, Lam Mo Yu couldn't help but remind him. Luke Van quickly nodded and said he agreed, and that he would write the proof so you could leave the city now. Rest for a bit, and once the others have all gone out, we will take you back. Lam Mo Yu nodded, and then moved aside on her own. Lu Yan returned to his seat. Everyone is waiting for his explanation right now. Old Luke, what happened just now? Why did that classmate go out first? Is there a problem? Is he not injured? Did he go out alone? Where are the teammates? That's Lam Mak Nu. He just cleared the beginner dungeon, defeating all the level 8 monsters inside. Luke Van's words sounded calm, but they shocked everyone here. Previously, many thought that the hidden profession might not be powerful, but now, based on Lam Mak Nu's performance, they are convinced that the current Spirit Talisman Mage has surpassed all known rare professions and can now rival legendary ones. This kid has great potential. We probably won't need to worry about him in the future. If he can get into the Ha Kin Academy, the academy will have a headache too. Ha Dong Duong also nodded. Little Snow has been competitive since she was young, so this time she's probably going to face a big blow again. Lam Mak Nu guessed that everyone was talking about him, but he didn't really care. Currently, the number of Drycore soldiers he summoned has reached 24, but the summoning space has expanded to 70 slots. It seems it will take quite some time to fill this space. After Lam Mak Nu meditated for a long time to recover his mental energy, Ha Tu Yet also came out. She is upgraded to level 5 just as the principal predicted. She thought she had broken the previous record in the newbie dungeon and also believed she had defeated Lam Muo. Unexpectedly, as soon as she left the dungeon gate, she saw him sitting calmly in meditation, already at level 7. Just as Brother Dong Duong predicted earlier, she was hit with a strong blow. Ha Dong Duong waved his hand to call his daughter onto the private car. Seeing that her face didn't look very good, he asked, Xiaojue, are you fighting that hidden profession kid? That guy is so terrifying. For 3 years, he's been consistently stronger than me. Do you need this old man's help? I don't need it. Ha Tuyet, full of determination, said I will not lose to that fool for the rest of my life. Ha Dongduang was no stranger to his daughter's competitive attitude, but he also had to tell her that Lam Maknu escaped from the dungeon in less than 10 hours and had already wiped out all the level 8 monsters. Ha Tuyet's face darkened after hearing this. She had just reached the level 7 monster area and hadn't encountered an 8-level monster yet. Moreover, Lam Mengyu was 2 hours ahead of her. If there had been even a slightly stronger level 8 monster, wouldn't he have instantly advanced to level 8? Following Miss Ha is Chao Duang, who, as soon as they left the dungeon, rushed to cling to Lam Mengyu's leg, crying and throwing a tantrum, asking, Mengyu, how did you manage to reach level 7? Meknang, or should I say Master Lam, can I come with you to train? Please, I beg you. All right, next time for sure. Chao Duang smiled brighter than a blooming flower and said he would wait for him at the school gate tomorrow. But the next morning, after waiting all morning, he still couldn't see a trace of Lam Mengyu. Only after Principal Lu Yan's reminder did he realize he had already gone to the outskirts of West Sea City. Chao Duang went mad, threw his head back and shouted, The bastard Lam Mengyu, you dare to deceive me. I will fight you to the death. Forget it, I can't beat him anyway, Luke Van Shan-Than advised. At this moment, Lam Mengyu has arrived at the trade area of the Divine Empire. After successfully verifying his identity, he was granted permission to use this place. Lam Mengyu is looking for a mission that suits her. Among the many missions with little reward, she saw a level 14 combat power quest in the West Sea Mine dungeon. The final goal is to defeat the dungeon boss. The reward is 10,000 gold, and if it's a nightmare level or higher boss, it will also drop spirit stones. With such a large amount of gold as a reward, this mission might be a bit tough. The difficulty levels of dungeons are divided into normal, nightmare, and hell. The nightmare difficulty level has surpassed the normal level by several times. Without a strong team, it's basically impossible to beat, and the hell difficulty is even more off-limits for low-level players. Although very ambitious, Lin Muyu knew he couldn't take on this mission for now. Then he went to report his identity to the guard at the gate. That guy just heard about the Death Spirit Mage class for the first time and doesn't even know which school he's from, yet he's already allowed to leave the city at level 7. He couldn't help but remind him. Your proof of departure has taken effect, and you can now freely enter and exit every corner of the Divine Realm Empire. However, there are many monsters outside. Please stay safe. Be very careful, especially at night. If you encounter danger, run back. Your life is the most important. Thank you, I will be careful, Lam Mengyu replied, then officially stepped out of the city for the first time. Inside and outside the city feel like two different worlds, proving that this city wall is no ordinary barrier. I can even hear the distant roars of monsters, and the air is thick with the smell of blood. Soon, Lam Mengyu encountered his first monster, a level 10 goblin patrol, which was much more formidable than the beginner dungeon monsters. But facing the mummy warrior with my sister's attribute points already at 375, it was not worth mentioning. With a single slash, my mummy warrior had defeated the goblin. Lam Mengyu felt that the strength of a level 10 monster was just like that. With this rate of leveling up, he could reach level 15 before the college entrance exam. But your sister Lam Mecham only has a rare normal profession and managed to reach level 16 before college. Lam Mengyu really wonders how she did it, but he knows he definitely has to get into Hakin Academy to reunite with his sister. After the dry lizard soldier defeated a large swarm, Lam Mengyu also reached level 10. The other attributes didn't change much, each upgrade increasing by 10 points. But the biggest achievement is that your mental strength has reached 300 points. It is said that after level 10, attributes experience a significant growth. Lam Mengyu, a mage, was surprised that his mental strength increased so rapidly, and his innate skills also became stronger, while the bronze-level dry corpse soldier had already been upgraded. Now their strength is overwhelming, with all attributes reaching 1,500 points, and they have unlocked a special skill that delivers a 200% damage attack combined with a critical hit, with a 10-minute cooldown. Lam Mengyu was very confident. With a bronze-level soldier, he could walk proudly through this area. But that was also his biggest problem, because in a short time, all the monsters around had been dealt with, and just as he was thinking about where to find more, he was attacked. The system automatically redirected the damage to the bronze soldier, helping him escape another danger. Then, Lam Mengyu saw another player. At first I thought this was the person who attacked me, but something didn't seem right, because this person is probably an assassin, while the one who just attacked me is most likely a bowman. After this stranger sped past, Lam Mo Yu saw two other players, one of whom was indeed a ranged attacker. It seems they are the ones. It looks like they are chasing that thief, but with their speed, they definitely can't catch up. And Lam Makangu, being dragged into the conflict between the two sides without reason, feels a bit annoyed. This kid looks cunning, and the thief has already escaped. The two strangers whispered about you. Then the archer loudly asked Lam Manungu, "Hey kid, was it a thief in disguise running through here just now?" They saw that Lam Maknu was younger, so they planned to bully him, but he responded with a face full of murderous intent. "Each of your arrows hit us, so sorry about that." "Well, sorry then." The archer responded, but without any sincerity, only then noticing that Lam Mo Yu was hit by his arrow, but remained unharmed. "Yeah, you can't do that anymore in the future." Lam Mo Yu replied with a similar tone, completely ignoring how bad the other person's mood was. Then these two guys focused again on the fact that Lam Mo Yu could summon skeleton warriors. In their eyes, only the disgusting profession of a hidden criminal with a dark mind could awaken and summon such an immortal monster. So they concluded that Lam Mo Yu was not a good person either, but since he was outside the city and danger lurked everywhere, they wisely chose not to provoke him and then left together. Lam Mo Yu watched their backs, sneering coldly. Lucky for them, because if they had truly dared to attack, he would have returned it 100-fold. Then Lam Mo Ngu continued her quest to level up, but now she was gaining experience too slowly. After level 10, gaining a level requires 3 times the experience, meaning you need to kill 5,000 goblins to level up. Even though the battle-hardened warrior can fight tirelessly at such a fast pace, Lam Mak Ngu isn't sure if he'll reach level 11 by tonight. Because of the limited time, he decided not to return to the city tonight. Although many people warned him that it was extremely dangerous outside at night, if he wanted to get into the Hakin Academy, he had to try much harder than others. With the current leveling speed, it's uncertain whether I can reach level 13 tomorrow or level 15 the day after. After reaching level 15, the upgrade rate will slow down even more. Lam Mak Ngu spent another day just to return for the college entrance exam. At this rate, he could only reach level 16 at most. Lam Mak Ngu at this point found it even more confusing. He didn't know how his sister managed to reach level 16 last year. Even though she is a legendary class sword and martial artist, her level up speed definitely can't surpass mine. The more Lam Mak Ngu thought about it, the more he felt he had missed something. Then he remembered the dungeon in the West Sea Mine area. Could it be that last year his sister teamed up with others and gained more experience from the nightmare level dungeon? That's why Lam Mak Ham was seriously injured and had to return home. Thinking of this, Lam Mo Yu unconsciously clenched his fists. He guessed that perhaps his assumption was correct, so he decided to go to the West Sea Mine area tomorrow to take a look. Night falls, with only an emaciated soldier keeping watch beside Lam Mak Ngu as he meditates, while the others continue hunting monsters in the forest. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out as someone stepped on a dry branch. Lam Mo Yu's eyes widened in alert. There aren't many people who train at night like him, so is this person lost, or someone with a grudge coming here? However, Lam Mak Ngu quickly realized that the person approaching was the female assassin he met earlier this morning. She approached him voluntarily because she was starving and wanted some food. Lam Mo Yu kindly handed her a sweet potato. She smiled and took it, then started eating as if starving. Seeing her choke, Lam Mo Yu offered her another bottle of water, only to see her gulp it down as if dying of thirst, not knowing how long she had gone without food or drink. After finishing the sweet potato, she asked for your name. Lam Mak Ngu has never liked talking, so she didn't respond, but the girl wasn't discouraged by that. Do you not like to talk? How about this? Let's use the probing technique together. After a moment of thought, Lam Mak Ngu also agreed and extended a finger. The probing spell was activated between the two, but for Lam Mak Ngu, it had no effect. He couldn't see any information from the other person, while the girl smiled mischievously. Nothing much, right? As for her, she basically has the important information about Lam Mak Ngu, but she's never heard of Lahoek's profession as a death spirit mage before. But after secretly observing, she saw Kolao beside him and guessed that it was the creature summoned by Lam Mak Ngu. Being able to summon an immortal is extremely rare, indicating that his profession is not ordinary at all. Hey, why aren't you talking? Don't tell me you're mute, you don't look like it at all. Why is it that something like that can make that girl so happy? Oh, so you can actually talk? Why? Lam Mak Ngu mechanically repeats, you want to ask why the probing ability suddenly became ineffective, right? Because of this. Then she took out a badge, introducing it as a shield badge, which means that anyone with a level 10 lower than her cannot use or probe her with it. Then she deliberately made the badge disappear again and asked Lam Mo Yu to try probing her with the spell once more. This time, he truly uncovered the information. The opponent is named Nin Y, a level 19 shadow assassin. But just as the two of them were talking, the dry lich warrior suddenly noticed a few uninvited guests arriving. They are the same group that attacked you by mistake this morning. Now there are 3 of them instead of 2. Ninwai frowned and stood up. These people are really persistent. Isn't it just a mid-level skill scroll? They've been chasing me for days and still haven't given up. Then she turned to Lam McCam and said, I have to go now, but I'll find you to hang out next time. Before she could leave, an arrow was shot fiercely towards her. A red light immediately appeared above both of them. Ninwai realized it was a marking arrow, the stealth detection skill of the archer. This skill can mark a target to make them more visible, and also prevents them from entering stealth mode. It is mainly used to counter stealthy assassins and some monsters that can hide. Looks like they prepared thoroughly before coming. This time, you won't be able to escape. I knew you guys were in cahoots. The assassin is as sneaky as a rat, combined with the evil undead summoner. They are truly a match made in heaven. Lin Mo Yu said this morning that they were lucky not to have attacked you yet, but now it seems I have to take back that statement. Especially that archer has shot at you twice without reason. But he didn't want to involve innocent people. So he said, he has nothing to do with this. I will give you the skill scroll and everyone goes their own way. Don't hurt innocent people. But that archer refused. He said that if Ninwai had said this a day earlier, they would have seen no problem. But now they feel that killing her is the safest option, because a dead person can never speak, so no one would know that they possess this mid-level skill scroll. Seeing that negotiations failed, Ninwai quietly told Lam Makangu to run ahead while Min stayed behind to hold off the enemy, because in her eyes, Lam Makangu was a level 10 profession master, and couldn't be allowed to get involved because of her. And what about her? Lam Makangu asked again. I am a shadow assassin. The night is my home. I will find a way to escape. Ninwai replied with a cheerful smile, looking so relaxed, but Lam Makangu knew she was lying to reassure herself. If Ninwai could really defeat them, she wouldn't have had to run away in such a miserable way during the day. Clearly, the enemy is stronger, and they have 3 people, while Ninwai was already affected by the target marking skill, making her stealth ability ineffective. The night is long and full of dreams, so don't waste any more time. Attack now, the archer shouted to his teammates. Immediately, the mage in the group raised his staff high and cast a light spell to dispel the darkness over a wide area. It not only increased his spell accuracy, but also countered the assassin's stealth skill. Ningyi clenched her teeth, feeling the situation growing more and more unstable for her, but she saw no other choice but to risk everything. At this moment, the 3 enemies are all ready to attack from 3 sides. Lam Mo Yu does not run away. Instead, she calmly summons a mummy warrior. In their eyes, his immortal summon was truly disgusting. The mage in the group immediately wanted to use his fireball spell and level 20 magic skills to blow him to bits. Ninjwai didn't have time to think and quickly grabbed Lam Makangu's arm, trying to pull him away, only to realize her legs had been tightly bound by the opponent's mental energy silk without her noticing. At the same time, the archer across fired 3 arrows with triple the force. Ninwai stared in shock, with a fireball behind her and 3 arrows in front. Seeing that she couldn't escape this trap anymore, Ninwai instinctively pushed Lam Mo Yu aside. She wanted to face both attacks alone, but what she didn't expect was that the dry skeleton soldier she summoned could block attacks from both sides. Then they launched a fierce counterattack, and this time even those guys were trembling with fear. How could this happen? The scouting spell clearly shows that this kid is only a level 10 Death Spirit mage. While they are all level 20 or higher fake professionals, they can't even defeat him, and his summoned objects even nullify their attacks. Only now do they realize that the stats of those bone soldiers are extremely high. It's still unclear who is the chicken and who is the rice. To completely trap these people in a corner, Lam Makangu summoned all her dry soldiers to form an army surrounding the enemy. Ninwai was so shocked, she opened her mouth in amazement. Lam Makangu's dry soldiers look tattered and worn out, yet are this powerful. They don't resemble monsters summoned by a level 10 mage at all, because even the skills of a level 20 archer and mage couldn't harm them at all, not even a little. And moreover, their numbers were too overwhelming, which was completely unreasonable for the mental strength of an ordinary summoner. Lam Makangu was now closing his eyes tightly. As he remained silent, the 3 of them grew even more anxious and restless. And then, when Lam Makangu opened his eyes, he ordered all 44 of his skeleton soldiers to charge together. This time, the 3 of them had no way out. The first target was the level 21 mage. He quickly created a protective barrier, but it was useless. When Lam Makangu's dry core soldiers lightly tapped their weapons, the barrier shattered. Although the enemy struggled to counterattack, they couldn't escape being split in 2 by the dry core soldier's sword. The next one is that archer over there. His agility stat was already at 1,500 points, but even while fleeing, he was still chased down and killed by Lam Makangu's summoned creature. The situation became even more desperate as there was nowhere to hide in front of him, and when he realized his teammates had been slaughtered in just a few seconds, he became even more panicked and finally followed his friend. The one who surprised Lam Makngu the most was the only knight in the group because he could activate the ultimate defense skill. This is one of the core skills of the knight, greatly boosting defense for a short time. A level 20 knight using this skill can withstand attacks from a level 40 mage. Knights with extreme defense and those without this skill seem like two different classes, with vastly different strengths. However, his skill can't be maintained for long, while Lam Maknu's dry soldier troops cling like leeches. He's already starting to regret coming here, thinking that if he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have come. Risking death just for a mid-level skill scroll isn't worth it at all. This time, it's Lam Maknu's turn to activate his skill. No one can escape now. If you're going to fight, you must wipe them all out. His dry corpse soldier immediately uses its personal skill, the Furious Punch, dealing 200% damage to the target. Currently, the strength of the dry soldiers is 1,500 points. With their personal skills, it has increased to 3,000 points. The knight's ultimate defense skill can last for a minute, but the more intense the attack, the shorter the duration becomes. He's about to break down now. When the ultimate defense finally shatters, he is surrounded by Lam Maknu's dry soldiers. The reason I fight mercilessly like this is because I still remember what my sister taught me. Either do nothing or do it without mercy. Seeing the three fake professionals suffering for days suddenly slaughtered by Lam Maknu in less than a minute, Nin Wai was terrified. He even stood still without moving at all. After the fake profession died, the items in their storage space would also fall out. Lam Maknu stepped forward, wanting to see if they had anything useful. The first item is a bronze-level Kaimon staff, which increases mental power by 20 points and boosts the wizard skill damage by 5%, usable after level 18. Next is the bronze-level Triumph bow, which increases agility by 20 points and can boost the power of the shooting skill by 5%, also usable only after level 18. Next is the bronze-level Triumph shield, increasing stamina by 20 points and enhancing defensive skill effectiveness by 5%, with a similar level requirement. Finally, the Kaimon sword increases strength and stamina by 10 points each and boosts physical attack skill damage by 5%. Nin Wai realized these are all weapons dropped from the Kaimon Beastman Legion dungeon. It's a level 20 dungeon outside the city of Shanghai. It seems those three often farm in this area. Although these 4 items are useless to Lam Mo Yu, he still keeps them to sell later for some money. Then he found another basic skill scroll. This one is relatively valuable. Selling it could earn 10,000 gold coins, so Lam Makngu hesitated whether to sell or use it. You don't have any basic scrolls yet, do you? Then you should use it. Even though there's a chance to get the skill you already have, you might also get a new one. Nin Wai said excitedly, "This skill scroll is only basic. It's not worth much." "Aren't you planning to sell it? Are you short on money?" Lam Maknu saw that she didn't seem to care about the 10,000 gold coins, indicating a noble background. He then turned back to ask Nin Wai how to use it. She said that the method is very simple. Just hold this skill scroll tightly and say the word use, then it will work. Lam Makngu followed her instructions, but nothing happened at all. The atmosphere fell into silence for about 5 seconds before being broken by Nin Wai's bright laughter. "Oh, that's not quite right. You didn't say it loudly enough. You need to speak loudly for it to work." Lam Makngu looked at her teasing smile and guessed she was joking, and also realized that using mental power was necessary to activate this skill orb. He immediately poured his mental energy into it, and a look of disappointment appeared on Nin Wai's face. "How did you figure it out so quickly? My joke really was a failure." Then Lam Maknu indeed gained a new skill called Explosive Corpse. Using it can cause the corpse to explode, dealing 10% damage to enemies within a 1-meter radius. Getting this new skill, this scroll is truly worth it. To the Death Spirit Mage, corpses also have life. Although this skill is quite weak combined with your talent, its damage range can reach up to 10 meters. As long as there is an exploded corpse, it can continue to deal damage to surrounding enemies, making it a useful area attack skill. If it falls into someone else's hands, it's just an ordinary skill, but because of Lam Makngu's talent, almost all skills become miraculous. "How is it? Have you learned the new skill yet?" Nin Wai cheerfully asked beside him. "I've learned it." Lam Maknu replied bluntly, but his voice was clearly very easy to hear. "Why don't you like talking? That's a shame." She still kept laughing, ha ha ha, completely unfazed by Lam Maknu's reserved and quiet attitude, and he also realized that this girl seemed different from the other female students in their school, so he broke the usual pattern and complimented her. Her voice is also very pleasant to listen to. Thank you. I know my voice sounds pleasant too. Nin Wai seems very happy. Then, to thank you for saving her life, Nin Y gave you something, the intermediate skill scroll which had caused her to be chased by those people for days. This item can awaken skills from level 40 to level 70. On the exchange, it's worth 1 million gold coins, 100 times more than the basic scroll. This item is extremely valuable, and it's also the reason Nin Y has been hunted for days. Yet now she says she'll give it to you just like that. Lam Mak Nu tried to hide his surprise and suspicion, but Nin Y seemed to understand his doubts and took the initiative to explain. She said that she had the luck to discover a divine treasure in the camp of the Kaimon Beast Legion in Shanghai City. This kind of divine treasure appears randomly, only the lucky ones can find it. She opened it and found this mid-level skill manual, but unexpectedly was seen by those bad people. Nin Y immediately ran away and was chased, trying to steal her belongings. Although it's not worth much to her, the things Nin Y struggled to get cannot be easily handed over to others, so that's why she ran so desperately when they chased after her. In the end, I ran for several days, straight from Shanghai City to West Hai City. Those people are really as annoying as flies. Hearing her recount these dangerous stories in such a calm tone, Lam Mak Nu couldn't help but say, "Don't worry, I almost lost my life earlier, but I won't die. When hit in a vital spot, I will automatically teleport away. But I still have to thank you. Otherwise, even if I didn't lose my life, I would have been seriously injured." At this point, Nin Y curled up and trembled, saying that what she was truly afraid of was pain, not selling salt. Lam Mak Nu sighed. "It seems you were worried for nothing." Judging by her way of speaking, Nin Y is clearly the young lady of some wealthy family, and someone full of treasures definitely won't go hungry. "I just gave you that mid-level skill scroll. Do you have any food left? I might starve to death." Nin Y spoke again, so Lam Mak Nu handed her another sweet potato. Then the two of them also started talking more comfortably. Seeing that you just reached level 10 and came here to upgrade, Nin Y guessed that Lam Mak Nu hadn't taken the university entrance exam yet. "Which school do you plan to apply to?" she asked. "Hakin Academy," Lam Mak Nu replied. Nin Y nodded and said that this school was very good. Moreover, with Lam Mo Yu's strength, she felt that he could get into any school without any problem. Has anyone ever easily fought a level 20 fake profession with a level 10, let alone 3 against 1? If you don't get into Hajing Academy, no one else will be able to pass the entrance exam. Then Nin Y reminded Lam Mo Yu that if he goes to study at Hajing University in the future, he must definitely challenge the lower divine tower there. Because the first challenge will double the rewards. The more effort you put into climbing higher floors, the better, as you'll earn a lot of experience points. At Hakin Academy, this accumulation of points is even more valuable than money. Moreover, there is also the Divine Light Academy within Hakin Academy, and if possible, you must get in. Nin Y Huyan. Thuyan was so exhausted that she fell asleep. Lam Mak Nu put a coat over her and then entered a meditative state to restore her spiritual power. The next morning, as soon as Nin Y woke up, she asked for sweet potatoes. Lam Mak Nu had given her a lot, but she still complained it wasn't enough. "Come on, give me more, isn't that allowed? Men should be generous. Hand it over." "It's really all gone now." Lam Mak Nu shrugged, for the first time feeling helpless like this. Nin Y smiled brightly again, holding a bunch of sweet potatoes and saying she also needs to upgrade. Maybe they'll meet again someday. "You should also upgrade soon so we can upgrade together in the future." Nin Y left that line behind and then ran off. Lam Mak Nu watched her figure leave, not even having the chance to say goodbye. Truly a strange girl. After being left alone, he was finally able to try out the new violent corpse skill he learned yesterday. And of course, the targets for testing this skill were the 3 unlucky fake professionals who dared to mess with him yesterday. As soon as Lam Mak Nu activated his skill, a massive explosion occurred. As he predicted, with the enhanced effect from his innate talent, the chaos radius was much larger, covering 360 degrees without blind spots, truly a divine skill of destruction. Currently, with what he has, Lam Mak Nu feels much more confident and decides to go to the West Sea Mine Dungeon to gain experience points. Summoning a dry bone soldier from level black iron to copper requires 70 spirit points, but his current maximum spirit is only 300. Yesterday, Lam Mak Nu meditated all night to recover enough to summon 4 more, bringing the total number of dry bone soldiers in the army to 48. Although the summoning space now has 100 slots, Lam Mak Nu is not in a hurry. He believes that someday his summoning space will be filled. Lam Mo Yu walked straight ahead, and finally saw the entrance to the Tahai Mine Dungeon, where many other adventurers had already gathered. They are all looking for teammates and mostly challenge the normal difficulty, except for one team tackling nightmare level. Lam Mo Yu goes alone, and on the difficulty selection board there are only 2 options, normal and nightmare. Although there is no hell difficulty, the normal difficulty already features elite monsters that are several times stronger than outside creatures, And in nightmare difficulty, the elite monsters are enhanced, making it even more challenging. Usually, a team of 3 with a warrior, mage, and healer is needed for an ordinary challenge. At least 5 people forming a team of 2 support and 2 attackers are required for a nightmare level. At this moment, a fake profession player suddenly approached and used a probing spell on Lam Mo Yu, seemingly looking for an summoner. However, Lam Mak Ngu was wearing a badge given by Ning Yi that protected him, so the probing spell of this person failed. Moreover, the withered soldier with a terrifying appearance standing beside him also startled the opponent. The opponent immediately concluded that Lam Mo Yu must have incredible abilities and invited him to join their team for the dungeon run. Anyway, they are still missing a main combat profession member, and this is a team of elite players challenging nightmare difficulty. They promised that if they found any equipment, they would share it equally, but Lam Mo Yu firmly refused, then decided to challenge this dungeon alone on nightmare difficulty. Lam Mak Ngu stepped through the gate, moving as fast as a gust of wind, leaving all the other players stunned. No way. He wants to challenge alone? That's too arrogant. My friend just used a probing spell but couldn't see any information about him. I wonder what level he's at and what class he is. All right, let's wait and see if he can survive. Maybe despite that terrifyingly gloomy look, he's actually as weak as a chicken. At this moment, Lam Mo Yu has entered the dungeon, and the strong smell of blood makes him extremely uncomfortable. He is standing inside a protective circle, and it seems that if he leaves this circle, monsters will detect him and attack. Not far away, there is a level 14 elite guard mole monster with a strength value of 800, agility 400, spirit 200, and physique 1000. In addition, it has a stunning attack skill, true to its status as a strengthened elite monster, with attributes several times higher than normal monsters. Its strength and physique are both very high, indicating its attack power and defense are extraordinary. If you don't team up, ordinary adventurers basically can't clear this nightmare dungeon, but Lam Mak Ngu is different. Although the attributes of those enhanced elite monsters are high, they are still no match for his skeleton soldiers. Lam Mak Ngu immediately summoned all his skeleton warriors ready to fight. As he stepped out of the protective circle, a bloody battle began. What surprised Lam Mak Ngu the most was that after the first guardian monster was defeated, he received 4,200 experience points, 10 times more than a normal monster of the same level. In other words, killing one monster here is equivalent to 10 outside. So Lam Mak Ngu became more tense, taking only about 2 seconds to defeat each monster, which could significantly speed up his level-up process. As expected, this was the right decision. He ordered his skeleton warriors to spread out into every corner, not missing any path to maximize experience points, leaving only one behind to help transfer damage when needed. After 5 minutes, Lam Mo Yu reached level 11, but he still thought the speed was too slow. Fortunately, after leveling up, his mental strength fully recovered, allowing him to summon 4 more dry bone soldiers. After surpassing level 10, the attributes grow even more. Previously, each level up increased stamina, strength, and agility by 10 points. Now it has increased by 20 points, and mental strength has gone up by 100 points. Lam Mak Ngu quietly calculated that as the level rises, the attributes supported by innate skills will become even greater. Your dry soldier's attribute values are now all at 1700. But one thing that puzzles you is that all skills have been leveling up. Only the violent corpse just learned and is still at level 1. 2. If Nin Y were here, she might know about this. Lam Mak Ngu sighed and suddenly wondered where that strange girl might be now. Then he received a notification that the current area had been completely cleared. At the same time, his level 11 experience increased by 32.22%, and immediately after, the level 15 Elite Wolf King appeared. Its stats are strength and agility 2,000 points each, spirit 1,000 points, physique 2,500 points, along with the roar skill. Even the regional leader's attributes have reached this level. It seems the boss at the end of the dungeon will be even more powerful. Although its attributes are higher than Lam Mak Ngu's dry soldier, unfortunately it is still alone, so he is not very worried. His entire army of dry soldiers charged forward, and the Fang Wolf King immediately used its roar skill to knock them back. With the physique of the dry skeleton warrior, they could barely withstand the damage from the Wolf King. Immediately, Lam Mo Yu ordered them to use their personal skills, the Punch and the Fury, to counterattack. The larger the enemy's form, the more advantageous it is for your dry skeleton army. The Wolf King's Fang once again used its roar skill, but Lam Mak Ngu judged that its attack power was quite average. Only the knockback effect was not bad. However, it was still quite clear which side had the advantage. What he didn't expect was that the Wolf King suddenly turned and ran away. Your dry bone soldier plans to chase it into that cave, but Lam Mo Yu sensed something was off and ordered his entire team to retreat. In the cave where the Wolf King just fled, a pack of level 14 ferocious wolfmen appeared, with stats of 600 strength and agility, 200 morale, 1000 stamina, and a biting skill. Although their attributes are not strong, their numbers are too many, at least over 100. If they were ordinary profession players, even a team of 5 would have no way to deal with so many fierce-mouthed wolves. But Lam Maknu is a death spirit mage, so all of this is experience points for him. As soon as he gave the order, his army charged forward once again. Then Lam Maknu combined it with his new skill, the Violent Corpse. After being enhanced by his innate talent, the damage from the Violent Corpse turned into 100% life force damage on the wolves, resulting in a lethal blow. In just one explosion, Lam Maknu had killed countless wolves. The process of clearing out this wolf pack was very quick. After all of his subjects were wiped out, the Wolf King was forced to appear again. But by now he was already very weak and could no longer withstand any more damage. In the end, everyone knew the result, but what disappointed Lam Maknu the most was that this wolf was only worth 15,000 experience points, just enough for 5 of the previous wolves, which was too low. Fortunately, your luck isn't bad, because the items dropped from this wolf are valuable. Wolf King's Tooth and low-level Monster Crystal. Lam Maknu looked down the dark, winding path ahead, guessing that if he kept going and cleared this route, he would very likely encounter the final boss soon. He even planned to try solo dungeon runs at the Hell level after this, which would surely yield more experience points. Now as they go deeper inside, they encounter a level 15 elite goblin. Defeating it yields 4,500 experience points. The monster attack rate of the Corpse Legion has slowed down, but not significantly. In this dungeon run, Lam Maknu only took a little over an hour to level up. With this efficiency, doing a few more runs could easily reach level 16, or even 18 or 19. Sister, we will meet again soon, Lam Maknu thought to herself. After defeating all the elite goblins, Lam Muo met the Goblin King, a level 16 boss-level monster. Its strength is 3,000 points, agility and spirit are 1,500 points each, and its stamina is also 3,000 points. This monster has 2 personal skills, Fire Breath and Pushback. Lam Maknu predicts that just by defeating it, he can level up to 12. As expected of a boss, its attributes, especially strength and physique, are much higher than your Dryad soldiers. The Goblin King, awakened, becomes extremely furious and immediately launches an attack straight at Lam Ma-yu. Thanks to the damage transfer skill, he was unharmed, but the dry bone soldier who took the damage for him instantly shattered. The current troop count in Lam Maknu's army has dropped from 56 to 54, and the Goblin King was able to use a single strike to destroy both of his dry bone soldiers. Lam Maknu quickly realized that the problem was his attribute was too weak, with a physique of only 120 points. In front of the Goblin King with 3,000 strength, his defense barrier was completely useless. So the damage taken by the Drylich soldiers is naturally much heavier. Lin Moy couldn't help but feel troubled as he realized that he himself might be the only weak point. It seems that from now on you need to train your body more diligently. After observing, Lam Maknu feels that his skeleton soldier cannot directly confront the boss in terms of strength. But you have an entire army, while it's only you alone, so the outcome of this battle is still uncertain. But in fact, Lam Mo-yu didn't believe she would lose. Mo-yu was proud as everything was going according to plan. If this keeps up, it will be crushed to death by my legion of bone soldiers. Then you should keep releasing more bone soldiers. A monster's shadow suddenly rises up behind it. King Gopin unleashes a powerful suppression skill. Maknu exclaims that this suppression skill is much stronger than the roar of the Wolf King. It opens its mouth and roars out flames, spewing fire. Stamina, 2-9, snat 1700. You immediately command a return to the summoning space. Then he immediately thought of interrupting its skill. The Goblin King opened his mouth wide and spat out fierce flames to counter the blue fire used by Maknu. Soul of Fire, mental strength minus 40. The system continuously reports Soul of Fire. Each move made it suffer and scream while covering its face. I told myself my remaining mental strength isn't much, so I must seize this opportunity to catch it and add a furious blow. Seeing the anguished expression of the Goblin King, Maknu felt reassured that he was fine. A stats panel appeared showing the reward for defeating the Demon King. Experience plus $40,000, a level-appropriate weapon, a dagger from the Demon Beast, a bronze-level armor, a knowledge magic artifact, and a Demon King's core. I am happy that I finally reached level 12. To maintain the soul flame, my mental strength is also depleted. Fortunately, leveling up restores mental energy, and after checking the loot, I can leave the dungeon. Maknu was a bit worried. Although the Tulin Su is also considered a mage class, my skills are different from a mage's. If there were no cooldowns, this robe would seem useless, but increasing both spirit and stamina by 10 points each is also beneficial. At the same time, the system records the knowledge of the magic robe, the bronze level armor, the combined spirit, and the combined stamina, which can reduce the cooldown time of the wizard's skills after level 12 by 5%. You hold an orange spirit core in your hand, which can be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins on the trading floor, making it worth much more than those 2 pieces of equipment. The loot from this dungeon isn't bad. Manga considered that after leveling up, his mental energy was fully restored, and he could summon 4 bone soldiers now. According to the information received, summoning a level 12 bone soldier costs 110 mental energy, with 110 space used, 60 bone soldiers summoned, and 510 mental energy remaining. The boy decided he should go outside. Then, Moyu calmly called for teleportation. Everyone outside was stunned to see what was happening, never expecting him to survive and come out alive. Do you think his gear looks like a knowledge artifact? And could he really have cleared the dungeon alone? Yes, it's definitely a knowledge artifact. Unbelievable. Seeing how young he is, I never expected him to be a master who can clear dungeons alone. Manga walked coldly past the crowd, thinking to himself that the cooldown for the dungeon was 12 hours. The experience gained from killing monsters was too little, and killing a dozen monsters was not equal to 1 in the dungeon. When the next dungeon opened, he planned to meditate during this noon break, to recover some mental energy. You went to a quiet place to reflect. This dungeon not only helped me find my biggest weakness, but also understand the scope of my skills. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the recent battle scene, and thought to himself that the exploding corpses work very well. Truly, an unmatched group attack skill. The soul flames not only can cut through enemy skills, but also have a powerful mental assault that disregards defense, making even nightmare-level bosses hard to withstand. In the blink of an eye, 12 hours had passed, and Manhwa's expression suddenly showed a hint of sadness, as he thought that his mental strength was almost fully recovered and he could summon the 4 bone soldiers again. Manhwa slowly descended the mountain, and those people experienced in wandering and hiding in the wilderness were well prepared. As he was walking, he suddenly remembered Y's image and gently smiled. Then Manga, confused, suddenly noticed the scene ahead and wondered, what is happening here? The loud arguing voices rang out. Your kingdom alliance is too domineering. On what grounds do you refuse us entry into the dungeon? That's right. Based on what? The dungeon isn't owned by your royal guild, and our entering it doesn't affect you. Zhao Ga clenched his weapon and interrupted them. Our vice president is completing a mission in the dungeon, and until he finishes, none of you are allowed to enter. The crowd immediately responded angrily. What right do you have? The royal guilds are really too overbearing. Ngantu, powerless, resorted to violence. Triucat, without words, attacked them with his weapon, forcefully striking out. The noise was deafening. This move hits someone nearby and he is knocked back. The man next to him trembles in panic and says, "What are you doing? How can you kill someone so casually?" Tamai calmly replied, "So what if this cowardly traitor is killed?" The man with sunken cheeks contemptuously added, "If you have the guts, come to the Royal Guild to take revenge. You're welcome any time." Seeing that, they stammer at each other. Me and Mo asked curiously, "What's going on?" "You secretly think that the elder is worried about the dungeon alone." The boy with the tied hair explained, "That's right. The Royal Guild needs demon cores, but the drop rate for these cores is very low. Only nightmare-level dungeons have a chance of dropping them. Moreover, it only drops once every 100 days, and today is exactly 100 days after the last drop, so they all took action themselves. Now the acting guild leader is on a mission inside the dungeon and won't let us in." According to the hair-tied boy, the tasks on that exchange platform are actually announced by the Royal Guild, but no one has ever been able to complete them. It's ridiculous. The Spirit Beast core is worth at least 30,000 gold coins. They offer 10,000 to buy it. Only a fool would sell to them. Manga, hearing that, remembered what she received in the dungeon and wondered if it was a coincidence. She asked further, "What is this core's purpose?" The boy with the tied hair explained earnestly that the core of the Demon Beast King can help a blacksmith craft a Demon King ring. All attributes increase by 10, all skills level up by 1, and it can be used at level 15, making it the strongest accessory below level 40. The King of Elves ring appears along with an information panel. It grants all attributes plus 10, all skills level up by 1, and can be used at level 15. Mayu glanced thoughtfully. Such a strong attribute is indeed very powerful. For a novice profession player, it's truly like the existence of a god. The boy with the tied hair provided more information. "I heard the acting guild leader of the royal court wants to enroll in the Hakin Academy, so he must get this equipment." The Royal Guild doesn't lack alchemists. All other materials are prepared, only the core of the Demon Beast King is missing. Hearing this, Mo Yu turned away and left, paying attention to what that guild was doing and what they were planning. Nothing can stop me from leveling up. The braided-haired young man was confused by this action. Hey, where are you going? Hurry back, we can't mess with the Royal Guild, you'll get killed. Zhao Ka stomped on the person on the ground, looking proud. Not a member of the guild, but daring to dance in front of me. Next time, don't show up in front of the Royal Court Guild, got it? Do you also want to die? Mektengu coldly steps forward with his bone soldiers, cutting through the crowd toward the dungeon gate. He glared and said in a stern voice, "Get out of the way. You're disturbing my leveling." Seeing this, he arrogantly threatened. "Shameless brat, have you lost your mind? Do you know who you're talking to?" Mektengu repeated again, his eyes beginning to glow. "Get out of the way." At this point, the information displayed shows Lam, Mektengu, a level 12 Death Spirit Master. Zhao Kang looked on with disdain, realizing he's just a level 12 chicken. Can't understand human speech, good for fighting monsters in the wild, but what about dungeons? The spirit of death has never been heard of before. The kind-hearted commoners nearby warned, "You should go back quickly. The Kingdom's Guild doesn't play fair, they will really kill that person." His face began to panic as he saw how terrifying you had become. Why does that kid's gaze make me feel uneasy? Why isn't he afraid? Cat immediately raises his weapon and shouts, cursing the brat. "This is your death sentence. If you take another step forward, I will kill you." Your steps remain steady, still slowly advancing, and his face begins to turn terrifying as he commands, "Kill him." Zhao Ka, level 25 mage, shouted loudly, "You brat level 12. Even if I don't hold back and let you attack, you still can't break my energy shield. Kill." For a moment, Zhao Chang was stunned by Mo Yu's strength, only to see a bone soldier rush forward, swinging its sword almost splitting his shield. What kind of summoning is this? Why is the attack so powerful? My energy shield can withstand 5 attacks from a same-level warrior, but now it can only block 1 at most. Your bone soldier unleashes a furious attack. Zhao Cat regrets too late. Seeing the terrifying scene, he panics and thinks, "No, if this attack falls, my energy shield will be broken, and I will die." Zhao Kang desperately shouted and swung his staff to unleash a powerful attack that blew away everything nearby. Resisting the ring of fire, then hurriedly urged his bone soldier beside him. "What are you looking at? Come on, fight." Trio Cat let out a sigh of relief inside, still alive. Regaining his composure, he immediately shouted loudly, "You brat, who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth, watch me smash your disgusting summoning object into dust." I am a knight, how could this happen? Only see the skeletons in front of him jump up, holding weapons and rushing toward him. Kill the summoner, just kill him, and the summoning object will automatically disappear. The other henchmen desperately fought back, raising their bows to aim at it. "How dare you provoke the royal court? Go to hell." Mektengu remains calm and still, ignoring the frantic crowd, carefully and quickly escaping. Then he raises his hand to summon the power of his skeleton soldiers. "Go now." Immediately the 2 dry corpse warriors rush forward, each brimming with power. Seeing this scene, the man with the sunken face gasped. "What?" The red-lipped woman also looked on in shock at the scene before her. Facing Mo Yu, Zhao Ka was panicked to realize there was more than one summoning object. He hides behind Dung and commands, "Stop it for me." Zhao Tai quietly unleashes his power, the raging fire snake, while Zhao Kai frantically curses. "Damn it, this is a rare skill only level 20 mages can learn. Only 1/3 of mages can master Fire Serpent Frenzy, and this is his strongest attack skill. He's in trouble." Mektengu slowly advances like a god approaching, with overwhelming power following each of his steps. Zhao Ka's forehead is covered in sweat, but he still keeps a stiff mouth and threatens. "This time you're definitely going to die." Suddenly, an explosion shook the 3 worlds, blowing apart all the surrounding skeletons. At this moment, many skeleton warriors appeared, and Zhao Ka's face turned pale with fear. Why are there so many? The monsters have outnumbered us. Zhao Kai raised his hand to the sky and shouted, "Form up! Set the formation! Face the enemy!" A series of information appears. Enhanced strength, enhanced agility, enhanced spirit, enhanced speed. Boster's soul. He frowns but forces a smile as he gives the order, support profession boosting, then thinks to himself, "Our guild's experience is rich. Our coordination is perfect. The Royal Guild is unbeatable." At this moment, Mo Yu turned around and demanded, "Get back. The white-haired man has surrendered." "All right." He raised his hand to summon his power, flames of the soul erupting and striking each of Trio Cat's soldiers, causing them to panic and immediately use healing spells. No matter how frightened or pale they looked, he calmly praised. As expected, of a member of the Royal Guild, your healing magic is perfectly timed. The woman stared in horror. He's dead. Only then did Zhao Cha react and look at the scene before him, asking himself, what? His heart was filled with confusion, wondering if our Royal Guild had really been defeated by someone like him. On the other side, Mo Yu's family ordered a focused attack on a single person. Nearby, a soldier could no longer hold his ground and shouted to defend to the limit. A status display appeared, furious attacks, and the enemy soldiers kept rushing in more and more. He could no longer endure, and he yelled out in desperation. Trio Cat looked panicked and called for help. Where is the support? Strengthen the defenses. Finally, that man's defense was shattered. Huh? This is a stream of power like a surrounding blue flame that makes him scream. Support and rescue. Seeing the increasing damage before him, Zhao Ka was hopeless now. A gap appeared in his formation, and he began to regret, thinking to run. That kid was not human at all. A dry corpse raised its weapon beside him, its face like death knocking on the door. There was no time to escape. Using the necromancer spell, the corpse explodes, and upon hearing the command, the dry lich swings its sword to strike at Zhao Kang. After being upgraded with a talent, the range of the corpse explosion skill has expanded to 10 meters, and deals damage equal to 100% of the corpse's health. Watching everything explode, he thought to himself, the life force of a knight is among the top in all professions. Using 100% of a knight's health as the standard, no one should be able to survive. One by one, the soldiers desperately tried to escape in vain, but it was too late. His eyes widened with terror, veins bulging as he stared at the scene before him, while fear flickered in Zhao Ka's eyes as he slipped backward on the ground and shouted no. Mak Ngu stood there, watching each person drown in a sea of blood as successive explosions continued. He calmly and gently wiped the blood from his face before stepping into another dimension, ignoring the ongoing detonations and the dismembered bodies. The muffled voices gradually rose, saying, "It's okay. Everyone is dead. There's really no one left. Even the bodies have been destroyed. Destroying and erasing everything is truly brutal, no doubt. The Royal Court Guild won't let this go. What should we do?" A masked man stepped forward to reassure everyone. Given the nature of the Royal Guild, they certainly wouldn't let anyone go. The only ending they will get is death if they catch us. If not, everyone should retreat now, since the members of the Royal Court Guild are already dead and no one can find us anymore. Half an hour later, Zihao arrived at the scene, clenched his fists in anger, and cursed that he still couldn't get the core of the Star King. The shadows gradually stepped out from the teleportation gate. The curly-haired woman nervously turned to call the deputy leader. "Is there no one else left?" Tahao adjusted his clothes and asked, "Where did Trio Cat and his people go?" "Everyone who dispersed has already vanished." He ordered a signal shot. If they are nearby and see it, they will surely respond. He wondered what exactly had happened. Did Zhao Shang lead his people away? Tuhao's face began to show concern. None of them are here. Something must have happened here. Thinking to himself, with the strength of the people like Zhao Kang, they are an overwhelming presence in this area. Could he be killed? What if they fought before? There are no traces here again. It feels like something is wrong. Tuhao ordered, "We might face danger here. Let's leave first." McNew took a while to handle the contribution points, then calmly sat down, opened the book, and reviewed the achievement list. 40,000 experience points from awakening the King of Elves, and received a copper-grade weapon. The magic book of the Star King received a low-level monster core. Mungu silently sighed in relief, as this time it didn't drop the Star King's core. When they arrive at Hakin Academy, they plan to find a smith to craft a ring from the Star King's core. The system records the magic book of the Elf King as level bronze, with +10 spirit, +10 stamina, and a 3% increase in the power of mage skills at level 12 that can be used. His eyes began to show seriousness. This magic book can actually be used. It is effective against soul flames and exploding corpses, but useless against bone urns. Currently recorded as Lin Mo Yu, Death Spirit Master level 13. After leveling up, he notices the experience requirements are increasing, so the next dungeon should allow him to reach level 14. To level up to 15, I think I still need 3 more times. Based on the time, I can do the dungeon 5 times at most, which means I can reach level 16. He thought to himself that level 16 was still a bit lower than expected, but it would be enough to enter the Hakin Academy. Then he activated the teleportation. When he teleported to the location, Mengyu looked around confused as everyone had already left. That's right. Leaving was the best choice for those who dispersed. The dungeon paused and then resumed, and tomorrow would come again. The next day, Jiajui arrived, an elementalist at level 10. She secretly rejoiced that she had finally reached level 10. Now she could challenge the West Sea Mine dungeon. Hatuyet looked incredulous and called out, "It's Lam Mak Ngu. It must be him. He is the only one with the Death Spirit Summoner profession. The summoning creature that only he has in the whole world. He wants to clear the dungeon alone." Her face suddenly became serious. He can now clear the mine dungeon alone. But I am also a rare level 10 primordial mage, so assembling a team is easy. I won't lose, just wait and see. 45 minutes later, Mo Yu arrived at the Goblin King's residence. After leveling up and meditating to restore his spirit, my army of 72 bone soldiers was ready. The summoning space is at 72 out of 100, with 72 skeleton soldiers. You extend your hand to unleash a power with a blue glow. Don't sleep anymore, wake up quickly. The system notification, the experience of the King of the Stars has increased by 40,000, and you received a green-grade weapon. The bow of the Star King received a low-level monster core. The Star King's bow is level 12 with a bronze grade, increasing power by 10, agility by 10, and a 3% boost to range skill damage. Seeing it collapse on the ground defeated by you, Mo Yu pretends to be innocent. Don't be sad. I will come a few more times, and then I won't come anymore. On the contrary, you are destined to be killed by someone anyway. It doesn't matter who kills you. Being killed by me is even quicker and less painful. Level 13 at 80%. Actually, I don't want to kill you either, but I have no choice. I need to level up. In 12 hours, your face suddenly turns despicable. I'm back again, don't be afraid. I've come 3 more times and won't come anymore. We are also quite familiar with each other, right? The information panel also shows that defeating the Star Spirit King grants 40,000 experience points, rewards a copper-grade weapon, and the Star Spirit King's magic staff obtained from the low-level monster core. The magic staff of the Void Spirit King is of bronze level, with mental strength increased by 10, stamina increased by 10, and skill power boosted by 3%. It can be used at level 12, with a level requirement of 14 at 60%. Somewhere near the tree, Mo Yu quietly calculated that the number of skeleton soldiers had risen to 76, with all 4 diligence attributes increased to 2,300. It's just a pity that the skills of the bone soldier are too simple and not strong enough. Where did Hatuyet suddenly appear from to call Lam Mak Ngu? He clearly figures out who has arrived and thinks to himself. Hatuyet just came out of the dungeon, looking disheveled as she stands there, asking Lam Mak Ngu, "What level are you now?" You reply, "Level 14. Hatuyet is stunned. "What? How can you level up so quickly to 14? Hatuyet wondered silently. "I only team up for 2 normal mine dungeons, and I already died." Having just reached level 11, Hatuyet's profile shows she is an elementalist at level 11. When she looked at Mak Ngu excitedly, even if he soloed dungeons, he couldn't be that fast. Hatuyet quietly calculated, as a beginner dungeon, he is level 7, I am level 5, 2 levels behind. Why now I am level 11 and he is level 14? The gap is only widening. She was offended and turned her back with a displeased tone. "This young lady will not admit defeat. You just don't understand. Didn't she just come out? Why is she looking for a team to go into the dungeon now? Could it be she doesn't have time to cool down her skills?" An hour later, Hatuyet returned to the place where they first met. The clear announcement, an 11th level elemental mage looking for a team. Long silently thinks that 1 summon isn't enough, so he'll summon a few more times. Mogu looks at Hatuyet's back and sighs. She's pushing herself too hard and won't give me a chance to ask. Another hour passes, and Hatuyet gradually exhausts herself. I won't lose to you, and you're speechless, not knowing what to say. Still, Hatuyet was determined to find teammates. The dungeon was missing 1 member, and I needed a mage. I am an 11th level elemental mage. Half an hour later, Hatuyet finally collapsed and said, "I am so exhausted, I am dizzy." "I have already reached level 12 and will catch up with you soon." Makungu asked, "Aren't you tired?" Hatuyet replied, dissatisfied. "How could I not be tired? I am now so exhausted I don't even want to move a finger, and you still ask why." That really made her angry. "Why? You still have the nerve to ask me why I've been oppressed by you for so many years. I will definitely surpass you." Mo Yu sighed with frustration, wishing she had let her take first place in this competition if she had known earlier. Sheju admitted, "Of course I don't think that way. I want to get into the Haken Academy. You want to take the exam too, right? You probably understand. You think about it, aiming to get into Haken Academy with a safe score of 15, but the safest is 16. With her speed, level 15 is also very difficult. Mo Yu advises you should focus on nightmare level dungeons so you can level up quickly." Hatuyet angrily said, "Are you joking? Elite teams are not that easy to find. They all require level 16 or 17 professional certificates, and I'm only level 12. Who needs that?" So I should still run normal dungeons a few more times. Level 14 shouldn't be a problem, and reaching level 15 is not impossible. You seriously asked how she could ignore the cooldown time? Hatayet was extremely annoyed, and you didn't even realize? Her mischievous expression revealed that there was still something he didn't know. You speak so nicely, but I'll let you in on it. In the end, she sighed, truly a fool, not even knowing how to joke around. People say a mage's mind is the most flexible and light. You're just too stupid. She reached out her hand and showed a talisman. Here, this is a cooldown protection talisman that helps me shorten the cooldown time of the item in the dungeon. The talisman displays a basic cooldown protection charm with 7 out of 10 uses remaining. It can shorten the dungeon cooldown time, but only works for dungeons below level 20. Maknu was surprised to find out there was still this item. Hatuyet asked, "Do you understand now?" Ngonho Ngo asked, "Is this expensive?" She honestly replied, "It's probably quite costly." That was when my father handed it to me. He looked so heartbroken. So Makngu thought to herself, "It seems I can't get this kind of protective charm." In the end, she angrily tugged at her hair and sighed. With 2 days left, I must use all 7 chances, plus my own cooldown time. I have to clear the dungeon at least 9 times to guarantee reaching level 15. Oh my god, I'm exhausted. Mongu looked at the scene and was momentarily at a loss. After hesitating for a while, he spoke up. "I can take you to clear the dungeon and guarantee you level 15 without you having to lift a finger." Hatuyet happily realized that she had forgotten this guy could solo dungeons. The more experience they gained together, the less she needed to do herself, and if that was the case, her level might finally catch up with him. Hatuyet happily agreed. "I'll go with you to clear the dungeon, and I'll give you my protective talisman to use. I thought about it, but if I don't clear the dungeon with him, I won't be able to catch up in level. Sooner or later, I'll be able to keep up with him." Makangu told her about her plan, rest first, and start the search in 2 hours. Hatuyet stretched and replied, "Perfect, I'll sleep first." At the same time, the system notification sounds indicating her mental energy was recovering. 2 hours later, Hatuyet woke up, stretching and sighing. 2 hours really flew by. Magangu tapped her watch and immediately a skull icon appeared. Hatuyet panicked. "Wait a moment, are you trying to choose nightmare level?" she asked from behind with such high monster attributes. "This is clearly nightmare difficulty." "La Maknu, did you choose the wrong option? You didn't care, just indifferently following behind me." Hatuyet, walking behind, nervously says, "La Maknu, are you crazy? We're going to die." At this moment, her mind was in chaos, but escaping from the dungeon like this would surely make him mock her. Mekangu urged, "Hurry up, aren't you afraid?" Hatuyet quickly denied, "I'm not afraid at all," and then she shouted in panic, "Why aren't you fighting back?" But Hatuyet gradually noticed that such a high attribute monster couldn't cause any damage to his Drylong. She then thought to herself, "La Maknu, what exactly are you trying to do?" The next scene left Hatuyet stunned. She looked at the huge white creature in front of her and thought to herself, "This is a nightmare-level wolf king, twice the size of a normal one." He calmly used his power as usual. A sphere appeared in his hand. Musing silently, he thought that fighting as before was too time-consuming, so using explosion to kill the body could save him a lot of time and effort. A series of skills were unleashed along with a notification. Critical Star Shield level 14, plus 2100 experience. Hatuyet marveled in amazement as her experience instantly increased by 30%. She looked at the battle unfolding before her with suspicion. What kind of technique is this? Can the dungeon be checked like this? The sound of weapons clashing loudly. In just a moment, the Wolf King's head was quickly cut off. Seeing this, her face was filled with amazement. Is it really that simple? My team of 3 struggled for over 20 minutes before finally managing to kill the Wolf King and avenge him. Maknu nodded coldly and said, "Let's go." Hearing that, she, still stunned, quickly asked Lam Maknu, "Do you really clear nightmare-level dungeons alone?" "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that a level 15 fake profession could clear a nightmare dungeon alone," she asked while running after him. "Start checking from level M?" Maknu Nontran confirmed without hesitation. That's right, Hatuyet was a bit worried. It's only been about 10 minutes since they entered the dungeon and they've already encountered the final boss. Now, in front of them is the Goblin King. Her memories suddenly flooded back. Back then, when our team was clearing a normal dungeon, it took us at least an hour to reach this point. Along with the blazing red flames, Hatuyet saw with her own eyes that the final boss had been defeated, surrounded by a golden light. Lam Maknu, level 15 Death Spirit Mage. She gasped in shock. He had leveled up again. Level 15. Hatuyet couldn't help but feel uneasy and worried inside. The distance to him has indeed widened again, and all efforts have paid off. A sword appears on the ground, dealing a killing blow to the Demon King, experience pleasant $25,000, and a bronze-level weapon is obtained. The Demon King's sword received a low-level monster core, and she looked a bit disappointed. The sword, unfortunately, is not a staff. Mekanju hesitated. She wanted the staff. Hatuyet nodded in agreement. The staff of the Demon King is the best weapon for mages below level 20. She bowed her head, looking quite pitiful. Even though the exchange was available, I didn't want to ask for money. At that moment, a staff suddenly appeared in her hand, the staff of the Demon King. He handed it to her. Hatuyet looked a bit surprised and asked him, "Thank you. Why didn't you leave it for me to use?" Makangu honestly replied, "I have this, and I don't like the staff anyway." So she casually took out a rather thick book, the Magic Book of the Void King. She clenched her staff tightly, feeling restless inside, as he never once showed the magic book or paid attention to these trivial items. The updated information shows Lam Makangu as the only Death Spirit Master at level 15 with 8%, Strength 200, Agility 200, Spirit 800, Stamina 200. Standing before the Goblin King's body, contemplating life. Indeed, using explosion to quickly kill monsters saves a lot of time. Although the team shares some experience, borrowing Hatuyet's equipment to clear the dungeon 5 more times will allow leveling up to 16. All stats are clear, equipped with the Spellbook of the Elf King, the Knowledge Robe, Space Summoning 84-150, 84 Skeleton Soldiers, fully upgraded talents, Level 2 Unique, Passive Skill Damage. Close Movement, Active Skill, Soul Flame Level 15, Summoning Skeleton Soldiers Level 15, Corpse Explosion Level 1. Makangu sat down and whispered to the Goblin King, "I'm sorry, I might have to kill you 5 more times." Hatuyet wondered why you were talking to the boss since it can't understand you anyway. He explained that he just wanted to say it. Whether it could be understood or not didn't matter. Watching Monu's figure leave, she wondered to herself who would seriously apologize to the boss like that. Is the boss's copy not for export? Hatuyet's eyes suddenly changed. He's really a quirky guy, but kind of adorable. Not wasting any time, he hurriedly called out, "Let's go out now and continue." She happily agreed. "Okay, let's continue." Hatuyet snapped her fingers, and they quickly returned to the starting point. The two of them leisurely passed through once more. In the second dungeon run, this time she obtained a spirit core. The Goblin King's eyes remained as fierce as ever. This was the 3rd time she cleared the level. The blue flames quickly gained the upper hand. Then, in the 4th round, they coordinated seamlessly to send the Goblin King back to dust. On the 5th attempt, Hatuyet reports that she has used up all her guardian talismans, with more than a day left before the exam, still 2 chances remaining, level 14 at 20%, possibly reaching level 15, and there's at least a 70% chance to pass the Hakin Academy entrance exam. She made a V sign with her hand. "Lam Ngoch, are you also about to level up?" Hatuyet patted Makangu on the shoulder. "Lam Ngoch, do you want to try becoming the top scholar once? You seem a bit unsure as you ask again." Becoming top scholar Tin sparks a glimmer of hope in Hatuyet's eyes. She replies, "It could earn a lot of points. That thing is extremely useful at Hakin Academy, and most importantly, it gives you a chance to join the Sangthon Academy." Makangu asked. "The Holy Spirit Academy?" She explained. "I heard my father say that the Holy Spirit Academy is the most powerful academy in the Thanha Empire. Students accepted at Hakin Academy are considered geniuses, and those at Sangthon Academy are the top talents among the geniuses. I heard that Senior Tungantin once joined, and he is also the only one from our Tai-Hai city. The heroic figures of mighty warriors appear." Shui Han excitedly says, "I think you have a chance to become the second one. If you can get in, Dean Liu could even wake up laughing in his dreams. She has actually seen that potential long ago. This guy has never seen a dungeon like this before, completely changing my perception. If he can't get into the Sacred Light Academy, then who else can?" Makangu had a similar ambition, and told himself that only at Hakin Academy he must get into the Sacred Light Academy, and if there was a chance, he would definitely try. At this moment, Hatuyet suddenly recognized someone ahead. Wasn't that Cao Duong? In front of them was a young man with a bright smile, Cao Duong, level 11 knight. Hatuyet clenched his fists, feeling regret for the young talent. He had reached level 11, but unfortunately he was a knight, which was too low a level to fight monsters, and probably part of an average team, at least a level 13 knight. "Someone is telling Gao Yang to go away. Leave, don't bother me." Makangu, watching from afar, suddenly suggested, leading him along. Hatuyet cheerfully replied, "I guess I can go too." At the same time, in an office, the fat man angrily shouted, "Are you out of your mind? You came up with something like blocking the dungeon again? Do you treat the divine empire and the profession of pretending as decorations? If you want to die, don't drag the guild down with you. The man, seemingly two-house father, gently pats his head and says, don't go anywhere these days. Just stay in the guild and wait. You're already level 16, so just wait calmly for the exam. What about the Zhao family? The strength of that person is not something you need to worry about. The old man felt bitter inside, yet someone dared to oppress the royal court's guild. Xiao Duong suddenly turned around and saw Mengnu Hatuye. His face hinted at a cowardly sneer. You two are just angry and threatening, so shut your mouths. If not, I will tear you apart. He quickly pretended to be calm. Young lady, don't take it seriously. For now, I suggest you stop looking for a team. Once our cooldowns are finished, I'll take you to the dungeon. Leveling up to level 12 before the exam won't be a problem. Chao Duong grasped the straw of salvation, tears streaming down his face. Really? You two are truly my great benefactors. The academy I want to enter requires reaching level 12 to be certain. Ha Tuyet warns that if you keep doing that, we won't take you with us anymore. Chao Duong, upon hearing this, respectfully bowed. Miss Ha Tuyet, rest assured, I will definitely listen to your commands seriously. You only order me east, I dare not go west. If you want me to fake my death, I will absolutely not stand up. She saw his unserious attitude and snapped in anger. Shut up. Chao Duong replied seriously, I obey your orders, but I don't know how much longer it will take for you two to recover. Snow restrained her anger and responded. 10 hours, he turned around and left, saying, all right, you two enjoy your chat, I'm going to patrol the wilds. Mak Ngu, keep going, I believe in you, you can definitely catch Ha. Before Cao Duong could finish speaking, Ha Tuyet was so furious she shouted out loud. She launched a fireball chasing after Chao Duong until he was engulfed in smoke, and he could only curl up and run away, shouting loudly. Ha Tuyet was furious and scolded. Cao Duong's mouth is too slick. He's lacking in punch. In contrast, Mak Ngu remained calm and said he's just a bit naive. 10 hours later, Cao Duong returned with a puzzled look on his face. Old Master Lamb, Miss Ha Tuyet, you two didn't choose the wrong level, did you? Why is it a nightmare level? Just cut him off when he babbles and stay close behind. You don't need him to fight monsters anyway. At that moment, Ha Tuyet silently let out a sigh of relief, glad she didn't have that kind of reaction. She asked irritably, why are you sticking so close to me? Chao Duong trembles as he follows. This is nightmare level. If a monster touches me, I'm done for. Ha Tuyet was confused, but he is a warrior. Ignoring the two of them, Mak Ngu focused on fighting the monsters, exploding their corpses. The Goblin King was defeated and lay sprawled on the ground. Chao Duong exclaimed in shock, this is a nightmare-level boss. I doubt even dozens of my teams could beat it. We're doomed, Ha Tuyet calmly replied, appearing less surprised. He sat down, hugged Monu's leg, and begged earnestly, Boss Lamb, can I follow you in future dungeon runs? Ha Tuyet suddenly felt a bit annoyed. You're still a warrior after all. You should have the spirit of a warrior. Can you stop losing your fighting spirit like that? Xiao Duong completely lost his momentum. What is the spirit of a warrior used for? With the boss here, what do we need warriors for? Moningu hesitated and said, let go of me. I can lead you too. If you plan to run another dungeon, I will also level up to 16. Ha Tuyet can reach level 15. Xiao Duong can reach level 12. Chao Duong looked at Mengnu with admiration and sighed. That's great. Your face becomes so bright it's almost dazzling. Then it's just waiting for the exam to start. Outside, a few people are watching from above. The kids must have already returned, right? The old woman in the scarf eagerly asked, tomorrow is the exam day. I wonder how the results will turn out. Teacher 2 added, Lao Lu, those two geniuses from our school are said to aim for Hakin Academy. Luke Van nods seriously. Yes, Mak Ngu and Ha Tuyet both want to take the exam for Hakin Academy. Based on previous year's standards, level 15 can secure a win, but level 16 guarantees no mistakes. It's tough. Level 15 is manageable, but level 16 is very difficult. Apart from Tu Thientien, only Lam Mak Nu's sister reached level 16 last year in our West Sea city. Luke Van has long considered that one is the younger brother of Lam Mak Han, and the other is a young lady from the Ha family, both likely to achieve greatness. The teacher eagerly called out, someone has returned. Shujin stepped out, a level 12 swordsman. A series of comments spread around. Our third-year student at level 12, not bad, truly one of the geniuses of our school. Next, Tamai appears. Tamai, the eagle-eyed archer, is level 13. A buzz of admiration spread everywhere. Our classmate, Ta Mai Ni Trung, has returned. The teacher marvels. Level 13 is even higher than our third middle by 1 level. Old woman Kwang Khan snorted coldly and retorted, level does not mean anything. Exam results are what matter most. Inside Granny Kwang Khan's heart, she realized that everyone was almost the same. Even someone above level 14 hadn't appeared yet. By now, dusk was falling, and everyone looked at each other in confusion. Hatu yet, Lam Mak Ngu Sao Duong, why hasn't any of you come back yet? Logically, all three of you should have returned by now. Are they suspecting something has happened? In the end, the three of them stepped out into the sunset, dazzling and brilliant. He saw the game character and became excited. They're here, finally back. It's good to be back safely, though I don't know how many levels they've gained. Their progress is now revealed one by one. Caoduong the Knight with Sword and Shield level 12, Hatuyet the Elemental Mage level 15. Luke Von exclaims, this girl has really leveled up to 15, so at least an 80% chance of passing the Hakin Academy entrance exam. Teacher Dao pats him on the shoulder in good spirits. This year, Lao Lu is once again in the spotlight. The ace in the hole always appears. Last, Lin Sulam Maknu 2, level 16, looked on and everyone couldn't believe their eyes. What? Level 16. The old woman with the scarf on the left has her mouth open in surprise. Even taller than Hatuyet by one level, this speed is too fast. On the right, the teacher keeps nodding in admiration. They must have always been missing the dungeon boss. Look at their weapons, everyone. Everyone is amazed by their equipment. Chao Duong holds a shield sword, and Hatuyet wields a staff, both weapons of the Star-Lord, with a very low drop rate. Obtaining weapons of similar quality is truly not easy. Everyone agrees that they are also putting in great effort. Luke Van patted Chao Duong on the shoulder, showing admiration, and said, you guys get in the car and wait first. Once everyone is back, we'll head to the school together. Chao Duong replied, understood, Sir Principal. I think this time we can boldly seize the spotlight in front of those old guys. Thinking of Lu Van's proud expression, everyone will rest well tonight and gather at the school early tomorrow morning so we can arrive at the exam site first. Mongu Tram 2 has already reached level 16, so I am absolutely confident I can get into Hakin Academy. Now it seems I might actually have a chance to become the top scholar of the province and attend the Sacred Light Academy. The next morning, I walked forward confidently. My mental energy is full, I have 100 dry corpses, and my attributes have reached 2,500. I am now in my peak state. The unique Death Spirit Master Profession. Level 16 with 8%. Power 220. Agility 220. Spirit 900 plus 20. Stamina 900 plus 20. The information displays the magic book equipment of the Supreme Spirit King's Knowledge Robe. Space Summoning 100 out of 160. 100 Skeleton Soldiers. All talents upgraded to level 2. Unique. Passive skill deals close range damage. Active skill is Soul Flame level 16. Summoning level 16 Skeleton Soldiers. Exploding corpses at level 1. In the distance, Chao Duong enthusiastically waved his hand in greeting. Elder Lamb. The loud call made Hatuyet turn around and ask if she was confident. Makengu, maintaining her usual indifferent attitude, replied, Hatuyet clenched her fist with determination and said, let's meet again at Hakin Academy. He replied, okay, let's quickly face the first challenge. Luke Van explained that this is a teleportation stone. Everyone can break it or stimulate it with their mental energy to teleport to the exam location. I have one more thing to say. During the exam, everyone must prioritize their own safety. After a brief rambling, the official announced it was okay. Now, let's begin teleporting. At the Jiangning exam site, Mo Yu can observe the entire scene, and it seems there are over 10,000 candidates. Next is the trial tower. A loud cracking sound rang out as the testing tower opened, the light from the gate shining like car headlights. The referee announced firmly, asking all candidates to listen carefully to the rules of the exam. No making any noise or asking questions is allowed. Violators will be disqualified. Some contestants wonder if questions are not permitted. What if others are curious and don't understand? They wouldn't know that the rules have already been enforced, and the referee would immediately declare a violation and disqualify them. Makengu looked over and saw Chao Duong had voluntarily covered his mouth. That guy seemed to know himself too. A tornado appears in the sky, and the referee explains, the trial tower will arrange different scenes for each profession. The referee carefully elaborates, combat-type professions will be arranged to eliminate combatants. Both physics and chemistry are available, the referee explained. Support-type professions are arranged so you don't have to fight. The skull symbols represent different levels. Normal, nightmare, the referee announced. After passing the basic test, each profession will be granted the right to choose the difficulty level of hell. The referee said that different difficulties and achievements will yield different scores. The starting score is 1200. In short, your score reflects your performance in the exam and can also be used for admission to the colleges you wish to apply to. There, the score is even more valuable than gold, the referee added, finally reminding everyone that personal belongings can be used normally. Apart from those items, no other tools can be used, and the space for storing items will be sealed. Violators will be disqualified from the exam. The referee loudly announced, "All candidates line up to enter the tower," as Li Thi and Makangu looked at the line of people, with Makangu murmuring nervously. Only Tinjiang had so many participants, probably over 1 million candidates nationwide. The person will be transported to the location. At this moment, I think to myself, it seems I was right. The trial tower is like a dungeon, and we will be taken to different spaces based on our professions. Countless obstacles lie ahead as many onlookers discuss and observe. This is the new profession announced by the top academy of West Sea. Death Spirit Master? Based on the information they provided, it's probably a summoner-type mage. I hope this new profession won't let us down. They silently watched him, first summoning a higher-level wolf-shaped beast 2 levels above him according to the Hu Mage's rules. Lam Mak Ngu, a level 16 spirit summoner, saw a wolf beast with a staff in hand appear before him, surprising him because it was a mage-type creature. The displayed information, the Wolf Beastman Mage exam countdown task, but the bright screen quickly cut off the spell, making it impossible to know the attributes and level of the monster. When the countdown ended, Mo Yu closed his eyes and unleashed his move. Soul Flames, telling himself it was okay. The wolfman quickly turned to dust, standing behind. Observing, the man looking like a dung beetle was stunned. Lin Mo Yu, 0.1 seconds used, 0.1 seconds used, swift kill. At this moment, in the testing tower's monitoring room, one of the judges, including Huyen Fong, the old man with the purple scarf, asked curiously, "Lord Nin, why are you here?" He replied, "I heard there's a new profession, so I came to check it out. The researchers seem to be having trouble. What should we do now?" He instantly defeated the monster, proving that the ability of this profession is truly unfathomable. Hearing this, he immediately guessed Tu Lin Su, right? If the setup of the rare pseudo-class cannot measure the strength, then the second trial will be conducted at a legendary class level. The researcher is quite worried. Isn't that a bit unfair to him? Huyen Fong said reassuringly, "It's okay if the first time was a swift kill, add 100 points to his ranking. If he can still pass the second time, I will reward him with an additional 1,000 points. His subordinates responded clearly. Makangu is still struggling with the creatures, now proceeding with the second round to eliminate the monsters in front of him. The Wolf Beastman Mage at level 20, his eyes unwavering, skillfully unleashes Soul Flame. The man who looks like a dung beetle is panicked. This is the power of a legendary class profession. Huyen Fong smiled contentedly. No need to continue measuring. Proceed with the second test. The referee announced the first round was over. Suddenly, light and wind surrounded McNew. Out of 10,632 contestants, 5,220 met the standards. Now the results are being announced. Shajua looked at the score table with disbelief. Although she knew that the fool would definitely take the top spot, 0.1 seconds was just too unbelievable. But I won't accept losing first place. Tu Hao is a man and talks a lot, constantly complaining, yet I'm not in the top 3. The top spot should clearly be mine. No, 1 second is impossible. There must be a miscalculation. I won't let you rest. The referee announced that the second round of the professional warrior battle begins, and contestants can choose their difficulty level. Mogan, aware of her own strength, seems to have overdone it. Be warned that there may be casualties in the second round, so please proceed within your limits. If you encounter danger, you can shout to give up and then your test will end. Your best previous score will be prioritized. You just realized that you clearly understand the rules. The exam duration is the time you choose your difficulty level. Killing a normal level monster earns 1 point, a nightmare level monster earns 3 points, and a hell level monster earns 5 points. Mac NGU concludes that this round is a 30-minute contest to see who can kill more monsters. Tu Hao appears flamboyant with his heavy weapon, Boko level 16, killing 1 hell-level monster equivalent to 5 normal level ones. That kid at the top claims he won the first round, but there's no way he'll beat me this time. Hatuyet knows that elemental mages are not good at close combat and not skilled at fighting high-level monsters alone, but they can win by sheer numbers. Displayed information shows an elementalist at level 15. Next is Tamai's turn. Bozer is considered a powerful class among the classes. It should be able to achieve a good result in this round. The elementalist has a good burst ability but is very weak at close range. This girl is very smart to choose normal difficulty. The contestant describes MyTM as a level 16 assassin. Assassins are rare, close combat specialists, and choosing Nightmare or Hell difficulty is both viable. Looking at the screen, the excitement still couldn't be cooled down. The man who looked like a dung beetle was curious. On the contrary, I don't know what difficulty Spirit Master Lin Mak Ngu will choose this time. She shouted loudly, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Don't block me!" Mo Wu quickly grasped the rules. In this round, the test is continuous combat ability. With 30 minutes on the clock, not every contestant can easily endure. In the end, he concluded with one sentence, "But that doesn't include me." Maknu didn't hesitate and chose the Hell difficulty. The old man, wearing a purple scarf, exclaimed excitedly, as expected, she chose the Hell difficulty. "Laolu, this time you're done. You're in the top 3. Laolu holds 2 spots for himself. The teacher predicts that if Lam Maknguyu still brings back a provincial top scholar, Laolu can even laugh awake in his dreams. Makngu enters with the level he chose, an elite wolf beast warrior, level 13, with 500 strength, 300 agility, 150 spirit, and 400 stamina, as a creature resembling a werewolf with swords and blades appears. He despises this attribute as too weak, Maknu taunts. "Go ahead," he ponders, and he's right. If the monsters are too strong, the exam will eliminate most of the candidates. Makngu releases 500 allies to fight. The Bone Soldiers are level 16, with 2,500 strength, 2,500 agility, 2,500 spirit, and 2,500 stamina. You quickly realize something's off. It's too simple. Kill one monster and a second appears after 5 seconds. 2 skeleton soldiers are enough. Even the judges observing have to admire it. Is Lam Maknu's summoning creature really that powerful? Stronger than any summoned creature from any summoner class we've seen before. Moreover, he can summon 2 at once. This new profession is more powerful than I imagined. Conversely, what Tu Hao has shown is quite unimpressive. "Come on," judges comment, "this contestant named Wang Zihao is risking everything without knowing how to manage his stamina. He has revealed all his abilities." The judges think he still lags behind Jia Zhui, and everyone is amazed to discover that he's the first to eat a sweet potato in the competition. Makngu calmly takes a sweet potato out of his pocket to snack on, while the judges urge him to record his name for eternal fame. "Is this competition too easy for him, right?" Hu Yanfang quietly observes and sighs. "This one is really interesting. She has to be mine." Tu Hao was already arrogant, but finally it's over. "I managed to kill over 50 of them. This hellish difficulty is no joke. I should be the one leading this time, right?" Meanwhile, the referee announced that this round had ended, with a total of 5,220 contestants participating, 2,780 injured or voluntarily withdrawing. He was anxious, urging to reveal the rankings. The referee disclosed that the remaining 2,240 contestants could choose to give up or advance to the next round. The leaderboard displayed, dispelling Tu Hao's earlier shock, showing Lam Maknu in first place with 1605 points, Tamai with 470, Ha Tuyet with 270, and Vuong Du Hao with 265. He was stunned, unable to believe how tall he was. In Tu Hao's eyes, Maknu had become a relentless killing doll. The monster's spawn rate is every 5 seconds, so up to 12 monsters can be generated in a minute, earning 5 points each, with a 30-minute limit totaling 1,800 points. Without counting the releases after calculating, he was terrified to realize he scored 1605 points, killing 301 monsters. Do monsters not require time to kill? Teacher praised, "Laoluk, your student is really incredible." Luke Van proudly replied, "It's just average." The old man in the purple scarf kept praising himself. Back then, Tungantin's talent was outstanding, but he only scored 700 points in this round. Lam Mak Han also scored just 650 points. Finally, it was time for the third trial. The exam lasts 30 minutes, and contestants must face a level leader monster. Normal kills earn 100 points, Nightmare level 300 points, and Hell level 500 points. Mo and Gu directly chose the third target, a one-on-one challenge against a level leader monster, testing personal limits at the Hell level. A muscular wolf with the wolf-headed leader of the Beastmen appeared before him, level 15, with 1,000 strength, 800 agility, 500 spirit, 1,000 stamina, and the skill Chaos Windslash. Maknu contemptuously thought, "Is this a level boss? Not even as strong as elite monsters in the Nightmare Dungeon of the West Sea Mine?" He felt a bit disappointed, even though he understood that the Empire wouldn't really release the Hell-level monsters. Maknu sent the veteran soldiers to go, but he was still somewhat let down, with 5 rounds in total, hoping the next 2 would be real challenges. Tu Hao's side grew more and more frantic, laughing loudly and shouting wildly. "Kill!" Hatuyet struggled a bit before unleashing flames to fight the creature. The situation with Tamai Trung Kui is nothing special. Only Mak Ngu can really frustrate the seniors, and he's a slaughterer, unleashing a furious attack while also using skills. What kind of summoned creature is this? This repeated pattern, that brat lamb Mak Ngu, is really too much. The judges admit I feel like we haven't truly tested his fighting strength yet. Wait until the 5th round. If you want to become the provincial top scholar, you must pass the 5th round. I don't believe that even in the 5th round we can't see his true fighting strength. Amid the cheers, Huyen Fong remains silent, lost in thought. The match ends, and Mak Ngu checks the scoreboard once again. Lam Mak Ngu has a total score of 2105, Tamei 9970, Aha Tuyet 770, Vuong Tu Hao 7965, and Xiao Duong 302, who is also trying hard. The referee announced that the 4th round will begin next, with the difficulty and danger of the challenge increasing significantly. Now you can choose to continue or give up. Tu Hao gasps for breath as if seeing a glimmer of hope. The 4th round is about to begin. My chance is coming, the referee quickly announces. With your current scores, getting into the top 100 universities in the Empire is no longer an issue. If no one gives up, I will respect your choice. The rules for the 4th round are as follows. In everyone's tense eyes, the referee continued, each person will face 10 waves of monster attacks. Her cold gaze remained unchanged as usual, with 10 monsters each time, totaling 100 monsters. The referee said that regardless of whether you have defeated the previous wave or not, the next monsters will appear after 1 minute. Finally, the program concludes that the last wave of monsters will be led by a boss-level creature, killing all monsters to pass the stage. 10 points for each monster. After completing all the stages, the score for this round will be doubled, totaling 2,000 points. Dozens of monsters are waiting just to take them down. The judges look at the big screen and analyze. This time it depends on how he handles it. The best way to deal with a summoner is to eliminate the summoner himself. This time Lam Mak Ngu will surely be flustered, right? Huyen Fong smiled with satisfaction. I think this test round will be the same as before and won't throw him off. At this moment, Mak Ngu is still using his usual move, close to the core. My warrior, the intense battle continues with dust swirling around, still without an end in sight. Mak Ngu silently thought that 3 times should be enough and calmly unleashed a fierce blue energy towards the battle. Soul of fiery flames. The wolves are scattered by the powerful energy you unleashed, and their howls echo in despair. The surrounding group was shaken and whispered by this unexpected disturbance. This kid still has a 3rd summoning creature. Damn it! Why didn't you release it from the beginning? You're finally releasing him now, you little brat. Why hide and cover up? That's right, the stronger you are, the more we enjoy. Mak Ngu yawns boredly, still collecting materials. He kept thinking that this competition wasn't challenging at all, even less exciting than the first time entering the West Sea Mine Dungeon, nothing surprising or remarkable. The onlookers couldn't believe how easily everything was resolved and started arguing in annoyance. Not interesting, I'm not watching anymore. This kid isn't interesting at all, I'd rather watch someone else. That's right, that's right. Tamai's side also had no trouble. She unleashed a fiery blast, a raging stream of fire that swept away the approaching monsters. A full assault is the true strength of the elemental mage. I can handle this round. Tu Hao also doesn't disappoint the viewers with his superior physical strength. He defeats the enemy effortlessly with his bare hands, shouting confidently, "E to kill." The audience watches their intense battles on the high-quality curved screen, discussing excitedly, mostly in awe and admiration. It's so scary. With so many monsters, how can we kill them all? Luckily, I gave up. That Lam Mak Ngu guy is really impressive. The monster was just summoned and was instantly slaughtered by his dry spear. Amidst the heated atmosphere, Cao Duong kept bragging non-stop about his status. Lam Mak Ngu is my boss, extremely powerful. Although he talks smoothly, Cao Duong's persistence up to the 6th monster is his limit, but he still can't hide his boastful nature as the boss. Now, let me tell everyone about how Boss Lam Mak Ngu cleared the nightmare-level dungeon alone. The people standing nearby doubted that Mak Ngu could clear the nightmare-level dungeon alone. How is that possible? Exactly. Are you fooling me? At that moment, the match entered its decisive seconds with only 5 people remaining, including Mak Ngu, who was the most relaxed, calmly standing there eating cake. Among the 5 remaining top contenders, one is wearing a black headband and is finally starting to show his strength. His name is Feng Tu, and he is currently a level 15 holy swordsman. He is from the Feng family swordsmanship clan and understands the rules of the competition well, knowing that the key to increasing points is after the 2nd round. Only now do everyone realize Feng Tu's intention. Turns out he was waiting for this moment. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Look at that Vuong Tu Hao is unleashing his berserk mode." The berserk state lasts for 5 minutes, increasing physical strength by 500% but reducing agility by 200%, and after it ends, he will be weak for 30 minutes. His entire body was engulfed in a blazing red light, and his strength surged accordingly. Then, he charged into battle with the monsters, with all his might. The battle was so fast that the eye could hardly keep up. At this moment, Manhwa had finished the cake in his hand, his expression unchanged, and finally it was the turn of the last monster. The decisive moment ended as the announcement sounded. The fourth round concluded with 5 people passing, and the rankings were announced below, showing Manhwa in first place with a total score of 3605, Tamai second with 2470, Hatuyet third with 2270, Vongtu Hao fourth with 2265, and Fongtu fifth with 2200. The lively discussion erupted, and after the announcement, everyone marveled. Only 5 people advanced, leaving only 5 for the 4th round. Will anyone truly pass the 5th round? The 4th round was already tough. I can't imagine how difficult the 5th round will be. Waiting for the next match, everyone is anticipating that the 5th round will be the real test to determine the winner. Hatuyet also takes a rest to regain her strength, wondering to herself, top 5 now. Getting into Awakens Academy should be no problem. After the last match, Tuyet Mai frowned slightly, but she was full of confidence and certainty. Awakens Academy, I am here. As if reading everyone's thoughts, the announcement sounded again, making everyone tense. I know you all want to enter Awakens Academy, but don't think that making it into the top 5 means you can relax. If your performance in this final round isn't outstanding enough, you will still be eliminated as before. If you want to enter the Awakens Academy, try to earn points. Everyone focused and listened. It's finally here. The announcement continues to ring out. Listening carefully to the rules of the 5th round, you will be teleported to different special spaces, battle arenas. A terrifying scene unfolds, with an army of monsters waiting eagerly in the distance to tear apart their prey. As the announcement said, the battleground will continuously spawn various monsters in huge numbers, initially over 100, including elites, leaders, and even bosses. The faster you kill, the quicker the monsters will evolve and become stronger, with their red eyes fixed on the target as the announcement continues. Everyone must control their own attack rhythm and pay attention to their score changes. The battleground is divided into 5 stages, with each stage's score being different. According to the rules, only you can see your own score. Even the judges do not know. The 5 teleportation portals appear following the announcement, and after entering the combat space, the judges can only see your score changes. So if you have any trump cards, do your best to use them, everyone. Good luck. Amid the gloomy sky, the score conversion table appears with lightning. Stage 1, Monster Level 15, 50 points per monster. Stage 2, Monster Level 16, 100 monster kill points. Stage 3, Monster Level 17, 200 monster kill points. Stage 4, Monster Level 18, 400 points for killing a monster. Stage 5, Monster Level 19, 800 points for killing a monster. The 5 outstanding individuals have entered the battlefield space. The atmosphere here is extremely oppressive and dark. At this moment, Mo Yu is looking down from above, with Jun Ko-lao behind him, waiting for orders. I can feel the place is filled with an atmosphere of death. Perhaps a great war beyond imagination once took place. You observe the vast army of monsters below the cliff with curiosity. You want us to feel the battlefield first? Those monsters below are 15th level Beastmen warriors from Phi Lam. They seem to have detected your sound and turned to attack, but Manhwa doesn't see them as a threat. Only their level, no attributes or skills. Their howls echo everywhere. Looking up at the countless lightning bolts striking from the sky, he silently wondered if it was their calls to summon others. Then he continued to observe as his dry corpse attacked. He realized that the physical attribute couldn't be low, but Manhwa paid no attention. You calmly command the dry long to attack. If 1 strike doesn't kill, then 2. In his hand, a blazing red source of power is concentrated, which is the explosion of the corpse. He launches it towards the monsters, and it immediately explodes upon impact. Your actions didn't escape the attention of the old men watching, causing them to panic. Manhwa has stepped in. A total of 4,150 points, with an additional 500 points gained once. Did he kill 10 monsters in the 1-star stage in a single strike? Manhwa repeatedly used the ultimate move to explode the corpses. If they have used their screams to attract others, then I just need to wait here for the monsters to come to the door. You observe the bodies of the monsters after they are defeated, but the corpses disappear after about 10 seconds. Mogo withdrew the body explosion technique and began summoning the dry corpse. It seems the plan needs to be adjusted a bit. The 9 dry liches charged forward to find the target as instructed by their master, guiding all the remaining monsters into one place. The skeletons quickly swept through the area, killing any they encountered and gradually funneling the rest together. After confirming the target was on the right track, Moyu continued using his technique to pull the monsters and trigger the explosion of the bodies. He stood above, tossing each exploding corpse down onto the monsters below like throwing stones into water, causing the surrounding chaos to erupt instantly. His crazy actions left the onlookers stunned with their mouths open and eyes wide open. What exactly did Lam Maknu do? Damn it, we didn't see it. Total score of 8605 points, an increase of 4,000 points in an instant. He already killed the first 100 monsters. Witnessing this, Nin Huyen Fong was just as shocked. What exactly did that kid do? What kind of profession is the Death Spirit Master really? What exactly are his limits? Makengju looked down and saw it was empty, feeling satisfied but still wondering if he would have to wait another minute to check again. Suddenly, fireballs descended from the sky, making him look up in curiosity. Makengju quickly ordered Ko Lao to block the attacks for him as two forces clashed, creating a loud explosion. As the smoke and fire clear, a new wave of monsters appears from afar. Firestorm, the Beastman Warrior Phi Lam, level 16. Makengju is protected by Ko Lao without a hint of worry. You look at the distant monsters, your eyes shining as if you've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Finally, the monsters are being cleared. It must be my turn now. On the other side, the monsters start rushing forward, and Maknu's skeleton warriors refuse to back down, advancing steadily. You follow the long-dead soldiers as they relentlessly attack, each of Makengju's undead warriors beginning to slaughter the newly appeared monsters. Once he had corpses, he used the summoning technique. Explosions rang out one after another, like a chain reaction. The people in the observation room were stunned as Maknu's score suddenly skyrocketed by another 6,000 points, and in an instant he had slaughtered 120 monsters. 14 to 605 points. His summoning creature is already so powerful, and with his group attack skill, just his soul flame skill alone is already extremely formidable. Some women even turned to whisper, "Is this profession already surpassing the legendary level?" The old man, after hearing, replied, "It might compare to those other professions, but there's not much to say in a short time. The strength at low levels doesn't mean you'll be strong at higher levels. Just keep observing." Over by Mongu, he looked at the battlefield and muttered to himself, "The aura of death is getting thicker again." Second stage? Looking at the columns of stone protruding, there are also a group of people dressed in robes, at least 40 scattered beastman teams around. Each attribute panel appears, revealing the Beast Archer Pai Lin at level 16. And the Beast Warrior Pai Lin at level 16. He muttered to himself that the level of the monster was increasing, and the number had also doubled. Given how difficult this is, other professions probably can't pass the second stage. Even if they do, it will take a lot of time, but for me there's no need to worry at all. The observation room started to discuss again. In the history of the Divine Fall Empire's competitions, only one profession changer managed to pass the third stage of the space conquest over 100 years ago. I think Lin Moyu has a real chance. His skills are too extraordinary. I suspect he has awakened his innate talent. A group of people casually chatting, if they truly awaken their innate talent, it would definitely be a great thing for humanity. Yes, a genius awakening their talent right after changing roles. Maybe the second time they change roles, they could awaken a new talent. For someone pretending to have a divine talent is already extremely rare, and those faking talent are even harder to find. So how could we be so lucky to encounter this? The ranking system appears on the screen. Lam Maknu is ranked first with a total score of 34,605, and Xiaozue is ranked second with a total score of 7,270. Third place has a total score of 6,200 for Fongtu. People outside the bureau are starting to get restless. Look quickly that Lam Maknu has already entered the second stage, a 100-point monster. He slaughtered another 200 monsters. This is completely just for points. If I had the authority, I would definitely give those bosses to him. In the capital city of the Divine Lower Empire, amidst the bustling city, a towering spire stands out in the center. It is the true body of the Trial Tower, one of the 3 great divine towers of the Divine Empire. Suddenly, purple points began to gather in the sky. A powerful force shot towards the tower at high speed, and suddenly, a loud voice boomed. Then a golden hand reached out to block, but only received the monster's sneer saying, "You can't hold it." The demon with red horns charged forward with dark energy, 2 opposing forces about to collide, but the hand couldn't stop that dark spear. As the power pierced through and entered the tower, the voice echoed again, "Kill yourself." The monster was hit, but it remained confident, claiming it was only a clone and that you could kill it if you wanted. However, before the brat inside the trial tower could finish speaking, that golden hand crushed the monster, causing its energy to explode. The 3 of them hovered and discussed, surprised that things from the abyss would dare to attack. The speed of that evil light was too fast. It seemed they were prepared. Their target is the children in the war zone. The figure on the left spoke, saying that the evil creatures from the abyss had sneaked in, disrupting the space inside the tower and causing the power of the abyss to corrupt the rules. Someone immediately responded, "The land inside the tower is originally taken from the essence of the abyss, which is very beneficial to them." Bai Yivian, the strongest in the God-Lower Empire, spoke, "How long will it take to restore order? What's going on? Why did all the monsters suddenly disappear?" The sound of high heels grew closer with each step. Han Tuyet shouted from behind Makngu. "What are you thinking, Han Tuyet? What happened in the battle space? Why did you encounter another contestant?" The two of us gathered, and I wondered, I was just fighting monsters and suddenly they all disappeared. "Do you know what happened?" Muakngu replied, "I don't really know." Tu Hao looked around in surprise and let out a small laugh. A figure of Yivian appears and says to them, "The children I am, Bai Yivian." Everyone below is in an uproar, Bai Shen, so it's Bai Shen. Someone with keen eyes noticed, "Why is Bakthan appearing again? Could something have happened in the space of the battle?" Yivian floats in the air, warning that the demons from the abyssal world are invading the battleground, and their target is you. We are working to repair the space rules, which will take about an hour. So in the next hour, you need to protect yourselves well. We don't know what methods the demons of the abyss will use against you, but I believe that as long as you stay united, even the invading power from the abyss can't harm us. He said seriously, "I am not afraid to fight, and I am not afraid to die." Tu Hao raised his sword and charged forward, repeating those words, "No fear of battle, no fear of death." Everyone shouted and fought back, "Unafraid of battle, unafraid of death, unafraid of battle, unafraid of death, unafraid of battle, unafraid of death." Mo Yu remained calm, thinking that even the weakest monster in the abyss was at level 70. If Bai Shen has said that we can resist their invading force, it means their strength must not be that powerful. The observation room was bustling, yet this kind of thing still happened. The abyss deliberately chose this competition, targeting the geniuses participating in the 5th round of the trial. This action aims to cut off the roots of our lower empire. If we don't handle it well this time, they will come every year from now on. Suddenly someone shouted, "Stop talking. Tell the outsiders not to panic. Believe in White God, and you all do the same." Suddenly someone shouted, "Believe in the White God." A blood-red moon appeared, causing the contestants to scream loudly. It is the blood moon of the abyss. The forces of the abyss are starting to move. Everyone prepare yourselves well. A group of shield-bearers step forward. To kill our comrades, you must first go through our armored knights. The monster's mocking laughter in response was quite fitting. Not surprising for the future of the Divine Empire, unfortunately, all of you must die. It smugly looks over the contestants. "An hour is enough to kill you all. Too bad I can't enjoy your delicious corpses here." The Beastman warrior Phi Lam descends into the tragic level 19 amid screams. Here she comes, a girl full of excitement. I remember now, the battle space has level limits, with the highest being level 19. The young man beside him feels a bit relieved. "That's right, why did I forget this? So why should we be afraid of them?" But when he saw their numbers, he shouted, "How can there be so many? They must be at least enhanced elite monsters. How do we do this? It's quite troublesome, but I can still handle it." Makungu, carrying his thoughts, stepped forward. "Enhanced monster elites, so aren't they similar to nightmare-level dungeons? Are these monsters going to give experience points because they are corrupted by the abyssal power and have mutated?" The battlefield is constantly filled with the taunts of the monsters. "Are you scared? Is that all?" Bai Shen said. "If you unite, you can win. You have over 100 people, just enough for one-on-one." Even Zi Hao, who was so fierce earlier, now hesitates, saying, "I can't win. Their breath makes it impossible for me to lift my weapon." But the remaining contestants still drew their swords and fought on. And Mo Yu did not stop either. His dry soldiers were also advancing. Hatuyet behind, worried non-stop. "What are you doing, Lam Goch? Hurry back. There are over 100 powerful mutated monsters over there." Makungu only left her with a word. "Go back." But Hatuyet shouted, "I don't want to." He replied coldly, "It's up to you." Makungu thought that her going along wouldn't affect him at all, so she could go if she wanted. What does this person want to do? He's rushing forward now. When your status screen appeared, showing that you were a level 16 Soul Spirit Summoner, everyone hesitated. What kind of profession is a Soul Spirit Summoner? Are those dry bones his summoning objects? A new profession, Summoner? What should we do? Do we need to keep dragging along together? Following Mo Ngu's lead, everyone began to move forward together. Tamai and Fongtu repeated Wai Vian's words. The divine envoy doesn't fear battle or death. The monster seems to be watching a joke. Finally, someone comes to offer their head. "You have quite a courage. I really don't want to kill you, but if you won't come to the abyss and serve me." "Have you decided now?" He looked up at the monster's voice. The gate of the abyss always open for you, secretly thinking that about 50 meters away, the sacrificial offering would reach its optimal effect. Is the contestant behind getting impatient and stopping? Why not go up anymore? Manga muttered, "This place is good." Then his hand suddenly burst into blue flames. An army of skeleton soldiers was quickly summoned, with a considerable number and formidable presence. The notification displayed indicating 100 bone soldiers. Everyone looked at those ancient soldiers with so many scars and wondered how he could have so many summoning objects. What kind of profession is this? Tamai was amazed. The speed is too fast. This summoning ability is even quicker than a stealth expert specialized in agility like me. The furious attack was unleashed on the dry soldiers. Seeing those hulking monsters, Mage was stunned. They were still alive. He observed Ko Lao's stamina steadily decreasing, thinking that with 1995 IU or 2500 stamina, the strength of this abyssal monster was probably around 3000. Manga calculated in his mind that he could withstand such many attacks, so his stamina must be over 3500. However, for the skill of sacrificial offering, the higher the stamina, the better. When you kill a monster, you immediately gain experience. Killed a level 19 Beastman warrior, gained 8,000 experience. Manga secretly rejoiced. As expected, experience was gained. Once the monster's corpse falls, that's when he uses the summoning skill. Manga knows that even with little experience, it's better than nothing. However, the number is actually not small. The summoned creature triggers another explosion. Next, a series of continuous explosions stunned everyone. What is happening? Throughout the training area, explosions from the test orbs occur on a large scale, with images of monsters exploding into pieces everywhere. The examinees are stunned, thinking, is it really that simple to kill them all? What kind of skill is this? How can it be so powerful? Tuhao sat slumped on the ground, muttering repeatedly, how is this possible? How can he be so powerful? Why can't I awaken this class? It's so unfair. Everyone cheers when they're around. This Death Spirit Master class is just too powerful. We're saved! We're saved! The monster looked at the undead army and exclaimed in horror, no way, this can't be happening. You provoke the Demon King and it wants to kill you. Drink your blood and eat your flesh. Then it launches a new attack. One by one, monsters burst out shouting, let's see how you handle this. All of you will die. All of you will die. Manga looked up at a red orb above and smiled. So you are here. The dry soldiers are fighting tirelessly, slashing at the monsters. Muru jumps high toward the blood moon, with a corpse leading the way. The Demon King was a bit confused and asked, what are you crazy? What do you want to do? Manga charged forward, using the corpse of the monster in front of him to cast the spell. The corpse explodes, and you immediately follow up with a soul flame attack. The monster roars in anger. I want to kill you! Kill you! Manga was a bit confused. Still alive? Keep using the soul flame. What kind of skill is this? How can you burn my soul? What kind of profession are you really? No way. This kind of profession cannot exist in this world. Then he stepped his foot onto the ground. At the same time, that monster was gradually disappearing. Yu only left a sentence. Entering the battlefield space comes at a heavy cost. Outside the tower, the three figures still hovered, one of them standing there in surprise and exclaiming. He was surprised and said, the disturbance from the abyssal power is significantly weakening. Evian couldn't contain his murderous intent and asked, are all the contestants in the tower dead? And Winjur calmly replied, no, I can sense the life breath of many humans, and the consciousness breath of the abyssal demons has become extremely weak. They are wounded. He chuckled after hearing this. I told you so. It's enough to make people worry to death. Are you a bit worried? Can you not casually unleash your breath next time? Vian hesitated, but since the abyssal demons exploit the power of the abyss to disturb the rules of space warfare, and even we cannot enter, who can harm them? Based on those level 15 and 16 contestants? In the battlefield, that monster suddenly erupted with power. Kill you, let me go up, kill him. The monsters below suddenly surged with strength. Everyone was terrified by their power. Everyone was extremely afraid. Manga looked at the notification board in shock. The summoner has leveled up after the talent upgrade. The range of the summoner will become 20 meters, and the damage will also become 150% of the target's health. Level 1 to level 2 of the summoning technique causes the corpse to explode, dealing 15% damage to enemy's health within 2 meters. He thought to himself, so does that mean skills need to be used repeatedly until familiar before they can level up? Manga stood up and looked at the monsters behind him, or rather, does every skill learned from scrolls require doing so to level up? Just in time, a beam of light shone down, and a level up icon appeared above Manga's head. leaving everyone stunned. Who is he that can use this kind of monster to level up? It seems his name is Lam Mak Nungu, a new profession. Luckily, we have him, or we would definitely be dead. The Demon King just recalled his minions and whispered, "It seems you can't go any further." He continued to threaten. "Your name is Lam Moyu. I remember you now. When you reach the abyss, I won't let it finish speaking. An explosion is triggered. Moyu directly uses the soul explosion to blow it up." Everyone looked up at the sky, cheering. "It's back to normal now. We won." The people outside also quickly realized that the abyss of consciousness had been destroyed. An Wen used his divine power to say that the battlefield was recovering. Yi Vian anxiously asked, "What about the kids?" He sighed and replied, "The kids are all safe and sound, with no casualties." Yi Vian was a bit confused. No casualties at all? In his mind, it didn't match my expectations at all. What exactly happened in the space of the battle? At this moment, Yi Yun decided to send the kids back first to prevent Wan Yi, then check what happened in the space of the war, and An Van immediately agreed. "Han, are you okay?" Maknu replied calmly. "Nothing's wrong." Ivian uses projection technology to announce that the power from the abyss has disappeared. The battlefield space has returned to normal, and you will be teleported back to the original testing ground. The results will be announced later. Hatuyet secretly rejoiced. "We have no way to fight those beastmen warriors. Luckily, we have this guy." The communication device in the tower announced that the combatant category competition has ended. Please wait for the final scores and evaluations. Haiyanfang stroked his chin and analyzed that the results of the combat-type competition were based on scores and evaluations. Having high scores doesn't necessarily mean you can get into top academies, and the evaluation also needs to be outstanding. The assessments from these 5 people differ from other contestants because they are directly given by the high authorities of the Divine Lower Empire. Huyanfang thought of Maknungu and wondered what had happened in the battlefield space, but also felt a bit of anticipation to see how the young Lam Maknungu would be evaluated. Waivian's group had already seen Maknungu after reviewing the internal projection. Evian looked at him with a puzzled expression and said, "This is introduced by An Van. The spirit tamer is someone I heard about before, a new profession that appeared in Taihai City, Jiangnin Province. I didn't expect it to be him who turned the tide." Well done. Based on his performance, it's clear he has all the qualities to become a top powerhouse, and he is praised constantly, calm, decisive in punishment, and with a strong profession. Not only does he have a powerful profession, but he must have also awakened a strong innate talent. Immediately, the crowd erupted with praise, saying this year's top talent is hard to beat. What's so difficult about that? Those fleeing are all soft eggs. Even if they go to the battlefield later, they'll just be cannon fodder. Not worth expecting, after all, they're just a bunch of teenagers. Lam Maknu is definitely outstanding. Everyone come discuss. Bangthan Tich has appeared, with Lam Maknu scoring 34.605, rating as excellent. Luke Van jumps up happily. First place in the Imperial exam, he's the top scholar now. The round-faced man chimed in. "Congratulations to Old Lou for the top scholar title, but Old Lou just wants to boast for another 30 years. Luke Van thought to himself, that kid Lam Maknu is impressive. Hatuyet was also very excited. "Congratulations, Lam Maknu, you really got the top scholar in love." Makangu calmly replied, "Thank you." Ngendengo then asked, "You can also smile?" Then Hatuyet casually said, "You look really good when you smile. Why haven't I seen you smile before?" Maknu felt a bit shy after hearing this. The notification board reappeared, showing second place Hatuyet with a score of 7,600, rated excellent. The people around praised, "Lao Luke Fat, second place is also yours. I really envy you." Those words made Lu Wen puff up his chest. Then the ranking display appeared. Third place Feng Yun 6,700, excellent rating. BNT Samai 6,325, excellent rating. Fifth place Wang Zihao with 6,300 points, rated poorly. Zihao felt like he was falling into a deep abyss, questioning himself inwardly. Poorly rated? Why are these ratings given? Don't say it's the Hakin Academy. Even the top 20 colleges in the Empire don't want to accept me. He turned pale and shouted in protest, "I don't accept this. Why? What makes you think I'm inferior? It's not fair." The system immediately removes him without further explanation. Wang Zihao violated the exam rules and was expelled. He could only shout one word, "No," just before being thrown out. The announcement of the combat profession for the top scholar of Ninjiang this year continues. Linmo Yu Cao Yang and his friends cheer loudly. "See, that is my boss, top scholar. The provincial top scholar." The system continues to remain silent. The order from the Empire was delivered. The crowd fell silent. The order from the Empire. Isn't the provincial top scholar still not the end? At this moment, the system has new information. Lin Moy has become the national top scorer in this year's exam. Everyone watched in shock. What? National top scholar. Lu Yan was suddenly so excited he froze in place. You're not hearing things, right? The national top scholar. Luke Van laughed as if he was about to transcend his body. The top scholar. The national top scholar. Everyone was stunned by this. Old Lu, are you okay? Don't get too excited. Be careful with your health. You're not hearing things. This time you can boast for a lifetime. The followers are also celebrating. The national top scholar, our Ninjiang province, has produced the top scholar. Lam Mak Ngu is amazing. Later, I want my son to attend the #1 high school. Tamai spoke up. Lam Mak Ngu, congratulations. Thank you, Fong Tu. If it weren't for you this time, we would have all been in big trouble, McNu said warmly as he shook hands. You should do it, Tamai asked. You also want to take the entrance exam for Hakin Academy, right? Feng Tu smiled broadly. See you at Hakin Academy, I'll treat you to a meal then. McNgu nodded seriously and said yes. Hatuyet shyly broke the awkward silence. This guy doesn't like to talk much. We've been classmates for 3 years and I haven't even spoken 10 words to him. He immediately corrects himself to 26. So is that really the total number of words we've exchanged in 3 years? This explanation only makes the atmosphere more awkward. The two friends just cover their mouths and laugh, while Hatuyet should also be heading up the mountain. Then inside Lam Mongu's house, he announced, Sister, I can enter Hakin Academy very soon, Mom. I've become the top scholar nationwide. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound outside and he looked out. Principal Lu, why are you here? What caught Ngu's attention was a tall figure exuding an overwhelming aura, clearly indicating this person was not ordinary. The boy immediately became alert, feeling an oppressive breath that made breathing difficult. Mogu immediately drew his sword, ready to fight, and the dry warrior had already been summoned, but that figure had transformed back into Yi Yuan. He looked at you with praise, and his reaction was quite good. At this moment, Ngu bowed respectfully and was honored to meet Lord Bakthan. Vivian responded, This time I am here to talk about the Hakin Academy. He is very pleased with Ngu, calm and cautious, with excellent instinctive reactions, truly a promising seedling. At this moment, gentle sunlight filters through the window. The quiet space was broken by Lu Yun's voice. Don't mind him. Ngu's sister got into Hakin Academy last year, so he's been living alone ever since. Evian admired her even more. Despite their family circumstances, the two sisters managed to get into Hakin Academy, which was truly admirable. A genius like him is even rarer. A stats panel appeared. Bone soldier, strength, agility, stamina, spirit. Evian looked over and wondered. Attribute 4050. Normal attribute. So what did you do in the battle space? Ngu was momentarily stunned and thought, attribute 250. It seems others can't see the attribute of the cot bin after it was upgraded with talent. Evian gradually realized what talent you had awakened. Luo Yun excitedly asked, Ngu, did you really awaken your talent? I have the innate talent of leveling up all skills. He said that there are 2 things I came here for this time. One is to give you the reward from Hakin Academy, and the other is to take you to the Academy. There will be a trial session the day after tomorrow, and I hope you can participate. Ngu wondered what the test would be like. Yi Yuan explained, it is a trial organized by the Hakin Academy. All participants in the trial are internal staff, and we can only provide you with specific information after you agree to participate. Based on Ngu's words, participation is not mandatory. The decision is mine. What does being an internal staff member mean? It has to be kept secret. It seems the trial content isn't ordinary. Seeing your hesitation, Vian continued. I won't reveal the details, but I can tell you that this trial opportunity is very rare. Originally, you weren't supposed to participate in this trial. Ngu nodded without hesitation and said, I agree. He happily took out something from his pocket. In that case, I will reward you first. As the top scholar nationwide, your prize is not small. Ngu wondered about the skill scroll. Yi Yuan handed over a card, the first reward being 100,000 bonus points for him on top of the exam score. Your points are all here, you've probably heard about it, and they are even more useful than money at the academy. 2 scrolls also appeared on the table. A basic skill scroll and an intermediate skill scroll. Yivian continued explaining that the 3rd reward was based on your performance in the battle space, granting you enough privileges to enter the God Tower once. Ngu replied, I understand. You think Bakthan said that because it must be very important. Vian turned away, not forgetting to remind him to pack up, and said he would take him to Hakin Academy. Luke Vantine and the others walked through the night, encouraging him without holding back. Keep going, kid. In an instant, the two had transported to the inside of the academy, where in front of them stood a stone engraved with the 4 characters of Hakin Academy. Evian seems proud to say that this gate is both a door and a weapon, and even the strongest experts would have to pay a heavy price to force it open. Let's go. Inside, he spoke, "This is the dormitory. Stay here today. I'll go ahead, rest well. Someone will come to pick you up tomorrow." Makangu nodded in response. Kamvan bowed his head in greeting. "Lord Baishen." He frowned and looked up, pondering what this person's identity might be. Being personally received by Lord Baishen, his tone when speaking to Baishen remained so cold. Kamvan asked, "Are you Lam Mo Yu?" Makangu confirms, "Yes." He asked happily, "Where do you want to stay?" Kamvan began to introduce the prices. "We have various options including a 4-person dormitory, a 2-person room, and a single room. There are also detached villas. The first option is a villa with a training yard for 4 people at 500 points per month. The second option is for 2 people at 1,000 points per month. The single room costs 2,000 points per month, which is 10,000 points more than the villa per month. In the end, he decided that different accommodations have a big price difference, and the training villa doesn't have a specific price yet. Kamvan rambled at this moment. "Student Lam, I know you just finished the exam and scored quite well, but I still advise you to save as many points as possible, because there will be many places to use points later. First, living in a 4-person or 2-person room, ignoring the direct language. I want to rent a single dormitory. I also think to myself, I really should save a bit on the single dorm." Unaware that this decision made Kamvan turn pale and question again, his dorm fee was definitely paid with impulsive money. If he didn't learn to save now, he would regret how difficult the review process would be. Makangu Vo Kam replied indifferently, "Yeah." In the blink of an eye, everything was arranged. The single dormitory for Lam Maknu. "You are straightforward. Take this room." Kamvan nods and guides you. "All right. Lam, please give me your ID card so I can register." Holding the card reader, he was so frightened he was stunned. Units of 10,000, 100,000, million. "How do you have so many points?" Makangu explained. The national top scholar's reward. Kamvan was stunned by 300,000. No wonder he wanted a single room. He secretly blamed his unlucky fate. "Since entering the academy, I've only earned a total of 10,000 points. Not even half of what he has." After finishing, Kamvan left. "All right, from now on, this room is your dormitory. Rest well, call me if you need anything, and remember to buy a communication device tomorrow, or it will be very inconvenient." Moyu looked outside and sighed to himself. There are still people practicing their skills. No wonder they are students of Shijing. Everyone is working hard, and under this atmosphere, leveling up will definitely be faster than before. The next day, the doorbell rang just after Moyu finished meditating. Behind the door was Y's bright smile. "What's wrong?" "You don't recognize me?" Maknu smiled gently in acknowledgement. She enthusiastically took Makangu's hand and led him away, taking him to breakfast and then to meet the Ha-Kin Academy. They finally arrived at the academy's cafeteria. "Let me do it," and then he actively swiped his card. Y was panicked. "Why are you paying with points? You can use money here. Places where you can use money definitely don't accept points." Makangu looked pitiful. "I have no money, only points." Hearing that, she replied, annoyed, "I have no money. So tell me I am so poor, I only have points, don't waste them. Points are hard to earn." I was speechless when she saw the bill. Luckily, it was only 5 points. Wait a moment. She was so shocked that she dropped the cake she was holding in her mouth. "Why do you have so many points?" Y warned, "Remember this. In the future, you must never use points where money can be used. Points are only for buying swords and weapons. Even if your points are many, Maknu had to accept this." After a hearty meal and a walk, he said, "This is for you." Wag immediately looked happily at the energy core in his hand. "It's beautiful. This must be the core of the U-Spirit King, right?" But she suddenly turned to look at Maknu and asked in panic, "Do you know its value?" "These are the 5 core items of the Love Demon King. The boss's jewelry, if traded, would be worth at least 1 million gold coins." "Are you really giving this to me?" After Makangu confirmed it was real, she immediately showed her delight and carefully lifted the treasure. "Thank you. Then I won't hold back anymore." You think to yourself, this item is so valuable. It seems the Royal Guild is really cheating. The school is shining brightly under the morning sun. The two of them continued exploring different places, guided by Y. After a while, in the registrar's office, Y spoke up, "All right, your enrollment procedures are complete." Magu wondered why she couldn't trace information about my sister, Lam Makhan. The data was empty, and Y could only guess that she might be on a secret special mission for the academy, or perhaps she had joined a more exclusive academy, like the Divine Light Academy, and your sister might have entered some other academy. She reassured him, "It's okay, don't worry, nothing's wrong." Moyu replied, "Thank you." I urged, let's go. We should focus on the main matter. Today I'm taking you to get familiar with the academy, but I still have a mission. Walking into a classroom, she stood at the front and loudly called out, "Sister Dao Tzu, I've brought someone, the national top scorer." The girl stepped forward, shook his hand, and then introduced herself. "Hello, Tuong Dao Dao, level 23 Spirit Knight." You also politely responded to Lam Maknu, a level 17 Death Spirit Master. Lang Tran suddenly appeared and made a sarcastic remark. "You're only level 17, what are you joking about? Even if you want to bring someone, don't bring some random dog or cat." "What do you mean by that, Lang Tran?" "Be careful with your words. Maknu is the top scholar in the country." But her impatience only made Lang Tran mock further, saying, "Compared to our hidden dragon team, the national top scholar is nothing." Then he sneered contemptuously, having seen the national top scholar before. They were all just trash. After saying that, Lang Jin moved closer to Mo Yu. "Is your name Lam Mak Yu? I know you were personally recommended by Lord Bai Shen. Don't think that being connected to Lord Bai Shen gives you the right to do whatever you want." His eyes flashed with killing intent as he emphasized each word. "In my hidden dragon team, entry is only based on strength. This trial is fine to bring you along, but I ask you to keep quiet. Say nothing, and best not make any sound or cause trouble for us." In that moment, the killing intent grew stronger and stronger, accompanied by Lang Tran's warning. "If not, I will be the first to not hold back with you." Mcngu thought to himself, "The young lady of the Ha family is even more arrogant than this guy. You can't stay silent and swallow another word from Lang Tran. Just say two deadly words, anxious and panicked." Lang Tran, as if stepping on a mine, slowly darkened his face, and the accumulated killing intent finally erupted. He used all his strength, rushing closer and closer to Mo Nu. "What did you say?" I immediately shouted in shock. "Lang Tran, do you dare to attack?" Dao Dao also quickly took a defensive stance, creating a magic barrier, and angrily looked at the frantic man and said, "Lang Tran, stop." He clenched his teeth upon hearing this, but ultimately had to back down. "Dao Dao, consider it a favor from me." And with that, Lang Tran walked away. Dao Dao, feeling very sorry, turned back and told Mak Nangu, "We will leave at 9 tomorrow morning. Meet here, and I can only tell you the details of the trial tomorrow." Mak Nangu, who was watching Lang Tran walk away, replied, "I understand, thank you." IYY quickly spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. "Let's go. We need to buy some things to prepare." Wait until Y and Makangu are about to leave the room. Dao Dao steps forward to scold him. "Lang Tran, I know you're upset, but you can't let personal grudges affect the trial, especially since he was introduced by Lord Bakthan." Hearing this, he not only remained unmoved, but also angrily replied, "I have my limits. I just want to see what kind of person is replacing my brother." Hearing that, Dao Dao continued to advise, "Although this may not mean much to us, to become a top scholar there must be something that sets him apart. Moreover, his profession is the only one of its kind to have appeared." As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a sarcastic remark from Lang Zhen. "Even if you bring someone, they should be somewhat useful, as new professions appear every year, mostly garbage. This spirit seer is no different." Over here, Y is also advising Mak Nangu. She gently pats his shoulder and says, "Don't compete with that guy, he's a lunatic. Let's go buy some medicinal herbs, magic potions, and a communication device." She suggests that we need 10 bottles of pink blue potion and a communication device. Mak Ngu took out some weapons and items and said to her, "Please help me sell these." The system quickly updated the status. Lam Maknu is in the process of distinguishing, and he is especially happy. She smiles and says, "From now on, I can bother you anytime." Then she suggested, "Add me as a good friend first." Maknu Hao responded happily. The screen then shows a message saying, "Adding as a good friend." Not long after, the two of them arrived back at your room. I happily said goodbye, "See you at the trial." He responded seriously, "Yeah." In the room, Mak Ngu muttered to himself that he still needed to prepare more for this trial. With that in mind, he quickly grasped the basic skill scroll and commanded it to be used. A surge of power immediately erupted. Mak Ngu track ma'am, understood. At the same time, the system notification also appeared. "You have learned the skill curse of slowing down." As he read, he sank into his own thoughts. After the upgrade, the range extends to 50 meters, and the slow effect also reaches 50%. The duration also extends to 10 minutes. Thinking of this, Mo Yu couldn't help but marvel. Another divine skill. Then he began to review his skills. His skills can now be divided into the summoning, attack, and curse systems. No matter the system, they are all very important and powerful, which makes Maknu even more eager to acquire more. He silently hoped to learn other skill systems in the future. The next day early in the morning, Y called Maknu. "Let's get up. The sun is already shining on your butt. I'm downstairs. Let's have breakfast together and go." Mak Ngu quickly agreed. Not long after, in the familiar room, Dao Dao announced to everyone that after teleportation, no wandering around was allowed, and Lan Zhen on this side also didn't forget to mock Mengju. "Hey kid, don't hold us back." Why immediately responded, sticking out her tongue and saying, "You also just don't hold us back." Seeing that, Dao Dao could only helplessly pat her own forehead. Even if you have conflicts, just settle them after the trial. You all know how important this trial is. Now introduce your classes. As the words finished, a stylish girl with orange hair spoke up. New Notch. Elder Spirit Level 20. A rare class, followed by the introduction of a young man with yellow eyes, Gao Xianzhu at level 20, a rare class. "It's Lang Tran's turn," he said lazily. Lang Tran is a level 21 mage with an uncommon profession. Next is Dao Dao, who calmly introduces herself as Dao Dao, a spirit knight level 23 with a rare profession. When it's his turn, he casually introduces Lin Mo Yu, a death spirit master level 17 with a hidden unique profession. Finally, Ning Yi, a level 19 shadow assassin with an extraordinary profession, waited for everyone to finish their introductions before taking out a spirit stone. She seriously warned, "In this trial, we must stay united, or don't blame me for being rude." YYY Pioneer shows her determination. "Don't worry, Sister Dao Dao, we will definitely not interfere with the trial." As soon as the words finished, the spirit stone activated its full power, releasing a faint blue energy that easily enveloped everyone. Dao Dao seized the opportunity and shouted, "Hakin Academy and TM Long Academy prepare for teleportation trial." Immediately, a gigantic and terrifying tower appeared before them. A blinding red light full of death appeared at the top of the tower, confirming it was the lower divine tower. Mengju was also surprised and thought to himself that the divine tower was in the sky. Before he could regain his composure, they felt a powerful energy pulling them in. Makengu wondered if it was the power of the divine tower teleporting them. Soon after, their group arrived at the Mermaid Island, which was surrounded by a magical barrier. Seeing the blue glowing stone in front of her, Dao Dao said, "This is the mission stone. Everyone who touches it can learn about this trial mission." As she finished speaking, Mengju touched it, and the mission notification quickly appeared. The trial mission advances to the Mermaid Tears dungeon, where defeating the final boss grants the Mermaid Tears. The team entering the island is limited to 6 people, with the highest average level being level 20. And the Mermaid Tears only drop in Nightmare difficulty dungeons. The Mermaid Tears only drop 3 times. By this point, you should understand. In other words, only the top 3 teams that complete the dungeon can receive Mermaid Tears. The Mermaid Tears dungeon is located at the center of the Mermaid Island. After some thought, I realize it's just a dungeon run after all, so is there something special about the Mermaid Tears? Dao Dao here isn't very happy. She frowns, surprised that this trial mission is on Mermaid Island. YY, hearing this, becomes even more curious and asks, "Sister Dao Dao, you've done many trial missions and have lots of experience. Tell us about it." Dao Dao began to recall and said, "The Mermaid Tears can create a special equipment with great effects. The location of Mermaid Island is not within our Divine Empire's territory, and only 3 drops of Mermaid Tears fall each year. So besides our Divine Empire, other countries come to Nereid Island every year, and the scene of people from all over arriving here, eager to possess the treasure, unfolds before us." She continued, "Our Hidden Dragon Academy has a total of 10 teams, and we are team number 2. In other words, we not only have to compete with students from our academy, but also with professional teams from other countries." Huh? "So what should we do if we come into conflict with a team from another country?" Dao Dao replied with the same thoughtful expression. "There have been similar incidents before, but at most they only guarded the dungeon entrance to prevent entry." As she said this, she grew even more tense. But don't underestimate it. Deadly situations have happened before. If a conflict really breaks out, act accordingly. Saving lives is the most important. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Mengju reassured her, "Don't worry, we won't face that situation." Dao Dao added, "All right, we're ready to enter the Mermaid Island at the high section." Adding statuses, he quickly responded, "All right, in this way, each wave of statuses is gradually enhanced with increased power, agility, defense, and mana activation." Mak Nungju felt the changes in his body and estimated that his 4 attributes increased by 30%, his skill power by 20%, lasting for an hour. He silently acknowledged that fairy chi is indeed a powerful support profession. Unfortunately, the enhancement effect of the fairy skill is still too weak compared to my innate talent. Then he summoned the Bone Soldier again and wondered. That's right, what would happen if we add the state of immortal chi to the Bone Spirit? The Bone Spirit immediately succeeded in intimidating the enemy. He shouted in panic, "Damn it, an undead summoning creature?" Seeing that, Y smiled reassuringly. "Don't be afraid. They are all very adorable cot bin." Makangu also turned to him and said, "Please add a state to the bone soldier. Thank you." Duan Gao hesitantly replied, "All right," but after adding the state for a while, he was helpless and said, "My skills can't be used on it." Makangu thought to himself, "Maybe it's because my talent is too strong, so my blessing skill directly overshadowed Duan Gao's talent." Thinking he had seized the opportunity, Lang Tran immediately sneered that even the status could not be added. "This summoning item and its owner are both trash. So what? Do you want to fight?" As soon as he finished speaking, an arm suddenly raised to block his view. Dao Dao angrily reminded him, "If you want to fight, go back and fight after the trial is over." Lang Tran didn't reply, but inside he was blaming himself. Damn it, after his summoning object looked at me, I felt like dying, my body freezing cold. As I finished my thoughts, the shout about the trial echoed everywhere. "The trial has begun. Head to the island." Dao Dao Fang Rua rushes forward, reminding herself, "Our target is the mermaid dungeon. Move quickly, we may not need to fight the wild monsters." Muon Gok immediately responded clearly. Not long after, their group moved closer to the stream bank where a merfolk soldier was hiding. Seeing their figures from afar, it quickly dove into the water. When the group approached, it suddenly appeared, attacking directly at Dao Dao. As for this monster, it is a merfolk soldier, level 19, with 300 strength, 150 agility, 200 spirit, and 320 stamina, with no skills. But that didn't make their group weaker. Dao Dao quickly escaped its deadly bite. Taking advantage of the power of fire, their group successfully attracted the attention of the soldier. Seizing the opportunity, Y quickly launched a surprise attack from behind. In this way, a fatal blow cut the monster's neck in half. A quick notification appeared. Killing the 19th level mermaid soldier, 1500 experience gained, team leader Tang Dao Dao received fish scales. But this is only the beginning. Other soldier monsters are arriving one after another, and Lang Zhen sets a fire to burn down a large area of space. Diao Diao observes the situation and judges that a level 21 monster has now appeared. At this rate, it will take another 3 hours to reach the center of the island. Our speed is too slow. We can't keep fighting monsters. Muon Gok, you're in charge of controlling them. We'll rush in directly. Muon Gok replied. Understood. She quickly used her wind's binding power without forgetting to shout. Hurry and go. I've got it under control. 20 minutes later, the monsters are still swarming in large numbers. There are many groups moving against them ahead. Dao Dao's team looks into the distance and regretfully says, "We are still falling behind. If we charge straight ahead, what are our chances of success?" Looking at the situation ahead, Dao Dao nervously thought that rushing forward might lead to being surrounded and in danger, but taking care of everything would at least take an hour, meaning they would fall behind completely. At this moment, Mo Yu confidently said, "I'll do it," which surprised her a bit. Lang Tran didn't miss the chance to mock you. What can a weak level 17 do? You haven't even fought once the whole way. What are you good for? Just like always, quickly shut him up. That Lang guy shut his foul mouth, but he still kept targeting Mo Ningu. You'd better keep hiding behind the women. At this moment, Dao Dao also looked worriedly at Lam Mak Nu and asked what he was going to do. His obvious response was to use the bone soldier to distract the mermaid monster. At this moment, she suddenly realized, that's right, he has a summoning item, so she happily said, then leave it to him. As soon as she finished, the Kotbin charged into the encircling soldiers. Everyone couldn't help but marvel. The speed is too fast. The monsters are gradually decreasing in number. Dao Dao seized the opportunity and quickly took command. The path has been cleared. Let's go. Not long after, everything was arranged perfectly. The bone soldiers had been summoned back to the summoning space. Dao Dao raised her hand to praise Mian Yu, saying, "You did well. Luckily we have you this time." Lang Zhen complained, "Why didn't you do that from the beginning? If not, we would have been on the mountain long ago and wouldn't be falling behind." Wai shot him a sharp look and shouted, "Don't fart around here. If you've got the guts, go up yourself." Hearing that, Lang Zhen not only felt no shame, but also mocked more sharply, saying, "Isn't it just relying on summoning objects? Maybe you're just a useless piece of trash." In response, Mo Yu Zhu coldly uttered his final words. At this moment, Miao Yao suddenly shouted, "Run now!" Suddenly, a large number of high-ranking soldiers rushed out to attack them. Dao Dao shouted in panic, "Retreat now!" At the same time, a person from the Cherry Blossom country appeared, holding a summoning talisman in their hand. As soon as those words finished, the summoning talisman shot like a storm towards the group in masks, followed by a swarm of divine beasts with horse heads and human faces. Some people shouted in horror, "The psychic skill of that summoning master is said to be able to summon ancient divine spirits." Miao Yao angrily asked, "Why do they have to do this?" Dao Dao broke out in a cold sweat and replied, "They want to prevent us from climbing the mountain." Sure enough, that Japanese national quickly mounted a divine beast and left some sarcastic words behind. Just wait here. If you can't escape, use the teleportation stones to return. This mermaid dungeon belongs to our England island. Not only the Manga group, but other groups also got stuck because of this. Some people shouted in anger, Kong Kong, summoning beast tamers are a legendary profession. It seems the Japanese cherry blossom country has already taken out all the easy targets. There are now hundreds of mermaid monsters gathered here, and it will take at least an hour to deal with them all. Are you a summoner or not? No monsters? Go away. She quickly asked again. Do you think summoners can do anything? Even hundreds of monsters are useless against a summoner, but the results have proven it to be effective. The core soldiers quickly led the troop to another location, amid whispers all around. Whose summoning item is this? It has already led the monsters away. That's good, but some still feel regretful. Unfortunately, 2/3 of the monsters are still remaining. Dao Dao finally relaxed her face and happily said, so you have 2 summoning objects. Meanwhile, Mongu still coldly ordered Binko to distract those monsters. You secretly think there's no need to compete and let these idiots waste their experience points. The crowd is once again in an uproar. Another one has arrived, my good brother. The trial is over. I invite you to go have a drink. Cheers are ringing out everywhere and many people are stunned. So, there's even a third one, whose summoning item is this from which brother? Thank you so much. After a while, the sound everyone was waiting for finally arrived. It's okay, brothers, go ahead. Don't let those summoner spirit beasts get arrogant. The group immediately turned to thank Macnu for clearing the way. Brother, next time in the dungeon, we'll bring you along again. Thanks, brother. Brother Dao Quoc over here hasn't gone far, and when I turn around, I can just make out the figures of the other group. He was surprised, huh? What's going on? How did they manage to get up there? With so many monsters, they should have kept them busy for at least an hour. Seeing that the plan was not satisfactory, he quickly resorted to another strategy, swiftly positioning the archers while doubting how they managed to deal with the mermaid monsters and needing to stop them. Meanwhile, Macnu quickly noticed a rain of arrows heading toward her, likely from the Japanese archers. The order to attack was quickly given, and the mage raised a protective shield. Macnu said, "The battle has begun. I is very excited about this battle." She says, "With you and your bone soldiers here this time, I definitely won't be afraid. After the first battle, we lost quite a few people on our side, and in the end, we had to come up with a solution. No, our team is too chaotic. We need to reorganize, preferably with a powerful mage." This opinion was quickly supported. Yes, we lost quite a few people at the foot of the mountain. We need to reorganize to suppress Japan. At this moment, Lang Tran came to find Dao Dao and said, "Captain, I want to join another team." Surprised, she watched as he pointed to Macnu and continued, "Either he goes or I go, Captain. You choose." Duangao, who had been standing to the side, now spoke up, saying, "Lang Tran, you're going a bit too far." Nuang Ngok agreed. "That's right. If it weren't for Lam Macnu distracting the monsters, we wouldn't have been able to get up at all. He's the most fierce one." She said, "Lang Tran, you're really no good." While Dao Dao was still silently thinking, Lang Tran's pride reached its peak. He thought the team leader would definitely choose me. The other teams are all looking for a mage, and this team can't be without the transporter like me. So the only option is to kick him out. Heaven does not disappoint those who work hard, but ultimately lets him down. In the end, Dao Dao finally made her decision. "If that's the case, Ling Zhen, you should leave the team." Ling Zhen was immediately stunned, unable to believe his ears. He shouted, "What? Captain, let me leave the team. If I leave, then your trial this time is useless. Don't you want to enter the Holy Light Academy?" Dao Dao remained unmoved and replied, "I want to go in, but you forgot my profession. I am a spirit knight. I have my beliefs. I cannot meet your demands." At this point, Lang Tran could no longer turn back. He turned his back and didn't forget to threaten. "If that's the case, don't regret it." The system quickly updated, and Lang Zhen had already withdrawn from the team. Mo Yu then spoke up, "Let's go into the dungeon." Hearing that, the team leader asked in surprise, "What?" But Cherry Blossom, before you finished speaking, he already urged us to move. "Daisy, let's go into the dungeon now." She became even more confused. But how do we get in? Chao Duan and Miu Nguch also share the same fate as the captain, only able to look at each other and say, "We'll follow behind." Watching Macnu walk ahead, Dao Dao silently thought, "At worst, we'll retreat. With me here, there won't be any danger." But does Y really trust Lam Macnu that much? Not long after, they arrived at the place, and in front of them was a giant gate leading into the dungeon. The English Cherry Blossom group angrily shouted, "Get back quickly. Divine beings are not allowed to enter the dungeon." As the surrounding groups quickly realized that it was the summoned brother mage. "Let's go together and don't let the English cherry people bully our divine allies to protect him." Lan Zhen saw this and sneered. "Foolish. Do you want to sacrifice yourself?" Sure enough, moments later, a Chow-headed spirit beast charged forward to tear those people apart. The captain and the others all focused their spirits, ready to fight, including Manhwa. He coldly ordered Kotbin to go. The bone soldiers nearly tore apart the beast with their first attack, destroying the summoned divine beast in a single move. The group was stunned, their eyes wide with shock. What? Does Lin Mo Yu really have such powerful summoning objects? Myun Gotch couldn't believe what she had just seen. These bone soldiers blocked all attacks. The group of Andao Kwok was even more terrified. They wondered, what kind of demon profession is this? Why are there so many summoning items? What kind of toy are those skeletons? Our attacks are completely ineffective, they look very fragile, and could be knocked away at any moment, and in the end, they just came to that conclusion. They want to enter the dungeon. As soon as they realize it, they rush like arrows towards the group in robes, shouting to stop them. Here, you are calmly selecting the nightmare level, with a deathly demon skull emblem appearing on your chest. In the blink of an eye, their spot was suddenly empty. Only 2 talismans lying abandoned on the ground. The Andao Kwok group grew even more furious, but could do nothing. At this moment, their group has entered the dungeon, surrounded by water and steep cliffs. Dao Dao anxiously keeps looking towards Manhwa. Seeing her gaze, Wai quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, your dry lizard is very powerful." Only then did Dao Dao feel relieved and reply, "All right, I hope we can release more dry lizards. I will do my best to stop the monsters." Then she immediately issued an order, "Myun Gotch, prepare for me right now and grant me control." Myun Gok cheerfully replied, "Don't worry, Sister Dao Dao, I will go to Truk Fuk." Suddenly, a notification appeared. The elite mermaid warrior level 21 was defeated, gaining 10,000 experience and receiving a summon. Myun Gotch was surprised. Wait, what's happening? The sudden surge was just as surprising. Why did I suddenly gain experience? The notifications kept coming. The elite mermaid warrior level 21, with 2,000 strength, 1,200 agility, 800 spirit, 2,200 stamina, and the howling skill. Only then did everyone realize the meaning of slaughter. At the same time, Mongu was still giving orders to Ko Lao to continue searching for targets. Dao Dao looked on and thought to herself, even though her Ko Lao had just slaughtered a powerful elite monster in the Nightmare Dungeon, even a perfectly coordinated team would take at least 1 or 2 minutes. Seeing that, he happily said, "I told you, Manhwa's Ko Lao is very powerful. Everyone follow quickly." Duangao spoke up again. "Wait a moment, the status still hasn't been added," but Dao Dao quickly dismissed this idea and said, "Don't worry about the status anymore, follow them quickly and then talk." Not far away, Ko Lao was still relentlessly attacking the enhanced monsters with terrifying strength. Dao Dao still couldn't believe her eyes. She kept telling herself that for the first time she felt the dungeon fight was so gentle. In the past, she had to stand in front to watch every attack of the monsters and protect her teammates, but this time it seemed she no longer needed to attract the monster's hatred. Duangao told Miaoyu, "It seems we don't need to be involved." She nodded in agreement, as if we don't need to do anything at all. Just like that, they quickly cleared most of the dungeon. When they reached the final waterfall, Mo Yu thought to herself, "There's no way out. The monsters in this dungeon aren't many either." When Wai looked down into the water, she immediately realized that what was beneath was truly a boss. As she finished speaking, a giant snake raised its head. This must be the serpent mount of the Mermaid Queen leader, level 23, with 3,600 power, 5,500 agility, 3,000 spirit, 5,000 stamina, and skills like Crushing Blow, Death Grip, and Poison Venom. Seeing its strength, Manhwa also feels a bit overwhelmed. You think its attributes are even higher than the Demon King, with the 4-dimensional attributes of the Skeleton King at 2,700? Dao Dao volunteered, "I'll go fight the monster." But Manhwa just shook his head and said no need. As soon as he finished, the Ko Lao, who had been running over unnoticed, charged into battle with the snake. It quickly reappeared after being shattered, with the sound of collisions echoing through the dungeon. After a while, they realized a problem. "It's too agile. What should we do?" Manhwa still calmly said, "It's okay." After saying that, he raised his arm filled with blazing red power and quickly used a curse to slow it down. And so, the miracle happened. The magic chains appeared and wrapped around it, slowing its speed. Seeing what just happened, Dao Dao asked curiously, "Is this a curse-type skill?" Mo Yu responded, "That's right." Hearing the answer as expected, Dao Dao couldn't help but think more. Having just summoned a powerful creature and learned what the Death Spirit Summoner's curse skill really is, Ko Lao continued, desperately squeezing death to attack the snake, when suddenly a murky stream of water gushed out from its mouth. My silent curse mumbled, "My dry lizard is an undead summoning creature, so the poison infection has almost no effect on it." After that, the snake was pierced through the head by a spear from the dry lizard and died in great pain. Dao Dao's eyes widened. Is it really over like this? To confirm her question, a notification appeared immediately, awarding the Mermaid Queen's snake companion 50,000 experience points, a level silver-grade defensive tool, a snake-scale armor, and a mid-tier monster core. She smiled and said, "Don't act foolish anymore." "Let's go, Cow," still lost in the battle just now, immediately replied, "I haven't done anything yet but gained so much experience." As soon as she finished speaking, Dao Dao urged again, "Let's go." Following Lin Mo Yu, based on the name of the previous leader's pet snake, the Mermaid Queen must be the final boss. The group quickly moved deeper, and as they went further, the smell of fish grew stronger until he couldn't bear it and covered his nose, saying, "The fish smell here is too strong." At the same time, a vast castle gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. Outside the palace, countless mermaid monsters were guarding, wielding their swords and counting 1, 2, 3. In the end, she gritted her teeth and concluded that there are a total of 60 patrol teams, all consisting of 180 elite mutated mermaid monsters. And Macnew didn't feel any threat at all. Instead, he secretly thought the more monsters, the better. What? Lam Mak Ngu, she thought to herself. Even though your dry corpses are very fast, they can't just be dismissed like that. The detailed information about the mermaids finally appeared. Elite mermaid soldiers, enhanced monsters with elite forms, power 2000, agility 1400, spirit 1000, stamina 2400, sweeping stun skill. Both sides quickly clash, one continuously stunning, the other unleashing furious attacks. I suddenly realized another guard team had also charged forward. Before she could worry for long, Macnew told her to cover her ears. IY barely managed to cover her ears when a deafening explosion shook the ground and sky, followed by a series of notifications appearing. Defeated elite mermaid soldiers gained 12,000 experience points. Defeated mermaid soldiers and elite mermaid soldiers gained another 12,000 experience points. There are so many experience points appearing that Dao Dao is panicked and exclaims, "What the hell is going on?" But the experience kept coming, with notifications constantly appearing behind the elite mermaid soldier kill count. Experience. Plot on 12,000. Everyone immediately had no fewer than 100,000 questions for Macnew. What kind of skill is this? With such incredible power, how did he do it? This is the first time I've experienced such a flood of experience points. At this moment, there was another sound. The big door and the electric gate opened. The Mermaid Queen monster leader with 5,000 power, 6,000 agility, 5,000 spirit, and 6,000 stamina appears before everyone, with terrifying howling skills, towering waves, and the whimpering voice of the queen. Her eyes are like blooming flowers. She stood there, amazed and in awe. Wow! The more I look at her, the more stunned I am. I have to say it and step forward. It's so beautiful. But at this moment, Macnew suddenly grabbed her hand and said something truly enchanting. As warned earlier, everyone quickly regained their senses, and Dao Dao was once again stunned. Lam Macnew is fine. He was startled and asked, "What's wrong with me?" At this moment, Dao Dao could only hold her head in dizziness. Miao Yao clenched her teeth and said, "The Mermaid Queen herself cast the enchantment spell. We've fallen for her trick." Luckily, Lam Macnew was here, or we would have wiped out the entire team by now. When everyone was returning to normal, when did the Mermaid Queen get so close to them? She kept calling upon her own power. Her fury made her eyes blood red, with thick blue veins bulging on her forehead. In this way, the Mermaid Queen successfully unleashed her terrifying roar, causing the surrounding space to surge with her fury. But at this moment, I can no longer predict what Lam Macnew will do. Meanwhile, the Mermaid Queen is screaming more fiercely, and she keeps thinking that her power attribute is too high. Those skeletons are not easy to defeat. The current situation makes me feel like what Dao Dao imagined, a hallucination of a pack of wolves attacking a lion, with no one knowing who will win. At the same time, the Mermaid Queen is holding a trident and rushing straight toward them. As expected, she quickly launched a deadly attack, with the trident piercing through space, tearing apart the opposite wall, along with a fallen soldier being destroyed. Dao Dao grew even more anxious. She said, "Raise the height to prepare us, ready to fight at any moment." He quickly responded clearly. She worriedly thought, "Once Lam Macnew's soldiers can no longer hold out, we will rush in." But before the words finished, he interrupted with a sentence. "No need." He immediately used the curse to slow down. She quickly grabbed a bright red chain and restrained the mermaid. She angrily thrashed her tail, trying to use the power of the surging waves. The waves surged and splashed everywhere, engulfing a vast space. This attack destroyed all 12 bone soldiers. Dao Dao realized the situation was getting worse and thought to herself, "It looks like the cot bin can't hold on much longer." It's our turn now. Then she shouted loudly, Lin Macnu, gather the cot bin and retreat. We're moving out. But Macnu continued to use his power and summoned the cot bin. He whispered, Come out and play, my soldiers. Immediately after, an army of skeleton soldiers appeared. The strange scene left everyone speechless. Dao Dao hesitated. It took her a while to speak the rest of the sentence. Am I really not dreaming? Uncountable. Munoch was also stunned. So he actually has so many summoning items. He never used them all before. I was a bit sweaty at that moment. It's too terrifying. No wonder Ninhawai always trusted him. I was indeed very happy on this side. She thought to herself, as expected, he has become stronger again, and his speed is even faster than I imagined. Not far away, a mermaid was surrounded by the Bone Legion. As usual, the Mermaid Queen continued to use her soothing voice to drive away the bone soldiers. The surrounding space kept trembling. Mongok struggled to hold on and said, I can't. My level is too low to resist the boss's skill. Makangu reassured herself, thinking that her spirit was strong enough to resist the boss's mental skills, and that her cot bin had no emotions, no fear, and no soul pain. In the next moment, the Mermaid Queen was struck by hundreds of swords, blood continuously flowing from her eyes. The notification then appears. Defeating the Mermaid Queen grants 80,000 experience points. Received the Mermaid Queen's level Silver Grade Longsword Weapon. Received the level Silver Grade Weapon. The Mermaid Queen's staff and her Platinum Grade Sword. Strength increased by 50, stamina increased by 50. Combat skill power increased by 10% at level 20. The Mermaid Queen's staff, a silver level artifact, grants plus 150 strength, plus 150 stamina, and a 10% increase in combat skill power. Level 20 can use it, and upon receiving the mermaid's tear, a blue gem, she said emotionally, With these mermaid tears, the trial mission is complete, and we're one step closer to the Sacred Light Academy. Dao Dao also agreed. That's right, then we can complete the trial mission several times, level up, and also enter the Sacred Light Academy. Still excited about the green gem. She cheered, tears welling up, and with great gratitude said, This time Makangu happened to be here. If it weren't for you, we couldn't have completed the trial. Moongok immediately agreed happily. That's right. The worst is Lang Tran. People like him will surely end up alone in the future. Meanwhile, Mo Nu is speaking up over here. Why? Why? Do you have the protective talisman from earlier? Did you say Makangju? You're trying to remember the entrance from earlier, and now the whole group is stunned into saying it together. That's right. The protective talisman from this afternoon. Not long after, their group arrived outside, and their sudden appearance caused a stir among the others. They're out already? So fast? It's only been half an hour? Those guys from Andao Kwok, proud and boastful, are joking among themselves. Maybe they retreated because they couldn't win. It seems the dry corpses are only good for their appearance, just as meat cushions. The other groups, seeing them come out, hurriedly approached to comfort them. Brother, even if the dungeon fails, it's okay. As long as we're alive, that's what matters. One person responded to another. That's right. Let's go back quickly. Lang Zhen sneered even more and said, So you didn't die after all? You don't want to lead the team into the dungeon? Now it's turned around. How do you want to retreat? Meanwhile, Dao Dao, trying to stand firm, said, No one is entering the dungeon. Everyone be careful. Ai quickly reassured her. Daughter Dao, don't worry, with Lin Mo Yu. But then Dao Dao said, Why, just follow the plan and go ahead. She smiled eerily and replied, No problem. Suddenly, someone shouted, The amulet from this afternoon. Then suddenly, under everyone's watch, they disappeared again. And the people outside were shocked as they re-entered. The protective talisman recharged, and that girl possessed such advanced weaponry. Her background must be anything but simple. If I'm not mistaken, weren't they the ones who entered the dungeon? Are they really going into the nightmare dungeon to get themselves killed? Dao Dao is extremely worried. Dao Dao looked into the empty space earlier and said, Now we can only rely on them. In contrast, Munangoch confidently said, Don't worry, we've all seen Lam Maknu's strength. At this moment, Dao Dao finally relaxed her shield and continued, That's true. Even in nightmare level, I'm afraid Makangu alone is enough. Munangoch still tried to persuade gently, saying, Don't worry, inside the dungeon, Y is negotiating with Makangu. Last time she promised to help me level up, and surprisingly, it's happening so quickly. No more excuses to not take me along. He happily responded, and the two of them walked away, chatting happily. The remaining uses of the Guardian's cooldown are just enough for the two of us to clear the dungeon twice. We must seize this opportunity to obtain all the mermaid tears. I added, The night is long and full of dreams, so let's clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. Makangu still strongly believes in her abilities. He said, It's okay, they can't kill faster than I do. At the same time, the bone soldiers kept relentlessly defeating the soldiers lurking to attack them. Before long, they entered the familiar cave, with notifications constantly appearing. Slaying elite mermaid soldiers level 21, experience plus $125,000, recognizing the shadowfish was no exception. That huge snake quickly appeared. It charged like a flash towards the two plump prey, waiting to be devoured. Defeating the queen serpent of the mermaid queen level 23, gained 125,000 experience, received silver-grade defense, serpent armor, and a mid-tier monster core. Holding the loot in hand, Makingu thought to himself that last time it took over half an hour to reach this point, but now he had defeated the mini-boss in just 5 minutes. Ai is still immersed in his strength, thinking to herself that he's even more powerful than I imagined. Seeing her silent, Makingu spoke up. Let's go to the Mermaid Queen's palace. When we arrive, a battle between the guards and the skeleton army will unfold again. In no time, the Kotbin gained the upper hand, taking down one guard with each strike. Soon, a notification sounded. All palace guards were eliminated, and the boss was about to appear. Immediately afterward, the familiar image of the Mermaid Queen appeared with a detailed list of her powers. The Mermaid Queen, a level boss monster with 5,000 strength, 6,000 agility, 5,000 spirit, and 6,000 stamina, uses terrorizing scream skills and the roaring waves of the Queen's lament. YYI hides behind Maknu and softly asks, "This time I won't watch her get hypnotized, right?" Before you could reply, she continued, "Maknu, I'm going to kill it." With that, Loi Nguyen slowed down, and Bakthi flew like lightning toward the queen. A large flame quickly erupts, burning everything in its path, including me. A quick notification appears. Killing the Mermaid Queen grants 200,000 experience and yields a level silver weapon, the Queen's Dagger. The Queen's Dagger. Level of Platinum grade agility, plus 50. Stamina plus 50. Assassin skill power increased by 10%. Level 20 can be used. Receive Platinum grade, weapon, and Queen's Magic Book. The Queen's Magic Book at Platinum level increases Spirit by 100 and the power of Mage skills by 10%. Level 20 can be used, and you receive Mermaid Tears. Joy doubles when you just obtained the Mermaid Tears, and a level-up message appears above his head. She happily cheered, "I leveled up, let's go again." She collected all 3 Mermaid Tears. Maknu responded with a calm expression, but inside he was also a bit thoughtful. When we first met, she was level 19. And I was level 10. After all this time, she's still at level 19 and just recently reached level 20. It seems this girl doesn't really like leveling up. I over here is still happily showing off to the captain. "Okay, I got it." They finished and immediately went back out. The crowd outside was buzzing non-stop. Why did they come out right after going in? How long has it been? Isn't it less than 10 minutes? I doubt they can even kill a single monster. Are they just wasting protective charms on cooldown like that? It really is a matter of money to be so reckless. Hearing this, he turned around, sticking out his tongue at them. Then the two of them continued to enter the dungeon again. Dao Dao, seeing this, couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "In just 10 minutes, they were out already?" Miao Yao replied, "Sister Dao Dao, it seems that Lam Maknu's strength is much greater than we thought." The two inside the dungeon just finished setting the timer when she smiled and said, "Let's see how long this takes, and if we can beat our previous time." Mo Yue secretly thought, she's treating this trial like a game. Not long after, the two completed all the stages of the dungeon. She exclaimed happily, 8 minutes and 58 seconds, 30 seconds faster than last time. Maknu then said seriously, "Let's go back now. I can't wait to see the expressions of the Cherry Blossom team." As soon as they finished, the two appeared outside. The group from England was both disappointed and puzzled, asking themselves, why did they leave? It's such a waste of resources. Have they used up all their protective talismans' cooldowns? The funny thing is, they haven't even seen the monster yet and are already scared and running away, right? "Over here," Dao Dao quickly spoke up. "What's the situation?" Why, got it, right?" She smiled brightly, gave an okay sign, and said, "Sister Dao Dao, don't worry." At the same time, the replica is undergoing a major change. Someone shouted out loud, "Look, the replica seems to be disappearing." Others didn't believe it and argued back. How is that possible? Can the copy really disappear? But the truth proved it was possible. The instance gradually shrank and became more and more faint. The people outside finally exclaimed, "It really disappeared. How is that possible? Unless they obtain all 3 mermaid tears, the copy will disappear. Haven't they entered the copy 3 times already? Could it be them?" Not far away, Mo Yu was calmly talking with his teammates. "The trial is over. Let's go." Dao Dao Chen hesitated for a moment and then replied, "Okay." But before she could turn away, the group of English cherry people rushed forward, shouting non-stop, "We can't let them go." The mermaid tears on their bodies must be obtained and handed over, forcing them to surrender the mermaid tears. Other groups, upon hearing this, are also very surprised. This one asked the other, "The team of Tuong Dao Dao got all the mermaid tears. I'm not entirely convinced, but the clone has really disappeared. If our divine team has taken it, it must not fall into the hands of the cherry blossom country." As he said this, the lively atmosphere suddenly froze, and a cold aura enveloped the space. He angrily charges towards Makningu in the land of cherry blossom, his face full of murderous intent, wishing he could devour him alive. The next moment, he summons ancient mythical beasts again. All the horse-headed demons are present, their size so huge they seem ready to swallow everyone there. Dao Dao also felt a hint of worry, only able to furrow her brow and stand still. Contrary to the panic, Maknu remained calm and used Soul Flame, with blue energy quickly gathering from his palms to surround his body. Then he swung his hand to punch the beast in front of him. As expected, the ancient beast let out a painful cry before collapsing. The Japanese assassin went berserk, veins bulging on his face, and he gritted each word out, seeking death. I Country was furious, and finally he had to unleash his ultimate move to summon the spirit beast. As he finished speaking, the summoned objects immediately rushed toward Monangu. He immediately shouted an order to attack, drawing his sword. The spirit of the ruler instantly brandished his axe, locking his gaze on the target. It threw its axe fiercely, arrogantly saying, "Your attacks can only scratch my giant spirit's skin." Maknu remained unmoved by the assault, calmly commanding the dry soldier to charge with furious strength, 2,700 power. In just a moment, the angry spirit was struck twice in the chest, and the initial madness disappeared, leaving only the sound of astonished voices around. "What?" Makningu also froze, wondering how someone so weak could stand behind and watch when someone exclaimed in shock, "He slaughtered the spirit of the summoner's spirit master." Just then, the opponent spat out a large mouthful of blood and exclaimed, "Damn it! The spirit was killed. I must also suffer a backlash." But even then, the dry corpse soldiers still charged forward like bullets, attacking the spirit beast with increasing ferocity as the backlash on the enemy grew even more brutal. On this side, Makngu casually raised his hand to command the dry soldier to go, his eyes immediately turning to shock, fear, and worry. Sitting on the back of the king of Mangnu, he still firmly ordered, "Hurry up." Those watching from a corner couldn't hide their amazement and started whispering excitedly. How could his dry lich be so powerful? It's the legendary spirit of the summoner's mythical spirit level? How could it be killed so easily? What level is he at? What was his previous profession? And what are these undead creatures? Guo glanced over, his eyes filled with extreme fury. He quickly realized that the 17th level Death Spirit Master must have awakened a divine talent, and that the divine descent had appeared with such a powerful profession. This news must be sent back immediately. At that moment, Mo Yu Nuo Yi stood among the army of skeleton warriors, his eyes flashing with a cold blue light. The giant skeletons slowly advanced, each step exuding overwhelming power, successfully frightening the cherry blossom people who turned and fled, shouting repeatedly, "I don't want to fight those things. I don't want to die." Immediately, the crowd fled together, shouting to each other, "I don't want to die either. Summoners' summoned spirits are also defeated. How can we possibly win? Run, run, quickly." Seeing that, the gods below laughed mockingly, watching those guys almost pee their pants, truly useless, scared away by the skeletons. Aren't those the nightmare dungeon skeletons charging forward, like offering meat to a hungry tiger? Then, their eyes shifted to Maknu's steady back. By the way, where does that great deity come from? He's straightforward and silent, truly my ideal role model. That's right. The scene of slaughtering the divine beast just now was truly impressive. Seeing your heroic aura, Lang Tran was so jealous he turned red, staring intently at the surrounding smiles, secretly wondering if he hadn't left the team. Would he have been among those who completed this trial? But envy quickly took over his mind, and Lang Tran kept reassuring himself. "No, this is not my fault. Lam Makngu, wait for it. We're not done yet." Over there, Tang Tao Tao's determined eyes clenched the mermaid tears in her hand. A blue light flickered, and she said with satisfaction, "The trial is complete. Mission accomplished." Then the system voice announced that the trial was over and teleportation was beginning. When she returned home, she approached shyly and said, "Thank you. Lam Maknu, this trial is very important to me." She lay exhausted on the table, sighing. "Finally over. I'm exhausted." She glanced at Dao Dao and calmly said, "Sister Daozi, there's no need to be polite to him. Even though he doesn't talk much, he's actually much better than before." She then frowned at her and reproached, "He always speaks on his behalf." At that moment, Maknu's wrist moved. He quickly opened the watch on his arm and a message immediately appeared on the screen. Bak Yvn sent Lam Maknu to the discipline office and was surprised to see a message from Bak Tan. The scene shifts to the discipline office, where Yvn sits in front of him with a serious tone, saying, "I have reviewed the images from this trial." "You did very well." Maknu's face briefly showed a cold expression as he indifferently replied, "Just doing what needs to be done." He secretly thought to himself, winning without arrogance and losing without despair is not bad. Then Yvn asked again, "Do you know the use of mermaid tears?" Makengu replied straightforwardly, "No, you should ask yourself. Is the mermaid's tear really that important?" Yvn then explained, "The mermaid's tear is related to the success rate of awakening the second innate talent at level 40. Among the items that can assist in awakening talents, the mermaid tears are very rare, and even when their level is relatively low, they remain crucial." Unexpectedly, this time, Yingtao carefully planned the timing and location of the Mermaid Island's appearance, nearly causing the trial to fail. He slowly continued, "If it weren't for you being there this time, helping the deity obtain the mermaid's tears, do you want a reward? I will do my best to satisfy you." Hearing that, you thought for a moment and asked, "Why didn't I find any information about my sister in the academic affairs office before, and why not take this opportunity to ask Bai Shen?" Thinking that, you immediately spoke up without hesitation. "Can you help me find this person?" He immediately guessed your intention. "I know who you're talking about. Your sister Lam Mak Han joined the Sacred Light Academy at the beginning of the year, so even if you search, you'll only find empty data. All students of the Sacred Light Academy have empty data." As he mentioned this, Mo Yu's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, the Sacred Light Academy? Diao Diao's ultimate goal is also the Sacred Light Academy. Yi and Hatuya had also always told me they would join the Sacred Light Academy, if given the chance. Remembering my sister's gentle smile, I pondered. I didn't expect my sister had entered earlier, but she only enrolled last year, and in just half a year she was able to join the Sacred Light Academy. At this point, Wei Yuan explained that because your sister had joined the Sacred Light Academy, according to the rules, I couldn't disclose any more information to you. Before joining the Sacred Light Academy, you were not allowed to meet your sister. If you have any problems, you can only join the academy yourself and ask your sister." He leaned down and tapped on the watch on his wrist before saying, "The admission conditions for the Sacred Light Academy have been sent to you." "All done," he continued. "I should have told you about your sister from the beginning. Besides this reward, you have another reward coming." Maknu quickly identified her target. "Then I want a recovery talisman. Deep down, I think this can't be bought on the marketplace, so it must be very rare, but it's really useful. I really need a comeback talisman right now." After hearing this, Bai Yuen chuckled and said, "I guessed you would want this after seeing your image during the trial. Although the cooldown talisman is a basic item, it's not easy to buy. Just this trial isn't enough. I have another task for you, and if you complete it, I'll give you a badge." Without hesitation, you immediately agree. "All right, you already have a plan in mind. With the cooldown talisman, I can level up faster and join the Holy Light Academy more easily." He held a spirit stone in his hand, handed it to you, and then gave instructions. "But you have to wait until level 20 to accept this quest. If you're in a hurry, you can go to the palace dungeon in the academy to level up first." He handed you the teleportation stone to the palace dungeon and explained that not everyone is qualified to have it. Ma Yu immediately used teleportation. Yiguan wondered in surprise, "Do they want to level up right now? This kid is quite something, just finished the trial and didn't rest at all." Seeing the scene inside the dungeon, Mongu exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the palace dungeon of Hajing Academy?" Inside, many people are calling out invitations. The Bone Burial dungeon is of normal difficulty, missing a level 25 mage, best to be proficient in skills. Others require a Bloody Battle dungeon with the Beast Legion of Nightmare difficulty, missing a level 20 to 25 nurse, full proficiency in healing skills and equipped with bronze gear. Another team is recruiting members for the Black Knight Tower of Nightmare difficulty, needing a level 30 or higher knight with full silver gear. Mac NGU looked at the system notification requiring him to join the Sacred Light Academy. He frowned, thinking, "Is the level above 30? Looking at the bracelet on his wrist, he wondered to himself that after his sister arrived in Xiangjing, she had already reached level 30 in just 3 or 4 months. Additionally, the system had 2 more requirements: clearing the level 30 frontline Abyss dungeon with a difficulty of Hell and earning 1,000 contribution points. Makengu fell silent. The difficulty at the level of Hell surely much harder than Nightmare. I wonder if I can clear it alone, and how to earn these contribution points. As he was lost in thought, a girl approached and softly called out to him. She looked at you with shining eyes and said, "Hello, classmate, is this your first time in the Palace Dungeon? I'm Tahan, and I can introduce you to the Palace Dungeon." Maknu realizes that the classmate is using this method to earn points. Maknu asks her, How many, Thuhan? Thuhan looks surprised when Maknu asks directly, but still answers straightforwardly. 100 points is enough. On her bracelet, a notification immediately appeared, confirming the 100 points transfer. Thuhan smiled, cheerfully thanking you. Thank you, classmate. She continued introducing the palace dungeon, which includes 2 dungeons below level 20, 18 dungeons from level 20 to 30, and 20 dungeons from level 30 to 40. Thuhan led you to each entrance of the dungeons and said, there are 52 dungeons from level 40 to 70, plus 2 large-scale dungeons for groups of 40 or more, 1 colossal dungeon for over 100 people, totaling 95 dungeons. She then continued to lead Mongyu to the center of the palace, where the pillars with orbs above are located. Each dungeon has its own record for clearing it. Setting a new record can earn you a reward. Thuhan pointed to the place with the pillars. This is the mission center of the palace dungeon and the recruitment hub for teams. You can complete tasks to earn points here or recruit and join teams. She looked at Maknu and saw that he still seemed to have something he didn't understand. What's wrong, classmate? Is there anything else you're unclear about? You don't look at her but ask softly, how do I earn contribution points? She pointed to a large orange energy sphere and replied, contribution points. Participating in the Academy's trial or completing the tasks assigned by the Academy can earn you contribution points. Monengu pondered silently. To join the Divine Light Academy, you need 1,000 contribution points. The highest mission contribution points in the mission center are only 10 points, mostly 2 or 3 points. Shuhan seemed a bit hesitant and continued, it's very difficult to earn contribution points. Whenever a mission is announced, someone completes it quickly, but to join the Academy, contribution points are essential. Suddenly, your arm's notification said your contribution points had increased by 50. Duangao sent a message. Mengyu, your contribution points should have arrived too, right? How much did you get? I got 20 points. That's a big win. Sister Daotu got 30 points. She's so happy she could die. Did I hear that wrong? 50 points is a scam. How can you get such a high contribution score in one go? Another voice from the other side boasted, claiming that his level isn't that high either. Makengu looked at Thuhan and said, thank you for your explanation. She waved her hand and replied, no problem. You've already paid. So now you want to find a team to clear the dungeon, right? Makengu didn't answer her, but walked over and placed his hand on a sphere in front. The dungeon information is paused due to abnormal mutations. Level 17 dungeon requires level 15 to 19 to enter. Entering the dungeon will deduct 10 points. Removing the cooldown time requires 40 points. Dungeon record. Top 1 in 58 minutes, top 2 in an hour and 17 minutes. Do you think no one can break the record in 3 years? Then let me try to beat the record and get the reward. Maknu loudly chooses Nightmare level, and a beam of light appears where he stands. There were many people witnessing Mo Ningyu enter the Nightmare dungeon alone, and whispers began to spread. The mutated jungle. Why did I still think it was some big shot? It turns out he's just a kid who hasn't even reached level 20. I don't think the 50 contribution points he earned are just ordinary points. The scene shifts to the mutated forest dungeon. At this moment, Maknu is level 17. Calmly puts his hands in his pockets and follows the steps of the dry bones, muttering to himself, not knowing how many levels he can gain after clearing this dungeon. The dry bones continuously cleared monsters in the dungeon, leveling up with each notification. They killed a level 17 mutated brown bear, gaining 6,000 experience, and then a level 18 mutated brown bear, gaining 7,000 experience and receiving a beast trophy. Mak Njuyu quietly calculated that handling the small monsters assigned to the dry lizard would suffice, so he could go straight to find the boss of the dungeon to save time. Then he and the 2 dry lizards arrived at a lake with a mysterious whirlpool in the center. Mak Nju, in a deep voice, said, "Found you." The information about the monster appeared, showing it as a level 19 boss with 4,000 strength, 500 agility, 500 spirit, 7,000 stamina, and skills including tearing, sweeping, and super defensive, making Mak Nju unable to help but be surprised. This boss's stamina is really high, even higher than the 24th level Mermaid Queen. The Ko Lao army immediately charges to attack the monster, but all physical attacks are blocked by its super defensive skill. You raise your hand in a silent sigh. Even Kotbin's furious attack couldn't deal much damage. The turtle shell is very tough. Now I understand why no one has broken the record in the past 3 years. A blue flame shoots out, flying straight beneath the turtle's shell. The soul of fire erupts, and Mongu coldly says, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry. I can only use defensive skills to deal with you." The mutated Jia Kwai roared loudly in pain from the hit. Mongu pushed the turtle away and ordered it to turn over. You point at the fallen turtle and order the bone soldier to attack with fury. A moment later, Jia Kwai lies on his back, sprawled out in the water. The defeat notification appears, confirming the kill of Jia BND, experience increased by 150,000, received a bronze-level weapon, gloves, strength +20, stamina +20. Martial skill power increased by 6% and usable after level 12, received a bronze-level defensive tool, Jiakwai armor, stamina +30, defensive skill power increased by 6% and usable after level 12, and obtained a low-level monster core. The palace bells ring out, signaling a new record in the dungeon. I wonder which elite team achieved it. I don't see any senior experts entering the instance. The record notification appears above the instance sphere. The new record stands unchallenged. One person cleared the level alone. Lam Mak Ngu Tu Ling Master level 17. Cleared the dungeon in 35 minutes, currently holding the top record. They looked up in amazement. Although it was a low-level dungeon, it wasn't something one person could clear. This guy soloed the dungeon, and he was damn near twice as fast as the old record. Immediately after, Mak Ngu was teleported out, and the rewards continued to be sent along with notifications. The record for clearing the mutated forest dungeon is 1,000 points and 5 contribution points, and it can only be achieved once. He gazed at it in deep thought. So setting a new record grants contribution points. He stared intently at the bracelet on his wrist. It seems he missed another dungeon. As soon as he arrived at the hall, he moved to another dungeon entrance. The people there panicked and said, "He's trying to check again. I've already reached level 30. Would it be embarrassing now if I asked him to help me level up? Could it really be true that he just earned 50 contribution points?" In front of Mo Yue, the information about the dungeon appeared. The Spider Den, level 20 dungeon E, requiring levels 18 to 21 to enter. He was a bit disappointed when he saw the dungeon's requirements. Only level 18 can enter, so I have to miss out on another big forest dungeon? A crowd surrounds him, each person asking why the Elder has returned. I see now. Only level 18 Spider Lair can be entered. The boss is only level 17, so does that mean a new record was set at level 17? Half an hour later, those people were once again panicked. The Elder is out again. He's level 18 now. Finally reached level 18. Oh my god. After level 18, will the Elder challenge the Spider Nest record? Did anyone record the time? Because I feel like this time was faster than before. A person approached, looked at the new record notification, and exclaimed in panic, "A new record has truly been set." The new record is a vast, mutated forest, passing through the obstacle alone, with Lin Su level 18. The time spent was 24 minutes and 32 seconds, and the current record is first place. They exclaimed in shock, "What? That speed wasn't even the fastest yet?" Public opinion keeps buzzing. Where did this expert come from? The previous record was set by an almost perfect team and had stood for 3 years, but unexpectedly it was broken twice in a row by a newcomer. Has he broken the record for the Spider Nest? With those words, Mo Yu quietly moved toward the new dungeon entrance. The old record information for the dungeon appears. Spider Nest, level 20 dungeon, record time for Spider Nest dungeon is 12 minutes. Is it possible that they also set the record for the Spider Nest cave dungeon? No one has broken it in 3 years. To everyone's surprise, Mo Yu said, "Sorry, I also need contribution points," then immediately chose Nightmare level. Mo Yu put his hands in his pockets, walking while thinking to himself, "This is the Spider Lair. It's too dark." You slowly raise your hand and unleash a ball of blue fire surrounding it. Mo Yu stood alone in the darkened lair with his hand glowing brightly. In the silent, gloomy cave, he gently reached out his hand and quietly decided that this spider nest was like a maze, so it's better to send Ko Lao to explore the way first. The system informs you to proceed further. Kill the level 20 red spider for 9,000 experience and 5 spider silk, and kill the level 19 long-haired spider for 8,000 experience and 4 spider silks. This spider den is so confusing that I have to complain. The paths are too easy. Mak Ngu looked at the map and saw several dry skulls, then concluded that almost all of them had been in battles. If they kept going like this, their speed would slow down significantly. The system then provided the next information. Small spiders level 18 with 200 strength, 200 agility, 100 spirit, and 200 stamina. Meganju silently observed the moving spiders along with the information and thought, "These small spiders are all dungeon monsters, right? These paths will be full of easy hits." You step closer to the small spiders, then unleash the flames from your hand and shout, testing your skill. The system immediately reports your recent action as Soul Flame. After shooting the fire, he furrowed his brow and thought, "At least hundreds of small spiders have been killed this time." The system panel then displayed the number of kills he had received. Slaying level 18 small spiders, 500 experience gained. Receiving the system notification, Mak Yu nodded and made a conclusion. The experience gained is equivalent to defeating 20 elite monsters of the same level. This is a sanctuary for gaining experience. One after another, the creatures that approached him were burned by his flames, whether they were large or small. The system also keeps updating the calculation table. Stamina, 185 U's 2900. Magoo whispered a command to return to the space summon, but the small blue flames in his hand remained unchanged, leaving him puzzled. Clearly, I have been using this strategy to kill bosses all along, so why did I fail now? The system notification says the summoning failed. In Makangoo's mind, he was a bit confused by the current situation because he had too many thoughts. He stepped back, raised his hand, and issued a command before unleashing fire to deal with the small spiders. The spiritual energy you release causes the stats to keep updating, killing level 18 small spiders for 500 experience points. Makangoo crouched, leapt forward, and calculated quickly. If this is the best place to gain experience, he couldn't afford to waste it. There are a total of 100 Oit caves. Forming a group of 10 bone soldiers means we won't have to worry about small spiders bothering us. A few minutes later, the notification board displayed the boss information. Spider King, a level 21 boss monster with 5,000 strength, 3,500 agility, 500 spirit, 4,000 stamina, and skills including web spray and acid sweep. Monyu stands before the spider and confidently says, "Finally, I found you." He raised his spiritual flame and threw it at the giant spider, his eyes cold with hatred as he said, "This time it's my turn to teach you a lesson." Tuhan stands outside, eyes filled with worry. Can he really get through the spider den? The two people standing with their arms crossed said, "The spider nest is known as a holy land of experience and resources, but it's not easy to pass alone." It's been over an hour, the record is 1 hour and 12 minutes, so he didn't set a new record either. The display screen lit up, showing that he was at the end of level 18. Mongu looked at the watch on her wrist, murmuring to herself, and gaining 80% experience after clearing the level. It took the little spider a total of 1 hour and 32 minutes to pull him back, and they still didn't break the record, so it looks like they'll have to try again, earning both regular points and contribution points. The system also added 190,000 experience points to the Spider King's kill count and awarded the white-silver sword of the Spider King. Thuhan anxiously looked at the clock. More than an hour and a half had passed, and he still hadn't come out. Could it be that he saw McNu appear, and she let out a relieved sigh and asked Han, "Finally, your friend is out. Did he clear the dungeon?" Seeing that McNu didn't answer, Thuhan, worried that he hadn't passed, tried to comfort him. "It's okay if you didn't pass. There are many monsters in the spider nest." Someone who almost couldn't pass, but McNu turned to look at her and said coldly, "Thank you, I've passed." Thuhan was so surprised she stammered, "I made it." She paused, pondering. Did I really make it? Alone, his speed in clearing dungeons is even faster than the 5-person team that set the record. She glanced over his attitude again and then evaluated him, noticing his skillful demeanor as if this wasn't even his limit. "By the way, do you know which dungeon has the most experience points?" Makangoo asked as he turned to her, while Thuhan rested her chin on her hand and thought. Among dungeons below level 25, the spider nest is the most experienced one. He also silently nodded in agreement with her opinion. Although the experience gained from the spider nest is nearly 3 times that of the mutant jungle, the clearance time for the level is a bit long. Mongu suddenly fell into thought, truly indicating that there's a lot of experience in the spider nest. Checking the spider nest once takes about 4 times longer than the mutated jungle, but missing like this also costs a lot of money to reset the cooldown. Remember the data on the system board, subtract 40 points from the cooldown time. Are there any dungeons that are faster to clear and offer more experience? Finally, she thought of it and quickly told Makangoo, "You can try forming a team with others to go to the large-scale Desert of the Savage Lord dungeon." Thuhan kindly explained the details to him. Although the Desert Tyrant Raid is a level 25 dungeon, level 20 players can also enter because it allows a team of 40, and many higher-level players earn points by helping newcomers clear this dungeon. Makangoo listened carefully as she calculated. A large-scale dungeon? I wonder if I can clear it alone. Only level 20 can enter. Baishen's quest also requires me to reach level 20. Then he turned away coldly, only leaving 2 words, "Thank you." While in his mind he was thinking that he needed to break the record as soon as possible and reach level 20. Thuhan saw you leave like that and called out to your classmate, "Do you still want to explore the Spider Den dungeon? I've taken all your experience into account. Did you see that? Were you scared enough to jump?" He crossed his arms and watched you, then continued. "Even though I've interacted with him, I was still quite shocked after seeing his battle." Manhwa also stroked his beard and nodded, a person capable of soloing the mermaid dungeon and earning all 3 mermaid tiers. The expressions of those water tribe people made me very angry, and Principal Hongsun of Kanlong Academy, standing nearby, was hurriedly shouting, Those kids from Canlong Academy, even a new student just finished college entrance exams and hasn't taken any university courses, can't compare. Manon Van glanced and said, "Old Bach, you've interacted with him." Bach Y. Vien smiled and replied, "His talent is for leveling up, but how much it increases is a secret and private matter." He expressed his thoughts, evaluating that this child is not bad based on this trial. He nodded in agreement and took a sip of tea. "I think this kid has a promising future. His sister has also joined the Bright God Academy." The images of Mo Yu and Mo Han appear, with his sister still highly favored by the old man, who is pouring all his efforts into nurturing her. The people he trains are all the best of the human race, and we both know how high his standards are. I think he's very likely to be targeted. Vanon frowned and deduced, "It seems our human race will soon have 2 more new stars." Hongshan looked up and said, "I think that kid might become someone who can fight 1,000 enemies with 1 horse in the future." The battle between the Drybone army and the spider was extremely intense. Macnu frowned, crossing his arms as he spoke. "Although all the children have less experience, it's still enough to increase experience by 70%. Recently, the pace has accelerated significantly, and this time we will definitely break the record." Who could have broken the record? It must be that classmate Lin Mak Ningu from earlier. I saw him go into the dungeon again, and he probably has a fake talent for a profession. Lang Tran looked calm and indifferent. Fake professionals are just nonsense. He's only lucky. "Why are you talking like that about your classmate?" He sarcastically flicked his finger downward. "He's just an ordinary college student who recently finished exams. Thanks to his connection with Bai Shen, I wonder what kind of powerful treasure he has. Otherwise, how could he clear a nightmare-level dungeon on his own?" Thu Han heard this and angrily retorted, "So what if it's an ordinary academy?" A guy also spoke up, criticizing, saying a normal academy probably couldn't set records. "I know you. Are you from Canlong Academy? Is Canlong Academy very prestigious? Moreover, is it fair to slander him like that?" Momo brushed her hair and stepped out of the barrier to the achievement board. A new record for the Spider Den, 1 person passing through the trial. Lin Mongu, level 19 Death Spirit Master, completed the trial in 47 minutes. The current record ranking is first, setting a new record for the Spider Nest dungeon, earning 100 normal points and 5 contribution points, only obtainable once. Everyone cheers in admiration. "Look, classmate Lam Mo Nyu is coming out. Great master, someone is falsely accusing you and you've broken the record again." 47 minutes, nearly half an hour faster than the previous record. Suddenly, he recognized Lan Zhen and asked, "Why is it you?" He stammered nervously and quickly spoke, "Lam Maknu, what are you pretending for? Isn't it just Bakthan protecting you? If you're not the top scholar in the whole country, I basically don't pay attention to you." Behind Mo Yu, a skull appears with eyes flashing a fierce killing intent. "You speak seriously. I've tolerated enough. You better remember that it's not appropriate to act violently in the academy." Lang Tran's face turned pale with fear, stammering, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? What are you?" He thought anxiously, "Why do I feel so scared when I see his eyes? He has killed people before. A hallucination. It must be a hallucination." Mongu coldly turns his head to glance at him, thinking to himself, "The clown is just wasting my time. Today I must reach level 20. A level 19 74% experience bar appears above his head. Moyu coldly raises his hand and launches a magic attack, confident that this time he can level up. The battle is over, and the system shines a bright yellow light into your body to level up. You breathe a sigh of relief, finally reaching level 20. Before accepting the mission from White God, I need to check the changes after leveling up. The system panel immediately updates the information. Lam Maknu, the only Death Spirit Master, level 20, Strength 300, Agility 300, Spirit 1300, plus 20, Stamina 300, plus 20, equipped with the Magic Book of the Supreme Spirit King. Knowledge of Magical Artifacts. The system suggests that with 120 out of 200 summon points and 120 core soldiers, along with all upgraded talents and skills, he can summon a level 20 Bakningan core soldier, a level 20 T-Bak, and a level 1 slow skill, with the ability to summon a Bakningan core soldier once. After some thought, he decided to try summoning a Bakningan core soldier, but the system deducted 500 spirit points, leaving him stunned as he looked at the dry corpse, wondering if summoning once really cost 500 spirit points. The system display shows all information about the dry skeleton warrior, a level Baknyan core soldier with 4,000 strength, 4,000 agility, 4,000 spirit, 4,000 stamina, and a level 2 frenzy attack skill that deals 300% of its own strength damage to targets, with a 10-minute cooldown. Macnu looked over and compared the information, considering the overall attribute enhancements. a creature almost comparable to a dungeon boss, and its skills have also been upgraded. Manga is also hesitating a bit about summoning the dry lizard. Summoning it costs too much, and my equipment is already outdated. It's time to replace the equipment with new ones, and also sell some of the silver equipment dropped from dungeons to buy a few skill scrolls. When you stepped out into the main hall, everyone was busy whispering and exchanging information. The trading hall, I remember it's over here. The great god appears again, he's leveled up again, something that has never happened before. Didn't anyone notice that he went from level 17 to level 20 in a day? He has already broken his own dungeon record. This time it seems he's out in less than half an hour. Wow, isn't his previous record still not the limit? He went straight inside and hesitated for a moment, then finally entered the liquidation room. Manhwa placed all the items on the table and said, "Help me sell these items for money and then buy all the basic skill scrolls." The clerk looked at his pile of items with some suspicion. Obviously, he's only level 20. How does he have so many pieces of equipment? The clerk examined his items and asked through them. "All right, buddy, but if you sell all these items, won't you use them yourself?" Level 20 is just right to use Bakugan level equipment. Seeing him, the clerk picked up the pile of armor, looked it over, and silently thought, "I really need new gear. Ordinary silver-white equipment isn't very useful for me." Manhwa quickly caught the book that accidentally fell, even as he was still pondering. Although these equipment generally boost skills, they are fundamentally no match for my talent, like the blessings from the high team. The staff member seems to suggest something, as if those items bought with money aren't impressive. No problem, we also have a point-based shopping center here. All the good stuff is here. Manhwa handed him the book and said, "Please bring it to me for a look." He led you to the display area and said, "I'll help sell these items for you, take a look yourself." I still keep a deep tone to reply. "Thank you." As you approach a sword, the system automatically displays the information. The White-Silver Spirit Sword, Spirit Bonus 400, usable by those level 20 and above. The creator, Shang-Ji, is selling one of the 3 spirit sets for 5,000 points, and he seemed interested in it, so I cheered. The whole set is also a spirit type. Manhwa stood in front of the sword for a long time, contemplating. The equipment here was indeed better, and it even came as a set with a high valuation, over 1,000 points for the whole set, something an ordinary freshman couldn't afford. He continued to browse other sets, reading each piece of information presented. Zhangbao's spirit is level silver, with a spirit bonus of 200, usable by those level 20 and above. The creator, Jiangxi, is one of the 3 sets of silver-level spirit gear, also with a spirit bonus of 200 and usable by those level 20 and above. After some calculation, Manhwa's rationality was slightly shaken. The total equipment effect could increase spirit by 800, so this set of gear isn't bad. Still, he shook his head and ignored them, considering his own needs. But even if they were good, their effect on me would only be so much. Behind Manhwa, a few people were discussing and choosing equipment. This broken weapon is even worth 50,000 points. It doesn't even have any attributes. Where did this come from? Surely this isn't scrap metal, right? 50,000 points. Who would buy such a thing? You came to check it out and were stunned by its value. 50,000 points. With this valuation, probably only a few people in the entire academy can afford it. The system provides detailed information about the item, Donatus's scythe, a mature level or higher weapon that can be used by level 10 or above, a fake Harvest Soul set item. When Donatus's scythe absorbs a soul from the abyss, it gains experience points to develop, and the Ghost Talker can consume spiritual power to summon the fallen Hero General. The Hero General, the commanding spirit, will encourage and use its summoning relic to gather an army, and unopened upgrade levels can unlock new skills. Your thoughts stop at a line of text on the information. One item from the Death Spirit set. Standing before the scythe, your mind is filled with lingering thoughts. Summoning the Spirit General, my skeleton soldiers really need a leader, and it's also a set of equipment. After much hesitation, I decided to pick up the scythe and take a gamble. The image of the Spirit General appears behind Manhwa. Although it currently has no attributes, in the eyes of others it's just trash. But could it absorb the souls of demons from the abyss to develop? Manhwa raised a sharp gaze and said, "Exactly what I want." The staff member approached, holding a pile of papers, and asked the boy with a doubtful tone, "Are you sure you want to choose it? Do you know how many points it costs? Did you read that wrong? I don't really care." You directly hold out your card and say, "No mistake, swipe it." After swiping your card, the staff member gasps and shouts, 130,000 points? He immediately dismissed his initial thoughts and became certain that this guy really could buy it. Watching Manhwa leave with the scythe, the clerk stood there in disbelief. Its time on the market had lasted longer than his own, and he never expected someone would actually choose it. Mak-Ungu, holding the scythe, stood in front of the documents and said, "Since there's no chance to find a demon abyss in the short term, let's use the awakening scrolls for skills first. With so many scrolls prepared this time, we will definitely awaken some new skills." After flipping through a few documents, he happily opened one that glowed. This time it worked. The system notification indicates that you have learned the level 1 bone armor skill, which allows you to summon bones to form armor, increasing your defense by 100 health points and boosting your resistance to elemental attacks and summoned creatures by 10% for 5 minutes. This skill can also be used on others. Anne. Mak-Ungu looked at the line of magic on his hand and carefully considered the defensive skill. But then, he reconsidered. Not bad. He finally obtained a skill that could compensate for his only weakness. With the enhancement of his talent, his defense could add 1,000 health points and have elemental damage. The streams of magic surrounding his body gradually took the shape of a large skeleton frame encasing his entire body. Mak-Ungu gently flicked the blue magic beam, which then transformed into the golden magic he had just upgraded to. "Apply it now." Mak-Ungu stepped in front of the dry skeleton, channeling all her strength and shouting for it to go. The revived Ko-Lao warrior has system stats showing 100 strength, 100 agility, 300 spirit, 100 stamina, and a skill called Fiery Rage, which deals fire elemental damage to the target. The attack power depends on your mental strength, which makes you a bit proud. Just like me, only a sudden surge of spirit determines the skill's power. Ko-Lao awakens, Mak-Ungu calculates far into the future. In this way, Ko-Lao will have a means of long-range attack. Next, as I continue to train my skills and improve my level, the Ko-Lao mage will become stronger and stronger. The scene shifts to the next day and you lift the curtain and walk into the room with confidence. Your mental energy has recovered. It's time to meet Bai Shen and ask about the mission. Bai Yiyuan leans on the table, holding a newspaper with an indifferent expression, and asks, "What's your business, kid?" Master Mak-Ungu nearby immediately responded, "I have already reached level 20. What is the mission?" He was stunned to hear the report and seemed to not believe what he just heard. "You're already level 20. Hasn't it only been a day since you started? Your progress is even faster than mine back in the day." Evian slightly worried, thinking, are these two siblings really monsters? He still remained calm and sent the task to him. "The mission is simple. Just go and get some items for me." Yi Wen looked at Mo Yu and said, "You've been to the palace dungeon before, right? So, you must know about the large-scale dungeon called the Desert of the Warlord. Your task is to go to the Desert of the Warlord dungeon and retrieve the Warlord's heart." He looked at you with a cunning smile and challenged you. "The difficulty of a large-scale dungeon is under 40 people. You should understand that without me saying. In 3 days, as long as you bring back the Demon King's heart within that time, I will help you obtain a basic cooldown talisman." Yi Wen continued, aiming to influence your mindset. "The power of the cooldown talisman cannot be compared to that of the palace dungeon. The cooldown time for some of the highest level dungeons can even reach a month, and only when facing certain dungeons does the protective charm truly come into play. Moreover, the advanced cooldown talisman can also be upgraded from a lower level cooldown talisman. Finally, Yi Yuan assigned a task to you. If you complete the mission, I will tell you how to upgrade." Hearing him speak, Mo Yuzi had his own guess. It turns out the talisman can be upgraded. "All right, I will bring back the Beast King's heart." Bak Wai Vian grasped your shoulder tightly and reminded you, "I give you 3 days, because the school's opening ceremony is in 3 days. I hope you won't be late." Manyan Van stepped out of the door and asked, "Are you really satisfied with that kid?" Bai Yiyuan stood with his arms crossed, watching the door he just walked out of, and said, "Yes. The more I look at him, the more I like him. His cold personality suits my taste." And Van continued, "If I know his personality, he will definitely go alone to the desert boss dungeon. I remember that back then you entered at level 30 and ended up a mess." Hearing that, he just smiled softly and watched the figure of the boy as he responded, "But Lam Mak-Ungu is much stronger than I was back then." Looking at the gate of the secret realm, everyone around is excitedly cheering, celebrating the new record set just yesterday by the great deity. Wow, is he watching the Desert Warlord? That's the boss dungeon. Could it be that he even broke the record for the boss dungeon? Mak-Ungu didn't care about the praise, focusing intently as he placed his hand on the orb and thought to himself. Phi Long Academy. Mak-Ungu realized it seemed to be a peer institution to TM Long Academy. At the same time, a notification appeared. The Bao Quan Snake Mask, 40 people from Phi Long Academy cleared the dungeon in 16 hours, 45 minutes, and 18 seconds. You were also a bit surprised by this information. Do 40 people also clear dungeons for 16 hours? Suddenly, Tu Han tiptoed closer and called out anxiously. Mak-Ungu, the linguist, coldly turned to answer. Hello, ma'am. Thuhan's eyes show a hint of worry. She asked softly, "Are you watching the Baoquan Zamak?" She thought to herself, after running dungeons so many times yesterday, she doesn't even need to rest today. He's working so hard. Makngu also straightforwardly told her I have to go get an item called the Emperor's Heart. Hearing the name, Thuhan shouted in panic, "Isn't the Emperor's Heart the item dropped when the final boss appears?" The more she explained, the more her face showed her amazement. The Baoquan Chitam can be used to craft powerful jewelry, the Baoquan necklace. This item only drops once a year, and the appearance of the Baoquan Chitam was 2 years ago. Thuhan widened her eyes in surprise and asked, "So, Lamhawk Day, you're not planning to challenge the Desert Warlord right away, are you? You just reached level 20, and your team members are still—" At this point, she hurriedly covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Could Lam Hawk be planning to solo clear the dungeon?" Phylong Academy's record has stood for 2 years without being broken. She still wanted to continue, but a figure approaching made her stop. Lam Hawk Day. A giant figure quietly stands behind Thuhan. Makangu quickly pulled her away from the stranger's path, and the surrounding area was also in an uproar due to this sudden appearance. It was them. They are from Bailey Academy, who have been preparing for a long time to set a new record at the Baoquan Zamak. Looking at the shining armor on the leading man's body, someone quickly realized they had prepared many gold-level equipment. The leader stood in front of a determined group and declared, "Our Bak Lai Academy must set a new record this time." He frowned seriously and ordered, "Get everything ready quickly and make sure nothing goes wrong." Does he think they also cleared the Desert Warlord's dungeon? It looks like we need to act faster this time. Meanwhile, a familiar step quietly ascended the stairs. Following Maknu's back, astonished voices kept echoing. Wow, this great god really went in alone, daring to face the Desert Warlord by himself. Is it real or fake? Has anyone ever cleared the boss dungeon alone before? If he succeeds this time, he will definitely make history. The man from Bailey Academy glances at you with a sneer. Do you really dare to enter the Desert Warlord alone? Which coward is that? Didn't anyone tell him this is a major dungeon? Then it was still his stern voice, instructing his men not to pay attention to that reckless kid anymore. The entire team prepared to move out. In an instant, I arrived at the Desert Warlord dungeon. Seeing that blinding light, I quickly shielded my eyes and thought to myself, the sun is shining directly overhead, making it impossible to determine the direction. Makangu raised his hand to shield his eyes. If this is a major dungeon and the record is 16 hours, then the rules here are probably more complex. Makangu summoned the dry skeleton warrior with a plan in mind. It seems he can only explore the map himself here. He pondered everything carefully. Entering the large-scale instance requires 500 points, and a scan command needs 2,000 points. It seems that with 80,000 points remaining, I won't be able to stay here for long. Not long after, a red dot appeared, and he immediately exclaimed, "It's a monster." The information about the creature showed it was a desert demon, a super-enhanced level 25 elite monster with 5,000 strength, 1,000 agility, 2,000 spirit, 6,000 physique, and death skills only causing confusion. Seeing those numbers, Mongu secretly marveled, no wonder it's a major dungeon. Judging by its combat power, he was also surprised. Just a small monster, its attributes already rival those of level 24 boss monsters in the Mermaid Dungeon. If the skeleton soldier hadn't leveled up to the silver grade, dealing with it would have taken some time. The notification appeared again after the desert demon's attack. Killing the level 25 desert demon, granting 300,000 experience, and obtaining the desert demon's branch of the 5th type. Seeing that, Mongu still calmly observed the situation. He thought to himself, experience is also a top-tier resource. If all monsters in the dungeon give experience like this, then this land will become a holy land of experience. Thinking of this, he quickly used the dry lizard armor skill. Already having a plan in mind, if danger lurked in the desert, it was better to hide and protect himself. After a while of fighting, only the figures of Maknu and 3 dry lizard soldiers remained on the desert, and the scene shifted to 2 hours later on the oasis. Makangu remains alert, observing the surroundings carefully, suspecting that most monsters are gathering in the oasis within the desert. As he predicted, a giant scorpion suddenly appears. It is a level 25 Oasis Scorpion with 4,000 strength, 3,000 sensitivity, 2,000 spirit, and 6,000 physique, with toxic skills. Because of prior planning, its appearance did not surprise Mo-Engu. As expected, luck was on its side to get close to it. The dry warrior aimed directly at the target and unleashed its most ferocious attack. The attack immediately sent the scorpion crashing to the ground, and the information panel quickly updated. Defeating the level 25 Scorpion grants 300,000 experience and a sharp needle. But behind that ease lies an even more terrifying truth. A troop of scorpions slowly approaches them. Mongu is slightly surprised to see them. Are the dungeon rewards also generating consumable items? Without hesitation, he decisively ordered, "Bring me that fruit." He silently calculated in his mind, let the dry leeches block the scorpions, and the rest help him gather these fruits. Holding the fruit offered by the dry soldier, he wondered aloud, do the scorpions gather here because of this fruit, and what is its purpose? Information about the mysterious fruit being sought appears. The desert oasis can restore mental energy, but it must be used within 5 minutes after picking, or it will spoil. After learning its effect, he was somewhat skeptical. Can this fruit really restore mental energy? Manhwa takes a bite, and a gentle blue aura immediately emanates from his body. The information panel appears, showing a mental strength of 1859, 2900. Seeing that, he was a bit surprised, as his mental energy was gradually recovering. At the same time, the desert scorpions also frantically charged to attack the dry lich warriors. Seeing the clusters of fruits on the tree, he thought that as long as the fruits here are complete, his mental energy would not be depleted at all. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned, "Appear now, Drybone Mage." Manhwa quickly realized that this place is a training sanctuary for leveling up skills, and immediately the dry lich appeared. I must quickly level up my summoning skill to summon the Dryad Sorcerer again. Watching the two opposing powers clash repeatedly, along with my thoughts, my mental strength is infinitely replenished. That scene immediately sparked an idea in him, so he could continuously summon the skeleton mage. Amidst the chaos, Manhwa also found his own solution. Once the skill reaches level 20, the Drybone Summoner can also transform into a silver level. As he grabbed that fruit, he calmly ordered the skeleton warrior. Continuing, time passes quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 hours have gone by, as the notification appears amidst the dust of the battle. Summon the Bone Lich Mage. The skill has reached level 20. Seeing that, Manhwa quietly said with satisfaction, finally succeeding. He immediately used the summoning command and appeared. The Lich Mage, an ancient lich warrior with an overwhelming aura, appears. Its information states that it is a level 20 silver-grade water-type Lich Mage, with 2,000 strength, 2,000 sensitivity, 8,000 spirit, 2,000 physique, and the skill Cold Water Fury. The Cold Water Violent Dance forms a icy storm within a certain range, causing ice elemental damage to the target, with the attack power based on mental strength. Each element of its power is demonstrated through different techniques. Fire element with the Fierce Fire skill, lightning element with the 5 Thunderstrike, wind element with the Dragon Whirlwind. Now that I am fully prepared, standing among the Lich Warriors, I proudly declare, "War, you just killed my Lich Sorcerer a moment ago, seemed pretty happy. Right now it's my turn." The image of the Frostfire Sorcerer appears full of power, alongside the wind and lightning systems, which are equally formidable. Immediately after, the 4 great Frost Lizard Sorcerers, each with their own elemental type, launch their attacks. Ice, fire, lightning, wind. The scorpions were quickly defeated with little resistance. Some are electrocuted, some are frozen to death, and others are torn apart by the wind. The most painful might be being burned alive. Looking at the scene before him, he exclaimed, "This is true high-level dungeon content." Manhwa ordered, "Our team is also here." Summoning the Dry Lich Mage, there are currently 30 skeleton soldiers and 70 Dry Lich Mages. Looking at the scorpions ahead, I guess that as long as they are the same level, I can still handle large dungeons on my own. The Dry Lizard Warriors all drew their swords and charged forward, while Manhwa continued to summon with his hand, causing explosions that inflicted heavy casualties on the scorpions. The system sound rings out, killing the giant level 25 Oasis Scorpion with 300,000 experience points and receiving a sharp gold tail. Ah, I don't see any suspicious figures anymore. You wonder aloud, are there no more monsters? Manhwa suddenly realized I still have other skills that haven't been upgraded. I wish there were always as many monsters as this. He worries that if the Dry Sorcerer has leveled up to Silver White, I should find the dungeon boss as soon as possible. The longer it takes, the lower the chance of obtaining the tyrant's heart. Suddenly something rushed towards Manhwa, catching his attention. Manhwa guessed these monsters were part of the beast tide. He quickly uses his bone armor and flips into the air to dodge this wave of monsters. Below is a swarm of ants along with the system display. Desert Soldier Ants level 26. Manhwa jumps onto the back of an ant soldier and ponders where they are headed. Suddenly, the ant soldiers rush underground, and looking at the whole area, Manhwa guesses this might be their nest. Suddenly, an enormous creature appears before you, and the system immediately reports that it is a desert sandfly monster. An elite enhanced type, level 27, with 6,000 strength, 3,000 agility, 3,000 spirit, and 3,000 stamina. Do you seem to understand what this huge thing in front of you is? The flying ants are considered the guards of the queen ant. It seems the boss here is the queen ant. Mackenzie Yu directly attacks the flying ant with his bone armor. Seeing that armor bone is no match for it, you still want to bully my armor bone that hasn't leveled up yet. The demon language summons many other bone mage soldiers. The flying ants are surrounded by dozens of skull warriors and the ultimate move Dragon Fist Storm. The ant soldiers seem to sense the danger and rush back to their nest. System notification: kill the desert level 27 flying ant experience, Polar $360,000. Receive 4 flying ant wings and the order to depart is given. My warriors, the mage of the dry swamp, give the order to attack. All my soldiers follow the orders and find the residence of the queen ant. You look down on the ant soldiers beneath your feet with contempt. This place only needs me and my dry sorcerer. The system notification sounds. Killing desert flying ants at level 27 grants 360,000 experience and 4 wings. Killing desert flying ants at level 26 grants 360,000 experience and 4 wings. Looking at the map in his hand, Mo Yu hurriedly said, "Finally found it. If that's the case, there's no need to waste more time. Let's face the boss here directly." The system reports the stats of the queen ant. The desert queen ant is a level 28 boss monster, with a strength of 9,000, agility of 3,000, mental power of 8,000, stamina of 8,000, and skills including summoning ant armies, sonic attack, storm strike, and rolling. Are you sure that's the queen ant? The information shows it's a super enhanced elite guardian ant monster. Level 27, with 5,000 strength, 4,000 agility, 3,000 spirit, 7,000 stamina, and the armor transformation skill. Moye feels disappointed and says, "I thought there might be some challenge, but it's not interesting at all." You boldly command, "Go play with them, my warriors." At that moment, the skills were unleashed one after another. Storm and chaos collided. Mungu covered her face with her hand and shouted, "It's not about which skill is better. Luckily, I awakened the armor skill." Your face is full of murderous intent as the mage pulls the queen's guard by the leg and the warrior cuts him down. The first skill appears, armor turns into a snake. System notification, level 27, Queen Ant Guard defeated, gained 390,000 experience, and received 10 ant fangs. Queen Ant counterattacks with Sonic Wave attack. Immediately, Maknu's dry corpses were blown away and vanished. He continued using another skill to coil and summon the army of ants. He witnesses this scene with great anger and commands. Another ultimate defensive skill, truly a waste of my time. Revive now. Warriors. Maknu was quite surprised to see the swarm of ants approaching him and exclaimed in amazement, "Is this the summon ant army skill?" Maknu couldn't believe it, but such a thing actually exists. You're not planning to rush to your death, are you? Then use the fire talisman. The spell quickly struck the queen ant. Explosions erupted around it. The system announced the kill of the desert queen ant, experience Papuais 800,000. You received a white-silver level longsword from the queen ant, a white-silver ring from the queen ant, and a witness token from the queen ant which can be exchanged for a queen ant. I hold the egg wrapped in my hands and say regretfully, "This large dungeon instance rewards us with many points for the items gained, and the experience has increased significantly. The oasis and the ant colony helped my experience rise to 78%. Maknu continued, "It's a perfect place to level up, but I don't have much time, so next time I'll come back to erase the experience and take the brawler's heart first." The moment passed quickly, and 2 hours later, the warriors were still fighting non-stop. The strange monsters in the desert, like giant sandworms, are also being slaughtered. He looked into the distance, hesitating as he guessed that this is the world-level fierce lion leader. Underneath, a row of demon beast minion soldiers kneel respectfully. Looking at the towering city and the black armies below, Monyu silently thought, "It seems I have found the right place." On the city wall, a lion archer is on guard, and its information quickly appears. After reading the information, he immediately realized that their attributes were all stronger than the ant soldiers and flying ants in the ant cave. Turning his gaze to the lion charging nearby, he received another information panel. The elite mutated desert lion warrior, level 28, with strength 6,500, agility 5,000, spirit 2,000, and stamina 5,000. Watching the lions train, he silently thought that their formation was orderly, and it seemed we couldn't use the same tactics as in the oasis and the ant cave. Makangu coldly takes out the Scythe of Death and calmly says, "I also know how to set up the formation." I summon the ghost speaker to call the spirit general. A giant body with black and white dominating appears, its eyes flashing with a mysterious blue aura. At the same time, its information panel also appears. Summoning creature, spirit general. Standing amidst the desert with eerie spirits around, he calmly declares, Go forth, my warrior. The spirit general immediately uses the formation skill. Seeing that the preparations were complete, Moyu began the battle, fulfilling my will, leading my warriors to attack them. The undead soldiers immediately charged forward, covered in blazing red blood, accompanied by a heavy force. The lion army is not to be outdone, as the alpha roars and commands his soldiers, unleashing a storm of arrows from the sturdy fortress. They are called 100 hits, and the battle scene becomes increasingly tragic. In the sky, continuous rain of arrows falls, blazing flames and mysterious energy bursts are constantly unleashed. The furious arrows rush toward the lion fortress, and although they are blocked, their overwhelming numbers keep them in the dominant position. The furious lion warriors roared, their eyes blazing red, charging forward. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, sending them all into the sky. In the chaos, Moyu calmly said, "Unfortunately, their bodies fell into the fortress, so I can't lock onto targets or use corpse puppetry." Seeing the shadows surrounding him, he sighed and added, "But luckily, you're here." In the battle, General Lin continues to use his furious attack, shifting his gaze to the sturdy city gate. He orders half of the mages to open the gate for us. On the city wall, the lion archers kept shooting arrows down, but he still spoke with a dissatisfied tone. After all this time, they still couldn't break through the fortress gate? Suddenly, Maknu paused, a realization flashing in his mind. I see now. This is a large-scale instance dungeon, maybe only accessible through team coordination or some special method to open the door and face the final boss. Having understood the problem, he quickly turned back and ordered his warriors. All disturbances to the dungeon mechanics stem from insufficient firepower, pushing their corpses toward the city gate. Makungu aimed directly at the pile of bodies at his feet and used the explosive skill. The information panel immediately confirmed the use of the explosive spirit. Then, an explosion erupted from the pile of corpses, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Makungu carefully observes what is about to appear. General Lin still stands silently behind him, ready to fight. Inside the fortress, a mighty lion sits arrogantly on the throne, its eyes flashing with a cold gleam. The information about the lion tyrant also immediately appears. Lion tyrant, world boss leader, level 31, power 13,000, agility 8,000, spirit 2,000, stamina 12,000, skills including hellish roar, provocative fury, and whirlwind of rage. Seeing its proud stance, it didn't take long for you to guess that this is a world-level boss, right? Sure enough, it's different from all the previous bosses. In front of it, Moyu was no bigger than an ant, but he still stood tall and fearless. Moyu silently thought, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." The savage Lion King launches its massive body into the air, roaring a threatening roar. It uses its rage-provoking attack. Information about your warrior also appears. A level silver bone soldier with 4,000 strength, 4,000 agility, 4,000 spirit, and 4,000 stamina. After its attack, the notification screen appeared, showing 2 bone soldiers destroyed. The savage lion overlord lost control, roaring wildly in madness. Makungu hurriedly ordered to stop it. Immediately after, a series of moves were launched directly at it. The 5 Thunder explosive arrow is temporarily disabled. Before it can recover, continuous bursts of energy force it to retreat. The tyrant lion gradually slowed down, its hands gripping the weapons tightly. Then it spun around repeatedly, creating a tornado that swept everything away. This move is called the Violent Wind Whirl. As the move ended, Mongu received news that 24 bone soldiers had been destroyed. He raised his hand to shield his face, seeming worried by the force. Too strong, even professional knights might not withstand this level of attack. Thinking of this, Makngu hurriedly shouted, "Stop for Ta!" At that moment, the savage lion was completely out of control, roaring with a deafening cry. That move is the scream of hell, instantly destroying 14 bone soldiers. Seeing the floating debris, he was surprised to realize that my bone armor can only last less than 2 seconds. Even though the chains tightened around it, the savage lion was still strong enough to charge and unleash its attack, furious and provoking. Seeing its enormous figure, he began to worry. Although I can move without fear of damage, I'm afraid this strike will destroy my bone soldier along with me. Makungu quickly uses the Soul Flame technique, and the skill immediately appears on the Soul Flame's information board. When it was knocked down, you immediately ordered the warriors. "Now's the chance, all of you, go all out." In front of its giant fallen body, the skeleton soldiers began to charge forward, but the information panel quickly appeared. 4 bone soldiers were defeated, and the savage Lion King rose up, furious as it unleashed its rage attack. On this side, Ma Yu also unleashes all his strength with Soul Flame, telling himself coldly that the Soul Flame cannot stop. If this time it's not my mage who levels up to silver rank, I'm afraid I can't defeat it alone. In an instant, 20 minutes have passed, and a series of attacks rush wildly forward. Soul Fire, Violent Wind Whirl, Han Shui Storm, and the 5 Thunder Bell. Maknu's thoughts appeared. It seems close to success. Finally, a flicker of ember gradually disappeared, and Maknu coldly watched its hand slowly lose strength. The warrior calmly said, "Bao Quan, I acknowledge you." At that moment, the information panel appeared. Killing the Lion King boss, experience increased by 2 million, received the King-grade sword and shield of the Bao Quan, received the King-grade hammer and axe of the Bao Quan, received the King-grade staff of the Bao Quan, received the Bao Quan's heart, and the next drop time was 1 year later. The Heart of the Brutal Lord, a special item, necessary for crafting the chain of the Brutal Lord. Makengu turned his face away, his sharp and cold eyes leveling up to level 21. He frowned, running his fingers through his hair as he fought the brutal king, while the Lost Army reached level 20. Makengu's identity is level 21, with strength increased by 30 to 330, agility increased by 30 to 330, and spirit increased by 30 to 320, plus an additional 200. The Dryad Summoner skill reached level 21. Suddenly, Maknu's face changed after seeing the notification board. He was amazed that the Dry Lizard Summoner skill had also leveled up. Could it be that after learning the skill, it automatically levels up with the character? Looking at the giant bodies of the boss in front of him, Mongu pondered that if that was the case, he should also quickly train the remaining skills to level up. You stand there hesitantly, because the higher the level, the harder it is to train. It seems you'll still have to go to the desert of the Warlord and rely on its results to improve your skills. The scene shifts to a luxurious ceiling with golden lights and magnificent architecture. Suddenly a sound rang out. The bell rang 6 times. How long has it been since I last heard those 6 chime sounds? Everyone in the audience buzzed as they watched the floating orbs. 6 chimes mean who set the new record in this large-scale dungeon? A proud young man speaks. It seems this record was set by someone from the Baklai Academy. He is Baklai Thang from Baklai Academy, the grandson of the principal. Many people whisper around. I remember that the great Makungu also entered. Could it be his? He sneered contemptuously. Who is Monungu? Which academy do they belong to? And yet someone dares to compete for the record with our Baklai Academy. A guy leaned in close to Baklai Thang's ear and whispered, "The boss from Maknu, that's him." After hearing this, he just laughed loudly and dismissed him contemptuously. Are you saying he went in alone? Do you want me to laugh myself to death? That's a large-scale dungeon meant for 40 people. Going in alone really doesn't know his limits. The crowd looked annoyed. What about the others? Is it impossible for one person to enter a large-scale dungeon? Maknu is the legend who set 2 consecutive dungeon records. Baklai Thang looked arrogantly and sarcastically. What does the record of 2 low-level dungeons mean? He's only level 20 now, and large-scale dungeons aren't that easy to clear. This record definitely belongs to our Baklai Academy. In an instant, the notification appeared that the Bao Quan's heart had fallen. Cooldown time, 364 days, 23 hours. The crowd below was stunned and incredulous. They cheered loudly. They really got the Bao Quan's heart. I heard Bao Quan's combat power is very strong. If you can't kill it within an hour, you definitely can't get its heart. Although I'm a fan of Lord Lam, I think this record was made by the Baklai Academy this time. Baklai Thang cheered loudly, saying, not only did we set a new record, but we also obtained the Bao Quan's heart. From now on, Bailey Xing Academy will also have boss items. The bulletin board has updated the record for the large desert dungeon Bao Quan. Everyone was stunned with their mouths open, all showing expressions of amazement that words couldn't describe. Baklai Thang, sweating and pale, trembling voice, that is Lam Maknu. A second later, Maknu, with a cold face, stepped out. Amid the cheers and applause from everyone, the Grand Minister has come out, truly impressive. I didn't expect it was really him who broke the dungeon alone and set a record, even faster than the Baklai Academy team. Baklai Thang gritted his teeth in fury and asked, Are you Maknu? You frowned coldly without answering, thinking to yourself, after winning the heart of the tyrant, I must quickly hand him over to Lord Bak Than. Maknu, indifferent, sorry, I have something to do. Then he walked away coldly. The students witnessing the scene were overjoyed. This time, the Bailey Academy has truly lost face. This story will definitely spread throughout the academy tomorrow. Who said they were so arrogant? A bunch of people who look very powerful. This time, Lam the boss pushed him down hard on the ground. My God, the lights are flickering. Everyone in the hall was bustling and surprised. Did you notice? Lam the Elder is only level 21, which means he already entered the dungeon at level 20. Solo clearing a large dungeon at level 20. Is this really something a human can do? This is terrifying. Is this the power of a soul spirit master? At Bai Yivian's office, he opens and closes his eyes slowly, pressing a button on the stopwatch. Mongu, what's going on? Unable to find the team, Lam Mo Yu casually states, Lord Bai Shen, I have captured the heart of the tyrant. Yivian looked up indifferently and said, not being able to find the team is okay. I'll introduce you to some friends. Suddenly, Bak Yivian was stunned as he understood what you meant. Wait a moment. Makangu, what did you just say? La Makangu, with a slightly naive expression, replied, I've captured the heart of the tyrant. He looked incredulous and contemplative, saying, this kid, he hasn't been on his new mission for long and has already captured the heart of the tyrant. In the quiet office, Bai Yiyuan asked curiously, where are you? I'm at the dormitory entrance. The night sky and moonlight illuminate the leaves. Makangu pressed the device to turn it off when a notification suddenly appeared. The Desert Boss raid record was 5,000 points and 30 contribution points, and it could only be received once. The message was new, and the reward was quite substantial, but unfortunately it could only be received once. Suddenly, a surge of power surrounded Maknu, catching him off guard. This is a stream of energy forming a water vortex around his body. Bai Yiyan's magic transports him to Manhwa Van's location. He is sipping a cup of tea. Bai Shen, that is Mr. Ma. Makangju respectfully bows and greets Master Man. Manhwa Van gently suggests you come and sit here. Yivian reassures you there's no need to be tense. Mr. Man is very easy to talk to. He is a master of formation at the divine level. Bak Yivian sat down at the tea table and said, Maknu, bring out the heart of the tyrant. Answer me. Yes. A piece of golden crystal appeared before him, surprising Manhwa Van. Yes, it is indeed the heart of a tyrant. Bai Yiwen nodded in doubt, saying, You're also alone this time. Mo Yu replied straightforwardly, still alone. His father asked how the results were, frowning. More than 14 hours later, Manhwa Van and Bak Yivien looked at each other with a surprised expression, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Old Bai, once you've agreed with someone, you have to follow through. He irritably threw a bottle of water to Maknu. No need for you to say anything. This is a gift for your defensive talisman. He looked at the bottle thoughtfully. With the Spirit Shield talisman, my level-up speed will reach a new height. Bak Yivian raised his hand and asked, Makangu, do you want to enter the Sacred Light Academy? I agree, but I still need a lot of contribution points. He pondered. Setting 3 new records only earned 90 contribution points, and to get into the Sacred Light Academy, I need 1,000 points. Can I use the rebound shield in the initial battlefield? Maknu looked up suspiciously and shouted. Bak Yivian looked pleased and asked, Is there any problem with accepting this mission? Makungju clenched the water bottle in his hand. The mysterious images of the dry, long-standing warriors appearing in his mind were not an issue. He thought to himself that he could complete the dungeon faster to earn more contribution points. Bak Yivian stood up and said, Okay, I'll take you back to rest first, and after the opening ceremony, I'll take you to the initial battlefield. He looked grim and thanked Lord Bai. The full moon above illuminated the dark night as Manhwa Van appeared, serious. Is it appropriate to take him to the initial battlefield so early? Bai Yiwen said proudly, crossing his arms and looking at the sky. He also sees that he can clear large dungeons alone at level 20, and compared to some second-class transformations, he's not much worse. Starting early in the main battlefield for training is more suitable for him. He worried about the monster and its enormous power, but he didn't tell him that there were enemies of the human race on the initial battlefield. Makungu quietly closed his eyes on the bed, turning to the side, thinking that after hours of grinding the dungeon, he could rest today. Rest well today. Tomorrow you will go to the Desert Warlord to level up other skills. A man steps out of the space door with a proud and triumphant smile. I'm back now. When the people there saw me return, they pretended to be happy, but their words were full of mockery. Look quickly, it's someone from Bailey Academy coming back. With their joyful expressions, do they really think they've set a new record? Have you watched the exciting scene? He and the people from the same academy there were so excited, confidently boasting. Today we increased our training time to 15 hours and 58 minutes, setting a new record. Baklai Academy Yu Wu. Over here, people from other academies watched the scene and quietly mocked their overly excited joy. Suddenly, they all stopped calling each other by name, looked up at the floating board, and asked in confusion, Wait a minute, Captain. This doesn't seem right. We don't have the Bao Quan Chi Tam. Who did this? The name on the board shows Mo Yu, which makes him stunned. Mac New level 21, 14 hours 11 minutes 43 seconds, just one person? Everyone around keeps talking about how he's level 21 for 14 hours and he can't stay calm anymore, so he shouts out in anger. No way, this can't be happening. Seeing the situation was getting out of control, the other person quickly worried and tried to stop him. Our team leader, let's head back first. He ignored what the other person said and continued to shout in anger. He's only level 21 and can clear dungeons faster than our Baklai Academy alone. The other students' groups kept mocking them as they took the opportunity to jeer. I really didn't expect Baklai Academy to get slapped in the face twice in one day. It's too funny. His face was so battered it looked like it was about to fall apart. Lord Lam really is damn tough. It seems Baklai Academy is really famous this time. He immediately couldn't stay and ordered his people from his own academy. After a good night's sleep, Makangu wakes up from his dream. It's the second day. He raised his hand to scratch his head, thinking his mental energy had recovered, then calmly stepped into the hall where everyone was gathered, lost in thought. If I can find that kind of fruit in the desert this time, then I might as well upgrade the forbidden spell and the skeleton armor to max level. Suddenly, a man approached and started a conversation with me. He raised his finger and looked at you, indicating that he wanted Maknu to follow. Senior brother Bailey Shuang wants you to come with me for a trip. You just ignore him. He put his hands in his pockets, silently lowered his head, and walked away. The guy was startled by his indifference. Annoyed, he shouted. Ignoring me again, he's got quite a nerve. You don't know who Bok Li Thang is? Maknu turned to face him and said, if you want to meet me, tell him to come himself. The system analysis panel appears showing cooldown time for the dungeon is 9 days, reducing cooldown by 2,000 points. Entering the dungeon costs 500 points. You silently place your hand on your chin, contemplating as the command consumes up to 2,500 points. Look, that's Lord Lam, isn't it? Is the great god planning to clear the Desert Warlord dungeon by himself again? The first time was because he was unfamiliar with the dungeon. I wonder what new record he will set this time. Miss Thuhan, my task is not yet finished. Could you please help us ask Lord Lam if he agrees to take us along to clear the dungeon? The people there also stepped forward and said, yes, we can pay with integral points. If the great god can clear the dungeon himself, then he can also take us along. We will pay with points. She is now in an awkward situation and stammering. Hey guys, the many voices around her kept calling out continuously. Miss Thuhan, consider this a plea from us. Fine, I'll ask Mo Yu to see if he can teach you all. The guy who was just rejected by you went back to Lai Thang to report. Maknu refused to come here and said the boss should go meet him himself. He frowned and said, this kid's guts are really big, and the other guy hurriedly chimed in. Yes, that's right. He really doesn't hold anyone in respect. After hearing that, he raised his fist close to his face and said, do you think clearing dungeons on your own is already impressive? It's just a low-level dungeon. He originally didn't understand what would happen after the second transformation, but now he's stronger, and after the second transformation, he could also become a useless person. If he's that disrespectful, then don't bother with him anymore. If I meet him again later, I can just teach him a lesson. Shuhan stands in front of you, clasping his hands together, begging. That's right, Lam Hawk Day. They want to pass this academy mission, and those behind her are all begging you too. Great God Lam is pleading with you. Great God, just take me to clear the dungeon once. I just want to complete the mission. That's right, Great Master. I can pay with 1,000 points. When Monu heard everyone talking about it, she widened her eyes in surprise and confusion, asking again about the mission. She quickly explained to you that it was a dungeon quest assigned by the academy. Your disciple doesn't know, but those others are still begging loudly for your help. We've been stuck in this desert dungeon for a long time. Without completing the quest, we can't join the independent academy. We don't need experience, equipment, or materials. Just ask him to take us along. Makangu calmly refused everything. Sorry, I'm just a new student. I don't know about this. What? Lord Lam is actually a new student? I see. No wonder your rank isn't high. After a moment of hesitation, everyone continued to gather around you to ask for help. Great Master, just take us along, we can pay with points. I'll pay 1,000 points, I'll also pay 1,000 points. Even the hidden language being surrounded is quite awkward. Seeing everyone continue to ask, the price also couldn't help but fluctuate. After buying weapons, I really don't have much left of my integrals. Clearing dungeons once also cost me 2,500 integrals. If it's 1,000 points per person, then you could earn up to 39,000 points. Faced with such temptation, I had no choice but to agree to let everyone go, just 1,000 points per person. But I have one request. They happily replied, Great God, Lam, we only need to complete the mission. Everything else is unnecessary. That's right, we will follow your instructions. Makningu secretly told everyone what he was looking for, and if he found the fruit in the desert of the warlord, they couldn't compete with him. They were stunned when they heard this and whispered, Is that the kind of fruit that can be found but not bought in the desert of the warlord? That kind of fruit is very rare, and we never thought we would encounter it. Yes, Lord Lamb, if we do find it, we won't compete with you. If that's the case, I can only take 39 people with me this time. Who goes first? When they heard him say that, they all quickly ran to compete with each other. Get out of the way, I go first, I've been stuck on this mission for a whole year. Shuhan then angrily crossed his arms and shouted, making everyone afraid and fall silent. Everyone line up now, no more pushing, or when the time comes, Master Lin won't help you anymore. After a while, they lined up neatly, and the number was quite large. He opened the list to get the money, but also didn't forget to thank her. The senior sister thanked him, sorry for the trouble. She quickly waved her hand and said it was a small matter. Mo Yu glanced over and asked, "Have you finished your task?" Tu Han happily replied, "I've finished. You go ahead with your work, don't worry about me." He nodded and told her if senior sister ever needed help with a task in the future, just find him, and he wouldn't refuse. Tu Han playfully replied, "I won't let you refuse when the time comes." Quickly, Mo Yu and everyone else arrived at a different location. He suggested, "Follow behind me, no one move ahead." They all replied in unison, "Don't worry, Lord Lin, we all obey you. If you say east, we won't dare go west." He said, "Stand, we absolutely won't sit. You stand in the middle of the desert, raise your hand to summon the skeleton soldier, and the skeleton warrior appears." They gradually emerged from the sand, and Yu ordered them to search the Lukchou desert. Seeing the dry, long soldiers, the followers were stunned and terrified. Damn it, is that what Great God Lamb summoned, or what do you call a necromancer? But the number must be more than 100. That's terrifying. Is this a legendary profession? Then the analysis panel appears with a notification. The super-enhanced level 25 Desert Demon Tree with 5,000 strength, 1,000 agility, 2,000 spirit, and 6,000 physique. Watching the dry soldiers jump and fly higher, they keep discussing among themselves. What? Kill in an instant? This desert demon took our team about 20 minutes to defeat last time. It's so terrifying. The attributes of this dry corpse are really high. The system panel continues to display the information. The level 21 silver-ranked dry bone soldier has 4,500 strength, 4,500 agility, 4,500 spirit, and 4,500 physical. The system reports that defeating the desert demon fruit grants 7,500 experience. The boy hesitated for a moment, placing his hand on his head and thinking to himself, as expected, bringing along 39 people. I don't have enough experience points, but luckily I still have 39,000 integration points. From now on, I should run dungeons more often myself, especially since I've been leveling up other skills these days. Is Lord Lin trying to pull monsters this time? He's already summoned over 100 of them. Is that the Dry Lich Mage, trying to rely on the skills of the Dry Lich Mage to link attack? Makngu recalled the image of the energy recovery tree and silently sighed. It seems this was his first time with good luck. This kind of desert really isn't something you encounter every day. The Dryad warriors begin raising their staffs to declare war. You stand majestically with your hands in your pockets, staring straight ahead as the sand begins to swirl around. If this time there's no such fruit, then kill the boss sooner and clear the level, then enter the dungeon again. The people behind were terrified by the ground and shouted loudly, "What's happening?" Monu raised her hand to form a red energy circle and shouted, "Corpses were exploding." A huge explosion occurred far from where they were standing, and the group watched the ongoing blast, each wondering how many corpses Lam Daithan must have left behind this time. This explosion is a skill of Lord Lam. Oh my mother, the power is quite formidable now. Moengu turned back and told them, "The monsters nearby are almost cleared out. Everyone just wait here. I will clear out the monsters in the ant nest dungeon and then call everyone over." They calmly replied, "No problem. Just take your time. No need to rush." They watched his relaxed figure walk away in the distance, constantly marveling. It's only been 3 hours since we entered the dungeon, right? I'm completely clueless now. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I were killed. After a long while, they still stayed in place, waiting for you. 20 minutes later, one of them scratched his head and spoke. "Maybe we should go and try to fight the monster. If Lord Lamb can kill it easily, then the monsters here probably aren't that hard to handle." The two of them nodded in agreement and followed. "Maybe we should try it ourselves. Since we share the same profession and our ranks are much higher than Lord Lamb, we shouldn't be unable to handle a single monster, right?" "That's right. Maybe we should try it ourselves." Not long after, they were terrified and screaming as they led the monsters over. 2 minutes later, they accidentally attracted two at once, and the battle began. Naima prepared to heal. Both sides have started the challenge mode, and the soldiers are still trying their best to cope. These scorpions are probably still juveniles. Everyone stay calm. Those scorpions are attacking the defenses very tightly, making it hard to reach them. A brave soldier rushed forward and was knocked back, causing his teammate nearby to shout urgently, "What? Your attack is too strong. Be careful not to hurt yourself." He quickly gets hurt. Someone shouted, "Did it come out? Where did it come out?" The following mages struggle to keep up and defend themselves, stop calling out and start fighting back. Suddenly, a rainbow-colored scorpion from the swarm ran over, with its stats displayed on the left. Physical 5892, 6000. They immediately panicked. Are you just scratching its itch? Then it was hit on the head by someone, suffering serious damage. Behind a man and a woman, he bravely stepped forward and shouted, "Let us go up, soldiers. Call out the alert. We retreat first." 5 minutes later, the system message appeared. Attack on level 25 Desert Scorpion. Experience +7500. The three of them who just fought monsters gathered together, exhausted. This is too tough. Are all the boss dungeons like this? It turns out that Master Lamb has always had to face monsters like this, so powerful. A similar alert also appeared on Ngu's side, indicating a level 25 Desert Scorpion attack and 7500 experience gained. He glanced around and thought these people really can't sit still. There are still many soldiers outside fighting hard, so why is everyone just sitting there stunned? There is still one on this side, yes, 2 monsters attacking at the same time. Everyone is sweating and exhausted with a few wounds. Damn it, what should I do now? I'm completely out of energy. Can't I just call little Divine Lord Lamb at that moment? We keep crawling into the danger. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blows in, accompanied by a swift scorpion rushing toward the group. Suddenly, a skeleton warrior appeared out of nowhere, swinging its sword wildly and easily splitting the scorpion in half. Everyone exclaimed loudly, discussing and watching closely every move of the skeleton soldier. Do they kill in an instant? I finally understand how formidable Lord Lamb's fortress is, so it must be pretty impressive. The crowd, saved, broke out in sweat and let out a relieved sigh, their hearts hanging by a thread, feeling both happy and scared. Luckily, Lord Lin left a dryad to protect us, but it's been over 10 minutes now. Why hasn't Lord Lamb even managed to scratch a single monster? Do you really need to say it? They are definitely pulling monsters. It's not like they haven't encountered them before. A few seconds later, everyone receives a system notification of an attack, a level 26 Desert Battleground Assault, with 8,000 experience points gained. Everyone was stunned and overwhelmed like never before. This is my experience rapidly increasing. Oh my god, this performance is just too terrifying. A few groups are gathering to discuss. It seems that Master Lamb has already reached the boss's lair. I heard there's a very difficult queen ant inside the ant cave. I've also heard that if the DU power isn't enough, the queen ant will curl up and no matter how you attack, she won't die. Do people still doubt Lord Lamb's DU power? The scene shifts to Manhwa, who is alone summoning the power to capture the swarm of larvae and the queen ant, using the corpse of the Bao Liet, while outside he continues to receive updates, killing the level 28. Desert King Bee grants 20,000 experience points and the news spreads quickly. Is the King Bee dead? That's too fast. Manhwa calmly steps out and says, "Let's go, we'll head straight to Bao Quan Then Bao." He secretly plans his next move, knowing he must finish this round quickly, reset, and then find that fruit. His teammate stammers in response, "Okay," and he quickly walks away into the distance. Why are there so many monsters? This can already be considered an army now. One of them sighed, truly hard to imagine. If Lam Dai Thon were to clear the dungeon alone, he could probably go from level 20 to level 30 in a month. It's the familiar move, a violent corpse among the pile of bodies in front, surrounded by red gas making it hard to see clearly, with immense power blasting away chunks of rocks. The group of onlookers was amazed that they could conquer the city this way, and once their full strength was unleashed, they could bypass the dungeon mechanics. They all experienced it and quickly moved away from the center. That is the Savage King Beast Clan. Is this the world boss? Even from this distance, I still feel terrified. Even if we stay a bit farther away, we still don't know how long it will take for Master Lin to defeat it. The dark-blooded Lion King appears with a massive body. Manhwa didn't have time to say hello and jumped straight into the main topic. We're meeting again. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry. The group hiding in the cave peeks out to check the situation, sweating and discussing with each other. Why do I keep feeling like facing a world boss makes the great god just a toy? Thala Lam, the great god, fights so easily, I feel like I could land 2 hits too. So go quickly, just hope you don't pee your pants. After just a short chat, there's already a notification about the level 30 lion attack battle, with 50,000 experience points gained. The guy in the cave just managed to joke back and was also surprised by this power. Just kidding. The whole team was so overwhelmed with joy that they cheered and cried tears of happiness. We did it. My mission is finally accomplished. They quickly finished their tasks and used teleportation, with everyone in the group happily shouting, "Thank you, Lam Dai Than." Lam Dai Than really is incredible. My mission was stuck for 2 years, but I finally succeeded. The next second, I teleported back to Thu Han's side. "Senior sister, thank you for your hard work in helping us this time." Lai Thang's Jr. stood from afar to report the situation. "Bak Li Thang Lao, the big guys have gone out. He's full of bad intentions. You and he go in together to clear the instance and see how he handles it himself." Mak Nungu looked confused at the group of soldiers, wondering why there were so many people. Thuan shyly showed his regret. "We've been stuck on this mission for a long time. I heard the younger ones are about to clear the dungeon, so we all came here." McNu turned to ask everyone, "Do you all understand the rules?" Everyone was full of energy, shouting loudly, and they all understood perfectly. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, we don't need any items." That younger brother of Lai Thang, standing far behind, was thinking to himself that it's really hard to squeeze into this team. Following the lead, Mak Nu went first, with the whole group trailing behind, and he secretly hoped that this time they could find that desert fruit. Makangu paused with bright eyes, looking at the fruit. "Finally got it. Now I can upgrade my remaining skills. 1.5 days until the opening ceremony. I need to hunt a few more times." He easily summoned a bone soldier to defeat the monster. The group of followers was so excited. "Oh my god, even the male lead can level up. This is so awesome." While Mongu appeared very calm, they were also very happy and satisfied. Earning 1,000 points isn't too bad. The fighting on this side is very loud, with chunks falling due to Makangu's magic, and everyone watching is amazed and excited, yet there are still such moves. Never learn again. Never learn again. The mighty lion tyrant continues to appear, stepping forward to face the army of skeleton soldiers below. The people following are excited to watch. Who do they want to pass this time? It's way too realistic. Who would have thought this time it would take so long, just 7 hours? It turns out the record set by the great god is still not the limit. Lai Thang's Jr. was so scared he broke out in a sweat. It was terrifying. He had to hurry back and report to the boss. The others in the group, just like the first time, defeated the boss and cheered with tears of joy. My mission is also complete. Lam Great God is awesome. The scene shifts to a brightly lit room where that subordinate is whispering and reporting back to Lai Thang. "Boss, that kid Mak Nu." He frowns with some interest, so he's exploiting the corpse's crowd control ability, and there's even a legion of undead with extremely powerful attributes. In other words, as long as we can limit his summoning spell and there are no corpses, then Mo Yu isn't useless after all, right? Lai Thang stroked his chin and analyzed. Every profession has its weaknesses, and it seems Mo Yu's weakness lies right here. Go call Lang Than from Kan Long Academy here, and just tell him I need to see him. He smiled slyly, having stolen the jewelry from the boss of Bak Lai Academy and humiliated me in front of everyone. I must make you pay the price. The two of you, master and servant, are sitting dangerously close. Back at the Hakin Academy dormitory in the double room, a girl stood absent-mindedly looking outside. It was Ha Tuyet. She pondered the words of Dong Duong. She needed to save her points a little. Ha Tuyet pouted. "There are so many good things in the Hakin Hoang mansion, but they all require energy points, which are really hard to earn. I really admire that fool. He has over 30,000 energy points, and I don't know how many points the top scholar of the whole country gets rewarded with, but it's definitely not a small amount." She suddenly smiled when she remembered the information and heard Principal Lu say that Mo Yu had arrived at the academy a few days ago, but she didn't know how he had been doing these days. Mo Yu was still fully focused on controlling the core soldiers to eliminate the boss. Han Tuyet seemed to trust what you said completely, but with that guy's abilities, he probably isn't doing too badly either. The next day, the three of them, Yi Vian, gathered together to chat. Suddenly, Tai Nian shouted, "That kid you trust so much is also too sick." Wai Vian asked his old friend, Nin Tai Nian, Nin Awai's grandfather and the principal of Hakin Academy, with confusion. "What's wrong?" "Usually calm and composed. Why are you talking nonsense?" Tai Nian looked at the screen angrily and replied, "This kid goes to the sub-palace and charges a fee to lead people through the desert chaos dungeon." Yi Yuan nodded. "Isn't charging a fee for others to lead through the dungeon a very normal thing? This kind of thing has always happened. That kid is impressive, leading 39 people at once. I never expected him to come up with that. We absolutely cannot let those people take advantage of the situation." Tai Nian slammed the table in anger. "Old Bai, don't you know what the Academy's true intentions are behind those missions? The real issue was that they were trying to select outstanding talents stuck in this mission, and Lam Mak Nu's actions are a result of that." Ivian sipped his tea lightly and calmly said, "I know, of course, but so what? The missions and rules are all set by the Academy. McNew also did not violate the rules set by the Academy. He slightly frowned and glanced at Tyne Hien. I haven't been satisfied with these missions for a long time. In recent years, so many good seeds have been stuck because they are not good at communicating and can't find a team. I think this kid is doing very well. And Van also agreed and said, the regulations of the Academy are too outdated, established hundreds of years ago. It's truly time for reform. At this point, Tyne Hien could no longer keep his composure. He slammed the table and stood up. They are cut from the same cloth. Seeing this, Yi Yuan chuckled softly and threatened, if you're that old and still have that temper, let me warn you. If you lay a hand on Lin Mo Yu, I will destroy the auxiliary palace. Finally, Tyne Hien left in anger, and Van watched his figure leave, feeling disappointed. This old man won't change his ways. Yi Yuan chuckled softly. The nature of a ruler is hard to change and even harder to abandon, and only one person in this world can handle his true character. At the Desert Warlord's oasis, Mo Yu is still on the island. The leveling up sound rings out and the level 21 skeleton armor appears. The summoned skeleton armor provides 2100 health and defense, lasting 5 minutes, and can be used on others. The boy stands in deep thought, and finally the skeleton armor levels up. With the blessing of my innate talent, I can now gain 21,000 defense points, so it should be able to withstand the attack of the savage warlord. Moments later, he raised his hand to cast a slowing curse on the approaching monster. The speed reduction curse also leveled up, increasing its slowing effect. Unfortunately, the violent corpse needs to explode to level up. Otherwise, I could use this opportunity to train it to max level. There is only 1 hour left before the opening ceremony, and Hatuyet is walking to the schoolyard with Tamai. She cheerfully says, since I don't have many points accumulated, I chose the dormitory with you two. I didn't expect to be sharing a room with you. Tamai nodded. I didn't expect that, Hatuyet continued. He seems very confident. I don't have many points, but I will cover the meal expenses from now on. Suddenly, Tamai softly reminded her, Hatuyet, that's over there. Fangtu is standing in the corner and saw both of them turn around. The girls around him all secretly exclaimed, he's so handsome, pretending to be a swordsman. I want to confess. Fangtu quickly approached Hatuyet and the other person. Hello to both of you. Tame replied. Hello. Shagyo teased, you're really welcomed here. Suddenly, Tame remembered to ask. She didn't notice Fangtu's awkward expression, and only then did she recall whether the two of them had seen Lam Maknu anywhere. Over at Makengyu's place, you're checking your stats and finally reached level 22. As expected, your skills synchronize with your level and will increase accordingly. After finishing, he immediately entered the teleportation gate to Hakin Academy. As he walked, he continued to calculate. Having entered dungeons so many times, he now had over 350,000 points, but it still wasn't enough. A mid-level skill scroll costs 80,000 points, and right now I can only buy 4 of them. For understanding mid-level skills, 4 scrolls are completely not enough. Makengu pressed the watch on his wrist, his eyes becoming even more determined. I need to find a way to earn more points. But now we have to attend the opening ceremony first. Nearly 20 minutes later, at the Hakin schoolyard, Hatuyet's group was waiting. She asked anxiously, there's less than 10 minutes left. Why hasn't that guy arrived yet? At this, Fangtu shouted loudly, he's here. As Mo Yu arrived, the atmosphere around him immediately grew tense and oppressive, causing the 3 of Fangtu's group to become a bit wary. He has become stronger. Hatuyet nodded and said, yes, I think he's gotten stronger, Tamai added. He's still radiating. Fighting spirit, probably just finished a dungeon. The people around looked at Mongu with curiosity and whispered, that's the national top scorer. Lam Maknu? He looks really unusual. Just a glance was enough to make me feel scared. Suddenly, Hatuyet's call broke the gloomy atmosphere. Lao Meng, we're here. Maknu smiled softly. You all have arrived. Hatuyet snorted and said, boring. If we didn't come, wouldn't we just not pass the exam? Tamai quickly asked beside her, Lam Maknu, what level are you at now? Makengu softly replied, level 22. The 3 of them were all surprised and asked, we haven't seen each other for just a few days. How did you level up so quickly? Makengu calmly thought that if it weren't for leading people to earn points and level up slowly, she might have already reached level 24. Fangtu, slightly calmer, said, I know the Academy has a subsidiary palace where you can use points to reset cooldowns. Hatuyet said dejectedly, you are the top scholar in the whole country and have many points to spend freely, unlike us who have to be frugal and find it hard to earn points. Remembering the series of sounds of earning points, Moyue felt a bit guilty. Maybe earning points isn't that hard after all. A while later, the bell rang out and the opening ceremony officially began. A teacher announced loudly, "Welcome everyone to Awakens Academy. Maybe all of you were geniuses in high school, but that is all in the past. Now you all have a new identity as new students of Awakens Academy." He continued, "In the academy, there are regular students, academy students, and top students, each level receiving different resources and treatment, so everyone should strive to improve." Then, the teacher said, "Our opening ceremony at Awakens Academy features a traditional event where former students challenge new students." He then began explaining the rules. "All previous students have the right to challenge you, but they must pay the corresponding points. You can refuse. However, if you win, the points offered by the senior students will belong to you. Of course, whether you win or lose, as new students, you have nothing to lose." The teacher continued loudly, "This is also a good opportunity for those with fewer accumulated points like you to earn some. New students with real strength, don't miss this opportunity." At this moment, the three senior elders, YVN, stand above and look down, giving a subtle comment to remind the freshmen not to be arrogant. "Nothing new or interesting," Tynian added. "The new students are all top scholars from different places, arrogant geniuses, each very proud." Evian looked back at Mo Yu and wondered if anyone would dare challenge Lin Mo Yu, while Anwen was also curious, thinking no one would be foolish enough to dwell on it. The new students below, upon hearing the rules, started to chatter. Losing nothing, winning praise. But there are still good things like this. Yet our level is lower than the previous students, and our skills are worse. How can we win? They said, then looked cautiously at the seniors. The teacher then spoke to reassure everyone, saying, "Don't worry, the competition will take place on a professional fighting arena. The arena will have a formation suppressing both sides' levels, using the lower level as the standard, and all skills above level 20 will be disabled. The formation will protect you from life-threatening danger. The academy also has divine-level healers to ensure your safety." Hearing this, some people stepped forward to challenge. "I want to challenge you." The one being challenged nodded. "I accept the challenge." The people below saw the faces of the challengers and recognized them, saying, "I know that new student, he's the top scorer of a province." "Is it really so interesting right from the start?" Next to Mongu, I also received a challenge. "Lam Mongu, I challenge you." Lang Tran arrogantly said, "Do you dare to fight, or are you already scared?" Seeing you in front of me, Maknu felt a bit annoyed and thought this guy's spirit really won't rest in peace. Too bad he's at the academy. Then he calmly asked, "How many points are you offering?" Lang Tran calmly replied, 5,000 points. Maknu slightly disapproved, "That's too little." Lang Tran was surprised that 5,000 points was too little and asked, "So how many points do you want to accept the challenge?" Maknu lightly pointed and quoted, "M. Van." The new students listening to Maknu's words were all startled. 10,000? I only have 5,000 points. I only have 7,000. Are you joking? Do you even understand what 100,000 accumulated points mean? Do you have 100,000 points? You're not even worth selling. Maknu's expression darkened slightly, but he still said, "Let's have a match then. The bet will be my accumulated points. If I win, you have to give me as many points as I have. If I lose, my points will become yours." He softly asked, "Do you dare to bet, Senior Lang Tran?" Then Mo Yu continued, "Do you dare not?" Seeing his expression, Shashua beside him was amazed. Lam Ngok surprisingly spoke so much at once. It seems there is deep resentment between him and senior student Lang Tran. Hearing the challenge, Lang Tran felt a bit guilty and wondered why he was so confident. "If I don't agree, it would be too embarrassing." Thinking this, he replied, "Nothing I dare not do." "I agree. What does a new student have in points? Besides, I still have my trump card." Vian looked at Lang Tran with a hint of disdain, thinking this kind of fool would die quickly on the battlefield. And Van glanced down curiously and asked, "Little Lamb has led people through the dungeon so many times, now at least 300,000, right?" Tiny and beside him snorted softly, blocking the way. At the arena, the two mages have already arrived. Lan Zhen from Bailey Academy, a level 21 mage, and Mu Yu from the National Top Scholar, a level 22 spirit sorcerer. The students below looked at the two and whispered, "He's the one. He's the one who set a new record in the Dungeon Palace. Lord Lamb, I didn't expect he's a freshman. I just got led through the Desert Warlord by him. Every time Lord Lamb leads someone through, the dungeon can earn nearly 40,000 points. There must be a lot of accumulated points now, and if he wins, it'll be quite a spectacle to watch." Lang Tran on the arena taunted, "If you are the top scholar in the country, you are just a fool in front of me." Mekungu calmly replied, "My rank is lower than yours." Lang Tran angrily summoned his weapon and said, "I have had exceptional talent since I was young and trained at the academy. A genius like me is not someone an ordinary person like you can compare to. My rank is lower than yours no matter how powerful your profession is. That's just because you're lucky. You win on the battlefield, awareness is what truly matters." Mo Yu still repeats the same words. My rank is lower than yours. Lang Tran angrily swung his weapon and cursed, What the hell, didn't your parents teach you how to talk? Hearing this, the image of his family flashed through Lam Mac's mind, and his expression darkened. Seeing your current state, Lang Zhen was terrified and startled, with the same look in his eyes as before in the secondary palace, as if you truly wanted to kill me. A second later, he regained his composure and forced himself to say, Aren't you relying on your two skills, summoning magic and corpse explosion? Without a corpse, I can't summon. It's no better than a target dummy. At this moment, Mo Yu gently waved his hand, summoning blue flames, and beside the dry corpse soldier, another appeared. If it weren't at the academy, I would have been dead for sure. The dry bone warrior quickly swung his sword at Lang Zhen, who then grabbed a talisman seal before crushing it. The sealing talisman took effect, and almost immediately, the dry bone warrior disintegrated into dust. Watching this, Mo Yu frowned slightly, as if his own skill had been sealed, preventing him from summoning the dry bone warrior again. Lang Tran saw Yu fall into surprise and laughed loudly. See? This is called a sealing talisman for summoning, specially used to deal with summoners. Then Lang Tran raised his weapon and said, You can no longer use your summoning skill, and there are no corpses here now, so you're nothing. He unleashed Fire Vu Manthin and roared, Fear not. Even if I can't kill you today, I can make you feel the pain of being burned by fire. Lang Tran looked at Macnu in front of him, sneered coldly, and said, Show me how long you can hold on, Lam Macnu. According to the comments from the Celestial Realm, this Lang Tran is not upright, yet he uses the sealing and summoning spell which is specifically meant to target summoners. Just wait and see, he will pay a heavy price for this. On the arena, Macnu quickly uses a bone armor to shield himself from the attack. Wuchi, Macnu stands calmly amidst the flames and says, Fortunately, you have surpassed level 20, otherwise I wouldn't be able to use level 20 skills. Lang Tran, still unaware of the situation, continued to attack arrogantly and said, My fire dance fills the sky. Isn't the burning sensation from the flames enjoyable enough to make him overconfident? Seconds later, Mo Yu emerged safely from the flames. Seeing you're safe, Lang Tran was stunned. How could this be? Impossible? Why are my skills completely useless against it? He keeps attacking furiously. This can't be happening. Die. Still, all of his attacks were nullified by Mo Ngu. At this moment, Mo Vu asked again, Are you done fighting? Are your skills really that weak? So then he raises his hand and uses another skill, Soul Flame. Lang Tran was immediately struck with pain by this move. Shouting out loud, he spat blood from his nose and mouth before collapsing. The guardian outside the formation is afraid. If there hadn't been a protective formation on the arena, he wouldn't have lasted until I arrived. The students watching from below also turned pale at the sight. This is over, no need to consider anything. I only know that the previous student was taken down immediately by him, but it was too fast, right? Lang Tran couldn't leave a single mark on Lam Macnu's body. On the arena, Macnu approached Lang Tran, and he was immediately terrified upon seeing him. Don't come over here, Macnu said calmly. You lost, Lang Tran replied. I'll pay the points to you. Is that okay? He thought to himself that as long as he didn't die, these points weren't worth much. The referee raised his hand and announced that the match was over, and classmate Lam Macnu had won. The official announced that according to the agreement between the two sides, Lang Tran needs to pay 358,000 points to Lam Macnu. Hearing the amount, Lang Tran froze and stammered. What? How much? Lang Tran shouted in protest. No way! He had only been at the academy for a few days. How could he have accumulated so many points? It must be wrong. Wrong. The teacher's voice turned threatening as he listened to him. Lang Tran, are you implying that I am the one who is sick? Lang Tran, please settle your points immediately. Lang Tran stammered, I don't have that many points. The teacher then announced, you have a total of 128,000 points, which will be transferred to Lam Macnu first, and the remaining 230,000 points can be borrowed or sold as products and must be paid off within half a year. If you don't pay it all back, the academy will expel you. I know your background, the academy will come looking for you and demand your family to settle the debt. As the teacher finished speaking, Macnu's points immediately rose to 120,000. Hatuyet saw him come down and asked, Why are you getting so strong so quickly? Please take me to do the side quests with you next time. Macnu nodded. Okay, Macnu's watch then displayed a notification. It was a call from Vian. Get ready, we'll depart in an hour. Macnu thought that after the opening ceremony, Bakthan would take him to the original battlefield, and they are leaving so soon. After the phone call, he quickly turned away and headed out. Watching his figure, Hatuyet was worried. He said Bak Than wanted to take him to the original battlefield, without a second thought. Feng Tu nodded. The original battlefield is said to be the true battlefield, the front line of the human race. Humans and the deep abyss have fought there for thousands of years. Tamai added that it is very dangerous, but there are also many dungeons, secret realms, and opportunities. At the item shop, Mo Yu took out some items he had and placed them on the table to sell. After finishing, I estimate I can sell the king-grade equipment for over 2 million gold coins. Right now, I have 140 dry core soldiers, 70 dry mage soldiers, and the other equipment isn't very useful to me. A moment later, Mon-gu arrived at Yi Vien's place. He asked An Van, "Old man, take us to the original battlefield." The very next moment, the two were teleported to the entrance of the battle arena, and Mac-Nu looked around in amazement. The God Descent Tower nearby, Yi Yan smiled softly and said, "Don't worry. I know you have 2 chances to enter the tower, but you must wait until your second-class change is complete before coming, so you can gain more benefits." Then he used teleportation again and left, heading to the front of the city leading into the original battlefield. "Is this place the Yuan battlefield?" he asked with a hint of contemplation, the familiar scent growing even stronger. A moment later, Yi Yuan led the way, reminding everyone that the sky was watched by demonic eyes used to monitor the deep abyss and prevent monsters from launching surprise attacks. The guards outside glanced at their military badges and all saluted simultaneously. Mac-Nu looked at this scene with a hint of admiration in his heart. This is the influence of Bai Shen. Looking at your expression, Yi Vian smiled and pointed at Quan Hui. "I know what you're thinking. They don't accept people. Only this. Later, I will also make one for you." At the military rank certification office, Yi Yuan approached the desk and ordered to give the kid next to me a military rank certificate. The worker sitting there listening to this wiped his face and replied, "Are you blind or what to bother this officer?" As soon as he looked at the rank on Vian's uniform, he froze. The other person quickly stood up, bowed, and saluted, "Commander." Vian paid no mind to his attitude and urged him, "Hurry up, we are in a hurry." The other person took Mac-Nu's documents, nervously said, "Yes, I will do it right away," then looked up at Mac-Nu, pondering, was that really the 5-star General Bak Than? What is this young man's background? Yet he was personally brought by Bai Shen to receive the military badge confirming his status as a soldier. A few minutes later, Yi Vian handed the newly issued military badge to Mon-gu and instructed him, "This is your military badge. Wear it on your body and do not store it in your spatial storage. This way, when you defeat the Deep Abyss monster, it will automatically record your achievements." He explained that the white color is the lowest rank of soldiers, then black for officers, silver for captains, gold for generals, and purple for commanders. Vian said that the number of stars on the badge represents the military achievements you have earned at that level. The more military achievements you have, the more stars you earn. The system uses 10 stars for promotion, and every 10 stars allows you to advance a rank. For example, my rank is a godly general with 5 stars, and across the entire Divine Empire, there are fewer than me people with the rank of godly general with 5 stars. After speaking, he stepped forward to continue leading the way. "Follow me to another place." At the Spirit Hall, Yi Wen led Mo Yu to this place. It is where all the revered ancestors and heroes from the past are honored, known as the Spirit Hall. He said seriously, "They died far from home. Heroes for a lifetime. Even after death, they do not return to their homeland, but continue to guard our divine land empire with their souls." Bai Huavai Vien gently clasped his hands, bowing respectfully. "Even after death, they do not return to their homeland, but continue to guard our divine land empire with their souls." Junior of the Divine Realm, Bai Yiwen, humbly asked the sages of the empire to bless my successor. A moment later, Bai Yiwen led Mo Yu back to the Demon Extermination Tower, one of the 3 great towers of the Divine Realm. The space here was slightly trembling, but Yiwen's voice still echoed. "The Demon Extermination Tower has recorded your spiritual signature." A star suddenly disappears from his rank. "From then on, even if you lost your life on the battlefield, we had a way to bring you back, as if leaving a chance for your survival." Hearing this, Mac-Nu was stunned into life again, and Bak Than used up a star of merit to leave you a way out. Is this the meaning of blessing the younger generation? After thinking for a moment, he said seriously, "Thank you." Yi Vian patted your shoulder with a gentle smile and said, "You're already a grown man, so what's the point of saying thank you? Just go to the original battlefield and kill more enemies. Now I will officially tell you some things about the original battlefield." He pointed down to where Mo Yu was standing and said, "The imperial fortress of the Divine Realm is called the Eternal Great Wall, consisting of 9 cities lined up in a row, more than 1,000 kilometers apart, forming a longer than the Great Wall, eternal." Yivian explained that the place we are standing in is the first city, also the front line, unlike other nations that often request aid. Since the construction of the Eternal Wall, our Divine Empire's front line has never been breached by abyssal monsters. He added, the main battlefield has many submaps, but monsters will block humans from entering or attacking at the entrances. The battle in front of the dungeon is the most fierce and dangerous, so you should buy a lot of teleportation stones to send yourself back to the city. All done. VN quickly teleported back. I've already said everything he told me to say. The rest depends on you. A while later, Makvu approached the city gate, and the knights guarding the gate, seeing that he was a newcomer, advised him kindly. Level 22, kid. Coming with the elders? Even the weakest monsters outside are level 30, and there are also deep abyssal demons appearing. Very dangerous. Makvu nodded and said, thank you, I'll go take a look. As soon as he entered the city, he felt the heavy atmosphere around him. The deep aura was too intense, and his vision was limited. Suddenly, a surge of energy hit him from behind. Did I get hit by an attack? Makvu looked around suspiciously, unable to see any monster hiding nearby. The Drybone warrior quickly charged forward. The level 30 ghost battlefield then appeared, and Makvu was stunned. It was a ghost soul. He continued to command the dry corpse soldiers to attack again, then concluded that they are indeed immune to physical attacks. Moyu frowned, planning to use another skill. If they are immune to physical attacks, then try elemental damage. A moment later, a group of fire-type skeleton mages charged into battle. The hellish battlefield was then instantly burned to death. The system voice announced the destruction of the level 30 U-Soul battlefield, gaining 300,000 experience and obtaining the Spirit Breath. The Spirit Breath contains the will of the fallen on the battlefield and can enhance weapons and equipment. Makvu carefully stored the new skill and thought about the breath of the soul. Even normal monsters on the battlefield could produce this. He looked around the surroundings and became even more contemplative, as monsters immune to physical attacks likely also had monsters immune to elemental attacks, and there might even be monsters immune to both physical and elemental attacks. By then, the dry soldier and the dry mage would also become useless, so he needed to be more careful. After more than 2 hours, Moyu continued fighting the monsters along the way. You stand in a corner waiting for the soldiers and the Drybone mages to finish killing the monsters, quietly marveling. After 2 hours of fighting, you're probably close to the entrance of the dungeon. Suddenly, a group of people running in panic from afar, the leader shouting in fear at Makvu, "Run quickly, there's a deep abyss creature behind." Makvu asked, "Deep abyss creature?" Without waiting for you to finish thinking, a pack of level 31 deep abyss hellhounds charged forward. The people who had just run away now turned back. Seeing Makvu still standing there, they shouted a warning. "They're changing targets now. It's the demon dogs. That young man is definitely going to die." "Are they eating people?" His face darkened with anger. "You guys." A second later, Makvu summoned his weapon and some Ko-Lao mage soldiers, his voice cold, deathly. 2 Baknan-level Ko-Lao soldiers step forward to lure the monsters, and the Tamuyen dogs see this and leap to attack. The undead mages below quickly used ice and fire spells to support their attack. Seeing the hounds temporarily restrained, the skeleton soldiers immediately charged to finish them off. The system notification sounds, "Killing the deep abyssal hellhounds grants 310,000 experience points and 1 contribution point, and you obtain the Hellhound Fang." At the same time, Donatus' scythe levels up, and Makvu quietly rejoices. This weapon finally has a chance to upgrade. It seems defeating about 30 monsters can reach level 2. Thinking quickly, Makvu used his skill and said, "Let's turn everything into my contributions, explosive corpses." He looked at the military badge on his chest and smiled softly. His contributions increased, and the scythe was also upgraded. If only there were more monsters like the Hellhounds, that would be great. Unexpectedly, the upgrade of the scythe also granted him additional attributes. A notification appears. Donatus' scythe has reached level 2. Mental energy increased by 100. The group that was fleeing now stops and gazes at Makvu's monster fight in amazement, exclaiming, "What the hell is this skill? Is he a high-level profession faker? I've never seen any profession that can summon undead creatures that have been saved." Somewhere on the battlefield, the demon lord Liat Diem sensed his monsters had been destroyed. Why did my little dogs suddenly all die? Could it be that they encountered a high-level professional and just let a few puppies out to play? Immediately after those words, hundreds of fierce red eyes of monsters appeared. At the frontline outpost of the 26th level sub-branch of the Dragon Clan, the group that just fled has gathered together to rest. They watch as Moyu mutters and whispers among themselves, looks too young, probably not even 20 yet. Quan Hamlet, not even a star, just a soldier second class. The 5-pointed star badge means he is one of us from the divine realm. "Hey buddy, are you going alone? No matter what level you are, do you want to team up with us?" We are all followers of the divine, and we can lead you through the dungeon." "No need, thank you." Manga looked at the teleportation gate, considering it was of hell difficulty. "Last time I only faced nightmare difficulty alone. This time, I'll try this one." Seeing him prepare to enter the dungeon, someone hurried over. "Brother, our team is still holding a position, and no matter what level you are, it's not an issue. We will guide you through the dungeon." Hung-an is worried, but after all, he's the future hope of the divine realm, and we can't let him die here. Before he could finish speaking, Manga had already left. He went in and out, in and out. Hung-an anxiously enters the dungeon alone. Isn't this just inviting death? A person from the small Y country standing beside him sneered and said, "Well, I can find out right away just by checking. You always like to show off your skills." He throws out the scouting device to organize the dungeon, and everyone around is surprised by what he reveals. This is a map probe that can scan the situation inside the dungeon. The small nation's person nodded and said, "Yes, this probe can tell us how many teams are in the dungeon and whether there are casualties." A screen showing the burning detection rune appears. The normal difficulty has a team of 4 people. Nightmare difficulty has 2 teams with 12 people in total. Hell difficulty has 1 team with only 1 person. Looking at the hell difficulty level, the people around were shocked and spoke loudly. There is only 1 person in the hell team. Am I seeing this wrong? There is only 1 person in the hell difficulty. What are you joking about? Going into the hell difficulty alone to die, that little guy from Y country shrugged dismissively and said, "The young people of Shenzhou are really brave and foolish. It truly opened my eyes." He sneered and asked, "Do you think he can survive in there for long?" Hearing this, the people of the divine realm immediately became angry. Some even drew their swords to warn him. "Shut up, or do you want to fight?" The person from Y country raised both hands in surrender and stepped back, just joking around. He thought to himself, the people of the divine realm really have a strong sense of pride. Hung-an stood beside this guy, subtly threatening him and speaking firmly. "Y country is so small but dares to provoke us. Do you not want to live anymore?" He slightly regretted for Manga, muttering to himself, being able to come here alone, he must have extraordinary talent, and he is still so young. The future of the divine realm, what a pity. Inside the frontline guard post of the Dragon Clan dungeon, Moyue has appeared here. He observes the surroundings and lightly comments that it is indeed very different from the nightmare difficulty dungeon, as if something is being restricted. You try using your skills and then fall into contemplation, unable to use spatial magic or storage rings. In other words, no reinforcements and no teleportation to escape. This is an hell-level dungeon. Before Manga finished speaking, a group of demonic beasts appeared from afar, and it was likely that their strength and level would be terrifying. The monsters seemed to sense his presence and quickly retreated. A second later, the Long Clan's spear-wielding soldiers, the elite hell creatures level 30, all charged forward. Moyu quickly summoned weapons and the skeleton soldiers to support. This is hell-level difficulty. Just one soldier with attributes far beyond my skeleton warriors, even stronger than elite monsters in large-scale dungeons, and not much weaker than bosses in nightmare dungeons. The Long Clan spear soldiers and my silver-grade skeleton warriors quickly clashed. An elite monster charges forward, using a sweeping spear attack to strike the skeleton soldiers, instantly hitting all of them. Seeing this, Manga quickly thought, knowing the monster's skill includes a stun effect, which prevents the recall of summoned space. Before he could come up with a solution, his 3 skeleton warriors were already killed by the Long Clan spear soldiers. Seeing this, Manga frowned slightly and gave the order. The warriors surrounded the spear soldiers, mages unleashed their attacks, and more of the dry soldiers were released by him to charge into battle. Manga observes the situation, assessing the enemy's strength, realizing that facing a large number is pointless. A few seconds later, an explosion occurs, destroying several of the Long Clan's spear soldiers. Manga's experience points also quickly increased, and he even gained a level 1 dragon scale. Manga equipped the bone armor skill and kept calculating. If their stun skills hit, the dry bone soldiers won't be able to resist and must be more careful. When the dry bone soldiers are stunned, they can't retreat to their space, so the Long Clan monsters can't surround and attack them. After thinking for a moment, he slightly smirked with interest, remembering how in the past he had cleared dungeons smoothly without any trouble, but now he finally faced a dungeon that made him cautious. At this point, the remaining Long Talk Spear soldiers, sensing the danger, all retreated. Seeing their vigilance, Moyu became even more interested. "Are you that sharp? In that case, I'll use my dry soldiers as bait to gather the monsters into a herd and then kill them." He continued to let his dry soldiers hunt down the Long Clan spear soldiers. After more than half an hour, suddenly the wind blew strongly from somewhere. When Mak-yu went to check on the dry skeleton soldiers, he saw them tied up. Surprised, Mak-yu carefully examined the wind's shackles. This is a mage's skill. You look at the monster casting a spell inside with some surprise. I didn't expect the monsters here to know some simple tactics. It seems they have a bit of intelligence. At this point, your 2 skeleton warriors have been defeated. Mo-yu examined carefully, realizing that if she could only summon a few skeleton warriors, it would indeed be difficult to fight. Immediately after, he summoned more than 10 additional skeleton warriors. Unfortunately, I have a lot of skeletons. The battle continues, with 5 more skeleton warriors defeated, and Mak-gu also having taken down 4 Long Clan spear soldiers. At this moment, the level 31 Dragon Clan mage quickly comes to assist. Seeing this, Mak-gu slightly frowns. He quickly used the Soul Flame skill, indeed showing intelligence by attacking the skeleton mage first, but it was already too late. The monster hit by Mak-gu's attack was immediately destroyed. Mak-gu keeps attacking, his expression suddenly changing as he obtains the dragon horn. This is one of the 4 materials that the White God wants. Despite killing so many monsters, he only got 1. It seems the drop rate for this item is very low. After finishing, you immediately recall the severely injured dry soldier into the summoning space and continue deeper into the dungeon. Looks like I need to run this dungeon several times to gather all the materials. Mo-gu continued walking and suddenly encountered a group of long-tongued soldiers from the Dragon Clan. He muttered to himself, continuing to use the same method to lure the monsters, but this time with a violent corpse, or else there wouldn't be enough dry corpses to use. This is the first time I've encountered a situation where there aren't enough dry corpses. Truly a hell-level difficulty. A moment later, during the battle, Mak-gu gained a new skill just in time. Loin Nguyen slowed down, and he quickly tied up the Long Clan's spear soldiers. Then Mak-gu ordered, "Now it's time to counterattack my dry lich mages." At An Van's location, Vian returned from the front lines. And Van poured him a cup of tea and asked, "It's been delivered?" Yi Yuan nodded. "Yes, it's been delivered." And Van looked at Junhui, who had lost a star from Vian. He slightly pats you and asks, so it seems he genuinely wants to nurture him and has left his mark at An Lin Palace. The 5-star Divine General has turned into a 4-star, right? Evian waved his hand dismissively, saying it was just a small contribution. That kid's future is very promising. We can't let anything unexpected happen. Too many of our human geniuses have already died. It might even be better to be missing one. He continued, but I gave him a task to retrieve some types of materials from the Dragon Clan. Even if he doesn't want to confront the Long Clan's guards, he has to go, as a form of training for him. And Wen sipped his tea and said, "The materials you want have a very low chance of dropping even on nightmare difficulty." Evian chuckled softly and replied, "That's exactly the effect I wanted. I gave him a time reduction talisman, so he only needs to run the dungeon 7 or 8 times. Suddenly remembering something, and Van broke out in a sweat. The frontline guard duty dungeon of the Dragon Clan has an impossible difficulty level. At this moment, Vian also suddenly remembered, maybe he wouldn't choose the hell difficulty, right? He chuckled and scratched his head. I forgot about this. I should have warned him that the hell difficulty is completely different from nightmare difficulty. And Van also reassured him, don't worry. If he can lead 39 people through the Desert Warlord's dungeon, there's nothing he can't do. Besides, he also helped him leave traces without dying, at most, suffering a bit more. Suddenly, Yivian asked seriously, "Hey, Lauman, do you think that kid can really get through the hell difficulty dungeon?" And Van chuckled and replied, "If we really managed to get through, wouldn't that be great?" Mak-gu had already defeated all the monsters just now in the dungeon. You sit down to rest and plan, having killed more than 20 dragon priests to get 2 horns. My mummified soldiers are seriously injured, but we've only covered about 1/3 of the distance. He chuckled softly, finding it quite enjoyable. This was the first time I struggled so much in a dungeon. The monsters appeared with high intensity and coordinated with each other. No wonder it's called hell difficulty. Looking at the distant city wall ahead, Mo-yu's voice grew even more excited. I want to see just how powerful the boss of hell difficulty really is. A little later, you arrived at the city gate and continued to eliminate a few more monsters guarding outside the fortress. Mak-gu encountered a new monster, a level 31 Long Clan archer. He was a bit surprised. The archer even had control skills, and the mage could only summon a dragon horn. It seems the remaining materials must be obtained from other monsters. Thinking this, he pointed and ordered the skeleton soldiers to attack. "My soldier, charge!" Before I could take another step, a skeleton was defeated. Mak-gu was momentarily stunned. What? The skeleton soldier was defeated in an instant before it could react. You summon the weapon firmly in your hand and start to be alert for enemies around you. The attack power is so strong and fast. What exactly is it? A dry soldier has been defeated. Monju is startled and observes again. All attacks come from behind. No matter what, I have to find a way to catch it. I can't let them win. You used the Ice Storm skill again? Is it a monster that can turn invisible? Then, I will attack broadly and strike. The sharp ice crystals quickly shoot forward on your command. After the attack, a shadow of the monster appeared suddenly, and in an instant it delivered a straight kick to the creature. A dry soldier launched an attack to push back the level 32 Long Tusk Assassin, which was the invisible monster ambushing Makangu. The boy looked at the monster and assessed it. Indeed, its attributes were very high, and its stealth skill combined with a critical strike. No wonder it could take down the dry soldier in an instant. Then Monangu immediately ordered the dry soldier to attack. If hit, the stealth skill would be instantly Jie-Chu. If exposed, you would no longer have the advantage. A few minutes later, I had taken down several level 32 Long Clan assassins and collected a dragon heart. It turns out the dragon heart came from the Long Clan assassin. Now only the essence, blood, and core remain missing, and I don't know where they are. Suddenly, arrows and binding arrows shot out from inside the city. Makangu used a bone armor to block the incoming arrows, just in time to prepare for battle. He quickly threw out a few bodies and used his skill, causing the bodies to explode violently, creating a shockwave. The city wall in front of Makangu was shattered, simultaneously killing a level 31 Long Clan archer, gaining 620,000 experience, and obtaining a dragon blood essence. At this moment, Mongu enters the city, counting in his mind that the divine essence has already appeared, falling from the long archers so only the core remains. Inside the city, Mongu continues to use sorcerers and undead soldiers to attack and eliminate 5 level 32 long assassins. You look up at a dragon statue in the city, wondering if it's Bisu. As soon as the words leave your mouth, the face of the statue cracks open, then the entire statue shatters and falls apart. The sentry shouted, and the boss from Hell level emerged from the shattered statue. Seeing the level 33 Hell boss, Makangu's face paled slightly. It's 11 levels higher than his dry skeleton warrior. Its attributes are truly terrifying, much stronger than the large-scale boss in the dungeon, and it also has 2 control skills. You jump back quickly, running to another spot as the sentry roars and a shockwave rapidly spreads everywhere. Makangu uses the slowdown curse. With such high agility, it cannot be allowed to move freely. The sentry quickly gets cursed, the chains wrapping around his neck causing him to cry out in pain. Seizing the opportunity, the soldier and the dry lizard mage charged forward to attack. Seeing the situation, Mogu was worried it might get hurt. From the fog, the guard's eyes glowed brightly. A second later, he used an enhancement skill to break free from the speed-reducing curse chains. Makangu panicked as the slowing curse weakened. The sentry used a crowd control skill again, and 4 of the dry soldier warriors were defeated. He drew another weapon, drove it into the ground to create a stunning effect, and immediately 12 dry soldiers were destroyed. Mogu frowns and says irritably, "Even though I can summon more dry corpses after they are defeated, my mental energy is limited, and the stun skill is too hard to counter. I can't just let the boss keep destroying them." Appear now, General Lin. General Lin just appeared and immediately used his formation. Then a wave of power quickly enveloped the skeleton soldiers and mages present. Makangu was a bit surprised, thinking to himself, "Can General Lin's formation remove the stun effect?" No, it only increases the escape speed from the stun for the skeleton soldiers, but they all have the same effect. After thinking, Mongu chuckled softly. "As long as your stun skill no longer works, we don't need to be afraid anymore." Then he commanded the skeleton soldiers and mages to attack again. The sentry's health gradually decreased to 8,547, below the total of 15,000. He immediately uses his crowd control skill again, while General Lin also quickly deploys his formation. Watching the battle unfold, Makangu smiles softly and says, "Useless now. When your control skills are broken, it's our turn to attack." "Wow!" Your eyes widened in surprise as the sentry realized you were there. He rushed to attack Makangu, who quickly defended himself with soul fire, cursing silently. Makangu attacked the sentry. He realized that the armored skeleton blocking the shockwave was the reason he wasn't stunned. You increase the power of your soul fire and die. The sentry is surrounded by soul flames and screams in pain. Then he was attacked relentlessly by the dry sorcerer and soldiers. A few seconds later, the system notification sounded. Eliminate the outpost guard. 3.3 million experience points gained and a golden weapon obtained. Hell Guard Post Sniper. One of the guard post outfits equipped with a golden weapon. Hell Guard Post Shield. Part of the guard post outfit set, obtained a golden weapon and the Hell Guard post bracelet. Wearing one of the guard uniforms, I obtained 2 Dragon Cores, received the transfer certification, and earned the exclusive title of Dragon King. The Dragon King title grants all attributes Poji 500 and reduces skill energy consumption by 50%. The title for those who conquer the frontline guard dungeon of the Demon Lord alone. Makangyu looked at the Long Talk Xianvuang title above and the loot falling and was amazed, guessing correctly that the Dragon Core dropped from the boss. But even so early, I've already received important evidence to prove I've transferred my 2nd class. And this unique title, with such attributes, isn't it too powerful? MacNGU now leveled up and happily said to himself, I have reached level 23, so the Spirit Core came from the boss. Now I have completed more than 1/3 of the mission assigned by the White God. Check the information quickly, I just leveled up, see my current attributes first. MacNGU again said he didn't know how his Dry Corpse's attributes had changed. He checked further and found that the silver-level soldiers and silver-level mages had both leveled up to 23, and their stats had also increased. After checking everything, Manhwa retracted his scythe and said to himself, the difficulty level is high, hellish even, but it gives a lot of experience. The equipment gained is also better. Once the Dry Corpses recover, I'll use the time reduction talisman again to continue fighting. A moment later, outside the side gate of the Long Clan's checkpoint, as soon as he stepped out, Manhwa smelled the scent of blood filling the air, with corpses scattered across the path. Manhwa summoned armored skeletons, looking around cautiously. What just happened? A pack of dark abyssal hellhounds suddenly charged at him from behind. All of their attacks were blocked by the armored skeletons. Manhwa looked at the large group of monsters behind him, feeling a bit dizzy. They were all deep abyss hellhounds. Hurry up and use your most violent skill to attack. Manhwa frowns, holding a scythe, blocking a Tamu Yen demon dog about to attack. He gets knocked down, and a few seconds later, more attacks come to drive away the surrounding monsters. The attacker shouted, "Hey, you, come here," as Hung-An hurriedly reported the situation. This area has been surrounded by deep abyss hounds. Then the group rushed forward to shield Manhwa. A girl asked worriedly, "Are you hurt?" "We will help you stop the hellhounds. Hurry and use the teleportation stone to return to the city." Manhwa asked confusedly from behind, "What happened?" Hung-An replied that the monsters in the deep abyss released a large number of demon dogs surrounding us. Hearing that, Manhwa pondered for a moment, thinking that with the strength of these people, they should be able to escape. But they stayed here to wait for those who just went out to clear the instance. Don't you understand the situation outside? Are you afraid that we will be attacked by the demon dogs as soon as we step out? Someone has been attacked by a creature over there. Hung-An explained the situation to him, saying it was the team from Y Country, and they probably can't escape. Many people on our side also fell victim to the M.A. Wolf's jaws. The girl in the team quickly checked the dungeon map with a talisman, reporting that at normal difficulty, no teams remained. At nightmare difficulty, no teams remained. And at hell difficulty, no teams remained. After checking, she announced loudly that no one was left in the dungeon, and Hung-An immediately ordered us to prepare to break the encirclement. Suddenly, they realized Manhwa is still here, and turned back in surprise. "Why haven't you returned to the city yet?" Manhwa chuckled softly, recalling the soldiers and the Ko-Lao mage, then drew his scythe and said, "I still want to fight the dungeon." All the Ko-Lao mages of the lightning, fire, ice, and wind elements immediately summoned their powers. Just a few seconds later, the Dark Abyss Hound was knocked back. The Ko-Lao soldiers quickly moved in to attack the remaining hounds. The people in the other team were all stunned when they saw this scene. What the hell is going on? What's going on? Where did all these skeletons come from? On the battlefield, Manhwa's undead soldiers and mages are still fighting without showing any weakness. The more they watch this battle, the more the members of the other team admire Manhwa. Those powerful skeletons are his summoning creatures. Even the Deep Abyss Demon Dog couldn't withstand a single blow against them. Who is he? At this moment, Manhwa signaled to these people again. "Everyone move back behind me." The others quickly listen and run to the back, but still wonder why, feeling puzzled inside, why they are following his orders. Manhwa calmly explains while using his power. "I want to use a wide area skill to avoid injuring everyone," then gestures forward and activates his skill, causing the battlefield where the ghost dogs are standing to explode. The people behind looked at the explosion again, surprised once more. What kind of skill is this? That's terrifying. At the same time, after the explosion, Manhwa's rank also gained an extra star with 100 military merits, increasing by 1 star to reach 1,000 accumulation points. 5 contribution points in your rank have increased, and you also gained accumulation and contribution points. No wonder Baishen said you need to go to the original battlefield to review your contributions. You hold Donatus's level 31 scythe with 300 mental power in your hand. Happy that your weapon has also been upgraded. I didn't expect such good news, so I can't let you go. But anyway, I never really wanted to forgive you. Watching another explosion blow away the zombie dogs, the group hurriedly asked each other, is he the top genius of some academy in the school district? The group of people immediately started asking each other excitedly. Chat Hung An only then realized that Macnu hurriedly asked, wait, if I remember correctly, isn't he the one who entered the hell difficulty level and is still alive? Hearing that, the others were stunned. No way. Has he already cleared the checkpoint dungeon of the dragon race on hell difficulty solo? How did he manage to break the continuous control skill of the monsters? Ignoring their chatter over there, Macnu's rank on his uniform increased by another star. Military merit reaches 200, promoted to 2 stars, with 1,000 accumulation points and 5 contribution points. Donatus's scythe is now level 4, with 600 spirit power. Makangu tightly grasped the scythe and smiled briefly. After leveling up, the spiritual attribute points granted by Donatus's scythe kept increasing. I've always felt like this weapon isn't simple. If I keep leveling up, maybe I can unlock new skills. Seeing that the battlefield no longer had any shadow hounds, Monu looked a bit dejected and said, I wish we had killed more Tamuyen demon dogs this time. It would have been better if there were more demon creatures. After all the hounds were defeated, the team members quickly collapsed and sighed in relief. That's a relief, we're saved. Why are there suddenly so many ghost hounds? Could it be that Tamuyen is planning a large-scale attack? The original battlefield was truly too dangerous. Hung An then stepped forward to shake hands with Macnu and introduced himself. I am Thach Hung An, a level 31 Holy Knight from Hakin Academy. You shake hands and introduce yourself as Lam Mak Yu, a level 23 Death Spirit Mage from Hajing Academy. Hung An smiles and asks, so you're a junior? What class did you study? Mak Ngu pondered silently. On the battlefield you can't tell day from night, but it must be dawn now. A moment later, he replied, I just arrived at the academy. I attended the opening ceremony yesterday. What? Then you are a new student, Makangu nodded. Yes, in fact I am really a first-year student. The two behind Hung An looked at each other in surprise, saying, are all new students now so abnormal? They wondered if new students these days are all around level 15 or 16, diligently training at school, right? Hearing the response, Hung An happily patted Macnu on the back and started chatting. The new student just enrolled and already has this strength. No wonder he can survive alone in the battlefield for a long time at hell difficulty. I'm impressed. Makangu replied softly, too modest, and asked Hung An with a hint of doubt. Isn't it because he can't fight monsters? We've entered nightmare difficulty, almost wiped out the whole guild. Hung An quickly defended himself, so can you blame me? At that time I was only level 29 and not fully prepared yet. He then said, now we're only missing a guard shield, but unfortunately it's not sold at the trading post. Wait for me to craft the gear set before attempting the nightmare difficulty. The male team member worried, if you still don't have a shield, we're about to reach level 32, exceeding the clone's level limit. Don't worry, I will definitely get it. If I really can't, I will buy a separate gold level shield to use for parts. The male team member asked Mongu again, do you need any equipment, Junior Brother Lam? If we can beat it, we'll sell it to you at a low price. Hearing that, Hung An immediately stepped forward to introduce it. The guard station equipment is very powerful and classified as level-appropriate gold gear. Although the junior is only level 23 now, he can start preparing gold-level gear early and use it once he reaches level 30. Macnao takes out a ring with a symbol, then reveals a shield and asks, is this the Guardian Station shield the senior needs? Seeing this item, Hung An and his teammate beside him shout in surprise. This is the Hell Gatekeeper shield that Macnu is holding, one of the gold-level defensive equipment with all attributes plus 300 billion, and a 50% resistance rate against control skills that can be increased by 50%, reducing the control duration to 50% at level 30, which can be used by 2 people simultaneously. Hung An quickly went to Makangu and asked nervously, where did you get this shield, Hawk de Lam? Makangu softly replied, not long ago the gatekeeper still lost. The other 2 team members asked further, Junior Brother Lam, did you do the dungeon alone on the hell difficulty? Makangu calmly replied, yes, I did. Hung An's team members secretly wondered, how could he have cleared it alone? But the Hellgate shield in front of them was not fake. At this moment, Machu handed the shield to Hung An. Senior, try to see if you can combine it into a set. Hung An just took the shield, and immediately the barrier started to glow. This is the effect of special synchronization. The light from the guard post shield shot straight up, attracting the attention of many people who started to discuss it. Oh my god, it's a guard post set. Someone has already collected the full set of guard post equipment. Who is that? That's a guard station better than several platinum-grade equipment? But someone already has a full set. After trying the shield, Hung En quickly asked Makngu Hokda Lam if he could sell him this shield. I'll give you 10 million gold coins. What do you think? Hung En begged. Student Brother Lam, I only have this much gold. Makngu thought for a moment before speaking. This is just a gold-level equipment, not worth much money. Just give me 5 million is fine. Hearing that, Hung En happily grabbed Mongu's hand and said, Thank you so much, Junior Brother Lam. The teammates behind him also cheered and congratulated him. Thanks to Disciple Lam, Old Thatch's wish has finally come true. Now we can tackle the Nightmare Difficulty Guard Post dungeon. They cheerfully thank him and head back together. I really appreciate it, Junior Brother Lam. Let's move back to the bunker first. The noise just now has formed a somewhat large set of equipment. Makngu thought for a moment and then followed them. If that's the case, I might as well go back to recover my spirit. You crush the teleportation stone and prepare to move. Somewhere deep within the battlefield, the flame demonic lord slowly appears, furious and having already caused quite a few deaths. Go see what's going on. A monster figure appears and responds to the Destiny Talisman. Over with Makngu. Hung En is still talking with you. Thanks, Junior Brother Lam. Now I have gathered all the equipment. We are ready to enter the dungeon. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Suddenly, a group of people nearby loudly said, Kwang Huan, this is the Holy Light Knight. Hearing the gossip, Makngu also looked over. Oh my god. That's a legendary class. Holy Light Knight, it seems to be from the Divine Altar Academy, one of the top academies. The legendary profession is so powerful, truly admirable. Makngu saw why, called out to him, quite skillful. I turned back to see you happily running over. Moyu, why are you here? Makngu nodded and said, I came to complete the mission. YY cheerfully said, That's perfect, I also came to complete my mission. Nakthan, seeing Y leave, looked annoyed at Makngu. Y ignored him and continued to ask, Let me guess, your mission involves some Dragon Clan materials like a horn or something. Then she denied again. No, that's not right. This task is too easy for you. And finally Y said, I guess your task is the Dragon Clan Spirit Core that only bosses drop, right? You guessed it right. I actually only need the Essence Core. I happily waved his hand and said I also need to collect Dragon Core. At this moment, Nash Saint behind asked who is he? This is a level 30 Holy Light Knight. He extended his hand to introduce Makngu, saying, He's my friend. Nakthan, slightly annoyed, he introduces himself as a level 30 Holy Knight. Makngu also responded, Lam Makngu, level 23, Purple Spirit Mage. After hearing Makngu speak, Y was surprised and asked again, Are you already level 23? Wow, you're so fast. I'm only level 21, Makngu said calmly as before. I'll take you to explore a dungeon together. Y said happily, and she quickly agreed. Is that okay? Is that okay? Nakthan at this moment steps in to stop him. Wait, he questioned. Why, didn't you say you would take her out to play? No. Thank you. I don't need you to take me anymore, and my friend will take me, so I won't bother you. Hearing that, Nakthan Kin usually said, With him, he's only level 23, playing by himself and needing someone to lead him. How can he take you? Y slightly frowned and replied, No need to worry about me. I appreciate your willingness to take me, but I don't need it. Seeing Y's expression, Nakthan also didn't argue further. All right, then take care of yourself and stay safe. If he can't do it, he can always come to me. He thought to himself, the pretentious guy who just reached level 23 already dares to look down on me. Don't worry, he can definitely do it. Then she asked cautiously, So Makngu, what level of difficulty are you planning to take me on? Normal or nightmare? Makngu calmly replied, Hell level. Oh, Y was stunned, covering her mouth as she asked again, Hell level. Am I hearing this right? She thought to herself. Shunhak Than also just said he would take me to fight the nightmare level. Makngu nodded, yes. Seeing his expression, Y immediately shouted with joy, Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. I've wanted to visit the hell level for a long time. Seeing Makngu and Y standing together, Chunak Than was jealous. Even at level 23, he still wanted to take his sister to challenge the dungeon. Oh, he sneered. Surely tomorrow Y will come running back to ask me to take her. A moment later, Makngu and Y arrived at the teleportation gate, still excitedly talking non-stop, finally getting into the hell difficulty level. The two quickly entered the teleportation gate, and those outside were stunned by what they heard. Wait a minute. Aren't those two trying to enter the hell difficulty level? Aren't you just looking for death? The team that cleared the hell dungeon instance last time was from the Sacred Light Academy of the Awakens school, I remember. At that time, there seemed to be a very skilled female professional called a sword ring martial artist. Never mind them, they're probably just here to enjoy the scenery. Inside the dungeon, as soon as they arrived, Mungu used a skeleton armor to cover Y. She was surprised. Is this the defensive skill you put on me? Makngu nodded, saying that would be safer. Wai looked at him with some admiration, indeed, still feeling the same sense of safety as always. Maknu quickly summoned the skeleton soldiers, thinking that as long as they weren't hit by their control skills, this dungeon would be much easier. As soon as they entered, the skeleton soldiers had already taken down a few Long Clan spear soldiers. He praised the way you fought. Even in a hellish difficulty dungeon, you fought so smoothly. Makngu replied, "It really isn't difficult." Hearing this, Wai stuck out his tongue in envy and said, "Only you say it's not difficult. Others struggle with nightmare difficulty and complain about how hard it is, unlike you, who fight so easily." During the battle, soldiers and dry lich mages are quickly defeating the surrounding monsters. Watching this scene, Wai secretly admired that he has become much stronger and can even summon a dry lich mage. After defeating the monsters on the road, McHugh and Wai headed to the Dragon Clan's castle. McHugh asked softly, "Why, besides the Dragon Core, is there anything else you need for the mission?" "Young lady, this is quite impressive too. I successfully completed the first mission and have already received the reward. The second mission now is to harvest a Dragon Core and reach level 25 as a second lieutenant." McNu didn't recognize the Goblin King's ring, which all skills are +1, and asked curiously, "Isn't it beautiful? This ring is made from a Goblin King's core, the one you gave me last time. I only completed the first mission before I could do that. I almost lost my life." Before she could finish speaking, Maknu quickly pulled her back to dodge the attack. "Be careful." A second later, the skeleton soldier charged forward to fight. Wai looked at the previous attack and asked anxiously, "Who knows if the monster is hiding?" Moyu nodded and said, "Yes, it has the stealth skill." Wai also jumped out of Movu's body and sighed. "Luckily, my assassin profession has an ability that can see through stealth. I will help you later." Wai reached out her hand to activate her true sight skill, her eyes faintly glowing red. Quickly, Wai spotted the monster and pointed out to Maknu. "There's one over there and two over there." Following her gesture, the dragon assassin was immediately defeated, gaining 320,000 experience, obtaining the Dragon Heart Y, and eliminating the dragon assassin for another 320,000 experience. McNu happily thanked her. "With her help, I no longer need to be cautious of these hidden monsters." Wai smiled confidently and said, "I told you I'm very capable." Suddenly, when she saw the rank on Maknu's shirt, she shouted in surprise, "You already have 2 stars. I defeated a group of deep abyssal dog corpses, so I have them." Hearing that, Wai pouted and patted his chest, saying, "You left me behind too far. From now on, you have to take me with you." McNu nodded slightly. "All right." A moment later, the two entered the Long Clan's castle. McNu quickly used the armored skeleton to remind Wai, "Stay a bit farther away. Don't come too close to me." He nodded. "Okay, she's a bit suspicious. But why do they want me to stay away? With Lam McNu's fighting style, there's no danger in standing near the summoner." Over at McNu's side, he casually spoke to the cracking statue. "Gah, activate for a bit, you fake buddy." He sat on a nearby branch, sighed, the space of the glyphs was sealed, only a single orb remained on him, and when he saw the guard appear, he was stunned. It's the boss. Below, McNu uses his old tactic, casting a slow curse to bind the sentry. The sentry once again enhances his defenses to break free from the chains. He used a collective pushback to shake the surrounding space, causing him to lose his grip on the branch and fall backward. She regretfully shouted, "My sweet potato, that's Maknu for myself," as Maknu at the spot used Soul Flame to attack the guard post. He summoned General Lin and used the military formation skill. The sentry still charged forward to attack. "Can you still fight the boss like that, pulling all the skeleton soldiers back into the summoning space to avoid the boss's explosive skills?" She couldn't believe it. She never expected him to be able to solo an abyssal boss. Even if she told her grandfather, he probably wouldn't believe it. After the guard tower's effect disappeared, Mongu summoned the skeleton soldiers to attack. Just a few minutes later, the system announced that the outpost guard's experience increased by 150,000, and he obtained a golden weapon, the demon magic sword, the demon magic cloak, and 2 dragon cores from the outpost guard ring. Ning Yi received the transfer proof. Hearing this, he was surprised. "I leveled up, wait a minute, dragon cores, and I also have the proof of promotion. Did I get the transfer certificate?" She excitedly ran over and hugged Maknu. "The evidence of promotion? Maknu, I already have the proof of my promotion." Maknu asked confusedly. "Isn't it certain to have one if you clear the Hell Dungeon instance?" At this moment, Wai finally shrank back. She shyly replied, "This is the level of Hell, and each time only 1 piece drops, only you don't value the evidence of the ordination." Maknju suddenly remembered something and said, "Right. Wai, after we go out I have some things I want to give you." Wai is holding a guard dagger from the Hellgate. One of the guard uniforms, a gold level weapon, all attributes plus 500, increases stealth skill by 50%. Usable from level 30 onwards. Dragon core, a rare material that can be used to craft various items. She asked in amazement, "Are you really giving this to me?" Makangu nodded. "Yes, keep talking. You rest now. We'll continue fighting later." Iwai agrees. Outside the teleportation door, Hungan and his team are trying to hold off a high-level monster. Luckily, we have the guard uniform, or we would be in danger now. The female team member whispered, "Old Thatch, there's still a demon in the sky. What should we do now?" Hungan calmly replied, "Keep going. Hold on until Lamhawk Day arrives. Once he gets here, these evil demons are nothing." The Dark Abyss hellhounds appeared, she growled. "These are not the ones that lack the breath of my children." Then she ordered the Dark Abyss hounds to attack, if they could, to devour them all. The monsters immediately charged forward to bite and tear. Ang hia la komea, kuyen tam. Uyendang cheve pia tui, tuai hitlen. Chuyen githine. Tuan han chong su dung bayaduak wang huan de fong, ngu chong lai ma tu. A shield quickly covered him and those around him, Nakthan's face turning pale. He looked ahead in horror, wondering why there were so many Tam Uyen demon dogs. While he was stunned, Hungan stepped forward to protect him, warning to be careful. There are evil spirits in the sky. Hearing that, Nakthan looked up at the sky, and the Deep Abyss demon dogs raised their hands to strike him down. Nakthan sneered and muttered, "You're useless. You can't break through my defensive light shield. I am the Holy Light Knight." He didn't expect the Dark Abyss demon dog to shatter his protective barrier. She roars to die. Nakthan desperately tries to block the attack, resisting the nullified light shield. In just a few seconds, he was thrown far away, and his holy light was rendered ineffective. Even after being knocked away, Nakthan still couldn't believe it. He stomped hard on the ground, coughing up blood, almost dying from that attack just now. Watching him get thrown back, Hungan covered his face in disappointment, pretending to be impressive. It was only the weakest chicken. The male member of your team also sighed, thinking that the legendary profession was really powerful. Without letting them talk further, the demon dog Tam Yuan moved closer. Seeing that, Hungan's face also paled. Level 36 Demon Lord Tamu Yen. This is trouble. The team member quickly asked, "What should we do now?" Hungan tried to stay calm and replied, "We can't win. Now I just hope Brother Lamhawk won't enter the dungeon." Near the Dark Abyss hound, she is laughing happily. The legendary Holy Light Knight profession. Killing a Holy Light Knight, this trip is not a loss. Seizing the opportunity, the Dark Abyss hound stops attacking, and Nathan quickly sends a distress signal. "We have sent a distress signal. Someone will come to save us." He thought to himself, not fighting back. I don't want to die yet. The demon dog. Deep Abyss suddenly became furious and launched a swift attack, unable to wait any longer. At this moment, Y and Mogu had also exited the instance, and Mogu's aura immediately made the demon dog Deep Abyss recognize him. "It's you. I was going crazy trying to attack. You're the one who killed my child. I want to crush you." Makngu now also notices her. He raises his head to look up at the demon Tam Yuyen. Hungan quickly called out to you, "Lam Jr., be careful." In an instant, the demon dog Tam Yuyen delivered a deadly blow towards Makngu. Fortunately, you managed to use the armored remains. Makangu shot a provocative glance at her. "Haven't you eaten yet?" Seeing that you are unharmed, the demon hound Thong Uyen goes into a frenzy and attacks again. She roars, "Why? Why can't I break it?" Maknu calmly raises her hand and unleashes the soul flame. The Dark Abyss hound is struck and immediately screams in pain, covering its face as flames burn it. She turned her back, ready to run away. "I will definitely kill you." Makangu raised his hand again, preparing to use a skill to escape. A second later, Maknu's curse skill slowed down, quickly trapping Kwai Huyentamuyen and the pack of ghost dogs. Hungan cheered loudly. It's Lam Hawk Day's skill. The speed of the ghost dogs has become very slow. "Can such a wide area be covered by a skill?" Tam Yuyen demon dog muttered as it was trapped in the air, and Y chuckled a little at her curse. Makangu continues to fight, summoning dry soldiers and mages to come and clean up my warriors. Following his command, the dry soldiers leap forward and quickly surround and attack the Tam Yuyen demon dog. Seeing this, she screeched in anger, "Damn it." Only then did Hungan let out a small sigh of relief. Finally, Lam Hawk Day had summoned those skeletons. A moment later, Mongu added another move, causing the corpse to explode, and the Dark Abyss demon dog immediately collapsed to the ground. Mongu was a bit surprised and thought, "Tamiyen demon lord, is that all? Then quickly leave so the Kolau soldiers can finish it." "Ah," the system voice announced that I have defeated the level 36 abyssal demon, gaining 360,000 experience, 50 military contributions, and obtaining Abyssal Demon Blood Essence. The blood essence contains energy from the abyssal realm that blacksmiths and craftsmen can use to forge equipment. Your military merit is full at 500, promoted to 2-star soldier, earning 1,000 points and 5 contribution points. Mkangu went to Y and happily said, I also get a share of this military merit. At the same time, Donatus' scythe equipment also leveled up, reaching level 7 with an additional 2,100 spirit power. Mkangu asked softly, The mission is complete. I smiled and said, Thanks to you, it was finished so quickly. Everyone around is now gathering around Mkangu, and this scene makes Nakthan feel deeply jealous and resentful. The one standing above enjoying the admiration should have been me, but now everyone looks up to her radiant glow. He grits his teeth in furious envy at Mkangu. I am a level 30 Holy Light Knight. How could I have such a stain on me after being saved by a level 23 amateur? Nakthan watched Mkangu and Y standing together, thinking to himself, You will definitely kneel before me someday. Please forgive me. Sooner or later, she will be mine. I will let you see who the real powerhouse is. Mkangu turned to Hung-an and asked, Is everyone okay? He happily responds, No problem, no problem. Thanks to the shield you gave me, I managed to gather enough equipment. Suddenly, the sound of rushing footsteps approached from afar. When Hung-an turned around, he recognized it as the Vin Hung Truong Than guard team, likely responding to a distress signal and coming to assist. The guards rushing in with helmets quickly check the surroundings and say in surprise, This place has at least 100 corpses. The team leader asked, Who sent the distress signal? Nakthan, supported by his comrade, replied, It was me. The captain asked further, What happened here? The Holy House diviner recounted everything. Here's what happened. We were attacked by Deep Abyss demons. So, after hearing everything, the captain turned to look at Monyu. Based on the story from the Holy Light Knight, was it really you who took down these hellhounds? He looked down at the demon dog corpse for evaluation. It was indeed a demon dog, but with only a level 23 professional rank, how could he have killed so many demon dogs? The captain of the guard team then looked at the badge on Mkangu's uniform. 2-star lieutenant, he thought the medal wouldn't deceive people. He must have killed quite a few demon dogs. Then he was praised by the guard captain. You did well, kid. I secretly think a level 23 who was already a 5-star second lieutenant. Many imposters haven't reached level 30 yet to become 3-star second lieutenants. This is a promising talent. Moyu calmly replied, Killing the abyssal monsters is our responsibility. Hearing you say that, the team leader of the guard squad laughed out loud. Well said. At this moment, a group of riders approached quickly, led by the divine summoner McVan riding a white horse. Hunga saw her and loudly said, She is the princess of the Ma family in Awakens City. McVan, she has a legendary rank profession, a divine summoner. McVan, riding her horse, looked down and asked, What's going on with the distress signal? The captain of the guards responded, It's nothing, it's over now. Seeing her, the soldiers around blushed shyly. McVan saw that these people were unharmed and still admired her, so she decided to leave. All right, we won't stay any longer. She glanced at Ma Yu. Manvan sensed that the aura around him was somewhat uncomfortable. That person. She frowned and said to herself, There is an aura on him that makes me dislike him. After she left, Hung-an started gossiping. The 4-star lieutenant colonel, it seems she's looking for something, usually appearing deep within the original battlefield. I didn't expect him to be here today. He continued, Brother, I know she's looking for the Nirvana crystal. Hearing that, Hung-an was startled. Is she searching for the Nirvana crystal? No wonder she came here. It's an extremely rare material that can increase the chances of a career breakthrough. He explained that when you change jobs for the second time, the false profession will take an additional step to confirm the career direction and also slightly increase the chance of ascending to a higher profession. For example, my original profession was a rare holy knight, but it could ascend to a legendary profession and become a holy light knight. But the chance is too low, almost impossible to achieve. But the Nirvana crystal can significantly increase the probability of profession advancement. Hung-an added, There is a monster called the Evil Spirit Battlefield, deep within the original battlefield. Around level 40, defeating it has a very small chance of obtaining the crystal. I also know there's the Demon King battlefield. If you defeat it, you'll definitely get the crystal. Hung-an sighed in disappointment and said, It's very rare for the Demon King battlefield to appear, and it's a world boss. Very hard to beat. I need to reach level 40. Before the second class change, I guess I also have to find the Nirvana crystal. Hearing him speak, Y nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's really hard to defeat. Listening to these two talk, Moyu also pondered deeply. She's already a legendary class profession, so does she also need to ascend her class? Level 40 second class change and level 70 third class change both offer the chance to ascend to a higher profession. Could there be an even higher level beyond the legendary tier? Trot Y told Mak and Gu, I am a rare profession. An assassin obsessed with haunting. Maybe by then I will also need to find the Nirvana crystal. He nodded and said, all right, then we will go find the essence together. At Liat Diem Mavwang's location, he was roaring in anger. The ghost dogs had been killed again, and this time they were defeated in an instant. Liat Diem Damon King's eyes flashed with killing intent. Even the ghost hounds I sent to accompany me are dead. He then calmed himself slightly and considered, this is suspicious. Let's try again. On the UN battlefield, the earth suddenly surged into a tornado of dust and rocks, causing the guards at the city gate to panic. Was that the flame demonic king just now? Did it get angry? What happened? Liat Diem Mavwang muttered. I have already sent the previous event up and they will send someone to handle it. We don't need to worry, and Van at the scene. Ivn was a bit anxious and asked what happened. Just drink your tea. And Van checked the recent updates from the front line and said, I'll contact Spirit Electric and the Tower of Destruction. Hearing the news about Lam Mo Yu, the kid is fine and has killed quite a few demon dogs. Now he's a second-tier 5-star soldier. Hearing that, YVN was startled, so fast. It's only been 2 days, and he's already a 2-star soldier. And Van sipped his tea calmly and replied, Lord Liat Diem, the Demon King, guards the entrance to the Deep Abyss and has sent many hellhounds to disturb the front lines, where he just met young Lin. He added that the boy also killed a Deep Abyss hellhound, which excited Vian enough to stand up, even capable of killing a hellhound. And Van smiled and said, looks like the upcoming professional exam will be extremely exciting. Yi Vian nodded in agreement. With that kid involved, this competition will definitely be very interesting. In his mind, he saw them together with Mcngu, and Anvan was slightly surprised, not expecting them to be together. YVN curiously asked, well, what are you looking at now? And Van chuckled softly. I think Nin's nemesis will be interesting. Probably going to make him furious this time. Hearing that, YVN laughed out loud. I never expected it would turn out like this. I really want to see old Nin so angry he blows his beard and glares, but I can't do anything about it. In the dungeon, Makngu once again destroys the sentry. The system announced an experience gain of 150,000, and you reached the Hellish Guard Post, Hellish Guard Armor, Hellish Guard Ring, and obtained 2 Dragon Cores. Y happily told Makngu you leveled up again. She thought to herself that teaming up with him, she was about to gather enough guard post outfits. His level-up speed was also too fast. From class change until now, less than a month has passed, and he's already level 24. You're so cautious, afraid of being attacked again outside. No one would be attacked so many times by surprise, but being cautious is not wrong. This young lady accepts your good intentions. See. This time there was no ambush. Over there, a crowd is pointing and shouting, it's a summoned spirit. A large ox pulling a convoy appears in the distance, and as the people in the wagon step out, the surrounding crowd falls silent. The team of 11 people, do they want to challenge the Hell difficulty? Are they the spirit summoner from Y country? They must be heading towards the Hell difficulty dungeon. I heard clearing the Hell dungeon can also earn a very powerful title. Hearing that, Y asked curiously, do such titles really exist? And she thought to herself, if there are titles, Mcngu must have earned one during his solo trip earlier. Mcngu nodded and replied, yes, his name is Dragon Clan War King, all attributes plow 500, skill usage consumes 50% less. Y Guo then looked at the two of them and said, they look so familiar. Seeing Mo Yu, he shouted loudly, so it's him, what a small world. Then he quickly stepped forward to introduce himself. Y Guo, level 30 spiritualist, and Mo Yu, the hungry wolf, replied, I am the death god of the empire. Level 24 death spirit mage, Lin Mo Yu. The subordinates behind Y Guo burst out laughing. Level 24, what a chicken. With this level, are you really heading to the front lines just to get yourself killed? Unlike your subordinates. E-Nation's face was once again filled with surprise. In just a few days, he had risen from level 17 to level 24 stars. I didn't expect the level up speed to be so fast. He lightly assessed your dry soldier, who also became even more powerful. If we don't settle him decisively this time, I'm afraid we won't be able to handle him next time. One of my subordinates, noticing Y Kwok's fierce expression approaching, advised him, don't attack. Everyone here is under Hathan's command. Iguo glanced at the crowd behind him and said, I know. Then he gritted his teeth and told Mo Yu, in the professional mock exam, we will settle the score once and for all. Then, he and his subordinate quickly entered the teleportation to the instance dungeon. I hope you won't disappoint me by then. Seeing him leave, Y reminded him he didn't dare to make a move, probably because there were too many people here. Mongu coldly replied, no problem. Even if I am alone, I am not afraid of him. However, you seem to be a bit contemplative about the fake profession competition. In the world of fake professions, there is a competition held every 5 years on a global scale. Each profession type, such as combatant, support, or lifestyle, has its own unique competition methods. Of course, the most exciting one is definitely the Combatant Professions Contest. This fake professional skills competition is being held on a scale never seen before in the divine realm, with countless professionals from around the world coming to participate. Seeing you deep in thought, Y happily said, I think McNeil you will definitely have to participate, so let's register together then. She explained, team competitions need 5 people per team, so we can find more teammates later, and there are also individual competitions which you must register for. The winner's prize is quite generous, Mianyu calculated, so there's also a solo competition, but I don't know what the champion's prize is. Suddenly, the military badges on Y and Mianyu's chests began to glow, and not just theirs, everyone's badges shone brightly. They quickly started to discuss loudly. There is a divine order from the lower gods. What is happening? Could it be that the Deep Abyss monster launched an attack? A notification immediately sounded in the sky. All the soldiers of the divine army returned to the fortress for regrouping. Seconds later, the soldiers of Thanha were teleported back to the fortress, leaving the other nation's people in shock at the sight. This is the divine command. Teleport everyone away. So, this is the divine power of the people of the lower realm? That's terrifying. Such a thing could never happen in our country. A few seconds later, everyone was transported to the fortress. Hungan quickly approached Maknu, Lam Hokdae, and Nin Hok Moy, and Maknu asked him confusedly, Senior, do you know what just happened? Hungan points at the demon eye in the sky and explains as the two look at it that the place is where the hidden abyss is located, and the enemy is attacking from that direction, with a large number of demonic creatures heading this way. Otherwise, Hutruong wouldn't insist we return. He smiles softly to reassure them, saying, Isn't it surprising? He was also very surprised the first time Zhao brought him back. Mo Yu was amazed and said, The demon eye is more powerful than we thought. I heard that it commands every large-scale battle, and even many powerful cultivators have to follow its coordination. Makangu looked at Manan with a hint of admiration, thinking I thought it was just a surveillance tool for observing the direction of monsters. It seems I underestimated Manan. The announcement sounded again, and everyone was teleported once more. All profession players level 30 and below go to the city wall. The announcement continues to instruct, and teams begin to form freely. From now on, all profession imposters level 30 and below are not allowed to leave the city. Seeing behind, Y thought to himself, with Maknu here, we probably don't need to search for teammates anymore. At this moment on the wall, Eunhae Hung, the level 60 leader of the army, appeared. Everyone saw him and immediately became noisy. The Nungi family's profession master is in the southwest. This is the real professional legion, the top-tier bloodline of Eunhae's family, the most important existence within the legion. His presence is like that of a god. With him here, victory in the battle is certain. Eunhae Hung stood atop the wall and signaled, Follow my orders and form the legion. He loudly declared, The legion has been formed. I am the legion commander. The merits are unified. After the battle, rewards will be distributed based on contributions. The legion is established. Everyone is comrades. They will not harm each other with their skills and can fully exert themselves. The legion is formed. If anyone is afraid and retreats, they will surely face punishment after the battle. Having spoken, Eunhae Hung drove his sword into the ground, and immediately a wave of power radiated out. He activated the 4 perception bonus 50% for everyone on the wall. One person on the wall felt their fighting spirit surge and said, I feel my combat ability has increased at least 4 times. Elemental resistance, 50% elemental damage resistance. Enhanced magic power, 30% magic damage increase. Life drain. Physical attacks can absorb the enemy's life to heal oneself. Makangu also benefits from Eunhae Hung's skill. He feels a bit regretful, thinking it's a pity that these beneficial states are all overshadowed by his innate blessing. Kolau hasn't experienced these boosts for a long time. If Kolau could receive these benefits, Trady would quickly grab him. Monyu, look over there. In the sky, Movan has appeared riding a white horse. She quickly moved to the front lines at the city gate. Below, the morale was high as someone shouted, The horse is here! Her skill is to cast away fear and boost fighting spirit, increasing both defense and attack by 30% within 10 minutes. On the battlefield, Macvan commands the horse to charge forward. A powerful force strikes down, destroying some monsters. The Dark Abyssal Hellhound saw Movan and laughed loudly. You're quite formidable girl. Quickly rushes toward Movan and Dai. Movan commands her horse to kick the Abyssal Hellhound away. Immediately, thousands of arrows were shot from the fortress towards the monsters, and Makangu also summoned soldiers and dry lich mages to quickly assist from the city walls. What the hell is going on? You almost scared me to death. Where did all these dry liches come from? Seeing the soldiers, the lich mages quickly fought fiercely, and those on the wall were stunned. Damn, whose summoned creature is this? There are too many now. These dry lich mages have taken care of most of our pressure. These dry lich mages are too powerful. Everyone continues to marvel, when did we ever have such a mighty divine being among us? What kind of profession is this? I think this battle is okay now. Deep abyss. Demon Dog grabs a soldier by the neck, furious as it sees its own kind being defeated. You deserve to die. I will immediately release that person. The morale is high, and seeing this scene, they nervously say, no, it's too far. Out of my healing range, what should I do? That person will be bitten to death by the demon dog. On the city wall, Moyu was looking down, calculating that as a level 39 fake profession pioneer, that kid probably was the only one besides Ingi Hung with a level above 40. If things continued like this, the casualties would be significant. I then turned to look at him. At this moment, Moyu had quickly moved to Ingi Hung and said, I want to leave the city to join the fight. He looked at you and nodded in agreement. Y flew above, anxiously reminding his boyfriend. Magungu, you have to be careful. I just summoned my weapon and replied with a confident tone. With so much merit and experience, I will definitely not waste it. Hung-en shouted loudly at Mo Nu as he saw him. Lamhawk Day, why did you come down here? I am here to clean up. It's him. He's the one who killed our children, and he dares to leave the city. Kill him. They rushed toward you like hungry tigers, growling, kill him. Mac Van looked up and saw the scene, feeling momentarily confused. What's going on? The image of the calm figure facing directly against the furious ghost dogs caught her eye. It's him. He raises his hand toward the ghost dogs and casts a spell. He shouts, Loin Nguyen, slow down. Hundreds of chains shot out forcefully, quickly binding the bodies of the death dogs and demon dogs, preventing them from acting. Hung-an was surprised. Luckily, it was Lam Shui Di. Everyone turned to ask each other, what kind of skill is this? Is it a curse-type ability? I didn't expect it could cover such a large area. Makungu chuckled softly. Only her violent corpses on the battlefield could maximize their effect. In your hand is a red orb surrounded by blue aura as you unleash the violent corpse technique. The corpses of the demon dogs and ghost dogs start exploding. They scream in distress. A deafening explosion erupts along with screams of terror. Demon King Tom Uyen asks, what exactly is going on with these humans? Mac sarcastically, where do you think you can run to? A terrifying beam of light erupts, leaving the Demon King Tom Uyen stunned with wide eyes. The entire battlefield is exploding like New Year's fireworks, with the system constantly announcing the destruction of the level 31 Deep Abyss Demon Dog and the level 36 Deep Abyss Demon. Movan froze in place and wondered silently, is this his skill? The participating students in the battle all looked like lost deer, instinctively dropping their weapons. What kind of skill is that? It's terrifying heaven and earth. Is he really a second-class transferred profession? Even after changing class twice, you still can't defeat them all alone, right? They trembled and said, it seems we are no longer needed. What kind of powerful death spirit mage is this? Hung-en smiled happily. Luckily, Lam Hawk Day is a student of the Ha Kin Academy. Mak Ngu, with a murderous look in his eyes, said in a tense voice, if I said clean up, not a single one should be left behind. After observing the battle, Mac Van felt a bit surprised. It turns out the aura I disliked last time came from his undead summoning monster. I didn't expect him to be so strong. A skeleton warrior suddenly appears and attacks the last demon dog, leaving it no chance to react. Is this the final one? Makongu suddenly exclaimed, huh? He narrowed his eyes, realizing he lost contact with a dryad soldier, the Demon King. Tam Uyen's eyes burned with rage as he said, so it's you. So you are the one who killed my puppies twice. I remember you. Lameknu, Divine Land Empire. I remember you. I will definitely kill you. Definitely. Maknu doesn't hold back. He's just mocking gods and ghosts. A male student from the Divine Realm is sweating nervously. What is he planning to do? That is the teleportation array created by the Demon Lord. He doesn't intend to attack the Black Skeleton, does he? That's not even a level we can handle. Someone shouted, look at those dry liches. The swarm of dry bones now seemed to be fueled by chicken blood, attacking the ghost dogs wildly. They grabbed the tails of the ghost dogs and threw them far away. Moya uses the violent corpse technique to make the demon dogs explode one after another. After witnessing this scene, the Demon King Tom Uyen was so furious he wished he could send you to the altar to watch naked chickens. Do you want to die? I want to kill you. I must kill you. Mak Ngu, with a cold-as-ice expression, sighed in relief, indeed not attacking him. He concluded that even the teleportation array couldn't blow it up. It seems I still have a long way to go. Mektengu's eyes suddenly widened as if he had just seen something shocking to the core. Thick, glowing red eyes of the dark abyss demon shine down and pierce through the body of a dry lich, looking like the midday sun from below. Mektengu held his face with both hands. A shield appeared to protect him from its attack, but it also quickly exploded. Mektengu shields himself, but the armored bones can only hold for 2 seconds. Tom Yuyen, the Demon King's attack beam, hits him directly, sending him flying away. He quickly used teleportation to escape the damage. 124 dry soldiers have been destroyed, and now the entire space is filled with fragments of bones. Demon Lord Tam Uyen is still raging, destroying everything, when a shiny disc-shaped object suddenly rises and shoots straight at him. It shouted out loud and threatened Lam Mak-ngu. Lam Mak-ngu, I won't let you go. Han quickly ran over to support Mak-ngu and asked, Mak-ngu, are you okay? I'm fine. You glare ahead and think to yourself, I didn't expect that Demon King could also attack through the teleportation array. The 2 armored bones only held out for 2 seconds. Luckily, I have damage transfer. Otherwise, this time, I might have sunk my boat in the ditch. Mak-ngu sneered quietly in contempt. This time I took a huge risk and almost paid a heavy price. Demon Lord Tam Uyen, just wait and see, someone excitedly shouted. The distribution of rewards begins now after our victory in battle. Nikkei Hung stands tall and announces the summary with a serious expression. In this battle, a total of 10,000 demon dogs and 100 ghost dogs were slain. The total military merit is 20,000 points, with 3,000 points for defending the city, and no one fears retreat. Our total military merit is 25,000 points. Nikkei Hung continued. The corps consists of 10-25 professionals, excluding Lam Mak-ngu and Mak Van, each receiving 20 points, while Mak Van gets 500 points. Mak-ngu listened seriously to the announcement. The students present discussed as expected that the great official deserved such a high amount of merit. Mo Van glanced at you and smiled, thinking that 3,500 military merits are indeed impressive. The other students nodded in agreement. Yes, 80% of the demon dogs were killed by you. Without you, it would be hard to say whether we could withstand the demon attack this time. Music Saint's face darkened as he stood still. I only got 20 points. On what basis does that guy get 3,500? Even his odd numbers are better than mine. I am the Holy Light Knight, a legendary class. This is so humiliating. Mak-ngu silently looked at his weapon. This time, Danatus's scythe must have absorbed quite a few profound souls. I can feel it transforming. The badges on the chests of the students suddenly lit up, and they exclaimed in shock, My rank has increased to Second Lieutenant 2 stars. Mak-ngu also looked down at his badge in surprise. The 10 stars there are shining and emanating auras, gradually fading away. The students standing next to him all turned around and exclaimed loudly, A silver second lieutenant rank? It's Lieutenant Quan Ham. He suddenly bowed 45 degrees and saluted respectfully. Hello, Commander. She took your hand and smiled brightly. Now you're a divine officer, and the youngest one at that. Mak-ngu Tom agrees, especially since she just finished her university entrance exam not long ago. Someone calmly approached them and announced that 18-year-old Lam Mak-ngu has become the youngest star of the Divine Realm, having undergone a special approval and been awarded the Star of the Divine Realm title. The badge on Mak-ngu's chest glows after receiving the Star of the Divine Realm title, and the system announces the acquisition of the Divine Realm Love title. The Divine Star grants Pulver 300 all attributes, 20% reduced skill consumption, and 10% damage reduction. Mak-ngu surprised about the star title? Nikkei Hung was stunned. You have a title? Mak-ngu replied, Yes, I do have a title. He stared in shock. Where did your title Dragon Clan War King come from? The frontline guard mission of the Dragon Clan, Hell Difficulty. The students there are constantly surprised. It turns out the legend is real. The Hell Difficulty Guard Post dungeon really has a title. I didn't expect him to be able to solo that Hell Difficulty Guard Post dungeon. My God, being able to solo an abyss-level dungeon and defeat nearly 10,000 demon dogs alone, only he could do that, right? Can you tell me a bit about the effects of the title and how it was obtained for the Imperial database? Mak-ngu quickly replied without hesitation. Soloing the frontline guard post dungeon of the Dragon Clan increases all attributes by 500 and reduces skill energy consumption by 50%. He excitedly patted you hard on the shoulder and laughed like he was in a good mood. Not bad at all. With this title, our divine realm has gained another genius. The kid's strength isn't bad. As an exchange, I specially approve you to use the military equipment in the city. Nikkei Hung reminded you can use those devices freely, but you still need to spend military merit. Save some for yourself. He thought to himself that to use the military equipment, one must be at least a 3-star lieutenant. Mac Ngu politely and excitedly, thank you, senior. Ngehung stands above, raises his hand, and shouts loudly to declare that the battle is over. The army is dispersing. Monangu clenched his weapons tightly and silently guessed that Donatus's scythe was about to undergo a transformation. The system displayed that Donatus's scythe at level 25 with 3,000 mental energy has reached the maximum limit. After collecting enough costumes, it will unlock. Macnu silently exclaims that the attribute growth has reached the maximum limit and he needs to gather enough costumes to unlock additional attributes. He thinks to himself that he should ask about the new costumes if he gets the chance. The system continues to announce the new skill, Soul Summon. Soul Summon, Donatus's scythe, will record the soul of the defeated boss and can consume 1,000 spirit power to summon that soul to fight. The skill lasts 3 minutes, and he was stunned, never expecting to awaken a new skill. He secretly calculated that he could summon the boss he defeated to assist in battle, but it seems he still needs to keep fighting the checkpoint dungeon again. The students from the lower city gathered to discuss. This time, our number 1 city and cities 7 and 8 are being attacked simultaneously. Those high-level profession imposters have gone to those 2 cities to support. I hear the fighting is fierce. Not only our divine realm, but also the countries of Y, H, and M are under attack by monsters. Hung-An carefully analyzed that our number 1 city is the farthest from Deep Abyss and is supported by 9 other cities to block its power, so it is least affected. Moreover, the top experts of the Empire have arranged very strong defenses. Thong Wuyen cannot teleport overpowered demons here, but there are exceptions. Although teleportation isn't possible, some demons are skilled in hiding and assassination. I anxiously warned Mo Yu. Mo Yu, you've been marked by the Demon King this time. If you continue operating on the original battlefield, you must be very careful. I'll be careful, don't worry. Hung-An agrees with that and thinks it's right. Ai's bracelet suddenly beeped loudly. She panickingly called out for her grandfather. Tai Nian from the other end of the line asked her granddaughter why where she was, and Wai replied, I am in the number 1 city of Yuan battlefield. She nervously asked, what should we do now? My grandfather wants to come here. Mogu guesses that he might be worried about her. They don't know that he's hurrying towards them. Makangu was stunned and felt like he was choking, silently saying to himself that the male god general was a major figure like the white god, and he didn't expect him to be Wai's grandfather. Wai tried to force a smile and waved to her grandfather. After seeing her granddaughter was fine, he sighed in relief and said, thank goodness she's okay. Tine Hien was surprised and snorted when he saw Mo Ngu standing next to his granddaughter. He reacted fiercely, growling and calling out the boy's name. Lam Mak Ngu. Wai snapped, Dad, what are you doing? And Mak Ngu, like a confused little deer, nodded back. Do you know me? Tine Hien outwardly appears cheerful and friendly, smiling and saying it's nothing, that his grandfather was just testing how brave this kid is. But inside I was furious. Why is this kid with him? It makes me dislike him just like old Bai. Wai happily introduced the 2 of them to each other. This is my grandfather. You probably already guessed his name, so I won't introduce him again. Grandpa, this is Mo Yu. Earlier, you already knew his name. McNu respectfully bows and greets politely. Hello, Senior Nin and you. I secretly guessed you might be the principal of Hakin Academy. Tai Nian shook his head repeatedly and patted his shoulder. All right. No need to be so formal. Why? Old Bai is really reckless, but he still sent you to the UN battle arena for a mission, she replied capriciously, but Old Bai said this mission was assigned by him. He shouted angrily, claiming that it was his own decision and he never consulted him, and that he had been busy these days and left the space empty. Tai Nian quickly changed his face and humbly begged, listen to Grandpa and go home. The Academy has many missions for you to choose from, but she firmly refused. It's Grandpa's way of teaching you that you must do your work thoroughly. If you accept the mission, you must complete it. Tine Hien shifts the target, and little Lam Kao yells out, Grandfather cannot threaten McNu. I want to stay on the battlefield to level up. He replied, Then I will send some people to train you two. I still refused firmly. I don't need it. Makangu can take me to solo the dungeon. Tine Hien shouted angrily, What did you say? The 2 of you don't want to live anymore. I quickly took out her weapon and proved it to her grandfather. Yes, really. What do you think this is? It's an abyssal guard dagger. Tine Hien confirms again. Are you really going to solo the hell difficulty dungeon? I explained that actually Maknu was guiding the kid, and the kid didn't have to do anything. Maknu promised, Senior Nin, rest assured, I will take good care of him. At this moment, Tine Hien was still half convinced and thought to himself, the title of Dragon Clan War King? Although he knew this kid could solo large-scale dungeons at the academy, he didn't expect him to actually be able to solo the hell difficulty in the original battlefield. No way. This kid is too abnormal. I have to go ask that old Bach guy. Y smiled brightly and gently chased after his grandfather. All right, Grandpa, you go back first. In a few days, the fake professional competition will start and we will return. Tynian turned away and thought to himself that with little Lamb around, there was no need to worry. But this kid was too abnormal. He definitely had to ask those two old men. Makungu smiled mysteriously, surprised that the nemesis of Principal Hawkins' school was him. Suddenly he was taken to the Soldiers' Rest Center where he could speed up recovery and eliminate fatigue. The training center can increase the recovery speed of mental energy and cultivation speed. The teleportation array can teleport to certain designated locations, and the military merit exchange point can be used to purchase items, Moyu exclaims. It seems these are the benefits of the army. Without hesitation, he tapped the screen to see what he could purchase. The surrounding space suddenly shifted rapidly, and information about the available items appeared. Cursed Resistance Potion lasts 30 minutes and boosts curse resistance, 50 military merits per bottle. The talisman can leave the instance at any moment. When entering the Hell Dungeon, bring 100 military merits with you. Basic Recovery Potion can heal wounds and restore 500 mental energy points after use. With a 1-minute cooldown, 100 military merits per bottle. Makungu was surprised. The talisman leaving the instance again? This thing isn't bad. Buy 2 to prepare for any situation. After a moment of reflection, he concluded that the effect of military merit is similar to the points accumulated at the Hakin Academy. But using too much will lower your rank, so it's better to save some. I took the talisman with both hands, left the instance, and softly thanked Makungu. Thank you. Suddenly someone called her name loudly. Why? It turned out to be Ma Van. She is walking towards them. Movan speaks up. Why? What is he to me? Why? Should I answer yes or no? Sister Van Nee, if you have something to say, just say it. Mac Van didn't answer and coldly threw her a jade bead. Why asked as she reached out, what is this, Sister Van Nee? Mac Van explained, it is a teleportation stone to the designated location. Its function is to teleport the user to the designated location. Ma Van glared at Makungu and signaled. Lately, I've been searching for the warlord on the original battlefield. If you find him, come help me fight. I secretly guess. Are the battlefield demon kings the ones producing nirvana crystals? Movan said as she left, turning her head to speak back. The battlefield demon king will definitely produce a crystal, maybe just 1 or up to 5 or 6. I only need 1. And if there are more, they will be shared between you two. They also benefit both of you. Yi agreed readily. No problem, Sister Van Nee. After Ma Van had left, Y turned to Makungu and said, I can't really fight the Demon Lord battlefield, so I guess Van Nee actually wants to ask for your help. You seem hesitant. That's a level 38 world boss. I'm only level 24. I might not be able to win. I quickly encouraged Makungu, if you can solo the dungeon at the Hell checkpoint, there's definitely no problem. Surely Van Nee also knows this. Moreover, before then, we might even be able to level up a few more times. Makungu and Y checked and then told each other. My cooldown reduction talisman has 8 uses left. Y replied, I still have 9. Makungu Ann carefully advised, let's rest for a day and start the side quest again tomorrow. Y agreed in unison. Her dazzling smile makes many boys fall for her, and one person sincerely praises, that girl is so beautiful. The others immediately warned, stop being an idiot. The person next to her is a god of slaughter. Y covered his mouth and whispered, they are all watching you. It seems your performance on the front lines yesterday has been praised by everyone. Makungu coldly replied, let's do the dungeon. She responded, yes. He remained silent as the number and attributes of the skeleton soldiers increased, and his dungeon raid performance also improved. The system displayed the name Lam Makungu, Death Spirit Mage, level 25, with strength, stamina, and agility, all at 450 plus 500, and a mental stat of 23 with 3,000 points. Makungu exclaimed, this time it took less than 4 hours to reach the boss. The system now displays Donatus' stats and equipment. Level 25, Dragon Clan War King title, all attributes +500. 500. Skill consumption reduced by 50%, summoning space 240-250, 150 Dry Lich soldiers, 90 Dry Lich mages. As you cast your spell, you mutter, sorry, I have to use you to test my new abilities. Then he cast the soul attack, and after observing everything, he guessed it was successful. Holding the Hellguard dagger in his hand, he pleaded, can I have this one too? I have a place where I need to use it. You didn't hesitate and agreed right away. Her stealth-breaking skill has also helped me a lot. Y happily said thank you. The two of them then continued their journey to conquer the dungeon. Y happily said, keep going. Roger's subordinate suddenly appears and steps in front of them. Get out of the way. Manga is curious about what's happening next. Rogers's subordinate rushes forward to attack and shouts, "Get out of the way. Don't block the path." He was sweating nervously and wondered to himself why he couldn't push it away. Rogers's subordinate quickly changed hands and shouted arrogantly, "Get out of here right now. You are defiling the prince's red carpet." His arm froze as Manga swung his sword down. Roger's subordinate gasped, staggering backward and shouting boldly. In front of him was a Ko Lao with glowing eyes and an aura of power. He cautiously warned, "Be careful. They are probably people from the Kola church." Manga immediately replied, "I know," and he wondered, is this church truly powerful enough to rival our nation? The person inside the carriage shouted out. Everyone stopped. The ground trembled violently as a team of war horses appeared, and someone boldly stepped onto the red carpet. So, that was Rears. The people there whispered excitedly, these weren't ordinary gold gear but crafted by blacksmiths, and the jewelry was also made by metallurgists. Their clothing was likely handmade, probably not as good as gear from the Hell Station, but definitely stronger than nightmare-level outfits. I glanced at RS, who froze for 2 seconds before loudly scolding his subordinate. How could he be so rude? Step back, the subordinate quickly bowed and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Rogers suddenly adopted a charming expression and said, "I apologize on behalf of my subordinate for the disrespect. I am Rogers from the Kola Wind Temple, a level 31 fire god warrior." Some of the people there, upon hearing that, seemed to lose their footing and kneeled lightly. "Is that person a fire god warrior?" "I heard that the Kola temple worships gods, so it naturally inherits their great power. This fire god warrior is said to be the successor of the fire god's power, which sounds very formidable." Some others sneered and said, "What kind of fire god warrior is that? Just a legendary class. It's simply a fake class that only grants a fire attribute talent." Yes, the great deity who defeated tens of thousands of abyssal demons is truly powerful. "Beautiful girl, I wonder if I have the honor of inviting you to join me in clearing this dungeon?" Manga stepped forward angrily, blocking her and refusing politely with a tone of disdain. "No need, you are not qualified for that." Rogers furrowed his brows. "Yeah, I am level 25, so I should be more qualified than you." He pretends to judge and is inconsiderate. Monu doesn't say anything, only glares at Rogers. He teases with such a low rank, it's normal if he doesn't see the bigger picture. "Do you know which dungeon my prince wants to challenge next?" Then he growled, "My prince wants to solo the Hellguard checkpoint dungeon to earn a legendary title." "Beautiful girl, after I finish my solo later and get the title, I'll come invite you." He was confused to see everyone there laughing, so he asked, "What's going on?" His subordinates, sweating profusely, ran over and called out, "Your Highness." He whispered into RS's ear that the title in the Hell-level checkpoint dungeon had already been taken by someone else, and then added, "It's this person in front of us." Rogers was stunned for a moment, then turned around and shouted loudly, "Everyone, come here." He and his subordinates gathered around to discuss, and a worried subordinate asked, "Should we really do this, Your Highness?" This is Than Ha's territory, mostly filled with Than Ha's profession players. If something happens, Rogers reassures him, we just need to hide a little and everything will be fine. He continued with a sarcastic tone, even if they all die, others will just think they died in the dungeon. Manga cut in, "Don't worry about them, let's keep fighting in the dungeon." I nodded in agreement immediately. Yes. The two then entered the gate to continue their work, with Rares' gaze full of scheming and calculation. He used a teleportation scroll to chase into the instance, allowing him to follow others inside. Those present there, after witnessing Rears and his army pursuing the two, wondered, "Weren't you supposed to solo? Why is he leading the team in now? Did he just use a teleportation scroll?" Moving to the inside of the frontline guard post of the Dragon Clan, Rogers and his group have entered. He smugly said, "I didn't expect I would have to chase after them, did I?" He taunts, "I heard you soloed the dungeon and earned the title, so there's no other way. I can only kill you or I won't get this title." Then he immediately cast the teleportation sealing scroll. I was so panicked that sweat was pouring down like rain. The teleportation sealing scroll, our escape talisman from the dungeon, has lost its effect. Are you feeling desperate? Are you scared? Are you scared? This is the price you pay for angering the Old Law Church. He smiled in a perverted way. "Little sister, don't worry, I won't kill you. I think you'll make a very good toy," Manga said with a faint smile. Rogers clenched his teeth in anger. "What are you laughing at?" Manga just summoned his weapon and challenged openly, then used the sealing scroll to teleport away. "We can't leave either, right?" Rogers and his men stood frozen as the skeleton army advanced. They shouted in panic, "What's going on?" Mocking and knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Even with my profession and skills, I can't believe Rogers still rushed to his death. He looked down on me, thinking he could kill me with just some cheap old bones. But my profession is the legendary Fire God warrior. Then he transformed into a Fire God realm and ordered his minions to attack. He proudly boasted, "This is my skill, the Fire God realm." In this state, all my attributes are tripled, and the damage of my skills is also 3 times higher. I take 300% less damage and am immune to all control skills. What do those skeletons have to boast about to fight me? His minions shouted in flattery. Your Highness is unbeatable. Your Highness will surely win. Rogers chuckled happily. Now I am invincible. Mac silently thought, no wonder this is a legendary profession. The skill's effectiveness is really strong. He spoke calmly, but his teammates probably don't have skills like that, right? Then he quickly launched an attack, easing the speed, and immediately the chains tightened so that Rogers' subordinates couldn't move. They finally shouted out the supportive curses. Hurry up and lift the curses. They're coming. Rogers crazily swung his sword and cursed loudly. Damn it, he thought in disbelief. How is this possible? Why are these skeletons so strong? One of his subordinates used a shield to block the attack from the dry bones, but the shield shattered in 2, knocking him back, and he screamed with his mouth wide open. What? What kind of power is this? The people of Gulagjioding are panicking. It's over. Are we going to die here? Rogers grimaced as hundreds of lightning bolts struck, causing his subordinates to cry out in pain. Please, Your Highness, save me. Macnu chuckled softly. Only this fool remaining, so it's easier to deal with. Rogers roared wildly. I want to kill you. I will definitely kill you. Fortunately, I was worried I wouldn't have a chance to test my new skill, and you brought yourself right to my door. You unleash your soul attack, and your weapon emits powerful auras. The sentry suddenly appeared, causing Rogers to freeze in place. Mo Yue asked, didn't you want to solo the hell difficulty? Try fighting the boss. Rogers froze in shock and asked, is this the guardian of the Dragon Clan? How can he summon a dungeon boss with hell difficulty level? The outpost guard is attacking him at the speed of sound. Rogers quickly raised his sword to block. A deafening explosion echoed alongside a hacking cough. Rogers was beaten to a pulp, unrecognizable and moaning in pain as a single strike shattered the Fire God state. Is this the boss level of hell difficulty? He slumped down in front of the giant figure of the guard post. You can't kill me. I am a divine envoy of the Fire God Temple of Gula Sect. Kill me, and you will die. You cannot kill me. Makangu, hearing his words, grimaced and looked like a demon lord with wide eyes at him. The sentry on duty ignored those words and punched Rogers, causing him to explode like a fireworks display on the night of the 30th. I, holding Rear's armor in one hand and leaning against the cold, stands amidst the smoky battlefield and says, those like them look down on others' lives, but they never expect to beg for mercy before they die. I turned to Macnu and asked, do you think he's still with the Kola sect? Are you afraid? He confidently replied, no, I'm not. He looked at him with a loving gaze and softly smiled. No matter what happens, I will be with you. She asked for his opinion on how to handle this Fire God equipment. You can go to hell, we're focusing on leveling up, she immediately replied. The space shifts to the headquarters of Lagio Din, and someone screams in panic, it's Lakash 2, he's dead. Hurry and find the Grand Master. The scene shifts to the Divine Academy. Yivien enjoying tea when he sees Tai Nian enter with dark sunglasses, who immediately teases him upon seeing him. Old man Nian has arrived, huh? Rare, very rare. Why do you look so disgusting right after arriving? Who dares to provoke you? Tai Nian angrily slams the table and demands answers. Old Bai, why did you assign the mission for my granddaughter to go to the battlefield? Tell me the truth. Did your little guy instruct Lam Xiaozi to seduce her? Yi Yuan immediately scolded. How dare that little Macnu be so outstanding? Does he still need to seduce? Tai Nian raised his tea to cool his temper and snorted, then said, whether that little guy can really take her to raid the hell difficulty dungeons or not, I don't know. Evian sneered, isn't it obvious what will happen when he returns? Right now, in the dungeon, Mongu and Y teleport back, and the system shows Lam Mongu, level 26 Death Spirit Mage, while 9Y has already risen to level 23 Assassin. I smiled brightly. I need to recharge my KO talisman. I'm heading back to the academy to assign tasks. And you? The professional exam is about to start, and I'm heading back to sell my equipment. The scene shifts to Hakin's study within the trading house, where a clerk politely asks Han, a total of 20 million gold coins, is that acceptable to you? After McNingu agreed to the amount and turned to leave, he silently shouted, Mom, this is again equipment from the Hell Guards. Who is this great deity? Why so fast? You're already back. You say, my mission is complete. About the handover? Evian was stunned. The mission is complete. so come here quickly. As Makangu walked, he fell into his thoughts. He's already level 26, how could it be so fast? Evian was surprised. How has your little guy already reached level 26? Why so fast to level up? Maknu explained that he has always been grinding dungeons and almost never stopped. Why Vian was suspicious, but even if he had been grinding nightmare-level dungeons constantly, he still couldn't have leveled up so quickly. Makangu replied, I do hell difficulty, but I also bring someone along, and Van quickly guessed and burst out laughing. I told you this kid could clear the hell dungeon alone. The person he's bringing is definitely Nin Lao's precious granddaughter. Makangu shyly scratched his head as Yivian emphasized, Is that your title? The one he mentioned is the Dragon Clan Battle King with all attributes plus 500 and half-cost skills, to which Makangu, with a naive expression, replied, Yes. Evian smiled broadly and praised sincerely. Well done. This time you did really well. You've used up all your chances with the talisman sword, haven't you? After showcasing your achievements, Makangu spoke humbly, Lord Baishen, I still can't find a blacksmith, so I have to trouble you again. Evian smirked. You're quite direct. It's not easy to charge this guardian with a sword. He quickly agreed. Your performance this time was very good. I helped you with it, and once it's done, I will inform you. Makengu politely bowed his head and said, Thank you, Lord Bakthan. Vian looked curious, it seems. You've also heard about the professional competition. Makengu replied, I've heard about it. Yivian introduced the professional competition that happens once every 5 years. This year it will be organized by our Divine Realm Empire in 10 days. He suddenly said seriously, I want you not only to participate, but also to win the championship for your team. Maknu immediately agreed, and, tidying up his achievements, said, Great Lord Bai Shen, I leave these to you. He was stunned. How could the fire god golden armor from the ancient La sect be in your hands? And when deduced, I heard that last year a fighter from the La sect also received the fire god golden armor, so it's probably not you. Makangu explained that they wanted to kill me first during the dungeon run. And Van reacted fiercely and emphasized, Is it the old La Wind Pavilion? The space is shaking violently, causing rocks and debris to fly everywhere. And Van continued, That's a bit interesting, daring to kill our students on our territory. I heard they use idol resurrection techniques. That kid might not even be dead yet. Evian stopped him and didn't forget to complain. Stop, old man, you're not a husky, you can't be in the house. Then he turned to Makangu and said, Okay, you go back first, I haven't acted on this for many years. It seems some people have forgotten another one of my names. Makangu thought to himself, Another name of Bakthan is God of Destruction under heaven. He was stunned for a moment, having heard of Bakthan single-handedly storming Hatquak, killing 2 of its 3 top experts, nearly completing a great feat of destroying a nation alone. Maknu thought this was not something he could do alone. He had to bring Nin Lao Dao along. After a moment of thought, Maknu politely bowed to the 2, intending to speak, and said, Old man, please recharge the shield and the sword, and also the Baoquan ring. Sorry to bother you. And Van quickly replied, No problem. That guy from Kola Jiaodin dares to treat Nin Lao Dao's granddaughter like that. They will soon face punishment. At this moment, a fierce formation appears in the sky above the Sola Jiaodin, and a person stands frozen, gazing up with a questioning look on life. His eyes are wide open in shock and confusion. The people of the ancient La sect shouted out loud, Oh my God, what is that? This is terrifying. Is this the magic of a divine-level sorcerer? Is this the form of the fire god? Look, there are people and enemies around the sphere, spirits appearing. These are 3 high-level professions. Go call the Grand Master of the sect. So the 3 they mentioned are Tainhian, Anvan, and Yvn. They are not afraid of anyone and keep shouting, Kobadak, come out here for me. Chobadak, get out here for me. Chobadak, get out here for me. Tai Tien stood still with his arms crossed, ignoring the crowd below screaming as the sea of flames engulfed them. It's over. Our ancient Laguras church is doomed. Where is His Holiness the Pope? Just before the flames fell, the voices of the people shouted loudly. The Pope has arrived along with the elders, so it should be fine, right? The Pope of the old La Church, Gurus, shouted angrily with all his might. Who dares attack the Kola Church and wants to die? Suddenly he looked up and saw Tai Nian's face leaning down, and he was startled. Ning, Nin, Tai Nien, a divine-level professional of the Divine Empire. Gurus glanced over and saw that Vian was standing beside him, sweating profusely with wide eyes, thinking, Is this divine killing a divine? Why is he here too? Both of them have come. Do they really want to destroy our Kola church? He immediately put on a gentle smile, gestured lightly with his hand, and said in a soft voice, Your esteemed presence here, please speak freely. If we have offended you, I, on behalf of the Kola Church, apologize. The congregation below the Kola Church saw this and shouted in disbelief, "Why is the Grand Bishop here? Could it be that the end of our Kola Church has truly arrived?" Tainhian said angrily, questioning in a deep voice. "Does your church have someone named Rares? Call that person out here." Gurat immediately turned around and ordered his followers to bring Rares here. The crowd quickly responded, "Yes." He tried to force a gentle smile and nervously asked, "Do you know what Rogers did to offend the two great lords?" In his heart, Gurat silently pondered that Rogers was a divine envoy of the fire god temple, and he must do his best to protect his life. Tainhian replied with an emotionless face, "He did not offend me." Yi Yuan nearby also spoke up, saying, "He also did not offend me." His eyes blazing, he shouted loudly, "He offended my precious granddaughter." Yivian also calmly stated, "He offended my beloved disciple." Gurus was startled and stepped back in horror, thinking this is even more terrifying than offending these two people. Rogers. Damn it, what exactly did he do? Is this the form of the fire god? Rogers soared into the sky. Gurus reached out to catch him and introduced, "Two esteemed guests. This is Rogers, who died accidentally 2 days ago and has just been revived." Tainhian radiated purple light all over her body, using her mental power to threaten and shout loudly, "You are the one who used the scroll to hunt and chase after our Jiajing Academy student, Lam Mo. You say you want my granddaughter to be your toy?" That purple light immediately affected Rogers, making his face quickly become gaunt and pale, his eyes wide and his mouth agape. After regaining his senses, Rogers immediately pointed at the two giants and said, "He dares to kill me. That kid dares to kill me too. I will kill him sooner or later. His title is mine. That woman is also mine. I want to turn her into a toy. I want her to live but not survive, die but not be able to die." Gurus's face turned horrified and agape after hearing his words, silently thinking he's dead. He reached out and looked towards Vian, probing, and called out, "Master." Tai Nian glanced at him and said, "Even if he's dead, he can still come back. His spiritual traces are left on the idol in the church. Is that right? Then let's see if he can still come back to life without the statue." Immediately afterward, he reached out his hand and pointed toward the temple below the flames, just as Tainhian rushed forward, and Gurus quickly turned to look at his subordinate Lao. "Hurry and save the people." He turned his head toward the raging fire behind and shouted, "Everyone run now." Rogers looked up at the approaching sea of fire, laughing maniacally and shouting, "You can't kill me. I can come back to life." He stands still, engulfed by the sea of flames, only able to utter one phrase, "I want it." A fireball from above rushes toward the church below. Everyone immediately panicked and ran inside, shouting loudly, "Run!" The flames quickly reached the roof and then spread rapidly around. Gurus stood still, hearing his voice echo in his ears, "And there will be a next time when I will destroy the ancient church completely." He sighed with relief and said, "We are still alive, that's enough. With their characters, they would have been merciful to us if they hadn't killed us all." The other elders exclaimed, "The Pope!" Gurus could only speak words of comfort, recalling how many people died in the water singing that year. The crowd stood silently, glaring at the wreckage of the great church and shouting loudly, "Rogers deserves to die. If it weren't for him, our church wouldn't have suffered this disaster. The destroyed statue and the ancient church are heavy losses for us. Next, we probably have to hibernate for a while. Surviving is already a blessing amid misfortune." The figures of Tai Nian and Wei Vian appear in a small corridor. "Old Nin, when did you become so kind? Aren't you just spoiling your granddaughter?" Tai Nian irritably argued back, "Isn't it the same for you? If it were before, no one would have survived the old Law Academy." Yivian raised his hand to lift the teacup, closed his eyes and replied, "Getting older. I should accumulate virtue and do fewer killing deeds. Killing the ringleader is enough. Whether the rest of the people kill or not doesn't matter." And Van, hearing this, raised his teacup to his lips and took a sip, saying, "Isn't it because you left them behind so they could kill more demons?" After saying that, he reached out and threw a small item to him, saying, "It's all set." Yi Yuan reached out in surprise and asked, "Already so fast?" Tainhian shouted as he held an item in his hand. "Lao man, help me add more." And Van asked irritably, "Can't you two just do it at the same time?" He immediately burst into laughter and replied, "I forgot." The next day, hot air balloons with the words of the 100th fake professional competition appeared in the sky above the city. Moyue adjusted her watch and thought to herself, "The fake professional competition is now open for registration." Thoughtful images of competition formats appeared in his mind. This contest is divided into 3 types: team battles, solo fights, and challenges. Every 10 levels form a zone, and I am in the 20 to 29 level zone with generous rewards for the champions. He started calculating in his mind team competitions below level 40. Each team's champion can obtain an elementary skill scroll, a basic miracle potion, and 50 million gold coins. Makangu's mind flashes with the prizes for the champion, a basic skill scroll. Using it 100% can unlock a new skill. He remembered the prize for the champion, a basic miraculous potion. The system appears, and the basic miraculous potion permanently increases all attributes by 200 points after use. McNew strokes his chin, thinking that the rules and rewards for the challenge haven't been announced yet, so he doesn't know what good things might be there, but with such mystery the rewards are surely not bad. He frowned as he looked at his attribute and weapon panels. His name is Lam Mo Nyu, profession Death Spirit Mage, level 26, with the title Dragon Clan War King. Strength 480 plus 500, Physique 480 plus 500, Agility 480 plus 500, Spirit 2500 plus 3000. Equipped with the Daneda Scythe at level 26, Spirit power reaching the maximum limit. After collecting all the skills, the Soul Summoning Space Resurrection skill 250-260, 150 Dry Lich Warriors, 100 Dry Lich Mages, Comprehensive Talent Boost tenfold, Passive Skill Damage Transfer, Active Skill Soul Fire level 26, Summoning level 26 Dry Lich Warriors, level 3 Explosive Corpses, Slow Reduction, level 26 Skeletal Armor, level 26 Summoning Dry Lich Mages. In his mind, the two strongest Dry Lich sets appeared, the level 26 Silver Level Warrior with Strength 7000, Agility 7,000, Spirit 7,000, Physique 7,000, and the most violent Frenzy skill. Lam Makngu glanced at the second system panel. The level 26 silver-ranked Dryad Mage has Strength 2,600, Agility 2,600, Mental Power 10,400, and Physique 2,600. Fengtu saw him and immediately called out to him, Ma Nyu. Mak Jiu touched his chin and replied, yeah. Hatu Yet raises her hand to greet you and asks if you're also signing up for the professional competition. Makangu asked suspiciously, are the three of you planning to switch teams? She heard this and laughed. That's right. I was going to invite you to join us, but you already reached level 22 at the last opening ceremony, so we can't be in the same group. Tamai asked with a smile. That's right, Makangu. What level are you now? She heard that and immediately froze. The other two looked like they had been hit hard. Fengtu looked stunned and exclaimed, level 26. Hatuyet covered her mouth in shock and said, that fast? Tamai, standing with her arms crossed, told the man, it can't be too fast. Fengtu turned to look at her and said, you're not suitable. Tamai turned to look at him and said, if you understand, you're probably the same level as me. Fengtu stayed silent and didn't dare say anything further. Suddenly, from behind Y, someone stepped forward and shouted loudly, catching everyone's attention. Makangu? Hatuyet turned around suspiciously and asked, who are you? She blushed and introduced herself. I'm Manhwa, a level 25 assassin with an obsession. Hatuyet was startled and excited, shouting loudly. She had reached level 25 and thought to herself that there really was someone who leveled up as quickly as Makangu. Y awkwardly touched her head and replied with a shy smile, it's all thanks to Makangu guiding me to level up. I see. Then she forced out a laugh and thought to herself, no wonder she leveled up so quickly. I immediately patted my chest and introduced myself. I am Hatuyet, a high school classmate of Makngu, an elementalist level 17. Tamai also raised her hand to greet, shouting loudly, Tamai seeking a level 17 adventurer. Fengtu next to her continued, level 17 holy swordsman Fengtu. Tamai behind them saw the two girls talking and said, looks like being too outstanding also has its troubles. Fengtu quickly replied, I agree. Hatuyet raises her hand and loudly says, we are looking for our teammates, see you later. Lam Mo Yu, with her hands in her pockets, shouts, if anyone wants to go challenge the Desert Army, just call me. He looked at him thoughtfully and asked, high school classmates? She smiled brightly and asked cautiously, do you get along well with Hatuyet? Makangu coldly replied, just a high school classmate. He then placed his hand behind his back and stepped forward, calling out, you're really a blockhead. If I had a beautiful female classmate like her by my side, I would definitely pursue her. You stared blankly and silently watched her back without saying a word. Suddenly a voice called out again, Y Makngu. Sister Daotsu, are you all here to register too? Hearing that, Y asked, have you found a team leader? She quickly replied, not yet. Moon Gotch also added, they think we're too weak so they don't want to team up with us. Duan Cao scratched his head and awkwardly added, actually, we don't want to compete for rankings. We just want to join in and see. Suddenly, Mak Nguyengi's voice rang out, saying, "Then let's team up with us." Everyone turned to look at him, but in his mind he was secretly thinking it would save us time searching for teammates. Dao Dao lowered her head, quietly pondering. I've heard that he alone led 39 people to fight the Desert Boss dungeon. If I could really team up with him, I believe I could have a good chance at winning the championship. Dao Dao immediately raised her hand with a serious expression and asked, "Okay, but I have one condition." Yi Yi eagerly grabbed her hand and shouted, "Just tell me the condition, Sister Dao Zi." Dao Dao calmly set her condition. "If I can win the championship, the Academy will reward me with contribution points. That's the best reward for us." Myungok immediately raised both hands and added, "Yes, we don't need much. Just some contribution points are enough?" Maknu, with his hands in his pockets, coldly shouted, "Yes." Dao Dao let out a relieved breath, thinking that if she didn't agree, they might not join the team. The sky was clear with fluffy clouds, and Maknu's group quickly arrived at the registration point and lined up to wait for the professional competition. I, who was walking beside you, called out, "Thank you." Moyu looked at her and replied, "It's nothing." With his hands in his pockets, he shouted loudly, "I will definitely win the prize for this fake professional competition." The subordinate next to him immediately praised with a smile. With the strength of the boss and a few trusted teammates, the championship is definitely in their hands. The younger brother stepped forward, pushing others aside forcefully, and shouted, "Get out of the way!" The crowd gasped and exclaimed, "Bok Li Thang. He is the nephew of the Bok Li Academy. Don't mess with him." Suddenly, Li Thang's eyes shifted, and he looked at her and Mak Nu standing in front, pondering. "Why?" His eyes widened in suspicion, thinking, who is the person next to her? After seeing your face, Li Thang was furious, thinking, so it's that damn lamb Mak Ngu again. When he saw both of them about to leave, Li Thang immediately raised his hand to stop La To. Seeing it was him again, Wai frowned and thought, Bok Li Thang. That annoying name appears again? Li Thang clenched his fists and demanded answers. "Nin Wai, why are you with this guy?" Suddenly noticing her arm around Mak Nu, his face immediately darkened. I frown in annoyance and shout, "Who am I with? Can you control that?" Li Thang heard this and shouted angrily, "I am not allowed to manage. You say I am not allowed to manage?" Everyone knows she is Bok Li Thang's fiancé. She pointed at him in anger and shouted, "Shut your damn mouth. Do you have a problem with your mind? You came to the door to propose, and I refused. Then you just went around talking nonsense, saying, I am your fiancé, and that I'm just being considerate because our families have known each other for a long time." Wai angrily pointed to his head and shouted, "You lie too much. Do you actually believe it yourself? Do I need to find Master Lu to check your head? Don't stand here losing your temper. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will tell my grandfather to discipline you." McNu looked at her furious face and thought, this is the first time I've seen Wai get angry. I subtly glanced at him, feeling annoyed at Maknu's calmness and thinking what I could be worried about. Maknu wouldn't care about someone like this. Li Thang's face immediately twisted in anger as he clenched his teeth and shouted loudly, Fine, Ninyo. This isn't over yet. She is Bok Li Thang's woman. No one can take her away." He clenched his fist and pointed it at Maknu, shouting again, "It's you again. Lam Maknu, you've opposed me many times, and now you want to steal my woman." Li Thang's face twisted with veins bulging as he shouted, "I still haven't settled the debt I owe you from before," Makngu said coldly. "He's really a clown." His face twisted in anger to the point of unrecognizability as he shouted, "You bastard, you're definitely going to die. I will kill you, sooner or later." He immediately grabbed his weapon and stood in front of you, shouting at him, "If you want to die, just say it straight." Makngu's hand begins to emit a blue light, frowning. Thinking that killing this guy might bring trouble later, suddenly a sound rings out, making Li Thang look up in horror. "Who do you want to kill?" Li Thang, terrified, looked up at Wai Vian, whose body was filled with murderous intent. He crossed his arms and looked down from above, asking, "Do you want to kill him?" Li Thang looked up in horror and shouted, "Bak Bak Than." Yan Vian's face dark with anger, he shouted, "Bok Li Thang, I ask you, who do you want to kill?" He hurriedly sat down heavily. Lien Than shouted, "Master Bai Than, I didn't do anything, I haven't said anything." Evian raised his hand and shouted, "Get out of here. If there's a next time, I will personally take your head to Bok Li Hao." Li Thang and his men, hearing this, ran away in fear. He saw Yi Vian jump down and stand in front of him, and he exclaimed happily, "Master Bai!" McNu beside him also shouted loudly, "Master Bai Shen." He turned to look at you and asked, "If I hadn't shown up, what would you have done?" "I can't let him kill me, so I had to strike first." His grandfather is Bai Li Hao, the director of Bai Li Academy, a top-tier illusionist at level 81. He lowered his head, his face darkening as he replied, "I've thought about it. At worst, I'll return to the original battlefield. I'm confident I can survive there. Evian heard that, smiled brightly, patted your shoulder hard, and shouted, "You're impressive, kid. You have my style from back then. Never worry too much about anything, just like when you killed the deity of the Gula Church. If you kill, then kill. Lao Nin has already destroyed the entire church, so now they dare not act recklessly." He raised his fist and smiled, saying, "Remember, a firm grip is the way. Justice and respect are earned through strength." Evian reached out and took Mongu's hand, saying, "I've sent you the upgrade method. Gather the materials and I'll find someone to help you." He responded with a simple yes. He reminded them again, saying, "Your new mission has also been assigned. Make good use of the time." Yi Yen turned to look at the three people digging behind and praised, "Your three are not bad." After he leaves, she steps forward, raises her hand and says, "Looks like you two will be busy again. The competition this time is held in Namhong City. Let's meet there then." I immediately smiled and replied, "Okay, Sister Diozi." She stepped closer to look at Monu's screen and asked curiously, "What task did Mr. Bai give you?" You look at the screen and softly reply, "Tell me to go to the third fortress to kill the abyssal demon and promote my rank to 2-star lieutenant?" Why, arms crossed, asked in surprise. "It's that simple." Moyu responded by closing the watch face and said, "Not only that, a primal element secret realm appeared at Fortress 3. Lord Bai Shen told me to collect elemental crystals from the secret realm." She heard that, crossed her arms, and shouted out loud about the third fortress. "I believe the elemental battlefield outside the third fortress is also called the elemental plane." In her mind, I remembered the powerful explosion that year, the sound ringing out as she began to recount the large-scale battle that had taken place there. She calmly said that nearly 100 elemental mages had changed their class 3 times and cast over 1,000 forbidden spell attacks. I thought of that place and said, "The land was turned into an element and then gave birth to many elemental creatures." Elemental creatures? I've never seen them before. I wonder what they look like. Mogu glanced at her and replied, "We'll see once we get there." The two of them entered the teleportation array of the academy and quickly set off. In just a moment, the two appeared at the teleportation array of Fortress 3. Mo Yu reached out to support Lin Yi, who was holding his head, and shouted, "We've arrived!" She weakly cried out, "I'm still not used to this long-distance teleportation." The system interface immediately displayed a notification. Level 1. Fire Elemental Core, 100,000 gold per piece. Demonic auxiliary materials used for weapons to increase fire elemental damage or for defensive gear to boost fire resistance. Level 1 Wind Elemental Core, 100,000 gold coins each. Level 1 Water Elemental Core, 100,000 gold coins each. A voice prompt asks. Elemental Core must have dropped after defeating the elemental monster. Looks like it's a specialty of Fortress number 3. Unfortunately, I don't need it. Lead the way and go forward. Then go see the elemental monster here. Outside the big door, soldiers stand guard seriously on both sides. A fully armored soldier immediately shouted to stop when he saw Mo Yu approaching. "Kid, you'll get yourselves killed if you go out like that. You two can't go outside, it's too dangerous. On the plains, even the weakest monsters are level 33 and you two are only level 26 at most. Don't go out to get yourselves killed." Captain Guard heard the commotion and quickly approached to ask what was going on. The guard responded, "Captain, these two want to go outside. Are you going out to find death? Where are your families? Why is this happening? Why did you bring these two here?" At this moment, from afar, a fiery figure rushing forward with a level 33 fire element soul radiates flames to the sky, causing the Captain Guard to freeze in shock. He turned his head to look at Mo Yu as he summoned the dry corpses surrounding him, which shouted out as they ran so fast that only their shadows could be seen. He thought in amazement, that was too fast. With this speed, I'm afraid those skeletons have very high attribute points. The skeleton warrior charged forward, raising its weapon to unleash a furious attack on the fire elemental spirit, and as it was destroyed, an alert sounded immediately in his ears. Destroying the level 33 fire element soul grants you 165,000 experience points. The squad leader was stunned and shouted. The old man's heart trembled as he realized that the level 26 drybone warrior had instantly defeated the level 33 fire elemental spirit. He turned his head in surprise and shouted loudly, "Lieutenant Quan Ham!" He glanced at the badge on your chest and thought, "You're so young to be a lieutenant already." I was level 38 when I became one. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and looked up at him, asking, "Can we go out now?" He nodded and said, "Go ahead." They left the city, and she immediately commented, "They are too cautious, but because of responsible people like them, the divine land can be peaceful now." Mak Ngu replied, "Yeah, I understand that." Suddenly, Nin Y's hair stood on end from static electricity, making her startle and shout, What kind of hellish place is this? She saw Makngu smile and immediately shouted angrily, "What's so funny about you laughing?" A blue tornado appeared nearby in the sky, and a powerful explosion quickly erupted where the two of them had just stood. Makngu and Y both wear two-layer armor and look up at it. An elemental wind spirit appears in the sky. The screen displays a notification. Elemental Spirit of Wind, level 34, power $4,000. Agility $4,000. Spirit 7,000. Physique 5,500. Skills including Wind Bullet, Tornado, Wind Blades with Wind Element immunity. It immediately starts throwing wind blades at the two of them. In Makngu's palm, a blue light shone. He glanced at the Wind Elemental Spirit, the Dry Lords appearing one by one, and stood upright in the middle asking, "Bat, Nat, my elemental mages can't fly." The Wind Element Soul throws powerful wind blades at the Dry Lich below, but all the different elemental attacks it unleashes have no effect. The flames shot out by the Dry Lich rise straight into the sky without causing it any harm. Maknu was shocked and realized that life elementals have no bodies, so they can't be violently attacked with corpses. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. I immediately asked, "Do you feel anything, Makngu?" Turning back, he saw the ground shaking and the elements becoming chaotic. In the distance, Monyu saw flashes of light appearing, a group of people running desperately towards him, and he immediately shouted, "Someone!" Over there, a brown-haired soldier glanced back and urged, "Hurry up, run faster, don't get distracted, or you'll lose your life." Behind the crowd, hundreds of different types of elemental spirits are chasing after them. He was startled by the scene and shouted, "Are they provoking a nest of elemental spirits?" Makngu softly smiled and said, "The elemental secret realm appears as needed, causing chaos in the elements and releasing many elemental spirits." What a coincidence. I was just worried I wouldn't find this secret realm. The brown-haired soldier ran over and saw you and Y still standing still, immediately shouting loudly, "What are you two just standing there for? Are you waiting to die? Aren't there so many elemental spirits behind you?" Another voice urges. "Forget those two, let's run faster." Moyu raises his hand to start summoning the skeletons. As soon as the sound you just made stopped, dozens of skeletons immediately appeared around. "Appear now." Makngu raises his hand, gathering blue light in front of him, and orders to kill. Immediately, the skeletons rush toward the incoming elemental spirits. Both sides quickly clashed, starting to fight as a powerful explosion erupted and a series of alerts rang out. Killed a level 33 Fire Elemental Soul, gained 165,000 experience. Killed a level 34 Fire Elemental Soul, gained 165,000 experience. Suddenly a sound rang out, causing Yom to clutch his head and scream. "What is that? My head is spinning." Maknu looked up at the multicolored figure before her, thinking that her high spirit attribute points meant she wouldn't be affected. This sound must have come from the ruler of the elemental secret realm, the elemental queen. He immediately raised his hand to cast the slow spell, creating chains of energy. He shouted, "Slow spell." A stream of blue light from Makngu's direction cuts toward the elemental spirits. The soldiers, seeing this, breathe a sigh of relief and shout, "Finally saved. I thought I was going to die." "We're saved. Why aren't the elemental spirits chasing and killing us anymore?" A soldier behind pointed forward and shouted, "Everyone, look over there." He is covered in sweat, staring with his mouth open at the huge explosion, shouting in surprise. "Who are they? How are they so powerful? Are those skeletons summoning objects? That's so powerful. What kind of experiment is this? So they can summon such terrifying things? That's hilarious. I even called them crazy just now. Thank goodness it's not crying anymore. My head feels like it's going to explode." Makngu looked up at the colorful beams of light above and shouted, "Elemental crystals only fall from the queen in the elemental secret realm." "Let's go," she exclaimed in surprise. "The scenery is so beautiful." You frown and look ahead, saying, "Not quite right. It seems there's something inside." A violet-lit entrance appeared before them, and Mac exclaimed, "So this is the entrance to the secret realm." I next to me urged, "Let's go in." The two quickly stepped through the gate and appeared in a vast icy field. Ahead is a massive ice castle. Your voice echoes a reminder. The secret realm is different from the side quest. It is an independent space where you might encounter other people. "Be careful." He looked around and shouted loudly, "This is the Ice Palace." Maknu raises his hand to summon the dry bones to give orders. "Go explore the way." She smiled brightly and asked you, "Your skeleton still helps you find the way?" "That's pretty convenient." Maknu coldly replied, "Once they find the correct path, we will go again." He turned and said in one direction, "Let's go, we've found the way out." He shouted happily, "That was quick. These skeletons are really useful." The screen immediately displays a notification. General Yuan Tuo Shui, boss of the secret realm, level 37, strength $13,000, agility not. With a spirit of 13,000, physical strength of 16,000, and deep ice trap skills, he dodged the attack with a quick leap while the startled man shouted, "I'm fine." Makangu also quickly dodged and shouted, "I understand now. It is merged with the palace so it can't move." Your hand appears with a stream of blue energy, blocking the attack. You see a dry lich stabbing the elemental water mermaid general in the neck with a sword, reducing physical damage by half. The damage dealt by dry lich soldiers can be significantly lowered. Luckily, I have enough dry lich soldiers too. Then he used the ice vortex to create streams of ice arrows aimed at the dry lich soldiers, standing still as the icy projectiles shot out rapidly around him. Mangu hides behind a large rock, quickly gathers magic in his palm and gives the order, all returning to the summoning space. Immediately, streams of ice spears shoot toward the two of you hiding. Mayu saw the ice spears had stopped and immediately peeked out to check, her eyes widening in surprise as she exclaimed, "So that's how it is." No wonder she recovers so quickly. Her healing ability must be incredibly strong. But as long as I deal damage that surpasses your recovery speed, I can defeat you, right? Makangu raised the black scythe high and shouted, "Appear!" As soon as he finished speaking, the giant sentry immediately appeared behind him, and as soon as he appeared, the attribute system panel instantly popped up. The Fortress Guard. A level 33 spirit with 15,000 strength, 13,000 agility, 10,000 spirit, and 15,000 physique. Monu bowed his head in silent admiration. No wonder he's a boss in the hellish difficulty dungeon. Even at level 33, his attributes far surpass those of the level 37 water element general. You raise your scythe high and shout, "Soldiers, come support us!" A dark blue light appears behind the sentry. He steps forward gradually, and the water elemental general immediately unleashes a freezing tornado that fires hundreds of ice projectiles at the approaching sentry. His wings immediately spread upward. The sentry soared higher, approaching the elemental general regardless of the ice arrows hitting him. Makangu tilted his head and sneered loudly. Using the same old trick won't work on the sentry. The sentry, along with other dry corpses, charged straight at the standing figure with full force. Each wave of power created by the dry skeletons continuously struck the elemental water general. Immediately, he could no longer endure and used the crimson flood to flood the sky, creating a huge sea of water that submerged all the dry skeletons inside. Makangu was stunned, eyes wide with disbelief as he watched the rising water heading toward where he was standing. Makangu and Y quickly climbed to a high place to look down. He bowed his head to observe the large-scale water flow below, realizing that controlling such a wide area with his skills to counter the Kolau's actions was really quite frustrating. Inside the water, General Yuan Tuoshui's eyes flashed with a blue light. The sentry stood firm, ignoring the rushing water towards him. Immediately, dozens of dry leeches shot out from him towards General Yuan Tuoshui. The sentry's eyes flashed bright red as he glanced over. A powerful crimson force burst through the water, heading straight for the water element general. The sentry was engulfed by the water when the alert sounded. Defeated level 37. Water elemental general gained 180,000 experience and obtained 10 water elemental cores. Makangu waits for the water to recede, then quickly raises the scythe and pulls him back. He points the scythe at General Yuan Tuo Shui and shouts, "Summon spirit!" Makangu withdrew the sickle and whispered to himself, "So pure elemental life has no corpse and no soul. It seems I can't use soul summoning on them anymore." He crouched down to count the water element stones on the ground, silently summing up that although the soul summoning skill only lasts 3 minutes, it's enough for him to kill a regular boss. I, leaning on his sword, looked around and said, "It seems the chaos of the elements has decreased a bit." Makangu glanced around and replied, much more comfortable than before. "Yeah, let's keep going." The two of them step out of the ice mountain, heading towards the distant volcano. Makangu immediately uses the armored skeleton. The two of them enter the volcano area surrounded by flames. He couldn't help but feel grateful that he had the armored skeleton. Other professions entering this place would likely keep losing HPS. He glanced around, silently calculating. Glacier and sea of fire. Next, could there be a strange world of wind and thunder? Makangu looked at the huge volcano in the distance, thinking that as Huadium's sun gets closer, Y suddenly shouted, "That's not a mountain but a pile of fire." Not far ahead of the two of them, a dormant volcano was gradually awakening. As soon as it awakened, its attribute panel immediately appeared. Fire Elemental General, leader of the secret realm, level 37, No strength, no agility, spirit 20,000, physique 16,000, skills, erupting flames, blazing inferno, 50% reduction in physical damage. Fire immunity, scorching flames. Manga was startled and thought it was a monster that couldn't move and also couldn't attack physically. He looked at the fire elemental general and shouted, "But I have experience now." Suddenly, he immediately shot out powerful streams of sparks that struck down forcefully, causing a massive explosion upon impact. General Yuan Tuohuo unleashes a continuous barrage of flames, and Manga silently thinks, as expected, this is a wide-area attack move. He uses scorching flames to burn and wipe out each dry soldier rushing forward. The boy's hand swings up, summoning even more dry soldiers. He swung his hand and unleashed a furious ice storm to counterattack. Streams of icy wind headed straight for the fire element general. He immediately stood up, flames bursting everywhere. The ground suddenly cracked open and began to shake violently. The fire element general unleashes a sea of flames, causing the magma below the cracks to shoot straight up. Manga grabs his arm, leaps up to dodge the magma, shouts loudly, gathering all her strength, and it seems the next part is best left to the dry lich. The fire element general on the other side was immediately hit by streams of ice wind. Suddenly, Moro looked ahead and told him to give her something. Streams of magma shot up and shattered the ground, and a burst of colorful fireworks suddenly appeared before the two of them. He turned to look at her and shouted about the fireworks, and the notification sound also rang out. Defeated General Yuan Suohuo level 37 with 180,000 experience gained and obtained the Yuan Suohuo Human Core 10. He looked at Mo Yu sitting in front and teased her. "I didn't expect you to be so romantic." You blush and look down without saying a word. After a long while, the urging sound finally rang out. "Let's go." Over there outside the gate, the fake guild team is standing still. Xiaofa turned to the captain and exclaimed, "Boss, I can't believe we actually found it." A masked man immediately spoke up. "The elemental's secret realm is here. We've been searching for days. We finally found it." The tall guy looked ahead and saw it was empty. Puzzled, he exclaimed, "Why aren't there any element spirits around when they said there would be many outside the secret realm?" The captain replied, "I think someone has already entered." The long-haired team member, seeing this, urged, "So what are we waiting for? Hurry up and go in. If we're too slow, we'll miss our chance." The tall, irritable guy muttered, surprised that someone else arrived first. The captain pulled down his collar, grinning maliciously as he shouted, "No need to rush. I can sense the residual aura of the element. They haven't been inside long. Someone else has already cleared the way, saving us a lot of effort." The Godfall Empire has a saying, "The praying mantis catches the cicada. The oriole hides behind. Today, we will be that oriole." The boss is right. We don't need to rush, as long as we kill the final boss ourselves. If anyone dares to block our way, we'll deal with them and the boss together. Xiaofa and the others couldn't wait any longer and hurried in. This idea isn't bad. Let's go. Let's go. After passing through the teleportation gate, a teammate sitting nearby looked at the still fresh glowing footprints on the ground. He turned back to inform those behind him. "We found it. Follow me." On Manhwa and Y's side, they advanced deeper into the battlefield. Suddenly, something fell in front of them. Dust from the ground rises thickly, blocking their view. Y quickly leaps into the air to dodge the attack. She covered her mouth with her hand and looked at what was on the ground. It looked like a tornado with sparks surrounding it. The elemental spirit of wind and lightning, level 38, with a strength of 5,000, agility 25,000, and stamina 20,000 failures, possesses lightning, storm, and wind-lightning storm attack skills, with a 50% reduction in physical damage and immunity to wind and lightning elements. The armor user covers his mouth with his hand and steps back, being a combination of wind and lightning elements. The wind and lightning element shot a divine thunderbolt directly at Manga. Luckily, his skeletal armor absorbed the attack completely without any harm. His eyes changed, lightning element slowed down. Then a series of red chains shot up from the ground, rushing straight at the elemental storm monster. The red chains tightly wrapped around the creature. It struggled to break free, but failed. Realizing it couldn't hurt Manga, it unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts down on the skeleton warriors below. The other dry spell mages did not hesitate, and immediately cast spells at the storm lightning element monster, unleashing waves of fierce flames and relentless attacks that the monster could not resist. It struggles to break free from the chains as the dryland soldiers seized the opportunity to attack the monster. It tried to counterattack, but was all in vain. Manga tightened the chains, trying to limit its speed. Flying monsters like this are the most troublesome. After a struggle, the wind and lightning element monster was knocked to the ground. The The Dry Lich soldiers jumped onto it in an attempt to finish off the monster, and finally, under McNew's relentless assault, the Stormwind element monster was also defeated. The status panel appears, showing the defeat of the Wind and Lightning element creature. Level 38 experience Palos Myu $20,000, gaining 10 Wind element cores and 10 Lightning element cores. The magic seal in the air quickly absorbs the remaining remnants of the Wind and Lightning element creature. Manga moved forward. Let's go. Only the Elemental Queen remains. Manga moved forward, you say. As long as the elemental plane still exists, those bosses will appear again very soon. Manga led Y forward. The sky had changed, with ribbons of aurora stretching endlessly ahead. They walked for a long time before finally reaching a floating castle on the cliff. This is the lair of the Elemental Queen. She sits arrogantly on her throne, surrounded by stones representing the elements ready to fight. She calmly glances at the group, and a status window appears. Elemental Queen, Boss of the Secret Realm. Level 39, Power 20,000, Agility 5,000, Spirit 20,000, Vitality 20,000. Elemental Skill, Explosive Elemental Fury. Her trait reduces 50% physical and elemental damage as the Dryad soldiers leap up towards her. Mysterious Observer quietly noted that her 50% reduction in physical and elemental damage didn't bother the Elemental Queen at all. The glowing elemental orbs surrounding her radiated light. The fierce elemental force pushed the dry soldiers away from her, into the distance. Its whole body was shattered by that light, with fragments of bone flying everywhere on the ground. The 3 dry warriors have been defeated. Moyu frowned slightly. After many battles, the wounds on the bodies of the skeleton warriors had piled up. She lost patience, clasped her hands together, and flashes of elemental light appeared. Then she releases 3 beams of light directly at Mongu. Elemental bombardment. Each beam of light pierced through the bodies of the dried warriors, shattering them into hundreds of pieces that scattered across the ground. 5 dried warriors have been defeated. Manga now realizes that she is not easy to deal with at all. He secretly admires her. Her skills are too powerful. No wonder she is the Elemental Secret Realm Queen. The elemental stones shattered one after another, and the spiritual energy within them was quickly absorbed by the Elemental Queen. Her hands were wrapped in elemental rings, embodying the power of violent love. She only needs to wave her hand with fire element to instantly ignite and burn the dry soldiers. Then she lifts her hand with water element, and a whirlpool of water appears. It swept away all the dry soldiers nearby. In this way, 11 dry warriors had been destroyed. Manga looked at the unfavorable situation ahead and sighed. This is really tough. Why did Bai Shen give me this mission? He then recalled the events he had gone through when stepping onto the battlefield. Elemental creatures have no souls and no bodies. My killing move, which relies on soul fire and a violent corpse, cannot be used. Since arriving here, those 2 skills haven't been used yet. Lei Yuan's slowing effect also doesn't work. If it really comes to that, I can only summon the undead general and the outpost guard using the Death Whisper. Thinking of this, he sneered and ran his hand through his hair. It seems that the Elemental Queen is the kind of boss that requires the correct mechanics to defeat. Still a bit reckless, rushing in without gathering enough information. Meanwhile, the fake profession group is also approaching the Elemental Queen's castle, and one of them points at the giant whirlpool surrounded by barriers and shouts loudly. Boss leader, they're fighting the boss now. Do we need to stop them? Why stop them? Let them and the Elemental Queen fight each other. That might be better, he ordered Xiaofa. Use your big move. She quickly responded, yes. She clenched her staff tightly, reciting a spell, as a formation appeared beneath her feet, and a golden light rose from the ground, swirling around her. Y, standing outside, suddenly sensed something was wrong. Her assassin's instincts told her danger was approaching. I immediately turned around and shouted at Manga, "Watch out, Manga. Someone is ambushing us." As soon as she finished speaking, a strange symbol appeared beneath their feet, and many meteorites fell from the sky. Xiaofa laughed triumphantly, still destroying the body with fire, dying. Unlike Y's worried expression, Manga showed no concern, smirking just in time. The falling firestones caused the ground to burn fiercely. After a long while, the flames gradually died down, and thanks to the 2 armored skeletons on their bodies, Manga and Y remained unharmed. The 2 of them turned around to see the group from the fake professional team singing water running towards them. The Dry Lich soldiers split into 2 groups, one fighting the Elemental Queen, and the other advancing to fight the fake professional team. The team leader hesitated slightly as he watched the fierce Dry Lich soldiers charging forward. He stepped back, his voice tinged with concern. What is this? Where did all these undead monsters come from? The Elemental Queen's subordinates didn't say a word, while the other team members raised their weapons and started fighting, and he tried to reassure everyone. Don't panic. Suddenly, the red chains from underground slither up and wrap around them, locking them tightly. The group of Xiaofa was suddenly restrained by the red iron chains. They panicked. What's going on? It is a curse. Makangu stands far away, raising her hand to control the chains of the fake professionals, different from the monsters, likely indicating that the support person has the skill to remove curses to counter the healer. The group of mages following Makangu couldn't stay still either. They began to cast spells to confront the members of the fake guild. Those people are trapped by Makangu's chains and cannot move. They can only stand and watch as sharp ice blocks, lightning, and a raging firestorm rush toward them. One by one, they were struck and instantly burned to ashes. The team leader watched his comrades suffer in the flames and couldn't help but feel worried. He cursed, damn it. The guy who was burned by the flames now lies collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, his body trembling as the flesh on him was roasted to black. The team leader, unwilling to accept this, once again struggled to break free from the chains, provoking the crowd. A series of lightning bolts shot out from his body, which was the chained around. The chains wrapped around the dry corpses. The captain of the fake guild pulls out a bottle, uncorks it, and shouts loudly to those behind him, "Don't hold back anymore, drink the antidote quickly." They quickly took out the bottle, drank it all in one gulp, and the chains of Makangu around them gradually disappeared. After finishing the water, their bodies were enveloped in a healing blue light. That guy just escaped the brink of death and muttered in relief, "The monster almost died." The mages of Makangu continued their attack. Thunderbolt and Ice Block charges again, and the fake profession team quickly reacts, working together to create a large shield that covers them all and provides wide area protection. Under the shield's cover, this time the fake professionals are no longer seriously injured like before. Under the fierce barrage of fire and relentless attacks, their confidence waned, replaced by fear and worry. He frowned at them. They are all level 40 with wide area defenses, and the chain around the knight still burns, yet the sneak attack spells used earlier are all level 40 skills gained after their second-class change. Mongu silently watched the actions of the fake professionals, thinking to himself that they even have anti-curse potions. Is this a benefit gained from their second-class change? If they can use items, then level 40 fake professionals are indeed very hard to deal with. You're not worried either, a slight smirk on your face. But so what? Just now they ambushed us. If it weren't for the bone armor, Y and I would probably be badly injured now, so we can't hold back against the enemies. Makangu waved his hand forward, ordering the dry lich soldiers to attack. The group tried to keep their distance from them, one side focusing on holding the shield, the other attacking and fighting back against the monsters. Despite the assault from the fake professional team, the dry corpse soldiers remained unharmed and continued to charge at them. Seeing their bodies seem foreign and unfamiliar, some team members started to panic. What's going on with those summoned creatures? Why won't it die? What should the boss do now? The team leader thought he would easily profit from the situation, but he never expected to get caught in such a complicated predicament. Makangu's power was completely beyond his expectations. He frowned and struggled to hold up the shield. Damn it, I didn't expect that guy to be so strong, fighting the Elemental Queen and still be able to distract himself to deal with us. Seeing the shield about to give way, the captain shouted to his teammates nearby. It seems we can only retreat. Retreat. Of course, Makangu wouldn't let them escape that easily. You and Y moved closer to them. You raised your hand and recited the incantation. A stream of blue spiritual energy shot out from your hand. Soul Flame. One of the fake professionals among them chose Makangu's spiritual energy, and he screamed in pain. The team leader shouted in panic, "Run!" But it was too late. A bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the team leader directly. The shield he created helped him absorb some of the damage, so his life was still preserved. He gasped for breath. The team leader looked up while the other members had been defeated by the dry soldiers, falling one by one. The team leader pulled out the bottle from earlier and drank all the water in one gulp. His body gradually recovered when a dry lich soldier jumped from behind to ambush him, but was blocked by his protective shield. He seized the opportunity to put on his armor and quickly turned to run away. I looked at him and asked Monu, "Do you want to chase after him?" He replied softly, "No." The knight's ultimate defense is hard to break through. After taking down all the imposters, the Drycore soldiers regrouped and continued fighting the boss on the battlefield. Moreover, we have something more important to do. The Dry Lich soldiers continued to charge forward. The Elemental Queen raised her hand again, unleashing a light that could pierce through everything. An explosion of elements suddenly struck, as a corpse from earlier flew in front of her, and Makangu activated the violent corpse, causing it to explode and deal damage to the Elemental Queen. followed by another and another. Then, a series of corpses flew toward her and exploded. She was badly wounded now, and the light on her elemental channel was fading. Mak Enju watched her struggling and whispered to himself, as expected from a level 40 fake professional's corpse. The damage it dealt wasn't bad. He raised his hand to unleash the blue spiritual energy. You order the Dry Lich soldiers to seize the opportunity while it's weakened and kill it, risking everything for me. Receiving the command from Maknu, the Dry Lich soldiers charge forward aggressively. The Elemental Queen also refuses to give up. She continues to unleash beams of light, but her strength has significantly diminished due to her severe injuries. The skeleton soldiers easily blocked with their swords. Seeing that her destructive element could no longer be used, she immediately transformed her form. The elemental lights in her hands turned black as she tore apart the heads of the approaching dry soldier warriors. As her power waned, she was pierced through by the swords of the skeleton soldiers, her body no longer intact, gradually shattering and vanishing into the air. The status panel appeared indicating the defeat of the experienced Element Queen with 2,040,000 experience points. Looking at the elemental crystal obtained from the boss, Y saw that it could be used to craft top-tier platinum equipment or auxiliary gear, and also served as a material for making time reduction charms. Watching the battlefield gradually vanish, Y felt relieved. It was finally over. Maknu approached the spot where the Element Queen had been earlier. He held a magic seal in his hand and told Y that he had obtained the elemental crystal. Almost all that remained of the battlefield had disappeared. People dispersing from where Maknu and the others are standing also turned into a desolate wasteland. Although they had defeated the boss of the battlefield, Maknu felt a bit worried, as most of the dry lizards were seriously injured and needed to return to the summoning space to recover. But they didn't care for long. Maknu and Y left the battlefield, he said. This place is near Battlefield 3, and I still have the promotion mission to do. Let's go check the main battlefield. At Battlefield 3, the dust and dirt made Y frown in discomfort. Some bloodthirsty monsters caught the scent of living humans and rushed over. The status window appeared. Level 30-year human-eating monster, Strength 6,000, Agility 5,000, Spirit 3,000, Physique 6,000, Skill, Howling Scream. YY looked at them and softly asked, "The mysterious creature." Suddenly, one lunged forward, opening its mouth to bite the two of them. But before reaching them, the undead warrior sliced the monster in half. The stats appeared. Level 35 human-eating monster, 175,000 experience gained. The contribution points increase by 1, and they obtain the monster's claw. McNGU looks at the stats board with some dissatisfaction. These monsters give too little contribution points. I need to find a deep-dwelling demon to get more. She also drew out 2 small daggers to fight, but these monsters are very cunning, hiding well and appearing and disappearing, which annoys her. The evil monsters have very high spiritual roots and hide even more carefully than mice, so we should be able to find them. Suddenly, a loud explosion in the sky drew their attention. It's a distress signal. Something's happened up ahead. Mac knew, and she quickly run to the area where the signal was sent from. Not far away, let's go there. When they arrive, the place is strangely deserted. Not even a low-level monster's shadow can be seen. He looks around and seems uneasy. There are no monsters nearby. A hoarse, slightly sinister laugh echoed from not far away. Y shouted in shock. It was the voice of a demon. It seems the man-eating monsters had all been summoned away by the demon. They didn't expect things to be so dangerous, and the two hurriedly ran toward the source of the laughter, fearing that their previous distress signal was being surrounded. Many hungry eyes stared at them as if eager to attack and tear their prey apart. They couldn't just stand still and wait to die. They decided to charge and break out of the encirclement with me. But just a few steps in, something fell down and blocked their path. The creature that just appeared is a high-level monster with stats. Demon Beast, Normal Demon, Level 38, Strength 12,000, Agility 10,000, Spirit 3,000, Physique 9,000, and Skills. Howling Attack and Biting. The squad leader glanced at the Dark Abyss Demon Wolf, realizing he had fallen into his trap. Damn it, it's not joking with us, it wants to send a distress signal to attract more people here. At this moment, Maknu and Y have also caught up. They looked at the chaotic scene before them, frowning slightly. It was another flying monster. They had to find a way to lure it down. At this moment, Tamayan Malang also sensed Maknu's presence. He turned around and smiled excitedly. Someone had arrived. He looked at Maknu with confusion, wondering why it was just a level 26 kid, then glanced down at Y, a girl at level 25 with smooth, tender skin. She looked like she'd taste pretty good, probably very delicious. "You led the squad?" hearing Tamuyen Malang say that only level 26 people had arrived, which made you even more worried. How could someone at level 126 be here? Why is there a level 20 fake profession on the third battlefield? We're doomed this time. Thongyen Malang temporarily ignored the others and charged straight at him. I will eat you first. Malang Thongyen stepped forward, raising a hand to stand in front of him. Yun Malang grew even more excited, sneering at the two of them. Escaping was useless. Your fate has already been sealed. I want to eat you piece by piece, starting with your hands and then your legs. Before I finish eating, I won't let anyone die. Then he charged forward, opening his mouth full of sharp teeth and lunging at him. The screams of pain are the best seasoning. He slashed with his claws, attacking Mongu, who was blocking in front. Kid, go die. Don't get in my way while I eat. Its attack was blocked by a chunk of ice, and red chains from the ground coiled tightly around his body. He was panicked. What is happening? Seeing the signs of rejection in his body, he panicked. Something was wrong. It was the curse. Tamuyen Malang was bound tightly by chains and unable to move. The withered soldiers of Makungu also appeared, immediately rushing towards the monster, while Tam Uyen Malang could only watch as the dry army drew closer and closer. Seeing the other monsters also bound tightly with red chains, the crowd cheered excitedly. Why did they suddenly stop? It's the power of the curse, a great opportunity. Break through the encirclement immediately. They seized the opportunity as the controlled monsters charged back, breaking through the monster encirclement. After escaping danger, they panted heavily, unable to hide their joy. That's great, but before they could finish speaking, they were stunned by the terrifying scene at Makungu's place. This is heaven and earth. The Deep Abyss Demon Wolf struggles under Makungu's attack, howling loudly. I will kill you. I want to kill. Those people stepped back in fear. Is that the Deep Abyss Demon Wolf? It must be. What are those immortal, summoned creatures after all? Why does the Malang have no resistance at all? In the end, the Deep Abyss Demon Wolf was also defeated, dying instantly from a sword to the heart. The stats panel appeared, showing the defeat of the level 38 Deep Abyss Demon Wolf with 380,000 experience gained. The public achievement of 50 grants you Demonic Blood Essence. The Demonic Blood Essence contains profound power. The alchemists and craftsmen can use that power to craft equipment. The others were a bit surprised to see a high-level demon be defeated so easily. He's dead. Makungu approaches the corpse of the Deep Abyss Demon Wolf and tells the others, "Step back a bit. I want to clean up the battlefield." They looked at him confused. Clean up? What do you mean, clean up? Isn't he only level 26? How did you manage to kill a demon lord in just a moment? I stood to the side, smiling and waving at them. Hurry up, everyone, or you'll get infected. They quickly run to where Y is standing. A worried person told her that those man-eating monsters wouldn't be easy to kill. She just smiled softly and replied, "Just watch." The other monsters rush towards Makungu, all of them charging to attack. He stands there calmly watching them. As expected, the place with the corpses is where I belong. With that, he raised his hand, recited the incantation, and the corpses violently exploded. The corpse beneath his feet instantly exploded, and the monsters that had just charged at him were also caught in the blast, their bodies blown apart. Under the influence of Mo Yu, each corpse in the middle exploded. The crowd looked on in horror, unable to believe what they saw. Where did this person come from? No wonder they're involved in the third battlefield. Is this really a 26-star level? Killing it easily is too light, his summoning artifact is too powerful. What kind of profession is this? I was excitedly looking at the badge in her hand. It's so fast now. I've already become a second lieutenant, 6 stars. But contrary to her joy, Mo Yu still felt it wasn't enough. You should lead the squad you just mentioned to break through Makungu's thoughts, little brother. Little brother, thank you this time. Thanks to you, we were able to escape. You're too polite. I always come when I see the distress signal. Sorry for the embarrassment of our demon extermination team. Who would have known a lone demon could sneak in? He looked at the treacherous terrain of the battlefield and continued. The 3 battlefields of the Divine Realm correspond to the entrance of the Abyss, with many obstacles designed by powerful experts, making it impossible for high-level abyssal demons to enter the 1st to 3rd battlefields. He recalled the image of the high-level demon monster earlier and felt a shiver. Only a few weak demons could sneak in, but even small and weak demons are not ordinary imposters that can be dealt with. Moreover, deep inside there are many powerful demons like the one earlier. Level 40 abyssal demons and human-class imposters share the same boundary. High-level abyssal demons above level 40 are very powerful and are called abyssal elites. He suddenly remembered the forbidden area in Battlefield 3, where the deepest part shares a zone with the entrance to the abyss. You can actually see the deep abyss there, with many abyssal creatures and frequent appearances of demons. Not only that, there are also some dungeons in that area. We originally wanted to go deep into the abyss, but we were unexpectedly blocked on the way. At this point, he looked a bit embarrassed. Now, we understand and won't go there to join the chaos anymore. Makungu has gathered a lot of information about the battlefields and the demon realm, but what he cares about most is the deepest part of this battlefield. There are many demons. It sounds like a good place to earn military merit. You seriously asked the squad leader, where is the deepest part of the third battlefield? He looked at Monungu in shock and stammered, are you really planning to go there? Monungu simply replied calmly, yes. He hesitated for a long time before finally giving directions to Maknu. Yes. I and Maknungu then followed his instructions. Behind the squad, they kept marveling. Now that's a true genius. After walking for a while, the two of them seemed to have reached the deepest part of the abyss, where many squads had already gathered. Y glanced at them and encountered more demon hunters. No. She sighed. It seems we are not far from that place. In front of them was a desolate land with withered trees, no sign of life, and an eerie, gloomy atmosphere. This is the deep abyss. A series of glaring red eyes appear from the darkness. They stare wide-eyed at the two of them, YY hiding behind Maknungu in fear. Too scared, Maknungu cautiously stared at them. Suddenly, something fell from the sky. Maknu and Y immediately looked up and saw a monster falling from above towards them. I shouts loudly, it's the Dark Abyss Demon. Mo and Y step back. The corpse of that monster fell in front of them, its bloody flesh scattered all over the ground. Mai, terrified, looked at it without speaking. She hesitantly asked Maknu as she saw it lying still and motionless. They're dead. A shadowy figure like an illusion appears before them. He quickly recognized what he was holding in his hand, a level white sword. Seeing the man as a fleeting shadow hovering in the air, she exclaimed in shock, this is a level 40+ assassin with a second-tier upgrade. Maknu looked seriously at the man. It seems we've arrived at the right place. I silently marvels, no wonder they can easily kill evil and hold the level 38 authority. Maknungu smiles at Y, cheerfully saying, let's go. We can't let them take everything. She happily replied, all right. They quickly joined the battle as well. Maknungu unleashes her blue spiritual energy to burn the approaching monsters. Y is not to be outdone, flipping in the air and slicing the monster into pieces. The corpses of those monsters are falling to the ground one after another, and Y also lands. She's a bit puzzled. They've been fighting flesh-eating monsters for over half an hour, but not a single demon is in sight. Could it be that those second-tier transmutes have already wiped them all out? A piercing scream suddenly rang out, drawing their attention. Y turned around to look back. In the sky, a mysterious demon is devouring something, blood dripping from it like rain. Suddenly it let go, and the double-edged sword fell to the ground, stabbing straight into the spot where Mo Yu was standing. He immediately realized this was the weapon of the man from earlier. It was him, the Tishkash from before. The corpse of the Tishkash just now is being devoured by the monsters, and Yu Yai watches them anxiously. That is a high-level class changer, so saying they are dead just because they died isn't accurate. Maknu stepped forward to stand in front of her and warned, be careful. The monsters in the sky are Shadow Phantoms Deep Abyss, high-level demons level 40, with 1800 strength, 22,000 agility, 5,000 spirit, 15,000 physique, possessing the Shadow Illusion Binding skill with the ability to see through invisibility, and physical damage reduced by half. Mongu frowned as she observed the situation, able to see through invisibility. No wonder the assassin was killed by it. Is this a level 40 demon? They are not much inferior to the Elemental Queen. After some nibbling, the evil monsters also detected the presence of Maknungu and Y, and they became even more excited. The little level 26 brat dares to come here. Today there's extra food, I can add another dish. It doesn't hesitate and charges straight at Maknu. You don't need to hide. Hiding is useless. Do you think a level 26 little creature can protect you? Chick, I want the head. I want the thigh. But as soon as they got close to Maknu, they were repelled by the skeletal armor covering him. It looked at them nervously. What kind of demon is this? Maknungu didn't bother to talk much with them, releasing a blue spiritual energy that enveloped his entire body, ready to fight back. He wasn't going to let them gang up on him. He waved his hand and summoned the skeleton warriors to confront them. Dark Phantom. Tom Uyen glared and said, you little brat. It immediately used a shadow clone technique to escape. Not letting it succeed, Mo Yu cast a curse to slow it down. The red chains from the ground rise up and lash toward the shadow demon abyss. Do you think escaping will be that easy? Its whole body was bound by chains and unable to move. It looked up at the approaching dry soldiers, helpless to fight back. What is this, uncle? Shadow Demon Tamu Yen, bound by Makangu's chains, can only helplessly endure the blow from the dry soldier. Only now does it realize it underestimated the enemy. My shadow clone has been trapped by this curse. I've fallen into a trap. This kid's strength is basically more than level 26. Makangu's dry corpse soldier has been upgraded according to his level. The level 26. White Silver Skeleton Warrior has 7,000 strength, agility, spirit, and physique, with the most ferocious skill attack. Makangu's face remains calm as he frowns, watching it struggle to break free from the chains. Physical damage is halved. The dry soldier cannot kill it quickly. The boy summons elemental mages to support the dry soldier, as expected from a high-level demon lord, truly hard to kill. The elemental mages take turns launching their spells. Maknu looks proud as he watches An Ma Tham Uyen. Then I'll use magic attacks to deal with you, the shadow demon. Deep Abyss was pressed against the neck with 2 swords and looked smug, which only made it angrier. Damn it. Suddenly it had an idea and used a wrapping technique around a dry corpse soldier. It laughed loudly and then possessed the corpse of the dry lich soldier, handing over the body to the demon. It controlled the dry lich soldier to block the attacks from the others. It chuckled smugly. Luo Yuan is useless against me. Suddenly, the other dry corpses jumped away from the shadow demon Yan Uyen. This action confuses it, and only then does it realize that something is wrong. It looked up and saw a fireball falling. It couldn't dodge in time and took the hit from Mogu. It screams in pain as its body, a dried-up soldier it controls, immediately scorches after that blow. Its trembling body lies collapsed on the ground. Phantom Yan Tam Yen curses. Hateful. It roars back at him in fury. They have once again harmed me so badly that I look a mess. Come help me quickly. Maknu sneered at its crazed appearance and mockingly laughed. He waved to the dry soldiers behind him and asked, "Are you looking for them?" The dry soldier behind him, upon receiving his order, all raised their swords in provocation, each blade bearing the corpse of the monster that had just surrounded Shadow Demon Thuyen. Check carefully to see if everyone is here. Wai wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed softly. These little demons are really hard to kill. They drive me crazy. When Shadow Demon Tamyen sees his children being brutally slaughtered, he immediately erupts. You dare to kill them again. Moyu gently waves his hand. Then take this from me. The dry corpse soldiers immediately threw the corpses onto their swords towards Shadow Demon Deep Abyss. As the monster corpses flew closer, Maknu activated, causing them to explode, and the bodies along with Anmathamu Yen also detonated. A cloud of dust gradually settles and the demon corpses are completely burned. The status panel appears showing that Tamu Yen on Ma level 40 has been slain, with 800,000 experience and 500 military merit gained, along with the demonic beast's achievement. I have also been promoted to second lieutenant. She carefully lifts the badge. If he finds out I've been promoted to lieutenant, he'll definitely come rushing in with oil flying everywhere. Makangu wasn't very surprised. He calmly said, "From now on, it takes 10,000 military merits to increase 1 star. He turned to look at him as if she understood something. No wonder you haven't leveled up in so long. It's okay, I heard there's a dungeon instance nearby. Let's go check it out. Are you crazy or what? Why send little Lin to the elemental's secret realm, I wonder?" Yi Yuan saw his worried look and didn't care, calmly lifting his teacup. What madness. I want to see how far this kid can go. He recalled the surprises Maknu brought in battles and continued. The dungeon, like the desert tyrant, also didn't trouble him. In fact, it earned him a large amount of points, and for the hellish dungeon where he could wipe out over 10,000 hell dogs alone, he truly destroyed them all. He raised his teacup and took a slow sip, thinking that even the elemental secret realm wouldn't be difficult for him. And Van saw his confident look, and sure as a nail, he had also calmed down. How could those things be the same? What level is the elemental secret realm, and what level are those dungeons? The attributes of the queen element are equivalent to a high-level demon at level 40, and you also know how powerful its skills are. And Van continued, Lam Tiutu's stamina is indeed quite limited, but the queen element doesn't really fear group attacks. Yi Yuan waved his hand with a smile, showing no concern. If he couldn't beat him, he could still run, right? Sometimes facing some difficulty is good. At least it shows where that kid's limit is. He looked serious, and with the mark of the Soul Hall, he wouldn't really die. Not only in the Prime Origin secret realm, I also called him to the deep border of Battlefield 3 to kill demons and promote ranks. And Wen couldn't stay calm after hearing this, and stood up abruptly. He looked at Yuan with a tense expression and asked, "Have you forgotten something?" Seeing his worried expression, Yi Wen asked confusedly what was going on, while An Wen lowered his head and spoke in a softer voice. Nin, Old Master's precious granddaughter, is with Lam Tiu Tu, and she left no trace at An Han Palace. And Van continued, If that girl dies, Nin Old Master will definitely come after you to risk everything. Evian only then realized how serious the situation was, unaware that a figure was approaching from behind. Tyne Hien suddenly appeared from behind and patted Evian's shoulder, asking, "Who is Checker? What are you guys talking about?" Evian was startled and turned back, stammering, "No, nothing." And Van secretly covered his mouth and chuckled. Tyne Hien looked at Vian seriously. "Old Bai, where did you send Lam Tiu Tu on his mission?" He looked guilty and reassured him that he had gone to the battlefield. With Lam Tiu Tu there, his precious granddaughter would be fine. Hearing his response, Tyne Hien didn't press further. He turned to sit down on the chair beside him, not forgetting to warn that he has the soul protection spell I implanted on him, so there shouldn't be any problem, but if anything unexpected happens to the girl, I will come to settle the score with you immediately. Yen Vian hurriedly replied, don't worry. With his protective spell there, nothing will happen." And Van picked up the teacup, calmly observing Yen Vian's awkward expression, secretly feeling pleased. "Old Bai, today is your turn." Returning to the third battlefield, Macnu and Y have also arrived at their destination. They stop in front of a teleportation gate, gazing at the terrifying red eyes in the darkness, watching them like predators, silently realizing they have arrived at the right place. Is this the deep abyss border of Battlefield 3? Are the demons mixed into the main battlefield coming out from here? Suddenly, a swarm of monsters from the abyssal chasm crawled out from the space crack. They looked at the two prey in front of them and grinned with savage intent. The world of humans, the Demon Lord has arrived. The beautiful humans from legend, the Demon Lord comes to feast. Humans must cleanse the ancient sky and perish. But we won't let them rejoice for long. Sharp ice shards shoot down from the sky, followed by thunderbolts and raging seas of fire. The monsters howled in pain. Which bastard dares to ambush us? You shameless humans, pain, die. Humans are probably doomed. Waves of chains rise up, tightly binding the monsters. They were extremely confused, looking at each other, as the dry soldier warriors under Mo Yu's command also charged forward, one after another. The restrained monsters could not escape, and were slaughtered by the dry soldiers, their corpses scattered on the ground as they kept screaming. What kind of monster is this? Where did that undead summon from? The dry lich soldiers never stopped for a second, charging forward to cut down one monster after another, leaving no one alive. Every demon from the abyss of deep was slain, blood splattering everywhere. Even the low-level monsters met their end. The corpses scattered on the ground are being used by Mekngu. He uses those corpses, raises his hand to cast a spell, and the bodies convulse violently. Those corpses immediately exploded, taking many other monsters with them. The stats panel kept updating non-stop. Defeated the level 37 Deep Abyss Demon. Gained 370,000 experience points and 50 military merits, and obtained the demon's blood essence. Mekngu suddenly smiled faintly, looking towards the nearby space-time gate. Is the temporary gate connecting the human world and the abyss? It really is a great place to earn military merit. From inside the gate, countless blazing red eyes crowded together, trying to break out. Seeing this scene, he shouted loudly to warn Mekngu, there's an evil spirit about to emerge. Mekngu moved at a steady pace, commanding the dry soldiers to throw the corpses of the monsters into the connecting portal. Then he immediately activated his skill, causing the bodies to explode upon impact. The stats panel keeps jumping as you defeat the level 37 Deep Abyss Demon, gaining 370,000 experience and 50 military merit. Countless golden lights burst out from the portal. All of those lights were absorbed by the badge in Mongu's hand. He looked at it with satisfaction. I only tried a little, I didn't expect it to be so effective. This time I gained about 3,000 military merits. He looked at the badge in his hand in amazement, mouth agape. Just one explosion earned him so much merit. Mekngu thought that the more demons gathered at the gate, the more they wanted to rush out. The light from the explosion continued to spread. I watched the badge in his hand continuously absorb energy with increasing excitement. So many military achievements, I'll go destroy another pack of man-eating monsters. Keep exploding. Monyu raised his hand to signal stop. Wait a moment, let the demons gather a bit more. A short while later, countless red eyes crowded together on the gate connecting Yangjian and Shenyuan, looking outside. Sensing the moment had come, Mo Yue calmly said, "Attack!" Those corpses fly into the gate, exploding once again to destroy the monsters inside. The status panel keeps updating, defeating a level 37 Tam Yuyen Demon Lord with 370,000 experience and 50 military merit. This time, the golden light is even more intense, as if illuminating a dark area of the battlefield. The level of the two people's loot has also increased. Lam Makngu and Thuy are fine, with 8,500 military points. Nin Uy is also fine, with 7,900. Y sighs softly, the military points gained so quickly. After the explosion earlier, the connecting gate shook slightly. Y cautiously asked, "Is the gate about to close?" Makningu also thought so, appearing disappointed. I guess the explosion from the corpse was too much for it to handle, but the gate only shook for a short while and then returned to normal. The gate is stable now. McNew looked at the gate with great relief. It seems he can be promoted to 1-star lieutenant. Suddenly, Makningu sensed a murderous aura coming from somewhere nearby. He immediately became alert. Makningu's intuition tells him danger is approaching. He pulls Y's hand back and then activates his armored skeleton. This time, what appears behind the gate is no longer countless small eyes, but a giant eyeball. It screams with excitement. "Lam Makningu, I've got you now." The field it emits makes his mind spin. She painfully clutches her head, her pupil bloodshot and screaming non-stop. "Lam Makningu, I want you dead." Immediately, a barrage of divine energy shot out from inside the gate, moving so fast that Makningu couldn't react in time, and she thought to herself, "Too quick, there's no way to escape." The energy beams from her previous gaze pierced through her bone armor. Unexpectedly, the bone armor couldn't withstand even a second, so he had to shift the damage elsewhere. He was knocked back, and the dry soldiers weren't spared. They were all destroyed by those energy beams. The summoning space is now 2011 sets 2y40. Monangu clenched his teeth, struggling to withstand the pressure from its attack. Damn it, the number of dry corpse soldiers is decreasing rapidly. If this keeps up, it's not going to be good. The summoning space is now 186 out of 240. Manguko remains calm and suddenly realizes that there are already corpses of low-level monsters on the ground. It's happening. The number of dried-up soldiers is decreasing rapidly, now at 164 out of 240. He reached out to the corpses in front of him, then activated his power, causing the bodies to explode. The impact from the blast only fueled its fury even more. It keeps calling out your name, Lam Makyu, Lam Makyu. You look at it and breathe a sigh of relief. Looks like I made the right choice. This time, the final gate could no longer hold. Its eye was severely injured, but it still shouted threats loudly. Damn it, I, Lam Maknu, will not let you go. Absolutely not. McNew sat on the ground, glancing at it with a mocking remark. What a coincidence. So am I. You raise your hand in a farewell gesture with a teasing voice and a provocative expression. Goodbye. I will definitely blow you up in the future. Seeing Maknu's smug expression, her pupils grew even angrier. Lam Maknu, but before he could finish speaking, the connecting gate had already closed. I won't let this go. Seeing the gate completely disappear into the sky, Y finally hurried over. Maknu, are you all right? It's okay. I just lost a few dried-up soldiers. The door is closed. Let's leave here first. Then he glanced toward the spot where the gate disappeared earlier. Fire Demon Lord, one day we will meet again in the abyss. Makengu and Y quickly leave the deep abyss on the 3rd battlefield. They headed straight to the world on battlefield number 3, a level 30 instance where they encountered more hunting teams than in the deep abyss earlier. Makengu observes the surrounding terrain with a slight frown. How will the 3 types of intertwined powers in the dungeon interact? He immediately opened the status window and pondered quietly. The world in the 3rd battlefield, level 30 dungeon, with level limits from 25 to 35, 4 players recommended for normal difficulty, 6 for nightmare difficulty, and 12 for hell difficulty. Makengu carefully analyzes the data. My dry soldiers have almost fully recovered, and since there are many high-level profession imposters here, I'm not worried about a sneak attack from the Demon Lord. After a long pause of thought, he turned around and called Y. Y, let's go. She cheerfully replied, okay. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Hey, young ones. He waved his hand to remind them, young man, this is a level 30 dungeon. He stepped closer, his voice becoming more urgent. The monsters inside are very dangerous. Even though it's an average difficulty, those monsters are not something 2 level 26 guys like you can handle. Hey, you guys should join a team or something instead of risking your lives alone. He just chuckled softly when he heard that. Makangu also wasn't too concerned. Thanks, but you don't need to worry about us. He looked at Maknu and the others walking away and sighed softly. Why are they so eager to die at such a young age? Another teammate approached and patted his shoulder. What is he complaining about? Aren't you paying attention to their medals? All their medals are silver, indicating they are lieutenants who have killed demons. The man was startled and asked again, how could that be? They are only level 26. The teammate immediately cut in. What's impossible? You've heard a new 18-year-old second lieutenant and a level 24 captain appeared on the number 1 battlefield a few days ago. Moreover, that person even cleared the hell difficulty checkpoint alone. Another person quickly ran over to listen in, never having heard of it before. Tell us quickly. Makengu and Y stopped at a towering stone cliff 1,000 jang high. These two people looked around at the scene. The sky here was very strange, divided into two contrasting halves, one bright and one dark. The entire river flowing below also has a strange red color. Is this the instance created from the three powers? Suddenly, Y pointed in one direction and shouted, "Makningyu, look over there!" Makningyu quickly looked in the direction she was pointing. There is a major battle happening on the other side of the cliff. The two of them shouted in unison, "War." Mongyu widened his eyes at the scene before him, quickly noticing something unusual. These profession imposters are not suitable. They are all illusions. Even those deep demons are the same. The battle over there is extremely fierce. Waves of monsters soar up, trying to break through the protective barrier, which forbids flying. On one side, corpses lie scattered, while on the other, fierce battles rage on. The confrontation between humans and the demon realm is intense, with a mage soaring up and gathering 4 lights representing the forbidden 4 elemental chaos. From that mage's position, the 4 lights strike directly down to the ground. Wherever that beam of light touched, the nearby monsters were burned. However, in the face of the powerful attack from the mage, a figure appeared from behind the smoke. It remains completely unaffected by the elemental lights. It spreads its wings wide and stands before the 4 elemental beams, blocking them. Their clash created a powerful shockwave. The blinding light made Mo Yu and the other quickly cover their eyes. Once again, when the two of them opened their eyes, the previous battle had vanished as if it never existed. She shouted, "It's gone." He looked at the quiet, desolate scene and couldn't find the words. Is this the origin of the peaceful element? She softly asked Makngu, "Do not interfere with the spell. Is this the ancient battle of the electric element?" "Probably so. Maybe this is just a small corner of that great battle. Let's go." After descending the cliff, there is no light at all here, creating a dark and gloomy atmosphere, and a silent space appears. The two quickly take defensive positions, with Mo Ngu summoning elemental mages and pulling out 2 small daggers, both of them vigilantly watching their surroundings for any sudden attacks. Suddenly, a hell-level elite monster, level 34, with a force of 15,000 year, agility of 10,000 scholars, spirit of 10,000 slayer, and physique of 15,000 years, influenced by the energy of the abyss boosting its defense and vitality, appeared. Mo Yu immediately created a barrier made of fire and other elements. The Langma battlefield charged straight through the barrier without a scratch. And Makngu, that kin looked at it in shock. So it didn't die. Was it because it gained energy from the abyss? But he quickly steadied his emotions and summoned the Dry Lich soldiers to attack the battlefield demon wolf. But their defenses and vitality were just a bit stronger. A few more slashes would do it. After a fierce battle, the demon was also defeated by the Dry Corpse soldiers. The status screen appeared, showing 680,000 experience gained for defeating the Langma battlefield. Seeing Makngu glance at the creature's body gradually turning into black mist with no corpse, the monster conjured by the abyss's energy, he felt a bit worried because without a corpse, it couldn't be exploded. Makngu still kept a calm expression and replied, "Then we can only fight them one by one." Makngu thought to herself, "Without light, the visibility is too limited." Seeing you suddenly fall silent, he turned to look at her and immediately understood Maknu's intention. Her eyes shone like fireflies in the night. She excitedly pointed to her eyes and said, "The assassin is a spirit of the night. Look at me, I'll help you find the monster." Makngu smiled and nodded. "All right." Thanks to the light from his eyes, Y easily pinpointed the monster's location, then cast a slow curse to control it and used Y's mirror to slash its neck. The two of them coordinated seamlessly, and with the support of the skeleton soldiers, they quickly eliminated all the monsters. Y shouted, "They're still here." It all feels too easy. Nothing like fighting a boss, making the two of them wonder if this is hell difficulty. It's that simple. Makengudong agrees. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Suddenly, something fell from the sky. The two quickly reacted, flipping backward to dodge the attack, and their level indicators showed their levels had increased. Makngu and Y are enveloped in a golden light. Lam Makngu is level 27, Nin Y is level 26. The two of them gently landed on the ground. The golden light on their bodies gradually faded, but Y still felt there was something bothering him. Is this really a hellish difficulty dungeon? Makengu looked at the corpse of the monster earlier, which was surrounded by a purple energy flow. He frowned slightly. This is deep abyss energy, and after the abyss monster dies, some of its deep abyss energy is absorbed by something else. The two of them looked in the direction of the strange airflow as it disappeared. He pointed to a statue in the corner. That is the statue absorbing deep energy. Makengu silently watched the stone. It seemed they had to wait until the statue absorbed enough abyss energy for the boss to appear. Suddenly, a monster suddenly charged at them. It opened its mouth to swallow the two of Makengu, but was stopped by your magic activation. The monster fell, its body turning into streams of energy that the statue absorbed. The atmosphere was strangely silent at this moment. YY looked at the statue absorbing energy and sighed, indeed, not much different from the boss in the checkpoint dungeon. At that moment, a huge tiger with sharp yellow spines on its body appeared. It is the King of Beasts, a level boss from the Hellish Monsters. Level 36. Powerful explosion elemental skill, sweeping element, extreme speed trait, life enhancement, defense boost. Its eyes light up, it roars fiercely, then claws toward Makengu. Thanks to the two armored bones and quick reactions, neither of them got hurt much. Mo Yu frowned at it and asked, "Too fast, is this the ultra speed trait?" Luckily, I had the armored remains. I quickly regained my balance, drew a long spear, and said to Y, you step back first. She nodded softly. All right. Then he released his magic to begin summoning the soul. The one you summoned this time looks quite like a dry soldier, but much larger in size. He is the Sentry, level 33, with skills to repel groups, cause mass stun, and enhance resistance. After summoning the creature to face the elemental beast, Makengu cast a slowing curse and used chains to restrain the beast, limiting its extreme speed. The chains quickly wrapped around the elemental beast, pinning it to the ground. The sentry understood and raised his scythe, rushing toward the elemental thunder beast and striking it fiercely, but it was unharmed. As expected, with matching attributes of power, the sentry couldn't do anything to the boss bear for a moment. Its flesh was only torn, and the abyssal energy escaped outside. Suddenly, he realizes the weakness of the elemental beast king. Wait, it's like he's figured something out. He softly smiles and then orders the dry soldiers. I see, everyone. Charge now. The dry bone soldiers surround the king of beasts. It slashed its claws, knocking several dry soldier warriors to the ground. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared, launching an attack at the sentry. The dry soldiers seized the opportunity while it was fighting the sentry and unleashed their most ferocious attack. Makengu silently thought, I didn't expect that this time, the sentry had to hold back the monster for the dry soldiers to attack. The entire body of the elemental Tiger King was now covered in wounds. It roared fiercely, then its body erupted with energy as if about to explode, unleashing a powerful elemental explosion. Makengu stared at it in shock, speechless. The elemental beast king is sprawled on the ground, its body gradually shrinking visibly to the naked eye. You notice its body getting smaller. Makengu pondered silently. Indeed, this elemental Tiger King was not a deep-sea monster, but a concentration of pure energy, and once its energy was exhausted, it could be destroyed. The elemental arrows were then shot one after another, converging to form an enormous elemental sphere. The elemental beast fought to its last, unleashing a massive sphere to stop Makengu's elemental orb. The two collided with equal strength, neither able to win. Taking advantage of the elemental beast king's distraction, the guard swung his scythe in a single strike, delivering a fatal blow to the beast's vital spot. The battle finally came to an end. Makengu approaches the place where it died to examine the items, kills the level 36 elemental king, gaining 2,000 in experience, obtains the elemental staff, a gold-tier magic weapon, with 600 mental strength, 400 physical strength, and a 22% boost to mage skills. Watching the surging waves of abyssal energy, he feels a bit doubtful. This is the end, but I have a feeling that it's not over yet. He stood there in confusion, thinking it was impossible. This really is a hell difficulty dungeon, even easier than the frontline Long Clan Outpost dungeon. Suddenly he realized something was off. She pointed to a corner of the sky and shouted, "Look over there, there's something over there." Makengu quickly turned her head to look in the direction Y pointed earlier. In the sky now, there was a wizard holding a long staff, surrounded by a blinding light. You are stunned as he stares fixedly at Makengu without blinking, and an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoes in your mind saying, "Come find me." Makengu was shocked, her eyes wide open as the voice suddenly rang in her mind. It seems that the bad premonition earlier was caused by that guy in the sky. Makengu, I don't know what his purpose is, so just wait here for me. She's a bit worried too, but since she believes you can protect yourself, she only reminds you. Be careful. Makengu quietly follows the staircase straight up the cliff face. Now you face him head on. Suddenly he looks directly at Makengu and desperately pleads, "Kill me. Kill me." He desperately begged, "Kill me. Just kill me." The hand holding his staff also trembled as he kept saying, "Kill me." This strange man is a major elemental mage. The boss of the Hell difficulty dungeon, level 39, with wind whip skills, blazing fire flames, still destroying the world, silent and unspoken. An enchanted magic shield with wide area enhancement and vitality. Suddenly his face changed, no longer looking pleading like before, and he glared at Manhwa with murderous intent. If you can't kill me, then die. He swung his staff and a fierce flame shot toward Manhwa. You immediately activate the armored skeleton and summon more dry skeleton warriors. So this is the real boss of this dungeon, huh? But why is it an elemental human? The flames drew closer, and Manhwa had a dry soldier stand in front of him as a shield. The flames quickly burned the skeleton soldier to ashes in an instant. One skeleton soldier has been destroyed. Manhwa carefully stepped back a few paces, surprised that his opponent's elemental fire could burn through the dry soldiers so quickly. He secretly admired the strength. Could this be the power of a mage with 40,000 mental points? He continued summoning more dry soldiers, one after another rushing forward while Manhwa kept telling himself he could only try to move forward. The dry soldiers leapt up, swords in hand, charging straight at the elemental archmage. He calmly shook the staff in his hand and a blue light emitted from it. A water element shield formed around his body, serving as a magic barrier. The water element shield he created looks fragile, but in reality it is incredibly sturdy. The swords of the skeleton warriors cannot pierce through it. Manhwa clenched his teeth and looked at him. That shield was incredibly strong, even more so than the ultimate defense of a knight. Among his skills, only he could bypass such a shield. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate to condense his magic, aiming directly at the elemental grand mage's body, a fire spirit soul, and fired a magic sphere straight into the mage's protective barrier. The sphere pierced through the shield, creating a large hole that made him stare at you in shock. Then he looked down at the wound caused by Manhwa's elemental sphere. His eyes flickered as if he was calculating something. Suddenly, his expression changed, and his smile became even more twisted. Kill me, and you will find the answer. Then, he unleashes all his magic, pouring everything into fierce flames. The icy storm rages wildly, tornadoes and thunderclaps clash, and the elements merge into a water shield that gradually disappears. For a moment, the entire defense was replaced as the dry soldiers charged at him with their swords, regardless of everything. As the dry soldiers rush forward, countless arrows are shot out, causing them to stand still in place. Suddenly, an arrow speeds toward them. It turns out the elemental archmage used silent speech to shoot toward Manhwa, who immediately recognized the arrow stuck in the ground with a spell inscription, revealing it was a forbidden skill that specifically counters mages. The elemental archmage continued to gently shake his staff, controlling the other dry soldier warriors with the wind's shackles. Manhwa realized this guy was also not easy to deal with, as the dry lich soldiers basically couldn't get close to him. He had no choice but to rely on himself and rush forward. The dry lich mages in front of him are still silenced. The military stance skill can only remove mental control like dizziness, and has no effect on these wind shackles. It seems I can only rely on myself now. I close the distance between myself and the boss of the dungeon. You raise your hand to gather magic. You tell yourself, this is the first time I've fought a boss purely on my own strength. After saying that, he threw the magic sphere he just condensed at the elemental grand mage, the soul flame. The mage was burned painfully by Manhwa's magic fire, clutching his chest. Seeing the scene where he was cornered like that, Manhwa silently breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the soul flame could pass through the magic shield, but he was not defeated yet. A magic circle appeared beneath his feet, and above the sky was a giant fireball. This time he was truly angry and no longer wanted to mess with the people of Manhwa, so he unleashed his ultimate move to annihilate the world. Under the elemental archmage's matrix, small fireballs rained down on where Manhwa was standing. You are surprised to see that the scope and power are even stronger than those of the mages who were promoted twice, but Manhwa shows no sign of fear. From the magic mark, he took out 3 small bottles, smirking confidently. If it's like this, there's no way to avoid it. Just add a few layers of bone armor. After drinking, Manhwa's bone armor water bottle began to evolve. After upgrading, Manhwa is now nearly invulnerable. The elemental archmage swings his staff, unleashing high damage attacks at Manhwa, remaining silent and unmoved. But all those attacks couldn't penetrate the bone armor shield. Manhwa smugly looked at him, then took another bottle and drank. If you try to silence me again, my bone armor can resist all control skills and paralysis. The elemental archmage kept attacking, but could not break through that beast armor. Manhwa raised his hand to continue condensing magic. Soul flames! Come on, let's see who can endure until the end. The elemental archmage was immediately burned by Manhwa's magical flames, his body engulfed in fire as he screamed in pain, no longer the proud figure he once was. Amid his suffering, Mangnu couldn't help but utter a few taunting words. It seems that I am not the one who can't withstand it anymore. The elemental archmage has been completely burned to ashes. Now only his clothes fall from the sky, left to be carried away by the wind in the battlefield. The stats panel jumps, destroying the level 39 elemental archmage. Experience increases by 3.9 million, obtaining the divine flame staff which is damaged, acquiring a space crystal, a divine stone talent, and a mid-level skill scroll. Mangnu approaches the scattered items on the ground, the broken staff, the damaged legendary weapon, and the space crystal that can be crafted into a teleportation stone. The Divine Talent Stone, a legendary item with a 100% chance to awaken a talent in the third reincarnation cycle. The Intermediate Skill Scroll, also 100%, contains an unawakened skill. Mangnu looked in shock at the items in the stats window. So many rare items? Moreover, they are all high-grade, extremely rare tools. Just then, Y saw that he hadn't returned for a long time and hurriedly went to find Mangnu. She was startled and exclaimed when she saw the items at Mangnu's place. "No way! How is this possible?" She couldn't control her emotions as she looked at the staff before her. The Divine Flame Staff is the Divine Flame Staff, so why is it here? Mangnu looked at the staff with curiosity and asked, "Is this Y's staff really so special?" She quickly examined it and then happily told Ma Yu, "It's indeed it, just like in the documents I read." She immediately explained to Mangnu the legend of the Divine Flame Staff. The Divine Flame Staff is the personal weapon of the Fire Mage, the Divine Level Mage, 2VM. Then during a great battle, the wizard 2VM disappeared, and even the staff was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the staff in Y's hand became hot to the touch. She was startled and shouted, then threw it away. The staff flashed brightly, and a figure suddenly appeared from within. Manhwa quickly activated the armored corpse and stood in front of Y, extremely alert. That figure was the remnant soul of 2VM. He spoke, "Young man, don't be tense." Y, standing behind Mangnu, curiously peeked out, then suddenly shouted, "You are a divine-level sorcerer, 2VM." He glanced at Y and said, "Oh, does the girl know me?" Mangnu and Y quickly bowed in greeting. "I am Lam Mangnu, respectfully greeting the divine-level 2VM, and I also bow my head. I have seen your portrait in the Divine Realms Museum, which also mentioned your legendary deeds." 2VM gestured for them to stand up. "No need to be polite. I've spent so many years like this, just remembering me is enough. I don't have much time left. The battle just now drained a lot of my energy. Listen to what I have to say." The two of them listened seriously and quietly to what he was saying. That year, a time-space crack appeared on battlefield number 3. 2VM begins to tell the story. That crack connects the Abyss and the human world. The Prime Elemental Demon. Lord of the Abyss led 10,000 evil demons in an invasion. I led the first Mage Legion to confront them. The battle that year is recounted by 2VM, and in the end, we activated the sealing spell to destroy the great elemental demon king and all his evil army. He held up the time-space stone with a slightly regretful expression, lamenting that during that great war I obtained a spatial crystal that recorded some coordinates in the abyss, which the alchemist then crafted into a teleportation stone. At this point, his gaze turned serious, revealing a secret that could lead to the deep, and Mangnu's eyes widened. This was the key to attacking the deep. I can't give it to you. Space crystallization and divine stone talent are both bound to the soul. Only you can use them. Giving them to others would just be useless stones. 2VM looked at you and asked, "Young man, from your strength, have you awakened your talent?" Mangnu nodded softly, recalling what the system had told him before. He checked that the host had awakened the Death Spirit Mage profession, the most suitable class bound by the system's strongest innate talent, and began retrieving world data to optimize his skills. Congratulations to the host for awakening the only divine-level talent with overall level 1 growth. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the passive skill of damage transfer. From Vyam frowned slightly. As expected, during the second class change, he must awaken another innate talent. I know it's very difficult, but you must try your best. Then, at level 70 on the third attempt, you can use the Divine Stone to awaken your third talent. He saw that there was an aura on you that didn't resemble that of an ordinary person. With 3 talents, your strength will reach an astonishing level. In human history, we have only ever had one top-tier powerhouse with 3 innate talents. You must become the second. Mayue said with full determination, "I will do my best." From VM heard this and also smiled contentedly. Mangnu then asked him what was on his mind. "But why did you choose me?" He simply said leisurely, "I find those trash eyesore. Letting them rot here is also a waste. I won't hand them over to those useless people." He stroked his chin, as if recalling something. Oh, there was a girl not long ago who was quite good too. I almost gave her a chance then. Unfortunately, she was part of the team, so she was just a bit short. He looked at Macnew and continued, but that girl resembles you in some ways. Macnew quickly pulled out a sphere and asked 2VM, is this what the person you mentioned looks like? 2VM replied, yes, that's her. She has decent talent, but still falls just short. Do you know each other? A few months ago, I met her at level 35. I wonder how she's doing now. Macnew pondered silently. Wow, her level-up speed is so fast. 2VM could see through what Macnew was thinking, so he encouraged him that rank didn't matter, just like how he, despite being only level 27, could already solo a level 30 hell difficulty dungeon. Among all humans, almost no one could do what he does. Moreover, your class is very unique. A Death Spirit mage, I have never heard of it in that era. He looked over at the nearby Lich soldiers. The summoned creatures he called forth have combat attributes far beyond their level, indicating his talent is a boosting type, but they still have a weakness. They are easy to control. If you can awaken your talent and master control or counter-control skills in the future, your prospects will be limitless. The key, after all, is the answer to Macnew's earlier question. So I choose you. I will definitely not let my senior down. Then 2VM's figure merged into the magic staff. Your words are enough. My soul will merge with the staff to strengthen it after repairs and find a worthy new owner for it. Senior, rest assured, I will definitely not let the Divine Flame Staff fade away. Makungu carefully stored these precious items into the magic seal. The two continued their conversation about the sacrifice of the Divine Mage 2VM, with Y praising him endlessly. Senior 2VM paid the price with his life for humanity. It is because of people like them that humanity can continue to survive under the threat of the Abyss. Makungu agreed, believing that humanity will grow stronger and sooner or later will launch a counterattack against the Abyss. Then the two of them stepped through the portal and left the third battlefield, and as soon as they appeared outside, people cheered with joy. They've come out, it seems they've cleared the dungeon. Impressive. The one who soloed the hell-level guard post dungeon on the first battlefield is also him. He's too strong. Hung En quickly asked the person next to him upon hearing the familiar words, was that Lam Hawk Day? He quickly replied, it's him. He looked at them in surprise. I didn't expect that he had just arrived at the third battlefield and was already soloing the hell difficulty dungeon. Macnew frowns and quickly pulls Y away. Hurry up, I have a bad feeling. Every time I leave a dungeon, something bad happens. Y replied with a smile, covering his mouth. Suddenly, a series of beams of light in the sky drew the attention of both of them. A scream echoes out. A warning from the sky over Hung An announces a message to everyone on the battlefield. Demons are attacking. Prepare to fight. Prepare to fight. Demons are attacking. From a space crack on the battlefield, countless demons emerge, howling nonstop. Human flesh. Delicious human flesh. I've come. I'm so hungry I can't hold back. Finally, I can taste the legendary delicacy of human meat. The monsters that just emerged from the space crack were immediately ambushed by the undead soldiers. Some were killed instantly, while others roared in pain and looked at each other in confusion. What is that? What's going on? Isn't this the battlefield of the original city-state? They were startled by the blinding light in front of them, then suddenly their bodies were cut down by a sword. The stats panel kept flashing, showing that the level 38-37 Deep Abyss Wolf Demon was being repeatedly defeated. In a corner near the space crack, Y smiled and said to Macnew, I told you we would definitely find the space portal. At the outer gate of Battlefield 3, constant warning sounds echoed, alerting everyone of a demon attack and preparing for battle. Macnew's figure was nowhere to be seen, and Hung An's group grew anxious. It's over there, Lam Hawk Day is heading in that direction. They quickly ran after Macnew. Hung An was extremely worried about Mongu's safety. Lam Hawk Day is indeed very strong. Level 27 can clear a hell-level dungeon alone, but ordinary demons and high-level demons are worlds apart, and another team member reassured him not to worry. Maybe Lam Hawk Day hasn't even encountered a demon. Hung An also calmed down, silently hoping that Mongu would be safe and unharmed, and that was his only hope. On Mongu's side, he had reached the space portal. He stared intently at the space crack. This dimensional passage is at least twice as large as the last one we encountered. He watched the monsters rushing out one after another, silently calculating, knowing he couldn't throw the bodies into the portal again to avoid detection by the Flame Demon King, waiting for them to come out so he could kill them all. Makungu raised his hand, ready to unleash the violent corpse as soon as the monsters approached. With the first batch of corpses, it'll be easier next time. The demons just ran outside without realizing the danger from Macnew. They were still discussing how to eat the two of them, but unexpectedly, upon arriving at the original battlefield, they encountered a top-quality food source. I want to eat that girl. No one is allowed to compete with me. As they got closer, that spot suddenly exploded, blood splattering all over Mongu's clothes, but he only calmly said, "The first batch of military merit is in my hands." That sweep brought in 1,800 points of merit, then another wave of demons arrived and more demons rushed over one after another. Silent Mo Wu sighed to herself. Well done. When those demons approached again, Mo Wu activated the violent corpse, and her stats kept rising non-stop after killing the Deep Abyss demon wolf. YY saw the total merit points keep rising, reaching 1,400, and shouted happily, "Did we level up?" A star then appeared on the badge in their hands. She sighed with emotion. The Hunt Demon Squad usually struggles for half a year on the battlefield to earn even 10,000 military merits. Y kept smiling as he looked at the badge in his hand, never expecting our merits to keep increasing, just like that, reaching a 1-star lieutenant. Unlike her, Mo Yu remained alert, carefully watching for stronger demons to appear. 2 high-level demons emerged from the space crack, Tong Yuyin Shadow Demon and Tam Yuyin Sword Demon. Both level 40 high-level demons look at each other proudly and smile, finally reaching the original battlefield. I want to capture some human slaves. They are shocked to see countless corpses beneath the ground, from low-level monsters to high-level demons. Why are all these just corpses? What happened here? They looked at each other. Could it be that there are professional human race imposters with triple-class change here messing with us? The human race does not speak of martial virtue. Seeing the prey arrive, Ma Yu smirked and unleashed a violent corpse attack. You will find out what happened here soon. They looked up at you and then spoke with contempt. Turns out you're just a level 27 kid, so I'll let you be my slave. Tongyen Daoma continued speaking to Manhwa. If you kneel before me now, I might consider. But before it could finish speaking, the corpses at its feet suddenly exploded, blasting it away. Y watched this scene and was left speechless. Are these demons really that stupid? She looked at Manhwa, but if I were a demon, I wouldn't believe that a level 27 could wipe out so many high-level demon groups. Noticing the space-time rift trembling slightly, Mo Yu said, "The passage is about to collapse. Let me help it a bit." He looked down at the bodies of the 2 high-level demons earlier, using these restless corpses for a moment, then ordered the Dry Lich to throw the 2 bodies into the passage. Then Mongu delivered a final blow, destroying the corpse, causing the passage to explode instantly, with a total contribution of 7,000 points. Their badges quickly gained another star. IIY exclaimed in shock. How many demons are crowded inside the passageway that one reckless attack promoted him to a 2-star lieutenant? McNigu pulled out a glowing blue spirit stone and looked at it with curiosity. This is why. She became anxious when she saw it. This is the teleportation stone her sister Mac Van gave her earlier to determine the location. This is the teleportation stone that Mac Van asked me and Y to use when we went to fight the Ghost King battlefield together. Did she discover the Demon King battlefield? Yawai asked anxiously, clutching her hands tightly as she looked at Mac Ngu. Miss Mac Van must have discovered the Demon King battlefield. Let's go quickly to help her. Mac Ngu crushed the spirit stone and said, "Teleportation." Then both of them immediately moved to Mac Van's location. Over at Hung'an, I've now followed to the space crack where Mac Ngu and Y killed the demons earlier. Is this where the demons are invading from? Another teammate pointed to the space crack and shouted, "Look over there, boss." The space crack has disappeared. Dozens of demon corpses now lie scattered on the ground, piled so high they form a small mountain. A terrified person shouted out, "This place is filled with demon corpses." The teammate quickly recognized one of the corpses and shouted, "Tom, Uyen Daoma. This is a high-level demon. How could it be killed so easily?" This is something the boss did. We received the distress call and rushed over immediately, but these guys didn't even have time to resist. Hung'an and his teammate looked at each other in silence, finally realizing they had overthought it. And he helplessly sighed. Why does this scene feel so familiar? The teammate stroked his chin thoughtfully, wondering if it was Lam Hok Day who did this. Looking at this small mountain of corpses, Hung'an also felt a bit sympathetic. It's very likely that Lam Hok Day's skills can handle this, so it's a pity we worried about him. Looks like it was unnecessary. Lam Hok. Daring to come here to hunt demons must mean he's confident. We don't need to worry about him. Over on the second battlefield, Mac Van is riding her horse, anxiously watching the teleportation stone in her hand. Why hasn't it arrived yet? On the second battlefield, the Demon King of the War Zone has appeared. He roars loudly, "This is a world boss, level 39, with skills of Void, Charm, Life Absorption, 50% physical damage immunity, and 50% increased divine damage." Another team on the ground orders others to shoot arrows. It is Prince Hao of the Berserker Warriors level 20, trying to stop Mac Van, who is in the middle of the battle. Mac Van rides her white horse, skillfully guiding it to dodge the incoming arrows. After fighting for a long time, her nerves were stretched tight like a guitar string, sweat pouring down like rain. Suddenly, Mac Van's white horse was struck by a surge of spiritual energy, and it cried out in agony. The group below, led by Zihao, gathered their strength to launch a surprise attack on Mo Van. She glanced at the people on the ground, deeply worried. They actually have a team, one side fighting the boss, the other blocking the way. Mac Van alone can't handle both sides. She kept worrying that the Demon King battlefield could appear anywhere in the 3 battlegrounds at any moment. Each appearance only lasts 30 minutes, miss this one, and it will be very hard to find her next time. While she was distracted, Two Hao's people ambushed her. Fortunately, Mac Van reacted quickly enough to dodge the attack. This Royal Alliance group is too troublesome. I really can't escape from them. Why hasn't Sao YY arrived yet? Suddenly, a white light enveloped Mac Van, helping her avoid the attacks from the people below. Tu Hao, seeing this from the ground, was furious and shouted loudly, realizing that Makengu and Y had arrived just in time to save them. They were inside a floating shield in the middle of the battlefield. Tu Hao signals the archers to shoot arrows to break their defensive barrier. Under the pressure of many arrows from multiple directions, the shield couldn't hold for long and immediately shattered into pieces. Maknu quickly reacted, activating the bone armor to protect everyone from the arrows. No matter how many arrows there were, they couldn't pierce the bone armor shield. Mac Van was amazed, opening her mouth in shock at how formidable this protective layer was. She looked at Y with a hint of admiration in her words. If Lam Maknu's skill can block all attacks, then he has always been protected like this. Tu Hao looked up in shock at the others from Mac Van. He quickly realized his lifelong rival was nearby, and his emotions gradually spiraled out of control. Lam Maknu is him, that damn bastard. Only now does he suddenly realize the main issue. She turned to ask Mac Van, "What's going on, Van Nee?" Mac Van, a bit anxious, replied, "I found the battlefield of the Demon King, and coincidentally the members of the Royal Alliance are nearby." Maknu looked at the people on the ground as if they were disgusting bugs, her words full of contempt. It's the same ruthless gang, bullying the weak. Mac Van was surprised by his reaction and asked, "Have you met them before?" Makngu gently brushed her hair, recalling the arrogant and domineering attitude of Tu Hao's group, as if they had a bit of a clash and unexpectedly met again here. Tu Hao on the ground shouted loudly, "La Maknu." His fury erupted once more, veins bulging on his face. Makngu looked at him and asked Mac Van, "Why is that guy here?" Mac Van frowned and replied, "He is the deputy leader of the Imperial Guild. Their guild came here to help him find the Nirvana Crystal." She anxiously looked at the other team, fighting the boss. "They deliberately stayed here to hold us back so another team could take the boss. What should we do now?" Makngu calmly said, "Just block the opponent there and prevent them from killing the boss. I'll handle this place and then meet up with you." Mac Van replied, "Fine. Even if I can't kill the boss, they shouldn't expect to succeed." After finishing, she and Bai Ma went down to where the others were fighting the boss. Muvan also didn't forget to remind them. "Be careful, both of you." Zhu Hao's subordinates quickly asked him as they saw Mac Van run over to the boss fight team. "Young leader, should we stop that woman?" At this moment, Tu Hao's hatred has blinded him, and he only wants to kill Maknu right now, regardless of her dealing with Lam Maknu beforehand. He wielded 2 giant protective swords, looking at Maknu with an arrogant expression. "Lam Maknu, oh Lam Maknu, I never expected to meet you. Do you know, because of you, I can't get into any of the academies, even though I studied at the Auxiliary Academy. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be rated poorly." Tu Hao immediately fell into a berserk state. He gritted his teeth and said, "If it weren't for you, I would be the top scholar. It's all because of you, everything is your fault." He looked at him as if he were crazy. This person's mind is just too abnormal. Studying at the Hakin Imperial Academy is a matter of personal ability. What does it have to do with you? Moyan doesn't care much, just envy. The more Tu Hao lost his composure, the less patient he became. What are you all just standing there for? Charge and kill him for me. The subordinates immediately responded. Yes. Zhu Hao's subordinates charged forward, level 38 knights with 8,000 strength, 6,000 agility, 4,000 morale, and 15,000 physicality. Tu Hao Dong, the weak and cowardly, thinks that Maknu is only 2 people and cannot possibly face his level 38 subordinates, so he becomes even more arrogant. You may be powerful, but you're just someone who recently changed roles. My team has long been battle-hardened. Lam Mak Ngu. Today is the day you die. Mak Ngu moved at a steady pace, summoning the skeleton soldiers. Appear now. Zhu Hao's subordinates, beaten and battered by the dry soldier, lay on the ground, trembling and crying out in fear. Monster! What? How is this possible? Zhu Hao only now realizes something is wrong, sweat pouring down his face. How could this be? Archers and mages, kill that dog. Zhu Hao's archers immediately received the order and shot missile arrows at the Mak Ngu group. Mak Ngu felt excited and waved his hand to summon his mages. My four-element mages also go out to play now. The ground trembles as the people of the Kingdom Alliance below struggle to fight, but they seem much weaker and keep falling one after another, fear clearly etched on their faces. What is this? Vuong Tu Hao sighed. I didn't know he could still summon an immortal-type creature during the college entrance exam. As soon as he finished speaking, a person there burst into flames and turned into a twisted shape. His accomplices shouted loudly as if announcing to everyone that they couldn't win, absolutely couldn't win. Even with another 10 or 20 healers, they couldn't keep up with the speed of those skeletons unleashing their skills. The members of the Kingdom Alliance hurriedly retreated in despair, while Tu Hao stubbornly stood his ground, shouting at everyone. What are you doing? Don't run, he's only a level 27, kill him for me. He gaped and shouted, kill Lam Mak Ngu for me. I can't let it steal the glory that belongs to me. Lam Mak Ngu sneered and asked, are they planning to run? Then he unleashed his deadly corpse technique. Zhu Hao stood frozen, sweat pouring down his face as he exclaimed, it's that skill again. A deafening explosion erupts, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. A red beam of light shoots straight into the sky. Vuong Tu Hao covers his face with his hand and screams loudly as a thunderstorm strikes down, leaving him unable to react and frozen in place. That place quickly turned into a wasteland, and amidst the thick dust, a figure appeared. The 2-star second lieutenant badge on Monu's chest caught Tu Hao's eye, making him gape in surprise and wonder, second lieutenant, 2 stars? How many evil deeds has he really committed? He involuntarily fell backward and hit his butt on the ground, but still shouted loudly, what do you want to do, Lam? Mak Ngu, you can't kill me. Do you know who I am? If you kill me, you will too. Makengju basically paid no attention to those words. You just made your move and cut him off coldly, saying, that's enough, sorry, I don't have the habit of releasing wolves back into the forest. Meanwhile, the members of the Kingdom Alliance are also struggling in battle against the Demon King on the battlefield. A sudden beam of light suddenly shone down, startling them as they looked up. It turned out that Movan had attacked them from above. A shield appears and protects her from the attack of those people. They curse bitterly, saying, that girl is such a troublemaker, wait for the deputy leader to come here and deal with her. What's going on with the deputy leader? Why is it taking so long for support to arrive? At the same time, their system simultaneously announced the second promotion. Suddenly, 2 strange objects sped toward them. The man was stunned. What is that? After a quick look, the other person concluded that the Kingdom Alliance's clothing belonged to our side. The man, with his eyes wide open in fear and suspicion, wondered, could the young master be missing? Did hundreds of lightning strikes hit that object fiercely? The man, counterattacking and shouting loudly, asked who was responsible. Mak Ngu Y and the group of dry bones march proudly towards them. Mak Van, slightly in disbelief, asks, is it over so quickly? She was utterly amazed when she saw the bodies scattered on Ko Lao. Those are the bodies of members of the Royal Dynasty Association, Y's familiar friends. In the end, Mak Ngu, with a cold-as-ice expression, ordered Ko Lao to throw the bodies at the Royal Dynasty Association members, and then detonated the violent corpses, causing explosions. The deafening blast tore through space, shaking the ground and causing everything around to tremble violently. Mak Van quickly rode her flying horse upward. Still in shock, she asked, Lam Mak Ngu, is this really his true strength? No wonder he can pass the hell difficulty dungeon alone. Y has always been following him, someone from the Royal Alliance shouted. Where is the support? Heal quickly. He tilts his head back, unleashes a group shield skill, and shouts, anyone still alive, gather here now. They breathe a sigh of relief and smile happily as a barrier appears to protect them, but that smile is quickly shattered when the dry lizards break through it. Mak Van put down her gun and urged them on. That should be enough. Let's go deal with the battlefield Demon Lord. She suddenly remembers something. The information panel appears. World Boss of the Battlefield Demon King, level 39, Strength 25,000, Agility 20,000, Healer's Spirit 20,000, Physique 25,000, Skills, Mesmerize and Absorb Life, Innate Immunity 50%, Physical Damage, Divine Damage increased by 50%. Makangu attacks the battlefield Demon King with the Soul Summon skill, ordering your appearance. Then the outpost guard appears to face the battlefield Demon King. Ma Van froze and asked how many trump cards Lam Ma Yu still had left. She realized she could no longer see through his true nature. Mak Nu turned to reply, "I'm not familiar with those divine skills. I'll leave this to you." Mak Van was startled but quickly agreed. Then she immediately rode her horse up high. A blue beam of light shines down directly onto the head of the Demon King of the battlefield. He glances up angrily, and the Demon King of the battlefield raises his hand high, performing a move to absorb life. Ma Van immediately dodged to the side. She skillfully guided her horse to avoid the relentless attacks of the Demon King of the battlefield. Makangu decided that he must interrupt its skill. He decisively cast a slow curse, unleashing hundreds of chains. The battlefield Demon King was gradually bound and restrained. Mungu ordered the sentry, "Limit the actions of the Demon King for me." He immediately complies. The sentry charged forward and the battlefield Demon King's face was unerring. Then he launched a fierce attack on the Demon King. A big question mark appeared in Mao Van's mind. She wondered just how many tricks Lam Maknu still had up her sleeve. The Demon King of the battlefield was so furious his eyes seemed to burn with fire. He counterattacked fiercely, knocking the sentry back. Makangu furrowed her brow, realizing that the sentry was gradually unable to fully cope with the battles he faced, and it was time to find a new soul. Mofan was rushing towards the Demon King from above, and she spoke up. "You just need to hold it back. Let me attack it." Hundreds of energy spheres appeared and launched continuous attacks at the Demon King on the battlefield, but he remained standing firm and endured. The Demon King seemed unharmed. Mak Van angrily shouted, "Damn it, isn't it true that the Demon King would take 50% more damage from divine attacks? Why did my attack get countered with a charm spell?" Mak Van immediately became frantic. Mak Nu Duke remembered that she was dead. He forgot to put the bone armor on her, so she couldn't resist mental control. Then he signaled the dry bone soldier to move forward. Mac still seemed like a soul out of its body as he let himself fall freely. The dry soldier quickly and skillfully leapt up to catch her. When the dry soldier handed Mak Van over to Y, McNew turned around and instructed, "Take care of her. I'll handle that big guy." I quickly agreed and told him to be careful. Makangu stood behind, watching the fortress guard fight the battlefield Demon King and commenting that this guy is really strong. Suddenly, a bold idea came to him, and his expression turned dangerously fierce. "How about I choose you as the next soul to take?" Maknu calmly retrieves the sentry back to his weapon, surprising the battlefield Demon King. Then he ferociously uses the Void technique, but Makangu remains very calm and smirks. The attack from the battlefield Demon King was easily repelled. Moye raised her hand and called out, "Time to get to work, warriors. You just used the Soul Flame technique to challenge the Demon King, tasting the sensation of your soul being burned." The battlefield Demon King roared in pain. Without giving him time to rest, Makangu launched her most powerful attack, while Nin Ui was carefully administering medicine to Mak Van. Mak Van gently opened her mouth and swallowed the medicine with difficulty. Suddenly, she sat up abruptly and anxiously asked, "What's wrong with you?" IY quickly explained, "Sister Van Nee, you were just affected by the enchantment skill of the Demon King." Mak Van jolted, "What enchantment skill?" She nervously turned her head towards the Demon King. "So what now?" The image of Mongu and the skeleton soldiers fighting the Demon King, chained and beaten in the battlefield, is right in front of her. Can Mo Van Su, who is alone, really suppress the Demon King on the battlefield? She thought to herself that even her divine attack, boosted by 50%, couldn't deal much damage to the Demon King, while at this moment he unleashed his life-absorbing skill, chaining the mummies and lifting them up. Makangu then sarcastically said, "Sorry about that. All my golems are immortal summon-type creatures. That life absorption skill is completely useless." You wonder in surprise, so the Void skill can be used like that? But it's only an immunity to physical attacks and escaping curses. Maknu coldly raised her hand and said, "Anyway, I am a mage, so I just need to switch to offensive magic." Mak Van was shocked by the scene and asked why in a trembling voice, "Is it always like this when Lam Maknu leads you to run dungeons?" I smiled and replied, "Yes, Sister Van Nee." She expressed regret about missing the sweet potato, but when Mak Van asked again, she just smiled and said, "Nothing." 5 minutes later, the Demon King battle arena collapsed backward. The system announced that the Demon King battlefield experience increased by 2.6 million. The Demon King dagger was awarded for the assassin profession. A level of platinum weapon with all attributes plus 800, a 60% skill boost, and an additional skill called Void, which turns oneself into emptiness for 30 seconds. Immunity to physical attacks with a 5-minute cooldown. The Demon King's great sword is for the swordsman profession. With all attributes, SWAT 800, 60% skill boost, and an additional skill, Blood burst. Strike with decisive blood to use your own strength to attack and absorb life force to heal yourself. Cooldown time of 5 minutes. The Heart of the Demon King material is used to craft the Demon King crystal jewelry set, increasing the chance for the profession to ascend on the second promotion. Manga ends the battle with a soul attack. The soul of the battlefield Demon King rises before Manga, signaling that he has successfully collected the Demon King's soul. The system displays the battlefield Demon King World Boss level 39 with 25,000 strength, 20,000 agility, 20,000 spirit, 25,000 physique. Skills in Void and Enchantment Absorption, 50% physical damage immunity, and 50% increased holy damage. Lam Mo Ngu happily comments that although the weakness is being countered by divine damage, overall it's still pretty good. Movan wonders if this is really how life ends. So it turns out that just him alone was enough to defeat the demon lord of the battlefield. Manga clenched his weapon and lowered his head as he walked toward them. You handed something to Mac Van. She cupped her hands to receive it and suddenly shouted, "The Nirvana Crystal." Her heart was tumultuous, and she thought to herself, I've been searching for the Demon King battlefield for so long, and finally I have the Nirvana Crystal. Mac Van tightly clenched the fragment of the crystal and fell into her thoughts. With this fragment, she had a 60% chance to successfully advance her profession. This second promotion, I will definitely become a Holy Spirit summoner and inherit the glory of my family. Then she happily chirped, Lamaknu, thank you, this Nirvana Crystal is very important to me. Suddenly, a pile of spoils of war falls from somewhere. What a lucky break. And it even includes the Queen of Demons' heart, the essential material for crafting the Demon King's necklace. Mac Van firmly replied, I only need the Necromancer's crystal, and the rest can be divided between you two. If you can't find a suitable alchemist to forge the crown, ask why to help you find one. I grinned happily and replied, I want that too, but Mo Nu can be considered half a disciple of Mr. Bach, so this isn't something for me. Mac Van rolled her eyes in disbelief. Lord Bai Shen, huh? She thought to herself, never expecting he would have this kind of identity. I've never heard of Bakthan taking on a disciple, but with his strength, he definitely has the right to do so. Manga just stood silently without saying a word. Behind him, bodies lay scattered all over the place. Movan expressed his concern, knowing that this time he had killed many members of the Royal Alliance, especially their young leader who also died here, and they would definitely not let this go. Their guild leader is a professional imposter who has changed roles 3 times. Even if you are protected by Lord Bai Shen, outwardly they can't do anything, but secretly they are very unpredictable. Mac Nu firmly replied, Don't worry, I understand myself. He silently reminded himself that summoning the Demon King's soul requires utmost caution. Make sure no one sees it. Mogi's eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp. No one who is alive should see this. Transition to Battlefield 3, the system screen appears. The Demon King battlefield has been destroyed. The Demon King's heart has fallen. The students of Xiakan Academy exclaimed in shock, The world boss is dead. The Demon King battlefield has been slain. The Demon Lord of the battlefield had the divine skill of absorbing life force, yet he was truly killed. Who's so powerful? The Kingdom Alliance has also received the news that the Demon Lord of the battlefield has been defeated. The man smugly said, Since Tu Hao couldn't enter the academy after the college entrance exam, our association has been nurturing him ourselves. With the Demon Lord battlefield destroyed, as long as we obtain the Nirvana Crystal, elevate his profession, and become a legendary class, he can completely turn the tide. He smirked and said, I will make my son's shame pay someday. Then he signaled for an underling to come in. The man ordered, After Tu Hao has experienced real combat on the battlefield, he will definitely undergo a transformation to find a blacksmith. And I want to craft a Demon King's necklace for him. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Manga was handling the ruins and said, That way we can completely destroy the remnants. I looked at Mo Ngu and smiled. As long as we don't reveal the Demon King's secret, no one will know it was us who did this. Mavan quickly reassured her. Don't worry. I also have some responsibility. I will hide the Nirvana Crystal well. The activated stone caused all 3 of them to vanish from the battlefield in an instant. Now at the Hakin Academy, Manan Van and Bak Y Vien are sitting together having tea. The day after tomorrow, the fake professional competition begins, so that little brat is probably coming back soon. And Van sneered, You care whether he completes the mission or not. Ivan was caught off guard, coughed twice, and softly reminded, If you're right, just say it quietly. And Van added, I just saw the announcement that the Demon King battlefield was destroyed. Do you think he was the one who did it? Evien didn't answer. Instead, his expression grew more serious. Suddenly, Mak Ngu appeared, and upon seeing the boy's figure, he quickly asked, "Lamb's back already?" You respectfully bow 45 degrees and greet Lord Bai Shen and Lord Man. Yvian quickly asks about the result. How did it go? Have you completed the mission? Maknu replied that he had, and then brought out the spoils of war. Yvian nodded in satisfaction, praising him. The badge on Mongu's chest caught his eye, causing him to pause. Wait a minute, Yvian exclaimed in surprise. 2-star Yai, did you rush into the demon's lair? Yvian fell into thought. 2-star Major means at least 20,000 military achievements. This is still under the condition of bringing along Old Man Nin's precious granddaughter. Normal demons usually only have 50 military merits. This kid in the language outfit has killed at least 400 demons. Mianyu claims she has killed some high-level demons. That statement made Yi Wen startle in surprise. And Wen was so shocked he spat out his tea. Evian looked serious, coughed a few times, then asked, "Little Lin, explain this clearly." And An Van hurriedly used a cloth to clean up the battlefield he had just accidentally made. McNew then began to recount, saying it was like this. I encountered a teleportation gate. Then, after hearing all this, Yi Yuan burst out laughing like he was in a good mood. I really didn't expect there to be such a cheating trick. I guess that damned Liam DM is about to be furious. He failed to kill you twice. He must have lost all face. And Van sat beside him, praising with satisfaction. Well done. Next time you can use more force. Mo Yu continued seriously. Lord Bai Shen, Lord Mi Shen. This time I encountered a Tsu-Wei fire mage in the third battlefield instance. What did you say? Maknu, you said you met the divine fire mage? Maknu replied, It's like this. Then calmly recount the entire story. The two others breathe a sigh of relief, so that's how it was. I believe someone else has already gone through this dungeon before, right? Why wasn't I favored by the fire mage? Yivian Luke Bat Tong Tam replied, At that time, my profession hadn't reached its peak, so it was normal not to see them. He ordered, Take out that space crystal and check it. No need to find someone else. The best candidate is right here. McNew obediently agreed and quickly complied. And Wen stared sternly and summoned the divine assassin. Man Anvan cast a spell, causing the blue stone in front of him to be completely engulfed in blazing red flames. The system displayed a message. The teleportation stone to the abyss is ready. After a short while, he spoke softly. I have completed it and added the coordinates of the human world inside. You can use it to travel between the human world and the abyss, and Van warned carefully, but its power is limited and it can only be used once every hour. This teleportation stone is bound to your soul and can only be used by you. Holding the stone tightly in his hand, Lam Maknu respectfully bowed and thanked Lord Man. Bak, why, Xia Vian said seriously, Be careful with that divine talent stone. It will be very useful when you change your class for the third time. As for the divine flame staff, I will find someone to see if it can be repaired. Lam Maknu took out the magic staff and said, This is a legendary weapon. Not many exist among all humans, so having one more is already very good. Then he suddenly remembered and lifted the Demon King's heart. That's right, Lord Bakthan, I have one more thing to ask. The Demon King's heart? See. I told you, the battlefield of the Demon King was fought by Little Lin. Evian quickly covered his mouth and let out a cough, then asked, Maknu, if you killed the Demon King on the battlefield, you must have also obtained the core fragment from the first tier, right? Maknu honestly replied, Yes, there are 5 fragments in total. I still have 3 in my possession. Vian nodded and said, If you give me 2 pieces, I will help you prepare for the second promotion ceremony. He was heartbroken, but still forced himself to act normal as he continued speaking. I can't promise anything else, but I guarantee that in the second promotion, there's an 80% chance to enhance your class and a 30% chance to awaken a second talent. Right now, you've only awakened your first talent. If it were the second, I'm 90% sure I could make you awaken a second talent. After hearing this, Meng politely thanks Lord Baishen, thinking to himself that he must have paid a great price to help me with the transfer. Evian, hearing this, gently set the teacup down, then chuckled and said, Still calling you Lord Bai? That remark made Magu suddenly freeze. After your microchip finished processing, Mangu quickly stepped forward, respectfully offering the tea as if performing a disciple's bow to his master, Lin Mangu. Evian smiled with satisfaction and happily reached out to take the cup of tea. Magniu felt a surge of emotion when thinking about the important people in his life, suddenly feeling like he had gained another family in this world. Evian happily said, Not bad. You've worked hard these days. Go back and rest. Tomorrow we leave for Namhong City. You need to perform well in the fake professional competition and aim to win the first prize. Mogu confidently replied, Don't worry, master. Are you already happy just from that? Evian bitterly says he's so happy, but I've been working hard for years to gather resources and they're almost gone. And Van chuckled judgmentally, then suddenly coughed. He seriously shared his thoughts, but there was something Little Lamb didn't tell him. He and the Mac family girl robbed the Demon King battlefield, offending the Royal Alliance, and even killed their deputy leader. Yi Yuan frowned in discomfort, extremely puzzled. Why didn't it say what kind of trash the Crown Society is? I could wipe them all out with one clap. And Wen guessed that maybe he wanted to handle it himself and didn't want to bother him, so he shouldn't interfere or let it be known to avoid causing trouble for him. Yi Yuan smiled proudly. This kid has spirit. Not bad. He's curious, why do you think I would get involved? Am I that stupid? And Van answered honestly, something like that. Moreover, after Old Ning learns that Y went to the third battlefield, he will probably come looking for him soon. The time and space shift to the next day at Nam Hong City Stadium, where the professional mock competition is held. The audience is now filling the stadium, everyone eagerly waiting. Myung-gach is wide-eyed and amazed. It's so crowded. I heard more than 100,000 teams are participating in the competition. Dao Dao glanced at Mo Yu and thought that the organizers said about 90% of the teams would be eliminated in the qualifiers, but even without relying on Lin Mo Yu, our team should be fine in the qualifiers. The organizers announced the next team, and the leader, full of energy, encouraged his team. Let's go, we need to pass the team qualifying round. A blinding red light shone out. Seeing the tangled chains in front of him, Mo Ngu whispered to himself, so the Empire uses the Divine Tower to assess abilities. It seems that as long as the participants defeat all the monsters, they pass the test. This is indeed the simplest yet most effective method to shout loudly, boost buffs, and continuously increase stats, strengthening power, agility, and defense while activating magic energy. Dao Dao said, we'll try fighting for a bit, and if it doesn't work, we'll ask for your help. Mongu generously agreed immediately. The system introduces Fake Deep Abyss Demon Dog, Level 27, Strength 2800, Agility 3500, Spirit 1000, Physique 2000, Skill /. Dao Dao secretly sighed, 4 levels lower than the real Deep Abyss Demon Dog, and its attributes are also significantly reduced, so they should have no problem dealing with it. Thinking quickly, she decisively launched an attack. Dao Dao continuously struck with her shield skill as the Deep Abyss Demon Dog ferociously charged at her. Nin Y suddenly launched a surprise attack from above. The Deep Abyss Demon Dog was taken down in an instant. She wiped her sweat and thought to herself, it seems that following Lin Mo Yu for so long has made me much stronger. Dao Dao smiled brightly like a flower and encouraged her teammates, saying, it seems we can still handle this. Let's keep going. Mongu silently analyzed, based on her experience, the test couldn't be that simple. This is just the beginning. At the stadium, the results keep flashing on the screen, and everyone below is chatting excitedly. Wow, there are over 30,000 teams on the leaderboard. It seems the qualifiers will be very tough. Look quickly, another team has been eliminated. Inside the dungeon, a pack of aggressive Deep Abyss Demon Dogs appears. Bai Wa quickly strikes with a decisive blow, causing the Deep Abyss Demon Dogs to fall one after another and soar away like broken kites. The Deep Abyssal Hellhounds unleashed their internal energy attack, but Dao Dao quickly countered and subdued it. Without giving it a moment to rest, she continued to attack with decisive strikes. At the academy, the battle was also being broadcast live on the wall. What is that kid doing? Why is he so slow? Their team already has 40 points, and he's only got 23. Bak Vien said, Old man, you're the one controlling the Divine Tower. Can you reveal a little? Man and Van firmly said he couldn't. He rubbed his fingers like a teacup and asked, but it's only the qualifiers, not the Battle of Salin. Don't you trust his strength? Yi Yuan grinned and replied with a confident tone, if that kid doesn't take home the championship trophy, just wait and see how I deal with him. Returning to the dungeon, after a long battle, Lam Mo Yu's teammates seem exhausted. The system introduces the Deep Abyss Demon Wolf as a normal evil demon, level 29, with 5,000 strength, 5,000 agility, 1,500 mental power, and 5,000 physique. Tong Dao Dao grimaced and shouted to warn his teammates, be careful, it's a boss. Nu Yuk is sweating profusely and shouting, her mental energy is gone. Mak Ngu remains calm and concludes that the boss is indeed a Deep Abyss Demon Dog. He looks around at his teammates, seeming to realize they are also reaching their limit. Nuangok asked worriedly, and yet it still summoned something so tiny. What should Sister Dao Tu do now? Dao Dao, catching her breath, thought about how everyone had killed quite a few demon dogs along the way. Everyone's condition is not good. Facing the demon dogs has already been very difficult, and unexpectedly there are so many more demon dogs. She was stunned when she heard Mo Ngu say, everyone rest, leave it to me. Myung-gach couldn't hold on any longer and slumped down, whimpering. Sister Dao too, let me rest for a bit. I'm so exhausted I can't move anymore, and I have my classmate Lam with me. Duan-gao said he was the same and sat down next to her. Myung-gach forced a smile and asked for help, bothering Lam Shui-di. Makangu glared ahead and generously replied that there was nothing, then summoned her army of dry soldiers. Myung-gach was stunned and silently shouted out. Lam Maknagu's dry soldier radiated an even stronger aura than the demon dog. In the end, how strong had he become? The abyssal ghost dogs charged towards them like hungry wolves. But just 2 seconds later, they were beaten so badly by the dry corpse. Myung-gach's eyes widened in surprise. Girl, killing one with one strike is already too fast. The abyssal hellhounds growl and rocket toward Mo Yu. A blinding beam of light erupted as the dry lich warrior stepped forward to block him. With a flick of his hand, he sent the abyssal hellhound flying out of the chicken coop. Everyone witnessing the scene was stunned. Even the boss was defeated with a single strike. The burning wing dungeon was engulfed in flames. The organizers announced that they have passed the assessment. When everyone saw the results displayed on the screen, with Team Lamuo scoring 300 points and Team Duang Qianfei scoring 240 points, they were stunned. Lam Maknu's team defeated the boss so quickly, they instantly rose to number 1. That name sounds a bit familiar. I think he's the national top scholar. No wonder he's so fast. At this moment, Maknu and his teammates had been teleported back to the academy. Myung-gach was a bit skeptical about life, never expecting us to reach the top 1. Dao Dao explained, because our boss fight time is short, probably less than 5 seconds. She smiled brightly and advised Maknu, you still have the solo qualifying round this afternoon, right? Keep going, we'll cheer you on. Their opponents have also been teleported back, all of them covered in dirt and mud, one of them triumphantly shouting, this time our teamwork was perfect, we will definitely take first place. But when he saw the scoreboard, he was stunned and shouted, Big brother, look! Dao Jianfei couldn't believe his eyes and yelled, what? But there's someone faster than us. He declared the national victory. The Lammo team? I will remember that name. Qianfei swore, I am sure he will also participate in the individual event. This time I won't let the first place fall into your hands. Time and space shift to the afternoon at the singles qualifying event venue. Makangu calmly enters the singles qualifying round. He quietly calculated that from the team qualifying round, the individual event wouldn't be hard either. Just one dry corpse would suffice. The system introduces Deep Abyss Demon Realm, an ordinary evil demon. Level 30, Strength 5, Agility 5, Spirit 200, Physique 5,000. Makangu wondered a bit. So it's the deep abyss of demonic chains? He sighed, thinking that if it were a real demon, it might be a little interesting. If all the monsters are that weak, then I just need to speed up. Maknu quickly completed the survey and the results appeared. Lam Maknu scored a total of 7 points and finished in 1 minute and 3 seconds. Duang Qianfei scored 6 points and has not finished yet. When Qianfei saw his completion time was 2 minutes and 55 seconds, he became confident that he would be the top this time. He went out with a cheerful face, thinking he had secured the victory. But after seeing Maknu's result, Qianfei was so angry he almost fainted. 1 minute, 3 seconds. How did he do that? He hesitated, then remembered. This name seems to be the national top scholar of this year. As I walk, I drift into my thoughts. Why didn't my sister participate in the official competition? I didn't see her name. Remember the saying about Chow Chow? Chow Chow appears. Lama Khan walks over to him and gently calls out to Tungu. Makangu froze, recognizing the voice as hers. Makhan continued to greet her. It's been a long time. Makhan's long hair is flowing in the wind. She spoke up. Little Nu. You were stunned when you heard that voice as the wind rustled through the sunset, causing the leaves to fall. Makangu reached out her hand into the air and called, Sister. The two embraced each other tightly. She tries to estimate with her hands. After a year apart, she's taller than her sister now. Makhan sat down and gazed into the distance, silently watching her. Ja Makhan turned to the side and teased Gao. You still speak less than before, and if you keep like that, you won't find a girlfriend. At this point, Maknu asked, Sister, how do you know I will come here? She smiled arrogantly and said, I am your sister. How could I not understand your personality? I actually know everything you've gone through in the past year. From becoming the top scholar nationwide to taking the exam at the Hakin Imperial Academy, you sat up straight. So why didn't you come to see me before? Makhan looked remorseful and explained that there was nothing she could do either. My teacher's strict demands kept me busy upgrading, so I didn't have time to come see you. It's my fault. Maknu, hearing that, immediately became serious. What level are you at now? She was playfully teasing you for not telling me. This person is Lin Mak Han Than, the sword dancer. In Mak Nung Yu's mind, she doubted the sword dance master, remembering clearly that when her sister changed classes, she received the profession of sword ring dancer. Could it be? You are incredibly amazed. Your sister's class has advanced beautifully. Mak Han squinted and smiled. Just luck. Mongu was curious. How did she level up so quickly? He feels a bit emotional, thinking he had leveled up very quickly, but she's even faster. She leans in and whispers, Xiaoyu, you've also awakened your innate talent, right? Your talent allows you to level up much faster than others, so that's why you're so quick. Only then did Mo Yu realize it was all because of her innate talent. Ma Han warned, do not reveal your talent to others unless necessary. He said seriously, I understand. Suddenly, Chang Feng and a group of people approached from afar. He glanced at Mo Yu coldly and asked her, Lam Hokmoy, who is this person? Ma Han put his hand on his shoulder and introduced himself, saying, This is my younger brother, Lam Mak Yu. Trung Feng extended his hand proactively, realizing he was Lam Hok Moy's younger brother. Hello there. Did he suddenly realize he's already a 2-star officer? After shaking hands with you, Truong Fong stepped back. So, you two can talk. But Sister Hawk, please pay attention earlier. We still need to discuss the strategy for tomorrow. First Lieutenant 1 star. You stare fixedly at that figure's back. 1 star, second lieutenant, just 1 star below me. Watching the group walk away, Mo Yu wondered, are they your teammates in this competition? She said proudly, yes, they are all geniuses from the Bright God Academy, all very strong. He calmly replied, so what? But I feel like they are not as good as you? Mak Han ruffled her hair and said, you're so sweet, it's getting late, so she says goodbye, you should head back now. Xiaoyu Mak Han smiled brightly and said, we still have to follow the teacher's arrangements for practice elsewhere after the competition, so we probably won't be able to see you for a long time. Before leaving, she playfully gave a thumbs up, hoping to see your girlfriend next time. He called out, I will join the Dawn Academy with you. Mak Han turns his face back. Okay, I'll wait for you. As the sunset fades and the sky turns a rich orange signaling the end of the day, the scene shifts to the next morning, when Dao Dao, upon hearing the news, sighs, the Divine Empire is truly generous. After finishing the qualifiers yesterday, the official matches must be starting today. It looks like the arena is a battle platform. I heard that the selection stage started with 1024 teams from the qualifiers. She read from the note, we are Team 512, facing Team 513. This time, several teams need to be cautious. Most of them are composed of level 29 professional imposters with top-tier white-silver equipment. Dao Dao then listed a series of teams, Team 18 from Germany, Team 322 from the Sacred Arena, Team 599 from Country Y, and Mo Yu with his hands in his pockets. Just like last time, everyone fights first. If they can't handle it, I'll step in to help. She agreed. The seats in the arena were packed with spectators, and the teams took turns onto the stage, amid cheers and waving banners. Dao Dao leads with a cold expression, her team behind her, some observing and whispering about the opponents, the knight on the other side being level 27, 3 levels higher than Dao Tu, while others speak up to defend her. You don't believe Miss Dao Tzu, and you even have classmate Lam? The information details appeared on the screen. Team 512 includes Lam Mo Yu, a level 27 spirit mage, Yin Ya, an obsessed assassin, level 26, Tuong Dao Dao, a level 24 spirit knight, the Cao Tian sect's 21st level elder Miao Yu, spirit master level 21. The viewers start to get excited. What kind of profession is a death spirit mage? Did you just discover it? Someone with keen eyes noticed that this name seems to belong to the team that won first place in the qualifiers. Not only did they win the team competition, but he also ranked first in the individual match. The short-haired girl took a deep breath, noting that their average level was quite low. The man in the hat looks confident. It seems we're definitely going to win this time. Suddenly she raised a suspicion. But Tulin Mage is just a kind of mage. He's also clueless about what profession she has. He stands calmly outside, watching the battle as the competition begins. The short-haired girl leading the team shouts loudly. Dao Dao's aura becomes focused as her opponent shouts, Aura. Miao Yang from behind summoned something that looked like a whirl of wind twisting into her palm, swirling fiercely and rushing toward her as if to trap her. What? The short-haired girl glared and gritted her teeth, sensing something was wrong. It's over. At that moment, she was thrown out, even her shield was knocked away. She immediately issued a provocative group order. The short-haired girl's pupils constricted, recalling the unsettling image of the assassin, an obsession that haunted her. She rushed towards her in an instant. The man wearing a hat quickly drew his bow to support. You're only level 24. Don't be too reckless, you bastard. He used the 3-line Tam Tian at once. The 3 arrows cut through the wind towards Tuong Dao Dao, their overwhelming power making her alert. She immediately raised her shield to defend. In a flash, Tuong Dao Dao reacted swiftly. She spun her shield, causing the 3 arrows to change direction and fly back toward the enemies. Tuong Dao Dao is currently surrounded and wonders why they are attacking so fiercely. Suddenly, a member of Group 513 shouts to get out of the way. Amidst the fierce flames, Lac Dieu roars, "Die!" The red-haired girl grits her teeth, warning her teammates to beware of the assassin among their team. Immediately, a man from her team activated his eagle eye and saw Nin Wai suddenly attacking Lac Dieu from behind. He quickly shouted to warn Lac Dieu to be careful. With a protective sword in hand, Nin Wai's eyes were fierce with killing intent, and she struck with lightning speed. Faced with Nin Wai's attack, Lac Dieu could only stand helplessly. In an instant, she returned to her starting point. She was furious and clenched her fists. Damn it. Seeing Lac Dieu defeated, the red-haired girl angrily cursed, damn it, sweat pouring down her face involuntarily. Then Nin Wai and Tuong Dao Dao simultaneously charged forward together. Tuong Dao Dao takes the lead in attacking the enemy while Nin Wai combines her most powerful skills for a deadly strike. Watching the battle from outside, Lam Makningyu carefully analyzes that the opponents lack practical combat experience and probably haven't fought against other social classes much, so it seems there's no need for her to intervene. The whole audience immediately started to get noisy when they saw you hadn't made a move yet. That Death Spirit mage hasn't acted either. 4 against 5, they can still win. The other team is too weak, probably only used to playing dungeon raids in their daily life. Since their mage had already been taken out, there was no point in continuing the fight. A few minutes later, Nin Wai returned, her face beaming with excitement. We won. Lam Mac's lips curled slightly. Tuong Dao Dao let out a sigh of relief. Next time our opponents will only get stronger, so we can only rely on you. Lam Zwed. Lam Makngu smiles confidently. Rest assured that tomorrow in the second round of battles, Lam Makngu's team will face off against experts, including a level 29 Celestial, a level 29 Sword Duelist, a level 28 Elemental Mage, a level 28 Elder Titch Lamb, and a level 29 Summoner. The battle hasn't even started yet, and the arrogant sword fighter is already mocking. The highest level among them is only 27. This round, the opponent won't give up like last time, right? Meanwhile, the level 29 Summoner also displayed arrogance by summoning a Shadow Beast. Nin Wai was immediately startled by the Shadow Beast, realizing it was a Dark Summoner, and beads of sweat on her forehead seemed to stand out even more. She muttered to herself, this battle probably won't be easy. At this moment, the referee announced the start of the match, with both teams taking their positions and ready to fight. Ningyi hesitated slightly when facing the Shadow Beast. The Shadow Beast is a stealth-type summon that can not only hide, but also see through stealth skills. As soon as I move, the opponent will definitely follow, and use a short time to restrain me. Myeon Gotch is also worried. She turns to ask Tuong Dao Dao for her opinion. The enemy has no knights, only defending and not attacking. Our strategy is no longer effective. What should Sister Daozi do now? Tuong Dao Dao frowned and replied vaguely, only able to take one step at a time. While everyone was worried, Lin Mo Ru remained indifferent, her cold gaze fixed on the opponent. The sword fighter from the opposing side muttered irritably, "That Death Spirit mage, isn't he going to attack?" He gritted his teeth. He really doesn't think much of us. At this moment, Tuong Dao Dao sensed the danger and quickly shouted for everyone to scatter. The sword fighter suddenly unleashed a strange move, a chilling light with terrifying power that frightened everyone present. Faced with his terrifying power, Tuong Dao Dao hid behind her shield, gritting her teeth. His skills are too strong. Before she could recover, the sword fighter fiercely swung his sword at her. His sword swept past, causing Tuong Dao Dao to lose her footing and be pushed back repeatedly. Seeing her under relentless attack, Nin Wai immediately charged forward, but before she could assist Tuong Dao Dao, she was suddenly attacked by the beast. Nin Wai decided to retreat for the moment. She silently assessed that being entangled by the beast, she couldn't escape, and the summoner could still heal it. Myungok's side is also in trouble, a blazing fireball rushing rapidly toward her. Duangao hurriedly shouted, "Watch out!" It's too late. Duangao had no choice but to use his body to shield Miao Ye from the attack. She cried out in pain. Duangao reassured Miao Yong, "I'm fine. You are the team's healer. This can't happen." Duangao was hit with a deadly move and eliminated, so even if he can't fight alongside his teammates, he still secretly hopes that Dao Tzu and Wai are restrained. Myeon Gok, you must persevere. As soon as she finished speaking, Myeon Gok quickly stood beside Duangao with a remorseful expression. Sorry. The sword fighter was so happy to see Miao and Gosh eliminated that he looked delighted. Her support is gone now. Just admit defeat. On the arena, she may not have died, but she's still injured and in pain. Tong Dao Dao fought on bravely, shoving the shield hard enough to unbalance him and nearly make him fall. Then she charged at the level 29 Primal Elementalist as fast as she could. Unfortunately, Tuong Dao Dao only just managed to reach the mage before being blocked by the Elemental Mage's fire-resistant spell. Immediately, Tuong Dao Dao was pushed back. She slid backward behind Lam Maknu. Tuong Dao Dao gasped for breath. Lam Hawk Day is entrusting you with this. Lam Maknu replied coldly. Let me handle it. As Lam Maknu slowly advances, the crowd erupts in noise. That Death Spirit mage is about to strike, so I can finally see. No matter how powerful he is, he can't fight 5 at once. He's only level 27. The sword fighter at level 29 crosses his arms on his sword with an arrogant look and a condescending tone. All your teammates have surrendered, and you're still thinking you can turn the situation around. You're underestimating these guys too much, huh? Lam Maknu coldly looked at him, raising his hand, and his mental power immediately radiated strongly. Lam Maknu coldly ordered, "Go ahead." Immediately, the ice-type undead mage appeared. The summoner sneered, "An immortal summon, so you're also a summoner. Why wait until all your teammates are defeated before calling it out?" The ice skeleton mage summoned by Lam Maknu is level 27, with a power of 2700, agility at 2700, mental strength at 10 to 800, and physicality at 2700. Suddenly, the ice skeleton mage's hands glow, and a fierce ice storm is unleashed on the arena, as the sword fighter who was just mocking earlier is caught off guard. Now he has to struggle to dodge in the rain of ice, running while shouting, "Heal quickly." After a while, the sword fighter collapses, and he looks around for the healer, but she is nowhere to be seen. Where is the healer? No way. At this moment, he was shocked to see a move that could kill everyone instantly. What exactly is this summoned creature? At the same time, the other members of the group were also eliminated one after another. They looked at each other in confusion and asked, "What just happened? Why are we being sent to the battlefield?" Earlier, it seemed like we were attacked by his summoned creature. Meanwhile, Lin Mo Yu remained calm and composed, but her eyes were icy. He decisively unleashed his deadly move, killing the sword fighter. He screamed in agony, then was immediately eliminated. The entire audience erupted in noise. Wow, is this the summoning creature of the Death Spirit Sorcerer? So powerful, so powerful. A single skill that can wipe out the entire team. No wonder he didn't join the fight yesterday. If he had attacked, his teammates would have nothing left to do. Wow, Lam Maknu is also participating in the solo competition. Then how is he going to fight? His opponent is so pitiful. It seems that Dao Dao isn't too surprised. She crosses her arms and discusses with Mayon and Gosh, then decides to let Lam Hawk to fight in the next match. With our strength, reaching this point is already pretty good. Mew and Gosh nodded firmly. I agree. On the third day, as soon as they saw Lam Mo Yu step onto the arena, his opponents were all frightened out of their wits. They turned to look at each other with desire. The opponent is Lord Lin. What should I do? What am I supposed to do? Have you forgotten who led you through the Desert Tyrant dungeon? One of them muttered with a pale face. Moreover, do you really deserve to fight against Lord Lam? Go find a tofu block to stab yourself to death. Another person scratched their head awkwardly, so we'll stop here. Both of them bowed their heads to Lam Maknu. Goodbye, Lord Lam. Keep striving to become the champion. We surrender. Goodbye, Lord Lam. Lam Maknu felt both amused and helpless. Even Xiao was startled and exclaimed, "Wow, how come they surrendered so quickly?" Nin Wai, standing beside him, chuckled. They're quite perceptive. The audience below started discussing, saying they surrendered right away. Can they really do that? Then it's no longer a competition, probably because they knew Lam Maknu's strength and didn't dare to fight him. In another development, Ma Anwen pondered. Do you think it's okay for little Lam to stand out like that? What's wrong with that? I just want the whole world to know that I am not someone to be messed with. Manhwa frowned, but standing out will attract many enemies. Germany, the people of the Holy Arena, won't let this go easily. Bach Y Vien then sneered coldly. I even fear they won't act. If they dare to act this time, I will make them understand what pain really means. Manhwa said sternly. You told the kid Lam to stand out like that. Bai Yiwen honestly admitted, I've already negotiated with him. We can't let the deaths of the previous geniuses be in vain. He agreed, not only him, but the old man over there also plans to use Lin Mofan. Manhwa massaged his forehead. A mysterious and unpredictable death spirit mage and a soaring swordmaster, truly worthy opponents. They are also sisters, with such innate talent it's truly admirable. Bak Vien sneered. The higher the talent, the easier it is to catch big fish. Don't worry, this time I won't let the brother and sister have any trouble. Menan Van also sighed. It's been a while since I killed anyone. I need to get my muscles moving a bit and return to the lively arena. Duong Kien Phi, level 29. Divine Swordsman steps onto the arena with a fierce and murderous look in his eyes. He silently thinks, Lam McNew, finally I get to fight you. The audience below cheers loudly. It's a legendary level divine sword warrior. Will he be the one to end Lam Mo Yu's winning streak? Ningyi is also wary of Dong Jianfei and warns Lam Mo Yu that the opponent is a legendary level professional. Be careful. He nodded. I understand. Lam Mo Yu just stepped onto the arena while assessing. This seems to be Fong Tu's class after leveling up. Seeing you go up alone, Duong Qianfei asked with a nod. Just you? Lam McNew calmly confirms, I am alone. Duong Qianfei suddenly erupts in anger, shouting at his teammates, go down too. Then he shouted at Lam Mo Yu, you dog, how dare you look down on me? After cursing, he drew his long sword, thinking the match with you would be simple, but the opportunity came sooner than expected. He sneered, I've watched your previous matches, and I have to say, those skeletons are strong, but they're useless against me. If you face me, you will definitely lose. They are a family of divine swordsmen, renowned alongside the Feng family. And although their profession is legendary, divine swordsmen are among the top tier, so maybe he really can defeat Lam Mo Yu. Meanwhile, Lam Mo remains calm, his hand subtly radiating abundant spiritual power. You're not even worth my time. Don't use that kind of tone to criticize me. After saying that, he immediately unleashed his elemental sword form technique. The entire audience buzzed with excitement. With those 2 rings, it's said he's a newly ranked divine swordsman. With the glowing rings, he can launch 2 at once, clearly mastering the 2 most powerful early-stage skills of a divine swordsman. On the battlefield, Lam Makengu calmly orders the sorcerer Ko Lao to unleash the ultimate 5 Thunder Owan Peak technique. Immediately, a beam of death light shot straight at Duong Qianfei, but surprisingly, he suffered no damage at all. Duong Qianfei grinned triumphantly and said, my first skill is the elemental sword body. I can be immune to all elemental attacks for 10 minutes. Your dry mage skill is nullified. I hope you can endure for 10 minutes. Lam Maknu's dry spell mage has been disabled amidst the elemental sword form. It feels like he's about to lose. What more can he do? No, that's not right. Does everyone remember? I think the one summoned was a ice element mage. Maybe he can summon more than just one type of golem. While he was still smirking arrogantly on the arena, his face suddenly turned pale, and a chilling sensation made Dong Jianfei quickly step back. Sure enough, a streak of icy light immediately shot past in front of him, causing the entire arena to gasp in amazement. Oh my god, what is that? The Dry Lich is wielding a sword, and this Dry Lich can attack physically. As expected, Lam Mo Yu can summon not just one type of Dry Lizard, and the aura of the Dry Lizard warrior he summoned is truly formidable, which temporarily excites Dong Jianfei. He sneered, Indeed, I can't underestimate you. If I'm not mistaken, this is your trump card, right? Let me see if Ko Lao's blade is stronger or my sword. Quickly, as soon as he finished speaking, he once again crazily charged at Lam Mo Yu with his sword. Immediately, the Dry Lizard warrior swung his sword powerfully to block Duong Qianfei's attack. His quick response left even Duong Qianfei stunned. Too fast, Duong Qianfei's long sword glows as he uses his sword control skill, which can perfectly block all attacks and knock back enemies. The 2 swords clashed, both pushed back by overwhelming pressure. Dong Jianfei broke out in cold sweat, panting heavily, his attack too powerful. What exactly is this summoned creature? His speed and strength far surpass mine, yet he still clenched his sword tightly, determined to fight to the end. Duong Qianfei unleashes his ultimate skill, the Berserk Sword. With this skill, within 5 minutes, all of his attributes increased tenfold. The audience once again shouted in amazement, as it is one of the exclusive skills of the Divine Swordsman, much stronger than the Berserk mode of the Berserker, and it does not affect the mind. Nonsense. He's a legendary divine warrior after all. Then, Duong Qianfei unleashed the Flying Dragon 1 sword technique, radiating immense power as he swung his sword to strike the undead warrior. The audience below cheers loudly. The Drybone warrior is restrained. The Drybone mage can't cast skills. Lam Maknu is definitely going to lose this time. The Divine Swordmaster is truly powerful. No wonder he's a legendary class. Now Lam Maknu has no tricks left. Duong, duong, duong. Let me see what other tricks you have. Lam Maknu's lips curl into a faint smile as he channels his mental energy in his palm. A moment later, the entire arena was shaken again as two more skeleton warriors appeared. Can he summon them again? This must be the limit, right? Lam Maknu's eyes are cold, with two undead warriors beside him, radiating deadly intent. Don't think that adding two more skeletons can beat me. I still have many skills I haven't used yet, as long as I use those skills. Before he could finish his sentence, he was silenced by the sight before him. A horde of crimson mummies suddenly appeared behind Lin Mo Yu, quickly forming a battle formation right in front of Duan Jianfei. He felt a chill down his spine, his mind in chaos, almost vomiting blood on the spot. He was horrified and wondered just how many mummies could this guy summon. Suddenly, the entire audience fell silent. Lam Mengyu calmly asked Duan Qianfei, "Do you not want to fight anymore?" He decisively waved his hand and said, "Wait until I change my class again, and then I'll give you a beating." In the end, the referee announced that Lam Moyu's team won. The entire audience erupted with emotion. Lam Maknu, I never expected you could summon so many dry lizards. The undefeated spirit mage is truly unbeatable. Ninwai approached Lam Maknu with a smile and said, "You performed really well. More and more people are paying attention to you." Lam Maknu simply nodded indifferently. Nin Hawai noticed that his expression remained cold, so she curiously asked, "What's wrong?" "Not happy?" Lam Maknu replied curtly. "It's fine." Nin Yawai clenched her fists and warned him, "Tomorrow should be the final battles. Those teams are very strong. You must be careful." "I understand." In his mind, he thought that before setting out, Master Bai Shen advised him to perform as well as possible, hoping to attract some attention. A few years ago, several geniuses from the divine realm were assassinated during the competition, and Bai Yi Yuan's words still echoed in Lam Maknu's ears. "Xiao, you've made up your mind, hoping they will also step in this time. If not, I'll be the one to fail miserably." As Lam Mo Yu was lost in thought, someone standing not far from him suddenly shouted out, "Everyone, look over there. What is that?" On the stage, a shimmering purple light radiates out, and from the air, precious treasures gradually materialize. A spectator stands up excitedly, shouting, "A basic divine potion is a potion used below level 40, permanently increasing all attributes by 200 points. And that ultimate skill book, I can learn a skill I don't have 100%. If I put these items up for auction, it would be worth at least 100 million gold coins. Looks like these are the prizes for this year's champion. I'll wait until I become the champion and claim the reward before checking them out." Thinking that, Lam Mo Yu put her hand in her pocket and Xiaosai left. On the next day of the decisive match, the competitors were already present at the arena. Tuong Dao Dao turned to Lam Mo Yu and said anxiously, "Sure enough, the teams still able to advance to this round are from the Y country. Germany and the Sacred Arena are also unsure which teams they will face." Soon after entering the battlefield, Tang Dao Dao knew the result. Her brows furrowed and she said, "It's the team from Y country, led by Nana, a divine envoy." Nana is currently a level 29 divine envoy, appearing as a delicate and beautiful doll-like figure. "I bow before Lam Mo Yu. Greetings, Lam Mo Yu of the divine Xia Empire." Then Nana slowly approached Lam Maknu and whispered into his ear, "Our Y Nation is very interested in your profession, Mr. Lam. We sincerely invite you to become a citizen of Y Nation. If you have any requests, just say it. Nana will fulfill everything." Nin Wai, hearing Nana's words, angrily shouted, "You're just a slut." Lam Maknu's eyes sharpened, and he coldly commanded Nana, "Get out." Nana also didn't get angry, only turned to leave. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind Lam Maknu to think carefully. Then Nana stepped back to the middle of the team, and a knight in a red cloak immediately stepped in front of her. Immediately after, from the middle of the sky, a giant snake-faced humanoid monster suddenly appeared, radiating an overwhelming aura. Lam Maknungu guessed it was a war god, so he quickly summoned the ice-type dry skeleton mage to confront Nana's team's war god. The frost mage immediately unleashed his ultimate skill, a furious hailstorm of ice arrows rushing straight at the war god, who then opened his mouth wide to swallow all the icy attacks. Nan, standing behind the knight, smiled mysteriously. "Little lamb, this is the snake-faced god of water. Since we can counterattack with elemental powers, your attacks are useless." Lam Maknu calmly replied, "Then let's try a physical attack." As soon as he finished, he immediately summoned the Dryad warrior. Nana smiled charmingly, her tone sweet. Nana had studied your battle videos extensively and prepared her countermeasures well. Suddenly, she shouted, "Divine transformation skill!" And in an instant, a beast materialized, covered in sharp spikes, with a boar-like head and a wild ox body, charging fiercely. The pig-faced beast suddenly charged at the knight, causing him to roar like a beast, his eyes blazing with fierce energy as he swept across the arena. This is the divine auxiliary skill. In a flash, the knight launched a collective taunt, fighting alone against Lam Moyu's army of skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors all swung their swords to attack the knight. The weapons clash, creating a shockwave that forces both sides to retreat, with the knight behind the shield continuously pushed back. Nana shouted, "Lam's skeleton warriors are really powerful. Even the divine guardian knight is pushed back." At this moment, the knight suddenly roared, activating the enhanced auxiliary skill, and his whole body seemed to be infused with extra strength. The knight suddenly shouted and charged into the Dry Corpse army alone, facing all 5 Dry Corpse warriors by himself. The audience below watched nervously, each of them looking confused. What kind of profession is this? He's so strong. All of Lam Maknu's skeletons are now under control. Is he going to lose this time? Nana smirks confidently. It seems Lam's skeleton soldiers don't listen very well. Lam Maknu scratched his cheek, thinking he never gave that order, yet she was so confident. Nana summoned another strange spider. She summons the spider to possess the mage using divine secondary magic. The mage's eyes glow red as he raises his staff. Whines howled around the skeleton soldiers, temporarily restraining them. Nana sighed softly, her tone laced with a teasing challenge. Lam. Elemental attacks are ineffective. The dry soldier is under control. Do you have any other tricks? If not, you'll lose. Lam Maknu snorted coldly. Is this all the power you have? Nana was startled and shouted. What? In an instant, she and her teammate were bound tightly by iron chains. Nana was horrified to realize this was a curse she couldn't escape from. Lam Maknu calmly approached Nana and the knight. She looked at him with terrified eyes, stammering, while the spectators in the upper stands below grew restless. What just happened? Weren't Lam Maknu's circumstances already reversed earlier? How did the situation turn around so quickly? Regarding the curse on the arena, Lam Maknu calmly asks Nana, "Your profession's skills can't be used on living people, right?" At this point, he glanced at the knight and asked, "Are they all not alive?" The pupil in Nana's eyes contracted violently, and she stammered in horror. "How do you know that?" Lam Maknu Saisai replied, "Because I am a spirit summoner." He clenched his fists around Nana's body, causing her to suffer and beg Lam Maknu, "Move for me!" The entire audience erupted in noise. So it turns out they were all Nana's puppets. No wonder I felt something was off from the beginning. Their movements always seemed stiff, yet she used the bodies of deceased professionals to make puppets. She's truly ruthless. Meanwhile, Nana was suffering and crying out as her soul was tormented by the flames. In an instant, the soul-burning fire brought Nana back to the starting point. She widened her eyes and looked at her hands, trembling as she said, "I lost." At this moment, Nana involuntarily glanced at Lam Maknu's back, feeling deeply regretful. "Is this burning soul pain a skill of the soul spirit mage?" "Brother Lam, if you were from our country, why? It would be so good." The referee announced clearly that Lam Mongu's team won this match. Tuong Dao Dao looked a bit worried and turned to tell Lam Mongu that today's team competition champion would be decided, but he didn't know which team they would face. Suddenly, the audience below gasped in surprise. "Look, everyone. The Star Warrior from the Holy Arena has lost. Tathan seems to be from the Hakin Academy team as well." The competing team from the Holy Arena was quickly taken off the stage in a disastrous state. While on the stage, Tathan's team from the Hakin Academy was in the lead. The team leader is Tu Than, who arrogantly declares, "I told you, the gap between us is huge." Then he and his teammates walk away coldly. Tathan turned to a teammate and asked, "So now we're in the finals? Who's our opponent?" "Germany or Y country?" His teammate replied, "I think it's Lam Maknu's team." Tathan nodded. Lam Maknu has made it into the finals. Tathan stepped onto the arena and upon meeting Lam Mongu arrogantly spoke. "Lam Mongu, I don't know if you need it, but I don't need rest. I want to settle you quickly so I can get the skill scroll sooner. If it weren't for that scroll, I wouldn't bother with these boring competitions at all." Lam Maknu replied coldly, "Let's fight now." As soon as they finished speaking, Lam Maknu and Tathan stepped onto the arena at the same time, and the spectators below immediately started discussing among themselves. It will definitely be outstanding. Tathan's team wins the divine battle against Thanvug, with Lam Maknu fighting alone against the Y team, who is truly the strongest. These are all members of the Hakin Academy team. No wonder it's the strongest academy in the Empire. Truly impressive. Mu Nagauch asked worriedly, "Sister Dao Tzu, are we really not going to help?" "Totan Thailam Maknu Damot Min, Dao Voi Hantren Vodai, Tronglong Kong Khoi Hulan, Chilen Diamot Min Tart Latich Lamrave, Latnuadex Mai Hoi Hantenau." Thinking that, Tathan turned to warn his teammates, "Don't go up either. Tathan crossed his arms and mockingly looked down on Lam Maknu. I know that you, Lam Maknu, have also heard about what you've done in the academy, leading others through dungeons to earn points. You dare to do something so embarrassing. Normal academies are just full of mediocrity, truly leaving people speechless. Lam Maknu looked at Tathan with a cold gaze, still arrogantly mocking him. He frowned and pointed to his head. Are you mentally ill? What does my grades have to do with you? Hurry up and find the healer to check your head. Stop barking here. Tathan was so enraged by Lam Maknu's words that he roared, What did you say? Tung Dao Dao instinctively looked at Ning Wai, feeling strange. Why did she find these words familiar? Ning Wai shyly denies, Don't look at me. I'm sure I didn't learn from you. Tathan angrily shouts at Lam Maknu, You're sharp-tongued. If you're so capable, then use your fist to talk. Then he firmly raised the scepter. Tathan is a level 29 holy light mage. Lam Maknu calmly channels her spiritual power into her hand and summons the skeleton warrior. At the same time, the glow on Tathan's forehead radiates. He grits his teeth, the disgusting undead spirit, and accepts the holy light attack. Immediately afterward, a powerful light radiated from Tathan's entire body. Lam Maknu's eyes suddenly flashed, and an invisible sword unexpectedly manifested within his body. Lam Maknu muttered, So it's a mental attack trying to influence my mind from the start? Too bad it's useless against me. Outside the aura, Tucheng secretly cursed Lam Mo Yu. Go to hell. Then he activated the light path, but it had no effect on Lam Mo Yu at all. Tathan's eyes widened, pupils shrinking, and he shouted in horror, What? Suddenly, a swarm of skeleton warriors appeared around him, and he angrily shouted, Get out now! Tathan immediately unleashed Holy Light Shockwave, causing the skeleton warriors to temporarily keep their distance. Lam Maknu silently assessed, The Holy Light Mage, flashy and showy, looks impressive, but has no real damage. Lam Maknu quickly summoned 2 more Dryad mages to surround the undead army. Tathan shouted in disbelief, Why is this possible? At this moment, he sneered, I admit I underestimated you. Before he could finish his sentence, a stream of deathly light shot down from the sky onto Tathan. He struggled to activate his holy light shield, flickering faintly in the glow. Tathan gasped, words interrupted. I underestimated him. Suddenly, another powerful deathly light struck Tathan once more from the sky. Tathan grit his teeth, his eyes fierce. My profession is the legendary Holy Light Mage. I was accepted into the Bright Body Academy, reached level 3 2 months ago, and deliberately used upgrades to participate in this competition. A brilliant light suddenly shone from his forehead. Tathan, feeling unwilling, wondered how he could lose here. The champion will be mine. Then he leapt into the air. A bright light flashed and smoke gradually dispersed. The crowd in the stands was amazed. It was Saint Light Chi Kai, known for its strong defense, and it seemed Maknu's Dry Lich Mage couldn't break through it. Tathan stood there, proud and heroic. Mo Yu stared intently at the opponent in front, raising his hand as a faint blue aura emanated. Tucheng snorted coldly, his voice full of contempt. Useless. At this moment, a group of formidable dry spell soldiers appeared beside Mo Yu, and he casually put his hands in his pockets before speaking. Oh, is that so? The crowd in the stands cheered enthusiastically. Is this the first time he's summoned all 4 types? So he hadn't been using his full strength before? Can Tathan block this? He also can't help but feel shocked, the veins on his forehead twitching, surprised that he can still summon so many types of dry lich. Still, Tathan snorted coldly and boldly said, It's just a few more dry corpses after all. The sorcerers all raised their weapons together. A wave of power surged forward, and he desperately used his strength to resist. The green energy kept rushing toward him. Tathan looked calm and confident, smiling triumphantly as he said, See, I told you, you can't break through my armor. Suddenly, a layer of iron armor showed signs of cracking. Tathan stared in horror at the crack. No way that could be true. At this moment, the armor shattered into tiny pieces. Energy burst out, a loud bang echoed, and soon after, Tucheng lay defeated on the ground. Cheers erupted from the stands. He won. Lam Maknu directly shattered Tathan's holy light armor. Even the legendary mage who counters all professions still lost to Lam Maknu. What are you talking about? There aren't many fake classes with legendary professions that lose to him, are there? The sky clears up. After a while, Tainyan stands from afar watching. It seems the champion is that little brat. In front of him, 2 figures watched from behind, seeing how much poison they could lure out of the den with the siblings as bait. Suddenly, Tainyan pretended to be angry. You little brat, stay away from her. He is so angry he's about to explode. At this moment, she happily runs over and hugs his arm. We won. We won. We really won. Suddenly a whirlwind appeared, and standing in the storm, the man looked at the two people with a stern expression. The crowd exclaimed in horror. The aura was terrifying, likely the top profession master above level 80. This person is Hua Ui, one of the 12 vice-generals of the Empire. He spoke up, saying, "You all did great." Then he teleported away, and the items appeared. He slowly said, "I am Hua Ui from the Empire. You can call me Hua Lao if you need help in the future. Maybe I can do something for you." Hearing that Manga was slightly stunned, "Does he want to recruit me?" He was silent for a moment before replying, "Thank you, Lao Hua." Then he reached out and touched the item. A dark, ominous aura appeared in his palm. After a moment, a streak of light flashed by. Huawei narrowed his eyes and said, "The fish has bitten the hook." "Was that just an illusion earlier? Seeing you deep in thought, I ask, what's wrong?" Maknagu replied, "Nothing." A cautious person asked, "Who is it?" And Van quietly replied, "Huo Yu," while not able to confirm directly, probably around 80 to 90%. Tai Nian adjusted her glasses. "I didn't expect it to be him. If it really is him, this is a big deal. I never thought someone from the Baima Society could hide so high up." The wealthy man gently patted the person on the shoulder and said, "Let me carefully confirm again. He is one of the 12 counselors." Amid the roaring fireworks celebrating, Mahan drew his sword and emerged victorious. Mo Yu looked at her with admiration. As expected, with her strength, she could easily win the championship, he thought with envy. Could she be Mo Yu's sister? She is so beautiful. Mahan steps ahead of the whirlwind. Hua Yui repeated what he just said. "You did very well. I am Hua Ui. You can call me Hua Lao. If you need help in the future, feel free to come to me. Maybe I can help a bit." Inside the ball is a carefully wrapped bag emitting rays of light. You stare blankly, and that uncomfortable feeling returns. Suddenly, Mo Yu hurriedly said, "Why, use your skills to observe that gold coin bag." She quickly followed the order, her golden pupils dilated, using her magic, her mind's eye haunted. Through Y's penetrating gaze, dark black currents reappeared inside the bag. After a moment of observation, Y said in a deep voice, "Maknu, you also have it on your wrist. There is indeed a problem. There is a streak of dark energy inside the gold bag that resembles the aura of Tamuyen." At this moment, Mahan reached out and touched the bag. I was terrified. That dark aura had also clung to Han's wrist. She hurriedly reminded him, "Makengu also has it on his wrist." He silently looked at his hand for a moment. It seems his guess was correct. Makengu pondered. "Among humans, there is a group of rats hiding. They call themselves the Worshipping Demonic Society." A huge dark creature appears, with a group of respectful people kneeling beneath it, all using the Baim of Wang Tamuyen to help the Demon King invade the human world. Mahan silently looks at the creature in front of him, while Makengu silently hopes that tomorrow will be the solo test, and she and her sister can catch the big fish. The night sky darkened, the late hour brought an eerie silence. Suddenly a loud noise with rushing wind approached, and the water surged violently into the buildings, followed by thunderbolts. Lightning strikes shatter the stone and activate the teleportation array as thunder roars everywhere. Chaos erupts with rushing water and crashing storms. Loud noises echoed as people scattered in panic. What's going on? Is this a barrier or something? A barrier that large? Could it be created by a divine-level fake profession? Makengu looked at the chaos outside. The Demon Worshippers Society really did it. They want to eliminate all the participants of the fake profession competition, causing humanity to suffer greatly. Now, everywhere is flooded, and tall buildings have been struck down by lightning. Everyone panicked and ran in all directions, screaming. So terrifying. "Oh my God, am I going to die here? What should I do?" Then the dark aura-wielding troops appeared. I secretly observed that they were all high-level profession players above level 70. A shadow leading the dark army approaches. Makengu glances over, recognizing that this person is at least level 80. It's over. That's the sign of the Worshipping Demon Society. They are the Worshipping Demon Society. They are really bold to attack within the territory of the Divine Empire. Don't they fear Lord Bai will come and destroy them? He stands above. As dark energy rushes down, black aura attacking the guards. The battle general of the Langma clan grinned and said, "Delicious human flesh. Ban Ma is here. After enduring so many days, finally I get to eat human flesh." Nana and her group, who are demons, stepped forward, ready to fight. Makengu's face darkened as he clenched his fist, black aura emanating from him, a pressure wave rushing from afar straight toward him. He looked up, and at that moment, lightning struck down, followed by thousands of shadowy figures rushing toward him. Go ahead, I've been waiting for you. The one who lands there replies sarcastically, your courage is commendable, but it's useless. Your fate has already been sealed. You're too outstanding to live long. A voice suddenly rang out. I don't feel that way because I've always lived very well. So it's Lord Bakthan. Ivian calmly steps forward. So you already guessed I would come. Second Master Hua Ui, having been unmasked, took off his mask, knowing he couldn't fool Lord Bakthan. He said calmly, facing me without running away? It seems you were prepared all along. At this moment, a surge of dark energy burst beside Hua Ui, who chuckled and said, if you're not prepared, who would dare to provoke Lord Bakthan? Suddenly, the Demon King Thong Yen and the second Demon King appeared, and Hua Ui's eyes widened in fear as he stared at the protruding object in front of him, breaking out in cold sweat. Evian narrowed his eyes and asked, so it's the Demon King of Illusions? No wonder I couldn't figure out who it was that could make a level 83 fake profession become a demon's dog. She spoke. Unfortunately, I cannot tempt Lord Bakthan. Evian clenched his fist. If you've come, then stay. If you dare cause trouble in the divine territory, you will pay a heavy price. Lord Nungi replied, it seems Lord Bakthan trusts his strength, but unfortunately I have no intention of staying. I came only to kill. A vortex appeared nearby. She covered her mouth and laughed. Do you think Lord Bakthan can really keep me here? The vortex spread out, dust particles falling, and at this moment the Demon King Thong Uyen and the Flame Demon King Liat Diem appeared on the ground. Tine Hien gritted his teeth in fury and snarled the name, Liet Diem Ma Vuong. The second Demon King spoke casually. A one-on-one fight would be fairer. At this moment, a barrier suddenly shattered, emitting a blinding light. Tathan smirked. Losing wasn't because he was weak, it was definitely because Lam Maknu's power was too monstrous. The two masked men are lost in thought as they fly gracefully to Tathan's front. The second Demon King rests his chin on his hand, watching them. Resisting is pointless. Dancing around before dying is just adorable. Ah, I lick my lips. The flesh of a genius is the most delicious. I want to capture them for the deep abyss, slowly savoring each piece every day. Yi Yan dismisses reason. Geniuses always have a reason to exist. At this moment, a beast is howling wildly from above a dark, terrifying tower, surrounded by giant chains as if imprisoning something horrific. The second Demon King is terrified, and the true form of the divine tower is Man and Van coming down. We've been deceived. Inside a beam of light, the chains tremble violently. At the top of the tower, the intense glow from the eyes is dazzling. The monsters have vanished, and even the flying objects in the air are pushed back. Mac NGU deduces that this is Teita angrily questioning what you have done. Bai Wai Vian is using divine authority to dominate, throwing a powerful punch that crushes the divine power's oppressive force directly at her. Tai Nian remained silent, forming a flame in his hand. He unleashed a fiery dragon attack, a fierce fire dragon rushing forward, accompanied by a loud explosion of black smoke and flames. Here, inside the formation, a group of people appeared, led by a man who raised his sword and shouted, "Dare to attack the divine, kill without mercy." Ungi Demon King's face turned pale, deceived, and I realized with horror that we had lost this battle. Hearing that, the Flame Demon Lord snorted coldly in disdain. Then a voice suddenly rang out. "You won't escape." The second Demon Lord stared in horror. Ah, I turned around, and now above is a giant hand and the silhouette of someone. The Demon Queen bites her hand until it bleeds to offer her blood as a sacrifice, opening the passage gate unexpectedly, and even this item appears. Dark aura surrounds the two of them as a giant hand approaches, but a strange object along the arm blocks it. Inside the black mist, a voice laughs. "Old man, this is your human city, attacking here. Who knows how many will die?" Tinian and YVN stay alert. He paused for a moment, then said, "Ha Koa, next time you will definitely die." Then the guard jumps up, gradually disappears into the whirlpool, and finally runs away completely. In the war zone, a crowd is gathering below, while shadowy figures loom above. And Wen solemnly announces that the solo competition has begun. Makengu silently thought that, although he knew Lord Baishen and the others would intervene, he didn't expect Masterman to directly turn the demon attack into the individual competition's challenge. He continued, targeting professional candidates level 20 to 29 with demon creatures of Deep Abyss level 32 to 35, a total of 7,520. Eliminating each monster earns points. Defeating the Dark Abyss demon grants 100 points. The crowd breaks out in cold sweat after hearing this. The fierce beasts growled, and the only rules of the competition were two. First, survive. Second, the Kwang army has the most points. Tathan smiled proudly. Lam Maknu, I want to fight you again and kill the demon. You definitely can't match a holy light mage like me. A blue aura radiates around him as he speaks, hoping that his brother can take down more of them. The announcement sounded and the competition began. As soon as it finished, a horde of monsters charged forward. Tathan clenched his teeth as a monster was knocked away by the holy light and said with greed, "One more time and I will have destroyed at least over 100 deep-level monsters. With a few more rounds, no one can compete with me." Momo raised her hand, and Tathan looked around nervously, suspiciously asking, "Isn't that guy going to summon some skeletons? Or is he giving up?" Makangu's eyes turned dangerous as he said, "Thank you for the corpses you created." A surge of power erupted behind him, and Tathan was filled with terror. He turned around in fear. What's going on? His eyes widened, reflecting the terrifying red aura. A loud bang echoed, causing a massive explosion. He panicked, thinking this power was even stronger than his holy light. Who could it be? Maknu coldly controlled, he suspected. Is it him? Tathan's face turned pale. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was really him. Everyone looked in that direction, revealing that he was not only a summoner, but also an extremely skilled mage with powerful attack abilities. It seems he didn't use his full strength during the fight. The energy is soaring, and the corpses of monsters are scattered everywhere. Maknu clenched his fists. Most of the monsters had been wiped out, only the half-devil demons remained. The others whispered, "The monsters are nearly all gone, thanks to Lin Maknu, but there are still quite a few demons, and they are 100 times more dangerous than the monsters, so we still have a chance." Tathan became interested and made up his mind. That's right. There are also the abyssal demons. As long as I kill enough of them, I can still win. He returned to the state of spiritual enlightenment, but the fierce aura from a moment ago had vanished, leaving only shock. Tathan sweat lightly and glanced behind him. At this moment, a black figure appeared. Behind Moyu is the recently summoned guardpost keeper, and his massive body rushes forward quickly. The chains kept ringing loudly as they restrained the demon creature in the air. The gatekeeper uses his mighty strength to strike at the monster, and everyone is stunned in shock. Oh my god, why does that thing look like the guard? Is this also one of Lam Maknu's Kolao? What other tricks does he still have up his sleeve? If he had used this move during the competition, he would have already won the championship. Tathan froze. What kind of strange profession is this? Jianfei behind him chuckled and said, "So you also have your day, huh? Now I see who the real expert is, huh? The sentry escapes and the air currents surround the Demon King." At this moment, streams of energy continuously flowed into Mo Yu from his body. Mo Yu was now a 3-star second lieutenant. Looking at the military rank badges, everyone was shocked. Silver-white color, 3-star second lieutenant. He actually is a 3-star second lieutenant? Oh my god, how many demons has he actually killed? Tathan looked at his badge in shock, and Qianfei asked in amazement, "Soldier? 1 star? Qianfei sneered. "Tathan, I thought you were strong, but it turns out you're just a 1-star private." He shouted angrily, "Shut up!" Qianfei then took out his badge with a smug expression. "Trash. I am still a 3-star second lieutenant, higher than your 2-star. I am a holy light mage, killing demons quickly, and I can catch up to you in a few days on the original battlefield. If you think you can catch me, then try. If you're capable, go after that expert over there." Then he helplessly waved his hand and said, "Well, if you can catch up with Lam Maknu, then probably others can't keep up either." Tathan, furious, shouted, "Shut up!" They were about to rush forward but stopped. It seems all the demons are gone. More than 7,000 monsters have been killed by Lam Mo Yu. "Damn, how can we compete now?" He ordered in a low voice, "Return now." And then a beam of light shot out and the chaos gradually disappeared. This place is peaceful again. The voice echoes, and Nam Hong City has been restored. This is the power of the Divine Tower. Look quickly, there are bodies over there. Makangu glanced at the floating corpses, which belonged to the Bai Ma Guild. After a moment, Yi Vian appeared. "We are Bai Yi Vian." Everyone was excited to see him, Bai Shen. With Bai Shen here, the Bai Ma Hoi bandits won't stand a chance. This time we predicted that the Bai Ma Hoi would attack, so we were prepared. I am very pleased. You all showed no retreat in battle. This is the true profession of a genuine warrior. We will take advantage of the Bai Ma Hoi and use real combat as the test for the individual competition. Everyone fell silent as they listened. The demon has retreated and the villains are punished. Now I will announce the champion of this round. Yi Vian announced that the champion of categories 20 to 29, Lam Mak Nu, was now gazing at the objects before him as if lost in thought. Yi Vian continued, "Tomorrow we will hold the challenge match. Anyone confident in their abilities can come and try. The challenge rewards are extremely generous." Hearing that, he showed a hint of interest and let out a small sound. The scene shifts to Mak Han approaching Han Mak Nhu and asking, "Are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine, sis," she announced. "I want to tell you some news. I'm leaving again." Mak Nhu asked suspiciously, "Are you not participating in the knockout round tomorrow?" Mak Han turned and walked away. "I'm about to reach level 45, so I won't join, but it's a great opportunity for you." "Bao Trong," he replied. "Me too," Wai said shyly as she approached, and Mo Yu immediately asked, "Why didn't you come earlier?" "I was going to introduce you to my sister," she replied shyly. "I'm still not mentally prepared." "You remembered something and asked, 'That's right, what happened outside after I entered the Divine Tower?'" She recalls the earlier scene where the Demon Lord and the Flame Demon Lord appeared, but were stopped by my grandfather and Mr. Bach. The Hakin Academy also dispatched the guard team to eliminate all members of the Baima Society. She recalled every detail and analyzed, then a very powerful character appeared among us, seemingly even stronger than Lord Bach. When the two Demon Kings saw him, they both fled in fear, and in the end, no one knew what skill the second Demon King used. "Is Li Diem Demon King the one we encountered that time?" Ai nodded and said, "It's him." His sharp eyes lightly said, "The Demon King is really hard to kill, but just wait and see. Liam Diem, I still have a teleportation stone to Tamu Yen. Sooner or later I will personally get my revenge." The moon is shining brightly overhead, under the big tree, and Van is sipping his tea. How did it go? "Is it settled yet?" Yivian and Tai Nyan, with stern expressions, approached. He sipped his tea and angrily said, "Damn it, I didn't expect Hoa to strike. Otherwise, we could have stopped Liet Diem and Mima from staying." Tai Nyan resentfully lamented, "If it weren't for Hoa, I would have already killed Liet Diem." He asked suspiciously, "Did that old man not make a move?" Yivian Thuat did. That old man just made his move, and Nungima was so scared, he sacrificed his life force to open the abyss and summon a black firearm. "If it weren't in Namhong City, I would definitely make them pay a heavy price." He continued speaking, but this time it was at least some gain. It made Hua Ui reveal himself. Tai Nian solemnly added, "We didn't expect Hua Ui to also become one of them. We must be careful. There might still be many spies of the Demon King within our organization. Regarding this, I will investigate thoroughly. Only then can we cleanse the Imperial system." The sun rises bright and the cheers from the arena echo outside. The challenge round, spectators excitedly discuss. "I heard that last night the Demon Bai Society attacked the first round with a different format, so we couldn't watch it." That's right, we can only look forward to the challenge round." "I heard that anyone with a fake profession can participate in this challenge round. If you succeed in 5 battles, the reward is even more generous than the champion of the single elimination tournament." Dao Dao is explaining the competition rules to you. In the first round, you must challenge opponents who are 5 levels higher than yourself. After each round, the level increases by 5, and by the third round, you have to face a level 42 hybrid class who has already changed jobs twice. She continued, saying that since the challenge began, hundreds of years have passed, and no one has been able to complete the 4th round. Suddenly, Mak Ngu looked away, and Dao Dao continued speaking. For sub-40 professionalists, passing the first round grants a basic skill scroll. Passing the second round grants an intermediate skill scroll. Passing the third round grants a mid-level miraculous potion. And passing the 4th round grants 2 intermediate skill scrolls. She hesitated before speaking, and no one has reached the 5th round yet, so no one knows what the reward is. His face shows no emotion, but his eyes are like sharp arrows. Has no one ever reached this point? Then, let me try to figure out how to approach it. A moment later, the challenger for the level 34 Sword and Shield Knight stepped onto the arena. The recipient of the level 39 Sword and Shield Knight looked him over. This aura clearly belongs to a soldier. Dao Dao replied, "That's right. The reason the challenge rounds are so difficult is because the opponents are all selected from the Divine Army." She coldly attacked the challenger as the girl continued to educate him. "They are not ordinary profession imposters. They are 5 levels higher. Most regular players can't even win the first round." He threw a powerful punch, causing him to fall into a disadvantage. No way, how is he so strong? In just a moment, the guy was knocked flying, and the notification announced the challenge failed. Soon after, someone else stepped up to challenge, but was defeated badly. The notification kept announcing the failure of the challenge. Tuthan secretly vows that after 2 humiliations, he must reclaim his honor this time. A figure steps forward, a level 29 Holy Light Mage facing a level 34 Sword Shield Knight. The host announces, "Challenge begins!" Tuthan drew his weapon as the holy light of that guy charged to the limit of defense. He rushed forward, and Tuthan immediately used the Holy Light Shield. He leapt up with his full strength, then lightly landed on the ground. After a series of moves, he immediately used the Holy Light Shield to block. Tuthane, unafraid, thought to himself, "Let's see whether your ultimate defense or my Holy Light Shield is stronger." After a while, Tuthane stood confidently, while his opponent lay sprawled on the ground. The announcement sounded. Tuthane passed the first round of the challenge. The audience roared wildly, and finally someone succeeded. This challenge round is also too difficult. The Divine Army is too strong. Out of hundreds of challengers, only Tuthane has passed the first round, the legendary Holy Light Mage. Tuthane is indeed extraordinary. He let out a faint sigh of relief, almost having his shield shattered. If he had a few more seconds, he might have lost, but luckily he ultimately won. Tuthane carefully looked at the item in front of him. Now that Mo Nungu had entered the arena, Tu Lin Mage, Lam, Mak, Ngu, Tuthane might be able to pass the second round. The crowd was extremely excited, debating, "I think he will set a new record. No way." Even after hundreds of years, no one has succeeded in challenging it, not even Mage Lam Mak Ngu. A level 32 mage, bowing respectfully, "Lieutenant General, my apologies for the rudeness." The crowd below was stunned. What's going on? The other side actually saluted Lam Mak Ngu with a formal bow, and it was a subordinate saluting a superior. Is Lam Mak Ngu also in the military? Someone with keen eyes noticed it wasn't because he had a high rank. Wow, he's already a 3-star lieutenant. Everyone was stunned. How could someone with only 27 stars do that? No wonder his combat power is so strong. Turns out he was forged from demons. A burst of energy emerges from the weapon, and the man unleashes his power to fly away. Mo Yu also summons 2 skeleton warriors. The source of power rushes in, bringing sharp stones with it. The skeleton warrior charges straight ahead. Before his stunned eyes, it shattered the barrier and charged straight at him. He could only use a magic shield to block, only to see a powerful force assault the magical barrier. He couldn't resist and was forced to retreat. The dry soldier stared intently at the prey. At this moment, he switches to using the fire resistance orb, which is extremely powerful. A loud explosion echoes as 2 energies clash fiercely. At this point, his magic shield has shattered into several pieces. Ngu secretly admires him. No wonder he is a military mage, able to prolong the battle until the magic shield is completely broken. If it were anyone else, they would have lost long ago. But you still order the 2 dry soldiers to attack. Then they rushed forward wildly at the command. His expression briefly changed, showing concern as he subtly moved his hand, surrounding himself with a ring of energy. From the energy released, a formation is created. Mo Yun is stunned. What kind of skill is this? In the stands, people began to whisper curiously. The battlefield skill, I didn't expect that person to possess such a skill. What is a battlefield skill? It is a special skill used by soldiers that can be activated when combined with battlefield gear. An expert once explained that this skill is very hard to master, and not every soldier can use it. Rank and class are not the same, and neither are the battlefield skills. Some skills even require combining multiple classes to use. That person was quite surprised, not expecting that he knew. At this moment, he planted his weapon into the fiery light, emitting flames as huge as molten lava, and 2 figures charged in. The dry soldier was engulfed in the flames, but remained unharmed. You're surprised your attack skills can be controlled within a range? Mo Yu said coldly. Let me see how far your limits go. The dryad soldiers beside him are just waiting for orders to attack. He sweat, panic in his eyes, and finally sighed, saying, You really don't give others a chance at all. Lieutenant. A loud explosion sounded as the dry soldier leapt forward. Streams of energy surged in. The magic shield shattered, and he was knocked back. The announcement rang out. Round 1 goes to Lam Mo Yu. The audience buzzed with excitement. As expected, Lam Mo Yu easily advanced past the first round. Yes, that soldier has fought many battles and is very strong, but he still lost to Lam Mo Yu, mainly because Lam Mo Yu is simply too powerful. Mocking laughter rings out, showing that he won much more easily than Tuo Cheng. That's right. He still feels capable of winning the second round. He only snorted coldly at these words. The host asked, Do you want to continue the challenge, Lam Mak Ngu? Mak Ngu replied coldly, continuing the challenge. In front of you now is a level 37 Sword Shield Knight, the armored figure closely watching you to counter the summoner, and the best strategy is to directly confront the summoner. Someone shouted, Hurry and watch, the second round has begun. That guy swung his shield to launch an offensive move. The dry soldier drew his sword and swiftly struck the shield. He stepped back, silently thinking, Too strong. It's probably not easy to get close to him. He suddenly attacked, and the shield in front formed a barrier of oppressive energy. He paused to consider, then suddenly jumped with an idea. Good opportunity. McNugu looked at the blue flame in his hand and casually said, Useless, my soldiers will return now. Then the 2 skeleton warriors turned into black mist and vanished. He smiled sinisterly and uttered these two words. Immediately after, a group of mummies appeared beside Manga. He was astonished to realize that he could summon mummies from a distance. At this moment, a dark, ominous aura appears behind him. He suddenly panics, realizing he's fallen into a trap and must find a way to break free. He turned around only to find his whole body bound by chains from somewhere, realizing it was a curse. Immediately after, the dry soldiers charged at him, attacking together. Then his body was thrown far away by a surge of power. He was stunned, only hearing himself admit he had lost. The notification sounded, announcing the second challenge round. Lam Manga wins. The crowd looked at him with admiration, fighting a level 27 opponent with a level 37 as if it were nothing. It feels like I can do it too. Passing the second round easily shows this isn't his limit yet. The host asked again, "Do you want to continue?" Manga confidently replied, "Yes." A surge of energy appears. This time, the combatant is a level 42 archer, and the chatter is non-stop, plus he's a 3-star lieutenant like Lam Manga, equipped entirely with platinum-grade gear. Truly, someone capable of surpassing the 3-star level exists. The third round was already so tough, I really can't imagine what the fourth or fifth rounds will be like. Manga nodded confidently. The fourth and fifth star rounds, I'll meet them soon. The announcement sounded, the battle began, and he started with a powerful volley of pursuit arrows. The arrows shot straight at you, but Manga stood calmly, unmoved. Just as the arrow nearly reached, 2 dry lich mages chose to catch the flaming arrow. He silently pondered, then used the split body bow technique, his figure swiftly darting forward, and a barrage of arrows shot out, creating a loud noise. The viewers exclaimed in horror, "Is it really going to end here?" This is the second transformation of the archer's attack. Manga, protected by a sturdy armor, leaves everyone in awe. The armor looks so cool. With this profession, you can fight whenever you want, defend whenever you want. It's unbeatable. He also has to admit that this defensive skill is very strong, stomping his foot to attack. He jumps up and shoots arrows at the dry soldiers. Manga also starts to deploy tactics. The high-level archer is too agile, his dry long cannot keep up, so he has to limit his movements. Manga casts a slowing curse, and in an instant a barrage of chains shoots toward him. At this moment he is bound and struggles wildly. In an instant he escaped while the chains still pursued him. He shot an arrow upward, unleashing its power. Immediately after, the chains were completely broken by the spirit purification arrow. You were amazed. He even has a purification skill, like Mistress Lu. Then he fires another Tram Mac Tien arrow. Try this one of mine. The arrow was easily blocked by the armor, and he was shocked. What? The Tram Mac Tien was also ineffective. The crowd was stunned, saying his defensive skill was too powerful, immune to control skills. Can someone tell me what the actual weakness of this class is? The atmosphere grew tense. The crowd was in an uproar. It seems his class is absolutely perfect. What should we do now? It seems to have stopped. Neither side can do anything to the other. Monu silently calculated. How could he release so many dry logs? The soldiers couldn't catch up, and the opponent still had the cleansing ability. You created a stream of green energy in your hand, hesitating a bit. Should you use this skill? Would it be a bit too aggressive? He split into multiple clones. Yanggong shot an arrow. Manga remains silent as a blue aura surrounds his head, causing him to suddenly clutch his head. A deafening scream echoes out as the bow and arrow fall to the ground. The crowd watching grew anxious, not knowing what was happening. It seems that Lam Manga used some kind of skill, an attack that blinds the target. He creates a stream of air in his hand and speaks calmly. "We've made an enemy now." He gaped, panic in his heart. What exactly kind of skill did he use? The green aura kept swirling around him, causing him to grimace in pain as he clutching his head. Tathan looked at the terrifying source of power emanating from Manga and was stunned. Where did this monster come from? At this moment, a voice rings out, the third challenge round. Lam Manga wins. The crowd buzzes. I keep feeling like he's so terrifying. After 3 rounds, are we witnessing a historic moment today? The host asks for your opinion. Lam Manga, will you continue the challenge? You go ahead without hesitation, confidently replying to continue. At this moment, a level 45 sword and shield knight steps forward to fight, causing someone to exclaim in surprise, "Level 45? A group of people are discussing whether being only 3 levels higher than the previous round is enough to beat the 4th round. If so, no one has managed to pass yet. Look, everyone. Immediately after, other professions appeared on the stage one after another. A level 45 archer, level 45 mage, level 45 assassin, level 45 warlord. The crowd was stunned. No way. A standard team of 5. So how are we supposed to fight? Even the gods wouldn't be able to save us. Lam Manga is only level 27. while everyone in that team is 18 levels higher than him. Manga observes the Sword and Shield Knight, a 9-star warrior, clearly a veteran who has fought for many years on the battlefield. His teammates behind him are at least 5-star lieutenants, so these are the real strong opponents. He thought to himself, no wonder they say no one can pass the 4th round, so this is the reason. The two of them remained silent, their eyes secretly assessing him. The Sword Shield Knight spoke up. "You're not bad, kid. Making it to the 4th round, that's enough to be proud. Thanks, but today I still want to win." Immediately, black mists surged like vines spreading at a terrifying speed. In the stands, the crowd was panicked. What's going on? What's going on? What exactly is happening? Am I dreaming right now? In an instant, the black mist transformed into thousands of undead soldiers rushing forward. A breathtaking display. Is this what a true death spirit mage looks like? It really looks like an army. Even the Sword and Shield Knights are terrified. This kid, Tathan, is terrified. With so many Ko-Lao, he's hiding them really well, and there are even some he hasn't summoned yet. Jianfei suddenly exclaimed, "What are we even fighting for?" He extended his hand to control the flow of energy. Under his command, the Drybone warriors charged forward together, and the Drybone mages immediately took their positions for battle. Surrounded on all sides, the level 45 group had to activate their protective barrier. Archer Duong Chung aimed and shot, while the nearby mage defended as a guardian, and flames erupted, spreading rapidly toward them. The Sword and Shield Knight quickly warned those around him that they couldn't hold on much longer. Hurry up. Hearing this, one immediately activated. Still using the destructive fire, another shot a fierce arrow. Immediately, 2 terrifying sources of power shot forward, striking the skeleton army with streams of energy. A blinding light burst forth. Suddenly, a wave of corrupt energy attacked him. At that moment, Maknu's armor quickly protected him. The thief's eyes widened in shock as the 2 skeleton warriors had already caught him. But suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted. The 2 dry soldiers looked at each other in confusion, and at this moment the assassin had disappeared. Mo Yu summoned soul flames, and he coldly said, "Trying to run?" At the same time, the fleeing man nervously told the War King beside him, "Handle it quickly." The Spear and Shield Knight on the other side anxiously asked, "What's the situation?" The thief looked pale and said, "That skill hurts so much. You used the Thunder Origin technique to slow down, and the chains shot out all at once. One of them used a mass purification, and the chains were destroyed." After confirming, Mo Yu calmly said, "Indeed, there is a high-level support. My curse skill is useless." The Kulao soldiers' army closed in again. A warning sounded. "The dry lads are closing in." The wizard beside him replied, "I know." The circle of Ko-Lao soldiers surrounding the team narrowed, and they created a fire shield to defend themselves. The fire shield resistance spreads out over the dry lords of Mogu. At the same time, an iron chain arrow is ready to be shot. The arrow with chains shoots out, binding the Ko-Lao warrior tightly. The archer shouts, "My chain arrow won't last long." A surge of aura rushes straight toward you. Urgent shouts ring out, "We can't wait any longer, clear the way, let's go." In the stands, the crowd looked panicked. It's over. Lam Makngu's army formation has fallen into chaos. Is this the true strength of a 45-star high-level professional team? It feels like Lam Yu is about to lose. Those people shifted their focus to you. He has too many dry longbows. Kwang Doi Kwang will surely be exhausted trying to hold him back, so only he can be dealt with directly. Archer Duong aimed straight at the target. Makngu exclaimed a few words. No wonder he comes from the Divine Army. This is the first time I've fought a fake profession and enjoyed it this much. The whole team charged forward together amid rallying shouts. Your gaze is sharp, but it's useless. I'll win. The Sword and Shield Knights and their allies quickly charged forward. Makngu waved his hand and unleashed soul fire. The flames immediately surged toward the group of Sword Shield Knights, and he painfully thought that these flames could burn his soul. A moment later, the War King was taken off the arena. He stammered in shock, realizing he had been defeated. Looking at the arena, the War King was worried that without his support, they wouldn't hold out for long. The Sword Shield Knight struggled to fend off the dry corpses of Maknu, and he looked up in horror to see dozens more dry soldiers advancing to attack. Soon after, the entire team of the Sword Shield Knight was also thrown out of the arena like the War King, as the announcer's declaration echoed. In the 4th challenge round, Maknu wins. Hearing that, the audience was all stunned in shock. We won, we won. What was that flame earlier? It instantly took out an entire team of high-level professional fighters. The Death Spirit Mage is too terrifying. Wai turned to Dao Dao from under the stands and asked, "Dao, do you think Maknu can get past the 5th round?" Dao Dao replied quietly, "I don't know if her strength has gone beyond what I understand. No one has ever seen the 5th round before." Duangao suddenly said, "I never thought we would witness history." Next to Myung-gok, she nodded. "Yes, Lam Mak Ngu's name will be recorded in the history of the professional mage competition." On the arena, the second-level intermediate skill scroll flies to Mak Nao. The judge tremblingly asks, "Lam Mak Nu, do you want to continue?" Mak Ngu nodded in confirmation and continued the challenge. As soon as he spoke, all the spectators started to discuss excitedly. "I never expected to see the 5th round of the challenge today. I thought the organizers wouldn't set such a difficult level, but here we are." The announcement then loudly proclaimed, "The 5th challenge round will begin in 3 minutes. Please get ready." Kim Bang approaches Mak Ngu to announce that the reward for this round is a bottle of divine potion and a high-level skill scroll. Hearing that, the stands erupt in excitement again. It's a high-level item. Only characters who have undergone their 3rd-class change can use it. Even with money, you can't buy it. Oh my god, Lam Mak Nu hasn't even changed class twice, yet the path to the 3rd is already paved? On the arena, Mak Nu was also slightly surprised, not expecting 2 rewards. He calculated that the later the stage, the lower the chance of comprehending an advanced skill, which was frustrating. "If I get this skill scroll, I will definitely learn a high-level skill, and this top-tier elixir will permanently increase my attributes by 20,000 after the 3rd-class change. An immeasurable value," Mak Ngu muttered to himself. No wonder Bai Shen said that the challenge was the most important part. "I must definitely win this year's 5th round prize." 3 minutes later, the challenger facing him was teleported onto the arena. The group that just appeared caused the audience to tremble. All of them are rare level 50 classes, and they are a team of mages with the strongest attack power, not afraid of a group assault. The newcomers are a level 50 Holy Knight and Elder Teach Lam, and the audience immediately started discussing, fearing that Lam Mak Ngu's undead army would become useless in this round. Seeing the other two, an illusionist and a fire mage, both level 50, the audience felt hopeless for Mak Ngu. The illusionist is also known as the Grand Master of Control. This profession has many crowd control skills. The fire mage has extremely powerful attack power, and with Elder Tiklam supporting, they are unbeatable. The two who finally stepped out are a level 50 spirit summoner and a level 50 elemental mage. The audience grew more and more excited, not expecting there to be a summoner. Are they trying to race to summon against Lam Mak Nu? Everyone, don't forget that the spirit summoner has a skill called Skill Reset. Seeing the situation was getting tense, Wai quickly turned to ask Dao Dao, "Sister Dao Tzu, is this 5-person formation too much?" Mak Ngu on the arena also noticed something unusual. "It seems this formation was deliberately set up to counter me. I can't hide my skills this time." At this moment, the announcement bell rang out to start the challenge. The Holy Knight quickly prepared for battle, thinking to herself, "We were sent here to defend the arena. But surprisingly, our opponent is just a level 27 kid. Is the young man already this strong now?" The people behind also quickly summoned their skills. Mak Ngu also summoned countless skeleton warriors. The Holy Knight ordered the others to prepare for a full assault to destroy his skeleton army. Mak Ngu drew the scythe for battle, and those below whispered when they saw what he held in his hand. That scythe was Lam Mak Ngu's weapon, but he'd never used it before. Seeing the situation on the arena, Tu Chung below was panic-stricken, wondering how to summon that creature. Meanwhile, the fire mage on the other side used the Skyfire Flame. The Shadow Enchantress cast her spell, and the Cloud Flame Annihilation technique was unleashed by the Windfire Elementalist. "Spirit Summoner, quickly summon your beast again." These people are using summoner skills to reset their abilities. The spectators below comment that they have reset their skills and can now use area magic again. The challengers attack Mo Nu once more, but he doesn't sit idly and instead swings his sword forward to summon. "Appear now, sleepy soul." Immediately, the sentry appears behind Mo Nu, and his expression turns more dangerous. The audience started whispering excitedly, "What is that? Is it also a summon of Lin Muo?" The aura of the guard quickly puts pressure on everyone in the arena. The Holy Knight looked a bit stunned and said, "Are you joking? If I'm not mistaken, this is the guard on duty, the boss of the hell-level checkpoint, right?" The necromancer does not respond. He raises his hand to summon more undead generals and then gives the order. "Lead the soldiers forward, my spirit general." The eyes of the ghost general flash brightly for a moment before he quickly orders the soldiers and the dry corpse mage to advance and attack. A short while later, 3 of the skeleton soldiers were defeated. Seeing the current situation, Mo Yu calculated that a level 50 mage was enough to kill his skeleton soldiers. At this moment, the sentry spreads his wings, standing in front of the fire to protect the skeleton soldiers. Kim Bang, observing the situation outside, is surprised that the boss's soul from the hell-level dungeon has such a skill as a death spirit mage. On the arena, the Holy Knight team retreated to defend and form a collective shield as the sentry charged towards them. He targets and strikes hard at the Holy Knight's defense. The Holy Knight's face pales as he says, "Our group attack skills are all blocked by the sentry." The Element Mage reminded us, don't panic. We've used this formation to fight the boss in the hellish checkpoint dungeon before. The Shadow Mage quickly cast the Dreamless Cloud. Rain quickly fell from the sky, and the water from this attack caused the dried-up soldier to become immobilized. The spirit of the general uses a formation to dispel this rain. Moments later, the dry soldier's fighting spirit rises. The sentry also roared to boost their strength. The terrified mage's dreamlike cloud was broken. The outpost guard attacks the Holy Knight's defense again, and cracks begin to appear in the protective barrier. The summoned beast of the spirit swiftly roars and resets its skill. The Holy Knight's collective shield immediately restores to its original state. Manhwa looked a bit surprised. He thought the skill might have been too overpowered to reset that skill, so it seems he needs to deal with the summoned beast first. The elemental mage on the other side signaled, this time to try attacking him. The two spellcasters, the necromancer and the fire flame mage, nodded in unison. Understood. Immediately afterward, all attacks shifted entirely onto Manhwa. He still stands still, calculating whether a level 50 mage's barrage with 2 armored cores can withstand it. Manhwa observes the situation and makes a tentative prediction, but his mental energy is still abundant enough to continuously cast bone armor skills. Suddenly his foot sank, and Manhwa, surprised, turned to see the quicksand, an ability of the Shadow Mage. As he was gradually sinking, he quickly summoned a skeleton warrior and lifted his foot out of the mud. A moment later, a group of skeleton warriors emerged to support him as he stepped out. Seeing this, the haunting mage shouted in frustration, "Damn it, that defensive skill nullifies my control spell, and now even the swamp can't hold him back." The spiritless general continued to command the skeleton soldiers to attack. The soldiers charged forward, simultaneously striking the defenses of the Holy Knights. Seeing the barrier about to break, the Holy Knight hurriedly shouted, "The protective shield is about to shatter. Quickly reset the skill for me." The spirit summoner hurriedly replied, "It's not that fast. My summoning beast also needs to rest." Seconds later, the outpost guard broke the shield barrier, causing the spectators to panic instantly. Oh no, the level 50 Holy Knight's shield has been broken, and the skill to reset the shield is still cooling down. Clearly, Lam Manhwa's dry lizard is much stronger than the fourth circle. On the arena, the Holy Knight still calmly gives orders. The dry long is approaching. Act quickly. The elemental mage nearby uses fire resistance to counter, while he adds a wall of flames, burning some of the skeleton soldiers. The spirit's summon has just recovered and reset the skills for the Holy Knights. The Holy Knight shouted, reusing the collective wind barrier technique, and she softly said, "Even if it prolongs the time, I will make sure to kill that kid." Suddenly, Manhwa's voice rang out from behind, asking, "Kill me?" The Holy Knight looked at Manhwa, who had appeared from behind unexpectedly, and was surprised that he had charged in during the time she was defending herself to use his skills. She tried to threaten him, saying, "You're a mage, yet you dare to come near the warriors." Manhwa waved his hand, casting a slow-down curse, causing the Holy Knights to be quickly blinded. "I doubt my curse can stop them, but a little extra time for myself is enough." The dry skeleton warrior charged forward, and they launched a furious attack. Manhwa also swung his hand, using the corpse explosion skill. Manhwa furrowed his brow and guessed, a level 50 beast summon. Its mana must be far beyond other profession users. He quickly detonated the corpse, and immediately the Holy Knights were knocked back. The element mage is terrified. What kind of skill is this? The audience outside the arena are also surprised. What just happened? What just exploded? The explosion cleared away, leaving a thick layer of smoke. The Holy Knight emerges from the smoke, now battered and thinking to herself that her shield must have shattered in an instant. Looking around, she is surprised. Am I the only one left now? The sentry and the dry soldier quickly approached her. The Holy Knight's voice trembled slightly. This challenge truly. She closed her eyes to steady herself, then the Holy Knight raised her hand in praise. "You're quite impressive. With talented young people like you, the divine realm has hope." After speaking, she jumped off the arena. A notification sounded, announcing the 5th challenge round. Lam Manhwa wins. As soon as the words finished, Y hugged Dao Dao and jumped with joy. We won, and the audience erupted in cheers and applause. That was incredible. This match should be recorded in history. Kim Bang approaches Manhwa with the prize and praises him. "You did well. This is your reward." Manhwa bowed his head, thanking the senior. He wondered if there would be a 6th round after the 5th. Should I have already guessed my students' intentions, Vian's message is enough. Makengu sighed and gave up, having no choice but to stop here. Over at the wing, Kim Bang called out to Lam Makngu. Makngu turned around and asked, "Senior, what do you want with me?" "My name is Kim Bang." Makngu also recognizes that Lord Kim Bang is one of the 12 counselors of the Empire. You politely asked Lord Kim Bang what he wanted. Kim Bang asked back, "Are you a student at Awakens Academy and this year's top scholar nationwide?" He nodded, "Yes." Kim Bang extends his hand and suggests to Makngu, "I happen to be a professor at the academy and a sorcerer myself. Would you like to become my disciple?" Hearing this, Dao Dao is stunned, thinking that Kim Bang's intention is to take Lam Makngu as his apprentice. Makngu politely bowed and replied, "Thank you, Lord Kim Bang, but I already have a master." As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Bang's expression darkened. He asked, "Who is it?" At this moment, Maknu's watch also rang with an incoming call. "My master is calling." Diao Diao and Y next to her look up eagerly. Kim Bang also angrily says, "Hurry up and answer. Let me see who's stealing my student." Evian's face gradually appeared and he said sternly, "Xiaobang, I heard you want to recruit my disciple." As soon as Kim Bang saw the face on the screen, he froze. He nervously said, "Master Bai Shen, so it's you." Yi Yuan warned, "Little Lin is my disciple. Don't even think about turning him away." Kim Bang shyly patted his head and said, "If I had known he was Master Bai Shen's disciple, I definitely wouldn't have come." Yi Vian reminded him again, "That's right. Remember to tell those people to increase the security level of this kid's file." "Master Bai Shen, rest assured." Yi Vian added, "Go do your work. After the competition ends, come here for a visit. Mai and Lao Man need your help with something. You probably already know what it is." Kim Bang also replied seriously, "Yes, after the competition ends, we will come to see you and Master Man." Finished with your task, Yi Wen turned to Mo Yu and said, "Lam, you've been in the spotlight these days. It's time to return to the academy. I have a new mission for you." Maknu nodded and said, "Yes, master." After turning off the device, he happily ran ahead. Let's go back to the Awakens Academy dormitory. Makengu has returned to his room. He was sitting in meditation when Maknu took out the bottle of medicine received from the competition and drank it all. A surge of energy burst from his body, and his stats also increased. Maknu was delighted, finally able to boost other attributes beyond his mental strength. The next morning at Anvan's place, Yvian looked pleased and praised him. "You performed very well this time. Isn't that a good thing? No one has cleared the 5th challenge round before, and it's even stronger than your master's back then. He only managed to get past the 3rd round at most." Hearing him bring up old stories of himself, Yi Yuan snapped in anger. "Can't you talk properly?" He then cleared his throat and calmly assigned a new task to Makngu. "From now on, you need to go to the auxiliary palace to quickly reach level 30, and then I will take you to a place." "The secondary palace?" he asked again. He wondered, shouldn't we be training and leveling up on the battlefield? "I think leveling up there will be faster, and you can also earn military merits." Wava Avian reminded you, "Stay in the academy these days. You're too noticeable now, and could be followed or targeted outside." He worriedly advised, "Over the years, many geniuses in the Empire have been assassinated. You must be careful. There's no danger in the academy." Mo Nzu nodded. "I understand. Wait until he leaves before asking, 'Do you really want to take him there?'" And Van hesitated and asked, "Are you not worried about him facing danger?" Yi Yuan smiled softly and replied, "This kid is stronger than we think. He's not that easy to kill. Moreover, it bears the mark of spirit light, able to come back to life even after death." As for Maknu, he was still lost in thought about the palace dungeon. Seeing the familiar path, Mo Yu softly said, "We're back again." Mo Yu entered the academy with the admiration of the students. "Look, Great Divine Lam is back. I heard that Lord Lam won 5 challenge rounds. I once played a dungeon with a future god-level expert. Thinking about it now, I still feel excited. Come on. It was just you paying points to let someone guide you through the dungeon. You secretly feel emotional. It seems Bakthan's worries were not unfounded. I really have attracted a lot of attention." Shuan heard the commotion and asked, "Lam Jr., are you back?" Mo Yu greeted him casually. "Yeah," she gave a tempting look. "What dungeon do you want to challenge this time? Do you want me to recommend someone? The price is reasonable." As an action, instead of words, Thuhan immediately received a message and praised it. The generous boss transferred 100 points, and a swirling black vortex surrounded by flickering light appeared before you. This is the entrance to the Fire God Palace. The sphere next to it displays information about the Fire God sub-dungeon, level 32 difficulty, which can be chosen normally with a limit of levels 27 to 37, entry fee of 500 points, reset fee of 2,500 points, duration of 120 hours, record time of 8 hours 32 minutes and 15 seconds. This sub-dungeon seems normal, so why is the record so long? she then explained, realizing that the reason is that the time to clear this dungeon is extremely long, and no one chooses it because it actually belongs to one of the 5 great elemental sub-dungeons. Tuan begins to explain that besides the 4 elements we know, wind, water, fire, and lightning, there is also the element of light. Each element has its own dungeon, and if lucky, you can obtain a fragment of that element. Are you curious about what you get when you collect enough small pieces of all 5 elements? She honestly replied, I'm not really sure. I heard it might be a very good reward. Makangu Leah looked around. Are the other element dungeons also here? There's only one entrance nearby where they are. Thuhan explained that the level 37 water element dungeon can only be entered from level 32, and the level 42 wind element dungeon can only be entered from level 37. You can't enter yet, but the lightning and light element dungeons aren't here. Your apprentice will have to find them on his own. After hearing that, he thanked her. She quickly waved her hand, saying it's nothing. Makangu turned and walked alone toward the cave entrance. He stood thinking for a moment before choosing the nightmare difficulty. Makangu instantly fell into a dreamscape that resembled a volcano cave. He observed the rising white smoke and guessed that he would be continuously harmed by fire elements within this instance. Makangu cautiously walks deeper inside, observing the terrain as he goes. No wonder it takes so long to clear this dungeon. The boiling lava pits hiss continuously, and without 2 healers it's hard to maintain stability. Suddenly, 2 monsters appear in the distance. It has seen Mo Ungu. This is a fire spirit, an enhanced monster spirit, level 32 with 10,000 strength, 3,000 agility, and 4,000 spirit. With a physique of 10,000 and fire element attack skills, it is immune to fire damage and takes 50% less physical damage. He scratched his head, wondering if this is similar to the elemental secret realm where violent corpses can't be used. It launched a fireball attack at Makangu, but he was unharmed as a skeleton warrior appeared in front of him. It began to counterattack. The fire spirit was completely destroyed and vanished without a trace. The system reports the level 32 fire spirit has been defeated, gaining 640,000 experience and a fire spirit core. As expected, there is no corpse. Makangu orders the drybone warrior to scout the terrain, and suddenly something appears that makes his face turn serious. So, I was wrong. There are creatures with physical bodies here too. A spiky red beast crawled out and Moyu sighed. If only there were corpses, it would be easier. He immediately ordered them to go and bring those monsters here. The dry soldier, excited, roared angrily and stretched out, leaping high into the air. Immediately, a herd of cattle followed the drybone warriors. At this moment, Moyue calmly cast a spell, and Yuen's words slowed down. Thousands of chains shot out, binding the creature tightly. Then the dry skeleton warrior unleashed a furious attack. You summon the fireball with lightning streaks, causing the corpse to convulse, and throw it directly at the fire god palace, with lightning affecting the lava inside. With a cold tone, it continued to spread along the corridor. Then the flames flared up fiercely, and the fireball outside the cave burst into flames. Someone saw and called out, "Look, the fire god palace instance is spewing fire. The door and the cave are now hazy, and for a moment it appears with an increased difficulty level that can be chosen. Usually everyone is straightforward about hellish nightmares, so why has the difficulty of the fire god palace increased in this hell? Now, are the soldiers panicking and looking at the scene in front of them? What exactly is going on? Who is inside the instance? It seems to be Lord Lin." Tinhian suddenly paused while lifting his teacup. And Van saw this and asked, "What's wrong?" As the principal of Hakin Academy, I control all the changes within the academy. Just now, the hell difficulty of the fire god palace instance was activated. He looked at Anvan and asked, "Do you guess who entered the instance?" He calmly replied, "Since you've already said that, who else could it be?" "That little kid, right?" Tinhian continued. "He only has a chance to get the elemental shard by activating the hell difficulty." And Van nodded and said, "To activate hell difficulty, you need to defeat a large number of monsters in a short time, creating a significant impact on the dungeon." Raising his teacup to enjoy, he added, "That kid really can do it." Tinhian, hearing that, got angry and said even if he can activate hell difficulty, it doesn't mean he can get the small elemental shard. We tried when we were young, but we couldn't do it. Hearing that, and Van suddenly became serious, as if to confirm. Then, "Look carefully. That kid always manages to surprise us." "Over there," Monangu asked the dry-lich soldier, and the fire element seemed to become even more vivid. It rushed forward to slash at the monster in front. Seeing the growling monster ahead, he immediately noticed that even the monsters are getting stronger. Attacking the surrounding monsters, he tries to find a solution. It seems he must quickly find a new boss to clear the level. "If I don't dry up soon, I'll be burned to ashes by the fire." Remembering the map, a thought flashed through his mind. "It's here. Macnu coldly steps forward, his eyes full of fierce determination. He steps through the door of the Fire God Palace. The eyes on the door open, triggering an alarm and detecting intruders. Hearing that, he was startled. Large flames appeared in front of the door, along with dozens of guards of the Fire God Palace, and devilish monsters of hellish level appeared before him. Seeing the monsters before him, he wondered, is this the level of hell? He looked at them and wondered, when did this dungeon turn into a hell level? Did I accidentally activate some special mechanism? Those fire monsters attacked the Dry Corpse soldiers, causing 2 of them to be killed. Makangu observes them and also has control skills. He swings his sword, power enveloping his entire body. Summon the spirit, let it appear. Spirit General. The Dry soldiers rise up strongly, resolutely looking ahead before rushing forward. Their power has increased, so they quickly attack the fire monsters. Seeing the situation ahead, Mo Yu exclaimed, there are corpses, so it's easier now. You seriously give the final order, complete the last mission. Hearing your command, they rush forward to attack. The situation is chaotic. 12 Dry soldiers have been killed, and flames are still spewing from the door as hundreds of fire monsters rush out. Makangu saw this and said, perfect timing. If we don't arrive now, the bodies will all be burned. Dozens of chains swung out along with the curse, slowing everything down. Those chains tightly bound the approaching monsters. The Dry soldier also quickly attacked them. The violent corpse technique caused the entire palace to be engulfed in red flames. Your chains have bound dozens of monsters. Macnu coldly orders, keep firing. The door bursts open amid the smoke and dust, and he steps in, constantly analyzing in his mind that the fire element here is much more violent. Inside the door, there are large blooming flowers, and the Dry soldiers wonder what they are. They approached the flower in the middle of the fire when suddenly a large flame attacked them, destroying 2 of the Dry soldiers. Mo Yue looked at the flower before him cautiously as a huge hand emerged from the fire and lunged at him. Makangu quickly dodges the attack and retreats with the Dry soldiers behind him. The Dry soldiers are ready to charge forward, attacking the giant fiery hand in front of them. That fire grows bigger and bigger. It transforms into a palace fire god flower, the ruler of hell. Seeing the flower in the middle of the monster's heart, he suspected it was the monster and quickly charged at Makangu. The 4 skeleton soldiers were swiftly defeated. He stood silently watching everything before ordering, go gather those bodies and bring them here. Mo Yu unleashed his soul fire technique, a powerful surge of energy rushing forward. It attacks the top of the monster, struggles, then turns its gaze toward you before rushing quickly toward Macnu. You are surprised by the monster's speed and dodge its attacks while fighting back. You think you need to limit this big guy's movements? Fearing Macnu's chain would bind the monster's body, the Dry soldiers also moved forward to attack. Both sides rush to attack each other. The monster covers its eyes with its hand, and I also reach out to block my view. The raging body of the attack unleashes a powerful force towards the monster's cry, and before it can react, it is struck by your blows. A shadow as fast as lightning rushes toward the monster, followed by dozens of skeleton warriors leaping in to attack. It disintegrated into pieces, destroying the Fire God Palace flower, and the key along with the flower appeared before everyone's eyes. The system announces the acquisition of the Fire God's key and the Fire God's flower. The Fire God's key, the key to unlock the true Fire God's palace. The Fire God flower can awaken the Fire God after use. Macnu steps toward the key. He reached out and took the key, and the flower a new path opened before him. They surrounded him. Mongu looked around and understood the problem naturally. Facing this hellish difficulty without 4 or 5 support members, I'm afraid I can't pass through. Even I am barely holding up against this intense fire element. You still calmly step forward. Makangu saw the eye he had encountered before and thought it was a giant fire eye suddenly appearing on the palace, still staring intently at him. Looking at the one-eyed monster ahead, the information appeared. Lava giant, level of the Abyss Leader. Mayu was extremely surprised to hear the information. Wasn't the demon lord supposed to be the fire monster called the Fire God? Why is it a magma giant? Could it be that the Fire God Palace and the Fire God Temple are not the same instance? Remembering the key and the flower, it seems that only by passing through the Fire God Palace can the first step of the Fire God Temple be considered complete. The undead soldiers charged forward to attack, dying in the fiery front. The fierce battle resulted in the death of 5 undead soldiers. Your attack was broken by it. Mongu said, add another layer of skeletal armor first. It seems the dry liches can't face the boss head-on anymore. Then he swung his sword and fought quickly to end the battle. Makangu shouted loudly. The Demon King on the battlefield finished speaking, and the demons within the blade appeared. The soul of the battlefield Demon King appears, and he calmly says, if it's a decisive battle, I should use all my strength to respond. The confrontation between the Demon King of the battlefield and the Dungnam giant begins. Dungnam Kunhan desperately attacks, aiming at the Demon King of the battlefield, but the Demon King uses illusion magic to counter the attack. The counterattack then soared and blew up an entire cliff, after which the Demon King used his hypnotic skill to respond. Seeing that the giant was unaffected, Monu realized that the hypnotic skill was useless against this monster. It continued to attack, causing a volcano to erupt, and a powerful volcano quickly charged toward their side. That fire surrounds Manga, burning everything to ash. One after another, your support units also fell. 10 dry corps soldiers have been defeated. 16 dry soldiers have been destroyed. Seeing the chaos around him, Manga quickly reminded himself, I have to be faster. Ice spears shoot up from the ground, darting forward like lightning. The magma giant raises its hand to block the icy spear attack. The Demon King continues to launch attacks, while the monster responds with illusions and then pushes off with its feet. Wherever it goes, the dry soldiers are all destroyed. The mage uses the Leo and Slow technique to slow it down. The giant is being tightly bound by your chains and struggles to break free. It uses a volcanic eruption attack to retaliate, and its strike is heading straight for you. The dry soldiers around him were quickly eliminated. 7 dry soldiers had been defeated, and 6 more had fallen. Seeing the situation was unstable, Manga looked at it with more wary eyes. The ogre stepped toward him, and the Demon King used a life absorption technique to become stronger. The chains binding the monster's body gradually disappeared. Suddenly, it struck, and the Demon King and the ogre continued their direct confrontation. When the Demon King points, dozens of undead soldiers charge forward. The ogre sees a hole in his body, and the Demon King throws a punch directly at the monster's chin. The announcement is to eliminate the lava giant boss from the Fire God Palace. Manga looked around and said, let's go outside first and talk later. As Manga steps outside, he breathes a sigh of relief. Finally out. Being inside any longer, he fears he wouldn't be able to endure. The system reports, defeated the Magma Ogre, gained 380,000 experience, obtained the Magma Staff, acquired a small fire crystal fragment, and combined 3 fragments into a fire crystal. Hearing the announcement, Monu wondered what use the small fire crystal fragment would have after merging into the fire crystal. Outside, hearing the commotion, someone shouted, look, it's Zhang Reo. Since the last time Lord Lam set a record, now someone else has broken it again. It's the Fire God Palace. The system announced the clearance record. First place Lam Manga, second place Not. The people outside whispered among themselves, once again praising Lord Lam for setting a new record. No, even if Lord Lam sets a new record, why are all the previous teams' records erased? Another person heard this and chuckled before continuing. Do you want to know why? Why? Stop pretending to be mysterious. Hearing that, he replied, because Lambda Shen's dungeon is at hell difficulty, the record for clearing it naturally wouldn't be placed in the same category as nightmare difficulty. Hearing him speak, many people doubted and argued back. Stop bragging. We've fought the Fire God Palace before. That's right. This dungeon isn't at hell difficulty. At most, it's just a nightmare. Who are you trying to fool? He calmly replied, what am I lying to you about? When the dungeon levels up, I was outside watching and didn't believe it, so you can check for yourselves. Hearing that, they crowded together to watch. The system announced the record for clearing the Fire God Palace on the nightmare difficulty, with Lam Manga completing it in 3 minutes and 58 seconds on the second difficulty, which they hadn't expected to be so high. The dungeon truly leveled up, and the Divine Master was even stronger, finishing in less than half the time of the nightmare difficulty. It seemed this was not even his limit. Manga calmly stepped out of the dungeon to ask his master what the fragment was for. Meanwhile, the others were confused and asked if we should still fight. A loud voice commanded us to attack. Truong Fong was furious. Why not fight? Could the 12 of us not defeat him alone? Chung Feng clenched his teeth and said, I heard there was a level-up dungeon, so I immediately gathered the team and rushed over, but it turned out to be that damn bastard. His face was furious to the point of terror, and he said, this time I will definitely ruin you completely. I heard you were the one who triggered the level-up dungeon. Manga was startled by the question. Yes, but I have some things I don't understand and want to ask the teacher for help. You take out the key and the flower and place them in front of the 2 of them. And Van looks at it and ponders. The small fragment is a fire crystal. He asked thoughtfully, you've heard the rumor that collecting small pieces of the 5 great elements will do what, right? Actually, that rumor isn't true. And Wen explained clearly that the small fragments of the 5 great elements could combine to form a divine stone element. He then asked, isn't it true that you already have the Nirvana crystal? This divine element stone is the same type as the Nirvana crystal and can increase the chances of a profession breakthrough in the third transformation. Hearing this, Mo Yu was amazed. Can they advance to the third promotion, he explained, becoming a legendary professional, which requires 2 promotions. The second time is much more difficult than the first. Even with various treasures and all kinds of tricks, the success rate is still very low, but with the divine element stone, it can increase the chance to about 30%. After realizing that, he replied, "So, that's how it is," secretly thinking that he must obtain the divine elemental stone. And Wen looked at Mo Yu and continued, "Where is the true fire god palace? We don't really know how powerful that fire body is. Only you can go and investigate." "Thank you both. I will take my leave now." And Van looked at Vian and asked, "Why didn't you tell the kid about the Lightning Palace? That was over 10 years ago during the great battle with the Abyssal Demon King. I also saw it on the 8th battlefield. After fighting the Demon King, it disappeared. Now he's still too weak. Wait until he's stronger later, and then tell him to go to the 8th battlefield to look for it." The more Vian talks, the more serious he becomes, and as for the most mysterious Holy Light Palace, I've never seen it either, so I can only rely on his luck. Right inside the dungeon palace, Mo Yu quietly observes everything around him. He looks inside the palace, thinking to himself, if this is so important, then just hit it a few more times to give as a gift to Wai and the others. A sudden flash of light appeared before you, and Truongfong and his companions looked ahead. In panic, shock, and disbelief evident on their faces. I was fully prepared, even brought 4 healers, but still failed. Before they could recover, a voice spoke up, "Step aside, I want to enter the instance." Hearing that, he immediately snapped and shouted, "What the hell are you talking about? Just enter another instance." As he finished, Truongfong widened his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He shouted in panic, "Lam Mo Yu, you calmly walk past them, but just a little. The system has reset the countdown timer for the dungeon." He replied, "Choose Hell difficulty." After he made his choice, Truongfong heard it and couldn't believe what he had just heard. Hell difficulty. He clenched his fists until the veins bulged. "We will stand here and watch to see if he can clear the dungeon." Soon, he entered the dungeon. Makngu said as he moved, "To save time, the dry skeleton soldiers will pull some monsters later." In front of the palace, 2 monsters were ready to fight, and he had already activated his power. Dozens of dry core soldiers appear. Monu orders, "Go pull the monsters and keep the bodies from being burned." With that, the dry cores quickly move forward. Manu considers, preparing the corpses first before fighting Dungnam Kunan, which should save quite a bit of time. He steps forward. Dungnam Kunan looks at you with a murderous gaze. Mongu raises his weapon as the Demon King appears. Mongu unleashes his move. Yuan's voice slows down, and the giant is bound by your technique. The bodies just obtained are ordered to be thrown. A barrage of corpses aimed directly at the monster. The violent corpse technique is unleashed, and the Demon King extends his hand to cast an illusionary attack. The Demon King's attack pierced through the giant's body, then hundreds of dry core soldiers appeared to attack, slashing directly at the monster. Those outside cheered, and someone broke the previous dungeon record. Lai Thang was startled, then a messenger came to report to him that Deputy Director Lam Mak Nhu had just set a new record. He asked in amazement, "What? Hasn't he only just entered the dungeon?" Lai Thang looked at the whispering people over there, knowing that this was not yet the limit of Lord Lam's abilities. This record probably couldn't be broken by anyone else. Only Lord Lam himself could do it. The record notification system announced that Lam Mak Nhu completed the hardest level of the Fire God Palace in 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 34 seconds. The second place had no data, and Lai Thang was stunned. That time was countless times faster than the nightmare difficulty record set 5 years ago. He clenched his fists, fearing that his true power had exceeded his imagination. Makangu silently looked at the demon difficulty notification board. Lai Thang sprays glue before his action, just went in right after coming out. Lord Lam is too diligent. Is this the difference between us and the great god? He lowered his head and muttered, "Great Lord Lam." Lai Thang's teammates were stunned and pale as he ordered, "Let's go back. We're not doing this dungeon anymore." In the palace, the system announced the level up, and the only name was Lin Muyu, a death spirit mage. Hearing this, he was excited. Finally, he leveled up. Suddenly, a commotion behind him made him turn around to see a group approaching, and among the surprised crowd, someone shouted, "They are from the Dawn Academy. They rarely appear in public, usually mysterious and proud. So why are they all gathering here today?" Looking at the jewelry on their bodies, everyone commented that their equipment is really good. The Goblin King's ring, the Firefly necklace, and the Fengling earrings are all treasures taken from bosses. The newcomers are standing in front of the Fire God Palace. The onlookers couldn't help but be amazed and shouted out loud as they saw them enter the Fire God Palace, all heading towards it. Meanwhile, Shuhan approached and called Brother Lam Hawk. At that moment, someone shouted again, "Oh my, the VM Hwang Academy is here too. It looks like the Flame Emperor Academy and the Genesis Academy are now in conflict," she explained. "Our Hakin Academy has 3 top academies, with the Sacred Light Academy in first place, and the other 2 can only compete with each other, always ranking second." Thuhan excitedly continued. "They probably heard about the dungeon upgrade and want to take this opportunity to get their names on the record, but it doesn't matter. No matter how much they compete, they'll only ever be second." Maknu nodded thoughtfully, so that's how it is. The VM Hwang Academy has set out. On the other side, Tainhian, Yvian, and An Van are watching the screen. Tainhian said thoughtfully, "As expected, both the Sacred Dawn Academy and the Flame Emperor Academy have arrived. It seems this time the Flame Emperor Academy will be ahead." The allies from the Flame Emperor Academy frowned, observing every move before continuing. The Flame Emperor Academy is led by the Holy Fire Knight, a class with strong resistance to fire elements combined with the Fire Ring. They will likely not fear the fire element in the dungeon, greatly reducing the pressure on their healers. Vian shrugged. "There's no comparing to that old man's Dawn God Academy, so we can only fight for every inch." Unfortunately, this time the record was beaten by Little Lamb, and they are still second as usual. To everyone's surprise, that kid entered the dungeon again. All 3 huddled together to look at a screen. Tainan shouted angrily, "This little brat wants to clear the level quickly, cheating." And Nguyen seems very interested, just like old Bai when he was young. Bok heard that and felt a bit guilty. "Get out of here." Yiwen seemed very happy, but it's also good to give those arrogant ones a little shock. Let them understand that there is always someone better, and that way when Lin enters the Sacred Heaven Academy, he won't be bullied. Tainyan was surprised and wondered if he planned to let him attend the Sacred Heaven Academy instead of the Old Man's Academy. IVN definitely replied, "The Old Man has students now, so any valuable resources are surely given to them. There are also some good things in the Genesis Academy, so of course he has to go there." And Van said, "You're really sneaky." Meanwhile, Makngu fought and spoke, and after leveling up, Ko Lao, which had been destroyed before, was fully restored. Seizing this opportunity, quickly passed through again. His face turns terrifying, every action is serious and calculated. Go Maknu ordered, "Keep all the corpses for me." The monsters were gradually defeated by his team and fell one after another. The young man stepped forward, facing the Dungnam giant. Makengju calmly greeted him, "Long time no see. This time I brought you a little gift." Looking into the big eyes staring at him, he continued, apologizing. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." Makngu launched a kick straight at it, catching it off guard. Outside, the onlookers were all panicked. "Look, the dungeon record has been broken again. The record for clearing the hell. Difficulty Fire God Palace is now held by Lam Maknu with a time of 38 minutes and 25 seconds. Hearing that, they couldn't believe that this time was really the difficulty of hell. Normal difficulties aren't usually this fast, right? This dungeon takes at least half an hour from start to finish, right? Could it be that Lord Lam ran through it in one go? Inside, Mo Yu silently thought about clearing a few more times to level up to 30 as soon as possible. The 3 people here were also stunned, and Vian muttered, "This little brat isn't even leaving a little room for others to breathe." And Wen said, "This record cannot be broken by anyone. And it's good to let those 2 academies' young geniuses face some setbacks so they can learn to hold back in the future." A few moments later, inside the dungeon, the members of the Flame Emperor Academy looked at the soldier from the other academy and pointed, "We arrived 2 minutes later than you, but ended up exiting together. It looks like our Flame Emperor Academy has won this round." The other guy wasn't far behind either, replying, "We only prepared a little in the safe zone. Just look at our record board to see for yourself." Hearing that, he smirked. "All right, then, I'll see who's in the top spot." Hearing what they said, the guy with Truong Fong covering his mouth to smirk, they focused on the orange gem shouting, looking at the record, and finally found out who is ranked first, so they could finally shut that stubborn mouth of yours. Those 2 stare intently at the announcement board, stunned to see only Lam Monu's name listed at the top. The Flame King Academy seems unable to believe their eyes. How could it be him? Lam Mo Yu? Level 28, 36 minutes. Even Shengshi was stunned. Is this the true strength of the champion in the professional match? VM Huang turns and walks away. Let's go. Outsiders see this with amusement. Judging by their expressions, the top academy students are just like that. Arrogant and overconfident when they arrive, then dejected and disappointed when they leave. Yi Yuan asked An Wen, "What do you think?" He replied, "I have pinpointed the location of the ancient trial ground. It's in a rather mysterious place." Yi Vian praised, "No wonder it's old man. He found it so quickly." He asked back, Do you really plan to let him go in there? You yourself only entered after your second transformation. Little Lamb has already reached level 30 after training. Yivian replied, the academy is run by On That, but the nurtured flowers are too weak. He continued, if he is now stronger than most level 40 professionals, what is there that he cannot do? You have already seen the professional battles yourself. He soloed an entire second-tier team. And Van waved his hand and said, whatever you want to teach your student, I won't interfere. Don't worry, that kid won't really die. Maknangu quietly observes around. Her strength has increased, and after dozens of dungeon runs, she's finally level 30. Thu Han sees her come out and congratulates her. Lamb Jr., you've leveled up. Maknangu modestly replied, thank goodness my senior sister introduced this dungeon to me. She happily congratulated me. I didn't expect my junior to be able to level up through the dungeon. This is clearly the credit of the younger brother himself. He asked indifferently, senior sister, is there something wrong? Just tell me directly. Thu Han replied, Lamb Jr., the fire spirit crystal you collected. Can you sell me one? After hearing that, Mongu calmed down and replied casually, no need for money, I'll return it to my senior sister. Then he walked away, not forgetting to say goodbye to her. I still have something to discuss with the Foxmaster. Does she still not realize the value of this? Does this guy even understand what he has? Yi Yuan asked. Little Lamb, so you're already level 30? He replied indifferently. Yeah. And Van reminded him that it's not yet been 2 days, and the boy's jump from level 27 to 30 is quite ruthless on himself. Yi Yuan added, sometimes patience is good. Being a little cruel to yourself can help you be tougher against enemies. Our race has survived until now by killing our way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He turned to ask you, how do you feel now that you're level 30? Maknangu looked at his body and felt that he had undergone some changes, but he didn't have time to examine them carefully before arriving here. Yi Yuan then reminded him that if he had already reached level 30, he might also awaken some new skills. Stop, he suddenly transformed into many books and you also pulled out 3 identical ones. Teacher, there's no need. I have this. Evian chuckled awkwardly and said, kid. Moyu clenched it tightly in his hand, then suddenly realized he had received the Bonefang skill. As he reached out, the teeth from the ground rose up, seeming to be a skill similar to the bone armor. Yi Yuan said, Feng, try a little bit. Maknangu follows and launches the fang teeth forward, noting that its power is quite decent, and a level 1 skill is almost comparable to a fireball spell of a level 30 mage. And Van comments that it seems Lamb's innate talent growth significantly boosts the power of his skills, and upon reaching the eruption level, it will become a formidable attack skill. Based on his level and skills, it seems he might still be able to awaken 1 or 2 more skills. Let's try again. Maknu nodded and replied, yes, Lord Man. Then he clenched it tightly and continued. Nothing happens, so he wonders why his skill hasn't awakened. Evian saw this and asked what was happening as his scythe suddenly appeared. Maknu guessed that Danates' scythe appeared on its own, so could this new skill be related to it? Maknu was startled as the spirit general transformed into her new skill, seemingly undergoing some special change. A fierce wind suddenly appeared, and Envan was surprised to see that this skill could influence the natural order, just like a master of forbidden arts. The system announces that the spirit general can control the soldiers' golems and the mages' golems to form an army. The level 1 green grade spirit general member of the Legion has 40 agility, 40 spirit, 40 physique, and a level 1 Legion enhancement increasing attack power by 10, attack speed, movement speed, magic power, physical defense, elemental defense, controllability, and healing for the general. It can heal Legion members, recover injuries, remove abnormal states, and boost morale. Magnu is amazed as the spirit general finally becomes his summon, gaining the ability to dispel abnormal states and additional skills for enhancement and healing. Evian coldly said, you summoned a bunker. Let's see how effective its skill is. As he finished speaking, Mongu immediately summoned a bunker, and Lao Bak struck it with a powerful blow. The spirit quickly used its power to restore it, and its joints were fully healed. Evian was so excited he had to stand up. Although his attribute was a bit low, the skill effect and the commanding role of this powerful Legion leader are very similar. Good skill, kid. You have awakened an extremely good skill. On the surface, Monangu said, thank you, teacher, for the praise. But inwardly, he was contemplating. Unfortunately, I still haven't strengthened my innate talent. If I can level up the undead general, its attributes should no longer be weak. Yi Vieng praised that even a summoned creature like this has appeared. It seems that the day I can form an army on my own is not far off. Maknu modestly replied, you have a good teacher, and then advised him, now that you've awakened your new skills, I'm no longer worried about your strength, so get ready. In a few days, I will take you to a new training location. Maknu obeyed. Yes, sir. I will go to the Desert of the Overlord to level up these 2 skills first. Hearing that, he was immediately pleased. Kid, you've worked too hard. Go ahead. I'll ask old Nin to lower the point cost for setting up the dungeon for you. You reply, thank you, teacher. In the dungeon, you secretly think that this time using the desert really helped level up your skills. The Desert Boss Dungeon, you're back again. Looking at the creatures in front of you, Lujo is a giant. Dozens of sharp teeth sprouted from the ground, which you had used the sharp tooth skill of Lo-Ko. The teeth quickly attacked the monsters. You're excited. With this skill, your monster fighting effectiveness will improve significantly. McNu calmly steps forward, and Thuhan approaches as he sees you come out. Lamb, my junior, she's happy. You finally came out. I've been waiting for you a long time. Mekangu asked, is there something the senior sister wants to talk to me about? Thuhan hands him some bottles of medicine, giving him a few bottles to reduce fatigue. These medicines can temporarily erase tiredness for a short time, keeping oneself in the best condition. Makangu looked at the bottles of medicine, thinking that the fatigue-clearing potion could be useful for leveling up skills in the coming days. After handing over the medicine, she ran off. All right, I won't bother you to continue the dungeon run anymore. Makangu replied, Dantry has helped me a lot. Thank you. In the desert dungeon, you comfortably eat and watch your teeth fight against monsters. The spirit also charged into the fight, with thousands of spirits behind Mongu. As he bit into the cake, he thought this would probably be the last time. The system announces, the Ghost General is of gold rank, with over 300 Legion members, 4,000 strength, 4,000 agility, 4,000 spirit, 20,000 physique. Level 3 Legion enhancements, increasing attack power, attack speed, spellcasting speed, physical defense, elemental defense, control power, Legion healing, and level 3 general traits. Hearing this, you happily succeed in upgrading the Ghost General. Level 30 gold grade fortification soldier with 15,000 strength, 15,000 agility, and 15,000 spirit and stamina. Level 3 berserk skill deals 400% of your damage to the target. Cooldown 10 minutes. Sorcerer Logu at level 30 with agility 4,000, spirit 20,000, physique 4,000. Astan Lam Mo Yu, the only death spirit mage at level 30 with the nickname Dragon Clan Battle King. With physical and mental strength 1,000, agility 1,000, spirit 4,000, space summoning 3,500, 300 out of 300 soldier cores, 190 mage cores, 100 undead generals, 10-fold comprehensive talent enhancement, passive skills, movement, damage, active soul flame level 30, explosive corpse level 4, level 30 armor core equipment, level 30 main delay. All summoned items have been upgraded to gold level, and I feel this is my strongest state since becoming a profession faker. Donatus's level 30 scythe equipment, with 3,000 spirit power, grants experience points to develop when the scythe absorbs the soul of the abyss. Summoning souls records the number of times a soul kills a boss, costing 2,000 spirit power to summon a soul warrior. It lasts for 3 minutes, and Makangu decides he should go find his teacher. You meet Yi Vien, and suddenly the space stirs with gusts of wind, and Van senses it and says, your aura has grown significantly stronger. It seems you have the ability to upgrade your skills. Master, I'm ready. Listen carefully. The place I want you to go is the ancient trial grounds, where danger also brings many opportunities. Evian continued, the ancient training ground has 3 levels, upper, lower, and deep, each connected yet independent, relying on each other but not interfering. He expressed his wish. I want to take you there. It is the upper level of the ancient trial ground. Lower-level profession users below level 70 can only reach the upper level, while those above level 70 can only appear on the lower level. Evian warned that there is an extremely small chance a space channel will appear between the upper and lower levels, which would break the rules. Lower-tier professionals have a chance to ascend to the upper level, but they can only stay there for an hour and must share what they know with Mo Yu. It is said that in the distant ancient times, the human race, the Abyss, and the Dragon Clan once fought a great war. The ancient trial grounds were formed from that era. That battle shattered space, disrupted time, and buried a powerful expert. Countless divine artifacts and souls were lost in the ancient battlefield, their will lasting for a long time, giving rise to various monsters, secret realms, and dungeons. At the same time, when facing danger, they concealed opportunities of great significance. That place contains divine artifacts left by the human race in ancient times. The more I speak of it, the more serious I become. But besides humans, there are also abyssal demons and Long Clan warriors active there. The danger comes not only from ancient times, but also from alien races. His eyes are sharp, and even among humans there is competition for benefits. Do you understand the danger involved? Listening to the teacher's advice, Mo Yu replied with a determined and passionate face, I understand. Evian continued, "If you understand, now I will tell you the most important thing. Through this secret realm, you can obtain a strand of divine essence." He explained that this divine essence has a very significant effect, one of which is to increase the chance of a profession advancement during a transfer. You have obtained the first table's crystallization. With this additional divine trait, the chance of your profession advancing can reach up to 90%. Additionally, the upper floor's space features a random dungeon called Demon Dragon Palace, and whether you encounter it depends on your luck. If you pass the Hell difficulty, you will obtain the Dragon Crystal. The Dragon Crystal has a chance to directly awaken innate talent without the need to consider whether to transfer it a second time. Evian looked at Manhwa and said, "If you obtain the Dragon Pearl, just try to awaken it. If not, we will use the Tear of the Mermaid you once had." He replied, "I understand." He finished speaking, saying, "I've told you everything you need to watch out for, so. Are you going to the ancient battlefield training ground?" Hearing that, Manhwa didn't hesitate and decided to go. Inside, he reflected that at first he was desperate to obtain the Nirvana Crystal, even forcing himself to level up for a whole year. Even the divine talisman is valued by the master like this. Clearly even rarer, I must obtain it. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of you. It is an advanced escape talisman, an advanced cold protection talisman, an advanced riddle talisman, and a randomly advanced traditional talisman. Evian happily said, "The cold protection talisman isn't a gift for you, just borrowing it. Remember to return it to Ta when you get back. The puppet charm can block a fatal blow once. The rest are for escaping. You understand everything." Manhwa replied, moved, "Thank you, teacher." And Wen thought that the old white-haired man had spoken so much this time. It seemed he was also worried about letting this kid go to the ancient trial school. He brought the boy to stand in front of the trial school, ready. "I have to go now." Moye closed her eyes and listened. "You think this is an ancient training ground? It's all the smell of blood and drifting souls." Mo Yu remains cautious. This place is truly strange. Better to be safe. Behind you, there are two guards. Seeing the living creature in front of you, they finally encounter a living being. The monster before you is the Black Mask Rock Monster. Mo Nu analyzes, is it true that the random encounter monster is already level 41? Moreover, its mental strength stats are very high. It deals both physical and elemental damage, and seems to be aiming at you, immediately throwing its fist toward Mo Nu. The power surrounding its fist is very strong, like a tornado heading toward you as if it wants to swallow you whole. You still calmly give the order. The subordinate quickly moved forward to attack the monster, but a single furious strike only caused quite a difficult-to-kill impact. The mysterious language used a sharp bone claw technique. The fangs pierced the belly of the level 41 black-nosed stone monster, gaining 1 million experience. You say, "It seems that monsters in this ancient battlefield training ground are probably common above level 40. A disgusting voice echoes. "The human race makes you cautious. It's the Deep Abyss Demon Blade at level 42. It warns trash at level 30, but still dares to come to the ancient trial grounds. It still looks contemptuous. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Finding humans here." It licks its leg in a disgusting way, with a wicked grin, as if it just ate a full meal. Manhwa, angry and unlucky, didn't expect to encounter trash so soon after arriving. The arrogant demon blade asked, "Are you scared, silly?" The little brat's iron chain reached out and tightly bound him. The demon slayer suddenly shouted, "What?" After using the corpse explosion move, you casually said, "Have fun." Notification, you have defeated the Deep Abyss Blade Demon level 42, gaining 120,000 experience and 1,000 military merit. A gold badge appears, and Manhwa is delighted, feeling that the master has brought her to a good place. A few moments later, he was still moving, alertly watching behind Manhwa for any signs of danger from the space corridor. A monster suddenly jumped out from the corridor. The dragon race, with a heroic stance and blazing red eyes, suddenly appeared, and I shouted loudly, "Watch out, Manhwa." The alien race, I told you already, all aliens are enemies in the ancient trial ground. They shout, "The human race," he continues. I can smell the breath of the dragon race on him. He has killed our comrades. Kill him. They rush forward to attack. They are level 44 Dragon Knights. Seeing how they fight, do you think these are Long Clan Knights? Judging from their skills and attributes, they are even a bit stronger than humans. The leader charged forward, saying, "Humans, go die. You're just a tiny level 30 trash. Stop struggling." Manhwa used a skill to slow down the curse, binding the furious attackers. One of them, tied up and indifferent, said, "Useless. Our dragon clan is born capable of resisting curses." After saying that, they each broke free from your spell. They stare at you with mocking eyes as Manhwa uses his fang attack, with sharp teeth on the ground aiming straight at them. They arrogantly said, "Our dragon race is born with a stiff dragon horn, and your level 3 illusion magic can't hurt us." With that, the sharp teeth pierced through their bodies. They were surprised that a level 30 human could have such strong skills. A sharp fang charged at them, but they reacted quickly with their defensive formation, and the sharp teeth clashed against their shields. One of them shouted and charged to kill him, "Sorcerer, attack!" At the command, they spew fire as you stand amidst the flames they unleash. The fire engulfs everything around you, and Moyu draws her scythe. "Go outside, Undead General." After speaking, the undead appears behind you. You ordered. The soldiers led me to destroy them and form a temporary undead army. The reinforced legion quickly attacked our side, smashing their stretcher and causing them to panic. Oh no, one of them is surprised. What's that? Thousands of our troops then launched their attack, causing chaos among them. What is that? The leader ordered him to go out with me. He risked everything to charge forward, but all their efforts were controlled by Maknu's technique, and they fell to the ground, screaming in terror. It fell hard to the ground. Seeing the leader like that, they were terrified and quickly ran away. The fierce whirlpool sucked them into the gate of death. Maknu calmly watched them fall, while her army continued to attack. System notification: killed level 44. Long Race Knight experience Pulwas $120,000. Military merit Miwad 1,000 years. Killed level 44. Long Race Soldier experience Pulwan Nuan $20,000. Military merit Pups $1,000. You're surprised to find out that killing a Long Tian also earns military merit. Military merit 44,000. Han Army, missing 4-star rank. Hearing the numbers, I'm happy my military rank has also increased. Maknu looked at the fallen Long Race beneath him and walked away, still contemplating that whether it's a demon or a Long Race, seeing I am a level 30 human, they might attack me, so it seems I can focus on leveling up and gaining military merit a bit more. In that palace, a furious shout rang out. "Who is it?" Greatly angry, he said, "Who killed my team? If I find out, I will eat you alive." A few moments later, Moyu sighed and said, "If only I could fly like demons and the dragon race. That would be the advantage of being a fake human race." Suddenly, a noise from the other side drew his attention, and the demons appeared. He wondered, Deep Abyss demons? Why are they with the Dragon Clan? The Dragon Knight saw the demons behind him, and Moyu frowned as he looked at them. They roar humans. Humans are delicious. Humans who have killed elders before. Curious, you wonder, that's strange. Why are they so friendly? Behind them are thousands of other monsters. These are level 40 soul-devouring bugs with the ability to devour spirits, ignoring defense and physical immunity, biting and tearing everything. The boy was stunned. What is this? Ignoring defenses and physical immunity, tearing through everything. No wonder the Demon Realm's monsters flee from the Long Clan's karma. The devouring insect looks at you as if trying to identify a target. They are numerous and encircle you. They shouted, "There's an exit ahead. If we can escape from here, we'll be saved." You kept a cold face, determined in your heart. "Not my clan. My heart is different. I won't let you leave here." Dozens of whirlwinds appeared in the sky, and they shouted, "Hurry up and run! The exit is right ahead." Caught off guard by the attack, they screamed and covered their heads. Seeing their teammates like that, they were stunned as the monster slowly approached them in fear. "Hateful race, wait until we escape. We will tear you to pieces." They fearfully watched the devouring soul worms swarm over here again. "Run ahead. You attack. Do you want to escape?" They are bound by iron chains, confused and not knowing what is happening. The enhanced attack against the curse was unleashed, nullifying your move, and just as you escaped, they were caught off guard. You summoned hundreds of undead warriors, and the demon screamed. What is that? The summoned creature? Like a madman, a dragon knight charges straight ahead, fighting fiercely on both sides. The dragon knight is startled and warns. The humans. Those are giant soul-eating bugs that bite everything. Be sensible, or we will all die here. At the same time, hundreds of soul-devouring bugs flew in, and the demons fled. This madman still doesn't run. He's about to die. Maknu said, "Come out! The Spirit General has now assembled the temporary Spirit Army." The Spirit General immediately used the Army Enhancement skill, causing the demons to halt suddenly. They started mocking him, thinking he was just a crazy person, but it turns out he's just stupid. Can this summoning item really stop the giant soul worms? You're so naive. If they won't let us live, then make sure he dies here. You feel really annoyed. The dry bone soldiers are starting to act. The evil demons laughed mockingly. You're doomed, foolish humans. You managed to stop us, so it was predetermined that you would die with us. The Mekenungu approached the giant bugs and they attacked the shield surrounding you. You use your skill to kill a level 40 giant soul bug and gain 200,000 experience points. You start to realize that the experience points are very few, but the number of enemies is huge. The giant soul worms also attacked the dry corpse soldiers. Seeing that, the Ghost General used the Legion healing spell to restore their strength. Mangu used the sharp bone tooth attack to kill the giant soul worms. What unexpected thing happened to the demons? How is he capable of that? He's just a low-level level 30 human. You coldly said, borrowing your bodies for a moment, then I managed to kill the level 42 Deep Abyssal Blade Demon, and Manhwa successfully promoted to 5-star lieutenant with 58,000 military achievements. The monsters in the sky were also pierced through their bodies and attacked. Mangu feels a bit pleased, gaining some valuable experience. Suddenly, a large explosion occurs as the leading boss Pihan approaches, looking extremely furious. It's a level 50 Overlord boss, the Overlord of the Horde. Mangu wondered as it approached. A level Overlord boss with such high attributes? In this situation? I have to be serious. Looking at the corpse of the giant soul on the ground, I consider that everywhere are giant souls, so there is a chance to kill him. That boss attacked with a terrifying screech, and the shockwave from the strike spread widely. Immediately, our spirits shattered, but then were healed by the Legion, and the bodies gradually grew cold again. You can feel its power. No wonder it's a level 50 Lord boss. It becomes furious upon seeing its fallen comrades and begins to absorb their corpses. Thousands of corpses are being pulled up by it. The other soldiers warn, this is the voice of the devouring Soul King. Run now. The Chaos Demons eat whatever they see. There's nothing they can't devour. Run now. Run quickly. There was once a professional team of over 100 members from the Dragon Clan that couldn't kill it, and not going would be troublesome. It's just you and the boss left to face off. He thought to himself, the color of the giant soul bug has also been eaten by it. I wonder if the bone injection can pierce through its defenses. Seeing its speed, you have to marvel at how quick it is. Dodging its attacks, it seems you always need to reinforce your armor with more corpses. He prepares to attack, finally making his move. He charges straight at it, drawing in the corpses on the ground. As I attacked it, I thought to myself, it's a pity there aren't enough corpses. It opened its mouth wide and devoured them before attacking. The soul devours, and your soul emerges from your body, surprising you as your soul leaves your body. Your strength has always protected you, so you stay alert. Luckily, the bones of the armor block that pulling force. I shout, useless, my skull and bones are all death spirits. The connecting thread to the spirit retreats, the monster angrily reads its move, and I excitedly attack the soul. I know too. Both sides use the same technique to face each other directly, and the spirits also attack. The giant tornado engulfs the monstrous soul bug. It was engulfed by the tornado, then blinding beams of light appeared. It causes a huge explosion. You are stunned. That is the second form of the King Boss level Soul Eater bug. Level 50, power 60,000, agility 25,000, spirit 10,000, physique 60,000. Its movements are incredibly fast. It easily grabs the soul and opens its mouth as if to eat. You are very confused. What does it want to do? It puts it in its mouth and eats it. One dry soldier is destroyed, another is captured, and 2 dry soldiers are defeated. You look at the potion in your hand, eating my long girl, to heal yourself. If that's the case, then let's see if you eat faster, or I summon faster. It keeps forcing her to eat. The more she eats, the more she recovers. The Ghost General appears and uses the Void technique. The soul-devouring bug is surrounded by the attacks of the Ghost General, with another assault coming from behind. It screams in pain from the hits. Its scream echoed through the entire forest. The demons fled far ahead, curious. Who was fighting the devouring Soul King? Are you really not afraid of dying? Hurry and run. We need to stay far away. Outside, dozens of other monsters continue to appear. Manhwa said it right. You attack with your sharp bone teeth. The sharp teeth pierce through the approaching Fei Han Trung, and he confidently says, this is the moment when the corpses explode, and hundreds of monsters burst before the boss. Seeing this, it became furious and launched an attack. Its anger caused its power to erupt violently. The old soldier ordered, do not give them any chance to breathe. Forward, the colorful spears point ahead, surrounding the king of the soul-eating bugs. A sharp tooth pierced through its face. It managed to escape and flew into the air, splitting in two, causing the soldiers to fall down. Someone on the other side, hearing the commotions, immediately asked, did anyone hear the cry of the great soul bug king? She also confirmed upon hearing it. She heard it, and it seemed to be a cry of despair. Could it be that someone is attacking the demon soul insect king? Its fallen items are all top-quality treasures. Don't think about it anymore. Let's run now. Manhwa jumped up off the ground. You stand firm in a different spot, facing the opponent ahead. The giant monster is glaring at the female warriors. It opened its mouth wide and sucked the soldiers inside. The 5 soldiers were destroyed. The others are healed. Seeing this, it immediately flies into the air to escape. He said loudly, "Still want to run away?" "No, its speed is too high, so if we let it escape, we won't be able to catch it." He used a slow curse to stop its movement, and it struggled to break free and run away. "Don't bother running. I'm very interested in your body and soul." The lone soldiers leapt forward to attack the giant soul bug. Mo Yue reached out and drained the power of the giant soul bug king, leaving it riddled with hundreds of holes. Having defeated the king of the devouring spirit worm, I gained 5 million experience points, obtained the devouring spirit dagger, the devouring spirit ring, and the soul crystal of the 5th year, and it collapsed to the ground. Ma Kanggu suddenly realized something, and with his current mental power, he could only summon one Vonglin Tongquan. The ring and soul crystal truly suit him perfectly. You coldly look at its corpse. I should thank you too. Use the soul summoning technique to revive it and become my slave. Immediately, the devouring soul bug king struggled to stand up but quickly disintegrated. The system announced the summoning failed. I can't believe it, I wonder to myself. Is it a failure because the level is too high? Once again, you use soul summoning to manifest the second form of the devouring soul worm in its spiritual state. You raise your scythe to absorb, but it still fails. It seems your mental energy isn't enough to summon it now. Perhaps using a soul crystal would do the trick. I don't know if it can revert to its first form in its soul state. This world was swallowed by the devouring soul bug, and this is the lair of the devouring soul bug king. The Lord of the Soul. Devouring worm is trying to escape in that direction, where there might be something that can save it. You stand before the door and quietly step inside. Maknu was shocked to hear the voice. That is a world boss. Inside the lair of the devouring soul bug, massive eggs cling to the rock crevices. The devouring soul worm queen is a level 51 world boss. Menggu was stunned. Could this be the world boss of the ancient trial arena? Its true nature is terrifying. It rises up to face him. The eggs burst open and hatch, revealing level 50 boss-level insect monsters surrounded by a spiritual shield. You grit your teeth and warn that breaking through 4 layers of protective shield stacked together is not an easy task, as the world boss uses a soul explosion attack. The long-dried soldiers immediately exploded, and you analyze that all the skulls cannot withstand the same level of damage. That is a soul explosion. Each bishop unleashes a troop healing spell to restore balance. You breathe a sigh of relief, glad to have the Soul Legion. If it had been me before, with a few more exploding soul rounds, I might have failed. The soul rounds appear above the soldiers' heads, dispersing and attacking our side. He looked at the attack with some hesitation, unsure how to break this shield. He then turned to the other giant soul bugs, some of which were still continuously stealing souls to replenish their strength through the queen and guard bugs. The dry corpse soldiers rush to attack the world boss. Maknungu looks at the boss with different eyes, as he has always used his soul flame to cut through the enemy's skills. Unexpectedly, the situation now falls upon himself. He used the Hanzhuang soul technique to attack, and although he hadn't moved, the dry bone was already defeated. Another one falls. Maknu launches an attack straight at the world boss with claws of sharp bones and then the bone fang attack. Sharp objects rained down on the monster. 12 dry bone warriors were destroyed. He hesitated a bit, unsure if the soul fire could bypass this protective layer. The monster also looked a little tired. Maknu shrank back. Seeing its reaction, he asked, "Do you see my soul flame already making it afraid?" It seems this move is effective. The soul flame technique is unleashed, and the boss continues to use the icebone soul attack to strike and strengthen itself. Maknu, playing the role, said, "It's my turn now." The soldier on the other side wondered as the roar of the devouring soul bug king stopped. Could it be that someone has killed the devouring soul king? Who could it be? The cracked stone split open to the sides, and the fake Dragon Clan team was also surprised by what they saw around them, wondering who could have done this. But to have reached this level, Fei Hantrung's territory has already collapsed. They are confused. Who won this battle? I don't know. Maybe we should go take a look. They whispered to each other. Or maybe we should go see for ourselves. If it really isn't safe, then run. Even if the Soul Guardian King is still alive, he must be badly injured. Maybe even us. The sparks that jumped down the crack earlier were from the people of the Xiaoling Academy of the Dawn. They are discussing among themselves and then jumping to another place. Meanwhile, the Makanu side is still fighting fiercely. You tell it to let your people taste the flavor of soul attack as well. The world boss uses the soul flame skill. The spirit general deflected its attack with a weapon, and the monster responded with a counterattack of its own. You use the bone spike attack to pierce through the monster, stabbing it multiple times in the body. Maknu sneers maliciously, taking down one creature first. His face turned cunning as the monster writhed in pain, trying to break free but unable to escape. A massive explosion occurs. Mogu orders, My soldiers, the time to counterattack has come. Following the order, they charged forward to attack the villain boss. It was furious and unleashed a super powerful egg hatching move. Manga quickly blocks its move, trying to prevent the eggs from hatching. If you're seeking death, don't blame me. The eggs on the ground start cracking open, releasing hundreds of giant soul worms, likely exhausted from using such a powerful move. It seems to have drained all its strength, gasping for breath. Wings spread out and beat fiercely. Countless giant soul worms rush to attack you. They use the devouring vortex to assault the dry soldiers. Manhwa also didn't stand still but challenged with sharp bone teeth, feeling frustrated that there were no corpses. The technique immediately took effect and pierced through their bodies. The soul explosion technique charges forward to attack the king of the devouring souls. Manhwa wipes the sweat from his face. Take your time. It will be your turn very soon. Use the curse technique slowly and brightly to blind the monsters blocking your way ahead. Meanwhile, the skeletons also coordinated to fight and kill them. Their bodies were shattered into 100 pieces. Manga calmly cast the finishing move, her body exploding into pieces, scattering in all directions. The giant soul bugs trembled and shivered before bursting apart into fragments. A loud cracking sound echoed, coming from the world boss. After that scream, its body was shattered and life was gone. 3 minutes later, it lay scattered on the ground in a tragic, curled-up position. The system announced the kill of the giant soul insect, gaining 5.1 million experience points, 10 soul crystals, and a soul gemstone. Receiving the loot, he was a bit surprised, but he still collected more soul crystals. This is a good thing. This mother beast egg is worth selling. The price definitely won't be low, and it's exactly what I need. Manga kept thinking, and realizing it made sense. No wonder the master said the ancient trial ground had countless opportunities. I've only been here a short time, but already gained so many treasures. An old man with white hair calmly said, "The world boss has been killed." The person nearby replied, "I don't know who is so powerful to be able to kill a boss in this world." The person next to him continued, "If it's a human, then that's good." The body of the world boss is gradually disappearing. As it nearly disappeared completely, a strange thing appeared. Manga reaching out. This is the primordial rune system confirming the qualification to enter the primordial space. He remembered his teacher's face with surprise, and it turned out to be the certification to enter the primal space. The teacher said that it was the primal space itself that laid the foundation for him to become a divine-level professional. Even the probing techniques of humans are derived from the primal space. I never expected that primordial glyphs would appear in the lair of the giant soul insect. The talisman suddenly emits a glowing string of symbols, and you stare in shock at this transformation. A powerful force struck him, causing his face to stiffen and his eyes to widen. Manga tilted her body and floated above the central point. When the soldiers outside saw the red light ahead, they said, "Someone has obtained the primal talisman script." Hearing that, everyone was stunned. That person is marked now, and for the next 10 days until the light disappears, enemies will keep appearing to attack him and steal the talisman. Who is it after all? Did Manga also hear that and become an enemy? So, back then, my master also went through such hardships. A spear shot towards you from behind. The sword was blocked as it arrived, and Manga immediately became alert for a sneak attack. Immediately, the ambusher was bound by hundreds of chains. It was the Dragon Clan. Suddenly, a dry bone warrior charged forward to face it. The dry bone warriors took turns swinging their blades, but the long race dodged to the side to avoid the swords, and seeing it was ineffective, Manga finally realized. Damn it, the curse's effect has weakened. You switch to the Bone Fang attack to deal with it. As expected, the technique works. The sharp thorns pierce through the Long Clan's body. The Dragon Clan creates a shield to escape Manga's chains. Seeing this, the others also rush forward to give orders. Kill him. They reveal their true purpose, to steal his primal glyph. Manga looked at the red light surrounding his body, and his teacher once said that only by surviving 10 days could the red light disappear, and he fully possessed the primordial glyph, all of which are level 40 fake Long Clan professions. He was not afraid at all, killing as many as he could. Behind you are thousands of skeleton warriors facing the Dragon Clan, as the Spirit General deploys a reinforcement spell. Immediately, the warriors with full strength were ready to fight. The long race was surprised. What is this? Why are there so many skulls? We quickly deploy the army formation to defend. Do you dare challenge us? Can your shield match the might of the devouring Soul Queen? With that, he stepped forward to demonstrate his power, icy spears piercing through and striking at them. The dragon leader was panic-stricken, attracting firepower, the crowd mocking, the defensive barrier, all three attacks simultaneously targeting the dragon leader, with overwhelming destructive power hitting a single point and causing massive damage. The other guy immediately counterattacked, causing the ground to split with ice magic and making the soldiers fall. The leader ordered a retreat. This primitive talisman could not be obtained. Since he wants to run, how can you let him go? Are you going to ignore the assassination attempt like that? Spirit energy increases by 1,000, mental strength increases by 3,000. The mysterious language declares that it will use you as new souls for me. You summon the Lord of the Devouring Worms. The Long Clan members nervously asked each other, "What is that?" Someone inside recognizes the Devouring Soul Insect as the Devouring Soul Insect King. Feeling a great danger, they flee. Run quickly. Before they could run, something was already chasing them from behind. The Devouring Soul Bug used its large hand to grab a Long Clan member, who screamed as he was caught. "Let me go. What do you want to do?" The giant insect bites the guy's head off in response. The remaining ones saw this and collapsed in terror as the Devouring Soul Bug unleashed its terrifying, piercing attack. The two Dragon Clan members stood motionless as it drained their vital energy, using its soul-devouring technique to continue swallowing the others. Manga couldn't help but feel pleased, truly worthy of being the king of the soul-eating insects. Killing these fake Dragon Clan professionals is as easy as flipping a hand. 70,000 contributions and a 7-star lieutenant rank. Your scythe turns green and you look up at the sky, silently pondering. Maybe revealing our shared enemy identity could be quite helpful. Ling Wu looked at them and called out to his junior. These people suddenly remind you of Yi Yuan's warning, and there are even humans who attack their own kind for profit. Do you understand the danger involved? Lam Maknu whispered to himself as he saw Lang Ha-chin and his team approaching. Do they also want to compete for the primordial runes? Lang Ha-chin asked. This junior, why did you go to the ancient trial ground at level 3? Manga coldly replied, nothing much happening. Na-chin suddenly seemed to realize something and muttered to himself. This student is curious. Junior, you are a student of the Hajing Academy, right? Let me introduce myself. We come from the Creation Academy. My name is Lang Shiqian. Moyu paid little attention to those words. You respond with a cold expression. Do you know what we want? Na-chin anxiously warns you, Junior. Do you realize how dangerous your current situation is? Manga looked up and said he knew. Na-chin gently called him Junior Brother. He promised, we can protect you through the 10 days of danger. McNu slightly lowered his head and glared at him. Protect you? I'm leaving now, thank you, but I don't need it. Please stay away from me. Na-chin van konrat ninguanko goi voi theo hogde. Konhu vaisichet. Antachibiet nordkuktuk kimakanguda konkon fanhoi. My teammate standing nearby muttered unhappily, Captain, this kid might be some genius from the academy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the trial grounds at only 30 years old. He stroked his chin and muttered, that kid's luck is really good to get the primal glyphs. Too bad we were a step late. If we had arrived a little earlier, before he finished speaking, Yatchen would have already scolded him loudly. Don't let your thoughts go astray. He is a human, and also our junior brother, his teammate quickly corrected. Of course I know I won't attack him, but he's so arrogant that he won't last long in the trial of the ancient prophecy. We can just watch like sparrows. Yizhan analyzed and said, this kid is probably not simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the primordial rune. He's wary of us and clearly knows what the primordial rune does. He suspects that someone like him might have already left a soul mark in the Soul Spirit Hall if we were to attack him. Meanwhile, Manga just defeated a monster and gained 1,000 mental energy. Maknu smiled happily. This battle has truly been a great harvest. With soul crystals combined with soul protective stones, my mental strength almost won't run out in a day. Something brushed past him, but he dodged quickly. So that's the Deep Abyss Poison Demon, it sighed. I didn't expect you to have such a defensive skill. System introduces Tamuyen Poison Demon. Level 48, Strength 20,000 Laos, Agility 20,000, Spirit 10,000, Physique 15,000 Saos, Skill, Poison Test, Smoky Poison Gas, Stealth. Thong Yen. Poison Demon proudly says just a level 30 kid, daring to come alone to test the ancient relic. Moreover, luck is on my side, and I can obtain the primal talisman inscriptions. It's a pity it ultimately benefits my demon. It demands a shake of the head, trembling, and a loud roar. I will devour my chosen prey. As soon as he finished speaking, Maknu struck it down in an instant. Thong Yin Dak Ma, wounded and split into 100 images, threw back his head and screamed. Mo Yun muttered, this guy talks so much. The system screen appeared, killed the level 48 Tong Yuan Poison Demon, gained 180,000 experience and 1,000 military merit. Just leaving, he scratched his head and sighed with a weary tone. Looks like the next 10 days will probably be full of such things, which is a bit annoying. 5 minutes later, Yi Jai and his companions arrived and saw the corpse of the deep abyss poison demon standing frozen in place. Yi Jai's teammates stared in shock. What on earth just happened? How long has it been since then? He just reached level 30. How could he have killed the poison demon deep abyss so quickly? There's not even a trace of a fight. That means the battle could end in an instant. Na-Chen might have regretted underestimating Manhwa. It seems we all underestimated him. He has the right to walk freely in the trial grounds of the prophecy. His teammate asked seriously, Big brother, should we still follow him? Ichien replied yes. A pillar of light suddenly appeared nearby, shaking the heavens and earth as a flock of strange birds took flight. So it turns out to be the Deep Abyss Illusion Demon at level 48, with strength, agility, and physique all at 20,000, and a mental stat of 50,000. Its illusion and mental shock skills, along with its illusion control trait, have a lower life force threshold than its own level, making it ineffective against the target leader. Everyone panicked and shouted when they saw her. Is that Thong Yen Mima? They are all its illusion monsters. This time, that junior disciple is in big trouble. Manhwa now is within Alice's sight. She licks her lips and smiles sinisterly. A level 30 human holding a primal talisman? My luck is really good. Mac NGU has also realized the presence of her above. The mysterious demon sorcerer is actually a fellow clansman of the enchanting demon king, seducing and promising loyalty with a tempting smile. Become my slave. Moya immediately summoned her weapon and quickly parried the attack with ease. Alice feels a bit confused. Why is that? He is only a level 30 human, and my illusion skill has lost its effect. The ground trembles violently. Mogu growls at her, and refusing to comply is disrespectful. A wave of sharp bone shards rushes at Alice at lightning speed. A giant demon dog appears, directly taking the attack and shielding her. Alice, trembling and wiping her face, hears Mogu say, "Go to hell." A horde of ferocious monsters is summoned. Moyu remains very calm as she executes her technique. He summons his army of undead soldiers. Ling Na-Chen and the others are watching the battle from afar, worried and speculating that the young guy is doomed. Yi Jian secretly doubted if he obtained the primal talisman, would he really die? The battle was fierce, with neither side showing any signs of weakness. The powerful slashes and punches shattered the nearby earth and rocks, and Mo Yu stared ahead and said, "What a coincidence. My greatest strength is military achievement." A deafening explosion suddenly erupts, the shockwave spreading far and wide, startling everyone and causing Alice to scream in shock. What is happening? She stared in amazement as her monsters fell one by one. Alice can't believe what she's seeing. More than half of the monsters she controlled have already fallen in an instant. Could it be that he is the divine-ranked fake profession hiding his identity? No way, a divine rank cannot enter the upper floors. She shivered all over as if an invisible hand had brushed past, her heart pounding, and asked, "Who are you, really?" Moyu sneered, "A false profession human." Alice hurriedly ran away, constantly looking back, and Manhwa coldly warned, "You won't escape." Alice was immediately restrained by him, quickly defeated and falling down, but in the end she managed to escape. Bleeding and exhausted, she took a breath and thought to herself, "This person is too terrifying. I can't let this go. I must report this to Lord Demon King." A big question mark appeared in Moyu's mind. How is it possible that he hasn't lost his ability to act? He sighed in frustration, letting her escape again. If only I could fly, then I wouldn't always be at a disadvantage in this aspect. Mayu put his hands in his pockets and walked away, casually, ignoring him. Everyone in Ling Yichen's group was left stunned and confused, shouting in their minds, "What on earth did he do to pull that off?" I can't imagine what kind of battle this was like. One of Na-Chen's teammates trembled and asked, "Captain, if it were us, could we have done this much?" He clenched his teeth and cursed, "What a load of crap!" Then made his argument. With so many monsters and demons still existing in the sky, even if we can win, it will definitely be a fierce battle, and we absolutely cannot do it like that little brat. Captain, we haven't seen the King of Devouring Souls in the nest of the Devouring Souls before. Could it be that it's him? Na-Chen replied with a trembling voice. If it were him, then the true strength of this young man would be unimaginable. Those chasing after the primordial runes are coming. Maybe at this point he stopped and rallied the team, dismissing your unrealistic illusions. I have a gut feeling that we are not his match. Now I want to see how he managed to survive these 10 days. They didn't realize someone had been standing behind them all this time. It turns out that person was Mo Nungu, along with your 2 dry corpse warriors. Na-Chen's heart was pounding fiercely, wondering if he was still deliberately waiting for us. When he turned back, Bang Huang was stunned to see Manhwa, and Na-Chen awkwardly scratched his head and forced a stiff smile to greet his junior. Before he could finish speaking, Yu asked, "Headmaster, How is the central area in the upper space? Na Qian froze for a moment, then pointed to the right and replied, "Over there, Manga." After receiving the answer, turned around and left without forgetting to thank him. Jiqian's heart was pounding as he wondered why he felt so scared. He was only level 30 after all. A teammate of his was very confused. "Captain, if we don't obtain the primordial rune, why do we still have to follow him?" First battle shares, I want to witness a piece of history. On the first day, Maknu's dry army soldiers and the monsters in the ancient training ground clashed. The second day was the same. The third day also unfolded dramatically, with Maknu's achievements continuously increasing and even leveling up to lieutenant colonel without issue. You marvel at how this primitive rune surprisingly helped you rack up quite a few achievements, a strange feeling sweeping through your mind. 3 days in a row, someone came to their death. Why is today so quiet? Na Qian's side isn't going as smoothly as yours. He's stunned, sensing something's wrong. A team member points toward the distant pillar of light where a giant monster appears and screams. Look at the team leader. They are panicking and warning each other. This is not good. Everyone run away. He didn't forget to open his mouth and shout out loud, "Junior, there's danger here. Go quickly." A sudden, deafening explosion causes the space to shatter. Duchan Lansa unleashes a terrifying sound wave, and Yi Qian feels like his heart is about to burst from his chest, terror flooding through him as a piercing scream echoes loudly. The ground trembled violently as the earthquake dragon spirit advanced, destroying everything in its path in an instant. The people of Na Qian hurriedly cast a protective barrier to save themselves. A stone block hitting the shield quickly bounces off. The earthquake dragon god growls fiercely. Mak Ngu still looks very calm as he surveys the area, while Na Qian shivers like a leaf and exclaims. The earthquake dragon god strikes the sky with lightning. As the earthquake dragon king thrashes, a storm of thunder crashes down in fury, and a doomed dinosaur is suddenly cut in half. The ground keeps swelling, and the land continues to expand. Mak Ngu silently exclaims, "The monster is so huge. This is probably the biggest boss I've ever encountered." Na Qian's teammates stare with their mouths open in awe. This really is the earth-shaking dragon god. We're definitely going to die this time. I never expected we would die at the hands of the earthquake dragon god. Why did we enter its territory? This isn't right. It seems someone is deliberately guiding us in this direction. The images of the monsters that Maknu appeared in his mind seem to be real, and those demons have unconsciously changed his direction. Alice, after meeting the Abyssal Demon King, begins reporting on the results. King Wei has succeeded. Humanity has entered the domain of the great earthquake dragon god. The earthquake dragon god has awakened. He's doomed. The Demon King of Negotiation curled his lips and said, "Not bad. He is a genius leading this generation of humans, now dead in the ancient trial field. Even if he can be resurrected, he will no longer grow to threaten us." "Ah," I cunningly ordered. "After he dies, the great earthquake dragon god will leave, and then someone will go to retrieve the primal talisman. Remember, do not touch the talisman." Alice obediently bowed 45 degrees in a respectful manner and then quickly left. Aditunui tranchian hosliat dangdi ravatuman noi, rangmak ninguchak chan se chet. Na chien dat rang hivanve. Usually it sleeps peacefully, only waking when it needs to eat or someone approaches. The system displays the information panel for the world level 55 boss earthquake dragon god with 100,000 physical strength and agility, 60,000 mental strength, and deadly bone skills that cut and sweep with elemental immunity, reducing 30% physical damage and 30% elemental damage. A joyful thought appears in Maknu's mind. Its high attributes make summoning it seem possible, and if the first battle shows this, it would be hard to understand mixed with fear. Could he be planning to fight with elemental damage alongside his team, bravely charging forward? But a second later, they all froze in shock when Makangu warned everyone to retreat as far back as possible. With a devastating leap, the earthquake dragon god causes the entire space to tremble and the sky to suddenly darken with mystery. Mongu calmly summons his weapon, but with just a flick of the earthquake dragon's claw, everything shatters into pieces. Na Qian and the others also lost their footing and fell to the ground in pain. Mongu immediately unleashed a skill, causing Na Qian to sweat profusely, and he stood there, stunned. The sight of a powerful army of dry core soldiers charging at him was enough to make Na Qian momentarily disbelief. Makangu casts a slow spell in frustration. Na Qian trembles as he reminds his team to keep some distance first. The earth-shaking beast was caught in a dilemma as hundreds of chains shot out from all directions, binding it tightly. The dry soldiers launched like missiles towards it and decisively pierced its body. It screams in pain, its deafening cry echoing as the earth dragon struggles desperately. dust and debris obscuring the view. Manhwa quickly uses the Legion healing technique to strengthen his army, then unleashes the Soul Flame skill. The Earthquake Dragon writhes in pain. The system keeps notifying that 3 skeleton warriors have been destroyed and 2 skeleton mages have fallen. The Earthquake Dragon charges like a hungry tiger towards Manhwa. You remain silent, analyzing that your level is still too low to deal effective damage to it in a short time, but with your current mental strength, you almost won't run out of energy. Let's see who can last until the end. The Earthquake Dragon lunged forward with all its might, but it was quickly blocked by him. Manhwa lowered his head and pressed his hand down, while Yet Chien nearby watched the battle with a hint of existential doubt, wondering why he was even tougher than a knight. He can actually withstand the attack of the Earthquake Dragon God? His teammate sighed. If it were me, I might have already died. The giant body of the Earthquake Dragon King curled back, causing a terrifying shockwave. Manhwa immediately launched a slicing attack and shouted loudly to command his army of dry soldiers. Charge! They obediently follow the command and charge to attack the Earthquake Dragon God. Manhwa unleashes the reinforced army move. A dry bone warrior clenches his teeth, then swings his arm fiercely at the Earthquake Dragon God's body. It counterattacked with a furious strike that sent the dry lizard army flying away. The sword of the dry lizard warrior tore through the tough scales, leaving a deep wound on the body of the Earthquake Long God, causing blood to gush out violently. Manhwa raises his hand to unleash the Bonefang attack. In an instant, hundreds of sharp bone fragments shoot up from the ground. The Earth Eater, Long God, was pierced through the body by bones and was thrown into the air, howling in mind-numbing pain. The Earthquake Dragon, Long God, opened its mouth wide and roared. It slammed down onto the ground with tremendous force, causing the dry soldier to lose his footing and be thrown up like a dry leaf in a storm. Manhwa unleashes a sweeping attack as the system reports the death of 13 dry soldiers and 9 skull mages with deadly toxic smoke. The Earthquake Dragon God is determined to turn the tide with a lethal toxic smoke move. Manhwa quickly covered her nose to avoid inhaling the toxic gas. Under its influence, the dry soldier began to melt. But they quickly regained their strength as Manhwa cast the army healing spell, using it to both recover and provoke the enemy into a costly battle. The toxic smoke spreads through the forest with the wind. Nachien quickly covers his nose with his cloak and shouts to warn his teammates, "Watch out, there's poison, fall back." The increasing toxic smoke is clouding their vision every day. Nachien's teammate nervously asks if he can endure it. Jai then steadied himself. At this point, we can only trust him. If he dies, we all will die. The teammate asked, "Captain, do you regret it?" Another person expressed that as long as we don't follow him, we won't encounter the Exuk Long God. Nachien firmly said he has no regrets, leaving his teammates stunned. He confided that although we had bad thoughts from the start, now I understand that we are all human and should help each other. Ichijian raised his voice. Especially since he is also our junior, even if he fights and dies, it should be our senior who charges forward first. System notification, a dry bone soldier has been eliminated. Manhwa analyzed that this thick fog has blocked our vision, so I might as well not hold back my trump card anymore. Hold your weapon tight and shout out, "Go out there, Lord of the Devouring Soul Bug." The Demon Soul Insect King has a level 50 spirit, with strength 60,000, agility 25,000, mental power 10,000, and physique 60,000. Its second form, soul-stealing skill, a terrifying roar that despises defense and physical immunity, dominates all things. Manhwa glared and smirked. "I heard your shell is very tough." The earth-devouring dragon roared fiercely and charged quickly at the devouring spirit bug king. Like a furious predator, the Soul Guard Insect King bites down hard on the Earthquake Dragon God and then tears off a thick patch of its skin. Manhwa scoffs, dismissing the attack as a sign of true strength. The soul-devouring Bug King leapt up as the Earthquake Dragon King curled its body, then landed softly. Without giving the opponent a moment to breathe, it opened its mouth wide and unleashed a terrifying roar. The thunderous sound causes the Earthquake Dragon God to suffer as if thousands of blades are slicing into its body, and it screams in unbearable pain. The Spirit Guardian, Bug King, continues to attack, seizing souls, and the soul of the Earthquake Dragon God immediately leaves its body. Manhwa happily said, "If its attributes are too weak, normal tactics can't kill it, so attacking the soul is the way to go." Then he swung his Soul Flame attack, causing the body and soul of the Earthquake Dragon God to burn fiercely. The body of the Earthquake Dragon King emits toxic fumes. Manhwa exclaimed, "This is a good opportunity. Attack its body now." Hundreds of sharp bone fragments shot out and pierced the body of the Earthquake Dragon God, causing blood to gush out. The dry soldier army leapt up together, their aura erupting wildly as everything was swept into a chaotic storm with no escape. The body of the Earthquake Dragon God stiffened. its soul returning and merging into its body. Its eyes shone brightly, and the earthquake dragon god howled as if torn apart from within. Thick blood spurted from its mouth, and its breathing became chaotic. When Mo Nangu saw it collapse face down on the ground, she thought it looked like it was running out of fuel. Suddenly, its tail moved, and it scurried away. The earthquake dragon god crashes to the ground. Mongyu sneers, "Wanna run? Dream on, then shout out loud and order, 'Stop it for me.'" The dry corpse soldiers rush in and desperately try to pull it back. The earth-shaking dragon god lifts its head in pain, and Mongyu, expression unchanged, shouts, "Ye die." The soul-devouring bug king advanced and bit into the thick skin of the earthquake dragon god, tearing off a large chunk from its body. A surge of dark aura rose, and the earthquake dragon god was completely defeated. System notification: you have defeated the earthquake dragon god, gaining 5.5 million experience points and obtaining the dragon sword, dragon shield, extremely toxic gem, and toxic crystal. The dragon sword is a specialized weapon for swordmasters, with all attributes increased by 3,000. Swordsmanship skills up by 90%, and a deadly poison skill. The deadly poison attack combined with the poison element causes the target to take damage equivalent to 1,000 points of strength per second for 1 minute, enabling the Divine Long Rider to pass down the skill. The Platinum level weapon has all attributes increased by 3,000, with a 90% boost to defensive skills. Poisonous gas shield skill. The poisonous gas shield forms a toxic barrier lasting for 5 minutes. The user's defense and physical strength are equal, and the attacker will be affected by toxic gas, dealing damage equivalent to 1,000 points of strength per second for 1 minute, with a 5-minute cooldown. The extremely toxic gem permanently reduces poison elemental damage by 50% and has a chance to grant a toxic elemental skill, creating an extremely toxic crystal. It can combine with other elemental crystals to form elemental divine stones, increasing the chance of a career breakthrough at the 3rd class change. The more elements fused, the stronger the divine stone effect. They can be used separately to permanently enhance poison resistance, but cannot benefit from the divine stone after individual use. Mongyu suddenly paused. "Wait a minute, this is an elemental crystal, so this is also a type of elemental crystal," he exclaimed. "Looks like this intense trial is much more mysterious than I thought. Even my master never mentioned the toxic elemental crystallization to me. Fully merging the complete elemental divine stone is just a step away." Looking at the 2 gemstones in my hand, Manhwa said, "I already have 2. The system notification continues. Using the fire poison elemental stone during the 3rd class change can increase the success rate of profession advancement by 5%. Mongyu scoffs. 5% is too low. It seems I still need to gather more elemental crystals. You grip your weapon tightly and give the order. Now it's your turn. Mo Nangu emphasizes, seize the moment before the poison bone dissolves and successfully summon the soul. Then he raised his weapon and performed the soul summoning technique, but unfortunately, the summoning failed. Makangu widened his eyes. Indeed, his skill level is far too low. He quickly regained his composure and continued summoning the soul. But this time's attempt was not much better than the last one. The soul summoning failed. Makangu was stunned. The bone poison is about to dissolve. Try one last time. Gather all your strength and shout out the soul summoning technique. The soul of the Earth Excavator Dragon ascends. The system displays the Earth Excavator Dragon Spirit level 55, with strength 100,000, agility 100,000, spirit 60,000, and physique 100,000. The deadly bone skill cleaves through everything with a sweeping attack. Immune to poison element, reducing physical damage by 30% and elemental damage by 30%. Mianyu is overjoyed, finally successful. Next time he faces a giant enemy, he will have a way to handle it. The toxic bones are gradually dissolving, and Na Qian and his team are watching eagerly. What's the situation? Is he still alive? Na Qian felt utterly bewildered. Something's wrong. Could the earth-devouring dragon still be alive? No, there's no sign of movement from the earth-devouring dragon. In the next second, everyone was stunned when they saw the corpse of the earthquake dragon god. They gasped with their mouths open and eyes wide, exclaiming, "This is the body of the earthquake dragon god." It's hard to believe he fought the Earthquake Dragon King one-on-one. They secretly marvel he really managed to do it. Luckily, I didn't choose to oppose him. A piercing scream rang out as Mo Yu glanced up at Alice flying overhead. The demon's face contorted in horror as she muttered, "How is this possible?" Alice silently questioned humanity. How could he have killed the Earthquake Dragon God? Alice quickly turned around and curled up to run away. Mo Yu cast her spell while thinking, so it was her just playing tricks. Na Qian hesitated and asked, "Are you okay, junior brother?" Mo Ngu looked at the weapon emanating dark power in his hand and replied softly, "I'm fine." He took the purple stone and continued, "This is over. We can leave now." Macnu gently broke it in half, and immediately a strange green aura appeared around. It quickly absorbed into him. Seeing that power, Natchien loudly warned everyone to retreat. A green magic circle immediately appeared behind Macnu. At the same time, the system announced that she had acquired the level 1 Deadly Reproductive Organ Toxin skill. The first level of deadly toxin creates a harmful poison within a 1-meter radius, dealing damage equivalent to 10 strength points per second, lasting for 1 second. Everyone was stunned and shouted, "Is that the loot dropped by the earth-shaking dragon god?" His strength finally shifts to the Soul Hall, where many talismans float in the air above the central area. Yi Vian is meditating with his eyes closed, while also watching over Lam Mak Ngu's soul seal. The soul seal in front of him suddenly emitted a strange light. Yi Wen was surprised and wondered, could it be that this young man's mental strength has become much stronger? Has he encountered some kind of awakening? Suddenly dozens of strips of red silk appeared and wrapped around the soul seal, and he exclaimed in surprise, "This is a primordial talisman." Yi Vian spoke in a deep voice. "This young man is truly lucky. But what lies ahead will probably be a severe test, and he must endure it." Suddenly a blue light flashed behind him, summoning the level god summoner Mactin Hai and the one-horned divine thunder beast to appear together. Yi Vian asked suspiciously, "Old Mac, why are you here?" Old Bai also asked in surprise, "What are you doing sitting here?" He replied softly, "My student went to the training ground to stretch her neck. I am here watching over." "And you?" Tinhai approached Antan and asked. "My granddaughter went to the ancient training ground. I'm here watching over her." The two answers were exactly the same, so they exchanged wary glances. The old man asked curiously, "When did you start accepting students? Why didn't I know about this? I just recently accepted him." Tinhai slowly took out the soul seal of Mavan and asked, "How is that student of yours?" He confidently replied, "The appearance of a super god." The old man was extremely amazed upon hearing this, thinking to himself, surely no one in the entire human race could earn such an evaluation from a death god, right? "A few days ago, I heard that your precious granddaughter successfully advanced in her profession." "Congratulations," Tinhai happily and proudly replied, of course without caring whose granddaughter she was. He smiled softly and said, "Your granddaughter isn't bad, but she can't compare to my student." The old man sighed and asked, "How talented can your student be? If he's still bragging about being a super god, then he's probably just overhyping himself, right? That girl of mine from the same era is naturally top tier." Evian cleared his throat and admitted, "My granddaughter and my student are acquainted. The union was made possible with his help." Tin Hai shouted in surprise, "So you're the teacher of that kid?" One day later, in the desolate forest with jagged rocks on both sides, Mogyu asked in a low voice, "It's been 4 days. Only 2 days left. After waiting for so many days, has the shadow demon of Deep Abyss still not arrived?" The group of your brothers ran over to report the situation. "We heard that a human managed to obtain the primal rune, and we came to protect you." Suddenly, a group of people rushed in front of the group, dressed in black. "So it turns out we were a step too late. You guys are doing it backwards." Suddenly, a blazing red light streaked across the sky, and everyone shouted in shock, "There's another primitive rune." Suddenly, a figure of Mac Van riding a white unicorn appeared in the sky, soaring past with a worried look, glancing back behind. Right behind Mac Van now is a horde of demons following her orders from Alice, rushing to catch up. She looks at the blazing red light ahead with suspicion and wonders, are there also humans here who have obtained the primal glyph? Mac Van saw a familiar face. Was it really him? She shouted in panic. How can he be here already at level 30, and even get the primordial talisman? Mac Van pursed her lips and pondered, not understanding why seeing him made her feel a bit more at ease. Clearly, he's only level 30. Suddenly, a terrifying voice of demons sounded behind her, and the girl gave up resisting, leaving the Puvan Nguyen Tui behind. Mac Van cursed in frustration. Damn it. She suddenly flew over to where Mac Ngu was standing below. Mac Van urgently said, "The trash chasing after us is here now. Hurry up and come with me. I will help you escape." He looked at her outstretched hand and said bluntly, "Run." Mac Ngu replied with a faint smile, "You should be the ones running." The demons saw the primal rune on the boy and cheered. Another primal rune is about to be born. Alice, upon seeing Mac Ngu, couldn't help but tremble with fear. You start summoning a powerful flow of spiritual energy into your palm and smile sinisterly. Alice panics, her voice trembling with fear. It's La Macnu. Run now. All the monsters obey her command and leave at once. Mac Van wondered, why are they so afraid of him? Macnu, half joking, half seriously replied, Maybe they're afraid because I killed them. You asked Mac Van how long her primitive talisman had been around. She roughly replied, 5 days ago, Mac New suggested that before the primitive talisman fully merged, she should come with me. Mac Van silently thought that the Abyss Demon fears him for a reason, and the past few days have truly drained her energy. After considering, she agreed to this proposal. All right, I managed to get some distance, Alice thought with relief. Lucky I ran fast, or I might have been. The subordinates asked, Master Alex, why are you so afraid of this human? That's right, I saw he's only level 30, Alice replied fiercely. It's not that I'm afraid, I just can't ruin the plan of the great Demon King. This plan has been prepared by the Demon King for several days, and cannot be abandoned halfway. Hearing that, those guys became excited. For Lord Demon King, Lord Alice, rest assured we will do our best. I smile proudly. That's good. We have 1 day left. It won't take long. Mac Ngu proactively asked, have you successfully advanced your profession? Mac Van happily stroked the Kai Lan beside her and replied, yes, I succeeded. Now I am a Holy Spirit summoner, and my friend has also become a Kai Lan Holy Spirit, with her new attribute displayed below. Are you here also for the Divine Selection's secret realm? She clenched her fists and continued. But the Divine Secret Realm located in what is called the high-level opportunity of the ancient exam field can only be ranked second. Horrific images appeared one after another as she continued to explain. The third is the dungeon in the Electric Palace where dragon cores can be obtained. The first is, of course, the primordial space that requires primordial runes to enter. She recalled her grandfather's words and repeated them. Apart from the 2 great opportunities, my grandfather also told me that there is a legendary opportunity no one has ever had, which is a tremendously powerful world boss. Then Mac Van pondered for a long time, never having heard of anyone who had defeated that boss. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows rained down from the sky, catching Mac Van and her Tseelin off guard. What's going on? Mo Van quickly created a shield to block the arrow. Suddenly, a giant stone falls down, lightly impacting her shield. Lin McNew secretly judged the opponent's ability. With such a powerful skill, they are probably a level 50 or higher mage. At level 41, she was able to block their attack. No wonder she could survive the demon's pursuit. Before long, that shield was shattered. Mac Van climbs onto the unicorn's back and loudly says to Mac New, it's probably targeting the primal runes on us again. Come up quickly, I'll take you away. Unlike her, Mo Yu was very calm. Don't be nervous, it's okay. Hearing that, she was startled and wondered to herself, it's okay. Is he crazy? Mo Fan looked up again at the formidable opponent, thinking he was a level 50 or higher beast tamer. How can it be okay? She was becoming more panicked, her voice growing more urgent. Hurry up or you won't make it in time. That monster is laughing loudly. These 2 primal talismans are a big win. 1 level 30 and 1 level 41. Their luck as humans really isn't good, the man said happily as he charged forward. Unfortunately, it still turned out to be a good deal for us, one of the monsters said happily. I've caught that level 30 guy. Now I'll take my time with the girl. When I saw Mac Ningu about to be attacked, Mac Van shouted worriedly, watch out! The monster launched a cross-shaped slicing attack, but surprisingly it had no effect on Mac Nu. He just stood there calmly as the monster shouted in shock, what? Something changed around the monster and a series of chains shot out. In the blink of an eye, the monsters were all caught. They suddenly realized this is a curse, and one of them curses, idiot, don't you know our dragon clan can resist curses? Suddenly, a loud cry rings out from behind as a monster is knocked away, leaving the others stunned. What? McNew, confidently sure of victory, smiled and said, I've gained experience now, kill the support first. The monster couldn't take it anymore, holding a shield and charging forward to attack itself to death. Behind it, countless monsters are attacking, but Mac Ngu remains calm. Mac Van watched from the other side, confused, thinking this was also a kind of battle. After a while, Mac Ngu no longer had the leisure to play around, so it was over. A purple barrier appeared as she attacked, catching Mac Ngu by surprise. Damchio pondered, Mac Van wondered, is this a barrier? The barrier seems to have some kind of fluctuation, but Mac Ngu isn't surprised at all. Finally, it has arrived, and she thought they would give up on attacking. The monsters don't understand anything. What's going on? What happened? Why is there a barrier appearing? Mo Yu dismisses them as a bunch of fools, unaware that others see them as prey. Then he launched an attack to finish off the monsters. An explosion erupted, filling the area with smoke and dust. It surrounds Mac Van and Mac Nu. Mac Van anxiously asks, should we run away? I also have a teleportation talisman randomly. Mackenju looked around and said, wait, let's assess the situation first before deciding. From the misty smoke, a voice echoes. Lam Maknu. We meet again. I didn't expect even the earth-shaking dragon god couldn't kill you. Her voice came from the gem, but this time Alice respectfully held the other gem. The gem was surrounded by a strange purple light as if some transformation was about to happen. We meet again. Little Buddy Lam Muyu is adorable. Mofan wondered, who is that? Makangu's expression also turned serious as she replied. Second Demon King. During the previous battle when the professional fake entered the divine realm, she was driven away by White God. After hearing this, she was surprised to learn that she was actually the Dark Abyss Demon King. Why did she appear here? Demon King Ungi offers a proposal. Little friend Lam Muyu, your strength truly makes this Demon King see you in a new light. You might as well come to Deep Abyss and work hard for me. I definitely won't treat you badly. And with this Holy Spirit summoner here, let's go together now. Her words seemed to hold a power that subdued Mavan, but after a while, her shield shattered that power. Mofan secretly thought that just now she really wanted to rely on him and work hard for him. Is this the power of the Demon Lord? That's really terrifying. Luckily, this bone armor can block its power. The Demon King sadly said, "Did we fail?" But a second later, she covered her face in excitement. It's truly a pity. She gritted her teeth and said, "If that's the case, then I can only invite you to die." The stone trembled violently as if to unleash its power, causing a huge explosion. The second Demon King happily said, "Here's a big gift to show my sincerity. I hope you like it." After saying that, the stone also moved away. Looking at the surrounding gooey substances, Moyu wondered to himself where they had disappeared to. Mofan turned to ask him, "What's going on? Why did you provoke the Deep Abyss Demon King?" When Makngu realized it, the strange power had already launched its attack. Luckily, he managed to dodge in time. Seeing how formidable his power was, Makngu couldn't help but feel anxious. This attack probably only slightly weaker than the Great Earth Shich Long Then, Nungi Mavwang. What exactly was he bringing here? After that attack, this dry corpse warrior was also destroyed. Maknu used a probing spell to check the level of that source of power, which was the Crimson Moon Demon. The Lord-level demon is now at level 52. The Crimson Moon Demon launches another attack, almost breaking through Maknu's shield. Magu remained calm as he replaced his armor with bones, puzzled about where its true body was. Makvan looked up at the sky in horror, noticing many high-level demons above, as the Demon Lord level is equivalent to a boss-level boss. In the depths of the abyss, demons are also elites, not many in number, and this barrier has merged with the demon. If we can't kill it, we'll all be trapped here. The system displays a notification that a Skull Mage has been defeated. Mungu tries to regain control of the situation. I give it a shot. You unleash a powerful attack, but given the situation, you silently think that even a full-force strike from the dry skeleton warrior has no effect. It seems that, as Makvan said, we must kill the Crimson Moon evil demon to break this barrier. A barrage of attacks rained down from the sky, directly hitting Makvan and Maknu's shield. My summoning beast has a forbidden skill, but it only lasts 30 seconds, with a 10-minute cooldown and a limited range. After hearing this, Maknu already figured out a way to deal with it. 30 seconds is enough, wait until I tell you to use it. Sichnguyet Akma attacks Maknu again, and Makvan feels disappointed that it's happening once more. Based on the recent combat experience, Maknu secretly realizes that no matter where it is, as long as it's within this barrier, it will be attacked by Yishnguyet Akma. It must be hiding somewhere in this ground, perhaps merging with it. Maknu commands a skeleton soldier to try again, instructing him to unleash a strengthening attack on the army. The Crimson Moon Evil Demon also launched an attack, and the two sources of power clashed directly, resulting in a chaotic battle with the Crimson Moon Evil Demon easily injuring Makangu's dry soldiers, forcing him to continuously heal his troops. Makangu broke out in a cold sweat, secretly thinking that this almost couldn't cause damage to the Crimson Moon Demon. Alice smugly said, "We have analyzed your skills carefully, Your Majesty. The Demon King chose the Crimson Moon Demon for you, so enjoy the pleasure of being killed slowly." Movan asked him, "What now?" Mwachnu calmly replied, "There's no rush, it definitely has a weakness." Movan rides the unicorn into the sky and says, "I will deal with the demons in the heavens." The monster beside Alice asks, "Alice, Master, why don't we just kill that kid outright?" The other guy agreed, "That's right. I also think their attributes are very low." Alice smiled and responded to them, "If you want to seek death, try it. But if it weren't for the restrictions of the ancient trial, Lord Demon King would also want to let the higher-level Red Moon demons come here." She ordered them to kill that woman first. "I hate beautiful women," so they obeyed and charged forward. Alice confidently said, "This time I am fully prepared. Lam Maknu, you're definitely going to die. Let's see how long you can hold out. Sikngu yet. Akma also begins to attack almost all of Makngu's dry soldiers. He used the slow curse spell to turn the tide. Then Mongu unleashed her bone spikes. The sharp thorns of the Crimson Moon evil demon were pierced through, causing them to retreat, and Makngu's skeleton soldiers were finally released. He thought to himself that attacking these spikes wouldn't cause any damage to the Red Moon evil demon at all. He pondered, considering that he should find a way to force its true form out. A thought suddenly appeared in my mind, and I was delighted. I got it. Makngu gently touched the air with his hand, and a ring of light appeared, which was the deadly star circle. It immediately spread out and surrounded everything. Makngu thinks that although he hasn't yet leveled up this skill, it's enough to force the Crimson Evil Demon out. Makvan in the sky asks casually, "Have you come up with a plan?" The green light surrounds Maknu. The monsters wonder what he is doing. Suddenly, a large disturbance erupted in a green space within the void. Moyu immediately cast a slow curse. You happily say, "I found you." The red chain tightens around the recently discovered thing. After controlling the Crimson Moon Evil Spirit, Moyu unleashes a soul flame attack. You say this time you won't be able to run anymore. The Crimson Moon Demon tried to struggle to avoid the attack, but Moyu was even more certain that this was truly the true form of the Crimson Moon Demon. You look up at the sky and tell Mofan to bring them down here. Mofan immediately agrees. She immediately used her needle technique to fly, and in an instant, Alice and her companions all fell down. They wondered what had happened, what was going on. Why can't I fly anymore? Isn't teleportation magic only something top-tier mages can do? How is she able to do that? Among all their questions, they all fell to the ground. They looked at each other in confusion, unable to fly up, so annoying. Alice used a high-level random teleportation charm. She crushes the teleportation charm and suddenly Alice disappears from this place. The path of her group has been attacked by Maknu without leaving anyone behind. The dry soldier also fights with all his might, slashing repeatedly until the monsters are shattered into pieces. In no time, all the monsters had fallen to the ground. Seeing her rank suddenly increase, Mavan thought to herself that just now she had directly earned a huge contribution, a feat she had risked her life for over 2 years to achieve, and in an instant she was promoted to lieutenant colonel. Seeing Maknu's sharp features, she sighed that in just 5 seconds this man was too perverse. Sich Nguyet, who had been restrained all along, suddenly spoke up. "It's my turn next." The dry soldier flung a monster aside, while the Crimson Moon Demon King pierced through it with sharp thorns, and a series of bright red lights shot through its body. The monster was pierced through and exploded into a violent corpse. After dealing with it, Zhichue Evil Demon brushed past Mongu, who then sank into the ground, but Mongu reacted in time, once again using poison to locate Zhichue Evil Demon. No way he's escaping. But the light from your body piercing through the monster's body sank into the ground, causing significant movements. Makangu sensed his surroundings and said, "Is the earth still trembling? Or is that your cry of pain?" That really is deafening. A burst of power erupts from the ground, causing the monsters to be thrown into the air. From the depths of the earth, the Crimson Moon Demon reappeared. Momu Hawkmu thought he still easily handled everything as before. The Crimson Moon. Evil Demon tried to use the monsters to turn the tide, but in the end it was defeated by Maknu. The system displayed a message. Level 52. Crimson Moon. Evil Demon killed, along with the disappearance of the Crimson Moon. Maknu quietly assessed the fight earlier. This Red Moon Evil Demon isn't strong. Finding its true form and destroying it would be quite easy. If I didn't possess poison-type skills, I doubt I would have any way to deal with this Red Moon Evil Demon. His face grew serious as he remembered the Nima Wang. I must have gathered a lot of intelligence to target her like this. Who could have leaked my information? Maybe someone from the Demon Worshippers Society? Mavan landed on the ground and let out a sigh of relief, finally at peace. As the words finished, a thunderous sound echoed through the space. A multitude of warriors suddenly appeared and roared, "Protect my race." They try to break the barrier, but when they see the scene inside, everyone is stunned. Am I seeing things, or are there so many corpses of demons and dragons here? Am I experiencing hallucinations? Meanwhile, Maknu is commanding the Dry Corpse soldiers to gather the loot for herself. Hokan thought to himself, his actions in collecting the loot were very skillful, though he didn't know where he had trained that skill. Maknu paid no attention to her, deep in thought about the timing. 10 days have passed, it seems my primal runes have fully merged. With that in mind, he spoke, "Let's go." Movan wondered, "Do you want to go find that divine recruitment secret realm?" He replied seriously, "Yes." Makvan smiles happily. "I can help you with your abilities. You can definitely pass the divine recruitment trial." Elsewhere, frantic voices are heard. "Who is targeting our dragon clan? Wang Vidai asked angrily, his eyes bloodshot. Why have our Long clan's warriors suffered so many losses lately? He ordered an investigation of the ancient training ground. What exactly has happened? His subordinate knelt and replied, I obey Wang Vidai. Then a series of Long clan warriors went out again to investigate. One of Wang Vidai's subordinates told him, the ancient training ground. That statement instantly changed Wang Vidai's expression. He crushed the glass in his hand and angrily ordered all the Long clan warriors on the upper level of the ancient training ground to join forces and find Lam Maknu to kill him. Then the Long clan's base seemed to shift. Great King Wang Vidai firmly said, the warriors of the Long clan cannot die in vain. I want the human race to pay with blood for the blood they owe. Elsewhere, the communication stone with the Demon Lord was summoned again. Lord Demon King, we have failed, Alice said anxiously. The Demon King replied, this is not your fault. I didn't expect even the evil demon Sichenguyet couldn't kill him. Go to the deepest part of the central area and deliver my orders to those guys. Alice quickly received the order to leave and was instructed by the Demon King to pass on his command for them to eliminate Lam Mo Yu. Killing Lam Mo Yu is even more important than the primordial talisman. Lam Mo Yu looked at her own hand, where a special mark appeared. Macvan looked and immediately recognized it as a rune. Your primordial rune has successfully merged. Makangu closed her eyes and replied, yes, I can sense the location of the primal space. The system also displayed a notification that you obtained the power enhancement skill. Hearing this, Macvan asked, where is the primordial space? Maknu confidently replied, on the lower floor. Macvan stroked his chin and said, how could it be on the lower floor? It seems there's no chance in the short term. The primal space appears in different locations each time, moving randomly and appearing at 9 primal glyphs, each with its own special skill. She looked at Maknu with curiosity and asked, I heard that the skills of primitive talisman art are very powerful. What did you get? Xiaothan honestly replied, in 30 seconds I can boost my attributes and summon a creature. Macvan nodded. It seems that the skills of the talismans adjust themselves based on one's profession. Mak Ngu looked at the talisman marks in his mind with suspicion, feeling strangely that these symbols looked very familiar. Suddenly, Moyu was pulled into a space and asked, do you wonder if this is a star system? While floating in the air, Moyu felt more certain than ever that he had seen this star system somewhere before. Moyu frowned and closed his eyes in discomfort, and when he opened them, the first thing that caught his eye was Earth. I looked for a long time. Is this Earth? A flood of memories rushed into my mind. I racked my brains and finally realized I remember this is the solar system C, so why is it appearing in this world? Makangu pondered quietly, wondering what connection this primitive glyph had to the solar system. Movan shouted loudly, what are you thinking about? Aren't you studying the glyphs? Macvan said admiringly. Don't study them anymore. These primitive glyphs are too miraculous. She clenched her fists and excitedly said, after so many years, many divine-level experts have tried to decode them, but unfortunately, they simply can't understand. It's so mysterious that it leaves people captivated and enchanted. Makingyu looked at Macvan, hoping, if I could decode it even a little, I would have no regrets for the rest of my life. He chuckled to himself. This glyph representing the solar system obviously wouldn't be easy to decipher. It's a pity that the primal space below probably requires level 70 to enter, and I don't know if there's any other way in. Macvan immediately replied, actually, there is. She remembered that path, which last time led to the lower level through the central core area. Everything has its price, Macvan continued. You need to defeat the boss guarding that place to get through. Level 69. It is also the only boss in the ancient trial ground that has never been killed. Many strong players below have tried to kill it, but not only did they fail, they also ended up badly injured. Macvan advises Makangu that the boss is very dangerous, suggesting he reach level 70, change class for the 3rd time, and then leave since the primordial space can't be escaped. Makangu also somewhat agreed and responded, I understand now. A crackling sound came from afar as a blond man appeared. Seeing them, everyone was surprised. The blonde-haired man fondling his chest introduces the beautiful lady. I am Claw, and seeing that you have achieved the primordial rune, we want to protect you. Macvan firmly refused. It's not necessary, but Claw still persists, and without protection the young lady will be in great danger. The primordial glyph will attract demons from the abyss and the dragon race. Suddenly, a powerful voice from the Imperial Divine Realm echoes from afar. We do not need your protection. The boss raid team from the Jialam Guild marches forward boldly. Macvan whispers to Maknu that they are from the Jialam Guild, the number 1 or 2 guilds in the Divine Realm. Klaus saw him leading and said, so it's Jiang Wenshan from the Jialam Guild. He shows no respect. Knowing who I am, Clow could only leave in anger. Seeing Mac Van's class introduction, Zhang Van Son couldn't help but praise the Holy Spirit Summoner's legendary class as truly powerful. Looking at Mac Ngu's class, he assessed it as a level 30 Death Spirit Mage, a class I am hearing about for the first time. But upon seeing that bright golden badge, Van Son paused, then immediately saluted, seriously. Lieutenant Jutian Jiang. Van Son salutes the commander. Mo Yu wondered, are you in the military? Jiang Van Son explained. I used to be in the army, but something happened later, so I was discharged. Captain Lam here is very dangerous for us to protect. But then he hesitated, realizing that Captain Lam is already a colonel, so there's no need for us to protect him. It seems that Commander Lam has deliberately concealed his rank somehow. After thinking for a moment, he corrected himself and said, whatever the commander needs us to do, just tell us. Mac Ngu bluntly replied, do you happen to see the Divine Recruitment secret realm around here? I've been searching for days but haven't found any clues. Jiang Van Son enthusiastically points the way, saying it's about 100 miles in this direction. The Divine Selection secret realm appeared 4 days ago. After hearing that, he turned around and thanked him. Zhang Wenshan chuckled and replied, you're too polite. Then the two immediately left this place along that path. But not long after, Jiang Van Son suddenly shouted, wait a moment. Mac Ngu turned around in confusion. What's wrong? His face looks anxious and a bit panicked. Mo Ngu also sensed something. Mo Van looked up at the sky. Mac Ngu was taken aback, suspiciously turning to Jiang Van Son. Receiving his signal, Jiang Van Son immediately explained, there's no such thing. We are all humans together. Before he could finish speaking, something terrifying made him swallow his words. Those are a swarm of deep realm demons flying over, and also a bored fake dragon race professional in disguise. It seems we don't need to go anymore. Zhang Wenshan ordered his army to prepare for battle. He reassured them. Don't worry, although there are many enemies, I sent out a signal earlier. The reinforcements will arrive soon. Just hold on and endure. Something appeared in front of Zhang Wenshan's team members that surprised them all. Mac Ngu formed a legion and invited them to join. The information panel appeared. Commander Lin Mo Ru, level 30 Death Spirit Mage, invites you to join the legion. Van Son was stunned, surprised that it was really level 30, but how could a level 30 come to the ancient trial ground? At this moment, a group of spirits flew over and a large crowd quickly gathered. He drew his sword, a powerful aura surged forward, causing Van Son to panic. The energy from Mac Ngu's hand released, and the undead general was summoned behind him. He wondered to himself, what is that? A death spirit mage? Is that what he summoned? A death spirit? Van Son stared in horror, his mouth agape as thousands of skeleton warriors were summoned by Mac Ngu, with the undead general unleashing powerful moves and waves of energy spreading, greatly boosting the strength of the skeleton army. Van Son is overwhelmed, so many dry leeches. Could this be the reason he was able to get in here? The dry lich soldiers advanced to fight, and the lich mages immediately join the battle. At this moment, an energy sphere strikes the goblin. The drybone warrior takes the opportunity to attack, but it manages to dodge just in time. You're standing from afar and killing too slowly. It seems Mac's band skills still can't cover such a large area. Mac Nahu turned to ask the person next to her if there was a way to force them down. She secretly thought that the boss raid team of the Jialam Guild, with an average level of about 60, might have a method. Van Son quietly replied, yes, our team has an ominous archmage. Does she have a forbidden skill equipment that can hold them down for a minute so they can't fly up again? Mac Ngu asked again, is there a way to ban it? Then I won't hold back anymore. At the same time, Alice looked at the aura radiating around her and sighed, then launched a dark energy sphere, laughing triumphantly, I won't give you another chance this time. Lam Mac Ngu's energy sphere suddenly shattered, spreading outwards, and in front of him, the aura surged fiercely. Van Son and she, both horrified, realize that it is the Deep Abyss Fire. She looks at the stream of energy like a fierce beast and says, I hear the Deep Abyss Fire is the source of power for the demons of the Abyss. The first demon was born from the Deep Abyss Fire. Within its range, their power increases by at least 30%. He replied that it was because of that flame that our army's attack on the Abyss had to retreat in defeat. We have to be careful. The monsters are snarling and charging at us. Mac Ngu was caught off guard as daggers suddenly pointed at him. Van Son shouted urgently, watch out, he's the Night Hunter. Just in time. Then Mo Ngu easily grabbed their necks and said, I was afraid you wouldn't come down here. His eyes were cold, soul flames burning, and immediately after, Mo Ngu decisively threw it into the dark mist. Its scream echoed loudly. He closed his eyes, gathering his energy to eliminate the level 50 Night Hunter, gaining 2 million experience points and 1,000 public military merit. Something dropped in front of them with a loud bang. Makangu smiled mysteriously, using a slowing curse to envelop the violent corpse, coldly saying, "Don't even think about escaping." Immediately after, they were easily bound by chains. A flash of light burst out accompanied by a loud noise, and they were knocked back. Alice shouted angrily, again. They dispersed carefully, avoiding his area of effect skills. Another group wasted, and she shouted fiercely, "Go die, kill people, the king will reward us." Makangu smirked and said, "I like you all like this. You can bring me quite a few corpses." Soon after, a burst of blinding light exploded, and they were all thrown away. The female voice sneers. "These dragon clans only know how to drag their feet," Alice softly remarks. But then she licks her lips, her eyes crazed. Perhaps these useless dragon clans still have some use for the Demon King's plan. Moyu observed the blackened monsters above. Enough corpses. Bring them all down here. The woman beside her responded clearly, and she immediately cast a collective forbidden spell. A scream echoes out as the forbidden wind and storm surge rise, causing the demons to fall all at once. And one of them panics and shouts, "What is happening this time? Why can't I fly anymore?" He realizes it's a forbidden spell. Someone is using forbidden magic. The legion of soldiers below, seeing thousands of demons charging together, are momentarily frozen in place. Van Son was shocked, so many of them. With this number and strength, we might be able to push straight to the central area. There were two strange phenomena when the world boss was destroyed. Could it be that he was responsible? The soldiers are talking among themselves. It seems we don't need to intervene. He can win alone. Alice rushes down, holding a glowing purple spirit stone. The person next to Makangu announced that there was a high-level item with a forbidden skill target. He reassured that it's okay. Makangu secretly confirms that this demon girl has escaped from him many times. If there's a chance this time, he must definitely kill her. He raised his hand and shouted, "Kill." This is the corpse of the violent one. Thousands of beams of light shoot straight into the ground, illuminating the entire sky. The soldiers shouted, "This is my military achievement, my soldier's medal." They realize they've gained an extra star, so have I. The soldiers stared in amazement at their palms. I've actually reached the rank of lieutenant colonel. Visun hesitated at this, clearly capable of killing all the demons and the dragon clan alone. Yet he still invites us to join the Legion. This kid truly lives up to the title of Legion Commander. The spell of the two-bone armor enchantment cloaks him, with his consciousness shifting from jade green to purple. Forbidden skills cannot be used continuously for a long time. Let's limit their flight first and then decide. While the dry soldier was distracted, the demon played a dirty trick from behind, ambushing him. Alice used her spiritual sense through the spirit stone to connect with the Demon King. She has said enough. Are you ready? Alice immediately reports, "It's done, Your Majesty the Demon King. A total of 228 high-level demon cats, level 50, 160 have been killed. No, 161. 126 of the Dragon Clan, 93 have been killed." The second Demon King said, "I didn't expect the Dragon Clan to join this lively battle." Just in time to borrow some of their bloodline power, she only touched with one finger, and the surrounding space of Mongu was covered in a purple aura. He quickly covered his face with his hand to prevent it from invading his body. "What's happening?" the soldiers shouted. "This is bad. This light is a group shield." Van Son shouted, "Looks like a high-level demon is attacking." He turned to the soldiers and said, "Hurry up and run." He immediately asked, "Captain, what about you?" Van Son shouted, "I need to maintain my skill. You guys go ahead, and also him." Waiting around, the soldiers wrapped in aura threads, Van Son wondered. This is Mac Van explaining. This is Lam Mac Ngu's defensive skill. With it, there's no need to be injured by the Deep Abyss Harmony anymore. Lam Mac Ngu said, "The second Demon King has attacked. She wants to kill me. Sorry for involving everyone." The soldiers were panicking. How could the second Demon King be like this? Wenchuan was stunned, thinking so their opponent has already reached Demon Lord level. The purple aura transformed into a blazing tornado, sweeping up everything. Alice was stunned. The second Demon King is summoning the Deep Abyss Fire Spirit. That is the secret of the Abyss. Sacrificing a large amount of life force can summon the Fire Spirit from the depths of the Abyss. Its strength depends on how much life force is sacrificed and whether it is strong enough. But no matter what, the Deep Abyss Fire Spirit is far stronger than the level-appropriate Demon Lord. Mac Ngu asked Mac Van, "So, is it possible that it will be stronger than the Crimson Moon Demon?" Mac Van looked serious. It is very likely that the rank of those sacrificed dragon and demon clans is not low. Little brother Lin McNew, enjoy the hospitality I offer you. If you survive this time, I will definitely invite you to my palace to taste the delicacies of the abyss. As the aura dissipated, it gradually condensed into the abyssal fire spirit, which roared and created a purple barrier that enveloped everything. Mavan was stunned. It was a fire barrier. Vanson watched this scene with caution. This power was much stronger than the bosses we have fought. MacNGU signaled everyone to retreat. It's targeting me. Suddenly, the deep abyssal fire spirit charged at incredible speed, knocking the soldiers into the air. Mac Van steeled himself, fearing that the next battle might be beyond our participation. Thong Yen fire spirit shouted, "Burn the luminous orb first." Van Son realized it was continuous fire damage. Luckily, Lam the commander's skill helped us hold on, or we wouldn't last long. The sound of cracking and breaking rocks echoed as streams of lava erupted from beneath, destroying the 5 dry soldiers. Mac Ngu looks annoyed, constantly taking damage from area of effect attacks. If this keeps up, I'll have to keep reinforcing my skeleton armor. It's really troublesome. Then let's finish this battle in 1 minute. As she finishes speaking, a green jade power symbol appears in her hand and plunges straight into the ground. The skeleton soldiers looked up at Mongu and ordered, "Go for 30 seconds and kill that one." As soon as he finished speaking, the skeleton soldiers all rushed quickly toward Tam Uyen Hoa Lin. Tam Uyen Hoa Lin screams in terror, grinding its teeth as it looks directly at the dry soldier, enduring a series of relentless attacks. After being empowered by the talisman enhancement skill, the attack power of the dry skeleton skyrocketed. Thong Uyen Hoa Lin painfully touched its wound. It is chained by thousands of iron shackles. A shout echoes, "Don't even think about escaping." Ku Fong Vu, overwhelmed by the combined strength of the skeleton warriors, charges directly at the deep abyss fire spirit. A loud explosion erupts, destroying the spirit and gaining 2,000 experience points along with the fire protection crystal. The dry core soldiers were thrown back by the explosion's force. Mongu looked at the talisman on his hand, surprised that just one attack had defeated it. The group of warriors exclaimed in amazement, "What that is?" The Tamuyen Hoa Lin summoned from sacrificing over 100 demons and dragons, yet it was defeated in an instant. He was killed instantly. Alice was stunned. Damn it. I didn't expect the primordial runes combined with the skill to be so powerful. The Earthquake Dragon God couldn't kill him. The Crimson Moon Demon couldn't kill him. And even the Deep Abyss Fire Spirit was destroyed by him in an instant. He really is a monster. Alice sensed something passing overhead, and Mac Van rode the Shilin soaring high, secretly thinking this demon is the one who has tried to kill Lam Macnu over and over again, isn't he? I can't let it escape, Alice thought in fear. This woman must have forbidden skills. I absolutely cannot fall down, or Lam Macnu will definitely not forgive me. As she was opening the barrier to pass through, Movan rushed over. She crushed the spirit stone, but Alice still managed to open the barrier. Mac Van glared at her through the portal and cursed in anger. Damn it, the purple energy is surging wildly. Mo Yen said it ran away. Mo, you didn't care much. There will be a chance to eliminate it later. You turn around and say, quite a few people have noticed the commotion here and are coming. Let's go. Enter the Divine Recruitment Secret Realm so Zhang Wenshan can deal with those people. Master Mac and Mac Van stand before the Secret Realm, and the soldier says to Van Son, Boss, I feel like I'm witnessing a divine-level expert being born. He shouts, Stop those people. Don't let them disturb Commander Lam entering the Divine Realm. Once inside the Secret Realm, Movan pondered, is this the Divine Recruitment Secret Realm? The two of them moved further into the Secret Realm together. Movan said, Let's go, senior of the family clan. I only have one thing to say about the Divine Recruitment Secret Realm. She shouted, charging forward with all her might, not taking a step back. The two figures appearing in the Divine Recruitment Secret Realm are Mo Yu and Mo Van, standing tall among floating rocks, forming two parallel paths. Mac Van and Mac Nu split up, each taking a different path. He glanced at her, running while silently reciting, pushing forward with all his might. Mac Ngu crouched down, overwhelmed by the mental pressure, and warned, stepping onto this step will bring mental strain. The higher you go, the greater the pressure. Mac Van struggled to move, thinking to herself that luckily, thanks to the soul crystal, her mental strength was now strong enough, and for now, this pressure was still manageable. Mac Ngu watched the fragments gradually rise and wondered. This is where Mac Van felt overwhelmed and realized the real challenge begins. She wiped the sweat from her tired face. There are a total of 500 steps, with the first 100 steps each containing only one strand of divine energy. From the 101st to the 200th step, it will turn into 2 beams, and the last 100 steps will have 5 beams. McNew said, I heard my master say that at least 100 beams are needed to fuse into divine power. That's right, even if I have to give up, I must climb past 100 steps. Manga still walks proudly at this moment, and this mental pressure doesn't seem to make him feel heavy. He looks at his palm, where a ray of energy appears. Although 100 rays can form divine power, the secret realm has set up 500 steps, and if he can gather all of them, he will definitely become stronger, and the benefits gained will be even greater. He clenched his fists and kept walking when suddenly Manga was startled by a flickering light before him. The three-legged divine peak floating in the distance left him stunned. Is that the peak? Why is the three-legged divine summit appearing here? Movan wipes the sweat off his face. As long as he can form divine traits, there is a 90% chance that his profession will advance during the second-class change. But if you reach the final point and undergo the third-class change, the chance for your profession to advance again is also up to 80%. Manga marvels, so that's how it is. You decide you must get closer to observe the three-legged divine peak. The two of them continue climbing each step of the staircase. At this point, Manga was already sweating profusely after climbing over 50 steps. Watching him walk so casually made her suspicious. He is only level 30 but is even faster than me, as if he's not under any pressure at all. Once reaching 100 levels, Moyu comfortably absorbs the divine power. You feel your body soaring. Is this the power of divine attribute energy? Not only can you level up, but you can also gain attributes after leveling up. The lower the level when you receive the divine essence, the better the effect. If I keep accumulating like this, my attributes might surpass even my master. Manga secretly decided that he needed to strengthen his divine power and level up his divine attribute strength. Wow, this feels so good. So this is divine power energy. She looked up at Manga's back, secretly thinking she had forgotten that he was a freak. I wonder what level he can reach in the end. He's only level 30 now. Maybe he can break Bython's record. Manga glanced at the divine energy threads wrapping around him, so he leveled up. Not enough yet. I want to go even higher. She lowered her head and supported her entire body with her hand as she dragged herself along, finally collapsing and letting out a sigh of relief. Finally, I have reached level 2 in my divine nature. According to the family records, reaching level 2 makes me a peerless genius. It seems I haven't let the family down. Baishan used to reach level 5. Maybe I can too. Only then did Movan notice Mo Yu. Hey, where is he? She glanced, and seeing that he had gone far away, she panicked. When did he get there? Manga runs her fingers through her hair in frustration. They really are monsters, born in the same era as him. Truly a misfortune for geniuses. Manga has climbed 200 steps, thinking she's already at level 5, so the current pressure isn't too much. It seems she can still keep going. She glances over as Movan rides the Shilin up, surpassing the stairs, shouting, "Great! It looks like I can still use my class's special ability here." Up to 200 steps, the land's body shattered. Movan was overwhelmed by mental pressure. This was her limit, but she had successfully reached level 5. Manga has climbed from 300 to 400 steps, now sweating profusely, gritting his teeth as he encourages himself to push forward with all his might, not taking a step back. At 490 steps, Manga gasped and collapsed, just a little more to go. He looked at the hovering three-legged divine peak in front of him and cursed. Damn it, is this the limit? Three-legged divine peak? Could it also be like primitive runes connected to the earth? He struggled to stand up, the entire divine energy enveloping his body, lifting him into the air. Manga stepped forward, positioning himself before the enormous three-legged divine peak, with strands of energy surrounding him. Manga widened his eyes in amazement, realizing that the divine cauldron peak is indeed similar to the primitive runes connected to his memories. The energy flowing down is just a small part of the divine energy radiating from inside the enormous mouth of the peak. You reach out to feel the flow of energy. If you could absorb all of it, how powerful would your divine power become? Suddenly, a force presses down on Manga. Manga was also overwhelmed by this pressure and panicked. What is happening? Mayu quickly grabbed the top of her head, and a huge surge of energy erupted out. Mayu floated in the air, absorbing all that energy. Later, he finally woke up. It seems we have been teleported to a mysterious secret realm. Manga sensed something unusual. Wait a moment, my body. He nervously realizes he has absorbed the divine orb, and that his divine power has unexpectedly leveled up to level 30. Looking at everything around him, Moyu silently thought that level 30 is definitely not the final point. It's just because he's currently level 30, so its level is limited. He said, "The entrance to the secret realm has disappeared. Is it possible that after this, there will be no more divine selection secret realms? What is the true connection between it, Fu and Yuanshi, and the world within my memories? There must be some secret inside here. Only now does Macvan finally wake up. What just happened? Macnagoo explained. After I reached the top, the secret realm exploded. Macvan was shocked after hearing this. Did you reach the top? She asked, what level has your divine power reached now? Level 30. Level 30? How is that possible? She patted her head. You really are a monster. A flash of light suddenly appeared, drawing their attention. Movan looked down at her hand. I have fused my talisman. She raised her hand and nothing could stop her. Macnu wondered, what kind of skill is that? Macvan explains that the skill is called Unstoppable. For 1 minute, her speed increases tenfold, immune to all damage, and dismisses any obstacle, including barriers, space fortresses, and so on. The cooldown time is 1 hour, Moyu exclaimed. Not bad, a very powerful skill. Macvan stood up and said, yes, the skills of the primordial talisman are very powerful, but unfortunately they only last for 1 minute. Macvan transformed into a white unicorn and rode away. Macvan turned back and said, sorry to trouble you for so many days. I have to go now. Thank you for your care. I need to train myself and not just be protected by you. With this talisman skill, my inner strength has increased quite a bit. She waved her hand. See you next time. Macnagoo put his hand on his chest and said to himself, I should go level up now. The dry bone warrior fought the demon, needing only 1 slash to kill it. Mo Ngu analyzed that the upper floor of the ancient training ground is roughly divided into 3 areas. The outer zone, the central zone, and the core zone. The enemies I've encountered so far are almost at level 55, so it seems I've reached the central area. The demon was defeated with a single strike by the dry corpse warrior. Mongu exclaimed, finally leveling up. You look at the energy flowing around the person, and indeed, the divine power within the peak is not fully absorbed by me. Only my level increases, and my divine strength will also keep advancing. Macnagoo looks at the pile of demon corpses in front of him that has grown so high it resembles a mountain. Has there been a battle here before? You look at the energy above. Is that the breath of combat? Moyu hurriedly asked, are there still humans fighting against the demons? A group of soldiers is surrounded by demons. Truong Fong shouts, hold on a little longer. The dungeon will form immediately, and then we will enter it. The evil demons are pleased. You won't be able to get in. Even if you do, you'll only come out as fresh meat. You can't escape from our grasp. Their thoughts ended when they were defeated by Makan's sword strike. Macnagoo calls out to her sister. Moyu runs quickly over. Sister, sister. Makan turned around in shock. She was surprised and said, Xiao Yu. The demons looked down on him when they saw him arrive, not expecting a level 31 kid to come here. You really know how to seek death? Are all of your kind out of people? You're so weak and yet you still dare to come? The demons all rushed towards her. Let me taste your flavor first, but stay alert. Something's not right. Makan shouted, and her entire body gradually lifted into the air. Thousands of swords appeared around Mahan. She ordered to go. This is the 10,000 swords flying cloud. The demon lords couldn't react in time as thousands of swords flew towards them, piercing through their bodies, and Truong Fong charged forward to break the encirclement. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blows in to stop them. Macvan asks Tiong'u, why are you here? Mo Nu honestly replied, Master took me to the ancient trial grounds to train. Truong Fong warned, your master is really brave. You're only level 31 and already taken to the ancient trial grounds. Aren't you afraid you won't return? He thought to himself that this kid's appearance had completely disrupted his battle plan. Makan's skill was on cooldown, so things might get even more complicated. Macnu turned to ask, do you girls plan to enter this dungeon? Makan admitted, yes, but I think it's going to be difficult to get in now. Truong Fong said, my skill is recharging now. We'll talk about the dungeon later. The important thing is to break the encirclement first. Mahan handed the teleportation stone to Macnu. If we fail to break the encirclement, use this teleportation stone. It will take you to safety. Truong Fong thought to himself that each member of his team only had 1 teleportation stone. Macnu raised her hand to refuse. I don't need it, sis. Makan reassured her. Don't worry, I still have the teleportation shield. It's not as good as the teleportation stone, but I'll be fine. Macnagoo confidently stepped forward, saying, sis, we don't need to go. Just kill all these demons. Truong Fong was stunned. Young man, do you know what you just said? You should still listen to your sister. The evil demons mock the kid. Are you still sleeping? Or maybe just put me to sleep again. Macnagoo summons her power. Be careful, everyone. Don't get caught off guard. You can add me to the team. Makan ordered everyone step back. Truong Fong is surprised. Makan's message appears, indicating that Lam Macnagoo has been added to your team. The red beams of power streaked through the air, transforming into red chains that slowed down with a curse. These chains quickly wrapped around the limbs of the demons. The dry soldiers are summoned, gradually increasing in number. They leap up at Maknu's command. Go! The demons are furious. Damn this shackles. They're slowing me down. Run quickly. The demon flying up is caught by the dry skeleton warrior, who pulls it down and slams it onto the ground, causing the demon to scream in pain. The entire group of demons cried out, it hurts so much! Mongu looked on seriously. Meanwhile, Mohan was amazed by this incredible power. Truongfeng was stunned. Could these level 50 demons really be so easily defeated? The person next to him was just as surprised. How could they have been wiped out so quickly? They looked at the mighty undead warrior and marveled, is this really something a level 31 professional can do? Are you kidding? Am I really dreaming? Macaw is already excessive, but I didn't expect her younger brother to be even more so. What kind of people is this family? Maknungu said, Sister, I've taken care of everything. Makhan looked at him with a gentle gaze, and she cheerfully said, Tumungu did a great job. Makhan introduces, these are your senior brothers and also your teammates. This is Guo Changfeng and this is Mengyuan Hang Tzu. Truongfeng went to thank her. Mongu said it's nothing. Destroying demons is the responsibility of every human organization. He asked his sister why everyone wanted to enter this instance. Mahan explained that her master predicted the presence of primal runes and divine light in this dungeon, so she and the senior students came together to conquer it. Mo Yu was amazed. Ancient runes, he thought to himself. No wonder, said Makhan. That's right, but the recent commotion was quite loud, so I worry many demons and dragons might come. Mekengu reassured her, don't worry, everyone go into the instance first. With me here, no one can bother you. He silently thought, now it's my turn to guard the gate. A blue aura of magic encircled the top of the stone, and everyone shouted, the dungeon has formed. Mohan solemnly said, we must seize the chance to enter the dungeon first, no matter what a time gate or blood essence source appears. Everyone entered inside together. She turned back and smiled, then only Makngu remained outside. He sighed to himself, never thought there would be a day he would guard that dungeon gate. The group of Long Clan members above shouted to each other, the energy from the Tuyanko trial grounds is pouring into something. They kept shouting, the energy is focused on this dungeon. It must be something extraordinary. There's also a level 31 human kid with pitifully low attributes. I could kill a bunch of them with just one finger. Makngu, at this moment, summoned a legion of skeleton warriors, finally arriving. The leader of the Long Clan army cast a disdainful and sarcastic spell, mocking, what's the point of summoning a bunch of skeleton soldiers? Heavenly Fire Meteor. A giant fireball descends straight down, causing a massive explosion that shakes the entire forest. He sneers, clearly unable to withstand the attack, but then suddenly stiffens and falls silent as surprise emerges from the smoke. 3 or 4 chains flying out to bind him tightly. You seriously give up on you guys with wings. Come down here for me. What the hell is that? Makngu cast his spell mercilessly, voice coldly saying, die. The attacked long creatures screamed in despair, each one terrified. What happened? Suddenly a powerful burst of magic exploded, swallowing everything before they even understood the situation. You order the dry lizard soldiers to bring their bodies here, then instruct them to hide the corpses. They follow the command and toss all the Long troops' bodies into a corner. Makengu returns with a calm demeanor, just waiting for the next visitor. From afar in the forest, another member of the dragon race detects that energy. What is there? There must be a treasure. When he arrived, he was extremely excited. Oh my, there's a level 31 little kid here. They eagerly fought to let me try it, but as soon as they descended, countless beams of energy blasted them to pieces. What is this? So the dry soldier had to drag all those corpses away to dispose of them. In just a short time, hundreds of Dragon Clan members arrived to cause trouble and were killed, followed by terrifying demons. But in the end, they were just toys for Makengu. Finally, he stood before the towering pile of corpses, patting his head and lamenting, not long now, there won't be any space left. At this moment, a group of human soldiers arrived, chatting among themselves. This dungeon gathers the energy of the ancient trial grounds, and through it, they are sure to obtain incredible treasures. Seeing that, Makengu immediately spoke to stop them, telling them they cannot enter this instance for now. The leader frowned and said, Brother, blocking the entrance like this is not right. I understand, but not now. The soldier behind suddenly hurriedly reminded me, Captain, look behind the instance. They shouted in shock as they saw a terrifying mountain of blades, and then a few Long Clan members arrived. Get out of the way! Moyu calmly looked up and said, They're coming again. Immediately, a powerful surge of demonic energy shot out, terrifying everyone. Girl, you better speak seriously and repeat what you just said. You really can't enter now. The leader is now obediently listening. I understand, Your Excellency. He rubbed his right hand, which was pale. Great General, we're just here to watch. We'll only go in when you give the word. Suddenly, a red light shot up into the sky. McNew spun around and shouted, "This is primordial runes." From inside Makhan's group, he safely stepped out and cheerfully said, "Sister, congratulations." She asked Xiao Yu, "There haven't been any demons or Dragon Clan members coming here, right?" "I dealt with a few of them, but be careful. The primitive talisman needs 10 days to fully merge." Makhan patted your shoulder reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, your master's already arranged everything. There won't be any danger now." At this moment, someone hurriedly urged, "Xiaofeng, look quickly. He's questioning after seeing the mountain of corpses." "Are these the guys he mentioned?" Makhan brushed a strand of hair behind Makangu's ear and said, "Little Nungu, next I have to fuse the primal talisman. I can't go with you anymore." He smiled and replied, "Yes, I feel reassured. It seems she also has a plan." Maknagu turned to the group of soldiers and said, "You can now enter the dungeon." The polite leader thanked the great master, and even after he left, they continued to watch him with great admiration. The great god truly lives up to his name, even willing to give up primitive runes to others. The great god is really strong, killing demons and dragons as easily as killing dogs. Moreover, his movements are too skillful. As if knowing how many long talk he has killed, the scene shifts to a dark cave surrounded by floating islands. The Demon King sat arrogantly on her throne, while Alice knelt on the ground, admitting her guilt. "Great King, I have failed. Please punish me." Hearing that, I softly said, "This is not your fault. His power has exceeded expectations. Even I would lose. But have you completed what I asked you to do?" She sweat profusely and hurriedly replied, "It's done. I have left my aura on Lam Macnew." The second Demon King praises with satisfaction. "Good." Then she raised her hand to create a magic circle. Nice Nanhima Mina stepped out from within, bowing respectfully and asking, "Your Majesty, what is your command?" The Demon King ordered firmly, "Mina, go to the trial grounds to find the time-space path leading to the upper level. Follow Alice's residual aura, and bring Lam Macnew back to me." "Oh, I hear that and immediately obey." Alice behind quickly exclaimed, "Your Majesty, you sent Mina to deal with Lam Macnew. Isn't that a bit wasteful?" She frowned and questioned, "Are you doubting me?" Startled, she denied repeatedly, not daring to disobey, then was swept back by a powerful demonic force. And the second Demon King warned sternly, "Remember, do not doubt my decisions. Get out." A few days later, in a dark, dense forest, Macningu walked and said, "This time at the ancient trial arena, the harvest was significant. Only the Demon Dragon Electric Dungeon remains unexplored. I wonder when I will find it." The information panel appeared, showing that Lam Macnew is the only level 33 spiritual mage of the Death Realm, with the title Dragon Clan War King. All attributes increased by 500, skill consumption reduced by 50%, strength 1393 plus 500, physique 1393 plus 500, agility 1393 plus 500, mental power 2965 plus 3500. He bowed his head and said, as expected, the divine power also reached level 33, and his attributes increased significantly after leveling up. The system notification continues. Divine attribute, chi power level 33. When leveling up, all attributes increase by 33%. The recovery speed of mental energy increases by 300%, and the recovery speed of physical energy increases by 300%. The special item Top Divine Pearl cannot be used. The information of the Dry Soldier has also been updated. The level 33 gold-ranked Drylich Warrior has 18,000 strength, 18,000 agility, 18,000 spirit, and 18,000 physique, with the 3-level Frenzied Strike skill that converts 400% of its power into damage on the target. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. The level 33 gold-ranked Dryad Mage has 4,600 strength, 4,600 agility, 23,000 spirit, and 4,600 physique. Maya frowned, thinking that when facing monsters in the central area, it seems these Dryad's attributes are still not enough. At that moment, a giant bird swooped down, but luckily you dodged its attack. According to existing information, the Battlefield Eagle is level 56, with 80,000 strength, 40,000 agility, 20,000 spirit, and 60,000 physique, equipped with rapid attack and piercing skills, with extremely fast speed traits that increase attack power the higher it dives from. Macnew was extremely amazed, just an ordinary monster in the central area, yet its attributes were already this high. The giant eagle soared upward to gain momentum, then shot down like lightning. I immediately summoned chains of blazing red with a curse of slow, then used soul fire to burn it at the mid-stage. The giant eagle immediately lost its ability to fight and fell. Makangu spoke, but his dry core still knew how to gang up on enemies. All the dry lich soldiers rushed forward, continuously using their most violent attack, instantly killing the level 56 Great Eagle on the battlefield, gaining 180,000 experience points and obtaining a small shard of luminous essence. The small shard of luminous essence contains the power of ancient light, which can be used by the blacksmith and armorers to enhance equipment attributes. He held it in his hand to observe. I've been here for so long. This is the first time I've obtained a relic in this ancient trial field. Suddenly, the Kuong's corpse emitted small sparks. That is another disadvantage for Manhwa, making him frown. After death, monsters in the center turn into light, leaving no corpse, so he can't use a violent corpse sweep to clear the monsters. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and Moyu was startled and questioned what was happening. A group of level 56 battlefield armored beasts with strength 85,000, agility 30,000, spirit 15,000, and physique 50,000, rushes out of the deep forest, immediately charged by seasoned soldiers. Then he realized there was something even stronger and quickly turned around. The ground was collapsing, and the trees were falling. A snake-headed demon turtle, also known as Za Kwai, appears. It opens its sharp-toothed mouth, ready to attack. Manhwa sweat profusely and said, "This battle will probably cost quite a few of the dry core." You decide to summon a level 33 Golden Grade Ghost General with no more than 3,230 members in the Legion. Power, 5,500. Agility, 5,500. Spirit, 5,500. Physique, 26,000. Legion Healing Skill, Legion Enhancement, Army Formation. He raised his magic hammer to boost the Legion, increasing attack power, attack speed, casting speed, physical defense, elemental defense, and control resistance of all members by 30%. The skeleton soldiers burst with fighting spirit. Manhwa stood fearlessly in front of the giant snake demon and challenged, "Come on." The serpent let out a piercing cry, leaping into the sky with its massive body, then slammed down with a powerful shockwave that shattered the ground into pieces. And in an instant, the 7 dry soldiers were annihilated. The spirit general here keeps healing the army continuously. Manhwa sweats profusely and shouts, "The attack power is too strong." He decisively summons blazing red chains to bind it. "Stop for me." The snake spirit keeps struggling. It used the hellish earth once more, leaping high before crashing down violently, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. The protective layer behind Manhwa shattered into pieces. "You are stunned and speak out." The skeletal armor shatters in an instant. No wonder the dry soldier was badly injured. Then he used his energy to reconstruct the armored skeleton again. Its body was too huge to control. Suddenly, Manhwa opened his eyes wide in horror, realizing the giant tail of the Snake Queen was about to strike him. Manhwa was knocked back in shock by the collision. He was so stunned his face turned pale, and he looked back. Could this be the power of the boss in the central area? But he quickly regained his balance to avoid falling forward. Not bad at all. Manhwa created a blue flame in his hand and said seriously, "Now it's my turn." The flames quickly reached and engulfed the entire serpent. The boy frowned, seizing the opportunity, then raised the back of his hand to reveal a circular mark as he activated the power boost. Within 30 seconds, all your basic attributes and summoned objects increase by 200%. Attack damage increases by 500%, and the cooldown time is 1 hour. The dry warriors with fierce demonic energy are ready to fight. Everyone charged at the snake demon swallowed by the flames, each strike a furious blow that made its blood spurt out like a fountain. Manhwa's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Although the glyph skill only lasts 30 seconds, it's enough to determine the winner. The giant head of the serpent dragon collapsed straight down onto the ground. I have a little doubt that we succeeded. But unexpectedly, it curled its tail to hide its head inside the shell to escape, and countless magical shields appeared around it to protect it. Inside, a golden magical energy radiates from the top of the axe. Manhwa shouted in panic, "This is bad. It's healing its wounds." The dry warrior keeps swinging his sword, but it's useless, and he can't help but marvel at how overly strong this defense is. Manhwa solemnly summons a sharp scythe, thinking to himself to retreat into hiding. The Trungvong's devouring soul can bypass defenses and tear apart everything. Suddenly, an immense pressure emerges from above, its shadow so large it covers a vast area of land. He immediately sensed it and ordered a retreat. In the sky, a bird even larger than the eagle earlier swooped down swiftly. Manhwa shouted, "What is that?" "It's not attacking you, but grabbing the snake's shell with one foot, then soaring up into the sky. You had to cover your face with your hands because the wind pressure was so strong, and that bird kept swooping back and forth." Manhwa looked up in wonder and asked, "Is that also the boss of the trial arena?" At that moment, the snake's empty shell fell to the ground, causing the earth to crack and break apart. Seeing the empty shell, you are stunned. The snake demon on the battlefield is dead, and it was even eaten. A beam of light emanates from there. An item called the Zook Kwaichi Thuan, exclusive to the Platinum Shield Knight, drops out. All attributes increased by 3,000. boosting skill effectiveness by 90%, with a 20% reduction in physical damage and elemental damage, along with the Zukwai skill. Zukwai cannot act for 30 seconds. During this time, you will be immune to all damage and reset the cooldowns of all skills. Except for this skill, the cooldown is 1 hour. Mo Yu still couldn't believe her eyes as such a top-tier platinum equipment just fell right in front of her. You marvel at how lucky you are. Never expected the boss in the central area to be this strong. The scene shifts to the guild's expedition team. The woman on the left is Jialam Davu, a level 60 holy knight, and beside her is Muktian Thien, a level 55 grand collector. She asked, "Sister Davu, we're already at the central area. Do we really have to go in?" She inquired, "What's wrong?" Scared, Tian Tian confidently said, "I'm not afraid. With Sister Davu and so many teammates, there's nothing to fear." She laughed and replied, "The central area isn't some mountain of swords and sea of flames. With our strength, we can fight even a level 69 boss. Don't forget, we are the team that defeated the level 55 boss lord." Davu drew her sword and shouted, "Let's go!" The crowd behind shouted in unison, "Let's go!" And they continued to venture deeper into the forest. Does that mean there are no monsters at the central border area? We've been inside for almost half a day and haven't encountered any monsters yet. Thien Thien said, "Maybe we should go a little deeper." On Macnu's side, a large wild boar is being swallowed by flames. He speaks, noting that the central area has quite a few strong bosses, and he doesn't know when they might find the Dragon Ma Palace. Suddenly, the two sides faced each other at this moment. Davu was stunned and shouted, "What is a level 33 person joking about?" Makangu secretly thought, "This outfit is worn by a Lamb Guild member." "You mean well to warn me, but don't go any deeper. It's very dangerous ahead." After saying that, she turned and left, feeling insulted by the way she was dismissed. "Is the level 33 boy also here to teach us how to work?" Thien Thien frowned in confusion. "Strange. Why did he come to the ancient war battlefield?" Yawu turned to question. "Tian Tian, do you know him?" She replied, "His name is Lam Mo Yu. Not long ago, during the professional tournament, he won the level 20 champion title and broke the challenge record." She muttered, "So it was him." He wondered silently, did he already enter the central area and then retreat? If it was because of him advising. Davu hesitated for a moment before deciding, "Let's head to the edge and not go any further inside." The group obeyed the order. Yes. A few hours later on Macnu's side, I thought I had retreated from the central area, staying away from those bosses, hoping they would heed my advice. Suddenly, a red light shot straight into the sky. He exclaimed in surprise, following the distress signal. Macnangu hurried to the source of the light, thinking that sending the distress signal from the central area might lead that person here. The blazing red magic orb hovers in the sky. I sweat and shout, "Idiot, do you really have to summon the boss here?" 3 or 4 magic orbs keep appearing in the sky one after another. Macnangu is extremely anxious. What exactly have they encountered? When he arrived and saw the group surrounded by demons, he recognized them. Yes. Vu resolutely shouted, persistently, "We've sent a distress signal. Someone will come to save us. Don't give up." Thien Thien tightly gripped her large iron hammer and struck the evil monsters with a powerful blow. At this moment, Macnangu raises his hand to activate the gathering ability and gradually approaches, sighing in relief. Luckily, nothing happened to them. It's good they listened to me and left the central area. The system has notified you that you have formed a legion. Macnangu's invitation sounds like crap. Davu also received the notification. Commander Lam Macnu at level 33 invites you to join the legion, she exclaims with joy. Reinforcements are here. But when she saw who the opponent was, her joy immediately disappeared. One reinforcement is useless. What can one person do? Even as a super genius, he's only level 30 demon. Davu is extremely disappointed. It seems he can only keep trying and hope for reinforcements to arrive. But she was immediately startled. What is this? It turns out the skeleton soldiers summoned are charging into battle, slashing fiercely at the demons. The onlookers couldn't help but marvel, he's so powerful. How does he have so many dried bones at level 33? Just how many are there? Tian Tian feels relieved. Sister Davu, are we saved now? She stammered, yeah. The pack of demons gradually ignited fiercely, and soon after, they were completely destroyed. The system from Macnu kept announcing, "Fragment of the luminous shard obtained through the gathering spell. Fragment of the luminous shard obtained through the gathering spell. Fragment of the luminous shard obtained through the gathering spell. Fragment of the luminous shard obtained through the gathering spell." He marveled internally, never expecting to encounter such a rare legendary profession. Davu approaches to express, "Thank you, Mr. Lamb, for coming to save us." Moru solemnly warns a second time, "Hurry up and go, it's not safe here." She is confusing and unsafe, but didn't you already kill all the monsters earlier? You seriously insist that what I'm talking about isn't these creatures. At that moment, Vin Kolon, cloaked in darkness, soared across the sky. Mcngu saw this and shouted in alarm, "Hurry and run." Davu still doesn't understand. What's going on? You just retreated while explaining. A boss is coming. She immediately ordered, "Hurry up. The great flying bird has grown so large it can spread its wings over the entire area they are in." Tian Tian was stunned and shouted loudly, "Oh my god, what is that?" Mcngu replied, "I think it's a boss." It once devoured another boss. It suddenly charged straight at the crowd. "Be careful, it's coming. Get a little closer." Davu then trusted you and followed suit, moving closer. You cast your spell, summoning an army of undead soldiers. She then asked, "With such a large central area, how did it find us?" Mcngu replied briefly, sending a distress signal. Davu shuddered and asked, "So we let it here?" Londiu opened her mouth wide and unleashed dark magic. With just that, 21 skeleton soldiers were destroyed, and 9 skeleton mages were defeated. You immediately shouted out in pain. The Healing Legion immediately appeared to assist. Of course, it refused to be defeated, and kept unleashing more magic to clear the way. Another 35 skeleton soldiers and 11 skeleton mages have been defeated. The mythical bird swoops down, grabbing a skeleton soldier with its claws, tossing him into the air, then opening its beak to bite him, and finally breathing out a blue flame to burn him. At this moment, the information panel appeared, revealing the ancient dragon boss as a lord-level creature, level 62 with 250,000 strength, 100,000 agility, 150,000 spirit, and 100,000 physique. Its skills include Flame Burst and Flame Rage, with fire attribute immunity and 60% elemental damage reduction. Its sharp teeth ignore defense, and he shouted, "What the hell is this attribute?" Davu was so scared that her voice trembled. How could there be such a terrifying boss? This attribute is higher than even a level 70 class fake. Tian Tian cautiously asked Lam Mo Yu, "Do you fight back?" The phoenix circles around the flames, swallowing more skeleton soldiers. 22 skeleton warriors and 8 skeleton mages are destroyed in succession. Blue flames shot out in all directions from it, burning countless dry soldiers with ease. 3 more dry soldier warriors were destroyed. Mcngu sweat profusely, thinking to himself that the stamina of the dry lich can be replenished, so he must escape before the dry lich is completely exhausted. Then he turned around and shouted loudly, "Go!" While the dry lich is still holding them off, quickly leave the central area. Davu shouted, "Run quickly." It seems Londiu understood what they wanted to do, its eyes turning bright blue. Its target was directly on Mcngu, and he immediately felt the killing intent behind him. "This feeling is directed at me." So Mcngu said, "Don't follow here, let's split up and run." Davu is completely confused. What is this guy suddenly going crazy about? I wonder if he wants to abandon us and run away alone. Tian Tian shouted in panic and chased after Lam Mcngu, only then realizing how deeply grateful she was. So he wanted to lead the boss away alone, giving us a chance to survive. Why did I have such a reckless thought just now? Davu orders us to go. We can't let Lam Mcngu's sacrifice be in vain. Londiu Jiang swoops in with wide wings, and he frowns as he declares, "It's not that easy to kill me." It soars high, unleashing continuous blue flames. Mcngu runs while thinking. Each attack can add 6 layers of bone armor. "You're so angry you cast magic. Damn, do you really think I'm just dirt?" Mcngu immediately unleashes the soul flame, the blue fire engulfing Londiu. She stares in horror, eyes wide open, at Mcngu standing tall below, no longer bothering to run. By then, the flames had engulfed almost the entire space, and Davu also saw that terrifying power shooting up into the sky. She exclaimed, "This level of skill, can he really survive?" Tian Tian tears up. Lam Mcngu and Davu bow their heads. "He is a great person. Let's build a tomb for him when the time comes." At this moment, the earth-shaking dragon god is summoned, appearing enormous and terrifying. Mcngu frowns and grits her teeth. "I will remember this opponent. If I die, after I come back to life at the Hero Hall, I will find you and settle the score." She grins happily, finally finding you, but you're hiding in the central area again. Mcngu wonders to herself, "She's targeting me. How does she know my location? Could there be a mark on me?" She happily told him to obediently follow her. "Don't worry, I will take good care of you." Mcngu used a blue flame to block Mina's magic. I frowned and muttered, "My hypnotic skill is disabled. Lord Demon King wants me to bring you alive, so this won't be easy." I firmly replied, "Don't dream it. I won't follow you." Mina chuckled. "You little guy, that's not up to you to decide." Mongu turned around and ran away quickly, asking, "Is that so?" Londiu was now under your control, its eyes shining brightly. Ah, I see it and look down on it. Just a boss in the upper realm. Obediently move aside quickly or I will kill you. But Loan-Dieu suddenly roared and shot blue flames directly at her, while Mina quickly flew to the other side to dodge the attack. It once again spewed a large flame downward. She curled up to protect herself with a barrier, but the blue fire still seeped inside, making her startle. My shield is quickly running out. This boss isn't simple. As I find a place to rest, I pat my head and say, looks like they are fighting each other. These two demons are indeed fighting each other, neither willing to admit defeat. Mina creates countless magic orbs and keeps firing them at Loan-Dieu. It opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful source of magic. The two forces collided, creating a raging tornado that swept everywhere. Tian Tian heard the loud noises and the strong gusts of wind and furrowed her brow as she shouted. Lam Mo Yu Mina kept dodging attacks on her side, making him wonder why that demon girl wasn't fighting back. Mian Yu guessed that it had secretly crossed the space corridor in the infrastructure to get here, and once it used its power, it would be expelled. At that moment, she dodged attacks while charging straight at him. He secretly planned that he couldn't leave here, or she would follow him. Should Vin Kolon also keep her in check? So, Monungu commanded it to rush quickly towards Mina. Ah, I gritted my teeth in anger. I can't stay in this ancient space for long. Damn obstacle, if you've chosen death, don't blame me. Mina turned around, pointed her finger forward, and used her hypnotic light, causing Maknu's eyes to turn bright pink instantly from the influence as the blue flame gradually spread to awaken him. He was startled awake. That was the hypnotic skill. Loan-Dieu was then overtaken by her power, her eyes turning pink with a heart in the center, and she charged headlong forward. Mina laughed. Lin Makngu, if you forced me to act, then today, whether you want to or not, you will follow me. I immediately rush forward, and after acting, I will be expelled from the upper realm. If I can't bring you back alive, then I can only bring your body. You summon undead soldiers over there. Mina destroys them all in one strike. She laughs mockingly, gives up, and tells you there's no escape. Makngu summoned the giant earth dragon again to fight, but she only needed 3 strikes to send it flying away. Get out of here. Mina thought she had caught her opponent and was very pleased. Let's see if you can still do it this time. But suddenly she froze, her eyes wide with shock. It turns out Makngu summoned countless thorns that sprouted from the ground, hitting Mina multiple times before she fell back and slammed into a large rock. She was furious and shouted, "You little bug, I should have crushed you from the start." Then Mina became serious. With each step, the magical figures appeared more and more, revealing that they were human souls. Makngu snarled with fury, "You deserve to die." Her stern expression as she said, "Little bug, I will bring your head back, and your soul will become nourishment for my spear tree." At this moment, a powerful wind envelops the space, and something massive is hurtling straight toward their position in the sky. Maknu is stunned as he realizes that this move by the ancient-era flying bird is not part of the intelligence gathered from the probing spell. If hit by it, you will surely be reduced to ashes in an instant. Not even a bone covered in armor can stop it. The only option left is to use a high-level teleportation talisman, but when activated, it fails. The flying beast is gradually descending to the ground. Maknu has no choice but to summon her army of skeleton warriors to hold them off. You must quickly escape from here if you want to survive. The collision between Loan-Dieu and the ground caused a shockwave that shook the earth and sky. The undead soldiers were completely destroyed in an instant, while Maknu was pushed back. The destruction from this explosion gradually spread to the dense forest. The trees are shattered and flying everywhere. It's an incredibly horrifying scene. He crashes straight into a rock. The skeletons behind Tan are completely shattered. Makngu lowered his head, dust flying everywhere, and muttered with a pained frown, "Luckily, I still have damage transfer, which reduces most of the damage I have to take. Otherwise, just with this chapter, I might have already died. My dry legion is no longer many. So far, 102 dry warrior soldiers and 58 dry mage soldiers have been defeated." A familiar voice sounded full of admiration. "You're really lucky, huh? You didn't die even then." Looking at Mina's wounded body, Maknu replied, "Do you look worse than me?" I raise my spear and smile. "Whether it's tragic or not, I can still crush you. You can try it, maybe you'll even get killed by me." He secretly thought that although the Dry Lizard Legion was no longer around, I still had other trump cards. Hearing this, I felt annoyed. Why is he so confident? Is he trying to show off his power? Mason speaks here. Water curse glyph. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared behind Mina. She spoke. "It's time." Before leaving, she turned back with a smile and said, "Little friend Lam Maknu, I'm not bringing you this time, but I'll find you again next time. Take care of yourself and don't let that guy eat you." He frowned and retorted, "I will kill you next time we meet." Mina chuckled happily. "I will definitely eat you first." After everything was over, Manga leaned back and panted heavily, relieved that she didn't continue fighting, even with Fu Van Nguyen Thui's powerful soldiers, but it wasn't certain she could win against her. You wonder where the ancient cosmic lone bird has gone, but all you see ahead is a blazing blue fire covering the entire space. System notification. The ancient cursed bird boss, level 62 Lord rank, is in a state of rebirth and resurrection, currently invincible. It is in the form of an egg. Manga was startled and immediately turned around, running as fast as he could. If he waited for it to finish rebirth, he would have no chance to escape. You just ran for a while, and the phoenix has finished rebirth. Blue flames burst out fiercely, spreading everywhere as if swallowed by that rapidly spreading fire. Manhwa stopped once he reached a safe spot, finally leaving the central area. It should be safe later on. Lone Du's resurrected form soared into the sky. It kept flying in another direction, straight into the distant forest. Manga let out a relieved breath. The boss is heading back to the central area. We're temporarily safe. Let's restore the undead army first. I wonder if those people have already escaped. He gritted his teeth in fury. The ancient phoenix will cut you down sooner or later. Meanwhile, Tian Tian struck a giant stone with her huge hammer, engraved with the Hero clan, Lam Mo Yu's grave, the Ga Lam Guild, and the entire Davu Night Order. She cried bitterly as she worked, the hammer smashing down onto the hard ground. Tian Tian spoke. I want to find his body, Davu, she replied sadly. The fire blocked the mountain over there. I'm afraid there's no body left. Davu approached to comfort her and said, Don't be sad. Everyone has a guardian angel. Maybe he's still alive with all his tricks, but deep down she had already accepted the ending. The young hero is truly a great loss. Tian Tian had to accept it. At that moment, someone hurriedly ran over to report in panic. Sister Davu discovered that a recent dungeon had many dragon clan and evil spirits heading this way. She shouted fiercely, preparing to fight. Half an hour after Mo Yu arrived here, he saw his own tombstone and felt helpless. Are those people idiots, you said? I'm not dead yet. Then I summoned the skeleton warrior to cut through that tombstone. At that moment, Manga looked up at the sky and saw a magic circle, feeling utterly amazed. Could this extraordinary phenomenon be the Ma Long Temple dungeon? He immediately ran over there. The area was densely surrounded by the dragon clan and evil spirits. Davu's group stood frozen in shock. Tian Tian frowned and said, with enemies all around, it would be so much better if Lam Manga were here. At this moment, you appear, and they step back. Both she and Davu turn around together to question. You didn't die? Manga, hearing that question, became very annoyed and questioned back. Aren't you all surprised that I didn't die? Tian Tian shyly said, We even built a tombstone for you, and after hearing that, you could only feel helpless. At this moment, Zhang Wenshan hurriedly ran over and shouted, Captain Lam, you seriously question the current situation? He just pointed behind and grimly explained, Not too good. Those above don't want us to enter the Earth Core dungeon. Manga asked, The Inner Earth instance? Vanson replied, Yes, it's the instance that produces the Inner Earth heart. He recounted the history, saying that in the Knight profession branch, the Great Earth Knight was the ultimate goal everyone aimed for. Vanson continued, In the past, the human race had a god-level Earth Knight who single-handedly defended against an attack by 6 demon kings, making a great contribution to the victory. Vanson explained in detail that the dungeon of the Earth's core only affects our human race and is a crucial tool for knights to transform into Earth Knights. He gritted his teeth and said that deep-sea demons and the dragon race are willing to pay any price to prevent us from entering the dungeon of the Earth's core. After hearing this, Mo Yu nodded and said, I understand now. I secretly want this great Earth heart. The voices of the demons here sounded like reinforcements for the humans, but it turned out to be just a level 33 kid. The more inexperienced, the more delicious. We absolutely can't let the humans into the Earth heart instance. The second demon was startled and said, That's not right. I said there was a mark on him left by an apex demon. You were once hunted by a top-tier demon, so why are you still alive today? The demons were horrified and wondered, What do you mean? He must be more than just ordinary. Maybe we should wait for the Long Clan to attack and then seize the opportunity. I can sense the breath of our Long Clan from him. They nervously continued. I seem to hear the screams of our warriors. How many of our fighters has he really killed? One of the dragons suggested. He can kill so many of our brave warriors. He must possess extraordinary strength. Or should we wait for those demons to strike first and take the opportunity? Manga wondered silently from below. They haven't acted yet. It seems they are hesitating. He said, Come here and join the dungeon with me. Tian Tian looked confused and asked, Are we just the two of us? Are you sure? The two of us are enough since we already have a plan in mind, and she has gathering skills that might be very effective. Tian Tian looked up to the sky with great concern, knowing that if we enter the dungeon, they are likely to attack. Mak and Gu reassures them that only the two of them will go in and they won't attack randomly. At this moment, he also creates a bone shield behind her. The demons questioned, "Why haven't the dragons acted yet? The dragons on this side cursed. What's going on? Are those evil demons all full of water inside?" Makangu announced that they are ready to enter the dungeon. Tian Tian nodded in agreement, and both of them were immediately transported inside, while the two enemies outside remained frozen. The demons outside were stunned and shouted, "Why didn't they stop them?" As expected, they want to take advantage of the chaos. The Dragon Clan members agreed. They really can't trust those demons. Luckily, we didn't act first earlier. Inside, Tian Tian was amazed by the surrounding space. "Is this truly the underground world?" Manga asked to go. He gathered many dry soldiers and ordered them to explore the map. They split up to check the situation everywhere. Mo Yu watched each of them carefully until he reached the conclusion that there was only one straight path. Realizing something's wrong, he shouted to go, "There's a monster," and the two quickly ran away at full speed. When she saw a giant serpent wrapping around the dried warrior, Tian Tian shouted, "This is a top-tier boss." Its information appeared. Earth Core, Serpent Elite. Level 50 enhanced, Strength 30,000, Agility 30,000, Spirit 20,000, Physique 40,000, with skills Death Coil and Devour and traits reducing 50% physical damage and 50% elemental damage. Tian Tian confidently takes on the responsibility. "You don't need to step in, let me handle it." She steps forward and swings her hammer down while shouting. Gathering Technique. It was immediately cut into pieces, destroying the level 50 Earth Serpent core, gaining 1 million experience, and obtaining a small piece of the Earth Human. By using the collection technique again, I obtained a small piece of the Earth's core. 1,000 small pieces can form a complete Earth core. Mo Yu took the loot, a satisfied smile on his face. Not bad, even though the experience was halved. With the collection skill, the harvesting speed of the Earth core doubles. You turn to ask, how many times can you use the gathering technique? Tian Tian replies, up to 200 times. Momo said, "Wait a moment, I will gather the monsters into a group, then you use your gathering spell." Tian Tian eagerly replied, "I got it." Then a giant serpent appeared again. Next, a huge centipede crawled out from underground, and a giant spider appeared beside it, with 3 of them gathering together, ready to attack. Tian Tian was so frightened. At this moment, Macniu summoned bright red chains to tightly bind them, and then gave a command. "Get up!" She lunges forward, gripping the hammer tightly and swinging it with a powerful strike. The gathering technique. The dry corpse warriors keep fighting the monsters inside the dungeon. Mo Yu unleashed a violent corpse technique, forming a circle of electricity in her hand before firing it forward, causing a massive explosion that made Tian Tian shield herself and ask what kind of skill this was. The smoke gradually dispersed. The system notified that 94 pieces of the Great Land had been received, and through the collection skill, an additional 94 pieces were obtained. He smiled contentedly and said that no wonder gatherers are one of the most popular professions. Macnu said, "This is just the first wave. There will be more soon." Tian Tian, hearing this, was startled and quickly turned back. She clenched her big hammer tightly and wondered silently as the monsters charged at her. So he's always fought like this? Tian Tian slammed her hammer down hard, while the one behind her watched and thought to himself, with that personality, how did she finally reach level 55? And her combat awareness is also pretty good. Facing multiple monsters at once but still handling them easily, a big explosion occurs. Now Tian Tian wiped the sweat from his forehead, sighed in relief and said, "I'm finally getting used to this kind of mass monster fighting. You say we should go further in, she can handle it." McNew gently stroked her hair and questioned, "So why did you build a tombstone for me?" Tian Tian lowered his head in embarrassment and explained, "After he persuaded V and Cologne to leave, we saw several powerful explosions from afar and could feel their strength. We thought you might be gone for good, so we set up a tombstone to remember you." After hearing that, you could only scratch your head speechlessly, unable to argue back. Later, Tian Tian kept using his father's power to collect pieces of the earth. A notification appeared. 108 pieces of the earth received. Through the collection skill, you gathered 108 pieces of the Great Land and you say it's enough. Countless pieces of the Great Land gradually come together. They combine to form the essential Earth Core item needed to change their class to Earth Knight. Mayu interrupts, saying with it, the human race might once again see Earth Knights appear. Tian Tian marveled, "Is this the core of the Great Land?" She looked up at the sky, but this instance couldn't end so simply, could it? So far, no elite monsters or bosses have appeared. Tian Tian guesses, "I see. Maybe there is more than one core of the earth, mysterious language demands. Let's move forward. The two of them reached a tall cliff, and she looked around in amazement. Is this really the world of the earth core? Below is a land filled with flowing, scorching lava. A skeleton warrior jumps down, suddenly caught by a spiked tentacle, and lava shoots straight at him from somewhere. A notification appears that a dryad warrior has been defeated. Manhwa, stunned, asks, "What is that?" Other skeleton soldiers jump down simultaneously, and I also say, "Let's go down together." Tian agrees. During that process, a few guys were caught by the thorny tentacles. He was determined to find out who was behind these tentacles. When they arrive, both of them encounter a giant creature called the Earth Flower Elite Leader, level 52. With 60,000 strength, 20,000 agility, 20,000 spirit, and 80,000 physique, equipped with whip skills, pollen, rebirth, and fire attribute immunity. The boy frowns. Is it really him? Suddenly, from the hot lava flow, level 50 giant firefish with 40,000 strength, 20,000 agility, 20,000 spirit, and 50,000 physique shot out, unleashing the bone spike skill. Sharp bones emerged from the ground, piercing through the firefish. System notification: defeated level 50 earth firefish, gained 1 million experience points and a fragment of the earth. Experience increased by 1 million, received a fragment of the earth to defeat the level 50 earth firefish. Experience increased by 1 million, received a fragment of the earth destroyer level 50. Experience increased by 1 million, received a piece of the great land. They fall to the ground, motionless. Tian chuckles, rubbing her nose confidently and saying, "Thank you. It seems I can handle these firefish myself now." At this moment, Chihuahua's tentacles rush forward. She hugged her head to dodge, luckily protected by the skeleton behind her. The dry soldier rushed forward and beheaded the fire eels. Manhwa used the violent crystal on it, causing the entire fire eel to explode right next to Chihuahua. Tian immediately shouted, "Gathering technique!" as she swung her hammer to activate the gathering spell. But on this side, it was not dead yet and had been reborn, Manhwa exclaimed. The plant-type monster indeed has strong vitality. It seems only a decisive strike can eliminate it. You continue using the violent corpse on more firefish and successfully destroy the earth flower. Gained 2 million experience and 500 pieces of the Great Earth through the collection skill. Receiving another 500 pieces, Tian was amazed, as it was enough to assemble another Great Earth core. Manhwa's serious. The Earth Heart is a strategic resource. Of course, the more the better. Let's keep going. She cheered excitedly. All right. After moving a bit further, Tian looked around curiously. That's strange. It seems there are no monsters around here. Manhwa replied, "That's unusual. Usually there are no monsters, only near the boss." At that moment, he suddenly realized something was wrong. A giant monster called Eternal Ancient Earth Dragon, weakened boss version, level 55, with 100,000 strength, 60,000 agility, 60,000 spirit, 120,000 physique, and skills including Dragon Roar, Fire Dragon, and Breath of Fire. The war trampling the dragon's tail sweeps with a 70% reduction in physical and elemental damage, greatly weakening curse effects. He screams in horror, "It's a boss." Tian sweatfully asks, "What does the weakened version of the boss mean?" I've never encountered this type of boss before. The language barrier makes it hard to understand. The earth dragon here closes its eyes as if falling into a deep sleep, but suddenly it opens its blazing yellow eyes and slowly rises from the molten lava, its aura focusing on the two who dared disturb it. He casts a spell and summons an army of skeleton soldiers who stand guard around this land, ready to face the giant earth dragon monster. It tilts its head, pouring out molten lava, then raises its sharp claws high and decisively uses its stomp attack, hurling a stream of blazing lava at the skeleton soldiers, while the mage quickly shields himself, thinking, "Too powerful." But you didn't give up and continued summoning the undead general. I thought to myself, just one strike already injured the skeleton soldier. If it throws another attack, my soldiers will all die. He steps forward to cast the Healing Legion. Manhwa immediately used the slow curse to create countless red chains and shouted. With a physique of 120,000 and super strong defense, it seems the only way is to wear it down. Those chains tightly wrapped around the earth dragon, causing it to roar fiercely. Watching this scene, I couldn't help but ponder. The curse effect is weakened by the boss's traits, but it's still better than nothing. Glass shards appear around the earth dragon, creating countless lightning bolts that overwhelm it. It again uses the battlefield stomp skill, forcing Manhwa to struggle against this terrifying pressure, but he doesn't give up and summons a skeleton army. Sharp bones emerge from below, piercing through the earth dragon and causing it pain. McNu continues to unleash soul flames to envelop and burn it without mercy. Seeing things gradually become easier, he quickly shouted orders. Finally, he managed to stir up its hatred. Soldiers, attack and destroy it for me. The dry spell mage below creates shards of electric glass that make the earth dragon shiver all over. Tian watched in amazement, stammering in disbelief. So that's how he fights bosses? No wonder he dared to enter the central area alone before reaching level 30. What are you just standing there for? Hurry up and use your skill to gather it. She was startled and replied, "Come here." Tian swings the hammer down to complete the collection spell on the earth dragon, raising his hand to the sky to command its slaughter. The mark on the back of the hand glowing red is used to strengthen the soldiers. The dry soldiers on this side receive a plentiful source of power. They all charged forward with fierce momentum, unleashing their most violent attacks on it. The earth dragon roared in agony from the relentless assault. It is determined to find a way to counterattack with its dark claws on the ground. Its eyes widen. Tian was completely stunned. The earth dragon opened its wide mouth filled with sharp fangs, ready to unleash its fiery dragon breath. She gasped in shock and shouted, "This is not good!" Makangu remains very calm as she extends her hand forward, with the source of soulfire magic swirling around. You speak up, intending to unleash your dream skill to shoot directly at the earth dragon to control it, causing the flames to veer off course. Tian sits on the ground in utter horror, her eyes wide open. All the skills then gathered together to strike directly at the curse. Of course, it could no longer resist. Finally defeated completely, its body falls to the ground. The system announces permanent destruction of the ancient Earth Dragon, experience 5.5 million. Earth Dragon Armor Piece 1, Earth Crystal Piece 1, Protective Gem 1, Earth Heart Core 1, additional Earth Dragon Armor Piece 1 through Collection Skill, additional Earth Crystal Piece 1 through Collection Skill, additional Protective Gem 1 through Collection Skill, additional Earth Heart Core 1 through Collection Skill. The Earth Dragon Armor is exclusive for warriors. It is a platinum-level defensive equipment with all attributes increased by 2,000. 20% damage reduction. Comprehensive defensive skill lasting for 1 minute with 10-fold defensive capability and a 2-hour cooldown. The Great Earth Crystal can be combined with other elemental crystals to create Divine Element Stones. It increases the chance of promotion when advancing to the 3rd class. The more elements in the Divine Stone, the stronger the effect, and it can be used alone to permanently increase physical damage resistance. But after using alone, it cannot be combined to create Divine Stones. The Eternal Earth Gem reduces physical damage taken by 50% and grants a chance to gain a physical attribute. If the Holy Knight uses it during the 2nd class change, it will significantly increase the chance of advancing to the next profession. The Earth Core item is essential for transforming into an Earth Knight. Makangu was amazed and thought to himself, "I didn't expect to find a crystal here. This is truly an unexpected surprise." The collection skill is really powerful. Every reward is doubled. Tian keeps praising in admiration. "Lam Makangu, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to defeat the boss so easily. If it weren't for you, I would have been killed by its poison spit." He threw the Earth Spirit Stone to her and told her to activate it. She was surprised and said, "For me?" "But I only used the gathering skill. I couldn't help at all." Mak Ningju Nihiem reminded sternly, "Don't talk so much. Use it quickly. We still need to continue farming dungeons. Don't waste time." So Tian agreed, feeling very satisfied with what had been achieved. Now I have 3 types of elemental divine stones. The divine stone element and the great earth crystal have merged together. Soon, Mongu received a divine elemental stone. The system updated that the divine elemental stone, used by the 3 elements of fire, poison, and earth during the 3rd class change, can increase the promotion success rate by 10%. Makangu carefully observes the divine element crystal, frowning. 10% is still too low. I need to find more elemental crystals. At the same time, the light around Tian disappears, and the fusion is complete. From now on, all physical damage can only partially harm her. Makangu then turned to ask Tian, "How is it? Did you get any new skills?" Tian excitedly showed off to him. "I just received a physical skill called Stunning. The system reports that Stunning has a 5-second stun chance, with a cooldown of less than a minute. For higher-level targets, the stun duration will be shortened." Tian happily jumped up, finally having a warrior-type skill. "Thank you, Maknu." You smile and praise her, saying, "Not bad. Get ready, we're going into the dungeon to use the cooldown reduction potion and continue fighting." Then both of you step out of the dungeon. Soon after, Makngu and Tian completed the dungeon using the teleportation scroll to reduce cooldowns. Tian stood beside him, unable to hide her worry as Mo Yu acted swiftly, and in less than a moment, both of them returned to the dungeon. Outside, Davu watched Makangu and Thien Thien go out and then come back in, and couldn't help but wonder, why did they go out and then come back in? Have they really cleared the dungeon, or are they just temporarily retreating? But there's no exit in this dungeon. Jiang Van-san reassures Sa-vu, trusting leader Lam, and instructs his team, this time to definitely attract the attention of the demons and the Dragon Clan. Next time Director Lam goes out, we might launch an attack, everyone shouted in unison. Meanwhile, the eyes of the demons all flashed with intense murderous intent. They angrily cursed Makangu, damn it. That kid is playing us. Everyone get ready. Next time he goes out, take him down in one strike. The Dragon Clan is also brewing a plot to eliminate Makangu. We must absolutely prevent humanity from having a Great Land Knight again. The threat from a Great Land Knight is even greater than 3 divine-level beings. Our clan has an edict that at any time we must prevent the human race from producing a Great Earth Knight. At this moment, Makangu and Thien Thien have entered the dungeon for the second time. Standing at the entrance, Monungu carefully considers his battle strategy, knowing that the Berserk skill takes an hour to recharge in the evening. Without this skill, defeating the boss would be much harder. It seems that even with the fastest speed, each run through the dungeon takes an hour. His eyes suddenly lit up. No, that place has quite a few earth spirit flowers and earth firefish. I can use the corpses of the violent monsters to farm faster. A sudden idea popped into Makangu's mind. He wasn't sure how effective the boss explosion would be, but combined with the fully cooled down strength skill, he could probably farm 3 or 4 more rounds before the boss disappears. After thinking for a moment, Moyue turned to her and asked, Thien Thien, have you ever sped up your farming before? Thien Thien looked confused and asked, Fast farming? Moyu then instructed her, I will gather all the monsters together later, you just follow behind me. Wait for the monsters to gather so you can judge the right moment to use the group collection skill. This time, we prioritize speed and might skip some minor rewards to focus on the main loot. Thien Thien clenched her fist and confidently said, Don't worry, I will do my best. Makangu focused her mental energy in her hand while signaling to Thien Thien. All right, then the army of the Dry Lich has now been summoned. Lin Macno immediately ordered everyone. At the start, the Drybone army and Thien Thien immediately set out, and she quickly soared after Mogu. In an instant, the Serpent Demon and the Poison Centipede appeared, charging fiercely at Macnu's army of skeletons. Thien Thien's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth agape. So this is the fast farming style he was talking about? When the Starkiller and the Serpent were gathered into one group by Macnu. Following your instructions, Thien Thien, according to your advice, uses the gathering skill while secretly calculating that her gathering ability can only handle 200 monsters at once. While she uses the group gathering skill, Macnu stands to one side, directing her to this side first. Then Thien Thien jumped up and went to this side. Moya finished speaking, and Thien Thien immediately carried out the same action. While channeling her mental energy, Monyu suddenly glanced to the side and unexpectedly unleashed her second spear technique. Suddenly, a bunch of bone spikes burst out from the ground, piercing through the monsters and making them scream in pain. After collecting everything, Monu smiled and praised Thien Thien. Well done, she said happily, thanking her profusely. After speaking, Thien Thien volunteered to go first, saying I will use the gather skill on the boss monster. The surrounding space instantly turned into a deadly green of Macnu's mental energy. The water monsters were also killed by your bone spear injection. Now they look like grilled fish skewered on a grill. Finally, Mogu reached the location where the great earth flower was hidden. Thien Thien blushed and smiled. I used the collection skill on them. In a flash, the army of skeletons commanded by Macnu arrived, throwing the corpses of monsters into the great earth flower to trigger violent explosions. Seeing this scene, Thien Thien couldn't help but be stunned. Is this how you farm quickly? They really don't waste a second. It's probably not even half an hour yet. This speed is too fast. Amid the monsters' screams, the great earth flower exploded. The dry soldiers hurriedly carry the remains of the earth flower and rush towards the eternal earth dragon. Moye's blue eyes flicker with cold, murderous intent. Let's go. It's time to fight the boss. At this moment, the eternal earth dragon has appeared within sight. Faced with the fierce attack of the earth dragon warrior, Ji Yang's eyes were full of doubt. The next second, the great earth flower suddenly exploded in the sky, causing a violent tremor. The eternal land dragon roared fiercely, raising its claws high and launching a stomp attack. Mongu calmly said, If you want to use your skills, don't waste my time. Makangu quickly increased his spiritual power into the chains binding the eternal earth dragon. At the same time, the army of skeleton warriors hurriedly rushed to support him. They keep throwing the pieces of the earth flower's body into the eternal earth dragon. Makangu takes the opportunity to focus his mental power into his hand and mutters, Explode now. Immediately, the fragments of the Earth Flower's body are blown up with a deadly move. The body erupts violently as the Earth Dragon roars in pain. It angrily glared at Manhwa, this little human. In the end, the Eternal Earth Dragon still couldn't withstand Manhwa's relentless barrage of attacks. He collapsed helplessly. The system quickly updated the information, destroying the Eternal Earth Dragon, gained 5 experience, received the powerful bow of the Earth Dragon, obtained the Great Earth Crystal, the Great Earth Gemstone, and the Great Earth Core, and, through the collection skill, gained additional Earth Dragon power, additional Earth Crystal, additional Earth Gemstone, and additional Earth Core. After defeating the Eternal Earth Dragon, Manhwa told Tian, "Let's go. Let's start the next round." Tian was momentarily stunned. My goodness, the speed of clearing the dungeon is just too fast. Then Mo Yu and Tian walk through the door to leave the dungeon, then both re-enter the dungeon. The Abyss of Darkness is stunned and asks what happened. Am I seeing things? Didn't they just go outside? It's only been half an hour, and even Zhang Wenshan is amazed. Is this the performance of Commander Lin in the dungeon run? He exclaimed with excitement and joy. If that's true, at least I can go in 4 more times. Hundreds of years later, humans no longer lack land knights, and this time a great land knight will surely be born. The Dragon Clan is just as stunned as the demon faction, right? Didn't they just enter the dungeon instance? Why are they out again? Mochu and Tian keep coming and going, making the demons dizzy. They went back in again. Could it be that he has cleared the instance once more? How can it be so fast? Forget it. Next time he comes out, we will strike immediately and absolutely won't let him escape alive. At this moment, Zhang Wenshan suddenly felt a bad premonition. The atmosphere had changed, and the surrounding murderous intent was becoming clearer. It seemed they couldn't hold back much longer. But go ahead. We've been ready for a long time. Half an hour later, Manhwa and Tian entered the dungeon again, their coordination becoming more and more seamless. Tian cheerfully exclaimed, "This time we're a bit faster. Maybe we'll beat the 35-minute record." But the Dongtu in Manhwa's eyes suddenly twitched violently. He shouted in alarm, "What?" It turns out that Manhwa saw the Eternal Earth Dragon standing right at the entrance of the dungeon. Unlike before, it now appears extremely alert, with glowing eyes and a fierce aura, glaring intensely at Manhwa and Tian. Huh? How is it awake again? Then suddenly, a strange aura suddenly enveloped both of them. The fierce roar of the Eternal Earth Dragon echoes throughout the dungeon, its overwhelming pressure slicing through the air, causing Mo Yu to cry out in alarm. Something's wrong. There's a problem with the dungeon. Your dry warriors have all been defeated. Only Mo Yu remains standing thanks to his protective bone armor. Even Tian suddenly collapsed, lying motionless on the ground. While Manhwa was still observing Tian's condition, in an instant, the Eternal Earth Dragon suddenly appeared right in front of him. The giant dragon's eyes fixed intently on Manhwa, making him shiver with fear. Then the thunderous voice of Dialong rang out with mighty authority. "Hey, human kid, you've gone too far." The dragon's eyes flash brightly as the Earth Dragon slowly approaches Manhwa, voice coldly saying, "Humans often say 3 strikes and you're out. How many more times do you plan to kill me?" Manhwa calmly lifts his head and asks, "Are you the true ancient Eternal Earth Dragon?" The Eternal Earth Dragon snorts coldly. "What did you say?" 2 streams of air burst from his nose, causing the bone armor around Mo Yu to shatter. He lowered his head and softly reminded the venerable existence that it seems he has broken the rules. Eternal Earth Dragon roared fiercely. "What did you say?" With that, the entire body of the Earth Dragon erupted in blazing fury. Suddenly, a strange deathly light burst out outside the dungeon entrance, causing everyone to be startled and exclaim, "What is happening?" Something has happened inside the instance. Inside the instance, Manhwa tries to maintain a calm demeanor. "With the level of this dungeon boss, someone like you shouldn't exist." Eternal Earth Dragon suddenly sneered and said, "Do you believe that just 1 breath from me is enough to burn you to nothing?" Manhwa shook his head, saying, "You won't kill me." DeLong suddenly lowered his head and opened his mouth wide. "How can you be so sure?" Manhwa calmly points to Tian. "If he wanted to kill me, he could have done it earlier, without needing to control my undead legion and make my allies unconscious. I guess you're here to warn me." Hearing that, the Eternal Earth Dragon chuckled and said, "That's right. I came to see who could make my clone so miserable. Indeed, I have no intention of harming you. I came here this time to make a deal with you." Manhwa was curious. "A trade? Please, Senior, go ahead and speak." The Earth Dragon spoke slowly, "But you're not yet qualified for this transaction. Once you reach the true central area of the upper space, I will be waiting for you there." After speaking, the Earth Dragon turned into streaks of gold and silver light before gradually disappearing. Mo Yun muttered, "The upper space central zone. Could it be you?" Makangu sighed in relief, looking thoughtful. Could the upper space central area be the boss that Mac Van mentioned? I didn't expect it to have intelligence. Makangu recalled the cold gaze of the ancient cursed bird and silently made a comparison. The earth dragon not only has wisdom, but its wisdom far surpasses that of the ancient sky bird. While Maknu was lost in thought, Thien Thien gradually regained consciousness and gently patted her head. What just happened? Maknu casually replied, the dungeon had a sudden mutation, and the boss disappeared. Thien Thien was surprised and quickly asked Maknungu, are you okay? Maknungu calmly replied, it's fine. The instance is over. Let's go outside. We need to deal with the ones waiting out there. That's a good idea. What would you get if you used your gathering skill on the dragon and demon clans? Maknu suggests, try it when we go out later. Thien Thien agrees immediately. The outside space falls silent as Makngu and Thien Thien appear. The demons and the dragon race immediately shout, attack now. Kill them all. Immediately, the demons and the dragon clan launched their attack on Mongyu. At the very moment they strike, Jiang Wenshan appears, taking the lead without hesitation. The quick activation of a collective defensive skill creates a sturdy golden shield that continuously blocks each fierce attack. Yilam Davu also joins the fight. Let me help you. Wide-angle shot. Moyu coldly said, die. The demons and dragon clan roared loudly. Kill that human. Absolutely cannot let him take the heart of the earth back. Do not spare anyone. Kill them all. Meanwhile, Mo Ngu coldly ordered Jiang Vansan to bring them down. Jiang Vansan quickly and clearly replied. Then immediately, the dark mage in Jiang Vansan's army raised his staff high. The sorcerer shouted, seal the wind! And in an instant, a beam of light suddenly shone down from above. At that very moment, the forbidden zone did not form. The demons and dragon race are falling from the sky like rain, causing chaos everywhere. Is it not possible that their mages have a sealing technique? So, what if there's a barrier? We can still kill them all if we go down. The barrier only lasts for a minute. As long as we can hold out until this time passes, we still have the absolute advantage. Little did they expect, as soon as they landed, they were surrounded by Monu's deadly spiritual energy. One after another, the undead soldiers suddenly appeared, their murderous intent fixed on the demons and the dragon race. Maknu also seized the opportunity, raising the symbol of the elite warriors high, his tone cold. If the time limit is not long enough, then you will not have the chance to fly again. With that, the army of dry corpses immediately received a boost of vitality, their momentum surging even more, combined with the gathering technique and group collection skills of Tian Tian. Streams of icy light shimmered around the demons and the Long clan. They screamed in terror. What is this? Why didn't it cause any damage? Amid their screams, the dry corpse warriors and the dry mage unleashed their ultimate techniques with terrifying power, directly annihilating all remnants of the demons and the dragon race. Jiang Vansan was already accustomed to these shocking scenes and calmly declared, it's over. Old Lam Night Wind asked suspiciously, what do you mean? Jiang Vansan explained slowly. Once Commander Lam used the rune skill, the outcome was already decided. That is the skill capable of defeating the Deep Abyss Fire Spirit in a single strike. Sure enough, after a fierce storm, all the minor monsters of the evil spirits and the dragon race were destroyed to the very bones. Jiang Vansan silently thought that using the brute force skill, he didn't even need to use the corpse of the violent spirit. The system quickly updated the information. Defeated Deep Abyss. Demon level 48. Gained 240,000 experience, 1,000 military contributions. Now all that remains are shimmering golden rays swirling around Maknu and Thien Thien. The system prompt indicates that Maknu has been promoted. Lieutenant Colonel 1-star holding a badge in his hand. Thien Thien stood beside him, unable to hide her surprise, as the badge was upgraded to Lieutenant Colonel. In an instant, Makngu was suddenly surrounded by a dazzling light, and he leveled up. The system screen displayed his name, Lam Makngu, the only Death Spirit Mage. Level 34, Long Clan War King title, all attributes plus 500, skill power consumption reduced by 50%, 1526 plus 500, physical strength 1526 plus 500, agility 1526 plus 500, mental strength 21,630, 30 seconds, 3500 level 5 explosive corpse, exploding corpses deal 30% damage within a 5-meter radius. Makngu is now very excited. Finally, his explosive corpse skill has leveled up thanks to his innate talent, with a damage range reaching 50 meters. Damage tripled, and with enough corpses, he might even be able to explode through the abyss. The system continues to notify that by using the collection skill, you received a low-level bloodline core fragment, which when used covers you in demonic aura for 1 hour and grants low-level dragon bloodline essence. Low-level blood essence of the dragon race can be refined into potions by alchemists or crafted into combat equipment by blacksmiths and armorers. Holding the demon core shard in hand, Manhwa couldn't help but feel delighted. Being able to envelop oneself in demonic aura is truly a good thing. If I ever want to venture into the depths someday, this will definitely be useful. I didn't expect the gathering skill could also obtain this item. Right now, in front of the dungeon, the colors of the demon and the dragon race are scattered everywhere. This terrifying scene shocked Jialam Yavu. It's over now. Hasn't even been a minute yet, right? Jiang Van Sun, on the other hand, remained very composed, smiling as he said, Captain Lam is most skilled at group attacks. The other members of Jiang Van Sun's team started to discuss among themselves. I never expected that skill to be from the primordial talisman. It's too powerful. I really didn't expect someone at level 34 to have obtained the primordial talisman, probably with limitless potential in the future. Manhwa then hands Tian a sparkling crystal. She asks in confusion. This is Manhwa calmly replying. This is the teleportation and positioning stone for the two dynasties. Let me know if you find the Demon Dragon Electric Map instance. We will stay in contact. I might need your help. Are you leaving soon? Manhwa replied calmly. The teleportation map has disappeared. I have no reason to stay here anymore. I still have the mission my master assigned me to complete. Goodbye. Tian reluctantly watched Mo Yu leave. Seeing her cheeks flush, Jialan Yawu gently patted her on the shoulder. What is it? Can't bear to leave? What are you talking about? Don't tease me, Sister Davu. Jialam Davu then teased her. Oh wow, our Tian is blushing. Jialam Davu's words immediately sparked a giggling fit among the team members. Tian hesitated. Honestly, there's nothing special. Just her way of grinding dungeons is very unique and exciting. It made me a little obsessed. Hearing her speak, Jialam Davu was also curious about how she grinds dungeons, so the sisters in the team quickly gathered around, urging Tian. Yes, tell us how you two managed to clear the dungeon in just 40 minutes. The previous record was at least 6 hours, and Tian honestly explained it like this. 10 days later, in the central area, Manhwa was strolling leisurely. As he ventured deeper into the forest, he unexpectedly encountered an evil spirit. The demon quickly recognized the badge on Major Manhwa's shoulder, and without hesitation, hurriedly spread its wings and flew away. Manhwa scratched his head, recalling that ever since he was promoted to 1-star colonel, he hadn't killed any more demons or dragon race members. Could it be that they have already sent word to the upper echelons of the space? The only chance now is that I can't fly, and I can't catch up if I try to chase. At the same time, outside the Meme of Wong's palace, the space twisted into a spiral, and a giant eye suddenly appeared from the middle of the spiral. So it turns out to be the Flame Demon King. As soon as he arrived, he shouted loudly, "Second Demon King, come out!" A powerful voice echoes as the entire palace of the Demon Queen trembles. Then a dark aura gradually appears, revealing the figure of the Demon Queen looking lazily. "Litiam, do you know what will happen if you disturb my sleep?" Litiam of Wong immediately became furious. "I don't care about your consequences. I ask you, do you know that Manhwa is at the ancient trial grounds?" "Why are you yawning, Nghim of Wong?" Litiam of Wong immediately questions me. "If you knew, why didn't you tell me? Clearly, you know me." Second Demon King sneered mockingly. "So what if I know he's announcing his trial at the training grounds? Why should I tell you? What are you to me? Unless you mention this." She suddenly stood up. Liet Diem of Wong quickly stepped back, alert, and seeing his anxious and worried expression, Nghim of Wong sneered, "You look at you, with that tiny guts, daring to provoke me. This time I'll let you go, but if there's a next time, keep this eye of yours in place." Liet Diem Demon King was truly angered by her, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "If you know Manhwa is at the Tuinko trial grounds, why don't you send someone to kill him? Or maybe you should give me information about Manhwa." The second Demon King's eyes flashed with a fierce light as murderous intent radiated strongly. "Do you think I didn't send someone to kill him? Even Zichnuyat Evil Demon and Tamuyen Fire Spirit were sent out, yet they still couldn't kill him." At this point, she took out a crimson stone, and you know the rules of the Tuyenko trial school. If you have the ability, go ahead and do it yourself. After finishing, Second Demon King threw the blood-colored stone towards Flame Demon King. "The information you want is all in there. Don't bother me again or I'll make you regret it." After finishing, the Second Demon King returned to her castle, leaving Liet Diem Demon King with the Death Gem. At the same time, Manhwa cheered happily, finally leveling up. The system quickly updated the name Mak Engju. Class Death Spirit Mage, level 35, title Dragon Clan War King. All attributes increased by 500, skill cost reduced by 50%. Strength 1660 plus 500, Physique 1660 plus 500, title Lightning plus 500, Spiritual Sunny 2300 plus 500, Divine Attribute of Divine Power, level 35. The system continues to announce that the Soldier of the Dry Long at level 35 gold, with a strength of 20,000, agility of 20,000, spirit of 20,000, and physique of 20,000, has skills that can trigger a third-level brawl transformation, converting 400% of their strength into damage on the target. The cooldown time is less than 10 minutes. The gold level 35 mage has a strength of 5,000, agility of 5,000, spirit of 25,000, and physique of 5,000. The Legion members above level 350 have a strength of 6,500, agility of 6,500, spirit of 6,500, and physique of 30,000. Manga gazed into the distance, muttering, "I don't know how long I've been in this ancient trial training school. The sense of time is a bit blurry. I'm mistaken. There are 4 more levels. If I haven't found the Dragon Demon Palace by level 39, I'll have to go back to prepare for class change and promotion." Manga suddenly remembered Lam Makhan, feeling that his level-up speed was already very fast, but still too slow compared to her. She is very likely to become the youngest divine-level powerhouse in human history. As Mongumyanman was lost in thought, a blue light suddenly descended from the sky nearby. Attracting Makangu's attention, he guesses it is the aura of the Dragon Clan bloodline. Could it be Makangu himself? The Dragon Palace? He hurriedly runs toward the blue light to check. Suddenly, Monyu stops, raises his head, pupils constrict, and his lips tremble. That's not right. Why is there no celestial and earthly phenomenon? Manga carefully considered that normally, when the Demon Dragon Palace appears, a celestial phenomenon would occur, attracting the 3 clans. But now, besides sensing the aura of the Demon Dragon Palace, there was no other sign. His eyebrows unconsciously furrowed, so there are only 2 possibilities. Either the replica isn't fully formed and the heaven and earth anomalies haven't appeared, or this scene before him isn't the Demon Dragon Palace. At this moment, Manga saw a shimmering glow in the distance with rainbow-like brilliance, clouds of 5 colors swirling into a spiral shape, creating a breathtaking and magical scene. Monyu exclaimed, "What a coincidence! Something seems off, but no matter what, I have to get closer and take a better look." Thinking that, he slowly approached the spiral vortex. Manga's fingertips suddenly lit up. It was the probing technique. The probing technique turned into gentle breezes that flew straight into the 5-colored vortex, and soon Manga realized this was a barrier. The deep realm barrier. Manga's face shows clear confusion. Your gaze suddenly fixed on a smoky stone, the long crystal used to contain the dragon's breath, with a chance to awaken innate talent after use. You are stunned. The aura of the Dragon Clan from this dragon pearl is a trap. A sound comes from behind Monyu, and he calmly glances over, revealing that the Liet Diem Demon King has now appeared in front of him. Manga calmly said, "Liet Dim Mavwang, so you are the one." Liet Dim Mavwang, in the form of a giant eye, roared in anger. "Manga, this time you're definitely going to die." Manga sneered, "So you seem very confident, huh? This is the upper realm space. You can only send a clone here, so what if there's a barrier? Are you planning to trap me here to die?" Inside, you feel confused. What is it really planning to do? When Liet Diem Demon King heard the unwavering tone of Manga, he was furious. "Kid, enjoy these final moments. You will be completely killed by me. I will watch as you turn into a fool and then be slain. Damn it." Inside Manga's heart, a slight fluctuation. Where does it get its confidence from? Within the barrier, layers of black clouds closed in. Manga softly said, "Fog." He looked around, but his vision was now limited. Sweat unconsciously appeared on Manga's forehead. The barrier covered about 1 kilometer, but there were no monsters, only this fog. In the end, what method does it plan to use to deal with me? He then ordered the Bonelich Legion. "Let's try to see if we can open the barrier." The fog thickened gradually, and amidst the swirling mist, the eerie laughter of the Demon King Liet Diem echoed in Manga's ears. Suddenly, the scene before him changed. Manga silently wondered what this was. A sudden sharp pain in his head made him slump down, clutching his head as if he was forgetting something. Suddenly, a magical light surrounded Manga, pulling him into an unfamiliar space. Manga kept asking himself what he was doing. Manga looked at his own hand, feeling like he shouldn't be here, but his memories told him he was just a student getting ready. Cao Duong suddenly nudged him. "Manga, your turn is up. Go now." Hatu Yet stood nearby, muttering softly, "Stupid lamb, I've called you several times. Why are you still daydreaming?" On the podium, Luke Van's clear voice rang out. "The next one is Manga. Up to now, Manga still hasn't been able to regain his composure. Strange, why do I feel like I've already been promoted? Did I forget something?" The surroundings around Manga suddenly change. Dark storm clouds gather in the sky, lightning flashes violently, and Maknu's eyes light up. He muttered to himself, "It seems like I've seen this scene somewhere before." Makengu felt both familiar and strange at the same time. No, this abnormal phenomenon far exceeds what I remember. The dry-bone warrior turned with an angry expression, his eye sockets emitting a chilling blue glow. He sat on the back of his mount, a bolt of lightning striking down where Maknu was standing. Instantly, countless shards like tiny mirrors scattered everywhere around him. Maknu widened his eyes, sweat pouring down his temples, clearly realizing something and silently thinking that this place is the ancient trial ground. He hesitated for a moment, raised his hands to look at the swirling energy around his body, and just like that, he remembered everything he had forgotten in the dream. If I keep going like this, I might end up becoming a fool. Makengu anxiously assessed the situation, wondering why his body was burning without pain and feeling very warm. Why is it like this after all? In the end, you realize this is the soul flame, and there are large unknown objects burning inside your body. Amid the fierce green smoke, Maknu confidently concludes that everything he just saw was an illusion. He is deeply shocked and silently thinks about Bakuvayan. I remember now my teacher once told me that among the abyssal demons there is a very special, dangerous, and mysterious type. Maknu's pupils shrank as he tried to piece everything together. They call them the Deep Abyss Illusion Demons. They are very small and usually live in packs. Each small swarm can have up to millions of creatures. Once inside a host, they can create illusions, invade the soul, and even erase memories, causing the infected to lose control and become puppets of their will. These creatures look grotesque and deformed, so small and cunning that even their armored remains couldn't be detected. Makengu raised his hand, clutching a source of blue light, and silently thought, luckily the sorcerer Tu Lin appeared during that anomaly, or else I would have already. Without finishing speaking, he raised his hand high and shouted loudly, "Soul flames." Dark voices echoed, full of resentment everywhere. "How did you figure out what kind of fire this is? I'm about to be burned alive." Makengu decisively commands Liet DM, "Get out here." The dark eye with its pupil narrowing in horror. It sneers, "You foolish kid, I am. The Flame Demon King, born with the ability to control fire. How dare you play with fire in front of me? I find it ridiculous." Makengu also did not give up. He gritted his teeth and replied, "Well then, try me." After finishing, Maknu unleashes his move, the Deep Abyss World. The Demon King was indeed struck by the green energy from his hand. In the depths of the abyss, inside a tower filled with deadly aura, the flame tyrant Demon King sat atop the peak as a green light suddenly engulfed and burned his body, with flames never ceasing on his face. The dry mages below kept sweating and kept asking, "Great Lord Demon King, are you all right?" Suddenly, a burst of fire erupted in front of them, and a dark voice like from the underworld echoed with authority, not letting anyone know about the shame of the Lord. Liet DM Demon King is furious, standing up from above and snarling, "Maknu, I swear I will kill you if you have the courage. Then don't participate in the ancient trial for the rest of your life." He goes mad, shouting loudly in anger, "Someone, come here, deliver my order." A gemstone with a purple glow floats in midair, and the system also provides information about the Demon King's gemstone. Demon Lord Crystal, a gem forged from the Demon Lord's power, containing his strength. Moyue kept the stone in his hand and thought to himself, "Demon Lord Crystal. I'll hold on to it for now." The dark abyssal illusions under the blue flames keep wailing in agony as shattered mirror pieces scatter throughout the space. After finishing, Maknu breathes a sigh of relief, luckily helped by that person, or she would have fallen into Liet Diem's trap. However, there is still something bothering him. But what is that illusion? Maknu suddenly realized this was the teleportation stone meant for her. Could it be that she found the Demon Dragon Palace? Immediately, a blue light enveloped the area where Lam Maknu was standing. You carefully assess the situation. The power of the abyss, the aura of the dragon bloodline, and the aura of the dungeon. This time, it must be the real Ma Long Temple. McVan then appears right in front of you, her lips curling into a gentle smile. "What do you think?" "I found it faster, right?" You also quickly replied. "Thanks," McVan also happily responded. "No need to thank me. The dungeon level is too high, I can't handle it. I know you'll definitely go in multiple times. If there's extra dragon spirit, just give me 1 or 2 pills." Makengu quickly agreed to this idea. He replied that it was no problem. You raise your hand and say, "All right, let me call someone else." The teleportation stone confirms the location, and Ma Van immediately asks, "Besides him, who else can he call?" Immediately, Tian Tian also appeared in a blue, magical light, surprisingly as a master collector, which means double the profit for dungeon runs. The demon here immediately heightened its vigilance, snarling, "That is Lam Makngu." Lord Mafuang's order. See Lam Makngu, kill without mercy. The evil long race also quickly responded, "My clan also has an order. We must kill Lam Makngu." They surrounded the city wall and advanced towards Makngu, one of them shouting to kill him. Macvan looked at Makngu's back, her heart trembling. What exactly had he done? Once again, causing the Dragon Clan and demons to share a common enemy. Meanwhile, the demons and the Dragon Clan rush forward together, attacking Makngu amid deafening roars. Kill him, kill him. Faced with a large group of demons, Mo Nu remains calm and composed. You use your spiritual power to summon your mighty army of spirits, while Makngu also commands the necromancer to cast his spell. For a moment, the light from the necromancer's magic burst forth brilliantly, as hundreds of skeleton warriors charged fiercely into battle against the demons and the dragon race. Soon the demon was burned to ashes and fell to the ground like rain. Witnessing this heroic scene, Tian Tian couldn't help but admire. So powerful. The demon and the Long clan are now terrified out of their wits, shouting to each other, "Go quickly, run away." We're no match for him after chasing away the demon and the Long clan. Mengyu turns to tell Tian Tian, "Let's go into the instance, they won't dare bother us for now." Tian Tian nodded quickly and said, "All right." The two of them quickly entered the instance. The demon and dragon clans watch helplessly as Mengyu leads Tian Tian into the instance, anxiously discussing among themselves, "He wants to enter the instance. What should we do?" One of them suggested that we are no match for him, so we might as well enter the dungeon too. The remaining demons and dragon clan members all agreed unanimously. Interesting. Macvan wondered what the demons and the dragon clan were planning after seeing them whispering together. Then the demons and the dragon race followed closely behind Mac and Goo into the instance. This time, Macvan was shocked. What's going on? Why are they also entering the dungeon? A flicker of surprise crossed Movan's eyes as she muttered to herself, "No matter when outside the dungeon, it's always a chaotic battle among the three clans. Now, it's all because of Lam Makngu." At this moment, a group of monster hunters arrived, looking around in confusion. Why are there so few people? Where are the evil demons and the dragon clan? Could it be that we are from a few rounds ago? Lucky indeed. Movan watched quietly as the group entered the dungeon, a look of excitement on her face. This is the largest group ever to enter the Demon Dragon Palace instance in history. Inside the Demon Dragon Palace, Tian Tian happily exclaimed, "Luck is on our side. It's the Ice Demon Dragon." Seeing Tian Tian's excitement, Mo Yu curiously asked about the Ice Demon Dragon, and Tian Tian explained, "Yes, the environment inside the Dragon Demon Palace varies each time we enter." She added, "Sometimes it's the Fire Demon Dragon, other times the Ice Demon Dragon, and there are also other elemental demon dragons." The Malong now appears to have about a dozen types, with the Black Dragon being the most difficult, while the Ice Malong we encountered is considered quite simple. After hearing Tian Tian's detailed explanation, McNu nodded and said, "I understand. Later, you will time it right to release the sealing spell and gather everything." Tian Tian obediently replied, "Don't worry." Soon, a cave appeared before the two of them. Tian Tian said as she walked, "The Ice Demon Dragon Palace has no small monsters. Only one boss. As long as you kill the Ice Dragon, it's considered passing the level." Listening to Tian Tian's story, Makangu thought to himself that with only one boss, this was very suitable for my dungeon. As they entered the cave, a chilling wind howled fiercely. Tian Tian hugged her shoulder, trembling slightly, so cold. At this moment, a ice dragon suddenly appeared and blocked their way, with the system updating quickly. The Ice Demon Dragon, a level 55 hell boss with 100,000 strength, 60,000 speed, 120,000 spirit, and 160,000 physique, possesses skills like super freezing and snowstorm, immune to elemental water damage and physical damage reduction by 50%, with a weakened curse effect. Makungju quietly heightened his vigilance, channeling his spiritual power into his palm to summon an elite skeleton army that quickly encircled the Ice Demon Dragon, each armed with shining swords, bravely charging into battle until the dragon suddenly opened its mouth to unleash a massive freeze, drastically lowering the temperature inside the cave and freezing all skeleton soldiers in place, while Makangu and Tian Tian, wearing protective armor, could temporarily withstand the cold. However, the skeleton soldiers are now being pushed down one after another. The Ghost General raises his staff high, using his military formation skill to remove all movement statuses from the Legion members and boost morale, with effects only at level 60 abnormal states. The Ice Demon Dragon roared angrily as it soared into the sky, unleashing the Ice Heaven Snow Earth technique, causing a blizzard inside the tunnel that stunned Tian Tian with its icy storm. "It's snowing. a thick layer of ice covering the dry liches, freezing them. Mo Ngu looked up at the ice demon dragon soaring above, gritting his teeth. I can't fly. That's troublesome. I still want to fight a few more times. I can't waste time here. This can't go on like this anymore. Makengu then told Tien Tien, stay back a little. Tien Tien quickly replied, okay. Mo Yu immediately took out the Reaper's scythe and shouted loudly, come out! The Soul Guard Insect King. A stream of blue light radiated, illuminating the entire area brightly. System notification, Spirit Insect King, level 50, strength 40,000, speed 40,000, mental 30,000, physique 50,000, skill soul devouring. Second posture, terrifying scream trait, ignores defense, ignores physical immunity, bites and tears everything. Magnu immediately ordered the Devouring Spirit King. Go, take that one down for me. The Ice Demon Dragon's eyes suddenly lit up, and it immediately launched a Super Ice Storm attack, causing the accumulated ice in the Ice Demon Dragon's cave to explode, with huge chunks falling like rain. Below, the dry lich warriors of Makengu had to brace themselves against huge chunks of ice. The Ice Demon Dragon suddenly spread its wings and soared into the sky, with the bone armor surrounding Maknu and Thien Thien flashing simultaneously. The ice covering the cave continues to pour down fiercely. Makengu can only temporarily use spiritual power to reinforce their armor and barely hold on. Meanwhile, Veihan Trung Vuong leapt onto the cliff without hesitation, quickly approaching the Ice Demon Dragon, and in an instant its figure was right beside the roaring Ice Demon Dragon. Suddenly, Veihan Trung Vuong unexpectedly bit into the massive body of Bang Ma Long, causing excruciating pain from the wound to surge to its brain, making Bang Ma Long thrash in agony. She escaped from the sharp teeth of the devouring Soul Bug King. Amid the chaos, the Ice Demon Dragon roared, its roar tearing through the silent space. The body of the Ice Demon Dragon keeps thrashing, causing chunks of ice to shatter and fly towards Maknu and Thien Thien. Maknu's eyes suddenly turn cold as he withdraws his undead army and activates his defenses. Tien Tien also quickly launched an attack, trying to support Mo Yu. The system now updates that 42 long-term soldiers have been killed and 25 dry spell mages have been eliminated. The ice shards, sharp as blades, flew straight at you. Thanks to the 2 bone armor, Makengu was temporarily safe. He silently breathes a sigh of relief, glad he managed to recall most of the undead army in time, or they would have been wiped out. Now, Thien Thien is in a defensive stance behind Maknu. She shouts, let me help. Then, Thien Thien stomped her foot and leapt forward. She finally approached the Ice Demon Dragon without hesitation, and immediately used her stun skill. It has a 5-second stun chance with a 1-minute cooldown. For higher-level targets, the stun duration is shortened. After being hit by Tien Thien's skill, the Ice Dragon's mind became dizzy, and thousands of stars seemed to spin before its eyes. The Ice Dragon's body gradually wobbled as if about to collapse. Makengu quickly seized the opportunity and ordered the Dry Corpse Army to make sure to use these 5 seconds of dizziness. The Skeleton Army immediately launched their attack, while Maknu's hand swiftly channeled his mental energy to unleash Soulfire. Tien Tien also quickly used the Gathering spell. Their combined effort left the Ice Demon Dragon completely helpless. A deafening sound echoes as the ground trembles violently, and the entire body of the Ice Demon Dragon collapses to the ground. The Dry Corps soldiers immediately surround the Ice Demon Dragon, launching their most ferocious attack together. At this moment, Bang Ma Long's eyes flashed brightly, and the stun effect from the system notification ended. It weakly resisted, and Bang Ma Long's wings spread out as if intending to escape. Mo Yu shouted loudly, Veihan Trung Vuong, attack now. Following Mo Yu's command, Veihan Trung Vuong charged swiftly towards Bang Ma Long. As soon as it closed in on the Ice Demon Dragon, the Spirit Guardian Worm King bit down hard on its neck, and the smell of fresh blood instantly filled the air. The Spirit Worm King gnaws fiercely on a piece of the blood-red Ice Demon Dragon, followed by the agonized roar of the Ice Demon Dragon. Now, the Ice Demon Dragon is barely clinging to life, and immediately the army of mummies rushes forward to destroy the beast. Soon, the screen shows experience points gained, 550,000 yen for defeating the Ice Demon Dragon, and 4 dragon essences collected through skills. 4 dragon essences obtained. The dragon spirit has a certain chance to awaken a talent, with no limit on the number of uses, but it can only awaken a talent once. Holding the hexagonal dragon spirit in his hand, Mo Yu smiled at Tien Tien. Thanks to her skill, otherwise I really wouldn't know how to fight. Hearing your praise, Tien Tien smiled brightly. Have you forgotten? I only have this skill thanks to your Great Earth Treasure Stone. I should be the one saying thank you. There's not much time left, Mo Ngu told Thien Thien. Let's keep going. Tien Tien was so excited that she jumped up and continued, and the two of them headed outside the dungeon. Everyone, where is everyone? Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed back. Mac Van sat on his warhorse and said, "Finally, you two are out. Thanks to you, all three clans entered the dungeon. Luckily, no conflict occurred." Mac Ngu Nyingo scratched his head. "I see." A moment later, his eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. "If that's the case, let's keep grinding the dungeon." After the cooldown, Mo Yue and Mu Tian entered the Demon Dragon Palace once again. As soon as they stepped in, Tian Tian suddenly felt a chill down his spine, his voice trembling. "I think we've encountered the Black Dragon." Mak Ngu raised his hand, channeling his mental power. From the shadows, a pair of dragon eyes flashed with murderous intent, and a fierce aura of the dragon radiated strongly. The system reports that the Black Demon Dragon, the level 56 Demon Lord with 150,000 strength, 60,000 agility, 40,000 spirit, and 200,000 physique, unleashes a furious earth-shaking skill that sweeps wildly, attacking with reduced 80% elemental and physical damage, resistant to curses and with increased life force over a wide area. While Maknu calmly summons the Undead Legion, suddenly feeling his heart skip a beat, he urgently commands the skeleton warriors to retreat, just as the Black Demon Dragon's eyes suddenly glow fiercely, and it charges ferociously towards the undead army, unleashing a frantic rush attack. A sense of unease rose in Mo Nu's chest, and he shouted to withdraw too late. Immediately afterward, the Ko Lao squad was overwhelmed by Hak Ma Long's attack. The system quickly updates: 18 skeleton soldiers and 11 skeleton mages have been defeated. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, the massive figure of the Black Demon Dragon flickers into view. Suddenly, the Black Demon Dragon appears unexpectedly, unleashing a devastating, earth-shaking attack, causing the cave to tremble violently, and Maknu loudly orders a retreat. However, the system's withdrawal command failed. Then, amidst the chaos, the system screen displayed that 44 skeleton soldiers and 28 skeleton mages had been defeated. Maknu's eyebrows furrowed, risking everything as the fiery red patterns on his back of the hand lit up, instantly activating the powerful soldier skill, boosting the attributes of the Undead Legion. With Ai's enhanced attributes, the resilient skeleton warriors charged forward, proactively attacking the Black Demon Dragon. At this moment, Tien Tien suddenly charged towards the Black Demon Dragon with unstoppable momentum. Makungu hurriedly stopped her and turned back. "Don't you want to live anymore?" Tien Tien ignores Makungu's words completely, her whole body now burning with an intense fighting spirit. So, it turns out that Tien Tien's talent is her fighting instinct. Only now does Mo Yu realize why he found her strange before. It's because she has a natural talent for combat. As soon as she faced the Black Demon Dragon head-on, Tien Tien immediately used the collecting technique, her fierce fighting spirit reflected intensely in the eyes of the Black Demon Dragon. It immediately becomes furious and unleashes the long tail sweep, cold sweat pouring down Maknu as he gasps in shock. The boss's speed is too fast. Even with combat instinct, I can't dodge this attack. At this moment, Tien Tien also widened her eyes, her pupils contracting violently, and she decided to risk it all, shouting loudly, "Stun me." As soon as she finished, the hammer in her hand swung powerfully into the tail of the Black Demon Dragon. A terrible sound tore through the space, causing Tien Tien to recoil violently, her body smashing into the rock wall and shattering her armor instantly. Makngu finally let out a breath of relief. Luckily, her skeleton was covered with armor, so she wouldn't be seriously injured. What kind of damn luck is this? We must seize these 5 seconds. Luckily, we're still in a strong position now. Immediately after, all the Dry Corpse warriors surrounded the Black Demon Dragon and unleashed a furious attack. For 5 seconds, the entire undead army continuously launched critical strikes at the Black Demon Dragon, with raging flames, icy cold, and weapons. During the storm of wind and fire, the Five Thunder Roar platform. Under the relentless attack of the undead army, the Black Demon Dragon finally collapses. It let out a weak roar before Hak Ma Long's body collapsed to the ground. Tien Tien cheered happily. "We did it?" Makungu smiled and praised her. "Your skill has made a great contribution." Tien Tien beamed. "I didn't expect I would be so lucky." The system quickly updates the defeat of the Dark Demon Dragon, gaining 550,000 experience, obtaining the Dragon King certificate, and acquiring 6 dragon spirits. By collecting the 6 dragon spirits, the Dragon King certificate links to the soul, allowing entry to the Dragon King Hall dungeon in the infrastructure space of the ancient trial field. Holding the Dragon King certificate in hand, Mo Yu muttered, "What is this?" "It's the certificate to enter the Dragon King Hall in the school's ancient space infrastructure. I didn't expect the Black Dragon Slayer to also drop this item." Makungu, holding the Dragon King certificate in his hand, with a cold tone said, If it's in the infrastructure space, we'll visit the Dragon King Palace when we go down there. Meanwhile, Tianqian excitedly told him, let's keep going. We can definitely defeat all the demon dragons in the Demon Dragon Palace. Makngu immediately nodded in agreement. After returning to the Instance Dungeon, the two of them headed to the Wind-Driven Dragon Palace with determination. Here, the dust is thick. Tianqian brushes away some of it with her hand and frowns, guessing that this time they are facing the Wind Demon Dragon. As expected, the figure of the Wind Demon Dragon swiftly passes from the sky, its wings spread wide, each flap generating a powerful tornado, while the Bone Core struggles to withstand the whirlwinds and inch closer to the Wind Demon Dragon. The entire body of Feng Malong is like wearing a suit of armor made from wind elements. Tianqian, with her great trident in hand, roars loudly. Even the Black Demon Dragon is no match for us. Little Feng Malong, perish. Evil Malong opened its mouth wide and spat out a series of furious tornadoes. Tian and Makngu also launched a counterattack against it. Doc Malong swung his body toward them, causing both to be shaken, and they used their hands to support their heads. Tian quickly tiptoed and jumped up, shouting loudly, "Stun me!" She raised her weapon high in front of her, moving swiftly across the battlefield. She suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, yet she wasn't stunned, and her skill only needed a 1-minute cooldown to continue. Tian kept attacking without stopping, launching continuous strikes at the demon poison dragon. Stun! Stun! She fights with all her might, shouting non-stop, "Stun! Stun!" Tian kept shouting, "Stun! Stun!" Tian attacks the head of the poison demon dragon, shouting, "Stun!" I knew it was a success, and cheers loudly, triumphant. Now it's my turn, Makngu said as he stepped forward, using his strength to launch a series of attacks on the head of Doc Ma Long. The creature immediately became distressed. As expected, the poison demon dragon was defeated and collapsed. Tian smiled and said, "I'm getting better and better at this, let's keep going." Maknu immediately responded. They took turns attacking the poison demon dragon, then switched to fight the fire demon dragon and finally clashed with the thunder demon dragon, successfully defeating all 3 mighty dragons. Tian happily exclaimed, "We've cleared the demon dragon dungeon 8 times. Thanks to your gathering skill, we now have 72 dragon crystals." Mac Van then approached, sitting on Bach Kai Lan's back and calling out to Mac Ningu. She nervously said, "You two should leave first. The main reason is that the Instance Dungeon is about to disappear, and soon the demons and the dragon race will pour out." But Mac Ngu didn't seem too anxious. He nodded as if he understood and said there was no need to rush. Mac Van was stunned and asked, "Are you really going to do that?" Mac Ngu raised his hand and a blazing blue flame appeared on his palm. He confirms that he is the one blocking the murderous gate. Mac Ngu stands up, ready to face it, with tens of thousands of elite spirits beside him. You turn to tell Tian to remember to use the gathering spell later. She nods seriously and says, "Don't worry, I won't miss a single one." The area around the gate is becoming more and more dangerous. Makanu honestly told everyone nearby, "Please leave this place quickly." They immediately asked back, "Why? We still have enough time to go in one more time." The dry warrior behind him said, "He's Maknu." The others immediately changed their attitude and replied, "Okay, we'll go right away." The soldiers beside them looked confused. "Captain, why do we have to go?" The captain replied, "Because he is Lam Mengyu. What if someone else questions Lam Mengyu? No matter how strong he is, he can't block the dungeon gate." The captain didn't want to say much and simply replied calmly, "You'll see why soon." Maknu raised his hand, focusing as he said, "Get ready, they're coming out soon." A series of magical lights shot out in all directions, their overwhelming power oppressive. Maiden Wu raised her hand with a seal, commanding the elite soldiers. A group of undead warriors immediately appeared, their faces flickering with blue light in the darkness. Tian also fights hard against the dark forces here, using gathering magic. Magu quickly continues casting the skeleton injection. The demons are panicking and shouting non-stop. What is happening? Before they could regain their senses, they were pierced through the body by a barrage of spikes. They screamed in madness, some blocking the gate as expected by the Dragon Clan. It was him, Lam Muyu. Mac Van shouted nervously, "Hurry and get the human team out of here. Hurry and get the human team out of here." Both sides charged at each other, fighting intensely, and the only words to describe the scene are chaos. The dragon race and the human race continued their struggle amidst the turmoil. It's been a while since such a spectacular explosion, hasn't it? And with that, a deafening blast reverberates, shaking everything around. The soldiers were stunned to realize that this was his true purpose. Witnessing Mo Yue effortlessly destroy the powerful demon army, they all broke out in cold sweat, their voices trembling, saying, "Why are these demons and dragons all above level 50 so weak?" Another soldier retorted, It's not because Lam Meknu is too strong. Just then, Mavan rode a divine spiritual unicorn beast and chased over. She immediately cast a forbidden flight spell. Immediately after, deafening loudspeakers blared, the ground trembled violently, and demons and the dragon race cried out in agony. A moment later, the battle was over. Now everywhere is filled with the corpses of the dragon clan and demons. Mekngu holds the dragon crystal in his hand, speaking calmly. This time he gained an additional 270 military points, but the greatest reward is still this. You miscalculated the long stones needed to awaken your talent. Including the 72 stones from before, I now have a total of 273 long stones. Meknu turned to Bao Thien Thien and Macvan. Let's leave here first. Both of them answered in unison. Watching Mekngu's relaxed figure walk away, a young soldier whispered to his teammate. He has killed so many of the Long clan, so how many dragon crystals has he taken? His teammate warned him, don't overthink it. If you have any malicious intentions, his skeleton army won't show mercy. When he heard about Meknu's undead army, his face instantly paled and his voice trembled. I wouldn't dare. At this moment in the forest, Mekngu slowly sat down and said, Everyone use Long Tin to awaken your talents. Who goes first? Macvan Zhongfang, I didn't awaken my talent during the second inheritance, so it won't affect the success rate of the Dragon Pearl. The awakening rate for each pearl is about 10 to 15%. I don't know how many I need to use to awaken it. After saying that, Macvan picked up the dragon crystal and closed her eyes. Suddenly, the long crystal in her hand emitted a strange, deathly hue, enveloping Maovan completely. The purple light from the long tin was so dazzling that Tian Tian had to cover her eyes. After a while, Maovan lowered her head and said sadly, I failed. Mo Yu Tan Nien took out a dragon pearl and gently comforted Maovan. It's okay. There are plenty of dragon stones left, she replied politely. Thank you. Meknu said frankly, it's also thanks to her efforts. The third and fourth orbs, and even up to the 16th dragon orb, Macvan still couldn't awaken her innate talent. Suddenly, a powerful aura radiated from her. She exclaimed with joy, I did it. All of Macvan's body radiated a brilliant light. She had awakened her innate talent. Holy flame? Tian Tian asked excitedly. So how was it? What kind of talent did you awaken? Macvan replied with a gentle smile. I awakened the holy flame talent. From now on, my attacks will have a holy fire effect, greatly increasing their power, especially when facing deep abyss demons. Tian Tian sincerely congratulates Ma Van. This talent suits you very well, Macvan chuckled. Thanks. Now it's your turn. Thien Thien nervously holds a dragon crystal, her lips trembling. It's my turn now. The long crystal in Tian Tian's hand emits a brilliant light. When she tried the 12th dragon pearl, her whole body was enveloped in a shimmering glow. Macvan excitedly exclaimed, All right, this time Tian Tian has awakened her all-hit talent. Her feet gently touched the ground as Thien Thien happily showed off to Meknu and Macvan. My innate talent I have awakened to all hit. During its duration, all my skills will hit 100% of the time, and the activation rate of effects will also reach 100%. Hearing Tian Tian speak, Meknu thought to himself that if he combined this talent with her stunning skill, it would be like a divine weapon to conquer bosses. Tian Tian Ban turned to Meknu, her eyes filled with anticipation. Meknu, now it's your turn for the shot. I'll try it. Meknu repeatedly tested each of the 8 dragon orbs, a deadly aura surrounding him. The system announced the awakening of the life-linked summoning talent, forming a life link with all summoned creatures within a certain range, sharing damage within a 20-meter radius. Mekngu was momentarily stunned, so this was the case. These dry leeches could only live or die together within this range. His eyes gradually turned cold. If that's the case, as long as they are not the kind of boss that can cause instant destructive damage, the death rate of the dry lich will decrease significantly. Suddenly, a system window suddenly appeared in front of Meknu. The system detected the host awakening a new talent and has begun optimizing it. Moyu was shocked. The system hasn't appeared since it granted the role, and now it suddenly shows up again. While Mo Yue was still lost in thought, the system had already updated the status to optimizing the innate talent. At the same time, the light emanating from Mo Yue was so intense that Tian Tian and Ma Van had to cover their eyes with their hands. What's going on? Isn't she about to awaken her innate talent? Why did it suddenly erupt? Soon after, the system announced that the talent had been optimized and the life-linking talent was summoned. All summoned beings linked by life share damage and recovery together. Mekngu's lips curl into a smile. After optimization, All her clones truly live and die together. This is truly a divine-level talent. Tian Tian eagerly asked, "What kind of talent did you finally awaken?" You calmly reply, "You share life among the summoned creatures." Ma Van gasps, "Such a powerful innate talent? If you want to wipe out all of your summoned creatures, the city would be almost impossible to defend." McNu looked thoughtful for a moment, but if he faced a boss like the ancient clone bird, he would probably still lose. "Then I will return to the Night Order. Sister Devu and everyone need me." Mac Van also added that she would stay here a bit longer to level up. After saying that, Thien Thien returned to the group while Mac Van rode away on a Quilin beast. Watching their figures, Mo Yu smiled softly. Fate bringing us together again. Holding the teleportation scroll in hand, Mo Yu decided it was time to return to Shen Xia to find the master. At this moment, a sudden stream of purple light shot straight at Mac Nu, with a purple crystal-like aura piercing directly towards her. They aimed straight at the base of your protective wall. This shot is quite powerful. A series of demons flying around in the sky amazed Mo Yu. They are a group of elite demons, all seemingly above level 50 based on their aura. You are not afraid at all and seem quite happy, unexpectedly gaining a lot of credit before leaving. Macnu begins to activate her own skill, a level 10 deadly poison cloud forming a 10-meter toxic zone that deals 100 damage per second. For 10 seconds, a greenish gas quickly envelops the area around him, along with his thoughts. Thanks to the innate ability, his toxic smoke now reaches 100 meters, dealing 1,000 damage per second, lasting up to 100 seconds. The green gas shooting up into the sky above the demons is the poison elemental skill. The pink chains also shoot straight up from there, which is the curse that slows down. The tangled chains trap the demons, leaving them confused. This is a curse, and my speed is significantly reduced. In the end, is he human or a boss? How can he use poison skills and curses at the same time? A demon suddenly bites his arm, blood splattering onto other demons below. Surrounded by chains, another demon shouted loudly, "What are you doing, Tuma?" Around that demon, the surrounding streams of red blood and its deep, hoarse voice. I have used a different curse to suppress Lam Macnu's curse. My curse can only weaken his defenses, not stop him from being killed. Makungu remained fearless and stared them down. You're really clever, but reducing your defense just means you're inviting Awayam or death. The horde of demons is growing more aggressive. Lam Macngu, you're definitely going to die. The Demon King has ordered that you must be killed no matter what, accept your fate. Suddenly, a wave of Macngu's power engulfed the demons, causing them to tremble. What is going on? Your new move caught the demons off guard. Two ancient bones. The leader of the demons was quickly defeated, causing the remaining evil spirits to seem to falter. This is not good. Run quickly. Immediately after, the body of the alpha demon explodes into pieces. Mac Ngu channels his energy, sparks flying, and says, "Let's be cautious and blow them up a few more times." Above the sky, the chaos among the demons intensifies, and soon the scene before Mac Ngu turns into a wasteland. Surely they've all been killed by now. Suddenly, I was surprised by the scene before me. The head demon was still alive, bloodied body, and said hoarsely, "So you're the one. I didn't expect you to be this strong. No wonder the Demon King himself ordered your death." He strained with his remaining strength and said, "If I can't kill you, then let's die together. Remember that the one who kills you is named Black Sky Demon." The purple aura surrounding it swirls densely. Something's wrong. That purple aura is quickly closing in on Macnu. He is soon surrounded. The shards of glass protecting Makungu are shattered by the force of that energy, and he is struck hard in the back, leaving him unable to react. The nearby large rocks also quickly fell to the ground. The land and sea are now covered in a purple hue, looking extremely chaotic. A majestic base suddenly rises beneath the sky. A bloodshot red eye appears along with a deep, resonant voice. "Who dares to kill my child?" The Dark Demon King appears, summoning his own powerful aura, and declares, "I, in the name of the Dark Heavenly Demon King, will use the soul from the abyss to resurrect him." Beneath the purple sea, a demon gradually emerges, kneeling on the ground as if just awakened. The evil spirit respectfully bows before the person in front and greets his father. The Black Demon King asks, "Who was it that killed my son?" The demon honestly confessed, "I self-destructed." The Black Demon King calmly replied, "I see. A sorcerer from the spirit beast race? Such a young genius must be a treasure of the human race, and he also carries the aura of the Demon King." It seems another Demon King has taken notice of him. He uses his sharp claws to pluck a strand of his hair. A strand of hair slowly falls, still bearing a deep purple aura. Instantly, the Demon Lord seems to be empowered and stands up, speaking. "Is that so?" Its eyes light up with a seductive, enchanting voice. "It seems I should pay a visit to the Demon Lord." A surge of power gradually rises beneath the large stone. The army of mummified soldiers gradually appears behind the dust of that stone. Mo Yu, covered in dust and exhausted, says, "It's the first time being attacked by someone else. Luckily, I have the lifelink summoning skill." I look at the undead soldiers, no longer intact, all heavily wounded. Makangu took out the teleportation scroll and, exhausted, said, "We need to go back." Makangu was quickly transported back to the temple. "Has Master Man been waiting for you all this time? You're back? Take a rest for a bit. Your master has gone to the Onlin Hall and will be back later." "Yes, Lord Man." Bai Yivian inside the hall immediately sensed it. "That little brat is back. I'm heading home now." Maktin Haiton stood up and said, "It's good that you're back. Maybe we can go together. I also want to see how much of a genius your student really is." Yivian happily replied, "Let's go and see what the kid has gained from the ancient trial test." As Maknu sat down in front, the figures of two people appeared. At first glance, Maknu quickly assessed Tin Hai and said, "The Holy Thunder One Horn Beast. Could this be Makvan's grandfather, the legendary summoner in the human race, Mak Tin Hai?" Wabi Vian happily looked at Maknu and said, "You little brat, well done. You've already leveled up for 30 years. Maknu politely bowed and said, "I greet you, master." Van Boy respectfully salutes Lord Mak. Tin Hai was a bit surprised. "Do you know who I am?" Maknu quickly explained, "You look a bit like Sister Makvan." I believe I was not mistaken, especially since there aren't many summoners among humans who can accompany their masters. Tin Hai smiled with satisfaction. "Well done. You have good judgment." In his heart, he still found it hard to understand Maknu's position. But this kid is only level 35 with a rather special profession. So why does old Bai value him so much? After sitting down, Yi Yuan immediately asked Mo Yu, "So tell me, what did you experience this time at the trial of the ancient forest? Did you receive any good opportunities?" Makangu also honestly shared that right after entering the Tuyanko trial school, he encountered the Feihan Truong Vuong, and then the images he experienced appeared in his mind as he mentioned it. Both Yi Wen and Tin Hai were stunned by the information they just received. He said he had destroyed the devouring soul-bug mother and even killed the great earth Zook Long god. Maknu replied seriously, "Yes." Both of them looked at each other in surprise. And Van sat to the side, laughing out loud after hearing the story, then recounted it to Maknu. "That year, you two led a group to fight the Demon Soul Queen, but before you even saw her face, she was driven away by the Demon King, and you almost died from poison while searching for the earth-drilling dragon god." Remembering your miserable state, Vian turned away, showing his displeasure. "It's a thing of the past. Why bring it up?" Tin Hai said awkwardly. "That's right, old man. You're going too far." Mo Ngu also told about her encounter with Mo Van, then she met Mo Van and completed the fusion of the Primal Talisman. She also received the Primal Talisman, but just as the fusion was about to be completed, we were attacked by demons. The image of both of them falling into a maze appears. We entered the Divine Selection Secret Realm and received Divine Attribute power. Evian listened and thought, in just 2 short months, has this kid already gone through so much? Maknu quickly laid out his spoils on the table. "This is the core of the earth and the great earth gemstone I obtained from the dungeon. With these, our human race will once again produce great earth knights." Suyen Vian observed and sighed. It's been so many years since the human race last had a great land knight. And Van turned around and gently told Makngu, "If you make a great contribution to the human race, you will definitely be rewarded after this." Makngu humbly said, "This is what I should do." He then presented a dragon-shaped token on the table, which is the certificate of the Dragon King he received at the Demon Dragon Palace, and it seems to help him access the Dragon King dungeon in the infrastructure space. And Van, pushed by the situation, joked, "Your master can't help with this. He's never even been to the Dragon King's palace." Evian felt a bit helpless beside his friend. "That's right, master, these are the remaining dragon crystals." Evian was even more surprised. Just how many times had he raw the Demon Dragon Palace? Don't tell me he tore through the lair of the Demon Dragon. Tin Hai thought to himself, this kid. Behind Mcnangu, a shining major's badge appeared along with Y. Vian's thoughts. A 1-star colonel needs 1 million military merits to gain a star. How many evil demons and dragon clans has this kid killed in the ancient trial field? Tin Hai was also stunned by this information. My god, at level 35, already a 1-star colonel? It's never happened in history. And Van added, don't talk about level 35, even level 45 with a 1-star colonel. I've never seen it before. Tin Hai suddenly turned and left. Nothing special. Let's go. Evian, seeing this, tried to persuade him to stay a bit longer, saying, stay a little longer, the kid hasn't finished reporting yet. Tin Hai, a bit angry, replied, get lost, I'm just looking after my good niece. After Tin Hai leaves, Yi Yuan's face immediately turns serious and says, "All right, that old man is gone now, so you can honestly tell us how much divine power level you gained after entering the divine selection's secret realm." Mo Yu ponders, "Din Thun Chao is too mysterious. Maybe I shouldn't tell the master." Then he casually mentioned level 3. Yi Vian held his teacup and said calmly, "So it's only level 3. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, the teacup in his hand falling onto the table. Yi Vian slammed his hand on the table and stood up, saying, "Wait a minute. What level did you say? Really? That year I only reached level 5, which was already the highest record among humans." Makangu also didn't quite understand the situation and scratched his head before continuing. "Actually, now it's already been raised to level 35 by you?" Evian stared in disbelief and whispered, "That's really perverted." He held his head and shook it, then said to Maknu, "All right, you go rest first, I want some quiet." He quickly replied, "Yes. What's wrong? Are you in shock?" Evian closed his eyes and replied, "I am naturally happy that my disciple is better than his master and stronger than his teacher." Envan honestly said while holding the teacup, but his expression didn't quite match. Evian looked a bit tired and exhausted. "What do you know? It's just that this kid's strength is too powerful, I don't know how to train him next." And Van took a sip of tea and said, "This is simple, just let the kid walk the path you once took and see how far he can go." Evian suspected his intention and asked again, "You mean to let the kid stay at the #1 fortress training ground, McNew restore his dry army and upgrade all his skills while he's at it?" After a moment of exertion, sweat beaded on his face as Makangu finished. "It's done. My contribution points have reached 6,000, enough to join the Sacred Light Academy, and maybe in the future I can fight alongside her. Your technique also quickly upgraded, creating a 35-meter toxic zone that deals 315 damage per second for 35 seconds. Suddenly, a familiar light appeared, the teleportation array. The urgent order arrived as if it were a matter of great importance. Level 1 military decree. All level 40 or below class simulators are to defend the fortress and are not allowed to leave. Prepare for battle. Level 1 military order. All level 40 to 60 profession imposters proceed through the teleportation array to Fortress 6. Level 1 military order. All high-level profession imposters from level 60 and above. Having not yet undergone the third promotion, I will be transported to Fortress 7, with top-tier players transported to Fortress 8. Upon receiving the information, Mo Yue approached the soldiers and requested, "Take me to Fortress 6. The guards quickly stepped in and said, "Sorry, low-level imposters, please stay and guard Fortress 1. Makangu held up the shining badge in front of the soldier and asked, "Do I have permission to enter?" He looked at the badge in shock and said, "1-star Colonel?" The soldier quickly responded respectfully, "Commander, according to regulations, you have the right to go to any fortress." Makangu repeats his earlier request, "Take me to Fort 6. The guards quickly acknowledge the order. At Fort 6, the soldiers are busy preparing a large fire that lights up the area. A shining badge glows overhead. The 63rd level Legion Commander and 3-star Colonel Ng Tuan appears, master of the 53rd level formation. Truong Thien calmly asked, "Ng Tuan, do you know which demon king this army belongs to yet?" Ng Tuan looked at the situation ahead and said, "Not yet. I have no clues." Zhang Tian immediately reported, "This enemy is quite mysterious. I have taken control of the city's formation." "You can rest assured." McNgu quickly appeared in front of the two of them, catching them off guard. "Is this young man lost? Wait a moment. Look at Quan Han. The shining token behind Mongu's back surprises both of them. A 1-star colonel? So young? Just level 35. Truong Thien stammered, "It's him." He Tuan turned to ask him, "Lao Truong, do you know him?" Zhang Tian recalled Mia Yu's appearance at that time, saying, "I met him once. I was the one who presided over this kid's promotion ceremony. I didn't expect that in just a few months he would reach level 35. This level-up speed is truly frightening." Ng Tuan was amazed and turned to look at Maknu, asking, "What do you mean? Are you saying he only changed classes a few months ago and he's a newly promoted fake profession this year? I can't believe it. He's only been a few months and he's already a 1-star senior officer? How is that possible?" Zhang Tian added, "This kid is not simple. He's the national top scorer this year." Ng Tuan cautiously said, "I remember not long ago the youngest young master in human history appeared. Could it be him?" Truong Thien looked at Maknu with some hope, wondering what surprises he might bring in the upcoming great battle. Ng Tuan begins issuing orders to the soldiers below, activating the Legion mode. Everyone quickly join the Legion. The Legion information is rapidly announced. Commander Ng Tuan, level 63 Legion Lord. Deputy Commander Truong Thien, level 53 Formation Master. Deputy Commander Lam Mak Ngu, level 35 Spiritual Mage. The soldiers quickly joined the Legion. The Legion has been formed. I will be the Legion commander, and the achievements will be credited to me. After the battle, we will evaluate and distribute the rewards. The Legion has been formed. Anyone who fears the enemy will be punished severely. As soon as they joined, the soldiers began to discuss Maknu's background. Who is that vice commander? At level 35 and already made vice commander. That's right. Reaching level 35 here is basically asking for death. Maybe there's some connection, coming here to share the credit. I remember now during the World Profession competition, there was someone named Lam Mo Yu who also broke the challenge record. Another soldier quickly interrupted. I also remember now that person is indeed Lam Mo Yu. But he was only level 27 back then. How did he level up so fast? Some others seemed skeptical. If what everyone says is true, then he must really be a genius. We'll see once the battle begins. A powerful army is approaching their fortress. Makengyu quickly sensed the familiar aura. This familiar aura is not from the abyssal demons, but from the Dragon Clan. Zhang Tian immediately shouted loudly, "It's the Azure Dragon Legion of the Dragon Race." Unexpectedly, after being driven out of the original battlefield for thousands of years, the Dragon Race has found a way back. Ngituan calmly prepares to face them. The Long Race or demons, they are all enemies of our human race. The Long Clan's warship with a large pink gem also appears, and the monstrous sea creatures loudly shout to kill Ngituan, quickly issuing orders for the entire army to strengthen themselves. The soldiers of the Dragon Clan, seen from a majestic panoramic view, a powerful young lady appears, surrounded by her skills. Maknu observes the unfolding scene and contemplates, once again earning military merit. Zhang Tian pointed with one finger, a bright streak shooting forward, and a large scepter suddenly appeared, along with a magnificent golden aura, while the pink gem on the battleship quickly lit up. Two powerful energies collided, causing a massive explosion. However, that golden energy is no match for the pink gem. We've lost. Zhang Tian continued to set up the formation around himself, his gaze unwavering as the main act was about to begin. The demon army was attracted by the bright light and immediately charged forward. The golden beams of energy quickly headed toward the demons accompanying the fleet. As the golden aura touched the Long Clan army, a barrier formed to keep them away. Ngituan immediately warned, careful that the warship was absorbing his power. The fortress battleship of the Dragon Clan combines both offense and defense. As expected, it's formidable. Truong Thien remains calm and says, "Let it absorb it. When it starts to attack, that will be my chance." The warship rushes towards the fortress, and Truong Thien's staff seems to be their target. As soon as that crimson power reached the fortress's boundary, it was blocked by a transparent barrier. Munung and Ngituan watched silently as the formations rising from Truong Thien's feet gradually floated into the air. Under the influence of the formation, the immense power of Truong Thien's staff pierced through the Long Clan's barrier, causing the pink gem to shatter. This tremendous force triggered a massive explosion, illuminating the sky. The Long Clan's warship was shattered into pieces and fell into the sea. Truong Thien laughed happily. "I finally won." Then, he channels his energy, using the last of the formation's power within the city. Zhang Tian shouts loudly, seemingly unleashing his final move to defeat the enemy. The Great Banishment formation spread across the fortress, covering the sky and destroying the dense swarm of demons above. The water monsters below seemed to have anticipated Truong Thien's move. "You predicted long ago that your race would use the forbidden magic." They stomped fiercely onto the ground as the beasts charged aggressively toward the fortress, roaring loudly. "Kill them! The protective formation of the human city has been broken. Destroy them." Mak Ningu quickly calculated that there were about 10,000 enemies, and each team had 3 knights, 3 guards, 3 mages, and 3 healers. Combined with the strong vitality of the Dragon Clan, their endurance in battle is very formidable. Ngituan quickly used his own skill, boosting morale, dispelling fear, raising his fighting spirit, and increasing attack and defense by 30% for 10 minutes. The Duong archers prepared to counterattack. Suddenly they were terrified by the scene before them. What is that? Who is that? Is he crazy? What is he trying to do? Maknu suddenly leapt out of the fortress, landing outside the city where the sea monsters were gradually approaching. Are they trying to commit suicide? He's crazy. This guy is really crazy. Facing tens of thousands of Dragon Clan soldiers, what can he do alone? Ngituan is confused by Maknu's actions. What is he trying to do? Before the third class change, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't fight off the entire army alone. Ngituan was worried and quickly said, "I can't let him do this. I have to go and bring him back." Zhang Tian immediately stepped in and said, "Don't rush, look over there." Ngituan was once again stunned as Maknu summoned a giant scythe with an eerie aura, and soon after, a formidable army of skeletons appeared behind him. Ngituan looked at the scene before him in surprise, realizing he also had his own army. The water monsters quickly erupted in response. The undead army is him, Lam Mak Nu. The Dragon King's order is to kill him for a high-level bloodline reward and a chance to enter the dragon pool for a baptism. As if to boost their morale, the water monsters became even more aggressive. Kill Lam Mak Nu. Mak Nu quickly uses her deadly circle technique. If the curse resistance of the Dragon Clan is that high, then try this. The group of sea monsters couldn't react in time and could only endure the pain, attacking with poison elements. It hurts so much. The sea monster general saw this and immediately began healing. Soon after, a barrage of spears was also hurled into the city. Attack! The soldiers were a bit frightened by the tense situation. How can they possibly handle this? Mak Ngu uses his power to freeze the spears and counterattacks. The spears from the sea monsters immediately transform into various different powers. They turn around to fight the other spears, creating a chaotic scene. Dust and smoke are billowing everywhere at the foot of the city. The soldiers on the city wall watch the scene with some fear. Lam Mak Nu is finished. He's too arrogant, even with an army. His numbers are far less than the Dragon Clan. No, look quickly. The dry soldier army appears from behind the dust like warriors ready to attack the sea monsters. He actually withstood that attack. It's hard to believe. How did he do it? Mak Nu just used the Legion to heal the Legion, connecting their lives through a bond that combines with the healing magic of the Ghost General. As long as I don't kill my own soldiers immediately, they will never die. I've already planned the next step in my mind. I just need to create a corpse. Immediately, the Legion at Fortress 6 received the news that Deputy Legion Commander Lin Mowu had left the Legion. This news is causing a stir in the army. Leaving the army, what is he planning to do? Lin Tuan furrowed his brow, pondering Mak Nu's plan. Is this kid really planning to destroy the entire Long Tak army alone? The military contribution from this Long Clan army probably totals around 20 million points. Mak Ngu Duong, with a carved formation on his arm, shouted, "Elite soldiers, this technique will also be explained within 30 seconds. All basic attributes of oneself and the summoned object increase by 200%. All attacks deal 500% more damage. The cooldown lasts for an hour, and the skeleton soldiers begin absorbing essence. The sea monsters are also surprised by the strength of this skeleton legion. Damn it, why did these dry liches suddenly become so much stronger? Forget those skeletons. Kill Lam Mak Nu." That's right, killing Lam Mo would also mean the dry liches would die. Given the current situation, the sea monsters can't get close to Muo, but they really can't rush to his side. A sudden burst of light shot straight down, quickly attacking a water monster before it could react. This is the most ferocious strike. Mekengu coldly said, "The first corpse is gone. The outcome is sealed. You coldly used a technique that made the corpse explode, and then said, 'It's all over.'" Beams of light from the creature's body shone out like needles piercing its corpse. That beam of light shining directly on the sea monsters left them confused and excited, but they couldn't tell what was attacking them. "What is this?" Makengu Chi coldly said with a smile. "The fireworks have already begun." Immediately after, beneath the faint mist of smoke, all the sea monsters were defeated. The soldiers stared in shock. What skill was that just now? It wiped out the entire Dragon Clan. The surviving sea monsters, furious, are hunting for revenge. What exactly happened? What skill did Lam Mak Nu use? Underneath the corpses of the sea monsters, red streaks of light are also beginning to appear, just like before. The group of sea monsters seems to have predicted the next move and opened their mouths in shock as powerful streams of energy radiated from those light streaks across the army of sea monsters. They keep being attacked in groups one after another. The sea monsters start to realize the danger and flee. "Run quickly, monster." He is a monster. The sea monsters seem to be burning and screaming in agony. The explosions grew more frequent and spread wider, causing the fog to also level up continuously. You were also a bit surprised by this speed, not expecting to level up twice in a row. Nge Huan was amazed to see such a rapid extinction. "I never thought that Colonel Shang could be so fast." Zhang Tian also shivered at the current speed. He won't become a divine general directly, will he? Makengu's attack has wiped out most of the Dragon Clan's forces. Suddenly their scepter begins to glow. Makengu senses that something is about to happen. Something's not right. Great King appears after the purple light and quickly summons his formation under that purple glow. The powerful energy flow grew more turbulent beneath the great scepter, gradually revealing a colossal figure. The 70th level Dragon Clan General. Lin Tuan suddenly exclaimed that it was a level 70 Dragon Clan War General. Truongthian quickly provided information that this general is equivalent to the profession of the fake human race who was promoted earlier. Lin Tuan said seriously that, in theory, a level 70 Dragon Clan warrior shouldn't appear at Fortress 6. It seems that Zhang Tian also guessed the situation of the remaining fortresses. It appears that the pressure on Fortress 9 is not small. as the energy suppressing the formation has weakened, giving the Long Clan a chance to break through. Zhang Tian quickly summoned the formation. I have requested support from Fortress 8 through the formation, but it might take a bit more time before top-tier experts arrive to assist. Nge Tuan also began to calculate that Lam Makngu's army of Dry Corps was not small and could probably hold on until then. The mighty Long Clan general charged toward the fortress, causing the great scepter to shine brighter and brighter, with that power shooting straight into the dark sky, emanating a purple glow. The Dry Legion soldiers below stood still, watching the beam of light. Suddenly, they gradually vanished under the influence of the purple aura. The summoning magic in Maknu's hands also begins to reverse. This is a sealing skill that restricts summoning, and her summoning ability is now disabled. Nge Tuan immediately realizes the problem. Something's wrong. Lam Maknu's summoning skill has been disabled. Zhang Tian nervously said, I will urge them to send someone quickly. The soldiers standing within the safety zone of the fortress watched anxiously as Maknu was alone outside. This is trouble. He's a death spirit mage. The scariest thing is the summoned creature, right? Without summoning, how can he fight now? But everyone, it seems that Lam Mo Nyu is not at all shaken. Under the power of the staff, the dragon tactician has seemingly reached his maximum strength. Maknu Duong raises his senior officer's staff and uses the divine general without issue. The dragon race war general flies up high, aiming to finish off Maknu with one strike. As the wave of power shot straight at him, the shield once again protected Maknu safely, but it shattered into pieces shortly after, making Maknu marvel at the strength of the long race. The destructive power is really formidable. Quickly use the bone injection. The giant earth spirals immediately rose in front of the dragon general, but a powerful purple energy swiftly pierced through and shattered the earth sculpture. Still, Makngu looked confidently at the war general and said, I can still kill you as usual without drying out. The effect of the reinforced soldier is not over yet. The damage ideal is enough. Immediately, a stream of jade-green energy wrapped around the dragon race war general. He was frozen solid by the earth whirlwinds just moments ago, now piercing through his body in an instant under Maknu's thoughts. Even at level 70, I am still far weaker than the monsters in the ancient trial field. The dragon race general holding the earth vortex at his chest hoarsely said, I want to kill you. A sudden burst of light appeared, and now he was surrounded by that powerful aura all over his body. Makngu saw the stubbornness of the battle general and could only feel helpless, truly stubborn. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he looked straight ahead. The dragon race war general broke free from the stream of energy and charged at Maknu, saying, Let's die together. Makngu's mind seemed to sense something unusual. Something's wrong. A powerful beam of light appeared behind Lam Maknu, so intense that it spread everywhere. A huge explosion then occurred, causing the nearby fortress to blow apart instantly. The dazzling light from the explosion immediately shocked everyone present, and they began to discuss incessantly. I never expected the Dragon Clan general to blow himself up. It seems Lam Makngu really pushed him to the brink. But is it really a pity that the youngest human general at level 37 died like that? Clearly, Lam Mo Nyu is extremely powerful. Even with his summoning restrictions, he still has such formidable combat strength. That's right, this is just too terrifying. At that moment, everyone was stunned, and some exclaimed, Everyone, look there. At this moment, Lin Moy steps out of the ruins boldly without any injuries. Oh my god, Lin Moy is still alive. How did he do that? Even at level 60, a profession dummy can't avoid taking damage. Lam Maknu thought to himself, luckily this time he had the innate ability to summon and link life. At the moment of the explosion, the damage was transmitted to all my summoned creatures, but even so, my entire skeleton army was heavily injured. I need to be more careful next time. If two top-tier dragon or demon generals blow themselves up at the same time, I might be in danger. I step forward in front of everyone, and they all shout, Great General, Great General, Great General! At that moment, two dark figures rushed toward where Lam Mo Yu was standing. It was Zhang Tian and Nia Jun, who respectfully bowed their heads. Master Truong, it's been a long time since we last met. Truong Tien smiled and replied, Ha ha, not really. When I first saw your extraordinary talent, I never expected you to become a divine general in the blink of an eye, and later I will also have to call you a great person. Just luck. If someone else had been in charge of the awakening ceremony, I might have awakened to a different profession. That remark made Zhang Tian laugh. Ha ha, this kid. I'm just a master of the array transmission ritual. Nge Tuan approached and asked, Our battle at Fortress 6 has ended. Where will General Lam go next? Lam Maknu asked back, How are the other fortresses doing? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian spoke up. I asked earlier if everything was stable. Does General Lam want to go reinforce another fortress? Lam Moyu gently brushed his hair shyly. If everything is stable, then I'll go and take the credit for myself. This time I'm here to steal everyone's achievements. I sincerely want to apologize to everyone. In response to Lam Maknu's words, there is the voice of everyone. There's no way, General Lamthan. That's right, all the enemies were killed by General Lamthan, so this credit rightfully belongs to him. At this moment, a tall, muscular figure appears alongside a red glow, exuding a fighting spirit. Where is the war general of the Dragon Clan now? He looked around, a light dust of smoke drifting gently over the ground after the recent battle. How did it die? How could anyone kill a battle general of the Dragon Clan if even level 60 players don't have one? Nghe Tuan continued explaining, saying it self-destructed because Lam Dan Tong forced it into a dead end, so it blew itself up. This statement from Nghe Tuan made him wonder and ask, are all the divine generals at Fortress 9? At this moment, he saw a dazzling gold and purple badge on Lam Maknu, which was a divine general's badge, and he immediately saluted her. God Technique warrior Dongfang salutes the great general. Lam Maknu nods and replies, "Hello, Colonel Dongfang, thank you for coming to support." In response, Dongfeng said, "I am just following orders. With the great general here, I am only a subordinate and not worth mentioning." At that moment, he thought to himself, but why does the aura of this great general only seem to be at level 37? I see, he must be deliberately showing weakness to conceal his true strength. Then Lam Mongnu was allowed to rest alone in a quiet room, silently thinking that in this battle, the opponent surprisingly possessed sealing and summoning skills. It seems this will become one of my weaknesses. Maybe I should ask the master if there's a way to solve this. Thinking that, you go to see the teacher and meet Manhan Van there. Lam Maknu bows. Manhan Van responds, "You're back already." Manhan Van suddenly looked surprised to see that Lam Mongu had become a divine general. How did he become a divine general like this? Lam Maknu replied immediately. At Fortress 6, after defeating an A-long team, he became a divine general. Manhan Van, with a look of disbelief, nodded slightly inside. This kid truly has what it takes to become a divine general. He said, "Your teacher has already arrived at Fortress 9, but will return soon." At this moment, suddenly a figure appeared, and that was Bai Yi Yuan. His voice rose. "Lam Tutui has also returned." His face full of surprise, as if he couldn't believe his eyes, he exclaimed, "What? You've already become a divine general?" Lam Maknu began to recount, and it went like this. The disciple at Fortress 6, Bai Yi Yuan, with a look of joy. "Well done, kid. One person destroying an entire legion and even pushing them back, seizing all the credit and experience, but don't feel guilty. Humanity truly needs genuine God-level experts. If there is already a young general like you, I guess they would willingly give you the credit, let alone you destroying an entire legion by yourself. If anyone dares to oppose, just beat him down until he submits." Then Lam Moyu began to ask about his own concerns. "Master, the disciple at Fortress 6 has revealed the limitations of the summoning technique. Is there any way to remove this limitation?" Bai Yuen replied without hesitation. "Of course there is, but your level isn't enough. You need to reach level 40 and undergo the second transformation before you can use it. Now I will take you to a place." Bakwai Vian takes Lam Maknu to meet Director Mak Tin Ha of the Genesis Academy. Mak Tin Ha quickly recognized the newcomer as Bai Yi Yuan. Old Bai. Bai Yi Yuan promptly turned to introduce himself. "This old man is Mak Tin Ha, the dean of the Genesis Academy and the younger brother of Mak Tin Hai, an 89th level elder just half a step from godhood and highly likely to become the 11th level divine powerhouse of the Underworld Empire." Lam Maknu bowed in greeting to Mak Tin Ha. "Is this your disciple then? What do you think? Not bad, right? It's true that it's not bad, but bringing a student who isn't even from the Sacred World Academy to blatantly steal resources from our Sacred World Academy isn't exactly very honorable, is it?" Bak Wai Vien waved his hand and said, "What do you mean?" "Stealing resources. My disciple is a top scholar nationwide and a student of the Hawkin Academy. He is fully qualified to participate in your academy. If you don't believe me, go ahead and check." Mektin Ha replied, "Then let me see for myself." "Send me the information about your disciple," Bai Evian said proudly. "Calm down, or you'll faint from being scared." Mektin Ha thought quietly, "That old Bak really? What does it mean not to be scared?" There could be many. Lam Maknu's information begins to appear on the screen. Lam Maknu, level 37, contribution points 110,000. Maktin Ha opened his mouth in disbelief. "What? The top student in the country this year has already reached level 37, so why is your contribution points only 110,000? How did you do that?" Bai Yiyuan rested his hand on the table, looking at Ma Tin Ha with an expression of disbelief. "Does he know that old man took on a disciple? Of course I heard he's a super genius. He has only ever taken that person as his disciple in his entire life, pouring all his effort into training him. His disciple's name is Lam Makham, Lam Maknu's older sister. Ma Tin-ha, looking surprised and amazed, silently thought that since they share the same bloodline, and his sister is already so powerful, her brother must be no less. Then Bai Yvn turned to look at Lam Mak Ngu. Little Lam took out your rank insignia to show everyone and scare him to death. Lam Maknu responded with a sound, then raised his hand as a bright golden light shone powerfully. The shimmering gold and purple badge floated before his chest. McTinha's eyes widened, his mouth agape, cold sweat pouring down his face as he stammered. Godly General, even though I don't have any stars yet, I already reached level 89 and only got 1 star as a Divine General. Doesn't that mean this level 37 kid is on par with me? If all the achievements were made by him alone, then his true strength must have far exceeded his level. So 100,000 contribution points are not surprising. Wait, it was then that he saw the primal totem mark on the back of Lam Maknu's hand. He survived 10 days of extreme danger at the ancient trial grounds. McTinha left his position according to the Academy's rules, allowing Lam Maknu to officially qualify for admission to the Academy of the Genesis. However, you still need to pass the test first. He walked away, telling Lam Maknu to follow him. The Sage Academy is incredibly vast, and Mu Tinha explained the rules of the test while walking. Coincidentally, today, the Enlightenment Academy has a small test. The students are taking the exam. The 3 leading academies will have a small test every month and a major test once a year. If you fail, you are immediately expelled and banned from participating for 5 years. Suddenly, Lam Mo Yu froze as if seeing something. That is someone facing off against a demon lord in the test. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Tu Thang. Mak Tin Ha told Lam Mo Yu that today's test was to endure 1 minute before the opponent and asked if Lam Mo Yu wanted to try. Without hesitation, Lam Mo Yu agreed. After seeing Lam Mo Yu walk past, everyone in the hall began to discuss. Is that Lam Maknu? It really is him. Could it be that he's planning to join our Genesis Academy? It's because of him that our Genesis Academy has become the subject of ridicule. At this moment, Tuthan also saw Lam Maknu and frowned. Why did that guy come here? Now it's time for Lam Moku's assessment. A teacher appears and begins explaining to him. Lam Moku, you are currently at level 37. We will simulate a level 47 demon for you. Just endure and survive for 1 minute against its attacks to pass. Lam Maknu replied, Thank you, teacher. Right before Lam Maknu's eyes, a demon appeared, drawing the attention of many people in the academy. This kid is really arrogant. I don't know where he gets his confidence from. Anyone new would be the same. In time, you'll see. Just like Tuthan, with his legendary reputation, I don't know why the dean personally welcomed him. Lam Maknu saw the demon clone and immediately recognized it as the Deep Abyss Demon Blade, level 47, with red eyes and sharp teeth ready to attack. At this moment, someone shouted, It's the Deep Abyss Demon Blade. This is a Deep Abyss demon that's hard to deal with. Lam Maknu is doomed. At this moment, the teacher from earlier shouted loudly, The test begins. The demon immediately rushes to attack Lam Mo Nu. Lam Maknu simply raised her hand, 2 bone darts appeared, and the evil demon was instantly defeated in front of everyone. Lam Maknu approached and asked, Teacher, does this mean I have completed the test yet? The teacher was so surprised he broke out in cold sweat and couldn't speak. Hoan has finished. Everyone who just looked down on him earlier was now stunned by this display by Lam Maknu. A single strike to kill, that demon is 10 levels higher than him. How long did it take him to defeat it? In just under 10 seconds, he defeated it when others would struggle to last that long. Tathan's face was covered in sweat, his teeth clenched in frustration. That guy is stronger now. The gap between us is getting bigger. Maktinha approaches to congratulate the student for passing the test. From now on, you are a member of the Genesis Academy. Lam Maknu respectfully replies, Thank you, Dean. The teacher who saw Maktinha's attitude towards Lam Maknu couldn't help but wonder why the headmaster's behavior towards Lam Maknu seemed a bit strange. He wasn't as strict as he was with the other students. Even when interacting with the teachers at the academy, it feels like they are talking as equals. But who exactly is this godly Lam Maknu? Waves crash against the rocks by the moonlit beach, shining brightly on the sea, with stars in the night sky shining together. Bak Yvn and Lam Makngui together sit on the beach, admiring this beautiful scene. Little Lamb, why didn't you ask why I want you to join the Dawn Academy instead of the Divine Dawn Academy like your sister? Lam Maknu gently replied, I believe you have your own reasons for doing this. I trust you won't harm me. At this moment, Bai Yi Yuan slowly explained, The God Bright Academy has a person who took you as a disciple, and is the only one. If they have taken you as a disciple, they will devote all their resources to train you, so all the resources of the Godbride Academy will be focused on her, not on you. Even though I have many resources, I can't compare to that person, especially since there's something very important to you at the Saint Realm Academy. It can increase the success rate of advancing in the third job transfer. Lam Maknu asked, isn't there already a divine stone element for the third job transfer? Bak Y Vian continued explaining, these two things do not conflict and their probabilities can add up, but I don't know exactly what that thing is, only that it is a ray of light located at the center of the Sacred Heaven Academy, which only opens at a special time. I can't help you with this. You can only rely on yourself. At this moment, everyone in the academy gathered on the beach, lighting a large bonfire and starting to discuss Lam Maknu. Senior, tell us about how everyone met Lam Mo-ngu during the trial field. Lan Yijan broke out in a cold sweat and said, fine, let me tell you what he did during the trial field. A group of people gathered around Lam Nutchin, attentively listening. Do you all know there is a level 55 boss called the Earthquake Dragon God? Everyone responded that they knew. I heard that the boss is extremely terrifying. Lang Nutchin shivered in fear as he remembered Lam Maknu fighting alone against the great Earthquake Dragon God. Hearing this, everyone around him shouted in disbelief. What? Lam Maknu was joking about soloing the Earthquake Long God. Bragging is one thing, but I really can't believe it even if they beat me to death. Ling Yijan looked helpless and thought to himself that if they knew Lam Mo-ngu had soloed the Earth Suk Long Shen when he was only level 30, they probably wouldn't believe it either. Lang Nahatchien began to explain. At first I thought he was just risking his life in the ancient trial school. When he first received the primordial rune, he was chased by demons. We planned to step in and protect him, but it turned out he didn't need us. Not only that, but later Lam Maknu also became a common enemy of the Dark Abyss demons and the Dragon Clan in the ancient relic trial. But it seems this explanation still isn't convincing enough for everyone here. They all doubt Lam Mo-yu's abilities. The more he talks, the more exaggerated it sounds. Did he really receive a primal rune talisman and persist for 10 days there, or does it just sound more like a legend? At this moment, someone ran over shouting, unbelievable! Our Divine Realm Empire has just produced a level 37 Divine General, the youngest Divine General in history. This statement immediately stunned everyone here. Disbelief written all over their faces. Level 37. Could it really be a coincidence? Brother, what is the name of this Divine General? That guy scratched his head and replied, it seems to be Lam Mo-yu. Everyone was stunned a second time. Lam Maknu really is him. Divine General, no wonder the dean personally welcomed him. So that's how it is. News about Lam Mo-yu spread quickly everywhere. Even the people on the street have started talking. Does everyone know? The Divine Realm of the Empire has a level 37 Divine General. The youngest level 37 Divine General in the realm appears to be capable of fighting the Demon King alone. Have you heard? The Divine Empire is in the small courtyard. Man Anvan, with a calm demeanor, sits quietly enjoying his tea. Isn't he going to step in and handle this? If this keeps up, they'll inflate him into a god. Bai Yi-wen replied calmly, I did it on purpose. Just let them blow it up. The bigger the better. Last time Maknu suffered a loss at Huyan Mathamu Yen, but recently I've been having him study at the Sangli Academy, so he doesn't know anything about this. Man Anvan fell silent. Is there someone behind the scenes? Bak Y Vian, with a cold gaze, replied, yes. Someone wants to praise to destroy Maknu. Instead of stopping the rumors, it's better to promote them so they become so exaggerated no one believes them that the rumors will then naturally collapse. Bak Y Vian's face was full of murderous intent. He clenched his fists, and those rat-worshipping demons emerged again. If that's the case, I will fight them. At the library of the Genesis Academy, where Lam Maknu is still diligently reading, it turns out that demons are classified into 4 levels based on bloodline: ordinary monsters, ordinary demons, elite demons, and demon lords. Furthermore, they are classified into 4 levels: low-level demon, high-level demon, apex demon, and demon king. There are also special types like mysterious abyss demons or abyss fire spirits, and even more. As he read on, Lam Mo-yu started scratching his head because it was too complicated. It seems the world of Tamu Yen is even more complex than I thought. At this point, Lam Muo remembered Mina and another demon he had faced before. No wonder these 2 demons are of elite demon level. No wonder they are so powerful. That top-tier demon even rivals the ancient dragon. In the ranking of the 10 great demon kings of the Dark Abyss, only 5 human records are documented. So this 4th-ranked Dark Demon King is actually the father of Dark Demon Child. At this point, he picks up the book he was reading. Lam Maknu thought, if it is indeed the offspring of the Demon King, it seems to have been reborn through the Soul Seal. but if it can kill you once, I can do it again and again. He stood up, put the book back on the shelf, picked another book, and continued studying. I need to make up for the lost knowledge so I won't fall into Huyen Matham Uyen's trap again. A month later, Lam Mak Ngu was still diligently reading in the library when suddenly he heard a clicking sound from his wrist. So it turns out Mak Tin Ha was calling. Director, is something the matter? This is Mak Tin Ha's voice on the other end of the line. Lam Than Tuong, sorry to bother you, but could you come out for a moment? Who is Director Ma waiting for right now? Is there anyone else in this academy who could make Director Mak wait? Could it be Lam Mak Ngu? Seeing Lam Mo Yu come out, everyone started whispering again. Sure enough, it was Lam Mo Yu. I wonder what the dean wants with Lam Mo Yu that has him looking so serious. It's not like it's anything serious, right? I heard that the Long clan has become violent on the battlefield, causing quite a few conflicts. Lam Mak Ngu stepped forward. General Mo, what's the matter? Mak Tin Ha began to speak. This time I want to ask Lord General Lam for help with something. Since the Long clan returned to the original battlefield, the dungeons have undergone mutations. There are many copies on the main battlefield that resemble the Long clan outposts, most of which are relics left by the Long clan after the 1,000-Year War. Unexpectedly, now that the Long clan has returned, these copies have all mutated and become teleportation points for the Long clan. The Long clan army can pass through the instances and appear anywhere on the main battlefield. Only now do we realize that these instances were deliberately left behind by the Long King years ago. So far, more than 1,000 fake human professions have been killed. Lam Muo's face grew serious. Can't the replica be destroyed? Mak Tin Ha replied, by the time we realized it, we were already a step behind. The Long clan uses a special method to create these copies, and they can only be destroyed from the inside. Lam Mak Ngu asked what he needed to do, and Mak Tin Ha replied to enter the Long clan guard post dungeon. Clear the hell difficulty, coordinate with the army, and destroy it together. Lam Mak Ngu, with a cold, icy face and a fierce gaze, says, I understand. Let's go. At the first auxiliary battlefield of the original war zone, Lam Mak Ngu and Mak Tin Ha arrived at the entrance to the Long clan guard post, where they saw a person with a shining gold badge waiting there. He is Commander Xiaoji Hong, the 70th level Holy Sword Knight and Colonel of the 3 Stars. He salutes Lord Lam Muo and Mo Tin Ha. Tu Chi Hung began reporting that 20 days ago, a group of Long clan soldiers suddenly burst out from the dungeon. There are only low-level profession imposters around here, and we were caught off guard, so there have been quite a few casualties. Now we have surrounded the instance. Lam Mak Ngu asked how he should coordinate with everyone, and Tu Chi Hung replied that they had prepared 2 teams, one to tackle the Nightmare difficulty instance, and another of 4 people to fight the Hell difficulty with Commander Lam. After clearing the dungeon, using the chain of authority to blow up the exit can completely destroy the dungeon. Lam Mak Ngu, holding the chain of authority in his hand, replied, I understand, but I only need to go to the Hell difficulty alone. Lam Mak Ngu's words hit like a slap, causing Tu Chi Hung's face to change color. General Lam, this is the level 35 Hell difficulty dungeon. Don't worry. Lam Tantu has always been enough to handle things alone. Our team will also speed up and try to clear the dungeon quickly. Lam Mak Ngu began entering the dungeon, thinking to himself, this is the first time I've entered a dungeon with a lower level than mine. Let's see how it has changed now. Lam Mak Ngu entered the dungeon and began selecting the level of Hell. After seeing his choice, Xiaoji Hong anxiously asked Mak Tin Ha, Mak God General, is it really okay for Lam Than Tuong to go alone? Don't worry, he will definitely be the fastest to complete it. As soon as he entered the dungeon, Lam Mak Ngu looked around and started muttering about the old hideout, feeling truly different. He still vividly remembered that sweeping skill with control. A display panel suddenly appeared showing that the mutated elite warrior of the Long clan, level 36 with 20,000 strength, 15,000 agility, 10,000 spirit, 35,000 physique, wielding a sweeping spear skill and affected by Dragon Clan power, reducing physical and elemental damage by 30%. Seeing this, Lam Mak Ngu puffed out her cheeks and couldn't help but complain, thinking it would be really strong. It turns out that's all there is to it. As Lam Mak Ngu was thinking, the demons charged out, but they were really too weak, and just a few strikes from the soldiers following Lam Mak Ngu easily took them down. These warriors keep charging forward like powerful arrows, with Lam Mak Ngu only able to follow behind. Suddenly he saw a city wall and couldn't help but exclaim, Huh. There were many monsters on the city wall. Now the Longtian army had seen Lam Mo Yu, and they all showed a look of hatred. Is Lam Mak Ngu brave enough to enter the dungeon alone, or is he afraid of dying late? Lam Mak Ngu looked around and realized that the Long Clan army had already stationed inside the dungeon. Then he ordered his army of warriors, "Kill them all!" Without hesitation, Lam Mak Ngu's troops immediately charged toward the main gate where the Long Tak army was standing. Immediately, the Long Clan soldiers were completely wiped out, screaming in panic. Now only the corpses of the Long Clan army remained on the ground. The sturdy city wall gate was immediately shattered and broken. Lam Mo Yu and his army quickly advanced into the city. After entering the city, Lam Mo Yu approached a statue and immediately realized that there was also a Long Clan army here. Behind that statue is an army made up of thousands of Long race soldiers arranged in a formation. In front of the Long army stands a Long commander in armor with a fierce expression and a murderous aura. The danger has arrived. He raised his sword and ordered the attack. Immediately, the entire Long Clan army advanced together toward Lam Mak Yu. Lam Mak Yu looked at them with a cold gaze, and in his heart he finally understood why he needed to fight in the hell. So there are actually many hidden Long Clan soldiers here. As guards, the soldiers will immediately attack Lam Mo Ngu as soon as they receive orders. They stormed forward like unstoppable storms, clashing fiercely with each other. In just a moment, Lam Mo Yu's army had already killed many of the Long Clan members. At this moment, a red light sphere appears in Lam Mo Yu's hand. He coldly looks at the sphere and whispers, "Just one corpse and I win." Immediately, Lam Mo Ngu unleashed the violent body technique, causing a massive explosion that instantly claimed countless lives of the Long Clan army. The Long Clan commander was in disbelief, his mouth agape. How is this possible? How can this be? What exactly is this skill? Why does my clan have no information about it? Lam Mak Ngu, with a cold yet gentle gaze, explains simply that everyone who has encountered this skill has died. Lam Mak Ngu immediately recognized that the portal representing the dungeon exit had appeared, meaning his task here was complete. You activated the purple light in your hand, thinking that now just completing the nightmare and normal difficulty dungeons would be enough. Outside, Tiu Chi Hung and Mak Tin Ha immediately recognized the purple light. The purple light of the Divine General activates the control wheel, and Mo Tin Ha smiles, saying, "I told you to trust the Divine General." Tiu Chi Hung awkwardly scratched his head and said, "You're right. The Divine General truly is a Divine General, not someone like us can compare to. The other 2 scrolls have also been activated, and the remaining 2 difficulty levels are completed." All right. All 3 difficulty levels of the dungeon have been destroyed at the same time, and this dungeon will completely disappear. At that moment, Lam Mak Ngu saw the scroll at the exit of the dungeon emitting a dazzling light. He thought to himself, "It seems they are done over there too. I should leave now." Just as he was about to leave the dungeon, he saw a line of text that he couldn't escape from. He was surprised and suspicious. What is going on? Outside, both Tiu Chi Hung and Mak Tin Ha sensed that something was wrong. Tiu Chi Hung's smile gradually disappeared and was replaced by panic. "Something's wrong. Something has already happened. Why is no one coming out yet?" Even Mak Tin Ha exclaimed, "This is not good." At this point, Lam Mo Yu has tried many ways to escape, but all were useless. Even the escape talisman for high-level instances was ineffective, as the instance had been sealed off. Someone seems to want to kill her. At this moment, the dungeon collapses and everything inside begins to shake and rise into the void, pulling Lam Ming Ngu into a whirlpool of energy. At this moment, all boundaries seem to be broken. You see the other 2 teams also entering the dungeon. Are they from different difficulty levels? The bone armor glows, blocking each wave of energy hitting him. He watches the members of the other 2 teams struggling against the energy waves, wanting to help them, but feeling helpless. Damn it, I can't help them. Even the attack power from the energy flow and the armor skeleton seems unable to withstand it. You have to keep holding on. Even the armored skeleton can't withstand this chaotic energy for long and must keep replenishing itself, or else I will be torn apart. Lam Ma Yu's eyes turned colder than ever. He secretly thought, "Don't let me find out who you are, or I will definitely kill you." The next moment, a burst of extremely powerful light shot straight at Lam Muo, shattering the armored skeleton into pieces. Lam Mak Ngu clenched her teeth and endured, this power matching a blow from the Demon King. She was pushed into a void by the energy flow. Something's wrong. Lam Mak Ngu is in trouble. Baki Vien, looking furious, slammed his hand on the table and asked, "Where?" Man Shanvan immediately told him the location of Lam Mak Ngu, the number 1 fortress battlefield, the dungeon at the Dragon Clan checkpoint. Bak Wai Vien immediately left. In the blink of an eye, he appeared around the instance, radiating a blue light. This scene scared Xiao Zhihong half to death. The formidable god-level figure is the god of white. Bai Yiyuan looked around, then snorted coldly. So this is the place, huh? Immediately, he clenched the vortex of the dungeon with his hand, and the vortex shattered instantly. This dungeon has completely collapsed. At this moment, Mo Tinha has realized the gap between himself and Bai Yiyan. Is this the power of a god-level expert? It seems I still have a long way to go compared to old Bai. Bach, YVN, furious, appears before Tio Chi Hung and asks loudly, who came up with the idea for Lam Makangu to help destroy this dungeon? Tio Chi Hung immediately turns pale with fear, breaking out in cold sweat, eyes wide open, mouth agape, unable to speak. Ah. Mak Tin Ha stepped forward to explain, don't make it difficult for him anymore. The information came from Fortress 9, telling me to ask Lam Maknu, and the entire authority transfer was also sent from that side. All right, Chinth Fortress, I didn't expect someone there to also want to harm my disciple. Has it been so long since I last killed someone that they think I am a fake? The rage within Bai Yiwei burned fiercely, radiating a terrifying energy that caused the heavens and earth to shake, and all things to tremble. Tio Chi Hung watched this scene with his mouth agape in shock, the rage of a divine-level powerhouse. Suddenly, Bai Yi Wen heard Makan Van's voice in his ear. Old Bai, don't be angry. Lam Maknu is fine. She's gone into the deep abyss. Bai Yi Wen seemed to realize something, and the anger in his heart subsided. I know about the deep abyss. I will return immediately. As soon as he returned, Bai Yivian was filled with anger, clearly because of those devil worshippers. I didn't expect they had someone hidden within the army, and at a high level too. Oh right, how do you know he's okay, but still went into deep abyss? Makan Van still calmly sips his tea. He has my teleportation stone for deep abyss. Hearing this, Bai Yuen seemed a bit calmer, so little Lin could be teleported back here at any moment. Mian Wen nodded. That's right, you don't need to worry. Moreover, if he still hasn't returned by now, it clearly means he has his own plans. At this point, Bai Yuen said, I understand, but what do you plan to do about the situation at Fortress 9? Master Unvan replied coldly, Father knows, I want to see who dares to extend their hand here and cut it off directly. In the world of Tamuyen, everywhere is shrouded in purple flames. Looking at everything around Lam Maknu, he couldn't help but wonder, is this the world of Tamuyen? It's completely different from what he imagined. Looking at the shard in his hand, he silently wondered if a piece of the demon core could help him avoid detection by demons for an hour. He clenched the shard tightly in his palm. In an hour, the energy of the Tamuyen teleportation stone will be full, and I can return. He continued walking forward. Everything in front of him looked so unfamiliar. It turns out Tamuyen is not just a desolate wasteland. Suddenly, he saw the demons around the lake, and as they became more and more startled, Lam Maknu was also taken aback. No, why are there so many more demons all of a sudden? Could I have been exposed? More and more demons keep flying in, and suddenly a huge, powerful beam of light appears in the middle of the lake, spreading everywhere. This surprises Lam Mo Yu, as the aura of elemental energy is so dense. Why is there a secret realm in the deep abyss, and even the aura of a dungeon? A series of demons simultaneously took off and entered the secret realm. Lin Mo Yu continued to wonder, why do demons hate elemental energy the most? What are they doing here? The light grew stronger in an instant, and all the demons had entered the secret realm. Lam Maknu's eyes lit up. This power couldn't be wrong. This is one of the elemental dungeons, the light element. Surprisingly, it's in the abyss. Maybe I can obtain a light element crystal? Lam Mo Yu quickly stared intently into the water in his mind, as if he was planning something. Mo Yu was inside the secret realm, surrounded by dazzling, colorful lights. The information panel immediately appeared, detailing the mutated fire element, the light system, the abyssal fire fused with the light element, and the devouring demon absorbing the body to enhance the core's nature, with a very small chance of evolving into a higher-level devouring demon and also increasing rank. The evolution process requires enduring intense pain. Makangu thought to himself, as expected, they want to evolve. The demons, clutching their heads in pain, then rushed quickly toward him. They threatened humanity boldly, daring to come to the deep abyss. Mongu remained silent, standing there quietly, causing the demons to become more and more chaotic. Eat him, eat him. Finally, a faint smile appeared on his dirt-streaked face. Immediately, the dried-up warrior was summoned back. A beam of white light appeared along with it. The Light World dungeon opens with levels 40, 35, and 45 accessible. The difficulty has 3 tiers: Normal, Nightmare, and Hell. Makangu confirms that his suspicion was correct. This is indeed a light element dungeon. The demons around him are still howling non-stop. Forget about them. Mangu decides to make a choice. The choice of Hell level. The dungeon instantly opened, and he stepped in without hesitation. Suddenly, a giant golden eye appeared in the space, clearly not belonging to a human, watching everything that was happening. The demons are still happily laughing, their faces full of pleasure. We will evolve. But just when they thought capturing Moyu would be easy, he had already entered the dungeon. Inside, they started to panic. "This is not good," quickly informed the high-level demons. After a while, inside the dungeon, Monengu encountered creatures that resembled humans, their faces unclear, glowing with elemental spirit light, level 41 demon elite monsters with 5,000 strength, 30,000 agility, and 50,000 mental power. Upon closely examining their blazing skill, they are immune to light elemental and physical attacks, reducing elemental damage by 90%. When Monyu steps down, they immediately activate their skills. The beams of light seem to envelop the entire space. Makngu instinctively covers his eyes, the glare too blinding. The beams of light continued to surround Moyue wave after wave. This skill almost didn't deal damage, but severely affected visibility. In that moment, he realized the only strategy was to rely on the skeleton soldiers to advance. Without hesitation, he summoned the skeleton soldiers. Thanks to the army, Moyu finally found a way. It was a long, luminous bridge, shining brightly, surrounded by countless rows of light. In the distance, he saw a figure floating in the air, entirely white, wrapped in strips of cloth, with enormous white wings and a majestic white scepter in hand. Ngu wondered, is that an angel? Around the luminous staircase, many elemental spirits are standing there, and the reward information appears, indicating that every 100 steps you take will grant you an item. Ngu slowly ascended the stairs, whispering to himself, as if the trial was a secret realm challenge, without monsters to fight. He continued walking, each step piling up dazzling beams of light from the spirits. After passing the 100th step, something suddenly appeared in Maknu's hand. As he thought, just overcoming the challenge grants the reward. A sparkling piece of stone rests perfectly in Maknu's hand. It is a fragment of light crystal. 5 light crystals can combine to form a luminous gemstone. He continued walking, the light bosses still chasing after him, but he paid no attention. Finally, he whispered softly, "It's enough." Immediately after, the crystal shards fly into the air and merge to form a beautiful gem. Light crystals can combine with other elemental crystals to create divine crystals, increasing the chance of profession advancement. The more elements involved, the stronger the divine crystal's effect, or it can be used alone to permanently enhance resistance to light elements and cannot be combined to form divine crystals afterward. Maknu immediately shouted, combining to create a new divine crystal element. The crystal in his hand floated up, gradually transforming into a multifaceted stone. The divine stone element, fire, poison, and earth light, used during the 3rd class change, increases the profession advancement rate by 20%. This made Machu extremely happy. Compared to the previous 3 elements, the rate has doubled. My gaze gradually became more determined. I haven't reached the top of the stairs yet. It seems there's still a treat waiting for me. Without hesitation, you continued up the shining staircase. After a moment, Maknu sensed something unusual. There's a change. Suddenly a glowing spherical orb appeared in your hand. That's the brightness gem, which permanently reduces 50% of light element damage, with a chance to gain a light-type skill, only effective on the first use. I knew it was that one. Makngu gently smiled and called out to use the Holy Light Gem, which every elemental dungeon has as a core crystal and protective gemstone. The brightness crystal instantly shattered in the air, and at the same time, the angel raised her scepter, emitting a circle of radiant light. It charged straight at Maknu, transforming into a pair of shining angel wings behind him. So Maknu has gained the level 1 light blessing skill, immune to all status effects for 30 minutes, including curses, seals, silence, and bindings. The cooldown time is 12 seconds. Suddenly gaining the skill surprised Makngu. "Thank you, Angel." The angel remained silent, closing his eyes without a word, in an unusually quiet space. At this moment, a wooden box appears in front of Maknu. As he touches it, the contents inside emit a dazzling light. Maknu received 2 items. One shaped like a heart, called the Heart of Light, which can awaken the Light God, and the other is a key, the key to the Temple of Light. It is the key to truly open the Light God Palace, which makes you wonder. Previously, I received an artifact that could open the Fire God Temple and awaken the Fire God. I wonder if there is any connection between them. Suddenly, the angel's staff moved. It turned out he raised the staff and then shot a powerful beam of energy directly at Makngu. A scepter is firmly in Moyu's hand. It is the Sovereign Scepter, a broken legendary weapon with all attributes plus 500,000 in. He never expected to be so lucky, especially to get a legendary weapon. Unfortunately, it is only a fragment and requires level 70 to use, so it can't help me right now. Suddenly, the surrounding space shifts, and the entire instance disappears, signaling that it has ended. Manga put away the staff, his eyes shining with determination, unafraid and ready. Now that he's leaving the dungeon, there are probably many more demons waiting for him outside. He gently smiled, not letting them wait in vain. The dungeon door opened, revealing the monsters waiting outside. Hehe, he's finally out, let's kill him and eat him. The group of low-level demons under level 45 fiercely charged to attack Manga. Their attacks barely affect your defenses. The demons are a bit surprised. His defensive skill is really tough. Even though he's only level 37, how strong could it be? Let's crush it together. Manga narrowed his eyes. It's my turn now. The space spun wildly as the skeleton warrior he summoned appeared and counterattacked the demons. Where did these immortal monsters come from? At this moment, they finally know fear and are no longer arrogant. It's him, his summoning creature. Why? Why are these immortal monsters so strong? Manga looked at them in confusion and whispered, "Just let the explosion happen. You use level 6 Violent Corpse skill to explode the corpse, dealing damage equal to 35% of the enemy's health within a 6-meter radius. A loud explosion occurs, destroying a large number of demons in seconds. Manga casually stepped out of the white smoke, leaving them to the dry lich soldiers to handle the outside threats first. But suddenly, a shockwave hit him from behind. There is a boss, a swirling purple flame, from which a strange black creature emerges. It turns out to be the Deep Abyss Fire Spirit. The Deep Abyss Fire Spirit immediately attacked Manga as soon as it appeared. But for you, does it really pose no threat at all, even just a little impatience to die? Give me another Fire Spirit crystal. Manga unleashed a furious red flame, directly confronting the purple fire of the Deep Abyss Fire Spirit. It howled in extreme pain, then was gradually burned away. In the end, only a wisp of purple smoke remains to destroy the Deep Abyss Fire Spirit, with 18 million experience points gained from the Fire Spirit crystal. Manu sensed something was wrong. The secret realm was about to collapse. We have to leave now. The chaotic space of the secret realm is opening up, and outside there are still a bunch of demons unaware of what's happening. Why is the secret realm about to disappear? Are they about to come out? A darkness is covering everything. From the secret realm, the dry lich soldiers emerge one after another. What is that? Why are there so many dry lich? Manga looked at them with a determined gaze, reaching out to attack. You can't escape. The defeated demon corpses from earlier all suddenly soared into the air. The survivors could only stare in shock as another devastating explosion occurred, and the figures of the lower-level demons vanished in the blast. Seeing the situation was unstable, the higher-level demons with various strange shapes all advanced together, rushing to kill the humans. Leading the charge was a monster that looked very much like a fallen angel, but its eyes were blood red. 2 terrifying long fangs, Deep Abyss Demon, level 49, strength 20,000 yaos, physique 20,000 yaos, agility 15,000, spirit 50,000 yaos, and carefully examined, their sonic wave skills have a 50% reduction in light elemental resistance and a 30% reduction in all enhanced life damage. They seem stronger than the lower-level demons still resisting the attack from the fallen bodies. Your defense is impressive, Manga sneered. Then he reached out and continued to use his skill. I wonder how many hits you can endure. There are so many corpses around here. The old villagers and the Deep Abyss demon generals could no longer hold on. One by one, they fell. This enraged the high-ranking demons. Kill him, I must kill him, no matter those dry bones, kill that human. Manga continues to unleash his skills, confident in this battle, standing among the demons. Manga was fearless, confident that none of you would escape. His relentless barrage of attacks rained down on the demons, who could only stand still and endure. Suddenly, an attack from somewhere struck your defensive shield. Die. Manga was quite surprised. Yeah. A raging red vortex appears. Inside is a more terrifying type of demon monster. Thong Yuyan Sword Demon, level 55, power 50,000, physique 40,000, agility 25,000, spirit 50,000, with a sword aura skill that reduces light element resistance by 50% and dark element damage by 30%. They aimed directly at Manga and launched their attack. Manga quickly lifted the corpses into the air and threw them at the Tamu Yen Kiemma, but all were blocked. No, I can't throw the corpses at them. Immediately, the Deep Abyss Sword Demons also swung their attacks toward Kolau. But of course, all their attacks are blocked. Manga thought to himself that it would be great if he had a forbidden skill. Now neither side can do anything to each other. Someone shouted, "Hurry up and fly up. That human won't be able to do anything to us." Manga was still thinking of a plan when suddenly he realized these demons were coming from that direction. Is there something there? Then let's go and see. Gu decided to check it out. Maybe they would find the demon's lair. He led the Dry Army straight in that direction. The demon's attacks kept raining down on the Dry Army, but they were like hitting cotton, causing no damage at all, leaving the Thonguyen sword demons very confused. Is he really human? Why do I feel like he's a super boss from another world? Is it because our attacks are too weak? Why is it completely impossible to deal any damage to him? Since when did humans have such terrifying skills? Does it feel even harder to deal with than the legendary Earth Knight? The one on the other side, having spotted Ngu's direction, hurriedly shouted, "Not good! Chase after him!" Meanwhile, Mo Yu continued to march straight ahead, until suddenly the space in front of him opened up, leaving him utterly surprised. So it turns out the city of demons is in front of me, filled with a gloomy, deadly atmosphere everywhere, and I can sense the aura of the demons from the abyss. Ngu stands before his army of dried corpses, smiling confidently and arrogantly. Today, hearing this, the demons are more panicked than ever. Is he crazy? How dare he do that? No human has ever dared to attack Tamuyen City, not even during the peak of the dragon race. We must stop him. But how? A demon guard at the city gate notices the commotion. The city of Thonguyen is carefully protected by an invisible barrier. Ngu also notices the barrier. You order the dry bone warrior to throw me over there quickly. No hesitation. The army quickly follows the order. From above, Mo Yu jumps straight down into the barrier of Deep Abyss City. His body touched the barrier like a thin veil. Then Ngu easily passed through it. The entire Tamuyen City barrier still stood tall, intact, and undamaged, without alerting anyone. The Sword Ghost Horde is extremely worried. This is a big problem. The summoner has entered, and blocking his summoned creatures would be useless. Ngu orders the Kolao army outside the barrier to return, and they immediately vanish. Faced with that situation, the demons were so terrified they broke out in a cold sweat. He continued to calmly summon inside the barrier and appeared. After a while, the barrier trembled, and the army of dry liches surged out. In just a moment, the army ruthlessly dealt with the demons in Tamuyen City. Ngu smirked sinisterly. Another corpse has appeared. Thongdong stood watching the scene before him. It can be said that for the terrifying demons, at this moment, Ngu is the most frightening existence. They have become helpless. It's over. It's over. The Dry Army marches boldly into the city center as if it were uninhabited. Ngu gazes at the looming dark tower ahead, filled with unwavering resolve. I still remember the scene when the demons attacked the human city during the professional tournament. Long ago, the demons of Tamuyen attacked the city and slaughtered humans, and now it's my turn. He clenched his fists, determined that no one would escape alive from here. Suddenly, Ngu saw a teleportation array ahead, which was the teleportation formation of Tamuyen City. The demons have been using it to teleport between cities. Could I use this teleportation array to reach other demon cities? Suddenly, he had an idea, yes. Seeing the demons being beaten badly by the dry corpse soldiers, he pulled Rin-Sin back here. Magneshu thought that as a human, even though he had a demon core to disguise his aura, he definitely couldn't use the teleportation array of Tamuyen. He could only activate the formation with a demon. The formation's energy fluctuation indicated it had been successfully activated. I don't know where you'll be transported this time. So Magnu decides to pick a city name that sounds similar. You're gone. The Dark Abyss Sword Demons immediately reacted. Not good. He has already teleported away. Which city did he go to? Quickly report to Lord Demon King. We can't let him continue to run rampant. The formation has teleported us to another city of the Demon Lord. It seems I made the right choice. Well then, come out here, my legion. You immediately summon armored skeletons and ancient dry soldiers. Suddenly, a horde of dry, long bones appears out of nowhere, catching the gate guards off guard. What's going on? Where did those skeletons come from? The barrier has started to weaken. Ngu looked at the cracks in the barrier and couldn't help but marvel, feeling like she was closing a door on a dog. The ancient warriors marched forward fiercely. Ah! An evil spirit was defeated. It hurriedly shouted. An enemy has invaded. A human. I never expected there to be a mortal daring to venture into the abyss. In an instant, the Dry Legion gained the upper hand. A demon realized the situation was unstable and hurriedly informed his comrades. Quickly report to the Demon King. The explosions are falling like the sky onto the city's buildings. Soon, one by one, they were destroyed. The desperate demons shouted, "Run away!" Many of the demons have been bound by the army and cannot escape, only able to helplessly endure the attack. Mo-Ung reveals a ruthless side. If we don't kill them today, humanity will suffer in the future. If we kill, we must do so thoroughly. Inside the city, a massacre is underway, while in the Demon Lord's city, directly under his rule, his fury is evident. Daring humans to attack the fortress of the Deep Abyss world. Send my orders. It took a while, but all the low-level demons were finally defeated. Munguthua Theng charged toward the next city. Suddenly, attacks from above target the skeleton army as they descend. As expected, there are high-level demons here. As expected, a group of Dark Abyss sword demons from this city appeared. But within this barrier, you can't escape, even if you try. The sword demons earlier, lacking spatial limits, flew too high, and their shattered bodies couldn't be reached. But now, with the barrier, Manhwa, like a fish in water, can easily destroy high-level demons with a single explosion, just like low-level ones. You stand there looking at the remnants of the battle, with no regrets at all. Did the Dark Abyss demons ever imagine that day would come when they invaded the human world? The level up notification sounds. Lin Manhwa, level 39 Death Spirit Mage, has finally reached level 39. You quickly use the array to teleport to another city, but the destination changed? It seems the demons have realized the situation. They must have set a trap waiting for us to arrive. You secretly thought that Manhwa was not afraid at all. He confidently held the teleportation stone of Deep Abyss in his hand. Let's see how deep this abyss really is. Even if it's a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, I'll charge in. You and Duan Quan advance together, and the formation immediately activates. After a while, Mo Yu was in the Demon Lord's city. Suddenly, a giant fist lunged at him. The skill activates instantly, transferring damage, linking life force to summon. Manhwa remains calm as he summons the Undead Legion. Armored skeletons and healing troops appear. The Legion appears, giving him the chance to observe the enemy, and his arrival surprises Manhwa. I didn't expect you to withstand a punch from this king. He growled. So that person is the Demon Bull King Tsuduk Mang. I didn't expect the Demon King to appear in person. I fell into deep thought. No, that's not right. If the Demon King had come in person, I would have been dead long ago. It's just a clone. What is your name, human? Demon Bull King asks. Level 39, and you still can't massacre an entire city, nor withstand a punch from me without dying? Who exactly are you? Why hide the level? Looking at his clone, Mo Yu makes a calculation. If it's just a clone, there might still be a chance. Plus, there are enough demons around, maybe we can try fighting it out. Thinking it through, you activate your skill. The dry army of the strong soldiers is immediately ready. He ignored him, making Manhwa furious. He swung his giant fist toward Manhwa. Dare to strike in front of me. Let's see if you can withstand this punch. He also swung his hand to counter, saying blow up. Two forces collided, causing a massive shockwave. The Kolau army still stands there, and Manhwa remains safe and sound. You're not dead yet. The healing core softly chuckled. You're not worthy enough to kill me. The Drybone Legion Duong's silver sword was ready for battle, roaring fiercely, daring to underestimate this king. At this moment, he is filled with murderous intent and wants to seal Manhwa's summoning spell. Manhwa quickly uses the sealing spell. I am no longer afraid of being sealed by a summoning spell now. Blessing of Light, immune to all status effects for 30 minutes, cooldown 12 hours. Two forces collide. He continues to use the violent corpse to counterattack, leaving Bull King extremely surprised. How is that possible? Why is the seal not working? What level are you at exactly? You can't possibly be only level 39. As he finished speaking, he flew down again towards Manhwa. Just die, that's all I wish for. I'm only afraid you won't come down here. My soldiers, gather the corpses quickly. The undead soldiers carry the bodies to Manhwa, who now faces the Demon King head-on without hesitation, continuing to attack relentlessly. He delivered a powerful strike at Manhwa, but the damage was redirected to the Undead Legion, transferring the damage and linking life forces to summon, while he also used healing to mend the Legion. Immediately, the wounds on the undead bodies were healed. Then Manhwa lifted the corpses and said, "It's my turn now." A thunderous explosion struck Manhwa, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and he continued to strike. Die! A barrage of powerful punches rained down on Manhwa, his face covered with wounds, fresh blood spurting from the corner of his mouth. But he kept provoking. The Demon King was only that much, he hadn't even eaten yet, and Manhwa King struck again. Die for me. The strike aimed straight at Manhwa, and clearly, if he were an ordinary human, he would definitely have died from it. But suddenly the Demon King realized something was wrong. An explosion headed straight for him. Manhwa was still alive and even fighting back. By this point, the Demon King's face was also covered in fresh blood. I don't believe I can't kill you. He leans in for a fatal blow. Manhwa, waiting for him to strike, immediately uses the exploding corpse. Thanks to you preparing so many high-level demons for me, does it feel good to be blown up by your own kind's corpse? The explosion echoes through heaven and earth. I must kill you. Finally, the clone of the Bull King has been eliminated. Manhwa stands up, his clothes torn to shreds. You breathe a sigh of relief, finally causing Tuduk Manhwa's clone to explode. Suddenly, you sense something. The true body of the Demon King is approaching. Mac Nhu furrowed his brow and quickly gathered one last dose before he arrived. He activated the deadly light orb technique in a berserk state, and its power was definitely formidable. Soon after, the toxic fumes spread out, causing the demons to scream in pain, and the entire city seemed to be filled with poison. Within seconds, the true body of the Demon King finally arrived. Watching the demons perish from the poison gas, the Demon King erupts in fury and unleashes his ultimate move, transforming into a gigantic bull filled with murderous intent. Manhwa holds a gem in his hand and says, "I'm not stupid enough to face the Demon King head-on." The Demon Dragon King charged straight at where you were standing, but your body had already begun to shift. A fierce punch from the Demon King shattered the surrounding rocks. A moment later, Lam Manhwa returned, and a wave of ominous aura enveloped the once peaceful courtyard. It turned out that the source of that aura was Manhwa. What did this kid do after all? Why is he emanating such terrifying aura? In the dark night, Moyu returns with a body covered in wounds, kneeling respectfully. "Master, Senior Brother Man, I am back." Yi Yun frowned, his sharp gaze piercing through the darkness as he questioned seriously. "What did you do in the abyss?" Manhwa briefly recounted that he encountered an entity similar to the Man Ninggu Vuong. The battle was fierce, and in the end, you delivered a decisive blow to win. And Van was amazed by your story and asked again, "You killed the clone of the four-winged man Bull King?" Mian Yu replied, "Using primordial talismans and innate talent to awaken, along with a large number of demon corpses, I killed its clone, but it chose to fight me head-on. If it had chosen to ambush or run away, I would have been dead already." Avian also agrees with this opinion, and also feels amazed by your strength. "That guy's really stubborn, only knows how to risk his life. But even so, your little brother is truly extraordinary." And Van also agrees. "That's right, you've already set the course of history in motion. Until now, it has always been a deep abyss where our people conquer cities and kill. I didn't expect you could do it now." Manhwa's murderous aura is growing stronger, Y. Vian said with concern. "Your murderous aura is too strong. It's not good. It will greatly affect your mental state. Now that you're level 39, based on your condition, you don't need to do dungeon runs or level up for now, and you definitely can't proceed with the second transformation." Manhwa respectfully obeyed and followed the teacher's arrangements. Yi Yuan advised, "Now go read a few books to relax, rest for a few days, do nothing, and think about nothing. I will come to see you in 2 days." Manhwa also respectfully replied, "Yes, then I will take my leave first." "Is Old Man really telling me to go find that guy?" Evian said with a tone of complaint. "What is in Van Fan Tran saying? Is it because little lamb can't give up this bit of face?" Evian slammed his hand down on the table with determined eyes. You've underestimated me too much." At the Sacred Academy, a pair of legs stepped forward with a murderous aura that stunned everyone. Whispered rumors spread as Manhwa appeared, surrounded by killing intent and a face that had been healed. "Is that Lam Manhwa? Is it him? But what exactly did he do? Why does his aura feel so terrifying?" Another friend also agreed, "I can't even look at him." In the library, pages turn under the warm yellow light. Reading truly relaxes the soul. Manhwa thought to himself that he couldn't completely erase his killing intent. His murderous aura was growing stronger, killing all the demons. He shook his head vigorously as if to dispel that thought. The reading room with countless neatly arranged books and the faint scent in the air seemed to have a soothing effect that eased the mind. 3 days later, Manhwa was still focused on reading, with the books he had read stacked up and placed beside him. You receive a call from YVN with a short message. "Ona, come quickly. Under the tiled roof wall, the two of you prepare to leave." Evian said, "Let's go, I'll take you to a place." He placed his hand on Manhwa's back, a blue light appeared, the sky was crimson, and there was no one around, only animal bones. This place is called the Blood Taint Land. Just arriving here, Manhwa was already deeply surprised. Your aura is spreading across the fiery sky. Seeing Manhwa's energy grow more intense, YVN gently places a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. "Do you know where this place is?" Evian explained the location where the two of you are standing. "This place is not part of the human realm, nor is it in the depths, nor within the territory of the Dragon Clan. Like the original battlefield, the Tuyanko Trial Grounds is an independent space called the Blood Taint Land." "Master, can this place remove the killing intent from my body?" Yen Vian replied. "It can, but there's a bloodthirsty old monster here who makes people hate him." A voice echoed from somewhere saying, "What the hell? Bai Yi Wen? You're the old man everyone finds annoying?" The master froze upon hearing that voice, and suddenly a giant sword descended from the sky toward the two of them. Evian seems angry about what just happened, Old monster, how dare you hurt my disciple, I will cut off your leg. A golden aura surrounds his body and the sky seems to turn a deeper shade of red. A devastating explosion is caused by Yi Vian's power as he fights with the mysterious divine force descending from the sky. Shards of broken stone scattered around fly up and hit Maknu, and the immense power leaves him stunned. This shockwave alone is comparable to the power of the four-eyed man Bull King clone. It seems the one wielding that power has no intention of letting up, continuing to strike with another sword attack. Yi Vian angrily demanded, "Old monster, what the hell are you doing?" When the immense power of the two clashes collided, creating a massive shockwave that even Mak Ngu was terrified. Could this be the strength of a divine-level expert? Yi Vian refused to give up and kept fighting back with all his might. The sword continued to flash through the air without stopping, slicing through the chaos. The figure of the other person faintly appears in the sky, wielding a sword towards them, as the crimson sky is torn apart by the recent attack and debris scatters across the ground. At this moment, Monu's eyes seem to have changed, as if taken over by the other person. Yi Vian's voice is full of anger. "I should have known better than to come find you. Damn it!" Makngu now seems to have lost all consciousness. "What does it matter if I kill a divine-level powerhouse? As long as they are my enemy, I will kill them." The magic circle on his right arm glows, and it seems to be the ultimate combat technique. Countless dried-up warriors appear out of nowhere, and Makngu's eyes are now filled with only killing intent. A shadow appears out of nowhere in the space. An old man with his hair tied high at the back, a long scar from the corner of his mouth to his cheek, sighs. The level 39 brat, still a child, but he's quite formidable. Makngu now seems to be overwhelmed by murderous intent, continuing to cast the slow-speed curse. Countless chains appear and shoot toward Kwang Sin. He himself was surprised that he used this trick. Is it really a curse? Kwang Sin cuts through all the chains, heading towards him. Suddenly, in that moment, Makngu unleashes the soul transformation technique. An invisible flame erupts, burning deep into Kwang Sin's soul, causing him to scream in pain. Unable to endure this terrible torment, he clutched his face tightly, staggered, and then charged straight down. Kwang Sin knelt, trembling all over from the pain. Is this a direct attack on the soul? Before he could regain his composure, he saw the blue smoke spreading thickly like toxic bones, emanating a deadly breath that shocked him. Are you still releasing poison? Streams of toxic gas seeped in, trapping the berserk like a carefully laid trap. Instead of anger, he felt a bit of interest in Maknu. This kid is quite interesting. A gentle hand rests on his shoulder, pulling Maknu back from the frenzy of killing intent. He blinks, his breathing gradually steadies, and his eyes lose the savage look from before. Makngu, worried about what just happened, quickly explained, "Master, I didn't even wait for you to finish speaking before Vian told me to quickly dry up and leave." The dry soldiers gradually disappeared, and in the distance, Kwang Sin still stood straight with his hair blowing in the wind, his eyes cold. Yi Vian smirked and said, "The old monster has already fought. Come out now." He flew toward the two of them with a trail of toxic aura still lingering around his body, landing with a force that made the ground tremble violently and caused a powerful shockwave. He glanced at Makngu, then turned to Yi Vian and nonchalantly asked, "Is this your disciple?" My teacher replied, "How about it? My disciple isn't too bad either, right?" Kwang Sin sneered mockingly. "Not bad, only level 39 and already daring to attack a divine-level expert. Don't know how to write dead properly, right?" Makngu didn't reply, only listened quietly. Yi Vian snapped impatiently, "You don't see what just happened? This old man here is Ngiem Kwang Sin, a level 95 divine warrior." Upon hearing that name, Machu quickly searched his memory, but Kwang Sin, whom he had seen in a book, was on par with Bai Shen. He once faced 3 demon kings alone, killing 1 and severely wounding 2. I never expected he would be here. I never expected to meet him here. Master Maknu immediately bowed respectfully, greeting the senior with utmost reverence. Tongzin nonchalantly replied with a simple yes. Kwang Sin frowns, questioning the purpose of the 2 people in front of him, then turns to ask Yi Vian with suspicion in his voice. "What is your master bringing you here for?" Master Bin calmly replied, "Don't you see? This kid has learned too much about demons and is now possessed by evil spirits, so I came to ask for your help." Kwang Sin immediately became angry, glaring and questioning. "You mean Vian is targeting that treasure? Are you daydreaming in broad daylight?" The teacher chuckled, shook his head, but isn't it just a simple item after all? Keeping it won't help anyway. Moreover, as a senior witnessing a junior human face danger, shouldn't you generously step in to help? Kwang-sin sneered and crossed his arms, saying, "If he's someone else's disciple, we could talk, but yours are out of the question." This reply made Yi Yuan feel quite annoyed. "You're going too far. This kid Lam is a top genius of the current young generation. Don't you want to know where his murderous aura comes from?" Kwang-sin nonchalantly replied, "What does that have to do with me?" But deep inside, he couldn't help but hesitate. A level 39 with such deadly aura, that amount of aura far exceeds this kid's level. Yi Yuan paid no attention to Kwang-sin's attitude and continued. This kid entered the deep abyss world alone, destroyed 3 demon cities, and even killed a clone of the Demon King. Hearing this, Kwang-sin's face changed, and a voice echoed in his mind. "What?" To verify Yi Yuan's words, he asked Manhwa, "Did you really go into the deep abyss and destroy 3 demon cities and kill a clone of the Demon King?" Manhwa calmly nodded and replied, "Yes, I have destroyed 3 demon cities and also killed a clone of the 4-winged Demon Bull King. Before its true body arrived, I had already cast the deadly poison ring on the Demon King's city." These words made Kwang-sin look at Manhwa with new eyes. The deadly poison radiance technique is an attribute poison skill. Did it affect me just now? Its power is such that even 60-level diamonds would struggle to withstand it. It seems he's not lying. This kid is no longer a genius, but a true demon. At level 39, I definitely couldn't have done these things. I have to admit, this kid is even more outstanding than me, even surpassing Bai Yuan. Yuan proudly said, "What do you think? A junior like that is qualified for you to take out that item, right?" Kwang-sheng nodded. "I'll give it to you, but I have one condition," he replied. "Don't worry about just one, even 11 conditions are fine." He pointed at Manhwa. "Just one? I want this kid to become my disciple." Evian happily agreed, no problem at all. His response stunned Manhwa. Kwang-sin was just as shocked and thinking that YVN didn't hear clearly, asked again, "Did you hear me right?" The master cheerfully replied, "It's nothing. It's normal for geniuses to have many teachers." Mogu behind him kept waving his hands, but it was no use. Seeing this, Yi Yuan decided to go along with it and just let it be. He is a divine-level powerhouse, and once he says something, he must keep his word. Kwang-sin was furious, realizing he had been tricked. Damn it, this guy set a trap for me. Then he swung a powerful fist at Yi Yuan and angrily said, "Get out of here!" Yi Yuan quickly stepped back to dodge and immediately responded, "I'll take him now. Little lamb is in your hands." After finishing, the master immediately slipped away, leaving Manhwa standing stunned. Kwang-sin crossed his arms and ordered the kid, "Follow me." "Yes, mastering him." From afar, a simple wooden house with a thatched roof appears between 2 large trees, emanating tranquility in the desolate land. He speaks, "Stay here for now." Manhwa replied, "Yes, master." "What about the killing intent?" Kwang-sin waved his hand, threw a purple diamond-shaped stone to him, and said, "Infuse your killing intent into this divine stone, but I can't teach you how to control it. You can only understand it yourself. You don't need to learn about the domain for now. The only thing you have to do at the moment is learn how to control your own killing intent." The screen displays the words, "Divine Stone Field," indicating the ability to form a field. Manhwa clenched the stone tightly in his hand, a determined resolve rising in his heart. The murderous aura on the strict master is so heavy, yet he can still control it freely. There must be a way. I just haven't figured it out yet. The murderous aura from the master can even be projected outward to materialize into reality. Manhwa silently marveled. Ban Koan wondered silently, what exactly is being used to manipulate it? Mo Yue tried to focus, sensing the aura within his body, and since his strongest attribute was his mind, could it be that he wanted to use mental power to control the corpse aura? The master can do it. I can definitely do it too. The boy made up his mind. The spirit stone floats in mid-air, absorbing the death aura from Manhwa. This method makes Kwang-sin Quan sat nearby marvel, using mental power to manipulate it. On the contrary, I also have that idea. I hope the young man can succeed. Manhwa closed his eyes, focusing all his spirit on the surging murderous aura within his body. From afar, Kwang-sin quietly observed. More than half a day had passed, and this young man's willpower was truly strong. No wonder he was the disciple that the old man had chosen. 10 days later, the murderous aura surrounding Manhwa's body no longer scattered aimlessly, but was swirling in a fixed pattern, like snakes coiling around him. Manhwa slowly opened his eyes, a sharp pride shining in them. He had succeeded. The surging killing intent around him was gradually drawn into the divine crystal, and the system displayed the awakening of a new skill, the slaughter domain, which is currently unusable. From afar, Kwang Sin couldn't help but be amazed. He never expected him to actually succeed. Even in his original state, it would have taken at least 3 months to control the killing intent, yet in just 10 short days, he had already reached this level. How powerful must his mental strength be? Must his mental... Makangu turned to respectfully salute and say, "Master." Kwang Sin's gaze remained on him and replied indifferently, "No need to be polite. Now you have an additional domain skill, right?" He nodded thoughtfully and said, "Yes, the deadly field still cannot be used." Kwang Sin replied that of course your current level is too low. What you need to do is channel your entire body's killing intent into the Divine Stone realm, and once it's fully filled, this skill will be usable. He said that and then turned around and left. "Keep going. I have to leave here for a while." He respectfully replied, "Yes. Somewhere. Old man, do you think this young man Lamb can succeed or not?" Evian wondered. And Van chuckled, his tone full of confidence. "Are you still not confident about that kid? Besides, with the crazy old man taking action, what else do you have to worry about?" Evian snorted coldly, showing his displeasure at him gaining another good disciple. And Van happily replied, "All right, get ready for Lam Tutu's second transformation. When he returns, he should be promoted." Evian nodded and replied, "Don't worry, everything is prepared, just waiting for him to return." 10 days later, Mongu continued to focus on training, his mental energy constantly flowing. The spirit stone floats in midair, emitting a brilliant light, finally absorbing all the murderous aura inside. "You tell yourself." Maknu clenched the gemstone in his palm, feeling the changes in his body. Indeed, the killing aura no longer affected him. "These killing intent has been completely controlled by me." Suddenly, the figure of Kwang Sin appeared from afar. "Master, you're back," Maknu said, but his eyes quickly froze in surprise. He returned with a bloodied body, holding a bag filled with blood that made him think the stench of blood was even stronger than in the demon city. Kwang Sin coldly threw the bag at him and ordered him to eat it. "Now eat it raw." Makungu grabbed the bag without hesitation, clearly. Without a word of question, he tore open the bag and started devouring each piece of the bright red meat. Kwang Sin asked, "Aren't you going to ask what kind of meat this is?" Makungu calmly replied while eating, "You don't need to ask for permission." Kwang Sin explained slowly, "This place is called the Bloodstained Land, an independent space left behind from ancient times, and within 10,000 miles there is a beast called the Blood Market Wolf. What you're eating is its meat." Maknu flinched slightly, thinking to himself, "So that's why the teacher is fighting these beasts." Your eyes linger on Kwang Sin's body. The bloodstains on his clothes make you worry and ask, "Master, are you injured?" He replied in a calm tone, not considering it a big deal. Whatever the quality of the blood beast meat, it's still a divine beast's prey, and cutting into their flesh and blood comes at a price. I've been here for decades and have fought that guy countless times, so I'm used to it. I was stunned, never expecting that my teacher would go to battle against a divine-level beast for me. Kwang Sin looked at him, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Are you done eating?" "After eating, get ready to enjoy it," Maknu asked again with a puzzled look. "Enjoy it?" Suddenly a fierce pain erupted in my body, making me scream in agony. It hurts so much. My whole body feels like 1,000 needles are stabbing me. Kwang Sin stands straight and coldly says, "You've already used the miraculous medicine, haven't you? All attributes increase by 200 points, which is achieved by using the blood and flesh of the blood demon. Of course, the effect is significantly reduced. To get the best results, you must eat it raw directly." The pain tearing through every cell made Mongu shiver and collapse to the ground. Kwang Sin sternly lectured, "How can someone who can't endure suffering be qualified to become a strong warrior? This is the highest grade of blood demon meat, not something a tiny miracle pill can compare to. You will immediately undergo the second transformation, and boosting your attributes now will make the benefits of the second transformation even greater." The system displayed that his strength, physique, agility, and spirit had all skyrocketed. Makungu's entire body was overwhelmed by intense pain. You struggle to keep your hand on the ground, trying to steady your trembling body. Kwang Sin continues explaining something about nirvana crystallization, and your master will probably prepare you in this aspect. That old man is also considered trustworthy, but you've already gone through the ancient training ground, right? Have you obtained enough physical strength? "Did you reach level 5? Maknu gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the pain, and whispered, "I reached level 39. Perhaps because the voice sounded pained, Kwang Sin didn't hear clearly and only thought it was level 3. That's a pity. Even though each level is only 1% apart, the gap between higher levels becomes increasingly significant. Makungu's voice was weak, but he still managed to say each word. "Master, it's not level 3, it's level 39. The sound of a bell ringing echoed as his sword fell to the ground. Kwang Sin was stunned, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. "How could you do that?" You are panting, trying to stay conscious as you reply, I have reached the end of the divine selection's secret realm. Kwang Sin couldn't help but admire inwardly. Good kid, and that old Bai too. Really good at hiding things. He pondered for a moment, then said, Your divine power level is so high that some plans need to be changed. After a brief pause, Kwang Sin suddenly turned and asked directly, Do you fear death? Mak Ngu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, I don't know. His eyes were sharp. Yes, I am still afraid, but I will try my best. Mak Ngu pondered silently, thinking to himself, a super divine level powerhouse? Mak Ngu wondered to himself, a transcendent, super divine level powerhouse? That thought just flashed through my mind, and I instinctively swallowed hard. Doesn't that mean I could be even stronger than my two masters? So I take a deep breath, suppress the shock in my heart, and reply, I might still be afraid, but I will try my best. If you fail, you will accept death calmly. He seemed satisfied with your answer and asked again, What if you have to face life and death twice? Mak Ngu said unwaveringly, I will stay true to my decision. A fiery passion ignited within me. Even though I don't know how powerful the divine-level super expert is, I will definitely become stronger. Guangxing burst into hearty laughter, a look of admiration in his eyes. All right, very good. I like it. If your divine power level is that high, let me tell you about the plan I have prepared for you. It also involves bloodthirsty snake meat, but the effects are worlds apart, with the best part being the snake's brain, followed by the heart. The remaining parts are inferior. The human race hasn't obtained a bloodthirsty snake's brain for a long time, and even the heart is extremely hard to acquire. To become a super divine powerhouse, when you undergo your second-class change, you must eat bloodthirsty snake meat again to harness its properties and greatly boost your attributes, while also refining your profession during the transition and ideally awakening new talents. This will give your future a solid foundation, but it also comes with great risks. The chance of life or death is only 50-50. It all depends on your luck. Makengu gasped and pointed at himself, saying, Master, I believe in myself. My luck has always been very good. Guangxing laughed heartily. All right, wait and see. I will get you a snake's heart. After finishing, he burst into loud laughter and shot up into the sky like a storm. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the distance, leaving only a rumbling echo that stirred up dust and sand. The demon murmured thoughtfully, Bloodthirsty serpent is an ancient divine-level species. Even a master as powerful as you must face danger. Thank you, Master. You talk about the direction you just flew off in. Your strength, physique, agility, and spirit all increased by 1800. 7 days later, a figure appeared from afar. Guangxin approached, his face covered in blood, breathing heavily, holding an intricately carved rectangular box. Without hesitation, the box was thrown into Maknu's cage. Guangxin told him, The snake's core is inside. Remember to eat it at the start of your second transformation, but this process won't be comfortable, so take your time and enjoy it. He sneered mockingly. I wonder if I can see how you suffer. Suddenly, Guangxin's expression changed. He turned to look into the distance with a deep gaze. Why are those guys here? Master, what's going on? It's the old men of the Empire here to take the giant snake's flesh to make divine medicine. But this time, they're probably going to have bad luck. Those beasts are getting angry, and their temper isn't very good. With that, an invisible force suddenly enveloped Mo. You feel your body floating in the air, taking the child to broaden your horizons. In an instant, the two of you rush forward like a raging storm. Moye silently marvels, is this the speed of a divine-level expert? In the blink of an eye, a gigantic ship appeared before him, floating in the sky. On the boat, a row of figures in white cloaks stand upright with serious expressions. Guangxin explains, They are the elders of the Empire. Mak Ngu frowned and said, Are they all level gods? Level gods, my ass, they're just fake gods. Are you a fake god? He replied, Yes, each of them is stuck at level 89 and uses potions to reach level 90 but can't go any further, and their skills can't be fused. Isn't that just a false god? Between Wei Shen and the true god level, there is a huge gap. Even at level 90, a true god can crush them all, fighting dozens without fear. Then the two of them descended from the ship. The old men on the boat saw this as a golden opportunity and bowed to the crazy god lord. Crazy Sin Nu paid them no mind and casually said, Yeah, just fight. I'll stand here with my disciple and watch. Suddenly, a figure stepped out from the crowd, her blue shoes lightly touching the wooden floor, making a soft sound that caught everyone's attention. It was a girl with soft platinum blonde hair. Jiao Jiao respectfully bows and says, I am Jiao Jiao. Greetings to the mad god. I have often heard my father speak of your great name. The scene before us shows that I am Dongfang Jiao, the princess of the Divine Empire, youngest daughter of Dongfang Dish. Kwang Sin's tone remains indifferent as ever. I have nothing to remind you of. Should I recount how I once taught him to cry and call for his parents? How could that be? My lord father said you are the pillar of our empire. Kwang Sin didn't reply or bother to care. He glanced at the old men behind and said, "You came here to get snake meat for her." The others seemed a bit hesitant, but still bowed and said, "Please, Lord Crazed God, give us your approval." Kwang Sin agreed to let it go. All right. Do your work and don't pay attention to us." Huang Jiao slightly frowns, his gaze resting on the young man standing behind Kwang Sin. This person seems to be about my age, yet Kwang Thon accepted him as a disciple? Is his talent really that impressive? But before he could think much, a sudden gust of wind swept through. Kwang Sin warned, "Watch out, the bloodthirsty Mangsa is coming." The bloodthirsty python extends its fang and claw toward the boat. The man in the mysterious attire warns, "We're just here to watch." A dazzling golden barrier quickly envelops the boat. While on board, a series of attacks shoot out like arrows of light, tearing through space straight at the bloodthirsty serpent. The successive attacks hit the giant body, causing powerful tremors. The steel-hard scales began to crack. The serpent's roar tears through the sky, filled with fury and pain, causing the entire boat to shake violently. The silent curse trembles. Is this the power of a divine-level monster? With his eyesight, he couldn't even keep up with its attack pattern. The serpent's strike shattered the protective barrier around the boat like broken glass. One of the elders spoke, "I will reinforce the barrier." A dazzling golden sword tore through space and shot towards the bloodthirsty serpent like a lightning bolt. Then, a bolt of lightning exploded in the sky, striking down at the bloodthirsty serpent, causing it to roar in pain. But the elders did not stop. Waves of demonic energy gathered and transformed into continuous attacks, engulfing the bloodthirsty snake in a devastating explosion that shook the entire space. 4 beams of light burst out from the ship in midair, and 4 elders quickly formed a formation in white robes. Manhwa held his breath, watching. Could this be a battle of top-tier professionals? Kwang Sin advised, "Just observe and don't get too involved. A battle of divine-level experts isn't just like this." The reason divine-level experts are called divine-level experts is because they don't need anyone's support or to form a team, yet they can unleash their full power. It's still too early to tell you now. When the time is right, Bach Wai Vian will teach you. Manhwa suddenly remembered that Master Bai Shen always acted alone and never formed a team with anyone. Meanwhile, the battle between the elders and the Mangsa grew more and more fierce. A deadly strike was aimed at it. Seeing the gap in the serpent, one of them immediately shouted that the opportunity had arrived. From the boat, a giant sword condensed from spiritual energy shot out, slicing straight into the body of the giant snake. A sharp slash cut off its tail, blood spraying everywhere. Kwang Sin calmly explains that once the flesh of the blood snake solidifies, it removes impurities and retains only the essence. Although the tail is of the lowest quality and less effective, this piece of meat is enough to feed 5 people. After losing its tail, it became extremely ferocious, with eyes bloodshot like it was going insane. Manhwa saw this and asked, "It seems they might be able to kill this bloodthirsty serpent." Kwang Shing replied, "No, if we run slowly, we might lose our lives here unless they beg me." Then he burst into loud laughter. As soon as he finished speaking, shouts of panic erupted. The group of elders who had been attacking with all their might suddenly turned around and fled. "Hurry up, run quickly," they are urging each other anxiously. Huang Jiao stands on the boat in a panic. Wasn't the situation just now still quite promising? Even if we wanted to kill this bloodthirsty snake, it wouldn't be difficult. Why suddenly want to retreat? The serpent's eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. It roared loudly, shaking the fiery red sky. The elders quickly urged, hurry up, faster." Someone said, "This is already the fastest speed." The barrier, originally fragile, now trembles like a torn cloth under the overwhelming force pressing down. The crazed life is excited. "The game is about to begin, kid. Guess if they can escape?" The crack is spreading across the barrier and can't hold out much longer. A strong, intoxicating scent wafted in, filling the nostrils. Manhwa recognized it as the smell of blood and suddenly felt an overwhelming hunger. The divine beast with bloodline level 96, the python, gazes at the boat with a bloodthirsty look, its claws gripping the boat tightly in its palm. Feng Jiao clenched the boat tightly, trembling in panic, and exclaimed, "What is that?" The old men also turned pale, their voices trembling. How did it arrive so quickly? "It's done. Now hurry and call for the crazy god." Crazy Sin laughs loudly. "I told you I was right. They won't escape now. It's not easy to get the flesh and blood of the giant snake. All right, Tin is also a person of the Divine Empire, so I will save them this once. Then he shot into the sky and flew away. The berserker appears in midair, eyes blazing red, delivering a powerful strike at the serpent. The old men cheered with joy. We are saved. The berserk god strikes, we are saved. So, everything is fine now. Even after taking a fatal blow, the serpent still refuses to fall and fights back with its own strength. A furious counterattack from the roaring snake charges straight at Kwang Sin without hesitation. But Kwang Sin remains calm, attacking while looking for the serpent's weakness. Seeing an opening, Kwang Sin quickly executes a move. The continuous barrage of attacks like a storm rained down on the giant body of the python. The python roared in fury, its eyes blazing red. The snake does not retreat. It gathers all its strength, muscles on its massive body tense, and strikes at him. Kwang Sin remains unfazed, attacking continuously without pause. This made Mak Nungu extremely surprised. Is this the combat power of a divine-level expert? No need to wait for skill cooldowns, just use all skills at will, each one as powerful as a charm. Mak Nungu stood silently, a wave of indescribable terror rising in his heart. Under the power of these skills, it seems that even his bone armor, lifelink, or damage transfer techniques are useless. No matter how many times I have fought, I would be wiped out in an instant. I never expected to have attacked a being like this. Huang Jiao also couldn't hide her panic. Is this the berserk god her father mentioned? I didn't expect it to be that strong. The battle continues. Kwang Sin's attacks are like a storm, each strike targeting the serpent's weak points. It won't give up. Opening his mouth, a blazing fireball shoots straight at the berserker. The berserker blocks the attack with his sword hilt. Another spark erupts toward him, startling Mak Nu. That blow carried incredible power. Kwang Sin braced himself, his eyes changing as he let out a grunt. Kwang Sin has broken through the serpent's attack and strikes it again, splattering yellow liquid onto the scorching ground. The wounds on its body split open, revealing bright red flesh. Gu silently thought those were the injuries caused by his master. It turns out the meat from the Bloodsnake Master gave me to eat came from such a terrifying boss. Suddenly, Kwang Sin reached out his hand to you, and the two of you shot out of the boat. He laughed and said, "That guy is crazy, let's go quickly." That girl is called the Blood Serpent, and the older one has evolved into the True God Blood Hybrid. After explaining everything, then he asked you what you thought about the recent battle. Meng Yu shared his thoughts, that the Blood Demon Serpent was stronger than the ancient cursed bird he faced during the ancient test, but he wasn't sure which was more powerful, it or the ancient Earth Dragon. Guangxing asked in surprise, "Ancient Earth Dragon? Kuon madga kuang lai hoi, dagap no roi sao, masngu dap, supu biet no sao." Kwang Sin looked at Mak Ngu and suddenly opened his shirt, revealing a long scar running from his shoulder down to his stomach. Do you see it? This scar has been with me all these years. A divine-level expert healing a wound shouldn't be that difficult, so why did my master keep this scar? Then he calmly continued. I challenged the Eternal Ancient Dragon 3 times. The first time I was level 69 and entered the central area with my equally ranked teammates. They carved a difficult path through thorns, facing countless bosses, and finally reached it. But at that moment, no one dared to attack. It only looked at us from afar, yet everyone was so frightened they retreated. The second time I was level 89, just one step away from becoming a god, I found a way through the time-space tunnel and returned to the upper central area. It casually swiped its claw, and I was immediately knocked out of the central zone. But this time I didn't leave a wound. It wasn't until the third time, when I reached level 93 and officially became a divine-level powerhouse, that I returned to the upper space to seek revenge, and once again found it. But as he finished speaking, he sighed, still only using one move. I failed again. This time it said to me just 3 words. "You are too weak, damn it. That monster can talk." Mak Ngu muttered to himself, surprised at how strong that earth dragon was. Even the master couldn't defeat it. Kwang Sin asked again, "So, how did you encounter it?" I told Kwang Than everything that happened when I met the boss. It was like this, and this was also the first time I encountered a boss that could talk. Kwang Sin explained that the higher the boss's level, the greater its intelligence. But as far as I know, so far only it knows how to speak. If that existence wants to trade with you, it must have seen something on you. When you're strong enough, make a trip to the central area. All right, I've finished the task as instructed. I have wasted many years holding on to this, hoping one day you can make use of it. McNew smiled and listened to the advice, secretly thinking that this divine stone field was definitely extraordinary. My master truly sacrificed a lot for me. I don't understand why he chose to live in hiding in such a remote place. The strong man said, "All right, no wonder Bai YVN values you so much. then raised his cup of tea to his mouth and continued giving him a few more instructions. All right, go back now. Quickly switch to the second class. Manhwa respectfully bowed and replied, I am a disciple reporting back. It has been a long time since I last saw the sunlight of the human world. Long secretly thought, Fuang Jiao was slightly surprised to see Manhwa, so he has also returned from the blood slaughter land. She stepped towards him, crossed her arms, and asked arrogantly, What is your name? Manhwa only glanced at her briefly without saying a word, then turned and walked away. That action made Fang Jiao and the elders with him feel a bit embarrassed. Fang Jiao said irritably, This guy is too rude, completely disrespectful, relying on being the Kuangtan's disciple to ignore the princess. The elders soothe her, saying that this young man is arrogant but must be a top genius to be valued by the crazed god. She angrily dismisses them and decides to level up. The elders continued. Princess, you have eaten the flesh of the blood python, and the ruler is almost ready to perform the transfer ceremony, so now you should seize the opportunity to level up. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Van's murderous aura has disappeared, and it seems his attributes have also increased significantly. It seems the crazy elder really cares about him. He said, Master, you're preparing for the second transfer ritual, but it'll probably take a few more days to complete. Hurry up and level up, reach level 40, and then come back. Manhwa respectfully replied, Yes, I will go right now. At the dungeon hall where a crowd gathers bustling, the atmosphere is more lively than ever. Huang Zhou appears among the crowd, her eyes scanning the level 37 Water God Pavilion information board. She thought to herself that now she was level 36. Taking on a level 37 dungeon would be just right. As long as she found a decent team, with her strength, she could definitely pass easily. It seems there are quite a few people wanting to team up with me, huh? Suddenly, a blue light flashes in the hall, drawing everyone's attention. Someone in the crowd shouted in surprise, Lam Manhwa is Lam Manhwa. Fang Jiao wondered why he was here. Suddenly, everyone started to buzz. It's Lam Manhwa. He's back. What are you talking about, Lam Manhwa? That's Lam Than Tuong, a strategist who single-handedly defeated enemies in the Along army and the youngest divine general of the human race. In another corner, two people are passionately discussing. Among professionals of the same level, they are unbeatable even if they level up. The other person said, I guess after Lord God of War changes his role for the third time, he might even fight the Demon King alone. Hearing this, Fuang Jiao was startled and thought to himself, so he is Lam Manhwa. Fuang Jiao blocked Manhwa's path, eyes scrutinizing him. Are you Lam Manhwa? No wonder Kuangtan took you as a disciple. Manhwa pretended not to hear and simply replied, Sorry, please move aside. I want to level up. She was about to scold him for his indifferent reaction, then angrily said, How can you talk like that? Manhwa sighed helplessly and replied, I'm really busy leveling up. Wait until I'm done with my business. Can I join? Hearing this, Fuang Jiao saw an opportunity and asked, Do you want to challenge the Water God Palace? I'll team up with you. Momo shook his head. I'll go solo. She immediately urged upon hearing that. Playing solo on normal difficulty will level up very slowly. I will play solo on hell difficulty. Fuang Jiao found it hard to believe. Who are you trying to fool? Can you even solo the hell difficulty? The system interface appears. The Water God Pavilion at level 37. A record dungeon. Nightmare difficulty. Sierra 1.8. We see 2 seconds, silently thinking there's still no hell difficulty, so the dungeon needs to be upgraded first. He turned his back and told Fuang Jiao, Do you plan to fight the Water God Pavilion? I advise you not to enter for now. The dungeon might level up later. She asked curiously, What does it mean to upgrade the dungeon? Then she touched the barrier and disappeared. This surprised Fuang Jiao. Is he really going into the dungeon alone again? Everyone around immediately started whispering and discussing. Lam Than Tuong has always been soloing. Moreover, the last time the Fire God Palace dungeon was upgraded, it was also thanks to Lam Than Tuong, right? He even brought 39 people to fight the Desert Warlord dungeon. I wonder how incredible Lam Than Tuong's record will be this time, Fuang Jiao asked in amazement. So his legend has spread everywhere, everyone knows about it, soloing the Desert Warlord, just how powerful is he? In the Water God Pavilion dungeon, spirits gather around the temple, lotus buds bloom on the lake, and the screen displays the source spirit. Enhanced Monster Spirit, level 37, Power 14,000, Agility 6,000, Spirit 10,000, Physique 10,000, Skills of Encirclement with immunity to water element and physical damage. Manhwa thought to himself, only mages of the Dry Lich type who are not of the water element can deal damage to them. He activated his battle formation, and a legion of Dry Lich warriors appeared, fighting fiercely as they split into groups heading toward the center. The pillars couldn't withstand the impact of the battle and gradually crumbled. He pondered, these stone pillars seem to record some story. There's no difficulty, everything within the courtyard has already been cleared out. Suddenly, the water in the lake starts to swirl, forming a giant whirlpool. He hesitates, wondering if he should jump down there. Without hesitation, he jumps straight into the center of the whirlpool. Monu continues to swim deeper below. The screen appears, showing the dungeon has leveled up, now at hell difficulty. He thought, just like the Fire God Palace before. After quickly clearing the monsters outside, the dungeon levels up. Water flows from the fountain, and changes are happening outside as well. Everyone shouted, "Look, the Water God Pavilion dungeon. This state is exactly the same as before at the Fire God Palace dungeon upgrade." Lam Than once again causes the dungeon to level up, and from now on the Water God Pavilion will have an abyssal level. Huang Jiao is stunned. She can't believe the dungeon has leveled up to abyssal and approaches the dungeon entrance. Level 37. Water God, difficulty options, normal, nightmare, hell. Is she really surprised to see a hell level? Fang Giao remembered, so he wasn't joking. He's really soloing the hell difficulty dungeon. How exactly is he doing it? I really want to know everything about him. Underwater, a spear shot straight toward McYu with incredible speed. At the same time, countless soldiers from all directions rushed in, and he immediately retreated, creating a barrier to block the attack. This damage was not light. Indeed, it had increased to hell difficulty. From afar, countless tridents continue to appear, targeting your army of skeleton soldiers. They shoot forward at terrifying speed, tearing through the air. The skeleton soldiers fall one after another, and the defenses begin to weaken. Suddenly, the Healing Legion appears on the screen. After a long time, in the blood-soaked battle, the shattered fortress after fierce assaults, an imposing throne appears inside the hall. Next to it, a mysterious trident radiates a cold aura. The screen displays the Water Spirit 3-strike, with a phantom clone. Magnu immediately ordered the army to move out, secretly wondering if those attacks just now all came from it. A giant trident charged forward again, its ferocious power sweeping across the battlefield. The dry lich soldiers gradually vanish, but without giving the enemy a chance to overpower, Magnu immediately unleashes a series of powerful moves, making the battle increasingly fierce. The Water Spirit desperately blocks the sword strikes from the dry lich soldiers. In another corner, the guardian beast in the courtyard ferociously charged at the dry lich soldiers, a beast bearing its fangs at Magnu. The dry soldier confronts the Water Spirit. Makengu immediately commands the dry soldiers to fight back fiercely and regain the upper hand. The trident reappeared at the throne, revealing the Water God's avatar, a damaged clone, level 41 with 60,000 strength, 10,000 agility, 10,000 spirit, and 40,000 physique. The water skill howls and freezes eternity with damage immunity traits. The water element reduces physical damage by 50%. At this moment, a girl appears amidst the battlefield, closing her eyes and clasping her hands, sitting on the throne with an air of authority. She opens her eyes and looks at Magnu, who secretly thinks, finally meeting the boss. The Water God fights back fiercely, trying to suppress Magnu with her violent power, but her strength gradually weakens, and her body is covered in adorable injuries. The Water God roared, raising my trident as a burst of pure water. Elemental energy froze everything in eternal ice. A chilling wind swept across the battlefield, instantly freezing the entire Ko Lao army. Makengu chuckled softly. Impressive momentum, but unfortunately the power is quite ordinary. If I were still at level 30, it might have been a challenge. Suddenly, the ice on Ko Lao's body cracked and shattered, revealing a weapon surrounded by a crimson aura. The system interface appears, displaying the army command skill that removes all abnormal statuses from the army and boosts morale, only effective against abnormal states below level 60. The army breaks through the ice and advances boldly. The Water God continued to use another technique. Giant columns of water exploded, submerging the dry leeches. Suddenly red chains appeared. Each glowing red chain emerged from the void, encircling the Water God. She screamed in pain, and the Legion was thus freed. After a moment, the tidal wave vanished in an instant. The Water Spirit howled in despair before gradually disappearing, and the screen displayed the destruction of the Water Spirit clone. Experience increased by $4,000. Received 2 pieces of pure water crystal. 5 pieces of pure water crystal can be fused into a complete crystal. Makengu holds the 2 crystal shards and says, I still need 50% more experience, maybe I should fight a few more times. I also need the clear water crystal to fuse with the divine stone element, but unfortunately I haven't received the water elemental gem yet. His eyes widened in amazement as the trident glowed in midair, and Mo Ngu asked, What is that? Did you touch the trident? The screen shows the Water God's key. The key to unlock the true shrine of the water god. Thanthui crystal permanently reduces water element damage by 50% and has a chance to grant a water-type skill, effective only on the first use. Makangu thought to herself that it was here, and almost missed it. The key to the water god's temple is also here, so there must be an item to awaken the water god in this place. Suddenly, something emitted a blue light that caught his attention. The system interface appeared, indicating that the mermaid's flute could be used to awaken the water spirit. He quickly calculated in his mind that he had collected all 4 elemental items. Among the 5 major elemental dungeons, he had now surpassed fire, water, and light, leaving only wind and thunder. He wondered what miraculous changes would happen once he completed the collection. Makangu whispered to himself to use the gem before going out. Outside the dungeon, the bell rang out, signaling a new milestone had been reached, and then the bell sounded. As expected, General Lin Shen sets a new record. I wonder how he did this time. The first attempt doesn't matter, after all, it's not accurate. Fang Jiao asked curiously to someone nearby. Why is that? Of course, because every time General Lam breaks his own record. This is only the beginning. He's far from reaching his limit. Hearing this, she felt dizzy as the system interface appeared. Water God Pavilion, level 37, dungeon record 1. Lam Makangu, 48 minutes and 22 seconds, 48 minutes. Achieving such a record on solo hell difficulty, isn't that still not the limit? Makangu slowly appeared amidst the hazy light. Without hesitation, he advanced into the dungeon again. This time, it was still at hell difficulty. Outside, the atmosphere instantly exploded. General Lam Shen was going in for the second time. Come on, place your bets and see if General Lam can beat the record of 24 minutes, or if he won't even make it to 24 minutes. Each bet costs 1,000 points. Everyone hurry up and wager. Fang Yao stood silently among the noisy crowd, stunned by the scene. Can even the record for dungeon runs be bet on? Lam Makangu. What exactly did you do before? The Water God Pavilion. Makangu looked at the Thanthui crystal in his hand, a hint of regret in his eyes. Too bad, the Thanthui crystal can't help me awaken a new talent. Quickly clearing dungeons would be better. In hell difficulty, the frequency of monster appearances and experience gained both increased significantly. Based on my dungeon clearing speed, I can definitely reach level 40 within a few hours. Makangu raises his hand to command the Legion. Let's go. 5 minutes later, Manhwa desperately swam deeper into the water, cutting through the whirlpools. The palace was destroyed, no longer as magnificent as before. He thought to himself, it seems the important artifact was taken by me during the first time. The others can no longer obtain the clear water gem, the water spirit's scepter, and the key. The water god appears once again, more powerful than before, unleashing fierce attacks against the Dry Bone Legion. Immediately, a series of water spirits appeared, forming a giant wall of water. However, under Makangu's overwhelming power, they were quickly shattered. Everyone outside is cheering. The record has been broken. How many minutes? The system display appears. Water God Pavilion level 37, dungeon record. Lam Makangu 22 minutes and 58 seconds. Ha ha, I was right. It's indeed within 24 minutes. Fang Jiao was extremely surprised. This 22 minutes? This is the hell difficulty. Can he really solo the hell difficulty? Fang Yao approached the dungeon entrance, her eyes showing hesitation and doubt. Could this dungeon's difficulty really be less than she thought? If he can do it, maybe I can too. Wang Jiao approaches the dungeon entrance, chooses the hell difficulty. 2 minutes later, she stumbles out, drenched in sweat and looking pale. A caring person asked, "Are you okay?" Is that person Mo Yu? His appearance surprised Wang Jiao. Why did he come out of hell difficulty without a scratch? He looked at her calmly, his voice still steady. "Are you okay?" She replied, "I am fine." Mo Yu seemed to think she was okay and then said, "That's good." Wang Jiao turned back, wanting to ask something, but Mo Yu said nothing more, only turning around and walking straight into the dungeon entrance. That made her feel annoyed. I definitely need to find out how exactly that guy clears the dungeon. 20 minutes later, Mo Yu returned again. Seeing this, she shouted loudly, "Lam Makangu." You look at her with a calm expression. "What is it?" Wang Jiao nervously said, "Can you lead me to do a dungeon run once?" "Just once," Makangu replied. With her status, forming a team shouldn't be difficult, right? Wang Jiao nervously said, "I want to see the scene in the Water God Pavilion after leveling up. Then I will take you into the Empire's data warehouse once. Many people want to access the Imperial Data Vault, even some that Lord Frenzy doesn't know about." Mo Yu is surprised and says, "The Imperial Data Vault, you agree to this condition?" Fang Yao quickly convinced him, saying, "You definitely won't get hurt. Is that okay? Just once?" She firmly asked, "Just once?" The screen displayed that you had invited Dongfang Jiao to join the team, and he immediately said, "Then let's go." When Puang Jiao entered the dungeon, she wondered if this was the level of the underworld water palace, and she turned around in shock to see a legion of skeletons emerging, desperately destroying water spirits. Seeing her standing still, the messenger urges her to move. What are you just standing there for? Let's go. Puang Jiao, seeing this, replied softly, yeah. The two of them sped through the water spirit area. Puang Jiao asked curiously, are those all your summoning objects? Ngu, indifferent within the empire, can tell just by investigating once. This is the boss of the Water God Palace. She was amazed that they had already reached the boss's location so quickly. I feel like it hasn't even been 5 minutes. I've only been slowly running this way, and I haven't encountered any obstacles so far. Suddenly, Ngu quickly dives into the water and says, let's go down and fight the boss. She responds softly with a yes. Under the water, a familiar figure appears. The Water God. The trident in the Water God's hand flashes with a brilliant blue light, engulfing the surrounding water, leaving Puang Jiao in awe. Is this the boss of the Water God Temple? She wondered to herself. The aura is so powerful. Mo Yun launches another attack and the fiery red chains reappear, wrapping tightly around the Water God's body. At the same time, the dry soldiers coordinated their attack, and the magical flames burned fiercely beneath the water, engulfing the water deity. Fang Yao was stunned. So, is it really over? The screen shows a notification that you are leaving the dungeon. Your team has disbanded. You turned to her and said, the dungeon is finished, so remember your promise. At the Imperial Archive, Puang Jiao was carefully studying documents about Mo Nu. An old man said, Princess, this is all the information about Mongu. Page after page of files was turned, and her eyes grew wider and wider with amazement. How is this possible? Since receiving his position, in just over half a year, he has already reached level 39. This rapid level up is terrifying. But what shocked her even more was his record as the top scorer nationwide, the champion of the professional mock exam, breaking a centuries-old challenge record that no one had ever surpassed. Isn't he the disciple of the Mad God? Why does the vocabulary say he's a disciple of the White God? Could he have two masters? What exactly is he? While I was leveling up, a terrifying character appeared in the Empire. Ngu sat on the bed at home, surrounded by crystal shards after dozens of dungeon runs, finally reaching level 40. The floating crystal shards emit a stronger and stronger ocean blue light, first merging into pure water, then integrating into the divine crystal element. The glowing crystal shards float in midair, and the system interface appears with poison, earth light used for the third class transfer, increasing the success rate of profession evolution by 20%. The crystal shards gradually merge and are then absorbed by the divine stone element, with fire, poison, earth light, and water used for the third class transfer, increasing the success rate by 25%. Her name is Lam Mok Ngu, a spiritual mage at level 40, the only one with the title Dragon Clan War King. All attributes are increased by 500. Skill consumption is reduced by 50%, with 4,006 physical strength, 4,006 agility, and 26,130 mental power, plus 3,500 after eating the Mangza meat, greatly boosting her attributes and clearly surpassing other pseudo-classes of the same level as she prepares for her second-class change. Ngu enters the house and respectfully greets the master. The master sees him and replies, "You're here already? Your level-up speed isn't bad." He put his hand on your shoulder and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to transfer your class. Everything you need has already been prepared by your master." Then the two of them gradually disappeared. The wilderness of desolation, with swirling wind and sand, a desolate scene with not a single soul in sight. You look around, sensing the surrounding energy. The elemental energy here is very rich. Ivian explains, "This is the wild void land, which has the purest primordial energy and all types of elements, so transforming here will be most effective. There is a monster called a wild beast on this land. But rest assured, the master will handle everything else." After finishing, Vian raised his hand high, a powerful aura erupted, the ground trembled and opened, causing a shockwave through the surrounding area. This is the second transformation array drawn by a divine-level mage. Ngu immediately recognized the two important items placed in the center of the formation, the Nirvana Crystal and the Mermaid's Tears, as the ground gradually trembled and the formation began to activate. He took a deep breath, sat down in the center of the formation, closed his eyes, and entered meditation. A huge surge of energy quickly flooded into his body. He grit his teeth and endured, feeling the overwhelming power continuously pouring into his body. With his attribute also steadily increasing, now was the time to swallow the bitter pill. He devoured the piece of meat with all his might, and as he swallowed, a burst of strength erupted from deep within and spread throughout his entire being. His muscles tense up, his meridians tremble violently, his internal organs are swept by a whirlwind. each wave of pain hitting hard, veins on his neck bulge, his eyes bloodshot with agony, and the power radiates throughout the magic circle. Vian stands far away. The process of Lam's transformation has begun. But just then, a strange sound echoed from afar. The master thought to himself, "Finally, it's here." Thousands of chains stretch toward the sky as Mengyu stands at the center of the formation, his body covered in blood. Suddenly, a beast appears, and Vian immediately senses the danger, growling, "Go back." The battle rages fiercely on both sides, with the master fighting with all his might against the beast. Get back. But it only steps back a few paces before charging again. Sharp claws tear through the air, aiming straight at Yi Yuan. Red eyes gradually emerge from the dust as another pack of wild beasts appears. He frowned and said, "Just in time." Yi Vian raised his hand high and cast a spell towards the wild beast. One wave after another, the wild beasts keep advancing toward Yi Vian, growing increasingly ferocious. Yi Vian still summoned his spell once more, causing a series of wild beasts to be thrown back, when suddenly a roar echoed from somewhere, making him immediately turn his head with a serious expression. Something's wrong. Why has the Beast Lord also appeared? The Beast Lord with an imposing aura, behind it a swarm of wild beasts. The Lord roars loudly, immediately causing the surrounding beasts to become agitated, their eyes full of murderous intent, all rushing towards IVN. A mysterious figure faces a dazzling creature, as two white tigers with glowing eyes charge straight at the mysterious person, seemingly intent on tearing them apart. Vian silently thought that these wild beasts could not be killed, and he had no way to attack them, so he could only repel them. Thinking of this, Vian quickly unleashed a move, a bright red flame flashing before him. Then he shouted, "Get out of here!" The white tiger, struck by Bai Yi Yuan's attack, roared in pain as a blue light tore across the sky, with giant birds emerging from it like divine soldiers descending, leaving Bai Yi Yuan stunned and speechless at what he was witnessing. The scene shifts to the magnificent castle, where a brilliant beam of light shines from its peak, catching the white tigers off guard and causing them to panic. Suddenly, a brilliant purple light streaked across the white lake, blindingly bright due to the source of light in front of it. Not only that, but the beam also struck the giant birds, causing their feathers to fly everywhere, while the tigers roared in pain as numerous red streaks shot directly at them. But Guangxin appeared with his sword in hand, grinning happily as he said, "Baki Vien, this time I've won." Then he swung his sword, and a beam of light immediately appeared in the air, causing the white tiger to lunge forward to attack, but ultimately unable to do so. The white tiger stands silently, watching the two figures hovering in the gray sky. Bai Yi Yuan asks, "Why are you here?" But Guangxin replied, "Nonsense. That kid Lam is also my student. He's second transformation. Of course I have to be here." The white tiger stretched out its wings and roared thunderously, attracting even more of its kind. As the battle raged on, a loud shout rang out, "Watch out! More wild beasts are coming." Seeing the situation was dire, Bai Vian and Nkiem Guangxin both gathered their internal energy, ready to unleash their own techniques. Nkiem Guangxin said, "My killing aura can't kill them, but hurting them is no problem." Meanwhile, on the other side, Lam Makyu was breathing very hard. He breathes in each hot breath like fire, his face and shoulders covered with countless red streaks, and his back is no exception. Those red streaks seem to have invaded his entire body. A multitude of deep blue streaks suddenly appeared in the gray sky around Lam Moyu. It radiates and then converges into a deep blue sphere. From that blue sphere emerges the dry wind element mage. Suddenly, a flock of mechanical birds appeared, filling the sky and turning the gray sky a shade of blue. Their presence felt like an imminent, unstoppable attack. The dry wind mage raised his staff high, and from beneath his feet appeared a terrifying army, impossible to tell if they were demons or humans, with countless lightning bolts and blood-red orbs emanating from the center of his staff. The dry wind mage lowered himself to the ground, leaving only a blinding red light that stings the eyes. He continued to cast his spell, making the light even more dazzling. Lam Makyu is deeply stunned by what is happening before his eyes. The red streaks on his body gradually turning yellow, and a blinding light emanates from his chest. This light is both dazzling and breathtakingly beautiful. It blazes brightly, tearing through the sky, surrounded by a radiant magic circle and glowing stones. Lam Makyu Kui stands firm at the center, as if unleashing a supreme power that makes the entire space tremble. But Guangxin, witnessing this scene, immediately shouts, "Ascension of profession." Others only experience 3 colors of light when they first advance their profession, but this boy has 7 colors. Is this the only profession? That brilliant light lifted Lam Maknu up into the air, and another source of light appeared, just as dazzling this time. This time, Bai Yuan shouted, "Awakened talent! The boy has awakened his third talent, but his craziness is unbelievable," and then yelled, "What is that? Does it mean that during the third transformation, using the Divine Stone talent can still awaken another talent? Does this guy want to be the first profession to have 4 innate abilities?" When the monarch's mental energy is depleted, the summoned creature will transfer its mental energy to compensate. Lam Makngu was stunned, thinking that since the life link was awakened, now a mental link has been awakened as well. With this psychic ability, my mental strength will be endlessly replenished, right? The notification board appeared before me, confirming that I had received a new talent and was undergoing optimization, which surprised me even more, and I blurted out, "Can this talent still be optimized?" The system notification continues to appear after all are completed, confirming the optimization of the talents, successfully merging the lifelink talent and the mental link talent, granting the ultimate divine-level talent of comprehensive connection, establishing a full connection with the summoning creature, sharing damage, recovery, and mental energy together. After hearing the system notification, Lam Mo whispered in shock, "I didn't expect both of my talents to merge into a divine-level talent. From now on, I and the summoning creature are officially linked together." A notification appears. The second-class transfer was successful. The profession was upgraded successfully. You have ascended to the Sovereign Spirit King, unlocking the new skill, Blood Sacrifice Talisman. Another notification confirms the host has successfully transferred professions twice, optimizing and merging skills simultaneously, including the Toxic Core Fusion and Rapid Egg Talisman. After completing everything, the sky is now clearer, and your figure has been safely lowered to the ground. Bai Yiwei said, "It seems the boy has successfully undergone the second transformation." Suddenly a terrifying roar echoed, and the initially fierce white wolves bowed their heads before it. An image appeared of a massive tiger with a spiked head, roaring loudly with a voice echoing in. The Beast King, shattering many fragments and light shining from it in a blinding line. The 3 of Lam Moyu's group stand amidst the blazing beams of light. Bai Yi Yuan shouts, "Hurry, man, let's go." As Bai Yi Wen finished speaking, a beam of light shone directly down where they stood, and a bolt of fiery red lightning shot out from the mouth of the white tiger. The beam of light directly struck the chains locking the castle, causing them to instantly snap apart and free the castle from its restraints. After all the chains are broken, the castle rises into the sky, surrounded by a mysterious glow. Suddenly, 3 faint blue lights appear on the stone ground. Those are the people of Bai Wai Vian using teleportation magic to arrive here. Bak Wai Vian said, "Lauman, are you okay?" Man Anvan replied, getting spat at, "I'm fine." But Guangxin snorted coldly and said, "I will wait to level up 2 more times. Then my deadly aura will be strong enough to deal with them." Bak Wai Vian asked him, "Mekangu, how is your promotion going?" Lam Maknu replied, "Let me check. I should also see what new skills I have fused into my abilities." A notification appears showing Lam Maknu's name, the only Sovereign Death Spirit class level 40, title Dragon Clan War King, strength 23,925, physique 23,925, sensitivity 23,925, and spirit 53,55. Donatus's scythe equipment with special attributes reduces physical damage by 50% and possesses level 40 divine attribute powers in poison, fire, light, water, and divine force. The special Divine Pearl item is not available. Space Fusion 3D 95600, 200 Dry Long Warriors, 190 Dry Long Mages. The only comprehensive growth talent linked to the only passive skill of status immunity and damage transfer. The active skill: Soul Fire level 40, Furious Corpse level 6, Skeleton Armor level 40, Skeleton Needle level 40, Age Suppression level 40, Toxic Testicle level 40. Power Enhancement Rune and the Sattva Lord are unavailable, but new skills have been gained, including summoning the Dry Lizard God Archer. Lam Maknu was shocked, realizing many of his skills had transformed, such as Quang Chi Truk Fu, evolving into immunity to status effects, and a new type of Ko Lao Legion had appeared. The notification panel continued to display Divine Power level 40, with all attributes increasing by 40% upon leveling up. Stamina recovery speed increases by 4,000, comprehensive growth, skill effect increases tenfold, comprehensive linkage, perform full linkage with summoned creatures sharing damage, healing, and mental energy, immune to status effects. All damage taken by the mage is transferred to the summoned creature. Furious Corpse level 6 causes 35% health damage to enemies within 6 meters. Age Suppression Curse, level 40 reduces enemy movement speed by 200% and increases damage by 30% within 100 meters for 1 minute. 2 bone armor level 40 and 2 summoning bones form a protective suit providing 4,000 defense points for 5 minutes. This skill can also be used on others. Level 40. Bone Spike. Bone Spike attacks enemies. The number of spikes depends on the skill level and your mental strength. Level 40 Soul Flame burns the target's soul, causing burn wounds. The power depends on skill level and mental strength. Level 40 Deadly Toxin performs poison strikes on enemies within 100 meters, dealing 4,000 damage per second for 100 seconds. With enhanced skills, summoning creatures for 30 seconds, increasing all basic attributes by 200%, and boosting all attack damage by 500%, with a 1-hour cooldown. But Kwangxin said this attribute is even higher than some level 60 legendary profession pretenders and even some bosses. Bai Yivian continued, moreover, your new talent is very suitable for the new profession. No wonder your divine level talent and mental power seem limitless. No one among your peers can surpass you anymore. Man Shanvan asked, so your summoning item has probably been enhanced too? Try summoning it. Yes, summon it, the Bone Lurker Berserker. The system announces that the level 40 silver-ranked Dry Lizard Warrior has been summoned, with attributes of level 40 silver rank, power 5,000, sensitivity 55,000, spirit 55,000, physique 55,000, and skills including brawl and level 1 violent attack, causing 500% damage to the target. The cooldown time is 10 minutes. A voice echoes, his attributes are too strong. Even a boss might not be as high. I can also feel how terrifying he is. Lin Mo Yu continued summoning, appearing now. The Great Pyromancer. System notification about the attributes of the Grand Elemental Sorcerer Dryad level 40. Power 12 out of 500. Sensitivity 12 out of 500. Spirit 75,000. Physique 12 out of 500. Explosive elemental skills causing mixed elemental damage to enemies. Strength determined by mental force. The joyful voices of the 3 Grandmasters echoing with their precious Ko-Lao warriors here. The Ko-Lao mages may not seem very strong, but this attribute surpasses many other mage classes. By far. Someone snorted and said, you should know that the boy can summon an entire legion of mages. Hundreds of mummies mages. How can they compare? Lam Makngu continues to summon, and a new member joins his army, a skeleton sharpshooter. You look at it and say, but you can't level up for now. I'll raise it to silver level later. Bak Vian says, this is a gift for you. There were originally other items, but perhaps now this is what you need most. That item is a mid-level cooling talisman with the ability to reduce the cooldown time of dungeons below level 70, and it can be used 30 times. Lam Maknu took it and said, thank you, teacher. I'll go continue clearing dungeons now. Bai Yuan proudly said, I'm not surprised he's my student, but Kwang Sin immediately retorted, get lost. I'm now his master. In the dungeon instance, suddenly there are countless voices around talking about you. General Lam has returned? No, General Lam has already been reincarnated twice. Someone shouted, Mom, is he going to set another record? The whole peaceful plain, level 42 dungeon, accessible for levels 37 to 47, with the option to choose normal or nightmare difficulty. Lam Maknangu enters the dungeon. Did he choose nightmare difficulty? Everyone around the table was buzzing, saying that General Lam Shen had entered the entire plains, and this dungeon would level up again. After entering the dungeon, Lam Mo Yu said, this dungeon is quite relaxing. Then he gathered his inner strength into his palm, and immediately a legion of skeletons appeared surrounding him. He stroked his chin and said, not bad. My army is looking more and more like a proper force. Notification. Wind Spirit Fairy Elite. Enhanced type level, 43. Power, 20,000. Sensitivity, 30,000. Spirit, 30,000. Constitution, 30,000. Carefully examine skills. Full wind ball with immunity to wind. Elemental damage reduction of 50% physical damage. A dry corpse archer is ready to shoot the first arrow. The arrow was shot into the tornado right before my eyes, but it seemed like the tornado had a mind of its own. Lam Makngu puffed out his cheeks in anger and said, I will come back for revenge after I finish training my skills. 4 hours later, Lam Mo Yu finally spoke. It's finally over. Appear now, my divine marksman. No one outside could understand what was happening inside the dungeon. What's going on? Why hasn't Lord Lam appeared yet? That's right, it's been over 4 hours, while the nightmare record is only 2 hours. A mysterious figure appears. It's the silver gold level dry bone divine archer, level 40, with 30,000 strength, 40,000 sensitivity, 30,000 spirit, 30,000 physique, and a passive skill that causes instant death upon attack. Lam Maknu smiled and said, the attack will definitely hit. Now we finally have a way to deal with the deep abyss and the flying long race. But for now we need to clear this dungeon first, and at this moment the silver gold level dry bone god archer raised his bow ready to fight. Each deep blue one rushes straight ahead. Suddenly, a green vortex appears, and then more and more green vortices emerge. Notification: defeated Wind. Elite level 43, gained 860,000 experience. Momal Lam Ngu said, "Not bad, now I can seriously farm the dungeon." You look at the light behind you and think to yourself, "It's taking too long, I should just exit and re-enter to start over." The people outside, seeing the commotion, say, "Commander Lam is out now." Someone asked in confusion what was going on. Lord Lam should have already been promoted a second time and should have quickly crossed the tornado plain by now. That's right, this instance can't defeat Lord Lam at all. Besides, it hasn't leveled up yet. What exactly is going on? Inside the instance, Lam Moy summoned my soldiers. Immediately, an entire army of soldiers appeared behind him. Lam Maknu continued to give orders. "Let's go." The tornadoes appeared more and more frequently. Suddenly, many arrows shot out from those tornadoes. An hour later, everyone had many questions about what was happening. What happened? Why hasn't the dungeon leveled up yet? Someone sighed and said, "Looks like Lord Lam is not omnipotent. There are things he can't do." Another person replied, "Even though he bears the title of Divine General, in terms of strength compared to a true Divine General, he's still far behind." As the arrow pierced through the tornado, Lam Maknu spoke. "This must be the final monster." The notification appeared. The dungeon had leveled up, and the current difficulty was hell. After seeing the notification, Lam Moyu whispered to himself, "The wind element dungeon is indeed different from the previous ones. Only by defeating all monsters can it level up." A giant tornado appeared before him. Lam Maknu looked at it and said, "It seems that what we saw before was only the outer part of the real elemental wind dungeon." He continued, walking on the wind for the first time. "It feels pretty good." The wind lifts your steps higher as the portal opens, and everyone sees the situation and exclaims, "The dungeon has leveled up. As expected, Lam Than is still the most powerful, but there are still some who scoff in displeasure." Lam Maknu stands firm and observes the phenomenon unfolding before him. Lam Maknu looked at the scene before him and suddenly thought of something. So this is what the real tornado plane is. You are surrounded by a blue energy, as if someone is using their power to protect you in this dangerous situation. Lam Maknu's eyes are focused intently, shining with a strong determination. If it's immune to physical damage, then only the Bone Grand Mage can take the stage. Let's go. The Bone Archmage was just summoned and immediately unleashed an explosive elemental spell. A burst of light erupts in all directions, dazzling and powerful, heading straight for the Vortex Spirit. Lam Maknu quickly clears out the surrounding monsters. A surge of green energy erupts violently, with two crystals spinning around as if activating a tremendous power. In front of Lam Moyu appeared a mysterious castle and the stone slabs leading up to it. With his incredibly swift legs, he easily crossed the stones and moved closer to the mysterious castle. Upon reaching the vantage point, he observed the scene before him and said it seemed to be the boss of the tornado plane. The information panel appeared, showing the Wind God Mount, level 47 Demon Lord, with 60,000 strength, 70,000 agility, 25,000 spirit, 50,000 physique. Wind-based attack skills, immune to physical damage, and 50% reduced elemental damage. Lam Maknu hesitated and said, "Level 47. Maybe even without a second-class change, I can still defeat it. Kill quickly and then decide." He began to cast a spell, first restricting its movements. Information about the skill of aging the enemy within 100 meters, reducing their speed by 200%, and increasing damage received by 30% for 1 minute. To prevent the Dry Legion from standing still, Lam Maknu continues to unleash a furious attack skill. A series of chains snapped and the army charged towards the boss, the Wind God Mount. It didn't surrender easily, immediately raising its claws, ready to attack. But in the end, there was only one outcome. It was finished off by Lam Maknu. A series of treasures dropped, including a vortex gem with a permanent 50% reduction in wind damage, a chance to obtain a wind-type skill, a secret Wind God skill that can be used to awaken the Wind God, a Wind God key, and a real Wind God temple key. 3 shards of vortex crystal. 5 more can be combined into 1 vortex crystal. Lin Mo Yu said as he walked, planning to do a few more runs to gather enough vortex crystals. The dungeon portal appears. The notification shows that the record for the Plains Tornado Dungeon, with a difficulty level of Hell, is held by first place Lam Maknu, with a time of 3 hours, 42 minutes, 51 seconds. Everyone immediately started to get excited as the bell rang, and General Lam Shen set a new record. Someone responded, not in a hurry. This was only the first time General Lam Shen was farming the dungeon. Who doesn't know that every time he and the dungeon break their own records? Lam Maknu appears at the gate, and everyone cheers. General Shen has gone out. It seems the bell will ring again in the main hall soon. He raises his finger and says, "Choose Hell difficulty." Hell difficulty has been activated, and he enters the dungeon again. Lam Makngu excitedly says, "All right, let's start the speed battle." The bone-dry warrior suddenly charges forward with a towering armored figure, a fierce aura crushing everything in its path, causing rocks and earth to shatter. 4,000 dry warriors unleash 5 fiery attacks, turning the ground into a blackened, burning hellscape. The whirlwind spirits were burned to dust, leaving only a scorched trail that marked the path of their relentless sweep through weaker creatures. As for the survivors, Lam Makngu didn't even bother to intervene. You glide past like a cold wind, leaping onto the floating icebergs with a light, bird-like grace before suddenly accelerating like lightning. Your speed not only shows contempt, but also carries a deep, solitary arrogance. Very quickly, the bell in the dungeon hall rings continuously, signaling an unprecedented event, a new record set. The dungeon record for the entire plane at the hell level, Lam Maknu, 40 minutes and 38 seconds. Since Lam Maknu entered the dungeon, everyone started timing as the bell rang, and the blond, curly-haired man stood up and shouted, "As expected of Lord Lam." Others followed. "His speed is 4 times faster." The muscular boy beside him also chimed in. "I believe this is not yet his limit." Then a series of notifications appeared, showing the record for the entire Plains of the Abyss dungeon. Lam Mo Yu, 27 minutes and 15 seconds. And then the times kept getting shorter. The record for the entire Plains dungeon at the Hell level is 21 minutes and 47 seconds. The record for the entire Plains of the Wind dungeon at the Hell level is 19 minutes and 26 seconds. The record for clearing the entire Bloodplane dungeon at the Hell level is 15 minutes and 33 seconds. Someone rubbed their eyes in disbelief at what they had just seen and asked, "Am I seeing things? Why did it only take about 15 minutes to clear the dungeon?" With a record like this, I doubt anyone has achieved it in the past 100 years. The person holding their head. Since the beginning, the bell in the Electric Path dungeon has never stopped ringing. I'm in so much pain right now. This is an incredible record for a hell-level dungeon. The speed is so fast that viewers feel it takes almost the same amount of time to complete. But Lam Mo Yu still wasn't satisfied, placing his hand on his chin as he pondered. Is there a way to go even faster, I wonder? You quickly came up with an idea that could be tested, or maybe doesn't require experience, just passing through the level to see if it works. Lam Maknu reappears outside the dungeon and continues to enter it again, his voice echoing as he chooses the hell level. Lam Makngu clenched his fists, his eyes shining like blades, and shouted, his whole body tense and ready to burst forward, breaking all biological limits. Though no one was in sight, a distant echo could be heard. "Old Bai, old Bai." So it was. Old Ning rushing over in a hurry, Old Bai asked, "Did the kid set another new record at the hell level?" Old Man Nin nodded in response. Old Man Bach calmly said, "Isn't that quite normal?" "The kid isn't breaking records for the first time either." Old Nin shook his head, looking uncomfortable. "No, this time it's different. Do you still remember the person over 6 trillion years ago in the Awakens study hall?" Old Bai paused for a moment before asking, "Old Nin, is the person you mentioned Senior Jiang Yi?" Old Nin nodded and replied, "Yes." Old Nin began to recount that Jiang Yi, the predecessor, had been the head of Hakin for over 673 years. A level 98 divine swordmaster with dual talents and 2 ascensions, capable of becoming a super divine powerhouse. He recalled the battle, where enormous black shadows with glowing red eyes like burning coals emerged from the depths. That year, a great battle broke out at the 9th Deep Fortress, involving nearly 100 human demon kings on the brink of disaster. At that time, 20 divine-level experts from our human race had taken over half of the demon lords, even killing more than 30 of them. Hearing this, Elder Bai closed his eyes and sighed, and Elder Nin continued to tell the story. At this moment, Nin's voice grew deeper, saying that before dying, the divine spirit sealed his power into a secret realm, which is located within the dungeon instance. Lao Nin's voice grew quieter. He set a rule. As long as the conditions are met, one can enter the secret realm. Lao Bak raised an eyebrow and asked, "So you mean Nin is saying the kid has already met some condition?" Old Man Nin nodded. "Yeah. The main rule is to clear the hell-level instance within 10 minutes. Old Man Nin used a spell to draw another screen. He flicked his finger, and Lam Mo Yu appeared on the screen. Lao Nin, as the head of the instance, only he has the relatively great power to freely observe the situation inside the dungeons on the screen. Lam Makngu appears with a door leading into the secret realm. He pointed at you and said, "That kid, suddenly there's a layer of interference. The timer shows 8 minutes and 1 second. Lam Maknu took a deep breath, his eyes like a blade shining. This time, the pace is also good. Lam Ngu felt a bit confused. Why is there an entrance to a secret realm here? You just finished a dungeon, so why is there a mysterious door appearing in front of you? You know dungeons can contain subquests, but you've never heard of a dungeon revealing a secret scene that contradicts everything you know happening beforehand. Suddenly, a voice echoed to Maknu. Lam Maknu recognized it as his teacher's voice. Teacher Bach's voice. He turned around, and before he could ask anything, a powerful vortex of air immediately sucked him in, sweeping away all sounds and images around him. The divine realm of the sacred spirit opened a scene within a scene, resembling the outside world very closely. Lam Maknu looked around and could feel the aura of a powerful expert emanating from the mountains and the water. It must be said that the entire secret realm was shrouded in the presence of a divine-level powerhouse. When Lam Maknu stepped onto the small path, he suddenly heard a strange noise. You quickly jumped back. Suddenly, a long sword shot out from somewhere and stabbed into the spot where you initially stood, incredibly sharp. It slices through the ground like cutting tofu, with the sword fully embedded in the earth and only the hilt remaining outside. Someone bends down, grabs the hilt, and pulls out the long sword. A platinum-haired person appears beside the sword and, without unnecessary words, raises the sword to point directly at Lam Maknu. He snaps his fingers and a blazing red light fills the entire area. The familiar red chains rush toward the platinum-haired person. A ring of stars on the platinum-haired person's hand completely explodes. The cursed chains that slowed down are shattered into pieces and torn apart by the sword energy. Lam Mayu has proactively revealed her trump cards. A blue flame is burning in her palm. This is the first time Lam Manu has used the soul fire flame. The calm expression of the platinum-haired person had to change the moment the soul flame appeared. He, trembling with fear, said, "Soul attack skill." The next second, a blue flame flower advanced toward him. A mournful scream echoes as the platinum-haired person lets out a heartbreaking cry. A sharp crack sounds and another star ring explodes. Surprisingly, the platinum-haired man recovered in an instant, and at the same time a wave of sword energy shot out, piercing directly toward Lam Mo Yu. It was the evening breeze. Sword energy. In an instant, the sword energy burst out and intertwined to form a dense, long net. Lam Maknu endured over a dozen waves of sword energy attacks surrounding him, as if he were trapped in a swamp. He mustered his remaining strength, raised his sword, and unleashed a fierce downward slash. Mak Ngu furrowed his brow coldly, summoning his white bone fangs to destroy the opponent, and everything gradually disappeared. Mak Ngu still remained on alert, because this secret realm left by the former dean couldn't be that simple. There's definitely something waiting for me behind, and a new character appears in front, confidently wielding his sword and saying, "If you want to go further, kill me, or I will kill you." A divine-level swordsman at 49. He silently thought, "There's another pair of star rings." This time Mak Ngu summoned the scythe, defeating one monster only to face another. "I want to see what awaits me at the end of this secret realm. Leave now. The Queen Worm Vuonganon." The information panel for King Trung Han is fully displayed. Soul power, 40,000 agility, 40,000 mental strength, 30,000 physicality, 50,000 soul-swallowing skills. The second form, a soul-shattering scream that bypasses defenses, is immune to physical nullification and devours everything. You ordered to stop wasting time on it. The sword energy of the swordsman aimed at him. He gritted his teeth and said, "I told you, if you want to pass, you have to kill me or be killed by me." The vengeful scream of the Vuong Trung erupted, a fierce growl rushing towards the opponent. At the same time, Monyu moved forward with him, still unable to accept the truth. "You can't pass. I will kill you and keep you forever trapped here." Here we go again. Not long after, Vuong Trung strides forward with great momentum. McNew realizes the cycle has started over once more. The level 59 Divine Swordsman begins his familiar introduction. "Either kill me to continue, or I will kill you." You wonder if there's really another pair of rings again? This time, Mongu summoned them away. The Great Earth Tentacle of the Dragon God, level 55 Soul, 100,000 Agility, 100,000 Spirit, 60,000 Physique, 100,000 Bone Venom skills with lethal slicing and sweeping, immune to toxins, reduces physical damage by 30%. Elemental damage by 30%. He gaped in amazement. "Great Earth Tentacle of the Dragon God, you still have sharp tentacles flashing in the air, activating slicing skills the divine sword body can't hold up." Makungu calmly turned and left, saying, "I'll leave this place to you." Long divine tentacle. The tentacle roared in response, and he left behind the low-level battle like a loop. Moving on, a village appeared before Makungu, his expression turning serious. Has it finally come to an end? In front of you is a familiar display. If you want to continue, kill me or be killed by me. The level 65 Divine Swordsman. This seems to be the final swordsman. To prepare for the upcoming battle, Mo Yu summoned elite soldiers and immediately activated their skills. The soldiers were ready to fight, and the swordsman confidently charged forward, his sword swirling with energy. At this moment, the sky is filled with countless clones of the swordsman. Mo Yu is surprised clones. This move is a bit of a cheat, but my flame spirit cannot lock onto the real body. Both sides rushed into a tense confrontation. You smirk to yourself, but do you really think you're more numerous than me? Smoke and flames fill the sky as both sides are evenly matched. The swordsman strikes out to block the sword energy, which blazes with dazzling light across the area. After gathering their strength, the opponent's sword begins to wield the strongest strike. The sword enlarges and hovers in midair, each slash heading straight for Mongu. The shield immediately blocks this attack, and the opponent's weapon begins to show signs of cracking. You sneer and say, useless with a skeleton armor, moving with pity, fully linked skills. Unless it's an attack from a demon lord level, I can't be killed with a single blow. The opponent summons a healing legion, and now he is very excited, as our legion has recovered to its original state. Manhwa cast a fake weak curse, and the original energy wrapped tightly around the sword like chains, causing the sword to struggle desperately to break free, trapping the swordsman inside. He angrily exclaimed, "So you can actually break through my dominant sword strike." By this point, the swordsman was overwhelmed by the power and unable to resist. An energy shot straight down to where his clones were retreating. Seeing the scene before him become clean, Mongu wondered, the spirit guardian Worm King and the earth-excavating dragon god have been dealt with, so there probably won't be any more enemies, right? He continued his journey to explore the secret realm, his hand feeling the vitality from this place. Your steps stop in front of an old house. Manhwa stands and looks at it for a while, still not planning to go in right away. After a moment, Mo Yu gathered his spirit and opened the old gate, revealing the talisman master of the lower spiritual realm academy sitting inside, waiting for a long time. Zhang Yinghia politely invites you to sit, and Manhwa silently complies and sits facing him. Zhang Yinghia breaks the silence by praising, saying the young person is quite capable. You are still far behind compared to Divine Nia. There's no need to be modest. You are much more outstanding than I was at your age, meeting you. I'm also confident in the current human race. You may not have yet defeated the Dark Abyss demon, but it's enough to stand against the Dark Abyss. Zhang Yinghia's soul couldn't believe it. Destroying the Dark Abyss demon couldn't possibly happen. It was forever impossible. Mongu revealed, the strongest among our people has already reached the level of a super divine officer. Once you reach my level, you'll understand why I said that. Momo was stunned, realizing that the gods must have uncovered some secrets even the masters didn't know. It seems that Ta Muyen is not as simple as the human race currently perceives. He brought good news. Your rank is still low, so you don't need to worry about these things. You are very outstanding, extremely outstanding. Not only did you pass my test, but you also far exceeded my expectations. So I am preparing to make a deal with you. This is the severed finger of a deity, the severed finger of a god. Mo Yu was extremely surprised to see this item. A god? Zhang Yinghia pushed the box towards you and said, of course you don't need to use it for now, but having it by your side makes entering the divine realm much easier, and there's even a chance to become a super divine. This can also be considered the reward I'm giving you, Mongu asked straightforwardly. So what do you want me to do? You want me to deliver this core gem to the space above the ancient training ground and personally hand it over to the boss of the central zone? Manhwa shockingly said, could it be the ancient earth dragon? I didn't expect this deal to be related to it. You agree to this deal, I understand. I will deliver the item to him. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was not in a hurry or anxious. Wait until your strength is enough, then go. The central area isn't as simple as it seems. I have waited 600 years. Waiting a few more won't matter. Mo Yu is curious. Senior Divine One, why didn't you let these divine-level experts help you, instead of choosing me? Zhang Yinghia explains that they have no right to talk to it, and doing so is just seeking death. But he is different. He has that right. He even carefully warned that the items inside the box must never be seen by others, especially the severed finger of the divine, as its temptation is too great and could bring disaster upon you. Even the Deep Abyss or the Dragon Clan, even humans would do anything to get it. Manhwa promises, Elder Yinghia, don't worry, I remember. The first thing you want to do when you come out is to find your master. Vian is worried outside. We can't see what's happening inside the secret realm. Is little brother Lam going to be okay? Guangxing is very confident. That kid will definitely be fine. You should have some confidence in your disciple, right? When they saw Monengu come out, both of them hurriedly asked, is he out? What happened? I told the three seniors about what happened inside the secret realm, then asked for their help. Please, help me keep this safe. It's not safe to keep it on me. The true power of the mind, I blame Jiang Yi for saying it would cause a struggle among divine-level experts. Kwang Sin suddenly froze, then happily exclaimed, I feel this power is very similar to the aura on Kwang Than's body. Evian continued, Good kid, your words truly awaken people's dreams. It seems my path to surpass the gods isn't as distant as I thought. It looks like you've finally returned to the central area of the ancient martial exam arena. So now is the time to strengthen your own power. You are the top scholar of the whole country, with the right to enter the Divine Descent Tower once, and now it's time for you to go all out. Monengu looks forward to it. Many people have told me about the importance of training in the Divine Descent Tower, and finally, the moment has come. Evian solemnly reminded, You must understand both yourself and others to win every time. This time you need to master the characteristics of each profession to improve your combat experience and real battle ability. Kwang Sin advised, Remember, I endured thousands of battles in the Divine Descent Tower, so you must prepare yourself mentally. Manhwa determinedly said, I am not afraid of hardship. And Van specifically reminded the trial will begin when the Divine Tower opens in 3 days. Take this opportunity to understand the characteristics of each profession. Manhwa memorized every word they said. Yes, 3 days later, the courtyard of the Ha-Kin Academy was crowded with people. Everyone was exclaiming loudly, The Divine Ha Tower has descended. I never expected to see firsthand one of the 3 divine towers of the Divine Lower Empire. I heard that the Divine Tower opens only once a year, with only 500 tickets issued each time, and apparently even the royal family cannot interfere with these 500 spots, as it is entirely decided by the Ha-Kin Academy. Ha Tuyet was extremely excited about this event, trying to train at the Divine Tower, as the entire empire was vying for those 500 spots, and surely those chosen were all outstanding geniuses. Feng Tu knew well that regardless of the profession, anyone qualified to enter the Divine Tower was an exceptional talent. They realized that the people in front are soldiers. I heard this time the army also secured 100 spots. These people are guarding the front lines, fighting against the deep abyss monsters. They are the true heroes. Feng Tuao introduces someone. My older brother, who has been promoted to the legendary rank of Holy Light Central Swordmaster, has achieved many feats in the army and is now an 8-star second lieutenant. I never expected he would also be chosen. Xiazhu vows that it will be our turn next. This young lady, will not lose to anyone. Of course, except for that person, he replied. Maybe only someone like Manhwa can do it. Tamai quickly reminded them, Look, it's Manhwa. Seeing his aura, they realized, oh my god, he has been promoted too. Manhwa appears with the divine sword beside him, and the entire army suddenly freezes. Everyone placing their hands on their chests in salute to Manhwa. Brother Feng Tu shouted, Welcome the divine general. Soldiers step aside to make way for Manhwa, who remains completely calm in the face of this respect. Ha Tuyet sadly said, I didn't expect that after just a short time apart he would become so strong. It seems the gap between us is growing wider. The announcement has now been made. Today the Divine Tower officially opens and the rules have changed. Anyone whose name is called, enter the tower. The others wait outside. Starting now, the first is Mu Lap from the Mu Lap Academy. Lam Lap, a level 45 watermaster inside the Divine Tower. McNGU vaguely guesses that Senior Man and the Master want me to fight against 500 fake professionals. MacNGU this time, in the form of Ko Loi, you will summon it, now, my warrior. But the truth shocked him. He couldn't summon a Death Spirit craft. I am currently a level 10 water bubble mage. This time, the rule is to defeat the opponent in front of you as many times as possible for a higher score. Looking at the opponent ahead, Lam Lap hesitated. A golem? My strength has been downgraded to level 10, so the opponent probably isn't that strong either. Lam Lap raises the staff in his hand, activating the skill as the ice arrow shoots straight at the opponent. The hit on the withered body causes Mo Yu's soul to feel intense pain, but he's used to armor and transforming damage. How long has it been since I last felt this kind of pain? He continues to fire skill arrows, the ice arrows with confidence. The golem reacts very slowly. This time I will definitely win. As the ice arrow pierced through, Manhwa despairingly realized he had lost. Thick mist rose throughout the space. You suddenly realize that you have become a level 12 bubble mage. Even Lin Lu was surprised. It's strange. This golem is too weak. Just 2 ice arrows are enough to take it down. It doesn't even know how to dodge. Is this really a trial? At this moment, Mo Yu has realized and understood. Senior Man wants me to abandon my old fighting style to understand the habits and tactics of the opponent's profession. With my current condition, I can only withstand 2 or 3 more attacks at most. Lam Lap's next attack prompted Maknu to draw his sword and strike a cold, sharp blade at his opponent, forcing Lam Lap to dodge desperately. As expected, that was just the appetizer. Now, the real challenge begins. Wabai Vian has watched and judged quite well. Young Mcnungyu is improving rapidly with good comprehension. Kwang Sin praised him. He's better than you were back then. He hopes that he won't be knocked out by a series of shocks. I believe in him. Mak and Gu has become stronger. Now I am a level 26 water bubble mage, and I've also gained a pretty good understanding of this fighting style. You also created a water-type supernatural ability to attack your opponent. Lamlap unleashed a water blast to block it. He was amazed and frustrated. I didn't expect Koi Loi to imitate my fighting style so quickly. Defeating it becomes even harder. I have to change my approach. To end this battle, Lam Lap activates the Furious Tsunami skill. A thunderous tidal wave rises before him. Water surges high and wide, and Lam Lap breathes a sigh of relief. Success. Maknu just announced I reached level 32 and became a water mage. Lam Lap is ready to face an opponent of his level. His moves are incredibly agile. He can't believe it. The surge of power rushing up from below made Lam Lap quickly dodge, and he realized this attack was unlike anything he had seen before. This is truly a trial of divine training at the tower. Not simple at all, this golem's learning speed is terrifying. It's starting to surpass me. The next move, learned secretly from the opponent, made him even more terrified. This is a dangerous swirling wave. Lam Lap's whole body was swept away by the raging waves as he struggled to hold on. They're dead. The giant waves crashing down from above hit a second time. Until all the waves passed, Lam Lap finally realized he had lost. Maknu thought to herself, this battle helped me understand more about the strength and fighting style of the water wave mage. Perhaps this is the understanding that my master once spoke of. I wonder what profession the next person will have. Reminder for the second person, Tanfeng Academy, Du Yen. Du Yen, a level 45 wine mage. She entered the trial tower's space, and Maknu also transformed into the opponent's dry error form. Even Zhao Yan realized that this was a challenge to fight the dry error, and as soon as she entered, the wind attack was triggered. Sharp gusts like blades shot towards her, leaving the golem Maknu completely unable to resist. She was pleased with herself, thinking this golem was only at this level. But before she knew it, Xiaoyan couldn't believe it. Wait a minute, why did I lose? Did I really lose to a puppet? Lam Lap asked directly, what level can you reach? She replied irritably, level 32. He quickly realized the problem, saying, so it's not your fault. She knew that golem learned too quickly. Looking ahead, there was no one in sight, and Xiaoyan finally understood. I realize now, he is the level 46 blazing fire mage. Did you all notice? The fighting style of that golem has started to combine the skills and traits of both of us. I have a pretty bold guess. The third challenger entering the trial asks, come on, tell me. He revealed that the rumored divine-level experts not only understand themselves, but also comprehend others. Looking back, it's true. We're probably just sharpening the blade for Lord Lam Shen. Yen was stunned and said, so the puppet master is actually Lord Marshal Lam, so this trial of the Divine Tower was really a warning for the three of them. It seems you are quite clever, but this must never be revealed. The next opponents keep coming, each with their own unique skills, fighting with all their might, some even wielding formidable lightning powers. Makangu learned a lesson. Through many battles with different professions, I realized that no profession is perfect. No matter how strong, they all have weaknesses. Even the profession I am proud of, the Spirit Sage or the Death Lord, has flaws. But a profession may not be perfect. While a person can constantly improve themselves, that is the true foundation to becoming a genuine powerhouse. Ivian, your praise for him is not bad. Much better than the crazy Neon from before. Kwangsin added, he's even stronger than you were back then. Anwen was satisfied. As long as he comprehended the essence of the professions, this trial would be more than enough. Let him fully experience the next 10 days. 10 days later, the people outside started to get anxious. It's been 10 days and no one has come out yet. Everyone is getting restless. Why hasn't anyone come out? What exactly happened inside the tower? At this moment, an invisible pressure envelops the area. They shout, look, General Lam Shen has come out. What about the others? Behind you are the many trial participants. The spectators are stunned. Others have already left. But why does everyone look so strange? What exactly happened at the Divine Tower? Maknu has returned. How do you feel? Maknu feels very good about the experience, having gained a lot, and even her perspective on the world has changed. If she applies all the combat methods she has learned to the Undead Legion, perhaps her Legion will also be upgraded because of it. Evian explained clearly that with your current condition and my preparations, you could reach my level and that crazy sealed one in the future. But if your goal is to become a super god, it's still not enough. This does not make Maknu retreat. I will keep trying. The snowflake group just arrived and teased you as foolish lamb. Meknungu greeted them. Long time no see. She replied, I haven't been gone long, but I didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems I still haven't tried hard enough. Fong Tu patted your shoulder sincerely. Just recently, everyone was participating in a major exam together. You modestly said, it's just a coincidence. Tamai was shocked. It's only been half a year since we last met, and you've already become a divine general. Is that Princess Fuang Jiao? She politely greets Mo Nu. Fuang Jiao bows to General Lam, who asks coldly, is there something wrong? Fuang Jiao expressed, I thank Lord Lam for guiding me through the dungeon last time I promised you I was ready. Now may I ask when Lord Lam is free? He decided then and there. Let's go now. I can use this chance to learn more about the Dragon King Palace and other dungeons. There are also those like Chutuok Vien Ko and Daolong Vien Ko. Fuang Jiao graciously replied, I will lead the way for Lord Lam Than. The two of them walk away side by side, while Jia Jue, still stunned behind, has a look of infatuation on her face. Is that Princess Fuang Jiao? She's truly beautiful. They teleported to the royal archives. Fuang Jiao introduced, this is the secret vault managed by our royal family. There are many hidden details inside that even General Lin Shen's master has never read. I hope General Lin Shen won't reveal what he saw, not even to his master. Besides showing you the documents, I also want to make a deal with you. Try to answer. Fang Yo revealed that we have a level 45 dungeon in the royal court, but it only has normal and nightmare difficulties. It has never been upgraded so far. Can you help us? Makungu is curious to try. A level 45 dungeon? I might as well give it a try. You agree for me to try, Fuang Jiao happily exclaimed. That's great, just tell me your conditions. I'm Luke's daughter, standing here in front of the door calling him. The door opens. A gloomy aura emerges from inside, and Ma Yu calmly steps in as a wave of energy crashes directly toward her. Lightning arcs surged in the air, and I was stunned to find it was the elemental test dungeon, and it was in the hands of the royal family. Makangu proposed, my request is simple. If the dungeon is upgraded, I want to fight it multiple times, and before I reach the required number of battles, no one else is allowed to enter this dungeon. Fang Jiao agreed immediately. That's all, no problem. At this moment, someone shouted in protest, no way, that person is second brother of Fuang Jiao, Dong Fuang Thuan. He said, when did outsiders get to do my royal family's dungeon? What kind of cat or dog dares to act so arrogantly here? When did Jiao Jiao start associating with such an unscrupulous person? Mo Yu's accumulated fierce energy surged in her palm, and Fuang Jiao shouted in fear, don't! The supernatural power struck Fuang Thuan directly, causing him to writhe in pain, dying from the agony. Fuang Jiao watched in horror as the guards charged forward, demanding, who dares to hurt the prince? A wave of energy crashes toward the guards. Fuang Jiao urgently commands, stop! Do you want to die? Everyone get back now. Behind Mo-ngu, sharp spikes burst from the ground, rushing straight at the guards. At this moment, Fuang Jiao silently made a decision. This guy is too dangerous. I must never offend him again. Fuang Thuan struggled to stand up and cursed. Damn it! How dare you treat me like this? As lightning crackled in the sky and Luke Thuk appeared, shouting angrily, you really have guts, attacking the prince right in a secret area of the palace. Fuang Jiao steps forward to stop it. Luke Thuk misunderstood. It's all just a misunderstanding. Magnu sneered and shot him a glance. Level 70? You probably can't kill me. Hearing someone backing me up, Fuang Thuan shouted, Uncle Lu, kill him now. Dare to attack me and see what you are in the mirror. Magnu's cold face uses her psychic power to strike directly at him. Fuang Thuan immediately collapsed. Luke Thuk, seeing this, was furious and shouted loudly, you're asking for death. Fuang Jiao quickly advised, Luke Thuk, he deserves it. He stiffly replied, Jiao Ni, are you again siding with outsiders? No matter who he is, daring to challenge the royal family today, he will pay the price. She stepped in front of him and introduced him as General Lam Than, a disciple of the crazed god and the white god. Hearing his name, they froze. What? General Lam Than. Uncle Lu was in disbelief. An apprentice of the white god and the frenzied god? It turns out we've been about to attack a divine general all along, since the military badge is purple, and the divine general can rival a level of divine power. Plus, he's a disciple of those two. They trembled in fear and bowed respectfully to Lord General Lam. Uncle Lu blamed Fuang Thuan, saying, how dare you call the general a dog or a cat? You're worthless. I can see you're truly desperate. Even the sovereign treats the general with respect. But what are you? Either you have no achievements or contributions, only the title of prince who gave you the courage to insult the divine general. He is still stunned at this moment. General, vexatious and disruptive, leave at once. Makangu, I'm sorry for making you laugh at me. Please don't take it to heart. You repeat the old condition I mentioned earlier. Do you agree? Fang Yo replied. Of course. I guarantee no one will disturb you while you fight the dungeon. Makengu steps toward the dry lightning bone altar behind to support you. A vast wilderness of mountains ahead is filled with lightning. Meknu steps in, his body sparking with electricity, yet he remains calm. He observed his surroundings, and according to the data provided by Fuangjiao, these are actually a type of monster called storm clouds, with the others being lightning spirits and thunderball lightning. Based on previous experience, to clear a dungeon at a higher level, you need to eliminate a large number of monsters quickly. Surely the royal family has tried this method too, but their speed definitely isn't as fast as mine. Then I will try my method. Elemental monsters are immune to physical damage. Notification. Soul Eater Insect King, level 50 with 40,000 strength, 40,000 agility, 40,000 spirit, 30,000 physique, and 50,000 soul devouring skill. Second form, Terrifying Roar. Bypasses defense and physical immunity. Bites and tears everything. Makengu exclaimed, Excellent! The soul-harvesting insect king can bypass physical immunity. Command it, go crush this sea of lightning for me. The king insect charges straight toward the center, facing the dangerous sea of lightning. A thunderous roar from the insect king echoed as the storm clouds briefly cleared. At the same time, Ko Lao, the archer's arrow shot through the lightning clouds, piercing the thick mist. You look for a chance to move on, this place will be left to my soldiers. 10 minutes later, Makengu stopped in front of a valley. You are not very surprised. As Fuangjiao said, there is a fork in the valley, and the elemental lightning monsters there are much stronger. Every team has failed here before. I understand now. A team of 6 people with 6 paths here means each person has to break through one route. No wonder they keep failing. Makengu looked into the distance and observed and said, Indeed, clever as always, this is nothing for me. You knew it right away, just as I predicted. Everything matches my reasoning perfectly. The Undead Legion has cleared all the monsters in the diverging paths. The dungeon is surely about to level up, and lightning around is starting to stir with frequent strikes. At the same time, the ancient building appeared, Monyu exclaimed happily. We did it. Even Fang Jiao is excited. The dungeon has truly been upgraded. Now, lightning bolts continued to strike down in the palace. King Fuangdat of the Divine South Empire looked serious as he and his guards approached and asked what had happened. Fuangjiao reported, Father, the dungeon has been upgraded. So that's how it is. If you've promised something, you must follow through. Let Lamthon lead the battles for now. Also, send all the princes to train in the army. Mokyu looked around at the scene inside the dungeon, where there was nothing but lightning gems. The Thunder Crystal is immune to 50% of electric elemental damage and has a chance to gain an electric-type skill. Thanks to the bone protection of the dry lizard, Makengu remains unharmed. He reached out and touched the Thunder Crystal, finally able to grasp it. The power of lightning is so strong that every bone of the dry bone shatters. Notification. The skill gained, Lightning Wings, allows you to fly for 1 minute with a 10-minute cooldown. You are satisfied. Although you can only fly for 1 minute, at least you can now fly. You just don't know how fast you'll be. Mongu tries to jump up high. The incredible speed surprised him, moving like teleportation. Too fast now. Next, he still needs to obtain the crystal shard, the key, and the awakening item. At this moment, something extremely dangerous is chasing after him from behind, transforming into a giant round shape and rushing straight toward Meknu. Then, the round mass shattered to reveal the monster inside. It was the underworld level Thunder Ape leader, level 40 with 60,000 strength, agile, 40,000 mental power, 10,000 physical, and 60,000 lightning skill points. The Thunder King has a 50% reduction in electric damage and physical damage, enhanced speed, and increased vitality. The Thunder Ape roars fiercely and strikes with its sturdy hand. Makengu quickly dodged, launching the ultimate skill of the Curse of Aging. The cursed chains quickly wrapped around the Thunder Ape's body, warning that the elemental thief locks the soul. The entire body of the ape was struck by a mixture of power. You declare, Descend now, soul of flame. Let my warrior end your life. It cannot resist, only endure. The cursed chain tightens more and more. The Dryad Mage prepares to gather her energy, unleashing a devastating attack as countless Dryad warriors rush toward the Thunder Ape. Makengu realized there was a reason why this boss didn't attack me from the start, and instead let me take the Thunder Gem. Suddenly, he had a bad premonition. Could it be to test his hypothesis? Manhwa hurriedly left. At a cliff, he discovered that electric grass could be used to awaken the Thunder God. Sure enough, holding the item I needed, Makengu breathed a sigh of relief, having obtained the awakening object. Now, only the key was left. The notification said, Destroy the Thunder Monkey, experience Pusatu, you $20,000. and he received 4 pieces of lightning crystal shards. 5 shards could be combined into a complete lightning crystal, which he thought was perfect, since this side was also finished. Suddenly, the space in front of him erupted with a massive lightning storm, and he was terrified. No, this can't be. Kwang and Bao charged forward wildly, causing Maknu to lose his footing. His eyes filled with disbelief as the sword before him radiated an imposing aura. Maknu stepped forward, steeling himself, then tightly grasped the hilt of the sword. At that moment, he realized this was the divine Thunder God weapon, radiating with fierce divine power. At this moment, even the king of the beasts, the white tiger, exists, and not even the strongest masters and seniors can resist. A king of beasts, a divine being, is about to engage in a fierce battle. A strike from the Thunder God, carrying countless lightning bolts, descended. The white tiger lunged with its claws, splitting the attack in 2. It uses its giant tiger body to pounce on the Thunder God, tearing him in half with its claws. Mongu watched the battle in horror. The Thunder God is dead. Such a powerful deity was killed like this by the king of beasts. So, that's the consciousness, the sort of transformation transmitted. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely awaken your master. Thang Kiem seems to respond to Maknu's words, emitting a dazzling light that illuminates all directions. The notification reminds that the Loithan sword, the sword beside Loithan, is the key to unlocking Loithan Palace. Maknu assured him to be at ease, saying that he would definitely do what he promised. When you stepped outside, the Dong family father and son had been waiting there for a long time. Maknu respectfully bowed and paid his respects to the sovereign. The elder replied, "No need for formalities. I have been hearing stories about General Lamthan lately. I didn't expect General Lamthan to be so young, truly talented for his age." "You are too kind, Your Majesty," Feng Dat awkwardly spoke. "I apologize on behalf of the royal family for what happened to Fuang Thuan. If General Lam needs anything, he can speak directly to Jiao Ni, and as long as it is within the royal family's capacity, it will be fulfilled." Maknu comfortably agreed, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, if there is anything I can help with. The sovereign just needs to speak." After exchanging words, Fuang Dat immediately wanted to leave. "Good, good. Our royal family will be Lam Thantong's best friends. All right, you young ones, just talk to each other." Until only the 2 of them remained, Fuang Jiao sincerely said, "Makangu, thank you. You don't have to thank me." "No need. I already have what I need. I still need to clear a few more dungeons. The girls' people should be able to enter the instance in about 3 hours." Fuang Jiao happily agreed. "Understood." Mo Nu enters to fight the Thunder Ape in a one-on-one battle. You held the chain to restrain it. After 3 hours, you struggled to fight the monsters. Mo Nu stepped out and announced, "I'm done cleaning up." Fuang Jiao was anxious. "Good, now let's go find Luke Jia. The scripture you want to see, he definitely knows." She arrived at the person's residence and called out loudly for Master Lu. The general of the forest had already finished scanning the area. The light from the teleportation gate shone down on them. Both of them were immediately transported to the next location. Entering the palace, Fuang Jiao hurriedly ran over to call Luke Jia. She introduced him to that person as the Lam Divine General I told you about before. The kind Luke Jia replied, "Jiao Na Dao, this old man's memory isn't that bad," and he thought to himself, "I just didn't expect him to be so young." Hearing Jiao Na Dao say that he became a Divine General at level 37, countless books in the library floated into the air and headed toward Maknu. Luke Jia revealed that with the status of Lord General Lam, these ancient texts could be read freely and for as long as he wished. The boy chose a book and replied, "Thank you, Senior." Mangu sat down to read carefully while Fuang Jiao poured tea and watched him. Luke understood immediately, thinking to himself that this girl Makningu only cares about knowledge, and the records in the Imperial secret vaults contain many secrets not even in the Hakin Academy, including stories about the righteous god and the sorcerer 2VM. He wondered if he could find information about him in the Hanko training ground. 2 hours later, Mo Ngu closed the book. Fang Jiao immediately asked, "How did it go? Did you gain anything?" "Your answer wasn't bad. Indeed, there are many materials outside that are not available elsewhere." "Just regret it?" she asked blankly. "What's there to regret?" "You conclude that you couldn't find what I wanted." Luke family is so surprised that even the Imperial Treasury has no records. "General Lam, what do you want to know?" "Maybe I can help you. Tell me everything one by one. I want to know about the wasteland and the core area of the Hanko training ground. Information about the boss in the center." Luke family's expression immediately changed. You immediately knew, it seems the senior definitely knows something. He handed Maknu a sealed book bound by chains. "The information you seek is here, invisible to ordinary people, and even Jiao Jiao has no right to see it." Maknu took it. "Thank you, Senior, I will remember this kindness." The Luke family smiles with a hint of meaning while you continue to diligently study the book, and when you reach a certain passage, Maknu is stunned. What? That person in the ancient battlefield is connected to the wasteland, and he has even killed many wild beasts. It turns out wild beasts can be killed. It just depends on whether one has enough strength. Although the Imperial Treasury records many secrets unknown to others, they still cannot find any information related to that person. Makangu neatly places the book on the table and says, "I'm done, thank you." Fuang Jiao looks at him with a bright expression. Master Mo Yu bows his head in farewell. Fang Jiao smiles and says, "Lao Luke, we won't bother you anymore. I'll take General Lam Shen away first. She will guide you. This is the Imperial Treasury. Without me leading the way, you might get lost." Both of them began to teleport away, with Mak and Gufu looking serious. What's going on? Why haven't we moved yet? I guess if we've been traveling for 5 minutes, we've probably already crossed the border of the Divine Ha Empire. Suddenly a blinding light shone down from above, revealing a desolate mountain region in front of them. She screamed in horror, "This is the realm of the dead. Why are we in the realm of the dead?" The zombie saw the smell of a person and went berserk. Maknu quickly took it down. He himself was confused and asked, "Why are we here?" Fangzhou turned pale with fear. "I don't know either," he asked carefully. "Tell me first, where is the place of the zombies?" She recounted that it was said this place used to be an ancient small world. In a great battle, someone used a skill here that caused the entire world to mutate. In the end, everyone in this world turned into zombies. Do not let them bite you, or you will be infected by the toxic plague and become a zombie like them. In the sky, lightning strikes repeatedly accompanied by heavy rain. Momo furrowed his brow. That's rain. But he felt something was off about this rain. A shield appeared above Fang Zhao's head. Then she was enveloped in a massive shield. She sighed in relief and sincerely said, "Thank you." His expression grew serious, realizing even the teleportation stones of the abyss are useless. "It seems this death realm is even more special than I thought." Maknu asked further, "Do you know about the underworld of the dead and also know how to get out of here?" Fuang Jiao recounted everything she knew. "My father once told me that our Dongfang clan can become an imperial family because we bear the responsibility of guarding the death realm, which has a secret realm at its center, a teleportation array that can bring us back to the human world." Makangu asked confused, "So, why didn't you say something earlier?" Fuang Jiao replied nervously, "I was too scared earlier and forgot." At this moment, a strange aura appeared ahead, and a low-level corpse, level 5, with 3 heads crawled up. Maknu's zombie was ready to fight, charging straight at the low-level corpse. "Go cut your opponent in half with a scythe," Maknu ordered. "Let's go." Fearing, Fuang Jiao said, "Wait, look, the body of that corpse is starting to heal. It's becoming stronger than before." Fuang Jiao clung to him in fear. "These corpses cannot be killed." Makangu Khan cautiously notices something is wrong. Sure enough, these guys have no souls. My fiery soul cannot lock them down at all. Not only that, but even if their bodies explode, it's useless. You guessed that they might have been dead all along. Fuang Jiao denied it. "I don't believe it. You're still stubbornly sticking to your answer. There is nothing in this world that is truly immortal. We just haven't found the way yet." The spear in Kolau's hand begins to absorb the essence core. A spear continues to strike straight at the corpse. Seeing the result, he exclaimed, still not gaining any experience, "It seems my guess was right. They are not living creatures, but actual corpses." Makaningu understood clearly that we were teleported out of the royal treasury, and only someone from the royal family could interfere with the teleportation. It seems that the members of the Dongfang family are not as united as they appear outside. Huang Jiao sadly admits, "I suspect that the one who tampered with the teleportation array is probably my third uncle. He is a top-tier expert, level 81, very powerful, and holds a high position within the Dongfang clan. His name is Dong Fuang Thach. He is Fuang Thuan's biological father." Maknu frowned and asked, "Do you think he brought me here because he's afraid I won't survive and return?" Fuang Jiao thought that perhaps he never intended for us to survive and return. This is a place of corpses. Even a divine-level expert could fall here, and even if we somehow make it back alive, there might be no proof. He snorted coldly. "Sometimes proof isn't even necessary. I hope when I survive and come back to settle the score, your Dong Fuang family won't choose the wrong side." She begged Makningu, "After we return, I will definitely give you an explanation and ask for a chance to save face for the Empire." He coldly replied, "Then it depends on whether that explanation satisfies me." Lightning bolt struck down, and the corpse absorbed energy from the lightning, beginning its evolution process. At this point, the low-level corpse had reached level 10. Moyu is shocked. Is this evolution? These lightning bolts are causing the zombies to evolve. You know very well that this corpse realm is full of dangers. A single mistake could cost you your life. But perhaps this place hides a divine opportunity. Still, Finding a way out is the most important thing right now. 2 people entered the realm of the undead 2 days ago. Fang Ye ordered to ask if the investigation was clear. We all remained silent, not daring to meet the gaze of the king. A messenger has summoned Master Hopgosh to investigate the formation, and he will arrive immediately. The level 89 formation master enters the main hall. Master Zhang, how is it? Any results yet? He replied, Sorry, I couldn't find any clues. The opponent was very skilled, and the medicinal and formation arts were tangled like a ball of yarn. I couldn't untangle them. Fuangdat anxious, is there no other way? Hopgosh hinted, maybe he will have a solution. The king did not know who to ask, so he reported that Anvan, known as Anthan, who leads the Divine Realm Tower, is not only a divine-level powerhouse and a master of formations, but also the #1 alchemist among humans. Fuangdat anxiously replied, I will go invite him immediately. At this moment, someone suddenly rushed into the main hall, and Anvan appeared with commanding presence, saying, And then, Fuangdat requests an audience. Everyone was curious. Is Prince Fuangdat from Thanha? The prince himself came to find in Than. Could something big have happened? Fang Diao had not yet regained his composure when Anwen entered and asked. The Eastern Sovereign personally came. I wonder what's going on. He bowed to pay his respects to Anshen, then explained to Anwen about the disappearance of the Mi and Yu. What? The old man admitted the disappearance. Yes, the formation was tampered with and we couldn't find any clues. He immediately signaled, Please, Your Majesty, lead the way. The boat then moved to another space. Both of them stopped at a grand hall set up with a formation. And Van realized this was the place. Indeed, someone intervened, and they did so very skillfully, completely disrupting the magic array's transmission. What Fuangdat cares about is, so can it be fixed? He replied, not difficult. And Van began the process of breaking the formation. After a while, the formation was completely destroyed. Then, Yuan Diao anxiously asked, And Shen, can you find out where the young lady and General Lin have gone? And Van closed his eyes to sense and said, I will check if the last teleportation location reveals their whereabouts. You are stunned. This is the realm of the dead, which your Dongfang family has guarded for generations. Fuangdat panicked. How could they have gone there? How could they get there? The gate to the corpse realm was clearly sealed. And Van realized that they temporarily broke the seal using firestones and also performed random teleportation. Fuangdat couldn't believe it. Firestones breaking the seal weren't human artifacts, but belonged to demons from the abyss. Could there be someone in the Dongfang family who is a member of the demon worshippers? And Wen's face darkened as he asked a name. The Baima Society, the Eastern Sovereign. This time, if Meng Yu can return safely, you can continue to be the royal family's ruler. But if anything happens to him, the Thanha Tower will come personally. The fists of Bai Shen, the great sword of Kuang Shen, and the army's camp. I don't think anyone in the Dongfang family wants to see any of that happen. Makangu is my disciple Bakthan and Kuangthan. Not only that, his sister Duat is the only disciple of that person. The person I'm talking about is someone you already know. Huangda understands clearly that if Maknu dies, the Dongfuang family will likely have to be buried with him. Old man spoke. And Than, my daughter is also trapped in the underworld of the dead. I am very worried too, but right now there is really no way to get in. Please, follow me, Anthan. Both of them entered the entrance to the tomb world beneath the Imperial Underground Palace, and Wen recognized immediately that this was an ancient divine-level formation left by the ancestors. He summoned the spirit formation to appear. The display shows the spirit formation. Divine-level formations each have their own soul. The higher the level, the longer they exist, and the more intelligent the spirit formation. The spirit formation greets you. The divine-level formation master respectfully welcomes you. I am the spirit formation of this demonic sealing array, responsible for guarding the seal of the underworld of corpses and preventing the invasion of the undead. It cannot be. The gate to the world of rotten demons opens only once every 100 years during the seal. No one is allowed to enter. He said seriously, if I must enter, what then? The spirit array revealed that if Gu rushes in, the formation will self-destruct, and all energy will be used to break the co-seal. Anyone below the semi-divine level is absolutely forbidden to enter. And when asked further how much longer until the next gate opening, and he answered in detail, 3 years, 72 days, 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 55 seconds left. He grits his teeth in anger. Waiting 3 more years means my bones will be cold. If someone uses a different method to enter the underworld by mistake, what should be done to return? It responds, there is an exit at the center of the underworld. If it is a human, they can leave through that path. And Van ordered, good, if anyone comes out through that way, let me know. The spirit formation agrees. Yes, sir. Respectfully, the divine throne is taken by the spellcaster. And Wen said with a fierce look on his face, "Now we can deal with the traitors in your family." Huang Dat sweat profusely as Long Chai knew the mission, and they teleported back to the Imperial Palace. And Van realized that using firestones to break the barrier would definitely leave traces of the abyss. Huang looked around nervously. This is Huang Thak's private residence. The old man wondered, and Than's meaning is that this place has the aura of the abyss. He confirmed it. Fang Dat understood everything and shouted angrily, "Fang Thak, get out here." The person in front, sitting with their back to them, was questioned by the old man, Fong Thach. "You know your crime." Seeing no one returning, the old man placed his hand on the other's shoulder and called out for Fuang Thach. As he turned around and looked into those soulless eyes, he was stunned. This is a puppet. He uses it to conceal his aura and movements. "They're fleeing," and Wen declared. "I will order the army to pursue them towards the Empire. Handle it yourself if anything happens to the young master." After leaving this threat, he walked away immediately. The castle began to move, and Uncle Luke and the person beside him were terrified by the overwhelming aura descending. What is this? This is the aura of a divine-level expert. The Luke family was peacefully drinking tea when suddenly they sensed something unusual. The castle began to move away from the Imperial Palace, and beside the Luke family appeared a shadow, an extremely powerful divine-level warrior from the Dong Fuang family. He asked immediately upon appearing, "When did we offend?" "En God at the Divine Tower," he sternly replied. "This is a warning from En God to us. Searching for the source, living to see people, dying to see corpses, while investigating the entire family." Inside the corpse world, the two have been finding their way out for 2 days. Makngu asked curiously if her profession was Holy Shield Warrior. She confirmed that it was indeed a rare and special inheritance within the royal bloodline. Just like the Nge family has the Overlord of the Legion, the Holy Shield Warrior is only found in our Dong Fuang family. Those with this profession also possess some skills of knights and warriors. Their defense is almost on par with knights of the same level, while the attack power can rival that of a berserk warrior, which is an extremely powerful class. She didn't dare say more, just standing in front of Maknu. Is there any class that can truly be called strong? Even though I have always been proud to be a Holy Shield Warrior, now I still have to rely on him to protect me in order to survive in the world of the undead. Mekangu cautiously observes the surroundings as lightning strikes from the sky, and the undead rise, with a level 15 low-tier undead appearing. He wasn't very surprised. As expected, he has evolved again. Then Maknu announced, "I want to try being struck by lightning." Feng Yao was startled and asked, "What did you say?" He then instructed, "Stay here and wait for me, don't move." Seeing him leave, Fuang Jiao shouted, "Are you crazy? Come back now." Maknu, with hope to test his strength, hurriedly rushed toward the lightning, his body like a lightning rod, alerting and warning, gaining the bright lightning and 100,000 experience points. Only now did Maknu realize that being struck by lightning could actually grant experience to retaliate against those rotten spirits and cause them to evolve. Fuang Jiao was amazed. There was experience in the lightning, yet he was unharmed. He turned to ask, "You want to try too?" She waved her hand to refuse. "No, I can't fight against the pity of the lightning and rain." Makangu knew that although the experience gained from these bright lightning bolts was very limited, accumulating enough might lead to some miraculous effects. If so, falling into the realm of the rotten corpses might not necessarily be a bad thing. Feng Yao quietly watched from the side. It's been several days now. Every time these storms come, he deliberately goes to face the lightning, but remains unharmed. Maybe he's the only one in the human race who can do that. "Who are you? Do you know it's a crime to barge into the palace without permission?" Makan stepped forward with her sword in hand, swinging 2 strikes directly at the guard. At this moment, she threatened, "If anything happens to my younger brother Xiao Yu, the Dongfang clan might as well cease to exist." Inside Maknu, lightning and wind form a giant tornado. Be careful, these zombies are a bit strange. They are actually Deep Abyss demon dogs, level 40 rotten mage dogs, and the dry lizard immediately slashed with a sword. Maknu guessed that it's not just abyssal monsters. Even the dragon clan is involved. "It seems we are still close to the center of the Houthi realm. Why do you think most of the lightning from this storm is concentrated there?" To check the situation, Maknu reminded her, "Stay here and wait for me. It's very dangerous inside." Watching him fly away quickly, Fuang Jiao sighed deeply, her wings like lightning, truly formidable. Since when did he awaken his flight ability? Makungu rushes alone into the heart of the Thunder God, looking very confident. Lightning bolts descended upon Maknu's body, which absorbed them all. The system notified, gained a flash of luminous lightning, experience increased by 1 million. Gained the bright spark, experience increased by 1 million. Gained the bright spark, experience increased by 1 million. Mackenzie couldn't believe it. That was the brilliant light shining ahead. It was the damaged bright scepter, which could be restored by absorbing the bright lightning. I understand now that I need to use my body as a conduit to transfer the luminous lightning to the sacred scepter. I don't know how many lightning bolts it needs to absorb to restore it. Perhaps only by enduring a bit of pity can I do it. Soon after, the fog cleared away. Fang Yao asked worriedly, Lam Than Tuong, are you okay? He replied, I'm fine. Let's go. I feel like we can find the way out very soon. The two of them moved deeper inside. He thought to himself, it's been over a month since entering the zombie realm. Although they couldn't kill those zombies, the bright spark could still help Min Theng reach level 41. Unfortunately, the bright spark scepter remained silent. Notification, Mak Ngu, Death Spirit King, level 41, strength 24 3 45, physique 24 345, agility 24 345, spirit 6 405. In the realm of the zombie corpse, Mak Ngu reminds the companion, be careful. We might have entered the territory where level 60 zombies appear. There's a whole swarm of zombies waiting ahead. Under the swamp, the giant white tentacles thrash wildly. The necromancer was immediately entangled by them, and he activated the explosive element. This time the opponent is a rotten octopus at level 60. Fang Jiao worriedly said, Who the poison? Your skull is already poisoned. Mak Ngu immediately detoxified and issued a reminder. The army. Remove all abnormal statuses of Legion members and boost morale. Only effective for abnormal statuses below level 60. The system reminds you that the removal failed, and you start to feel tense. The toxin level has exceeded level 60, and according to Fuang Jiao, if the zombie toxin isn't neutralized, it will keep accumulating and persist forever. So now there's only one way left, which is to summon this skull again. The system reports that a Berserk Skull warrior has been successfully summoned. Macnu glanced back at Fuang Jiao and suggested, we need to hurry up a bit. These Hu can't be killed. If it drags on, it will be very troublesome. Then they quickly ran forward. Suddenly, a giant octopus appeared out of nowhere, waving its tentacle towards you. A strike cuts off the giant octopus's attack, leaving the two surrounded by the zombie corpses and the octopus with no way out. The zombie monsters raise their staffs and cast spells, with strikes attacking the tentacles of the giant octopus one after another. An explosion erupts as the giant octopus is completely destroyed. Macnu, you're not satisfied? You're too slow. Suddenly, streams of blood start to appear out of nowhere, and he immediately raises his defensive stance. The tentacles regenerate once again, writhing on the ground. Maknungu bit her lip and pushed herself to run forward to dodge. Immediately behind, only a pile of debris remained. The wet earth cracked and surged, dust and smoke filling the air. The two of them managed to dodge just in time, and he helped her up. Fuang Jiao looked genuinely grateful and spoke sincerely. Thank you. General Lam, I was the one who caused trouble for you. Macnu coldly replied, It's okay. Wait here for me for a moment. As soon as he finished, he quickly shot up into the air. Macnungu raises his staff high, absorbing extraordinary power. The system displays a notification. Gained 2 million lightning experience points. The system displays that Monu 2 is a level 42 spirit lord. He raises his staff high, wondering if with this lightning surge, he's already leveled up twice. Why hasn't this luminous staff been restored yet? Just how many more lightning bolts does it need to absorb? What kind of weapon is it exactly? Suddenly, a blinding light emitted from the staff, and Mangu hurriedly covered his eyes in amazement, his body sprouting a pair of majestic long wings, with the staff floating in the air within a circle of power. Makangu widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, A secret realm? He hurriedly flew closer to the mysterious circle. Makangu's entire body gradually entered another space as the yellow light slowly swallowed his figure. The scene shifts to the luminous secret realm, where you find yourself in a lush green forest with crystals embedded all over the ground. McNeil happily praises that the atmosphere here is truly pleasant, much better than the underworld. He put his hands in his pockets and strolled slowly around. Before him appeared an ancient architecture covered in grass and flowers, looking very poetic. McNeil was immersed in a feeling of relaxation, his body slowly walking in a state of drifting aimlessly. The boy paused in front of a giant female statue. Mo Ngu summoned her scepter, and the weapon quickly floated in the air. Suddenly, the female statue grasped the glowing scepter. The statue gradually gains a soul, and a purple-haired woman holding a scepter appears. The benevolent life god introduces himself. Hello, mortal, I am the former life god, the old life god. You open your mouth in shock, so it was a god from before. He gazes at the romantic scene ahead and can't help but marvel. It's been a long time since I saw a scene like this. Perhaps this will be my last time. The life god gently steps onto the grass and flowers and asks, "Humans, you can come here, you've probably seen what's outside, right?" He glanced back and continued. So the world outside was not originally called Hu Thi Gyoi. It was called Sang Sin Gyoi. But a certain god destroyed my world and turned it into a death zone, killing all the people of the 3 clans, and also killed me as well as himself. The life god smiled brightly and replied, "If they are both called divine-level powerhouses, then of course they exist at the same level. Of course, this also includes the demon king of Deep Abyss, the dragon king of the Dragon Clan, with divine beings divided into 3 levels, mid, high, and top. I am a high-level divine being, which according to your human terminology might be equivalent to a level 97 god-level powerhouse." He fell silent, pondering. Mantian Boy and the 2 teachers are all level 95 divine tier powerhouses, already among the top of the human race, but missing 1 level in divine rank makes a huge difference. Maybe even the 3 of them combined are no match for the life god, but even so, they would still die. What exactly happened back then? He looked up at the staff above and calmly spoke. The origin of that great battle was none other than it. I was never meant to be the god of life. The gem in the center of the scepter glows, and the gentle voice of the god of life calmly echoes. Only by obtaining the luminous scepter could I become the god of life. He suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. This is what can make a person become a god of life. McNew widened his eyes in shock, secretly thinking this might be an item comparable to Midanas. The life god raised both hands to cast magic into the shining scepter, sincerely grateful. "Thanking you for bringing the shining scepter here so I could see these flowers one last time." The scent of the flowers fills the air, but the core of the shining scepter's life remains lost. "If there is a chance, perhaps you can find it and restore it to the complete bright life scepter," he said happily. Although it is a divine object, for humans, if they can comprehend the power within the scepter, they also have a chance to become a divine-level powerhouse. "I have reached the end of time, boy, so finally let me give you one last gift," the life god sincerely said as he held the glowing scepter. "This is the fake life core I used my final strength to condense. If you can restore the bright life scepter and reach this place, I believe you will use it well." The fake bright life staff has 3 chances of achievement 3 to 3, with 3 uses of divine level power equivalent to level 90 humans. Shocked and worried, he asked, "Is there still a chance to save him?" He gradually disappeared, leaving a message before he went. "When you become a super god, you'll know if there's a chance or not. The god of life has merged into the void, and everything within the secret realm is also shattered by the impact." Monangu silently pondered as the beams continued to strike down, staring fixedly at the place where he had departed. Suddenly someone shouted, "Oh, it turns out another monster is attacking Fuang Jiao." The system displayed the information of 2 skeleton armor. Mak Nagu furrowed his brow and called out the bone armor. An invisible skeleton armor immediately appeared to protect her. Fuang Jiao, terrified, collapsed to the ground as a devastating explosion erupted again, filling the air with thick dust. She anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" Suddenly, a figure dressed in black with wings rushing toward us appeared. Fuang Jiao exclaimed in surprise, Wait, is Lin Shenxiang from the secret realm here?" He landed in front of her, worriedly asking what was wrong. Fuang Jiao hurriedly announced that she had found the Loi family, but there were many Long clans and Houthi demons here, and Makangu asked in surprise where the Loi family was. The 2 of them looked towards the mysterious light in the distance. She shouted, "It's right there!" He immediately picked her up and flew forward with his large wings. Suddenly, Maknu growled in panic. "Something's wrong. I can't fly." Fuang Jiao asked nervously why. Suddenly, a giant hand appeared behind the 2 of them, as if to crush the opponent. It raised its claws to attack them. He widened his eyes in horror. An enormous monster appeared before him, and the system displayed information about the Hulan Dragon Clan with an unknown level. Maknu gritted his teeth with worry. Although he didn't know the level of that long race, it was definitely above level 80 and he couldn't handle it. The Hulan long race opened its mouth as if about to release something. Feng Jiao stammered in fear. "Long is long." He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "There's nothing we can do but buy more time." A group of skeletons appeared in front, surrounding the 2 of them in a protective circle, gnashing their teeth in pain as they were struck by lightning. The infernal dragon clan roars and breathes fire forward, and the system quickly displays a message. 45 fierce dryads warriors have been eliminated, 27 great dryads mages have been eliminated, and 23 dryads sharpshooters have been eliminated. Makangu's worry grew as he wondered how long he could hold on before suddenly something attacked his wings. He widened his eyes in shock as he looked ahead. A gigantic monster with a huge mouth appeared from nowhere in its abdomen. The system displayed information about an unknown level of evil demon, its eyes blazing red like a killer, rushing toward him at lightning speed. A group of small dryads once again perished beneath its feet, as the evil demon launched layered attacks surrounding the target's body. A fierce explosion occurred, and the system displayed a new notification. 33 soldier Drylors have been defeated. 12 Grand Mage Drylors have been defeated. And 18 Divine Sniper Drylors have been defeated. The successive notifications appear, and the elite troops within 30 seconds summon their own equipment, with all basic attributes increasing damage by 200%, resulting in a 500% cooldown reduction for 1 hour. Maknu Beipuang holds the staff in his hands, worried and pondering. At least for the next 30 seconds, Ko Lao's defense will be increased, so we'll see how far we can go. The two stop in front of the mysterious circle, and he asks in amazement, "Can you break the barrier with your body?" She quickly replied, "Maybe, but it will take a little time." The evil demon behind it burns everything as if it were on fire, acting with brutal violence. Sharp claws attack in a relentless onslaught. The system displays an alert. 28 fierce warriors and 15 grand mages have been defeated. 19 Ko Lao than Xia Thu has been defeated. In front, Fuang Jiao is channeling all her strength to break the barrier. Ganyu announced that I need 2 more minutes. Not even a minute, Makngu answered in fear. A minute might be too long for them to hold on. Turns out the monsters have caught up with the two of them. They are as numerous as an army, their bright eyes fixed on the prey. An ancient dry lizard slowly appears. They waited right at the trap for the two of them. It lunged forward, snarling with its mouth wide open. Fuang Jiao grit her teeth and pushed herself harder as the giant beast's massive hand reached closer to Mongu. Clenching his teeth in horror, he wondered if the scepter of divine light he just obtained was meant to be used right now. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared, and someone with extraordinary power just appeared in front of Makangu. He was amazed to see the heroic armored man with a sharp sword in his hand, secretly in awe. That is a human. Makangu couldn't believe her eyes and wondered if he was really protecting her. The human warrior, despite his battered armor, still stood up and fought. You can't help but be amazed and exclaim, "No, he's protecting the human race. Even though his body is decayed, his will remains unbroken." The monster with a pile of claws rushing toward him, he leaps high and strikes into the middle of the beast. Fang Yao glanced back and loudly announced, "We're almost there." Another explosion occurred, but the monsters remained unharmed. Monu was surprised to see them, thinking to himself that their purpose was clear, aiming for the bright scepter. The human warriors still refused to give up, swiftly jumping around and striking the monsters with their blades. Suddenly a group of warriors appeared, standing before the giant monsters. He widened his eyes in amazement and exclaimed, "These people are all elders of the human race, with a will that surpasses life and time to protect future generations." Fang Jiao announced, "Everything is ready. We can leave the divine realm now." Suddenly, Mo Yu looked back and sincerely asked, "If there's a chance in the future, I will come back here to revive everyone." After finishing their words, the two of them entered the barrier, and their figures gradually faded away. At this moment, somewhere else, the sky is emitting rays of light as if announcing something. A golden beam of light is rushing down from the sky. Someone loudly announced that a human was being teleported back from the spirit realm, and An Wen appeared standing below the sealing stone. The Sea Patrol Guardians arrive and say, "And God, I didn't expect you to be here." He frowns and asks, "Who was it that teleported you out?" Zhao Nai, knowing that the two are safe, exclaimed in surprise, and he let out a relieved sigh. And Van glanced and announced, "This time you are lucky to keep the Dongfang family," and declared coldly, despite the astonished guards, "I will withdraw the Divine Tower now." After saying that, and Van also used magic to leave, and the scene shifts to a magnificent castle at the edge of the forest. 5 minutes later, the massive stone mountain sealed behind Mangu and Fuang Jiao was being lifted up. She looked in amazement at Fuang Dat approaching and hurriedly called out to her father, "Father, I thought I would never see you again." The old man held her tightly and comforted her, saying everything was fine now. He then coldly demanded, "This time your Dongfang family must give me a reasonable explanation." The Luke family sincerely replied, "General Lam, rest assured, this time it was our fault. We will definitely clarify everything with you and provide appropriate compensation." Mo Yu was satisfied and responded accordingly. Fang Zhan stepped forward and asked, "Lamthon General, your sister has been waiting for you for a month. Do you want to go see her?" Hearing this, you couldn't help but be surprised and hurriedly asked, "Where is she?" He sneered and replied, "Outside the palace. Let me take you there." Meknungu Tria folded her cold wings and refused. Just tell me the address, I can go there myself. Then he quickly flew away. After a while, Mongu found the familiar figure. Mahan frowned and looked behind her cautiously. She landed in front of her and hurriedly called out to her sister. Makan moved to tears, rushed to hug her tightly and comfort her. I know you'll be fine. Maknu smiled softly and replied, Of course I will be fine. Otherwise, how would I know you fell into the realm of death? I don't know anything about the spirit world. It was my master who guessed you might be in danger and told me to come here. Makan anxiously said, You have no idea. When I had that incident, my masters almost destroyed the Dongfang family. So the teachers already know too? Seeing my sibling return safely, she thought to herself that now that Maknu is strong enough and has the elders protecting her, maybe she doesn't need to worry all the time anymore. As long as I see you safe, I feel at ease. Hurry up and go see the masters. They're very worried right now. Maknu asked anxiously, What about you? She regained her confident and majestic demeanor and replied, I have to go back to training, of course. Here, I've been farming for a month and still haven't leveled up. Your master must be about to lose his temper. He smiled faintly as he watched Mahan leave, thinking to himself that her master was really strict. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Huang Jiao was recounting everything that had happened in the world. Huang Dat was stunned and muttered, Jia Jiaonihi's survival was all thanks to General Lam Than. The Lu family patriarch stroked his beard and praised kindly, He's truly too calm, far surpassing ordinary people. He then expressed his admiration, saying that not only did he survive leaving the underworld, but he also found a great opportunity. Even if we entered the underworld, we might not all make it back alive. After learning everything, in the room echoed Huang Dat's instructions. Rest for a few days first, and in a few days Jiaoni and I will go find Lam Than Tuong. After returning, Mo Yu was repeatedly questioned by his three masters. Guangsheng asked seriously, So you mean the goddess of life has entrusted you with the bright birth scepter, and if you find the core of life, you might become a super divine level at most? And Van sat beside you and spoke. I don't think that's a good thing. External objects can be used but not relied on. Evian calmly denied. Lao Man, someone like you with a divine tower doesn't have the right to say that, but you're not wrong. Little Nangyu, whenever in doubt, the most reliable thing is still your own strength. Meknungu confidently replied, Everyone, rest assured, I won't rely on external things. Master, can humans be resurrected after death? Evian calmly explained, If there are soul imprints left behind, then there is still a chance to save them. But a god-level powerhouse who has died is truly gone, with no opportunity for revival. From now on, you'll understand. Although I don't know what you've been through in the demon realm, you don't need to think too much now. Those things are still far from you. He snapped his fingers with a dangerous smile and said, This time you got lucky. But remember to hold back a little in the future. Dongfang Yi will definitely come to apologize in the next 2 days. The Dongfang family is imperial, so the best treasures will surely be available, and at that time your master will help you get a big sum. And when calmly advised, just rest for those days, your teacher is the best at handling scams. Maknu hesitated before replying. Yes. The scene shifts to Hawkins' academy, where he walks and ponders. Are those seniors really helpless to save him? Suddenly, a hand from behind pats Maknu on the shoulder. You turn to look at the girl in front of you as she calls out and why happily puts her arm around Maknu, finally completing her grandfather's mission. I can finally meet with you now, she shyly boasted with a smile. Grandfather took me to a place to level up. Now I've successfully advanced to the second stage, and my class has been upgraded. The system displays information. Y is a level 40 Dark Assassin. She happily pulls you forward. It's been so long since we last met. I want to hear the stories that happened to you, and I also have many things I want to tell you. Under the brilliant sunset, their hands clasped tightly together, nothing could separate them. Maknu and Y walked to the riverside to enjoy the view together. Suddenly, she opened her mouth in shock, realizing that you were telling Y about what had happened. She laughed so happily that she cried. After a while of playing around, Y rested her head on Maknungu's shoulder to take a break. 2 days later, in a castle with countless warriors passing by, she glanced shyly and said, It's been a long time since you took me to clear dungeons. I miss it. The two of them entered the hall, causing the warriors to be surprised and start asking questions. General Lam Than turned around. Wait, who is that? She is truly so happy to be able to go dungeon crawling with General Lam. Which dungeon will General Lam go to this time? I smirked teasingly. You're really impressive. Now everyone's eyes on you are different. Meknungu coldly replied, Compared to the saint of the human race, what am I? She laughs happily and responds, I believe you will surpass them all in the future, defeat the dragon race, and clear the abyss. I suggest we pick a suitable dungeon to level up. YY pondered silently, then said, let's fight on the Beast God Plateau. That dungeon gives a lot of experience, perfect for level 40 to 50 profession players to level up. There are 2 large dungeons in the dungeon hall. Besides the Desert of the Brawling Lord, the other is called the Highland Beast God. Mo Wu Wutsu replied, all right, then let's choose the Highland Beast God. You immediately approach the sphere in front of you and make your selection. The system displays information. The Plateau of Beast God, level 45 dungeon, maximum 50 players, dungeon record. The gossipers around couldn't help but be amazed and exclaim, General Lamb wants to challenge the Plateau Beast God. Oh my god, could the record for the large-scale dungeon also be broken by General Lamb? That girl is really happy. General Lamb Than took her to clear dungeons. General Lamb can even sweep the desert of the fierce army alone, so the Highland Beast God should be no challenge for him, right? The 2 calmly entered the barrier gate while the others were in panic. Suddenly, a powerful army appeared in front of the barrier. The gossipers exclaimed in surprise, this is the team from the Flame Emperor Academy? The troops gradually entered the barrier while those people kept gossiping. I remember now, today marks 3 years since the Divine Beast's true form was renewed. Back then, the 3 major academies fought over the Divine Beast's true form, but the Sacred Light Academy seized it first. The team from the Bright God Academy has arrived in full force, with cheers ringing all around. It seems the 3 great academies are once again vying for the Divine Beast's true form. I heard that defeating the true body of the Beast God can bring many benefits. I wonder who will get there first this time. The team from the Bright Spirit Academy is also entering the barrier, leaving behind countless bets. But this time, Lord Lamb is also inside the instance. Who will die at whose hands is still unknown. I believe in Commander Lamb, I also believe in Commander Lamb, but this time his opponent is the top team from the 3 major academies. Inside the Beast Spirit Plateau dungeon, Y chuckled comfortably and said, I've been leveling up constantly. It's been a long time since I've relaxed like this. Contrary to her relaxed appearance, Mo Yu prepared to summon her skill and coldly reminded, it's time to start. Suddenly, a cloth appeared out of nowhere, and in front of her was a person with a cloth full of snacks. She raised both hands to show her determination and said, let's start, I'm ready. Immediately, blue lights began to appear. You bite your lip and cast the spell. Come out, my soldiers. A group of skeletons revealed their true forms. Y stared in shock and asked, how can there be so many? She looked at the powerful army ahead and couldn't help but marvel. It seems I really don't need to do anything. A team of mummies gradually gathers. The fierce attacks from the mummy warrior strike down the wolf. The system announced the kill of a level 46 Highland Evil Wolf, gaining 920,000 experience, and obtained a high-grade wolf pelt. Meanwhile, another warrior had set fire to destroy a beast. The system announced the kill of a level 45 Highland Antelope, granting 900,000 experience and doubling the 9-tailed feather. As the notifications kept coming, Y ate and marveled that leveling up was much faster than when he was alone. Suddenly, Moangu rushed over, lifting her into his arms and saying, found it, let's go. IY couldn't help but be surprised by the sensation of floating, secretly thinking that he was still flying, and that in the days they parted, he had become very powerful. She closed her eyes, shyly leaning on his shoulder. Mak Ngu flew to a crack and coldly said, the Divine Beast Plateau has a total of 4 plateaus, and the monsters there will become even stronger later. The main benefit of this dungeon is mostly hitting the final plateau. The 2 have reached the Beast Plateau, the second plateau. As soon as they landed, they heard terrifying growling sounds. Mo Yu coldly assessed, looks like our luck isn't very good. We just arrived at the second plateau when we ran into the boss. A huge and fierce tiger appeared in front of Mo Yu. The system displays information about the giant tiger plateau. An elite leader level 47 with a power of $60,000, agility $30,000, spirit $10,000, physique $80,000, and a howling skill. Director Ho charges fiercely. He grits his teeth in annoyance, cursing the obstacle. As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered the skeleton soldiers to attack, each strike like a lightning bolt hitting its target. In just a moment, the system announced the death of the great Highland Tiger. Experience gained 1U 10,000. Obtained Sword of the Tiger. Tiger Control, Platinum level weapon with all attributes, Palmandra 1200. Swordsmanship skill increased by 50%. Wai was stunned. When did Makngu's skull become so powerful? Even Bostin, the hero of the Beast Plateau, was killed. He tilted his head back and coldly said, let's go quickly to the final plateau. She stammered in shock. Ah, okay. The two quickly ran away, and Y hurriedly announced that this large instance dungeon is called the Beast God Plateau because it contains the true body of the Beast God. The legend says the Beast God is a kind of deity, and its true body is refreshed in the dungeon every 3 years. She quickly recalled the bone she saw before and realized that the reward for killing it varies depending on how quickly it is defeated. Last time, the Bright God Academy team took 40 minutes to kill him and obtained a piece of the Beast God's bone, which was said to be used to make jewelry for the boss. Manga couldn't help but feel intrigued, smiling subtly as she wondered if the reward was actually related to the time it took to kill it. If so, then she needed to go all out. After a while, the two of them reached a new land, the Beast Plateau, the third plateau with a bridge ahead covered in countless crawling snakes, and in the distance a giant snake waiting for both of them. I was so scared she broke out in a sweat and shouted, "There are really a lot of snakes." Before she could recover, Manga once again lifted her into his arms and flew forward, swiftly crossing the bridge and slashing through the snakes, blocking their path. In just a moment, all the monsters blocking the way were wiped out. Moyue soared upward and moved forward, and the system immediately displayed a notification. Killed a level 47 white-eyed venomous snake, gaining 940,000 experience points multiplied by 3. Cut to the team of the Dawn Academy, the Academy's captain coldly giving orders. Everyone moves more quickly, not allowing Dawn and Flame Emperor to beat them to it. 3 years ago, the Sangthon team arrived before us to deal with the true body of the Beast God. This time, we must avenge ourselves. They immediately crossed the bridge with fiery determination, charging forward. In front of them was a giant tiger, while the team from the Genesis Academy surrounded and shouted loudly below. At the same time, inside an observation room, 4 people are watching the battle of the Sacred Heaven Academy team. The bearded man is the dean of the Sacred Heaven Academy. Tinyaha just spoke up, saying, "The last time your Sacred God Academy won, now it's our turn, the Sacred Realm Academy." The man with the gentle-looking green hair is the dean of Sacred Realm Academy, Sao Hien. The sharp-looking woman speaking is the dean of the Flame Emperor Academy. Lac VM, this time it's of course our Flame Emperor Academy's turn. I didn't expect General Lam to enter the Beast Plateau instance, and he's already close to clearing the third plateau. Chao Hien widened his eyes in surprise and said, "So it seems that this time the leader is probably General Lam Than, but I wonder how long it took him to defeat the true body of the Beast God." Tinha smiled kindly and boasted, "The previous record was 37 minutes, but today that record was destined to be broken by General Lam Than." The scene shifts to the dungeon, and they are still moving. The fourth plateau of the Beast God Plateau. YYYY carefully announced that the difficulty of the Beast Spirit Plateau is almost concentrated in this fourth plateau. They all call this fourth plateau the Leader Plateau because there are no ordinary monsters here, only leaders. Suddenly, 2 mysterious figures appeared behind them. Manga and Y stood watching the 2 giant creatures fight each other. The system announced that killing the level 47 giant tiger grants 1,000 experience points, and killing the level 47 giant python grants 940,000 experience points, as dust and smoke filled the air. The eyes of the 2 creatures gleamed brightly. You squint and observe, so that's how it is. This fourth monster from the plateau is actually created by the leaders of the previous plateaus. Manga nodded and continued with a pleased expression. It's been a long time since they last summoned monsters. Now's the time to give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 of them left. Below, the undead army is moving forward, Lac VM asked confusedly. Cao Hien surprised you. What is General Lam planning to do? How will he handle the leaders of the fourth plateau? The old man confidently stated that the fourth plateau must be fought with caution and precision. Even with the Shadow Dawn team, it would take us at least 2 hours to get through there. Old Nin carefully asked, "How long do you think it will take for General Lam to clear the fourth plateau?" Tai Nien replied quietly, "If that young man is serious, about 10 minutes is enough." They couldn't help but be amazed and exclaim that 10 minutes was impossible. He calmly replied, "Just watch and see." Inside the secret realm, the giant bear and the giant turtle are growling and showing off their strength. The monsters from the deep forest are chasing the dry soldiers to the abyss. In the distance, Mo Yu is waiting calmly. "Come here." The dry bone army is raising their bows and preparing to shoot. An arrow flies and hits the bright eye of the guardian bear. Another strike lands on the face of the tiger. Another big explosion occurs. You laugh joyfully, as if witnessing a spectacular burst of fireworks after a long time. The blinding light engulfs the beast as the system announces a critical hit. A massive explosion erupts, covering everything in dust and smoke, leaving the monsters charred and blackened. Cao Hien exclaimed in surprise. "So it all started when the attack happened? It was only 10 seconds, right? Is this already resolved?" Lac VM opened his mouth in surprise, and Tai Hien silently pondered. "I've never seen this young man kill monsters before. I didn't expect his speed to be so fast." The old man chuckled happily and said, "I want to invite General Lam to join my Celestial Light Academy." She puffed on her pipe and objected, "No way. Your Bright God Academy already has enough geniuses. Bringing General Lam to our Flame Emperor Academy is the best fit. Lam Tan Tuong going to the Sacred Light Academy still shares resources, right? Moreover, who admits that you are the leaders of the 3 major academies?" Tinian couldn't help but sweat when he heard their argument. Suddenly, they both turned their attention to the other person in the room and asked together, "Huang Tin Ha, is there something wrong with you today?" He scratched his head, awkwardly smiling, and replied, "Actually, General Lamthan has already joined my Sacred Genesis Academy." The two of them couldn't help but be surprised and exclaim, "What?" Lakviem frowned irritably and asked, "When did this happen?" "Actually, it's been a while now." Cao Hien furiously questions, honestly revealing, "What trick did you use to lure Lord Lam into that place?" He clenched his fist in anger and retorted, "What do you mean by deception? Clearly Bai Shen personally brought Lamthan Tuong here." At this moment, Tai Hien shouted angrily, "Everyone shut up!" He frowned coldly and announced that the true body of the beast god was about to emerge. Inside the 4th Plateau secret realm, the ground and rocks cracked apart as the overwhelming power was unleashed everywhere. A stone statue gradually appears, causing everything around to shake. Mekengu gasps in shock, realizing it is the true body of the beast god, and he silently contemplates. "No, I have seen a being similar to it before." Fuang Jiao hurriedly stepped back to avoid. He looked at the monster in front of him and thought, "I have encountered it before in the underworld." The black aura gathered in one place, sparks of electricity struck down together, and the ground cracked apart. The system notification says the true body of the beast has awakened. Mo Yu stared in shock at the huge beast in front of him, thinking it couldn't be wrong. He looked at the massive arm holding the stone pillar and was certain he had encountered it before in the underworld of the dead. Probably the true beast god. The system displayed a notification. The true beast god's main body. Leader Chao Cheng, level 55, strength 120,000, agility 100,000, spirit 50,000, physique 130,000, skill, world-ending staff, sweeping away thousands of troops, special traits, reduces 30% of physical and elemental damage, increases attack power, and boosts speed. Makengu smirked with amusement, his attributes very strong, even surpassing the boss of the same level in the ancient test arena. After meeting it in the underworld, why would he fear you? He covered his mouth in amazement and exclaimed, "The true body of the beast god." He asked with a dangerous smile, "Does killing it faster mean a better reward?" She asked suspiciously. "Yes, Mongu, could it be you?" Mongu asked with a dangerous look. "If I destroy it quickly, I wonder how many rewards I will get." I silently cast a spell, one hand full of blue aura, the other full of red aura, as the system displays skill information, the curse of the weak, and the soul flame. A series of chains gradually approach the beast's body, which growls in discomfort as it is restrained. The main body of the divine beast growled and lifted its head, while Meknuthishthu spoke with pleasure. "With a growth of 200 and powerful soldiers, my spiritual attribute has surpassed 150,000, and the damage from the soul fire has increased significantly." It growls, clutching its head with both hands. The divine beast's body roars in pain as a barrage of arrows flies toward it. Am I still dreaming? It stood upright, taking each blow. The body of the beast god gradually fell to the ground, its arms pierced with arrows. The dry-bone soldiers quickly advanced, launching a fierce assault on the beast god's true body, blood splattering everywhere as a blinding light reappeared. He widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "Am I still dreaming about this?" In the observation room, Gaussian asked in astonishment, "Old Nin, did you open the wrong video?" Tinian excitedly praised, "Lamthan Tuong truly lives up to his name." Lakviem couldn't help but marvel, saying, "I've lived for decades, and this is the first time I've seen something so unreal. Today's matter must stay secret. You all know the current situation. If the news leaks out, those people probably won't care about anything and will try to assassinate Little Lamb." The three of them immediately responded, "Understood." Inside the secret realm, Mo Yu put his hands in his pockets, looked at the glowing red circle in front of him, carefully touched the mysterious light source, and a piece of bone appeared before his eyes. The system notified that the leg bone of the divine beast had been received. The divine beast's leg bone, left behind before it became a deity, contains part of its divine nature, with a blood essence tube below, and the system displayed the information, indicating the acquisition of the divine beast's blood essence. The divine beast's bloodline of the physical profession can be used during the 3 transformations to greatly increase the chance of profession advancement and awakening certain talents. Tine Hien gasped in shock. The divine beast's blood in the observation room suddenly lost connection with the barrier, causing the people inside to be stunned, and the three of them anxiously called out. Old man Nin Mkngu pondered silently over the two objects in front of him, realizing that the divine beast's bloodline could only be used by the physical profession. This leg bone of the divine beast, although not as impressive as the finger bones of my own deity, its effectiveness is probably close. It's a pity that it no longer has any effect on me. He threw those two items behind him and gave a warning. Why, take it. She waved her hand quickly to refuse. I don't need it. Since you're here, I don't have to fight. Mknu stepped forward to pat her head and said, take it. I already have a better treasure. I reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll store it for you first, and when you need it, I'll return it. Suddenly, a purple circle appeared in the sky, and a voice came from inside it saying, You brat, take your hand out right now. Tai Nian's figure flickered before her eyes, and she called out in shock. Grandpa turned around in confusion and asked, Senior Nin, why are you here? Tai Nian softly asked, Little lamb, did you just obtain the leg bone and divine blood of the beast god earlier? Do you know the value of these two things? Mknu replied coldly. I've heard of them. He looked at the bone in front of him and said, The divine calculation contains some of the beast god's bones, which can help powerful beings at the semi-divine level quickly comprehend and increase their chances of becoming divine-level experts. Tai Nian continued to explain, although directly using the beast, God's bloodline can increase the chance of profession advancement by about 15% during the third transformation. It can also be used to make divine blood medicine, which can double the success rate of leveling up. Senior Nin, are you here specifically to make a deal with me? Tai Nian held up 3 fingers to agree, saying these matters would be handled by me, so you, kid, don't worry. Take 1 part of the medicine for yourself, give 1 part to me, and return the remaining part to the alchemist. So, what do you think? The language makes you wonder. I didn't expect the price of the alchemist to be so high. Senior Nin definitely won't deceive me, I coldly reply. He chuckled happily and praised. Good boy. Mknu pursed her lips and asked, But is Senior Nin preparing the divine blood medicine for someone to use? Tai Nian chuckled happily and said, I only have this one strong granddaughter. If not for her, who else could I give it to? He thought to himself in surprise. Indeed, the divine blood beast originally belonged to Y. She raised her hand to receive the vial of divine blood and the bone segment. Grandpa, it's me, Y, he asked in surprise. Why is this divine blood beast here with you? Mknu originally said she wanted to give it to her. Now that he and the grandfather have reached an agreement, she will give it to him. Tai Nian froze like stone and stammered. Are you saying this divine beast bloodline originally belongs to me? She quickly explained. I was just helping him keep it safe. The old man angrily stepped forward and scolded. You little brat, how dare you plot against me? Mknu pretended to be hurt and said, Nin Senior, you didn't even ask. Yi quickly added, Grandpa's foot is a treasure that can help people attain enlightenment and become a god. Mknu also needs to use it. Tai Nian turned her back to the two of them and gradually vanished, saying, I guess this little brat is all for you? I consider it a pre-engagement gift for him. She blushed shyly and scolded. What kind of proposal gift is that? Your grandfather is really something. You walk over and smile teasingly. Yai, it looks like Senior Nin traded her for a piece of divine beast bone for me. She blushed and pouted. Please don't say anything more. In the laboratory, Tai Nian has returned. The 3 people inside couldn't help but be surprised. Lao Nin has returned. They hurriedly asked, Lao Nin, was the treasure Mknu daring to steal from the true beast divine just now? Could it be? He raised his hand high and replied, That's right. In front of him appeared a bone fragment and blood essence. Tai Nian proudly boasted that he had the divine beast leg bone and divine beast blood essence. Xiao Haiyan widened his eyes in surprise and said, Lam Tuong's luck is truly remarkable. With these 2 items, he will definitely achieve the divine level. Lok VM quickly praised him. What you call good luck is actually Lam Tong's real strength. Tai Nian proudly said, What does it matter if he's a divine general or not? These 2 items are now in my hands anyway. Lok VM asked cautiously, Nin Lao, did you make some kind of deal with Lord Lam Shen? Ning Lao. She was stunned to hear the old man softly ask if they could see the divine beast's leg bone, knowing that now they were all stuck at the demigod level. Tin Ha furrowed his brow at Cao Hian's suggestion. Tai Nian cheerfully replied, It's not a big deal. Just stay here and watch. I'll get it back from you later. The old man was amazed and excited, grateful to Elder Nin. The floating bone gradually glowed, and Tin Ha sat on the ground, his body filled with fiery energy. He furrowed his brow, trying to endure, sweat pouring down his face. Tai Nian was stunned, thinking to himself, Tin Ha is the closest to the divine level among these people. Could it be that his gaze is fixed ahead, and Tin Ha is gradually sensing the power emanating from the bone? His eyes suddenly widened with a bright glow. Everything seemed to freeze as the strange light emanating from Tin Ha's body shot straight up into the sky, causing everyone outside to cheer excitedly. The breath of a divine-level being. My human race will now have an additional divine-level powerhouse. The light shoots straight up like a pillar of heaven, and a riding figure appears in the sky. Tien Nian was stunned and wondered, is the tidal wave level of Tin Ha about to become a god? Xiao Hien and Lac Wiem looked at him with envy and spoke up. Tin Ha is about to become a god. I didn't expect him to go ahead of us. Mac Tin Hai suddenly appeared beside Tai Nian and sighed. He chuckled proudly and said, if you don't thank me quickly, then thank me. If I hadn't taken the beast god's leg bone from that kid lamb, would the Star River have become a god so quickly? He still looked ahead and replied, I see. It seems I have to thank Lord Lamb this time. Tai Nian angrily questioned, what's there to thank him for? If anyone should be thanked, it's me. Right now, Tin Ha is stretching and absorbing power, with cheers ringing all around. We did it. Our human race finally has another divine-level powerhouse. At this moment, two figures have just stepped out at the entrance to the secret realm, and the system displays a record notification for the mythical Beast Plateau dungeon. Mackenzie 3 hours 12 minutes 38 seconds, 2 Divine Academies 6 hours 29 minutes 18 seconds. The 3 Bright Dawn Academies took 6 hours, 52 minutes, and 1 second. Mac NGU stroked his chin, pondering, and yet he spent 3 hours scanning. He asked in surprise, the Mac NGU are still twice as fast as other academy teams. Aren't they satisfied yet? You move to the dungeon selection and give the order to continue clearing dungeons. I'll do it quickly this time. The warriors outside cheer excitedly, eager to hear the news. General Lam Shen has entered the dungeon again. No wonder he's called General Lam Shen, setting new records for clearing dungeons with girls. This is only the first time, and his future achievements will probably be even more terrifying. An arrogant warrior said, every time the true beast god form is updated, it gets hunted down by the 3 major academies. This time, we can finally see their disappointed expressions. Another name pats him on the shoulder and agrees. Yes, that expression will definitely be very impressive. The other person excitedly concurs. Lord Lamshin's achievements will make them despair. Switching to a new secret realm, the two stand on a hill looking down. Mo Yu crosses his arms around Y, summoning his powerful wings and instructs, hold tight to me. This time we head straight to the 4th plateau. What should we do about the boss of the previous highlands now? She asked anxiously. Mo Yu replied calmly, just leave some bones to deal with them. After a while, the two are stopped in front of a statue-like gorilla holding a stone. The system displays information. Phantom Divine Beast, World Level Leader Rank 52, Strength 100,000, Agility 80,000, Spirit 4,000 SARS, Physique 100,000, Skills to sweep away heavenly armies with enhanced vitality. The giant gorilla appears again. Makangu coldly says, I don't have time to play with you, this time I will wipe you out quickly. The beast gods stood before you, facing each other. And at the same time, from the Bright God Academy team, Huang Xiu chuckled softly, finally able to defeat the true body of the beast god. He is the captain of the Bright God Academy. The 3 plateaus in front of us are almost flawless. It looks like our new record will belong to us this time. At Mo Yu's location, the divine beast gathers its strength and leaps up, intending to crush the enemy in one blow. Fang Sui couldn't help but be surprised and asked what happened and why it was just an illusion of the beast god. Where's the real body? Could it have been taken by the other 2 academies first? He angrily ordered, no, this absolutely cannot happen. They can't be faster than us, forget it. Let's first kill the phantom of the beast god and then go out to see what's going on. At the same time, in the team of the Creation Academy, Lang Yichen gritted his teeth in anger, wondering why it had to be the phantom of the beast god. Over at the team of the Flame Emperor Academy, they were just as confused. Why was it the phantom of the beast god? Did we maybe fall behind? At the same time, everything was going smoothly on Mo Yu's side. The two of them gradually leave the dungeon, and he gently holds Y in his proud arms. This time, I think the speed is fast enough, she replied happily with a smile. I just feel like I rode a roller coaster after clearing a dungeon once. Can't it be faster? The light from the teleportation gate gradually brightens as Mekungu smiles brightly. Let's go. Now we can safely level up. The 2 figures gradually disappear behind the gate. The warriors eagerly listening couldn't help but be amazed. Am I seeing things? That is the record recently set by General Lin Shen. They cheered excitedly, eager to see the expressions of the 3 academy teams upon seeing the new record. 3 hours later, a team also finished their fight. Fang Sui loudly ordered, "Go check the board." The underlings also gradually leave the secret realm. The three team captains glared at each other fiercely before shouting orders. "Hurry up and check the board to see who managed to defeat the true form." Yizhen looked at the notice board in shock and exclaimed. 9 minutes and 43 seconds in, he ruffled his hair and smiled dejectedly. "You really are Lam Than Tuong, truly making others despair." Fuang Xiu angrily protests from behind. "That's impossible. How could such a record be achieved?" "So, what if he's a divine general? He must have used some cheating tricks." Nat Chen tilted his head and ordered, "Let's go back. General Lam's achievement is beyond any doubt." Heng En asked in surprise. "Ling Nat Chen, do you really support Lam Than Tuong, and is he really that powerful?" He lowered his head and chuckled softly, saying, "Captain, meeting General Lam was like seeing a light." Hearing this, he immediately gave a loud order. "All right, let's go back. You are Mak Ngu, the so-called youngest divine general. Your teammates' words are hard to understand. Fuang Xiu, what do you want to do now?" Heng En clapped his hands with a sinister smile and said, "So this fool Fuang Xiu really has a show to watch this time." McNu frowned coldly and asked, "Who are you?" He angrily and confidently replied, "I am Fuang Xiu from the Bright God Academy, Makngu. I ask you, how did you manage to clear the dungeon? How could you achieve such a result?" Why angrily shouted, "Are you sick? How do we clear dungeons? Why should I tell you?" Fuang Xiu arrogantly boomed, "I wasn't asking him, I was asking you." Mo Yu angrily retorted, "I have no obligation to tell you anything, and I warn you to watch your position and don't talk to me like that." Fuang Xiu arrogantly announced, "I am a genius of the Light God Academy and will become a divine general sooner or later. If you refuse to answer my questions, is it because you've used some tricks to hide it from others? Then wait until you become a god to talk to me. Please move aside now and don't block my dungeon run." Fuang Xiu quiet didn't step back. "I just want to ask you a few questions. Once you answer, I will naturally move aside. Looking at you like that, maybe becoming a divine general is just luck." I couldn't hold back anymore and scolded, "This is the Electric Path dungeon and the Academy, not a place for your arrogance." He definitely refuses. "I told you, answer my question and I will step aside." Mo Yu exuded murderous intent and said coldly, "You're asking for death." The blazing red psychic energy like blood surged straight toward Fuang Xiu's body. He froze, unable to move. At the same time, a horde of zombies emerged, and an aggressive zombie lunged at Fuang Xiu, biting into his neck. The other zombies rushed toward the crowd, but Fuang Xiu pushed his hand hard against the ground, revealing it was all an illusion. Mak Nungu coldly asked, "Is that all the courage you have?" He's still dazed. Was that just an illusion earlier? How could this happen? His companions helped him up, so Fuang Xiu had no choice but to retreat. "Let's head back first." Someone inside the Morning God's base noticed that guy suddenly fell, as if he was scared. Someone else was surprised and asked what just happened earlier. McNu hurriedly told why. "Forget about him. Let's keep clearing the dungeons and leveling up," and she happily agreed. "Okay." After a few hours, Fuang Xiu finally returned. He immediately questioned, "Director, how could Mongu clear the dungeon so quickly? He must have used some dirty tricks." "Who is Makangu?" "He is a divine general, on par with a god-level powerhouse." "Do you think a divine general can do that easily? He has killed more dragons and demons than you've ever seen. Even I have to respectfully call him Lord Lam, the divine general. Who gave you the nerve to call him by his name and gossip behind his back?" Fuang Xiu only now realizes he has provoked a great figure, and it's already too late. The director is still in shock inside. "What? Even the director has to call you Lord God of War?" Kaogan reminds you, shut your mouth right now. Listen carefully. Lam Than Tuong always has a process when clearing dungeons. All three major academies consider him a top-tier talent. Not only is his speed incredible, but he also defeated all the monsters in the dungeon. Do you know how long it took for Lord Lam to fight the true body of the beast god? If he really used despicable tactics like you said, do you think we wouldn't see through it? Fuang Xiu had no more excuses, and he wondered just how foolish he truly was to stand before Lam Than Tuong. Chao Hian continued, "You are also a genius of the Sacred Light Academy, but there is a huge gap between you and Lord Lam, mainly because you are too arrogant and look down on others. This ends here. Get ready and lead the team to the ancient training ground for practice." Fuang Xiu hesitated. "But Director, in a few days, the Sacred Light Academy's dungeon will open, and if we miss this opportunity, does the team have another chance to open the dungeon? My mind is made up. You better arrange everything for me." He had no choice but to accept the order. 10 days later, the two of them were sweeping through dungeons. The boss keeps getting defeated. He is very satisfied with the results he has achieved. After 10 days of clearing dungeons, I finally reached level 44. Mengyu has now also leveled up to 45. The Death Spirit Mage suddenly beeped in his pocket, and upon opening it, he received a message from Yi Yuan. Little Rotten, come here for a trip. You agree immediately. Yes, 2 people have just been teleported here. Ma Yu was stunned, his eyes fixed on the blazing power of the Star River, secretly thinking this was the breath of a divine level. Mengyu approached, bowed his head and said, "Congratulations on your breakthrough to the divine level." He smiled brightly and replied, "That's good. General Lam Than, this time thanks to your divine beastbone, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to reach the divine level so quickly." Evian happily announced, "Lam, this time I called you here because the sacred realm of the Academy of the Dawn is about to open. Coincidentally, you are also a member of the Academy of the Dawn, and Director Mack has decided to let you go there." Tinha chuckled softly and continued, "It's true the ancestral land will open soon, and I have some important things to tell you. There are many living beings in the ancestral land, and they are quite aggressive. Remember, don't go killing them, and when you get close to the center of the tomb, there are many trees, and those fruits are edible. Just try to eat more. It will be beneficial for you." The old man tightly advised, after eating the fruit, you will enter the second stage, where you will reach a state of enlightenment. But what exactly you will understand is different for each person. After passing through, you enter the third stage. Information about this first stage is scarce, but based on previous experience, it is likely related to your enlightenment in the second stage. Tinaha sincerely advised that there is a fourth stage after the third, but few who pass the third stage remember their memories when entering the ancestral land, so we don't really know the specifics. That old man carefully reminded us that the sacred ground opens once every New Year's Day, and this time there are 30 of us participating. How many opportunities you can find will depend on yourself." Mckingu smiled gratefully and thanked Director Mack. 2 days later, a pillar of light reappeared, causing frightened birds to scatter chaotically. Makan pursed his lips as he listened to the cheers around him. The sacred site has opened, and the powerful factions have arrived. Fang Wo's sinister smile as he looks at the woman in front of him, thinking to himself, "I never expected to enter the sacred site with the goddess Mohan this time. I must make a good impression." Fang Wu, Fuangxiu's older brother, level 61, with the legendary class Holy Light Knight. Suddenly, Makan turned around and saw his younger brother happily calling Tiu Nyu. She approached and called Xiao Yu. Mo Yu curiously asked, "Do you also want to enter the sacred site? Isn't it true that you've already surpassed level 70 and even undergone the third class change?" Makan replied with a bright smile. "Who says you can't enter if you've gone past level 70? She noticed the woman beside him and greeted her saying, "You are Y, right? Xiao Yu often talks about you with me. Thank you for taking care of Xiao Yu." She shyly denied it with a smile. "No, they all took me to train." Mo Fan stepped forward and said, "It's been a long time." Ngu smiled and replied, "It's been a while." The onlookers, seeing him surrounded by 3 women, couldn't help but feel envious. This young guy's luck isn't bad at all. What exactly is he based on? Who is he? Suddenly something appeared, and Movan quickly announced that the formation seemed to be opening. The mysterious door appears, the crowd gasps in surprise. The central hive has opened. Ngu pursed his lips and fell into contemplation. This life energy is very similar to the Dawn Scepter. Could it be that the core of life is actually in the ancestral temple? Tinha announced coldly with folded arms. Everyone took turns entering the nest. Fang Sui squinted and smiled happily, the light shining throughout the forest. A blonde-haired guy quickly spoke up. He is Liet Feng, level 56, with the legendary class of Holy Mage. Everyone, the humble ones, go ahead. With that, Liet Feng soared into the sky, heading to another place. Mofan asked in confusion. Strange. Didn't anyone from the Leet family tell him? You can't fly here. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell, his body hitting the ground, about to crush the rabbit below. Liet Feng hit the ground painfully. The rabbit looked up to the sky in frustration. He gritted his teeth in anger and cursed. What kind of hellish place is this? Again, we can't fly. Movan warned you. He kills the animals here. We need to stay away from him a bit. Miss Mohan, shall we go together? Mohan coldly refuses. No need. Tu Nu and I will go together. Makangu smiled and said, Let's go, sister. She then happily moved closer and responded. The 4 of them happily chatted and laughed together, while Fang Wu clenched her lips in anger, lost in thought. They gradually entered the forest to explore, and he softly reminded them, Be careful not to harm the creatures here. Yai Yai curiously asked, What happens if you kill a lot? Mahan smiled slyly and threatened, You will turn into an animal and stay here forever. She was scared, clutching her stomach. As Movan was about to move forward, Makangu stopped her with a hand. Careful, there's a bug on that leaf. She panicked and lifted her foot. Macvan exclaimed in surprise. Thank you, you're too polite. Your mental strength is quite strong, making you more sensitive to spiritual creatures than others. Mekhan takes out a compass to observe, then raises her head and orders to follow her. The three of them followed Mekhan's guidance, and after a few hours inside the mysterious forest, shards of crystal lay scattered on the ground. They slowly moved through the forest, and in front of them were countless fruit trees. She coldly said, "The teacher told you that the fruits of the ancestral land are also classified by rank, and ours might be the highest level, with the best effect." I quickly picked a bunch of high-level fruits, eating and sharing them with Makangu as the system displayed information. He took a bite, and suddenly the system displayed information. Makangu, the only self-spirit monarch at level 45 with 2% proficiency. Seal Strength 100, Physique Seal 100, Agility Seal 100, Mental Seal 100. No sealing skills? Makangu asked in surprise. My attributes and skills have all been sealed. She asked in amazement, how is that possible? Still in disbelief, he bit down again. The system announced Sealing Power 200, Physical Sealing 200, Agility Sealing 200, Mental Sealing 200, no sealing skill. Unable to resist the tempting fruit, she chewed without leaving a crumb. The system announced Seal Strength 300, Physical Seal 300, Agility Seal 300, Mental Seal 300, no seal skill. I asks curiously, what does it feel like now? He smiles brightly and replies, not bad, one fruit can increase my total 4 Dewey attribute by 800 points. Hearing that, she immediately started chewing eagerly, greedily asking, so what are we waiting for? Eat quickly. Ifai rubs her full belly and sighs, I'm really full, I just ate a few fruits and I'm already satisfied. Makvan and Makhan happily enjoy the delicious food when suddenly something starts glowing. Maknu stops in shock. In front of them is a large tree emitting a gloomy aura with a cluster of strange fruits on its branches, and the system displays information about the Sokwa. The boy stands up, points ahead, and curiously asks, Sister, what is this Sokwa? So this fruit is still here. In the past, many people who ate the explosive seed fruit died because its properties were too intense for the body to handle. Maknu frowns and says, if that's the case, this fruit's effect must be very powerful. Sister, I want to try a little. She hurriedly stopped her. No, it's too dangerous. You try to persuade me, but I am confident. Besides, the master at the Spirit Soul Hall left me a soul seal, so I won't really die. Then try it, but if you fail after you come back to life, stay obedient at home and don't go outside to do dangerous things anymore. Makangu happily replied, all right. She stood up and declared something that sent a chill down the spine. Go ahead, if you really die, I will keep your body for you. The boy reached out and touched the seed. Moyu plucked the seed fruit, eyes wide with surprise, and nervously looked at the tall tree, wondering, is it a phenomenon or an illusion? It seems this thing is truly extraordinary. Maknu examined the Sokwa, ate it, then grimaced in disapproval. Amazing! The system reports the 4 perceptions attribute increased by 198. Moyue hurried back to the gathering place, and everyone asked anxiously, how do you feel? He grimaced and covered his mouth hesitantly, saying that although his attributes had increased quite a bit, it was really too bitter. She hurriedly handed him another one to comfort him. This one isn't bitter. Makangu pale and trying to swallow a bite, coughing as he spits out what he just chewed and speaks. No, everything has become more bitter now, but the effect is very powerful. My 4 Dewey attribute has increased to 2,000. Makangu made you think, and with your skills sealed and attributes rearranged, your power kept eroding your body. If it weren't for the Undead Legion taking the damage for you, even you wouldn't be able to withstand it. Suddenly a loud sound rang out. Everyone couldn't help but wonder what was happening. It seemed like a fight was still going on outside and Van was warning you. Be careful, let's go outside and take a look. The warriors outside are fighting each other. Makhan comments that you are surrounded and attacked, your skills sealed, yet they haven't suffered consequences. The system shows that Saint Music level is Holy Knight of Holy Speech. He laughs while defeating the sealed enemies. It's quite satisfying, with no attributes, only the feeling of being cut to death. The beaten man angrily questioned, do you come to my territory without any background? Nathan, do you really want to become my enemy here? He raised his sword and unleashed his formidable power, shouting, stop wasting time on these useless matters and think about your own life or death. Suddenly a voice rang out, telling him to stop, as Maknu and his group had arrived. The beaten man lying on the ground cheers, General Lam. Musheng smiles wickedly and says, I've been waiting for you all this time. Makangu. His eyes gleamed like a beast's, and he chuckled happily, saying, this time everyone has finally gathered, the cat and mouse game should come to an end. Music Saint raised his sword high and unleashed his move. The system displayed information. The light ring froze. The light ring attacked each warrior one by one, surrounding everyone. Magnu coldly asked, "Do I not recognize you, Nakthan?" He frowned and replied, "I didn't expect General Lamthan to still remember someone as insignificant as me. As you unleashed your power, could you explain why you became a dog under the Baima Society? Did you become a dog yourself, or are all the Chu family members already their dogs?" Nakthan coldly sneered. "How could you tell?" Magnu replied coldly. "I've killed so many demons that I'm very familiar with their breath. The foul demon scent on you is so strong it makes me nauseous." He sneered and retorted, "What do you mean by a dog servant?" Saying it so harshly, I and them are just partners. Thanks to their help, I was able to advance to the second stage and become a legendary mid-tier holy speech knight. As soon as he finished speaking, Sentnak immediately unleashed his cutting move. One strike was enough to end the lives of the warriors lying scattered on the ground. Can you see? This is the Sacred Knight's divine technique at its core. You reap what you sow. In front of me, you are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Are you crazy, Nakthan? Even if you really kill us here, we have planted a soul seed so we can come back to life after death. Wait until we get out. You and Chujiao will be finished. Do you think I am a fool or something? How could I possibly give you a chance to come back to life? The system displays information. A soul-destroying barrier that can eliminate the soul of the dead. A massive barrier appears, encompassing everything, as his terrifying voice echoes everywhere. Are you scared yet? Are you trembling yet? You will all die immediately. Nakthan licks his lips and looks at the three women with a mocking tone. There are also you guys. Before killing you, I want to have a little fun first. Mkangu asked coldly, relying only on himself, holding the scythe in his hand as he calmly moved forward. Nakthan laughed mockingly. Are you crazy, Maknu? A mage like you wants to fight me with weapons? I originally planned to save you for last and kill you, but now I've changed my mind. Kill. A sword strike was made, but nothing happened. The protective circle was only lightly scratched, and the system displayed a notification. Passive movement damage. Comprehensive passive link. He stared in horror. What is going on? I missed my mark earlier. How could he be completely unscathed? Music Saint Crazy Tai kept attacking, using the cross slash, but none of his strikes touched Mo Yu, and the power from his sword only managed to tear a few pieces of cloth from his body. His eyes nearly bulging out, he shouted in fear, "What the hell is that?" Then Music Saint raised his sword high and shouted, "Holy fire ring." The power from the sword destroys the entire forest, and the warriors outside can't help but feel scared. Hurry and take a healing potion. Can General Lin Shen withstand this? Amidst the sea of flames, a lone figure appears proudly. Maknu remains unharmed despite his countless attacks. Master Music shouted in horror, "How can this be? What exactly are you?" He kept asking in fear, "You didn't eat the fruit." "That's not right. You did eat it. Otherwise, you would definitely reveal those damn skulls. How can you still look down on my halo after eating the fruit? Why? Without a skull legion, I can still kill you." Nakthan, unable to accept the truth, loudly retorted arrogantly, "What does a mage like you have to fight me as a knight? If your skills can't hurt me, then I will personally take your head." He gripped his sword tightly and shouted, "Die!" A strike from Nakthan hits the scythe directly, as Makangu coldly charges forward. Nakthan grits his teeth in horror. What? Why is his close combat technique on me? Clearly, he's a mage. The warriors outside cheer loudly. "Come on, Lord Lin Shen, you must kill this bastard." Mimi secretly thought that luckily the master foresaw this and trained me in the divine tower. After eating the initial fruit, my Fordui attribute finally reached 10,000 points. It's not high, but it's enough. Saint Music tightly pressed his foot to the ground, stepping back with a wicked smile in his eyes, thinking to himself that although he was at a disadvantage, one thing was certain. He had truly been affected, and his attribute is now higher than mine. Saint Music stood up, raised his sword high, and shouted loudly, "Holy destruction." Sword. Slash, a large pillar of fire appears, and the system displays the information. Holy destruction. Sword slash. Are the warrior guys worried and scared that General Lam can withstand this attack or not? He is also sealed with an attribute. His face distorted, his mouth wide like a trough as he growled. Die. A giant sword is rushing towards Maknu. A big explosion occurred. Music Saint chuckles happily, confirming that this time he's probably dead, right? Suddenly, Duong Maknu appears out of nowhere, holding a sickle and stepping forward to counter. The one who died was you. As soon as he finished speaking, a slash split his body in two. Nachthan stared in shock, stammering at the wound. This can't be happening. He pursed his lips and spoke. The weapon the boss dropped earlier can also be used. As soon as he finished speaking, Than's eyes rolled back, and he spat out a mouthful of red liquid. A sword pierced straight into his stomach. Nathan coughed up blood and sputtered, as his entire body was gradually pierced and disintegrated by countless swords. Nathan's eyes widened in fear, stammering, "No, you can't kill me." He begged in pain, "Please don't kill me, Manhwa. I beg you don't kill me. I still don't want to die. I still have use. I can tell you the secret news about the Baima Society." Manhwa replied coldly. "You're just a dog of the Baima Society. What secret information could you possibly know?" As soon as he finished speaking, a sword pierced through and ended his life. The ice circle shattered and the warriors were stunned and overjoyed. They surrounded you with genuine gratitude, thanking General Lam for saving them. General Lam is truly powerful. Even without skills and with his attributes sealed, he still managed to kill that beast. "That's right, otherwise I would have definitely died," Manhwa said with a faint smile. "There's no need to be polite since we're all of the same race." They happily replied, "Lam Thon Tuong, don't worry. Once we get out, we will make sure the Chu family doesn't have a peaceful life." After settling everything, he gradually headed back to the meeting point. Ma Han chuckled proudly and said, "Little Yu, you're very impressive now. In the future, I won't know whether to call you Little Yu or General Lam anymore." Mo Nyu scratched her head shyly and said, "Sister, please don't tease me like that." The four of them gradually moved away from the forest, stopping in front of a rickety suspension bridge, shrouded in thick fog. Lam Maham turned to remind everyone that crossing this bridge would start the second phase of the trial. "From here on, we will split up, each fighting on our own, and how far we can go depends on ourselves. Keep going. You volunteer to move forward, hands casually in your pockets." "Then I will go ahead." Manhwa's figure gradually disappeared. Next, Mohan follows behind, with Mo Van in the middle and Yi at the corpse of Nathan. A root sprouts from somewhere, wrapping around his injured body and carrying away the body of Nakthan. Thick dust and smoke billow up as the crack between the two sides gradually closes. The scene shifts to Manhwa's location, where he stops in front of a place with a sword embedded in the ground. The system displays information about low-level stone tablet skills. Manhwa slowly approaches, his eyes fixed on the symbols on the stone tablet, and the basic wind-cutting sword skill can cut through grandeur. Suddenly a light burst out and Manhwa exclaimed in surprise, "The patterns are moving? Is this stage of the trial the skill I need to learn?" He frowned and looked behind, where stone steles with different symbols had sprouted from the ground. The system displayed the cutting wind skill, the cutting wood skill, and the cutting stone skill in sequence. Mo Yue was surprised and spoke here, offering himself 3 options, distinguishing 3 routes corresponding to flexibility, technique, and strength. He sat down in front of a stone stele with a sickle symbol and muttered, "Even though I am a mage, I do have some experience in the Divine Tower, so learning swordsmanship probably won't be difficult." After a while, someone else also arrived at this place. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, why is it swordsmanship? I'm a mage." Li Fong couldn't help but whisper in fear, what could be going on? Could it be because I accidentally crushed an animal? Dust and smoke billowed as someone grumbled angrily, "Damn it, how am I supposed to learn like this?" Mo Nangu calmly stood up and muttered, "I've already learned the wind slash. Now let's see what this trial is really about." He drew the sword from the ground, his body vanishing into a mysterious surge of power, and a strong, mysterious figure appeared from the smoke. Manhwa held the sword in his hand and realized that they were meant to rely on learned skills to defeat the puppet. Suddenly, the puppet in front of him moved swiftly, catching him off guard. Its speed must mean its attribute sensitivity exceeds 1,500 points. Manhwa regained his composure and chuckled, saying, "I see. The second stage is to have us defeat the puppet only through swordsmanship, while our skills and attributes are sealed." He clenched the hilt of his sword tightly, voice tense. "Therefore, the more fruit this person eats, the higher their attributes will be. Dealing with this puppet will become easier because its attributes are not high, similar to others." Suddenly, he let go of his sword and was about to fall to the ground, muttering, "But I used a seed fruit, and all attributes are 10,000 points." Manhwa caught the sword, and the system displayed the information. Slash wind, you decisively strike forward. Mo Yu stabs the sword into the ground, the puppet is defeated, and you mockingly comment that it's simple, with the system reporting an attribute of 4 Dewey Kong 500. In another training area, a warrior is being attacked by a puppet. The puppet slashes its claws at the trainee. Lam Monu moves to another place, suspiciously asking, "Is this the third stage?" The system asked, "Have you forgotten the cutting wind skill?" He rubbed his forehead and replied, "So that's how it is. The skills learned in the previous stage may have been forgotten. No wonder Director Mack said that those who reached the third stage wouldn't remember what happened before. In my mind, the stone tablets of the missile, wind ring, ice arrow, and snowball skills appeared one after another. Mckengu chuckled softly, surprised that they were all elemental skills. This time, I'm the one who's the expert in countering. After a while, the puppet was destroyed again. His gentle voice echoed, resolved. Mckengu confidently spoke, then entered the fourth stage, with the system displaying a notification that the 4-Dui attribute had increased by 1,000. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the door to the tomb shattered, knocking Liet Fong out. An old man ran over and asked Han, "Feng Ni, are you okay?" He wondered in surprise. "I was eliminated." Liet Fong looked up at the elder and said, "Grandpa, something's happened to the Earth Temple." Tin Ha and Tai Nian tilted their heads in confusion, and he sat up, fearfully announcing, "Master Chu's music joined the White Demon sect, becoming a pawn of theirs. He won't take the fruit, waiting for us to eat the fruit, so that our attributes and skills are sealed. He wants to kill us and even uses the soul-destroying barrier to prevent us from reviving through the soul seal," Tai Nian said in shock. What did you just say?" The other person hurriedly advised, "Nin Lao, don't rush, we've just heard from Fong Ni. Liet Fong reported that Nathan wants to kill us, but luckily Lam Than arrived in time and killed Nathan in retaliation, otherwise none of us would have survived to get out." Tai Nian's face darkened after hearing this, and the atmosphere around him grew tense. The Chu family is bold. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tin Ha couldn't hold back and spoke up. "Daring to kill the human genius in my sacred ground, Chu family really has no sense of shame." The other elders were shocked, the Chu family members were guilty, and they had already retreated. He assured everyone that they wouldn't escape, and that after the trial at the ancestral ground, he would come after them. The people below are discussing excitedly, Chu family really must have eaten a bear's gall, collaborating with the Bai Ma Society to kill people in the sacred ground of the academy. This time, Chu family is doomed. Someone at the dungeon gate steps out to sigh, "We're eliminated." Tin Ha frowned and looked at the number of people. About 20 people. So now there are only 10 people left in the dungeon. At Macnu's instance, he is standing in front of 2 stone steles with border designs that resemble bows. He immediately realized this time it was a skill with a bow and arrow. Just then, a series of beams of light pierced through the bodies of the NPC group in the dungeon. At the same time, Mongu received a 1500 boost to his thinking attribute. Suddenly, beams of light shone before his eyes, and he suspiciously exclaimed, "Is this light?" Seeing that Baishan had mentioned before that the Creation Academy has a very important light for him, it seems to be that one. Previously, since sensing the power of creation, could this light be the light of life? Forget guessing. Just keep going, and the answer will automatically be revealed. Suddenly, the scene changed before his eyes, and Monengu was surprised, noticing only one change. The micro-light healing skill, a basic healing ability that can restore vitality to a target. Mckengu wasn't too surprised. It seems my guess was correct. The Trial of the Earth Foundation group is not just 4 stages. Each time you reach a platform, you'll face increasingly difficult skills and puppets with higher attributes. The difficulty of the challenge will keep rising. For us, whose attribute skills are sealed, this is not only a test of comprehension, but also a test of combat ability. Behind Monengu, fierce gusts of wind began to blow. Macnu lunging forward with a sickle. This time he will use its life-sustaining skill to test his mental strength. First, he activates his healing ability, with green energy enveloping the puppet's entire body. I and Macvan leave the dungeon together. Macvan politely bows to Tai Nian. "Hello, Senior Nin." He quickly asked, "How do you feel now?" She reported that my strength, agility, and spirit have all increased by 3,000 points, and my physicality by 7,000 points. Tai Nian let out a sigh of relief. And based on past experience, this harvest is already very good. Tin Ha worriedly exclaimed, only 2 sisters remaining after 27 people were killed. Inside the dungeon, Monu's mental attribute has increased by 300. I can't quite tell which level of platform this is, but I know that I'm getting closer to that light, and within the glow, I feel truly warm. This dazzling light that makes Macnu almost unable to bear and has to cover her eyes, while the fog before her thickens, then gradually disperses, leaving behind a faint mysterious green glow. Suddenly a male spirit appeared and said, "Wait a moment. There's still someone who hasn't arrived yet." Mckengu was stunned as he looked at the person, noticing that it was the life core at the center of the opponent. Mahan leisurely stepped out, stretched, and said, "As expected, the little spirit is still faster than you." She handed the item to the lifelight, which is the thing she saw, and told me to give it to you. The matter that your master agreed upon with you has been completed. I hope you can also keep your promise. The life essence of light uses healing rays to envelop Makhan's entire body. She is gradually transforming. When she succeeds, Makhan sincerely says, "Thank you." He continued, "My deal with that person is done. Now it's your turn to test your compatibility, and there is only one reward for both of you." Makangu immediately refuses, "No need." Makhan also speaks up, saying, "I don't need it. Just take me outside. This opportunity will be kept for her." He asked in confusion, "What do you mean, sister?" She handed it over to Makangu. "Silly little brother, this opportunity is even more important for you." For Sister Tam Chuyen, it was very normal, and she had already obtained what she needed. While you still refuse to call her, the lifelight speaks up. She's not lying to you. She's already taken something better. Before saying goodbye, Mahan advised, "Xiaoyu, don't worry. I will find my own path. I didn't mean to give way to you. Lying to you is like a puppy." The luminous life announces her departure. She has given up the reward. Now you are the only master. Please follow me. Monu quietly followed him into the forest. Ting Kuang just walked and briefly explained the item you used, and you were able to survive all the trials. For over 1,000 years, you have been the most qualified person I have ever met to obtain it. No one else. The dazzling light shone down on you. Tin Kuang, standing to the side, bowed his head and said, "This is what you need. But whether you can get it depends on your luck." Magungu silently thought that both her attribute seals and skills had been removed, and all the attribute points gained from the electric nest had been added to her innate mental attributes. The system notified her that her mental attributes increased by 16,000 and her vitality by 30%. The staff also began to absorb energy, gradually drawing in the power from the primordial fruit. The crystal core on the forehead begins to crack and shatter, with the fragments being absorbed by the staff as it continues to absorb power. A moment later, a notification appeared. The bright Genesis staff with a damaged core, a mythic-level weapon with all attributes, $400,000 at level 90 can be used. The life light can perform a full recovery on the target, while the destruction light can deliver a critical hit to the target. The purple light from the staff shone on the face of the man in robes. He took it in his hand, inspecting and evaluating it. It was no longer a fake core, but had become a damaged core. This proves that my guess was correct. The World Lightstone is indeed related to the Light Scepter. If I can restore the core, it will recover and become a true mythic-level weapon. Seeing Tin Kuang suddenly bow and kneel, he was surprised and asked, "What's wrong with you?" He respectfully replied, "Little servant greets the master. You own the Bright Birth Scepter and are the master of the servant." Makangu asked, "Do you know about the sacred scepter of creation?" Tin Kuang admitted, "Yes, master. I have always been searching for the air of light until I met you. You possess the sacred scepter of creation and can become the god of life for the next cycle." Makangu hesitated for a moment, but as a human, she never thought about becoming a god of life. After the exchange, she left the instance. I was the first to notice and happily turned around, then hurriedly ran toward McNew, greeting him with a hug. Tai Nian anxiously asked, "Hey kid, how's it going? Did you get that thing? You can consider it as obtained." Each mental attribute increased by 12,000 points, and vitality rose by 30%. Wai Vian was very pleased. This young man's attributes could probably double those of peers with the same profession. Kwang Sin then asked, "Little lamb, what are your specific attributes now?" The information panel shows your full details. Name, Lam McNew, the only Death Spirit Sovereign class, level 450%, strength 40.55, physique 40.55, agility 40.55, spirit 83.110. This information shocks Kwangsin. Oh my god, the level 45 mid-tier legendary profession. With total attributes just over 80,000, and I am 10 times higher than them. Are your strength and agility attributes higher than those of warriors and assassins, so are you still a mage? Luckily, I wasn't born in the same era as you. Yivian was eager to speak up, saying, "You little brat. I've been waiting for you to reach the divine level so we can go into the deep abyss together and find those little punks to vent our anger." Makangu, of course, agreed immediately. And Van was worried, but the Chu family has been increasingly active lately with the Bai Mahoi. They believe that immersing themselves in the power of various factions leaves no room for mistakes. It's time to deal with the big fish that have jumped out. A familiar beeping sound rang out from his wrist. Shuhan smiled and asked, "Lam Jr., do you have time?" Yivian looked as if he saw through the mortal world and chuckled with amusement, saying, "This little brat's luck isn't bad. All right, go do your work. I also have my own things to attend to." He reminded him, "Come on, Lao Man, give me the list." Looking at the list in his hand, Yi Yuan's expression became serious and focused. All right, and Van reminded, "Let's go. It's been a while since the last fight. Now's the time to warm up. They moved to the ninth fortress to destroy Van's demon tower that had escorted them here. The entire sky darkened as they appeared, and the divine tower gradually descended onto this land. Why are you going crazy, Yvian? Yvian Anvan? What are you all doing bringing the divine tower to the ninth fortress? Yvian asked with a frown of displeasure. What's wrong? I haven't been to the ninth fortress for a long time. You all don't know what I came for, do you? And Toan continued. Whoever I call by name, hand them over to me. Ha. The track, the 4-star divine mage at level 93, asked nervously. Are you saying that our ninth fortress has a traitor among the human race? But Yi Yuan, do you have any proof? Just relying on the paper in your hands, Yen Vian arrogantly denies them the chance. My words are the evidence. Now that I want to kill someone, let's see if you dare to stop me. None of the three dared to make a move. Suddenly, a dark energy enveloped the entire fortress. Deep Hao, a level 95 5-star divine general, appeared and said, Why get so angry, Bak Than? If you are here, you must have all the evidence now. Just attack. Even was surprised and said to Elder Deep, You wouldn't be here at level 9. He replied, Bak Than has probably done a thorough investigation. That must be correct, please. After that, Y Vian immediately launched an attack, his power forming blazing sword rays that gathered into the number 9. Fireballs accumulated step by step, closing in on the structure here. The others were stunned and panicked by Yvin's heat and devastating attack, all overwhelmed by a blazing palm strike from him. A desperate scream echoes throughout the city as a final palm strike is launched at the opponent. Yi Wen wipes his dirtied hands with a cloth and says, The traitors on the list have already been punished. Next stop, the 8th Index City. And Wensu remembered, that's right, Elder Deep, doesn't the Demon Suppression Tower still lack an owner? Hotrak's group was stunned speechless after hearing this. He asked seriously, What does Anthan mean by this? He replied, Nothing. Just protecting the demon-slaying tower. Its owner will arrive soon. This left the others utterly confused. What was he trying to say? Could the person he's talking about be Makngu? Old Deep? Deep Hao fully accepts. Young General Lam Than is a talented youth, and if he can seize the Demon Suppression Tower, it would certainly be a good thing. After all these years, I still haven't been able to do it. In the end, I just needed one more step, but if he can do it, then let him do it. Remember, no matter how much we fight, it's all for the sake of humanity. The head of the Chu family, Qin Thien, watched quietly from afar, sensing that something major was about to happen. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed to Tai Hien, respectfully saluted, and asked, Old Nin, may I ask what crime my Chu family has committed? He threw a notebook into Qin Thien's hands. Chulao, take a look for yourself. Inside the notebook, each item is listed in detail. He frowned, veins bulging with anger. How can that be logical? How can that be logical? Tai Hien easily realized that even you have been deceived. You have dedicated yourself to the country and expanded the Chu family to its current scale. Yet now, Qin Thien hastily confesses, Junior, you are incompetent. Elder Nin, leave this matter to me. I will definitely give you a proper explanation. Tai Hien also won't make things difficult anymore. That's for the best. I believe old Chu will handle this well. Magangu went to Thuhan's place to ask about something. Senior sister, is there something you want to talk to me about? She hurriedly begged for help. Junior brother Lam wants to ask you for a favor. Just get straight to the point. If there's something you want to say, just say it. Shuhan gently replied, Follow me. She led Moyu to a shop, then opened the door and stepped inside. A faint, unpleasant scent wafted over, making Moyu alert to this familiar smell. Shuhan spoke. Lam Hokdae might have already guessed, right? You're curious why there's the smell of Houthi here. Fang Jiao steps out and greets. Lam Than Tuong, we meet again. Does Lord Lam still remember I once asked you to help eliminate the zombie poison? She introduces the person lying weakly on the bed. This is my mother, since I was very young. She was poisoned by the toxic curse because she was guarding the seal of the rotten spirit realm and still cannot be cured. Makengu has no solution, I agree, but I currently lack the ability to save her. Shuhan hurriedly replied, Lam Hokdae, you misunderstood. We just wanted Lam Hokdae to help out. She called Grandpa Lam Than Tong over. He replied calmly, They're here. They're here. A divine-grade pharmacist. Shu Ping clings to the banister, descending the stairs step by step. You are surprised, yet it is a divine-grade pharmacist. Mac politely greets the pharmacist god. He politely replied, Don't call me medicine god. What does an old man like me deserve with that title? I heard that your summoning item can dispel the evil corpse poison, and I happen to have a skill that can analyze others. General Lam, could you help me analyze your summoning item a bit and find out where the source of the zombie poison is? Makngu easily summons it without any problem. Seeing the summoned creature behind him appear full of energy, Thu Han stared in shock. Even he has to admit that the summoning object is truly powerful. Thu Han begins his analysis. A faint glow enveloped the summoned creature, and the old man began to struggle, beads of sweat pouring down. "Miss Jiao, what's the situation? Can you analyze it?" The old man exclaimed in shock. "This skill is extremely unique yet impossible to analyze. It's the first time I've encountered such a technique. Even divine-level beings cannot analyze it. Huang Jiang he vai thi kang thang, what should we do now?" Mengnu felt a bit guilty, although he really wanted to help her. His current rank still couldn't do it for now. "Sorry, please tell Elder Pharmacist if there's nothing else. I must take my leave now." Shu Ping politely replied, today really was a bother for General Lam Than. Han Ni saw him off on behalf of his grandfather. "Master Duok Than, is it really impossible for my mother to be saved anymore?" The old man is also at a loss. The poison is the most bizarre poison I have ever encountered in my life. So far, the only way to dispel it is through Lam Than Tuong's summoning artifact. Otherwise, there is no other solution. Fuang Jiao couldn't accept it for a moment. Is there really no other way? Thubin couldn't bear to add salt to her wounds and her pain, perhaps only waiting for Lam Than Tuong to break through to the divine level, but with his level-up speed, it won't take long. It's getting dark outside. Shu Han feels guilty. "Sorry, Brother Lamhawk, thank you for running the errand. You can answer comfortably, there's nothing." Mengnu didn't forget her promise. "Wait until I have the ability, I will save her mother. I need to go level up first. Move to the dungeon hall." Makningu's purpose for coming here is because you know about the existence of the Highland Beast God. I am at level 40 to 50 and leveling up quickly, so I will clear level 50 first. When you enter the dungeon, many people are quietly watching. A group of people in black masks speaks up. "Confirmed, Lin Moga has entered, right?" they replied. "Confirmed, attack now." They are very confident in taking out the essence cores. Bai Shen and An Shen are not in the academy. They are still slaughtering our people, but at the same time, it's also our chance. As long as we can kill Mogu here, we won't suffer a loss. The spirit core absorbs the murderous aura and then shoots straight into the dungeon where Mo Yu just entered. The number of people in that group is growing, and someone exclaims in surprise, "What's going on? Why is there the aura of the Dark Abyss Demon?" No, it's the Demon Stone of the Dark Abyss Demon. Those people are from the Demonic Worship Society. They want to deal with General Lin, and everyone else is panicking. Something big is happening. Quickly inform the master. "What are you afraid of?" The spirit core is in his hand, and he casually crushes it into dust, a dark aura spreading everywhere. His expression turned fierce. "Isn't it just that Mo Yu is about to die? Why are you all so tense? Once he's dead, the Hokkien Academy will surely be heartbroken. Does anyone realize or not, he is a member of the White Demon Society. He is maintaining the spirit core to emit energy in front of the copy portal. A purple shield covers the entire city." Someone angrily shouts, "How dare you come to my Hajing Academy and act so arrogantly, you're courting death." Inside, Mo Yu recognizes something. The dark aura of the abyssal flame is seeping in. He cautiously realizes it is the flame of the deep abyss, even though the copy has the flame of the deep abyss appearing again. The Bai Ma Society then appeared, their faces grim and crazed as if they had lost their minds. He nervously realized that these people were students from the academy. No, they were members of the Bai Ma Society, here to kill him. The Bai Ma Society immediately acted, first surrounding Makningu in the center, with dark auras enveloping the dungeon. The great formation prepared for Makningu was activated, along with the raging flames of Ma Uyen pouring down, as they shouted, "Burn my body, sacrifice my soul." The summoning demon king descends. A deafening roar echoes through the sky. "Burn my body, sacrifice my soul." The summoning demon king descends. The entire space is covered with the flames of the demon abyss, and only the repeated shouts echo like a machine. One of them looks crazed, and the great formation unleashes even more terrifying power, as if to swallow Makningu. Even the mountain ranges, the branches and the grass in the instance are covered by the aura of the demon abyss. Suddenly, two blazing red spots appear amidst the thick purple mist. That bright spot is growing larger. I see they planned this carefully, waiting for me to enter the dungeon so they could kill me. Are they trying to catch all the fish in one net? Looking at the core in his hand, Mo Nu felt regretful. All his teleportation tools had become useless. Only the Deep Abyss teleportation stone still functional. Suddenly, a claw tore through the dark mist, and the massive body of the opponent, taller than a small mountain, appeared, making Monungu look tiny in comparison. The opponent is the Flame Demon King. His hoarse laughter echoes. "Makungu, this time you won't be able to escape anymore." "Light Diem, is that you? You stand in front of the giant monster, your eyes fixed on it." That's not right. Although the clone is much stronger than Manbull Demon King, it doesn't have divine-level breath. Realizing something, Mongju sneered and said, Liet Diem. It's because the sacrifice power isn't enough and is being suppressed by the dungeon rules. Your body seems to have a weakness. It's only now that it slowly, gradually raises its deep, resonant voice with a surprisingly sensitive sense. You've already seen through all of this, so what does it matter? Even if my body cannot unleash even a fraction of my strength, killing you would be a waste of effort, Makangu said softly, with a tone of disdain. Do you really think that? Where are those deathly aura beams coming from that are gathering on the ground? A second later, from that place of deathly aura, a monster emerged, a level 46 wild beast from the highland. It bared its sharp teeth and howled. Makangu jumps off the ground and looks around. You can't kill me here. Which place should I choose? I have to pick the Divine Beast Plateau. Everywhere here is my weapon. You should transform your wings and fly away. Liet Diem immediately chased after him. Keep dreaming if you want to run away. It grows even more excited and grins triumphantly. Don't bother dreaming anymore, you won't escape. I will burn you to ashes so there's nothing left. At that moment, an enormous eye appeared before Liet Diem, causing it to freeze. From that eye, countless explosive particles shot out directly at Liet Diem. On Maknu's side, he dodged skillfully at the fastest speed possible, easily passing through the rain of explosions from earlier. He frowned and silently calculated in his mind, to kill Liet Diem, he must rely on these two types of skills, the cracked corpse technique and the reinforced soldier. I must find an opportunity for a decisive strike and cannot give it a chance to react. You transform into a large spear and grip it tightly, while the Drycore goes to drag the monster. I will hold it off with all my might. Maknagu stops and releases spiritual power to summon the king of the devouring soul insects. He shouted loudly to give the order and then charged forward. It roared loudly in front of Liet Diem. Seeing the appearance of the king of the devouring insects, Liet Diem stopped, but then it gathered firepower in its hand. Where did this little insect come from? The two sides start fighting. The king of soul-eating bugs easily dodged Liet Diem's attack. Truly troublesome. Before long, it was caught in Liet Diem's flames and was instantly burned to ashes. Maknu anxiously glanced back, though the strength of the Beast Soul King was already somewhat insufficient. It surprisingly only bought a little more time, and she wondered how long the earth-shaking dragon god could hold out. A second later, a giant centipede appeared, blocking Liet Diem. Liet Diem roared in fury. This little brat's tricks are not few. While distracted, the earthquake dragon god swung its tail powerfully, hitting Liet Diem hard in the stomach. Suddenly, half of the earth-shaking long god's body was cut open, and Liet Diem only needed one move to easily defeat his opponent. The massive body of the earth-shaking long god fell heavily to the ground, splitting into two halves, while the giant eye in the sky continued its attack. It fired a barrage of beams that struck the ground, smoke and dust billowing everywhere, but Liet Diem dodged and took off after McHugh, a thrilled smile on its face. What's wrong? Can't fly anymore? You really surprised me. Your level not only includes the ability to fly, but also to summon so many spirits. It sneers maliciously, beginning to gather fiery energy. How can I possibly let you go now? It let out a scream, and immediately released its aura. The longer you stay alive in this world, the more disadvantageous it will be for my abyss. I must eliminate you soon. Mogu kogyu kuang, kachtrong long tam kamten, mavuang kuang, hodan, lamavuang, kong nangoden ngay kafe, hontrong swang vadadiag zuklong, tandiu kong, tekio de bao lao toigian. Dorten hien mat kaumulon, dong tunu ko dartle, mo chuang, qualit dim da kong bat ngokien ko kong fongbi. Is this the power of the Demon King? Liet Diem continued to summon the beams of light piercing down where Makngu had just fallen. Finally, they stopped, dying out. In the next instant, the beams kept falling non-stop. Suddenly, from the wreckage, a series of iron chains shot out and flew straight at Liet Diem. The chains tightly wrapped around its body, carrying a curse of weakening. Each stream of icy cold air from the chains suppresses Liet Diem. It screams and struggles. I will cut you into 100 pieces. It summons many strange eyes behind its back. This time, the number of beams it fires is 3 times more than before. Makengu struggles to get up and dodges the incoming beams. A beam of light grazed past his face, leaving a scar. Makngu immediately activated his bone armor to cover himself. He unleashes a jade blue soul flame that rushes forward to engulf Liet Diem's head. It roars and thrashes uncontrollably, a stream of corrosive blood flowing from Liet Diem's eye socket. As expected, your speed has increased too quickly. If you continue to grow, you will surely become a major enemy of my dark abyss. On the other side, the Dry Corps soldiers are fiercely fighting the forest monsters, one by one falling to the ground. The time is probably almost up. Then the Dry Corps soldiers pick up the forest monsters' bodies and carry them on their shoulders. The armies probably have gathered enough essence. As soon as he saw the returning army of dry corpses, Mo Yu took to the air to continue fighting. The opportunity has arrived. The army led by the rushed forward, raising the hammer in their hands to create a barrier. That barrier moves to enclose the entire army. Litdim narrows her eyes with a look of disdain. Are you summoning a creature to seek death? A series of beams of light fall from the sky, causing multiple explosions. The beams hit the dry corpses, shattering their bodies. 22 Dry Corps soldiers were destroyed, some others were thrown back by the explosion, and 60 soldiers were seriously wounded. Immediately, the healing squad rushed over, raising their staffs high. The injured dry soldiers immediately recover their bodies as before. Liat Diem was not too concerned. He only sneered and said, "Even with healing skills, how long can your summoning creature endure?" As soon as it finished speaking, a monster corpse immediately flew in front of it. The corpse emitted strange flashes before exploding. The sudden explosion caught Liat Diem off guard, and dust clouds obscured everyone's view. Liat Diem brushed off the dust, which immediately dispersed, and frowned. "It's too weak. So your skill is nothing more than this. I was too cautious." A few seconds later, the dry soldiers continued to throw monster corpses at it. The corpses kept exploding to attack Liat Diem, but it seemed nothing could harm it. It roared in anger. Blood lava flowed more and more from its eye sockets, and the flames on its body burned even fiercer. "Damn bugs, prepare to face your death." Lam Mayu roared loudly, and the flames on his body seemed to be unleashed. A series of dry corpses were engulfed by the flames and burned to ashes. Their bodies were instantly incinerated. 56 Dry Corps soldiers have been eliminated. Mo Yue hurriedly reaches out to recall the summoned creature and returns to the battlefield. "My soldier, look at the remaining Dry Lich soldiers and carefully calculate. There's only one chance, so I must strike them down in one blow." Momo clenched his fist and a blazing red seal appeared on the back of his hand, activating the battle strength skill for 30 seconds. During this time, himself and his summoned units all received a base attribute increase of over 200%, with damage from all attacks amplified by an additional 500%, and a 1-hour cooldown. The soldiers still fighting outside the battle gained a surge of power. All attributes increased by 200%. A pile of monster corpses once again collapse onto Liat Diem. Those corpses cover it completely and then explode. Liat Diem grits his teeth, eyes full of provocation. "This little damage won't kill me? What kind of skill is that?" "Why does it hurt like this?" Mo Yue calmly interrupted. "Of course I knew I wouldn't be willing to let you die. It was surprised by your words." Makangu rushed in front of it, clenched his fist to strengthen his attack, which was his real deadly move. Recently, his strength had increased more than just a little. "You scream and unleash your soul fire. 30 seconds to kill you." The soul flame from your hand envelops Liam Diem's entire body, burning him with pain as he screams. It fell hard to the ground, thrashing wildly. "What is this skill of yours? Why does it hurt so much?" Macnu quickly flies towards Liat Diem with limited time. "I must make the most of every second." Liat Diem's swarm of demon eyes reappeared in a flock, controlling them to attack Macnu and hinder his progress. Macnu continued to spread his wings and fly through the layers of the demon eye beams. His eyes filled with determination, sweat pouring down like rain. Manu spread his wings and soared high, looking at the explosion in front of him. Then he decided to use the bone armor first to weaken your healing ability. After finishing, Meangu immediately releases the deadly toxin from his testicles. Inside the mountain cliff, Liat Diem looks at the dark green bone poison surrounding him and shouts, "You actually have poison skills too, you damn insects." Immediately after, the dry corpses stood on the cliff while Duong Kung shot arrows downward. Liat Diem looked up from the bottom of the canyon and shouted at Macnu above, "Kid, you've completely angered me." The dry corpse soldiers keep rushing towards him, and Mo Yu turns around and shouts, 15 seconds left. These dry corpse soldiers are my real killing move." Liat Diem stands up from inside the mountain cliff, looking down from above, shouting, "These troublesome insects again. These dry corpses have always been draining my power." Then he clenches his fiery fist and strikes the ground with a powerful punch. The dry soldier raises his sword and swiftly slashes down with a loud notification sound, unleashing a fierce attack that deals 500% of his own power to the target. The cooldown is 10 minutes, with multiple sword energies striking Liat Diem simultaneously. Seizing the opportunity, all the skeleton warriors quickly rushed towards him to attack. Immediately after, Liat Diem unleashed streams of shining energy that swept across them. "Get out of here." The dry soldier clenched his weapon tightly and used the Legion of Healing spell. We absolutely cannot let the dry corpses die here, or everything will be lost. The dry soldiers inside the poisonous bone curtain slowly stand up again, then raise their weapons high and strike fiercely. A greenish mist covers the entire mountain wall. Liet Diem remains motionless. Mak Ngu is startled, eyes wide as he stares intensely at the mountain wall. Then suddenly a powerful explosion erupts, and fierce flames blast all the dry soldiers outwards. From beneath the ground, lava with black smoke erupts instantly outward. Momak remains still, gazing in that direction thoughtfully, with no reaction of experience value. He is still alive. Suddenly, from the misty bones beside you, a small sound was heard. The misty bones disappeared, and you saw the figure opposite you with a sigh, saying, "So this is your true form." Liet Diem, your current appearance is truly too ugly. Liet Diem roared in anger. Lam Mkngu, go to hell. Next, flames of scorching fire completely enveloped his body from within. Mknu was startled, his face full of panic as he shouted, "Not good!" You immediately raised both hands to block in front of you, trying to withstand the fierce flames rushing toward you. Mkngu clenched his eyes shut, angrily muttering, "Damn demon! Finally using this move, maybe my entire connection can hold out." The flames gradually fade away, leaving only rising smoke, and an unbelievable voice echoes, "Why are you still alive?" Mak Ngu, covered in dust, looked up and told Liet Diem you should leave now. His eyes filled with unwillingness as he shouted, "No, Lam Mak Ngu, I curse you with the soul of this clone, cursing you to never level up, your original curse skill sealed away." The curse of Liet Diem transforms into dark streams rushing toward you. This is a divine-level curse. No one can lift it for you. Even if I can't kill you, I will destroy you. In your future life, you will always remember the gratitude of this king. Those dark auras charged at Mknu but were repelled. He bowed his head, feeling the dark energies gradually fade away. Mknu entered an immune state, calmly thinking, "Too bad, Liet Diem. I can resist any curse." From within the dense bones, a system screen appeared, killing the soul clone of the demon king Liet Diem. Experience +900 million, +1 military badge for the general spirit. Mknu's entire body was enveloped by a golden light, and his level continued to rise. After a moment, he opened his eyes wide with a bright smile and exclaimed, "I didn't expect Liet Diem to come and give me experience so I could level up directly to 48. Immediately, Mknu's entire body was enveloped by a teleporting white light. He stared wide-eyed in amazement at the scene before him. Inside the academy, everything had been turned into a pile of debris, with rocks scattered everywhere. "What happened? The evil demon has come here." He looked up with an excited face and shouted, "General Lam, the battle is over. The Baima Society infiltrated the academy, and everyone involved has been executed." He stared intently at the guard and reassured him, "There's no need to be tense. Tell me everything that just happened." He nodded slightly and replied softly, "Yes." At the same time, inside the abyssal world, a demon raised its head as fiery rain fell to the ground. It looked startled and horrified, wondering, "Abyssal fire rain? What happened to Lord Liet Diem King?" In the palace, a purple light flashes and flames keep pouring down. He shouted while clutching his head, "You damn insect, I will make sure you die in my hands." Behind, the entire Divine Empire's purification of the demon worshippers lasted over half a month, and in the deepest part of the abyss, a palace shone with dark green light filled with eerie, sinister spirits. "Second Demon, do you know why His Majesty summoned us here?" Second Demon King closed his eyes and speculated that it might be related to the recent actions of the human race, and that the Demon Worship Society of the Divine Empire would be mostly eradicated. Next to Liet Diem, he clenched his teeth tightly without saying a word, while Sword Demon and Bati nearby also bowed their heads in silence. At this moment, a green light flashes and rushes toward the throne. Tamu Yen spreads his wings, stands tall on the platform, and looks down at the Demon Kings below him. The green light gradually faded to reveal his terrifying face. The green demonic aura immediately shot out in all directions around him. Immediately after, Tam Uyen gently sat down on his throne. Then, the Demon Kings here all knelt down simultaneously, shouting loudly to salute the Demon King. Tam Uyen's deep eyes flickered with a strange pink glow as powerful demonic energy swept across the entire hall. His cold voice echoed, summoning the two demons. Her whole body trembles. She lifts her head and looks up to respond. Yes, Tam Yen looks down from above to inquire. Recently, the human race has taken some actions, especially the Empire of the Divine Realm eliminating the Worship Demon Society. What do you think about this? The Demon King immediately bowed his head respectfully in response. This time, Bai Yi Yuan, Man Van, and the God Tower Ha all acted together, catching us off guard and leaving us no time to organize an effective counterattack. Hearing that, he coldly questioned, "So you mean that in the face of the human encirclement, you did nothing?" She, trembling with cold sweat all over, turned to look at him and shouted, "No, your majesty, the Demon King." Bai Yi Yuan and Meng Anwen left the Hajing Academy, and I let the Baima Society take the opportunity to kill Lin Mo Yu, because Liat Diem swore he would definitely kill Lin Mo Yu. So he took on this mission. Liat Diem furrowed his brow, glaring with anger and shouting, "Second demon, you!" Immediately, Tamuyen's voice rang out, startling him, and he quickly bowed his head. Liat Diem immediately bowed his head to the ground and called out, "Your Majesty." Tamuyen asked in a deep voice, "So in the end, did you kill Lam Mo Yu?" "I underestimated the enemy and failed to kill Lam Mak Nu. Please, forgive me, Your Majesty." The demonic energy in the hall surged violently upward. All of that green, demonic energy quickly enveloped Liet Diem's entire body. The other Demon Kings sensed that his body was almost burned away and dared not say a word, bowing their heads to the ground. Tamuyen looked down at them and said, "The losses of the White Demon Society do not concern me. They are just some boring pawns. I have gathered you here for an important task." The other Demon Kings also looked up, listening seriously to Tamuyen's instructions. 1. Prepare for war. Keep at the entrance of the abyss. The Dragon Clan is still unprepared. A great battle is coming. 2. The Earth Knight will appear among humans. I have sensed that disgusting aura. Found him. Kill him. His eyes flashed with a bright red light as he gave the order. Find Lam Maknu and kill him. He must not ascend to the third transformation. Inside the building, Maknu's entire body was teleported here. After the Ma worship ceremony event, he has been on the Sacred Beast Plateau for half a month, and is now level 50. Fang Diao raises a hand to greet. General Lam turned back and said to Bai General, "If that's the case, let's leave here first and not disturb your master and disciple." Hearing that, he glanced behind and replied, "Lord Dongfang, I've understood their intentions, and what happened before doesn't need to be prolonged. Let's not mention it again." The figures of the two of them, Huang Dat, were enveloped in teleportation light, bidding farewell. Evian approached, clapped Luong Maknu hard on the shoulder with a big smile and said, "No wonder you're from the royal family. You're truly wealthy. The materials I've collected over half my life don't compare to what they've gathered in just a moment." And Van beside him also smiled and added, "It shows they came here with sincerity and also value Lam Tiotu." Hearing that, he grinned proudly and said, "Of course, this is my disciple." Mo Yu looked at Yivian with curiosity and asked, "So happy? What exactly did the Dongfang family bring?" He raised a finger and glanced back in response. Not only did he replenish the consumable materials for your second-class change, but even the materials for your third-class change are almost all prepared. I'll store the other items for you for now, but there are some things you can use right now. Then, Yi Yan raised his hand to point at the skill scrolls on the wooden platform, which immediately floated up, emitting a dazzling light and making a ringing sound. "You two are already level 50, so you can awaken a new skill a bit." Mak and Ju immediately reached out to absorb the skill from a scroll, and then a pair of bone wings sprouted from his back. The system screen displays a notification that you have acquired the Spirit Wing skill. The level 1 Spirit Wings allow you and your summoned creatures to gain the ability to fly in 1 second. The higher the skill level, the faster the flight speed and the shorter the cooldown time, which is 1 hour. Evian frowned in surprise upon seeing this, exclaiming about the flight skill. And Van nearby also shouted in amazement, as if it wasn't over yet. Next, the system. Notification immediately sounds in your ears. You check and see that the host has awakened the Spirit Wings, and the system is still optimizing the fusion of the skill for the host. A reminder sound rings out. The skill fusion is complete. Light flashes from the wings behind. You have learned the new skill, Spirit Wing Level 1. You and your summoned creature can fly for 10 seconds. The higher the level of the skill, the faster the flight speed, and the shorter the cooldown time. After an hour, the light blue glow flashes on Mo Yu's back. Then you reach out and take another scroll. Immediately, the system screen pops up a notification that you have gained the Bone Chain skill. From the ground, giant bone spines rise upright, confirming that the host has awakened the skeletal chains. The system is still optimizing the skill fusion for the host. The notification sound keeps ringing as the Curse of Weakness merges with the skill, completing the fusion. Surrounding the wearer, bone spines intertwine as they gain the new skill of the Prison of Bones. Your gaze sharpens as you look at the glowing yellow scroll in your hand. Dark energy on the ground surges toward Mo Yu simultaneously. Gaining the new summoning skill of the Vu Yu element, the black aura immediately rushes toward the undead general. The system displays an explanation. confirming that the host has awakened the Vu element summoning skill, and the system is still optimizing the skill fusion for the host, currently still merging with the undead general summoning skill. Immediately after, his body transformed and a notification appeared on the screen. Gained a new skill, summoning the demon general. Macnu closed his eyes and softly said, "Master Anthan, I will go level up my skill and then come back." He silently calculated in his mind that with his talent boosted tenfold, his fire-breathing skill would be very powerful. Yi Yuan immediately raised his hand to wave back and said, "Hurry up and go, we're all looking forward to your skill's effect." Hearing that, he placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head, and was enveloped by the teleportation light. 6 hours later, Yi Yuan was amazed to see Macnu's figure appear beside him. You turned back to check in and asked, "Did you return? How did it go? Show us a little of what you've achieved." The boy immediately bowed his head in response. "Yes, the screen displays the name Lam Macnu, the only Death Spirit Lord, level 51%, strength 48.55, physique 48.055, agility 48.05, and spirit 103.110. Mangu immediately uses her newly acquired skill to soar into the air with level 50 lightning spirit wings, granting herself and her summoned creatures the ability to fly for 50 seconds with a 10-minute cooldown. Evian glanced over, smiling with admiration. His flying ability is very powerful, even allowing his summoned creatures to temporarily possess flight capabilities. Then, the sharp spikes immediately shot downwards, targeting the 50-level bone prison to restrain the enemy. The bound enemy cannot counterattack and takes 30% more damage for 1 minute, with the duration of the restraint depending on the enemy's level and the number of bindings changing accordingly. Evian immediately reached out and lightly touched the bone spines in front of him, demonstrating his strong control skills. With his tactics, once he seized the enemy, it meant quick destruction. Next, Mo Yu immediately raised one hand to summon, and the system screen appeared. Vu Yu General, Platinum level, level 50, strength $16,000, physique $16,000, agility $16,000, spirit $180,000, Legion enhancement skill level 5, Legion healing level 5, Legion body level 5, Vu Yu level 5, elemental ring which can enhance the elemental rings on all members of the Undead Legion. The elemental light rings have different elements which will produce different effects. Little lamb, try using this summoned item with the skill and see how it works. He immediately raised his staff, emitting a golden halo, and then a notification appeared before him. The blazing halo caused fire damage to enemies within a 10-meter radius. And Van stared intently, eyes wide, shouting that the skill was truly perverse, allowing the Dry Corpse warrior to fight solo with area damage capability. Mac NGU stands still, watching intently as General Vu Yu immediately activates the Holy Light Ring. A message appears indicating that the Holy Light Ring enhances resistance to light elemental damage and increases attack power against dark-type monsters. Makangu raised his hand and said, "Not only the Blazing Light Ring and Holy Light Ring, but Commander Vu Yu also can unleash storms, freeze the Grand Hall, and summon lightning rings." Yivian Ren nodded and stroked his chin in agreement. "That's right. Although this time your dry soldier's main body wasn't strengthened, the presence of Commander Vu Yu also effectively enhances your undead army overall." And Van closed his eyes and softly added, "Even though you're only level 50, your strength is already comparable to a third-tier profession at level 70. If I hadn't seen your growth with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe someone like you exists." Makanju listened, placed his hand on his chest, bowed deeply, and said, "Luckily, thanks to the guidance of the two seniors. Otherwise, I would not have achieved today's success." Vian approached and gave his shoulder a firm pat. "You brat, only because you are strong enough to turn our resources into your own power. Otherwise, useless Chunak Than would have died countless times already." And Wen smiled happily and looked over here to ask, "Do you have any plans for Macnu later?" Mo Yu replied calmly, "I think it's time to return to the ancient training arena." 1 day later, inside the ancient training ground, towering ancient trees covered the entire forest. And then a bright teleportation light shot up. Makangu appears here. He looks ahead in admiration, then turns back to this place. First, he needs to check on his golems. Then, Makangu raises a hand and quickly casts a summoning spell, and the system interface immediately appears. The level 50 platinum-grade Berserk soldier has 105,000 seers in strength, agility, spirit, and physique, with a level 2 Berserk violent attack skill that deals 600% of his own strength as damage to the target. The cooldown time is still 10 minutes, and messages keep appearing one after another. The Grand Archmage skeleton at the Platinum level, level 50, has a strength of 25,000, agility 25,000, Spirit, $150,000. Physique, 25,000 Cs. Elemental explosion skill, causing mixed elemental damage to the target. Then, another notification appears. Platinum level Dryad Archer, level 50, with 75,000 strength, 150,000 agility, 75,000 spirit, 75,000 physique, equipped with a locked soul skill that guarantees a hit with its passive attack. Moyu looked straight ahead with a serious expression and shouted, "That's right, it's much stronger than the last time I came here. Finally, I can wash away this shame." Your skeletal wings emit a strange greenish light as they move toward the center area. Then Ma Yu immediately spreads her wings and flies forward. Suddenly he froze when he saw a powerful explosion erupting underground. Monengu frowned and looked down, wondering, is that Mok Tien Tien's skill? Underneath the ground, Tien Tien gasped for breath, gripping her hammer tightly, blood covering her face as she clenched her teeth and stared at the enemies around her. Tamuyen Sword Demon and Tamuyen Dagger Demon rushed towards Tien Tien, laughing loudly, finally about to destroy these delicious humans. Then, Tamuyen Sword Demon immediately unleashes streams of red light aimed directly at her. Die go to hell. Davu's face is also covered in blood. She grits her teeth and charges forward with her shield. She raised the shield high, blocking in front of Tien Tien La's divine defensive spear. The energy blast immediately struck the shield below, sending dust and smoke into the air. Below, Davu uses all her strength to raise the shield and block all their attacks. She is pushed back by the energy wave. At that moment, Tien Tien rushed forward, raising her hammer to strike Tamuyen Dao, which then flashed with a star, causing her to stagger and stand still. Davu looked up sharply and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about, Tien Tien? If you want to go, we will go together." Tien Tien urged loudly with excitement. "Hurry up, your skills can still control them for a while. If we keep delaying, we will all die here." "Sister Davu, you have to take responsibility for their lives." Hearing this, she closed her eyes, holding back tears, and shouted as she turned around. Then the others bandaged their wounds and could only turn away and leave. Tamuyen Kiem Ma saw this and immediately roared, "You can't run. You are all my prey." Tian Tian instantly raised her hammer, swinging it fiercely at them and shouting as she struck unconscious. She forcefully swung out a stream of blue light to block their path. Tamuyen Kiem Ma frowned and looked over, saying, "If you want to die, I will deal with you first." Tien Tien looked at Tam Yuyen's Sword Demon and Tam Yuyen Axe Demon charging at her, silently thinking she couldn't dodge, and this time she might really die here. Her face was covered in blood and she looked up, wondering how far Sister Davu and the others had run. At this moment, Tien Tien's eyes widened as she saw Mo Yu's figure appear in front of her. She was startled and shouted at the bone spines beside her, "This is the bone armor." Makangu immediately raises one hand to use the skeleton prison spear to test my new skill on you. Tam Yuyen's Sword Demon opens his mouth wide and roars, "A level 50 kid with the ability to fly. So what? Just in time, I can add food for my demon." The bone spines rush forward simultaneously, stabbing straight ahead. They looked around themselves, surrounded by the bone prison, and nervously asked, "What is this? Why can't I move?" General Vu Yu immediately charged forward, swinging his weapon with a sharp blade glowing with a blood-red light. They stared intensely and shouted, "What kind of skill is this? Why can't I move at all?" Then General Vu Yu gently beheaded them. Tien Tien frowned and stared ahead, shouting, "Lam Mo Yu, thank you, you saved my life again." Maknu turned to glance at her and said, "Thank me, then do something real. I'm heading to the central area, come with me." Tien Tien smiled brightly and quickly agreed, "No problem." He looked at her and gently reminded her, "This time it might be more dangerous than before. Aren't you afraid?" Tien Tien smiled, her eyes curling, and replied, "I'm not afraid. With you here, I won't die." Maknu said this and led the way forward. "Then let's go." She quickly follows behind. Tien Tien followed behind him, excitedly chattering. But why did he become so powerful? Those two demons in front of him didn't even try to fight back. Then Mongu kept using the prison bones and General Vu Yu to clear the way. 5 days later, Yu and Tien Tien went together to a cliff filled with dark energy. She was amazed, pointing ahead and shouting, "This is where you died last time. I even made a tombstone for you." Makangu let out a sigh and reminded me, "I am not dead yet. I recall the scene from back then." At that moment, the ancient pterosaur used a nearly black stillstone, almost like a vengeful undead legion of mine. Tian Tian stared wide-eyed in one direction, asking if that was what he meant. Immediately after, a giant phantom of the ancient flying dragon soared through the sky. Maknu clenched his fist tightly, while Tien Tien looked on with full vigilance. The skeleton soldiers appeared, raising their bows and aiming directly at it. The system screen immediately appeared. The ancient flying beast boss, a level 67 lord with 300,000 strength, 1 point per million agility, 200,000 spirit, and 1 million physique, with explosive fire skills, fire immunity, and contempt for defense, was suddenly startled when Manhwa saw it leveling up and shouted. It immediately soared high, unleashing an explosive flame, while Manhwa used his wings to fly up, and above his head it drooped its tail feathers to pierce through the skeleton soldiers. The blue flames quickly engulf all the skeleton soldiers below again, wrapping around his entire body before lifting him up. General Wu Yu quickly raised the flag in his hand and activated the Healing Legion. The Drylong soldiers immediately recovered and charged forward, gripping their axes tightly. A faint blue light flickered on their bodies as they leapt from the ground into the air. Mo Yu also raised her hand to use the skeleton prison spear to attack the ancient pterosaur. The bone spines quickly crossed and shot straight at it, wrapping around its entire body before tightening with force. The dry corpse soldiers below immediately climbed onto the bone spines to attack the Vian Colon Dieu, while hundreds of arrows simultaneously shot straight toward it. The ancient pterosaur was struck by the arrows, tilting its head and letting out a cry of pain. Immediately, the thunderbolt light orb appeared on the bone spines that tightly bound it. Streams of energy from General Wu Yu's body flow toward the dry skeleton soldiers below, while the ancient vulture screams and spews dark air downwards. General Wu Yu immediately raised his staff to cast the Thunderbolt Light Ring, with endless circles of magic constantly wrapping around the bodies of the attacking Dry Corps soldiers. The purple lightning flashes on each of the Dry Corps soldiers, then strikes towards them. Mo Yu smiles softly, wondering to herself, "Today is different from before. Just a moment and they are heavily wounded, washing away the shame of the past and reaching nirvana, right?" Immediately after, the ancient extinct dragon tilted its head back and released a powerful energy, causing the Dry Lich soldiers to be thrown down and enveloped in dark aura. Tian widened her eyes in fear, pointing over there. Lam Manhwa looked carefully above, suddenly startled, staring intently in that direction. The entire body of the ancient extinct dragon was engulfed by that black flame. Mo Yu saw this and immediately shouted in excitement, "It's finally here. The technique from before almost killed me." Next, the energy from the ancient fossil dragon gathers and heads toward the dry skeleton warriors. Manhwa immediately lifts Tian high and says, "We'll avoid it for now." She widened her eyes over his shoulder and looked behind, a column of smoke immediately rising high and then spreading outward around her. That aura of energy struck directly into Manhwa's back, causing him to release Tian he was holding in his arms. Immediately after the two of them fell heavily to the ground below, he quickly sat up and looked toward the distant flames. Inside the deep pit, rings of flames accompanied by thunder kept surging upward. Manhwa stood up and looked toward the ancient flying dragon in its egg state. The system screen immediately appeared, showing the ancient Phoenix boss at level 67 in Nirvana rebirth state, currently in a victorious state. He looked down from above and shouted, "Indeed it's Nirvana, but after you finish Nirvana, I will come and kill you again." 5 minutes later, the eggshell cracks open, and it lifts its head to look up at the dark sky above. A message immediately appears in front of it. The ancient flying dragon boss, level 68 Lord, with 31,000 strength, 160,000 agility, 160,000 spirit, and physique, with skills like fire breath and explosive flames, is immune to fire elemental damage and ignores defenses. Manhwa shouted loudly as it soared higher, then became even stronger after Nirvana. A bright red seal appeared on the back of his hand. "But so what? I've told you before I will kill you one more time." All the dry soldiers' eyes flash with light as they simultaneously fire blue light arrows towards the Vian Colon Dieu Manhwa, who frowns deeply and loudly shouts, preparing to cast the gathering spell. Tian furrowed her brow, her face covered in cold sweat, shouting loudly as two bone spears shot out from Mo Yu, quickly binding the ancient vortex bird and tightening around it, with strands of bone thorns continuously wrapping and constricting its body. Thousands of arrows carrying powerful energy fly simultaneously. Tian also swings her hammer fiercely, launching a collecting spell. Mo Yu calmly looked at the ancient cursed bird watching, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, stunned in place. Then, Mo Yu immediately embraced Tian and quickly moved away to avoid its counterattack. A stream of pale blue flames shot straight down, and an alert immediately appeared. 42 fierce dry zombie warriors were defeated, 25 great mage dry zombies were defeated, and 19 divine marksman dry zombies were defeated. Manhwa tightly embraces Tian, using his back to block all incoming attacks. He grits his teeth and turns his head back, wondering why there's another rebirth. Its Nirvana count is more than once. The system screen immediately appears, showing the ancient dragon boss at Lord level, level 68, in a second rebirth Nirvana state, currently in an invincible mode. Manhwa turned around and shouted, So there's still more? Could it be that there's a third and fourth nirvana as well? He gently set Tian Tian down and shouted, "If that's the case, I will kill you again." Then, whirlwinds appeared in front of the dry corpse soldiers. Next, a giant claw quickly falls from the sky. Mongu Trung looks up with wide eyes and asks, "What is that?" He furrowed his brows and immediately raised his hand, firing bone spikes at it. Monengu shouted loudly, trying to block that claw. "Dream on." The skeleton soldiers rose together with the bone spines as the claw gently curled up and softly shattered the bones. The bone spurs in those dry soldier warriors shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Mongu stared in shock, wondering if it was really him who had intervened. He immediately raised one hand to stop the fire. The giant claw quickly grasped Ving Kolon Du in an egg-like state. Then that claw immediately retreated quickly along the old path. Tian Tian stared wide-eyed at the sky and asked Lam Mo Yu, "What exactly was that just now? Its breath is truly terrifying." He turned his head to glance at her and said, "By the way, do you still remember the ancient terrestrial dragon boss we cleared last time? That was its true form." Immediately after, the ground began to shake violently. She looked down at the ground with a pale face, and Makngu quickly raised his hand, gripping his weapon tightly. Then, the giant claw immediately slammed down from above to the ground. Mo Yu's eyes widened in shock, unable to react in time. "So you and Tian Tian were both caught by those claws at the same time. Then the claws carried both of you toward the teleporting tornado above." In the darkness, an eye flashes with dazzling light opening wide, glancing ahead. Mongu sits up, looks around, and says, "This is the center of the core area. And tears the earth." Dragon's eyes flash with light as it speaks. "Finally, you've arrived, and you've made us wait so long. Senior, my level-up speed has been very fast already." At this moment, the ancient longbird opened its mouth and stared intently at me. Then, he was startled when it asked, "So it's your pet?" Antares the earth dragon slashed it away with his claw and shouted, "Black Hound, shut up!" Then he raised his claw and urged Makangu, saying, "Get it out, I can sense that you have what I need." The boy immediately took out a box and said, "This is the divine relic I was told to give you. Don't worry, I will of course keep my promise. Now you have the right to know my name, little one." The system screen immediately appeared, showing a boss of the Great World level, reaching level 100. Makangu's face was covered in cold sweat as he thought to himself, this is the first time he's seen a being of this level. A boss of the world level, reaching level 100. The Earth Dragon Antares lowered its head close to Mongu and said, "Kid, isn't this very surprising? Perhaps you should feel honored. You may not know the name of this king very well." He immediately spread his wings, flames flickering on them. "All right, kid. Next, I want to make a deal with you. Trust me, you won't regret it." McNew looked up and asked, "What kind of deal? Just tell me." The Earth Dragon. Antares gently touches the space in front of him with his claw, looking at the glass piece he created. Below the ancient training ground is a place called Tangleji Cave. After you arrive at Tangleji Cave and find this piece of glass, a drop of fresh blood flows from the claw of the Antares Earth Dragon. He saw McHugh raise both hands to receive the drop of blood, place it on the glass, then pour it into the container and bring it back here. He looked up with a puzzled expression and asked, "Why is your strength so great, yet you don't go yourself?" Antares the Earth Dragon calmly replied, "I, your king, have my reasons for not going, and my deals will not let you suffer any loss." Makungju said seriously, "Fine, I agree with you, but with my current level I can't access the lower dimension for now." He listened and calmly continued, "No rush. Then let's talk about your benefits next." The eyes of the Earth Dragon Antares flickered with a probing light. "I will give you a set of legendary equipment. How about that?" He was startled and exclaimed in disbelief, "Are you serious? You're saying you don't need it?" "This is a full set of legendary equipment, and there aren't many sets like this among your human race." The boy still coldly refused when he heard this. "I don't need it. I already have the powerful Dana sickle and the luminous scepter, and my body even contains the mysterious divine pearl, so I don't need any legendary equipment." The Earth Dragon. Antares lowered its claws to the ground and asked, "So you don't need equipment. Let me see if I can give you something else." It extended one claw and offered, "Now that you're level 50, I can give you a piece of the heart flesh of blood fungus to greatly increase your attributes, far beyond your current level." Makangu smiled and said, "I've already tasted the second transition, and my master has helped me with it before." Antares the Earth Dragon sniffed and said, "It really smells like blood moss. Your master must be quite powerful." He raised his claw, pointed to his head, and said, "I can't give you that or this. Let me think of something else I can offer you. Then," the voice of the Earth Dragon Antares echoed, "What about the divine stone element?" Can it enhance the success rate of advancing professions during the third transformation? Makngu replied softly, I have it. Hearing this, he asked another question. So what about the divine stone talent? My voice responded, I also have it. Earth Dragon Antares closed his eyes, furious and panting. Just tell me yourself what you lack or need. Monu raised a hand and called out, I have some troublesome questions that have been bothering me for a long time. So senior, please help me answer. He shouted loudly, No problem, then just ask. The expression on his face immediately turned serious as he inquired. I have been through the underworld of corpses, where a deadly poison called corpse toxin exists. Can this poison be neutralized? Antares, the Earth Dragon, glanced at Mo Yu and asked, So you know about the underworld of corpses and even went through it? How did you survive and come back? He stepped closer to you, clicking his tongue and saying, That's right, you do have the scent of Houthi on you, and you even passed through the life-secret realm. I really didn't expect the Bright Spirit staff to end up in your hands. No wonder you don't need a legendary-grade weapon. Makngu immediately raised his staff and laughed. I knew you couldn't hide from the senior. Antares immediately looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, truly amusing, those useless trash fighting desperately for the divine position of some life god, and in the end they all died in the underworld. Serves them right. His eyes flashed with light as he stared intently this way. I can answer that question for you. The Houthi poison cannot be cured. Once infected, even a god-level expert will die, and the stronger the victim, the more potent the toxin. This is a forbidden technique that can annihilate all beings below the super-god level. Maknu was startled, eyes wide open, wondering if the Houthi doc truly cannot be cured. Could it be that my Wu Yu Quan is the only existence capable of eliminating this necromantic poison in the world? The Earth Dragon Antarister claws forward to urge him on. All right, quickly ask the next question. You hear that and ask, Senior, can a divine-level powerhouse who dies be resurrected? He looks up and responds. In the past, a divine level only needed to activate a soul mark, and after death, the soul would automatically return, thus coming back to life. But after reaching divine level, soul marks become ineffective, making resurrection very complicated, but not impossible. Only the 4 saints have the power to revive divine-level experts, like the powerful semi-divine expert of your human race. McNGU was startled to realize that the deal between the god of justice and the senior was to bring people back to life. Senior, can the wild beasts in the wilderness of the void be killed? Antares the Earth Dragon also asked in surprise, So you've been to so many secret places that you even know about the wilderness of the void? McNGU calmly replied, When I underwent my second transformation, I did it there, and I even met the Beast King. Hearing this, he couldn't help but marvel, Your master's courage is quite remarkable. His strength doesn't seem weak, yet he managed to survive in the hands of the Beast King. Of course, the wild beasts have a way to kill you, as long as your strength's purity is enough. You frown and fall into deep thought. Pure strength. Even Master Bai Shen is level 95, and his strength purity isn't enough. What level of purity is truly needed to become a super god? Then Mo Yu looked at him eagerly and asked, How can I become a super god? Antares the Earth Dragon widened his eyes and shouted, Are you only level 50 and already thinking about this? Think carefully, because if I answer this question of yours, I won't answer any of your other questions anymore. The boy placed his hand on his chest and shouted, This is the question. Please, Senior, help me find the answer so I can have a goal I can pursue. If you persist like that, I will tell you that once you reach level 99, there are 3 paths to become a super god. The sound of the Earth Dragon Antares echoes, explaining that the first type is the simplest, using top-tier materials to set up a super divine formation to become a super god. The second type is very similar to the first, borrowing some mythic items, and can also become a super god, like the luminous scepter in your hand. Immediately after, he lowered his voice to add that the third type, also the most difficult, involves comprehending everything to the limit and raising an attribute to thousands or even tens of thousands to become a super god. Makangu clenched her fist tightly and asked, Senior, are there differences among the 3 types of pseudo-gods? The Earth Dragon Antares opened his mouth wide and shouted, I have already told you. This is the last question I will answer for you. Senior, you have lived so long and understand ancient Kim. You probably won't mind a junior like me asking, right? If you're sincere, then I will reluctantly tell you. The 3 types of supergods are, the one who breaks through by exploiting their own attribute is the strongest. The second is those who use treasures to fuse and break through. And the weakest are those who rely on formations to break through. The boy lowered his head, deep in thought, thinking, As my teacher said, relying on external objects can never make you the strongest. You must depend on your own attributes to advance. Then, dust and smoke rose, and the figure of Antares the Earth Dragon gradually disappeared. All right, I've paid my dues. Now it's your turn to keep your promise. Master Ngu immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Wait a moment, Senior, I have a request." Antares, the Earth Dragon's eyes flashed with a light and asked, "What did you say?" "Senior, I have to go to such a dangerous place to get things for you. Seems like the value of those questions isn't worth my little life, right?" Hearing that, he narrowed his eyes and threatened, "Kid, greed will only get you killed." Monengu nonchalantly added, "The trade at the same price you mentioned is unfair now, and if you really want to kill me, it's just a small matter." And Tears the Earth Dragon shouted, "So you tell me I'm listening." I hold out my hand to negotiate, saying, "I hope that after I retrieve the items from the Tomb of Thunder Alliance, I can obtain some materials I can use. These materials probably hold no value for you." Hearing that, he was stunned and opened his mouth wide. "Just that? If you can get what I need, I can not only give you materials, but also an additional good item." Mekangu smiled and said, "All right, Senior, then let's consider this a deal between us." Then the figure of the Earth Dragon Antares immediately soared into the sky. "So now, I will take you away from here." Immediately after, Monyu and Tian were teleported away. He furrowed his brow and looked around, pondering if something was wrong. The sound of the Earth Dragon Antares echoed as it asked again, "You little brat still dare to bargain with me? Do you really think I can be easily fooled?" At the training ground in the lower space, McHugh looked around and shouted, "This is the lower space." Mo Rangu looked at the scene before him, thinking to himself that he didn't expect to be directly teleported to the lower space. Soon after, the voice of the Earth Dragon Antares echoed in his ears. "You brat, dare to deceive me, you are the first in 1,000 years. This is the lower space, so if you have arrived, then keep your promise." He looked at the scale in front of him as he listened to him say, "This scale can take you out of the lower space, but only one person can be taken each time." Macnu turned to look at the unconscious Tian and pondered, meaning only one person can leave here, which also means that if I teleport away, Mok Tian will be left behind. This person is truly an enemy of the family. It seems I need to get what he wants first, so he can take me back. Then he suddenly looked in shock at the purple light ring that appeared, and a faint smile curled on Macnu's lips as he quickly withdrew his hand. "But even though teleportation has become useless, I can still teleport Tamuyan. In a critical moment, I can teleport to the Tamuyan world and then leave this lower space." At this moment, Tian rubbed her eyes and sat up, asking curiously, "Why am I sleeping here?" "Where is this place?" Mekangu calmly replied, "This is the lower-level space of the ancient training ground." Tian was startled and turned around to ask, "Isn't this place only accessible to those level 70 and above?" He immediately held out the scale in front of her and warned, "Do not worry about the reason. Anyway, we are still in the lower-level space and there may be danger here. Take this dragon scale and hold on to it. It can help you leave here." "And what about you? Since Long Lan has given it to me, what should you do?" Second young master looked at her and warned, "I definitely have one too. If there's danger, run immediately. I might not be able to protect you, understand?" Tian looked serious and clenched the scale tightly in her hand, shouting, "I understand. If there's danger, I will run immediately. I will definitely not cause you any more trouble." Next, Moengu immediately led the way, jumping onto the trees and running forward. "Let's go." As soon as they left, the vines kept twisting and climbing, and Moengu looked on in shock as the giant vines chased after them. He immediately used his bone fang to attack there. The ice bones grew rapidly and pierced straight into the vines. Mekangu realized that the bone blades couldn't pierce through and wondered in surprise. So sturdy, yet his bone fangs couldn't penetrate these vines. The vines from all directions rush toward where you're standing. Macnu quickly embraces Tian, then uses his bone wings, and in a flash, his figure transforms into a streak of blue light shooting far away. Tian was startled, eyes wide, shouting, "What are there so many of them?" The vines immediately shot straight at the two of them. The large-leaf vine, level 72, with 250,000 strength, 100,000 physique, 80,000 agility, and 250,000 spirit, has skills to cut large leaves and cling to them, reducing physical damage by 30%. Moyu frowned seriously, feeling impressed. No wonder it's from the lower space level, but its attributes are already on par with a boss from the upper space level. It seems that the level 70 of the human race can undergo a second transformation. This level is a boundary for all creatures. Maybe for any profession user, this place is a dead end, but for me, it's a good feng shui location. The Dryad soldiers immediately raise their hands to gather dark magic. Blue energy streams converge towards the attacking vine bodies. Other dry soldiers also raise their axes and strike fiercely at the approaching vines, while Mo Yu stands still, calmly observing the intense battle unfolding before her. Immediately after, the leaves on the vine body fell to the ground at the same time, then their bodies began to mutate. Strange yellow circles appeared on its body. Mo Yu immediately embraced Tian Tian and flew away from the area. The two glowing yellow leaves strike fiercely, but are blocked by his wings. Mo Yu senses a subtle energy fluctuation. No wonder he's a level 72 monster. The attack power is indeed different. My bone armor can withstand 2 more hits from the leaves before it shatters. Clenching his teeth, he looked straight ahead and shouted, "Continue! This is not the way!" Shang Yun Tu Huan. Next, Commander Wu Yu raised his weapon high and used the Fire Flash Ring, Lightning Flash Ring, and Ice Cold Ring simultaneously. Inside, the dry soldiers raised their axes and struck at the surrounding leaves. A powerful blue energy radiates from them as General Wu Yu raises his head and looks inside. The explosion continues to grow louder, followed by a series of identical notifications appearing. Killed the level 72 large-leaf vine, gained 260,000 experience. Smoke and dust rise high, completely covering the scene in front of us. Tian Tian blushed as she looked at Mo Yu, wondering how he could be so powerful. Even in the lower realm, just being near him made her feel completely safe. Next, a giant tree strikes, causing the bone armor on his back to shatter into pieces and fall. She is startled, eyes wide with suspicion as she looks at the blue fragments in front of her. Manhwa was hit and shouted in surprise, "What is this again?" My bone armor couldn't withstand a single blow. The ancient leaf boss immediately steps out of the forest. The system screen instantly displays an introduction. The ancient leaf mother boss of the world level 86, with a power of 1.5 million, agility of 1 million, spirit of 1 million, and physique of 2.6 million, has a skill that clings to the large cutting leaf with an innate immunity of 70% physical damage and 50% elemental damage. Manhwa stared wide-eyed at it and shouted loudly as he ran. You immediately hug Tian Tian tightly and fly away quickly. Behind the trees, streams of yellow energy rush forward at high speed. The large cut leaf, carrying intense energy, relentlessly pursues them as the dry legion soldiers quickly raise their axes and charge forward. In the blink of an eye, they all turned into fragments falling to the ground. The Kudiep Mauthu stood up, walking forward step by step, looking at the fragments of the dry legion in front of him, and Manhwa immediately turned his head to glance behind, only able to grit his teeth and use the prison bones to block its path. Yanga immediately appeared, quickly wrapping the giant vines around them and tightening. Mo Yu was startled to see the great elder tree gently swinging the vines and destroying everything. What? Even 2 prison bones can't last for a second. You need to grip Tian Tian La's shoulder tightly and use your scales to get away from here directly, or we will all die. She furrows her brow and immediately raises her scales. A blue light flashes, and Tian Tian's figure instantly disappears. Manhwa, covered in sweat, sighed and wondered, I really don't know what the ancient earth dragon brought me here for. Is it because it thinks I haven't died quickly enough? Killing me? What benefit would that bring to it? I turned my head and glanced back, shouting, thank goodness I have the flying skill, otherwise I wouldn't be able to escape the range of the giant leaf mother tree's attack. Then Ma Yu gently descended onto another patch of ground. Suddenly he was startled and widened his eyes as he sensed a giant figure rising from behind. The huge shadow lifted its head high and moved forward, disappearing into the distance. Manhwa hid behind the leaves and glanced over there, hearing groans. It seems he didn't notice himself. Maybe my aura is too weak. What exactly is this place? Why are there bosses everywhere? The lower level space doesn't seem to be as dangerous when mentioned. Inside the courtyard, Yi Vian raised his hand to touch his nose and spoke. Lao Man, I feel a bit uneasy. Please help me sense the situation. And Wen's whole body glowed with red light as he closed his eyes and lifted his teacup. I see. His body has already been transported by what I gave him. I can sense his location through the divine tower. Suddenly, the old man was startled, eyes wide, and shouted, Not good. Xiaozi is still in the lower dimension. Evian also stood up in panic, asking if he could sense exactly where he was in the lower space. And Van immediately raised a hand to advise him, Don't worry, let me sense a little more. With that kid's strength, even in the lower dimension, as long as he doesn't go to that special place, nothing will happen. The old man, frowning with excitement, shouted, The kid seems to still be near the wild continent. Evian sternly shouted, Take me to the lower space quickly. That kid really hasn't explored the space of the boundary layer yet. Now is not the time for him to go there. The wild continent is a paradise for monsters, with bosses everywhere. It's too dangerous. Anwen saw that, frowned slightly, and softly advised him not to rush, saying, "You're in such a hurry for what? Don't forget that Lam Jiaotsu's goal in going to the ancient martial arts arena is to find that person for a deal. Moreover, even the two of us have no way to take him to the lower dimension. With his own strength, how could he possibly break through the barrier of the lower level? So you're saying that if that kid appears in the lower space, it's because he was attacked by him?" The old man calmly confirmed that indeed, even the matter we cannot handle ourselves can only be taken to the lower dimension by him. So we don't need to worry about that kid's safety. If you leave now, you might even disrupt that person's plans. Evian glanced at the rocky mountain ahead and muttered, "I hope so. If Lam Tu fulfills the wish of the divine spirit, maybe our human race will gain another semi-divine being soon." At the same time, in a place filled with overlapping rocky mountains, Mo Yue looked ahead and whispered, "I must be careful. I absolutely cannot let the monsters here discover me." Suddenly, he was amazed to see streams of green light shooting straight up into the sky. Macnu immediately went to the side of the mountain wall where the green light was emanating. Near there, a poisonous lake emits a continuous bubbling green light. I watched the deadly snakes crawling around the lake, wondering what kind of place this really is. Mac Nayu widened his eyes in surprise and shouted, noticing something strange and abnormal about the poisonous lake. He raised his hand to signal Ko Lao to go and observe. Then Mongu watched him rush forward. The poisonous snakes immediately lifted their heads and spat their tongues at him as they saw the warrior charge quickly. Their eyes flash with light as they open their mouths, ready to attack. The dry soldier immediately leaps up and smoothly passes through the group of venomous snakes. Then, he immediately jumped into the poisonous water. Manhwa recap style, Mekengu watched the snakes open their mouths but hesitate to approach, puzzled as he asked, "They don't dare come near this poisonous water. What exactly is inside?" Then he saw the dry warrior surface and shouted in surprise, "The dry warrior has been poisoned." He looked at the stones in his hand and yelled, "Venomous crystal. All the crystals in this toxic lake are venomous crystals." What's happening? The faint green toxic smoke is rising quickly. The poisonous snakes around the lake also raised their heads, staring intently in that direction. Mo Yu watched as they moved toward the toxic water lake, puzzled. Are these monsters gathering near the toxic lake because there is a treasure inside? Inside the lake, the water keeps bubbling and boiling. Suddenly, a stream of water shoots straight up from within. Then the water started to branch out in 4 directions around, with each containing a deadly toxin crystal. Muru was startled and shouted when she saw the snakes opening their mouths in readiness. It seems they are still fighting over the toxic crystals. Suddenly, a black snake opens its mouth and lunges at a crystal. In an instant, it was bitten fiercely by a larger red snake. Meanwhile, the dry warrior was cut across by the toxic water in the lake, and the voice of Mac Ngu immediately rang out as he quickly gathered some more toxic crystals. The dry bone warrior immediately stood up and headed toward the lake to search. At that moment, a giant venomous snake from behind peeked its head out, its eyes wide open as it looked over, then opened its mouth and lunged at the dry bone warrior. The deadly snake spat out streams of poison bones toward him, causing him to fall and drop all the toxic crystals. Then it bit the dry soldier in half. The alert sound rang out, and the berserk skeleton warrior was destroyed. Mekengu turned around and saw this scene, startled, and shouted, "This really is an attack method that doesn't speak of martial virtue." As expected, the comprehensive talent connection in front of him completely suppresses the absolute level. That deadly venomous snake opens its mouth and spits out a stream of purple bones absorbed from inside the lake. You see a black object rising from the lake and shout in alarm. It is a system notification about the deadly divine blood, which can greatly increase the profession's upgrade rate and enhance poison skills during the 3rd class change. He stared wide-eyed in that direction and exclaimed it was the divine blood of Thon Min. My teacher once said that anything related to Thon Min is extremely valuable. Mekengu glanced back, wondering if that boss was still eyeing the loot or not. After a moment, he immediately spread his wings and charged toward the crystal, risking everything. The system displayed a message. Deadly poisonous snake boss. World level 85. Power 15 million. Agility 17 million. Spirit 10 million. Physique 17 million. Skills: ripping death, ruthless devouring, deadly poison. With 50% reduced physical elemental damage. It opens its mouth wide behind it, quickly using energy to suck in Mak Yu and the deadly toxin's essence. The boy turns his head to glance behind, shouting with the prison skeleton, "Dream on." Each bone spike crosses to block the path of the deadly venomous snake. Immediately after, the snake lunges forward, easily breaking through the bone spikes in front of it. Manga turned to look at this scene, gritting his teeth and shouting. Even though the Bone Spear prison couldn't hold out for a second, it was enough. The head of the venomous snake was enveloped by the blue energy from him as the dry corpse army appeared beside Manhwa, simultaneously attacking with weapons. Your voice commands attack its eyes, blocking its line of sight. All the gathered energy concentrates on the venomous snake, causing a powerful explosion. Manhwa stared intently at the deadly venomous essence nearby. A magic circle appeared, and the system's voice immediately sounded, indicating the acquisition of the divine venomous essence. The venomous snake's eyes widened as it stared intensely at that side. Then it opened its mouth wide to swallow Manhwa whole. The venomous snake opened its mouth and lunged forward quickly. Suddenly it widened its eyes in shock. White smoke billowed from inside the venomous snake's mouth, forcing it to open wide and spit out the entire legion. Manhwa raises the red war mark on the back of his hand and says, "I want to go. You can't stop me." The dry soldiers grip their axes tightly and rush towards that direction. "You like swallowing my dry corpses, don't you? Try swallowing once more." The entire undead army immediately surrounded the deadly snake and attacked, quickly covering it with bone poison. The deadly venomous snake opens its mouth to spew greenish bone toxin, trapping the dry soldiers inside. Streams of violent energy bombard it as explosive elements strike its body. The deadly snake keeps opening its mouth to spew green bones, causing the dry soldiers to dissolve and fall. Manhwa saw that and smiled, saying, "Everything has been taken, so let's quickly leave now. The poisonous snakes below will attack as soon as they see you pass by." Manhwa raised the red sign and shouted loudly, "If I can't handle the boss, how can I not handle you guys? My berserk state hasn't ended yet." A stream of icy bones strikes the nearby red snake, turning its entire body into ice in an instant. Then Manhwa screams out, "Teeth of the skeleton." As the bone spike pierced through its body, a notification sounded. Killed a level 72 poison demon, gained 4,320 thousand experience. Then he raised his hand high, now that the corpses were all gathered. A message flashed, corpses exploded. Manhwa immediately soared into the air, watching the red bones explode and burst open, while the deadly snakes raised their heads to stare at the relentless skeleton warriors charging forward. Manhwa's lips curled into a faint smile as he said, "Here's a spectacular explosion for you." Immediately after, red mist spread out as notifications appeared simultaneously. To killed level 75 Poison Manhwa, gained 4.5 million experience. The red energy keeps sweeping backward, destroying all the snakes along the way. Experience points notifications keep popping up, and he frowns as he looks ahead, wondering how many monsters he's killed, yet somehow he's still leveling up. An information screen appears, showing Manhwa, the only level 51 Death Spirit Lord. He looks down at the rising toxic bones below, puzzled. Here we go again. What just happened? Suddenly the ground cracked open, and the earth and rocks shattered apart. Manhwa looked at the swirling green wind around him and wondered what it was. Could it be some kind of mechanism from the lower dimension? When the vortex didn't spin anymore, mist covered more than half of the mountain peak here. Manhwa, cold sweat on her forehead, moved aside and said, "That's truly terrifying. If I hadn't fought to level up, I might have thought I was hallucinating, right?" He looked at the toxic lake calmly, still facing the doubt. Why hasn't this toxic pond been dealt with yet? Manhwa immediately activates his immunity and dips a finger into the water. "I have an immunity status, so I can ignore the toxins of this poisonous lake." I walk into the water, heading toward the far side of the lake. Manhwa's body is surrounded by toxic water as he shouts, "The deadly crystal previously emerged from this place." Then he bends down beneath the water, and the surface becomes calm. Manhwa bent down and sank into the depths of the water below, watching the deadly crystal from inside a cave fly out, wondering what exactly is inside this cave. Manhwa furrows her brow and decides to look behind, then quickly swims into the distant cave. After a long while, Manhwa propped himself up with both hands and lifted his head high. He stood straight and looked at the light emanating from a spot, uncertain, and asked, "Is that a coffin? How is this possible?" A description appears. "Divine poison, hibernation state." Manhwa shouted at the person inside the coffin, "This is the tomb of the deadly divine performer." He supported himself with both hands on the edge of the coffin, muttering to himself, "No wonder the toxic water spat out the divine blood of the deadly poison." It turns out he was in a deep sleep here. From the unhealable wounds on his body, he must have been close to death. Immediately after, the deadly god's eyes snapped open, revealing only the whites inside. Manhwa sensed the toxic bones sweeping across curiously. Could he still be alive? Next, he quickly frowned and denied it. No way, he must have been in hibernation here for countless years. If he were alive, he would have already woken up. Now, it's just my intrusion, triggering his remaining obsession. Mayu raised his hand to use the divine weapon, the soul flame shooting towards him. Damn, old man, if you're dead, then just go back quietly into your coffin. The entire body of the deadly poison god turned into streams of light green bones. Mengyu opened his mouth wide, shouting excitedly, "Sure enough, it worked. I was right. He only has a few remnants of his soul lingering here, barely alive." Duongdok glowed with a faint green light and gradually disappeared. As soon as his figure vanished completely, he shouted, "Kill the divine toxin. Level up 1. Kill the divine toxin. Increase the general's rank by 1. Kill the divine toxin. Upgrade the poison immunity element to the limit. Kill the divine toxin. Obtain the intermediate divine position. Kill the divine toxin. Claim the divine title of the divine toxin." Mak Ngu looked at his information panel, startled as he asked, "What?" Next, another notification appeared showing Lam Mak Ngu, the only lord of the Death Spirit County, level 52. He immediately closed his eyes, and his mind quickly entered his soul. "Is this the divine position and divine rank?" Lam Mak Nunan frowned and said, "The divine position of an intermediate god can become a new deadly god as long as I want. But my goal has never been to become a god, or anything like that." I immediately returned to the pond side and shouted excitedly, "I just want to become a super divine level powerhouse." Bright beams of multicolored light descended from the sky, and Yi Yuan and An Wen exclaimed in shock at the dark, rainy sky before them. The rain god still has surviving gods, and one of them is a mid-level deity. Below the abyss, demons also look up at the rainy sky above. The second demon lord's eyes flashed with bright red light as he asked, who could have caused the surviving gods to fall? The earth dragon Antares, lying quietly, also sensed the dazzling beams of light descending from above. He looked up and shouted loudly, then fell silent for a moment, and the noise died down. Inside the forest, beams of light descended from above. Antares, the earth dragon, narrowed his eyes in doubt, wondering why there would suddenly be a fallen god. At the deadly poison lake, Mo Yu crawled up from the bottom, muttering that if others knew he possessed a complete divine corpse, they would definitely go crazy. He looked at the crystal in front of him and said, blending the previously obtained wind elemental crystal from the elemental dungeon and the lightning crystal from the Eastern family's elemental dungeon. A screen appeared with the introduction. Elemental divine stones of fire, poison, earth, light, and water used during the 3 transformations can increase the profession promotion rate by 25%. The crystal with multiple elements rises high, quickly absorbing 2 more crystals, and as soon as it completes, a notification sound immediately rings out. The elemental divine stones of fire, poison, earth, light, water, lightning, used during the triple transformation, can increase the profession's promotion rate by 35%. McNew immediately retracted the crystal into his space, then turned to look at the poisonous lake behind him and shouted, "It seems this toxic lake will no longer exist soon. Maybe those snake monsters also can't obtain the opportunity from this place." Then Mongu spread his wings and flew high, saying, "I should also go complete the mission of the ancient earth dragon. It's too dangerous here. There are bosses everywhere. It's better to leave quickly." The boy quickly flies off in one direction. "It seems I have entered a different area." Makungu gently lands on the ground to avoid being followed. He frowned as he looked around, wondering what this strange feeling really was. Makungu stared in surprise at the monster beneath his feet. Under your feet, a giant octopus covered with plants and weeds suddenly raised its tentacles from the water to strike the ground. Mai ngun godung sung. Tu hoi tai sao thao nguyen lai swat hien luai kwai vatne. Song nuoch kuon trao, lora mot lo bang de fiadua. The water in the pond quickly drained away, and in an instant the entire water here was consumed by the octopus. Then it forcefully slammed its tentacles onto the ground and leapt high into the air. The octopus immediately gently lifts off from the surface of the lake, soaring upward, with the ground ahead shimmering with reflected light. McNew bows his head and looks down at his feet, remaining silent for a long time. He immediately commanded the dry lizard warrior to strike the ground with his axe. There is still such a thick layer of ice beneath this ground. So was the octopus monster just drinking water earlier? This place used to be a sea area. Maknengu stood silently, watching the smoke rise high nearby as he observed the crowd surrounding and attacking the octopus, wondering who was still fighting. Maknao looked at the leader and pondered. These people are not the professionals of the Divine Empire. The octopus that fell earlier had pale blue blood spilled everywhere. The others took out their bags, quickly collecting the liquid inside. Then the members of the Eagle Guild soared into the sky. The leader turned to look down and asked, "Is the purification water fully collected?" The others bowed their heads and replied, "Yes, it's all been gathered." He raised his weapon high and shouted, "Very well, distribute the purification water below. With it, we can greatly reduce the toxic effects. This time, our mighty guild must kill the poisonous dragon to avenge our shame." Makngu silently lamented, so these people were preparing to exterminate the Jiaolong Keech dock. But unfortunately, they arrived too late. The Jiaolong Keech dock had been swallowed by the earth, and its whereabouts were unknown. The others immediately shouted in support and charged forward to fight. Makngu looked at the group from the mighty guild thoughtfully. "It seems this area is probably the territory of the fake human race profession. Maybe I can find someone from the Divine Empire." An hour later, he quickly flew forward and saw a group of people approaching from afar. The members of the Old Lamb Guild looked serious and calmly moved forward. Light Duong saw Machu and asked, "Are you from the Divine Empire?" He descended from above and asked, "Are you members of the fake Lamb Guild?" He let out a puzzled sound and asked, "Do you know our great Lamb Guild little brother?" Mikangju smiled slightly and replied, "Yes, I am acquainted with Jialam Savu from the upper space." He is smiling warmly, putting his arm around your shoulder to introduce himself. "I am Jialam Liet Duong, a level 82 Holy Speech Knight. Jialam Savu is actually my younger sister." He smiled softly and glanced over to say, "Lam Mak Yu, a level 52 Lion Spirit Mage." Liet Duong immediately gasped in surprise and eagerly asked, "Level 52? Why did you come down to the lower dimension at level 52? Mak Ngu scratched his head awkwardly. This explanation is quite lengthy. The remaining members of the Jialam Guild shouted in panic, "Little brother level 52 coming alone to the lower dimension and even finding us safely? Oh my god, I must be seeing ghosts." Li Duong scratched his head and chuckled, "Brother Lam Mekngu, I'm afraid you've created a new chapter in history. We have been in the lower space for more than 2 years and haven't met anyone below level 70. Your voice responded, "I also came here due to some unexpected incidents." He chuckled and patted Makngu firmly on the back. "Luckily, you came to Than Hai Prairie. If you had gone to the Great Leaf Forest and the poisonous land of serpents, it would have been very dangerous. All right, just follow us and wait until we finish here. Then we can take you home. Our G Lam Lit Duong and I have a teleportation array in the lower space to leave the ancient training ground. Then I'll bother you, Liet Duong Sr. I'm secretly thinking that this is a good opportunity to understand the situation of the lower space." Above, Makngu and Liet Duong's group fly quickly forward. He glances to the side and asks, "Liet Duong, big brother, can you tell me about the situation of the lower space?" He also happily agreed, "No problem." Liet Duong's voice rang out, explaining that the lower space is divided into 4 great continents. It is said that originally these 4 great continents were one whole, but a great war shattered them into 4 pieces by powerful beings. He then carefully explained to Mo Yu that between each continent there is a view of the sea, and the central part of this continent is the land of the previous battle, now devoured by the void. And the continent we are standing on is the wild continent of the lower space to the south. To the east is the Dragon Spirit continent. To the north is the Storm Lightning continent. And to the west is the Still Star continent. You immediately turned to look beside you and asked, "Li Duong, do you know where Tangloi Heap Kok is? And how do I get there?" He slightly frowns and calmly explains that the route is quick and convenient, passing through the eastern Divine Dragon continent and crossing the Fong Loi Sea to reach the Fong Loi continent. Our Elder Lamb Guild also has teleportation arrays set up in the Divine Dragon continent, so you can teleport from the Wild continent to the Divine Dragon continent when the time comes. Suddenly, Liet Duong's voice grew serious, and he said, "But there is no teleportation array between the Divine Dragon continent and the Feng Lei continent. Even I can't guarantee to get you to Feng Lei Sea. When we return to the Divine Dragon continent, I will think of a way to help you. I'll see if I can find a team to take you there." Mo Yu sincerely replied, "Thank you, Brother Liet Duong," and secretly considered that the position I am standing in now is actually south of the lower space level, while Tang Loi Hiep Kuk is located to the north. Why does that senior really want to bring me here? Suddenly, Liet Duong raised a hand to stop in front of you. "Brother Makngu, step back a little. Our team has arrived at the destination. A mutated lanternfish covered in spikes is raising its head to look up from below. Immediately afterward, the members of the Jialam Guild quickly descended in front of it. Makngu also gently landed just in front of the fish. Lai Yang raised his shield and sword, declaring the start of the execution, then immediately lifted the lantern above his head. The others from the Jialam Guild launched their sleep and binding attacks. Immediately after, a pink aura appeared around the fish, making others shout in alarm, "We can't! Its control is immune. We can't cut off its skills." The system screen displays the introduction of the Firefish Lantern, a level 83 Boss Lord rank. Strength 1 million, Agility 500,000 N, Spirit 1 million, Physique 12 million. It fires out flames, shooting star-like sparks. Flickering flames with a 70% damage reduction to fire elements, water enhances resistance, and then the lantern on its head emits a dazzling light that radiates outward. Everyone immediately raises their hands to create a yellow protective shield that covers all defenses. A blue vein bulges on Liet Duong's forehead. He grits his teeth and roars, continuing the attack. Mak Ngu looked at the swirling tornadoes and flashing lightning, facing them, and exclaimed, "No wonder your team has survived so long in the lower space. Your coordination is truly perfect." He raised an eyebrow calmly and said, "It seems that Brother Liet Duong is now quite confident. Maybe I don't need to help anymore." Liet Duong raised his weapon and shouted, "All hits, all wins, the decisive strike." A flash of yellow light burst forth, slashing fiercely at the lantern above the fish. He turned to look back at Lato, who had already cut down its lantern. "As long as we control the lantern, we don't need to bring it back, and we will definitely win." It trembled all over as it looked at the group of blue-clad guild members in front of it. After a moment of attack, the entire body of the fish sank below the water surface. Mo Yu immediately widened her eyes in surprise, looking to one side. He shouted, "Watch out," as the red energy surged toward the guild members of the Blue Lamb, but they couldn't dodge in time, and the explosion blew them away. That fish immediately grabbed its lantern, then leapt up with force and quickly left the scene. Liet Duong turned his head and shouted, "What are you doing, Black Dragon Society? Are you still seeking death?" The members of the Black Dragon Society walk over mocking, saying, "It's a pity. You saw the boss about to die, but it managed to escape, and maybe it will be a long time before you find it again." He asked with a frown upon hearing this, "Are you planning to start a full-scale war with our old Lamb Guild?" Commander Duong looked straight ahead and shouted, "No, we don't want to start a war. We just want to kill you." Liet Duong scoffed and asked, "Is that all you rotten fish can do?" He laughed loudly, raised the Dark Abyss Demon Stone, and asked, "If we rely on just ourselves, it's definitely not enough. But what if we add it in?" Liet Duong shouted at the purple stone, "Tham Uyen Ma Thach. I didn't expect the Black Dragon Society to collude with the Abyssal Demons. You are traitors to the human race." Commander Yang looked down from above and shouted, "Don't speak so harshly. We're only cooperating for our own benefit." The Dark Abyss Demon Stone in his hand immediately shattered into pieces, and a magic vortex appeared above Commander Yang's head. From inside, a figure quickly steps out. Supreme Demon. Mina Na, level 83, glances down at the ground. Mak Nu frowns and looks up, softly asking, "Is it her again? Are you all crazy? As long as one of us survives to deliver the news to the human race, you're doomed." Mina gently tucks her hair back and uses her mind control on the crowd. "Liet Duong, they don't want to kill you. This time they just came to discuss a cooperation." The others from the Gyalam Guild were affected, their faces flushed and under control. Then a huge burst of power shot straight into the sky. "Wake up!" Du Yu quickly swept his gaze around from Liet Duong. The others are regaining their senses, breathing heavily. Is this the power of the Enchantress? It's really terrifying. I couldn't help but fall under her skill without even realizing it. Mina gently touched her face, and in a seductive tone called out, as expected from Brother Liet Duong, "His will is indeed very strong. People like him are very attractive, but unfortunately his teammates are not quite up to par." Then she pouted and blew a kiss to the Lamb Guild members, who immediately fell under her enchantment and became her prisoners. He stared in fascination. Liet Duong put his hand on his forehead, sweat pouring down like a stream, thinking to himself that her power was like wave after wave, crashing into his mental world, turning him into her puppet once hit. Just then, Mak Nu suddenly rushed straight toward Mina from below. Her eyes flashed with a bright red light, and she gently touched her lips with her hand, smiling softly. There's still a rat slipping through, too low level to notice. As soon as she saw who it was, Mina's eyes widened in shock. "You've been gone for a long time, haven't you?" "It's been a long time, and I'm feeling anxious inside. This is the person who can kill even a fragment of the Flame Demon King. Without the king's power here, there's no way he can be touched." Liet Duong looked up at Mak Nu and asked, "Do you know her, Lam?" Tam Tam was stunned, and the mental pressure almost disappeared. He glanced down and replied, "Yes, we met in the upper realm. She only failed to kill me this time." Then Mak Ngu looked at Mina and suggested, "Maybe you can try again this time, since you couldn't kill me before, and maybe you will succeed." "No, Your Excellency does not punish petty people. Please forgive me this time." "How can I know if I don't try?" I shake my head repeatedly, waving my hand to refuse. "No. You go ahead. I will leave first." Mina clenched her teeth and grabbed the deep abyss stone, cursing under her breath. Damn it, Black Dragon Society, almost got me killed. She forcefully crushed the stone. The fangs pressed against the lips, urging him on. Hurry up, hurry up! The pink space-time gate immediately appeared in front of Mina. Manhwa tried to use his energy to stop it, but failed, and he sighed inwardly. What a pity, escaping so quickly. Li Duong stared in shock and asked, "What did I just see?" That top-tier demon was scared just by seeing Manhwa? Commander Duong turned around and, seeing her figure disappear, was startled and asked, "What's going on? Why can't we see Lord Mima anymore?" The Gyalam Guild members below also quickly broke free from control. Manhwa turns his head to glance to the side and asks, "Do you think I should kill all these people?" He looked up at the people above and responded with a vow to eliminate everything with Ha Muyin. But that yin-yang commander was the son of the Black Dragon Society's leader and had left a soul mark, so even if he was killed, he would come back to life. If I have a way to prevent him from coming back to life, what then? Li Duong frowned and looked straight ahead, shouting, "If that's the case, then kill." He immediately stepped in front of his brother, saying, "It's okay, let me do it." Commander Yang sneered and asked, "So you don't know what they did to make Lord Demon leave here, but a level 52 like you dares to come and surrender yourself to me?" Manhwa didn't bother with him and immediately used the Lao Mu skeleton. The others from the Black Dragon Guild, pierced by bone spines, were startled and asked, "What is this? Why can't I move?" His eyes flash with light as he raises the mark of the mighty warrior on his hand. "If you're going to kill, then do it thoroughly and give them no chance to survive." The summoned undead army appears beside him. Manhwa looks straight ahead and gives the order. "Go." The army of spirits immediately raises their axes and charges forward. Yang Commander was pierced through by a stream of blue energy, and immediately a large number of talismans appeared inside the space, quickly gathering to forge a new body for him. A vein bulges on young Commander's forehead, his eyes wide as he shouts, "Kid, you're seeking death." Moyu touches her eye thoughtfully. "Reincarnation magic, huh? The yin-yang master is indeed troublesome." A giant illusion appears behind you, raising an axe high. Then dust rises into the air, blocking your view completely. Moyue sees fresh blood splatter, glances back with disgust. They're so weak. Then flashes of blue light appeared, slicing toward the illusion. Malinhwa, dolaloalinhwa. The dry soldiers below raise their hands, unleashing explosive elements that cause a powerful blast, engulfing everything around in flames. "Why is the fire still on you?" "Obviously I used the death replacement spell, but this fire is still following me." Manhwa looked over and replied, "Because my fire has sealed your soul, you're dead." Next, large holes immediately appeared on his body. Surrounded by talismans, Yang Sowai looked over in panic and shouted, "Wait a moment. You and I are both human. Stop fighting. Let's discuss if there's a problem." "Humans? Conspiring with Tam Yen and still worthy of being called a human, you should just go and die. I want to see how many more times you can die." The flames burst forth and burned. Commander Yang bowed and let out a groan. "My soul hurts so much, I don't need it." His body immediately fell straight to the ground from above, his eyes wide open and unblinking as he slammed down. "Now it's your turn." The others from the Black Dragon Guild looked on in horror. The Liet Duong group stood nearby, stunned by the scene before them, as one by one they were all wiped out. "Am I really not dreaming?" He spoke up to confirm when he saw you approaching. "Brother Lam, you are truly level 52. You respond with a calm face. "That's right." Lai Yang scratched his head and asked, "How can you be so powerful?" Manhwa calmly replied, "Li Dong Big Brother, if you want to know about my return to the human race, you can find out now." You lead the way forward and ask, "So Liet Duong, aren't you guys looking for Dang Long Hoanu?" "Should we keep looking?" He responded softly upon hearing that. "It's not easy to find. Long Dragon Firefish is hiding beneath the ice layer. We can't find it for now." Liet Duong clenched his teeth and shouted, "We've waited 3 months for this opportunity, but unfortunately, the scum of the Black Dragon Society ruined it." Manhwa glanced to the side and asked, "Why do you want to find Danglong Huangu?" He closed his eyes and softly explained, "Our guild members are injured, and a strange toxin has secretly entered their bodies. The lantern on top of the burning dragon firefish's head might help us detoxify." His eyes immediately spark with a thoughtful light. "Poisoned, my divine poison, might be usable." Manhwa looked to the side and said, "Liet Duong, big brother, if it's poison, maybe I have a way." Liet Duong asked in surprise, "Really?" "Brother Lam." You smile softly and shout, "If it's not like that rotten poison between the heavens that can't be cured, then probably there's no problem." Liet Duong turned to look at the others, raised his hand and gave the order, "We will head back now." They immediately turned into streaks of light and quickly returned, and the group swiftly descended onto a sturdy fortress. Liet Duong turned to look behind and introduced Lam Hoin Day. This is my wife, Han Dongni. Then he turned to his wife and said, Dongni, this is Lam Muknungu, brother Lam. Muknungu smiled softly and greeted gently, hello, sister-in-law. Dongni placed her hand on her chest and said, you two sit here. I'll go pour tea for you. After sitting down, Liet Duong looked at Muknu and recounted, we once encountered a monster beneath the ice layer, but we never thought it would carry cold poison. After being wounded by poison, Dongni's attributes were suppressed, and she couldn't withstand the space teleportation of the science realm, so we had no choice but to stay here. Try hunting down the long firefish dragon, he said with a serious frown as he asked, Brother Lam, what method do you say can help Dongni detoxify? Mo Yu raised her hand and took out a test tube. This is it. The system screen appeared, containing deadly poison, which is both a toxin and an antidote, and after use it can increase resistance to elemental poison by 1%. You see this and quietly ponder. This is a tiny fragment of immense power separated from the divine relic's deadly poison, but perhaps it will be enough. As Dongni uncapped the vial and felt the energy emanating from it, she exclaimed, such a strong aura. Liet Duong beside her was startled and shouted, the breath of a deity, this is a divine artifact. Muknungu raised her hand and smiled, saying, big brother Liet Duong, don't see me as a stranger. Sister-in-law, just give it a try. Dongni, hearing this, bowed her head and drank from the vial. A faint green light appeared, surrounding her. Liet Duong saw her like that and was overjoyed. I've really cured the poison. Han Dongni, the 80,000 level alchemist, saw her recovery status and shouted with joy, my attributes and level have been restored. Liet Duong smiled warmly and shouted, I really don't know how to thank you, Cao Lam. Muknungu raised a hand and smiled. It's just a small favor. Liet Duong has also helped me a lot. Without him, I'd probably be wandering the wild continent right now. I also want to go to the Thunder Mountain Gorge, so I'll need your help too. He smiled warmly and patted Muknungu firmly on the back. Of course, if you need any help, just let me know. Liet Duong led you to a teleportation array and said, this is the teleportation array of my old lamb bug guild. He smiled brightly and shouted, although he couldn't teleport you directly to the eastern part of the Dragon God continent, he could take you to the only human stronghold in this space infrastructure. Muknungu was surprised and asked, is there also a human city here? Of course, but only for our divine Lower Empire. I heard that a semi-divine merchant from the divine Lower Empire created it in ancient times, and it is still in use today. The other members of the Old Lamb Guild came to ask about the situation. Guild leader, sister-in-law has been cured of the poison. Liet Duong immediately raised his hand and confidently nodded. That's right. Luckily we have you, Lin Muknungu. From now on, our Jia Lam Guild has regained an 80-level alchemist. Liet Duong looked over and shouted, Brother Liet Duong, honestly, what I've done isn't worth much. He didn't mind and smiled, saying that in the future you will be one of us in the guild. Let's go. I'll take you to the Sheena Fortress. The blue light from the teleportation array flashes and activates quickly. At the ancient city of the Divine Realm, the space infrastructure of the Eternal Training Ground is filled with tall buildings. Liet Duong turns to look at Muknungu and speaks, Cao Lam, I forgot to tell you I don't have the qualification to use the teleportation array of the ancient city of the Divine Realm. At least a 6-star senior officer or higher is required. Hearing that, he whispered softly, 6-star colonel, no problem. I have a way. Lang Nan crossed his arms and watched the soldiers enter the city. Are those two crazy or what? That's a military-only passage. You're probably here for the first time. Just watch, they'll be kicked out very soon. Wait, why is there someone with level 52 here? She and the 8-star second lieutenant saluted and said, please display your military ID here. If it doesn't meet the requirements, please line up at another entrance. Liet Duong calmly took out his 1-star colonel badge. Lang Nam placed a hand on his chest and saluted, hello, senior officer. Are you a 1-star colonel? Sorry, that does not comply with our regulations. Then her gaze shifted to Muknungu beside her. What about your military badge? As a soldier, you shouldn't take off your badge. The soldier's badge is a symbol of honor, and what you did shows a lack of respect for it. Muknungu immediately reached out and took her own badge. Lang Nam was startled and looked at it. That badge was big. 2-star general. Then she immediately placed her hand on her chest and exclaimed, I, Lang Nam, under the city god, greet the great general. Muknungu glanced at Lang Nam to ask, surely I have the right to enter there, right? She immediately confirmed. Of course. Then you point to Li Yang beside you and ask, no, so what about my friend? According to the rules, the divine general has the highest privileges in the ancient city. How can he be a divine general, and a 2-star divine general at that? Does that mean he has killed a high-level demon king before? Manga looked at her and shouted, I want to buy a map of the infrastructure space. Langnam turned and walked ahead, saying, Please follow me. The soldiers around, surprised, started whispering, Aren't they going to be expelled? Why are they still going in? Could one of them be a 6-star colonel? Ridiculous. Just look at Lieutenant Langnam's timid appearance. Does he look like a 6-star colonel? At this moment, when everyone saw a figure flying over, they shouted, Hey, isn't that the commander of the Kothan Fong.Min? Why is he here? Could it be because the two of them just entered there? What exactly are the identities of those two? Once again, the Legion commander is alarmed. Min immediately descended in front of the 3 Manga. Colonel 9-star Feng.Min, the commander of the Old City Army greets Your Excellency, the General. Are you from the Feng family? No need to be so formal. Fong Tu and I are friends. Min immediately took out a bunch of scrolls and said, My Lord General, these are the materials we have on spatial infrastructure, including the maps. Please take a look. He opened the map and quickly examined it, just as Liet Duong had said. Starting from here, I can teleport to somewhere on the Divine Dragon continent, then cross the Fong Tuyet Sea to reach the Fong Tuyet continent. The Tangloi Gorge is located near the center of the Fong Tuyet continent. Makangunhan furrows his brow and calmly shouts, I want to borrow the teleportation array of Old City for a while. Min immediately agrees. When do you plan to depart? He calmly said, Let's go now. The crowd looked at his back in silence. I see all of his badge soldiers too, so it's the visit of a divine general. No wonder Captain Feng was in such a hurry. I didn't expect our human race to have such a young divine general. An Li Tuong, I'm leaving now. Hopefully we can meet again in the future. He raised a hand to say goodbye and said, See you later. Within the teleportation beam, his figure had disappeared. Min closed his eyes and sighed. He's a divine general. Langnam, standing beside him, asked suspiciously, Captain, haven't you met quite a few divine generals before? Why is it that only this person commands such respect? He glanced to the side and asked again, Isn't there a difference even among divine generals? Have you ever seen anyone at level 52 become a divine general before? She was startled and quickly covered her mouth. Is it true that he is really level 52? I thought he was hiding his rank. Min patted Langnam firmly on the shoulder. He didn't hide it. That's just how it is. Find out about him yourself later. As the teleportation array flashes, Mo Yu looks at the raging sea in front of her and asks, Is this the snowy sea? Makengu looked at the waves crashing against the rocks and softly sighed. It seems that Fenglei Xia is not so easy to cross. Luckily, in the Houthi world, I am used to being struck by lightning, so these thunderclaps are nothing to me. Ahead is a swirling whirlpool constantly crashing toward us. Makengu looked up at a flock of birds flying over and said, That is a living creature from the flying mist of the storm sea. Then he turned to see a flying fish pass by and shouted, I've actually entered their clan territory. Makengu gazed at Fingu soaring through the entire space, feeling nostalgic, and complained in the document, the best way to traverse Fenglei Xia is with a team of 50 people. There are simply too many of these Fingu. The system screen immediately displayed, Sky Serpent Lord, a level 75 boss with 500,000 strength, 750,000 agility, 500,000 spirit, and 600,000 physical. Its skills include Wind Piercing and Lightning Chain, with a 50% reduction in wind element damage, immunity to electric elements, and greatly enhanced speed. Makengu looked at the information panel, let out a soft snort. This attribute is far weaker than other bosses in this world. Fingu's eyes flashed, revealing a bright light. Makengu quickly led the Vengeful Spirit Guard here to see whether your Fingu or my army of Drycore is more numerous. Then he used the Prison Bone Spear to lead the attack. The bone spines extended rapidly, wrapping around all the phantom birds. The demon general raised his scepter, and the system sound rang out, a blazing golden flame extending to deal fire damage within a 10-meter radius. The dry lizard soldiers were surrounded by a magic circle. The continuous notifications kept ringing out. Killed a level 72 flying fish monster, gained 4,320,000 experience, and obtained a flying fish scale. The swarm of flying fish immediately attacked with wind. As the wind struck, the constant notifications kept ringing. The 3 dry corpse warriors were defeated as those flying fish used their sharp beaks to pierce through the dry corpses. The system notification sounded. 2 fierce dry bone warriors were destroyed. Monyu raised her hand, summoning a red light sphere, and shouted, It's a pity that the enemy's numbers are too many, which actually gives me an advantage. Then, a mermaid was hit by the red sphere, exploding and scattering red bones around. You stand still, watching them keep exploding in awe. It's been a long time since you've seen this scene. The system screen appears, killing the Fingu Lord, experience +6.6 million. obtained the Sword of the Sky Rider, gaining the essence of the Sky Fish. The Sky Rider sword is specialized for the Knight class, with a level legendary weapon that adds plus $120,000 to all attributes and increases Knight attack skills by 100%. The essence of the flying fish can forever increase its resistance to the electric element. Mungju looked at the crystal in his hand and shouted loudly, "I didn't expect it could also forever enhance resistance to the electric element. This is actually a good item." When he looked down, he saw a stream of red light, a blazing flame engulfing his entire body and surrounding Maknu inside. He stepped out of the flames and coldly shouted, "Come out!" A group of people appeared in front of Maknu. Chris furrowed his brow and shouted, "God of the sea, hand over the essence of the flying fish." The boy looked up and asked, "This is the flying fish lord I personally hunted and killed. Why should I give it to you? Why didn't you appear when I was fighting the boss? Boss just died, and you come back here again." The god of war frowned arrogantly and said, "I don't want to argue with you anymore. I give you one last chance to bring out the essence of the flying fish." "Then how do you explain that? You want to kill me? Do you not understand one thing? If I alone can kill the Five-Fish Lord, do you think I can destroy all of you by myself?" Chris was stunned and opened his mouth in shock. The vengeful wind behind immediately roared in fury. "You little brat! You don't even regard our holy bishop. Hand over the essence of the flying fish." Maknu immediately used the Divine Stone domain and stood straight, looking in that direction. He widened his eyes in shock and ran away. At that moment, bone spines cut across Chris's cheek, leaving a scratch. The winds were tightly bound by these bone spines, and then the Legion of Spirits immediately appeared beside Mo Yu. Seeing that, they shouted in panic, "What is that?" "A demon lord. This divine being is a demon lord." In the pitch-black sky, the undead legion stares intently in this direction. Those gusts of wind sensed the murderous aura emanating from the giant bone spike. This is definitely not the level 52 aura he normally has. He is definitely hiding his true rank. Run away quickly. Even with all my strength, I can't escape, and I scream. What the hell are those two damned bones? Why can't I beat them? Chris radiates a dazzling golden light as he screams, activating the super limit defense. Those bone spines shattered into pieces and fell down as that energy shone on them. He wiped the sweat from his face, panting, and said, "This is an upgraded version of the limit defense skill, only obtainable after level 70. I can be immune to any negative status for 60 seconds, so even a boss won't be able to hurt me at all." Maknu, standing nearby, sneered at the sight, unimpressed by his strength and instead showing off his bragging. Meanwhile, the man spat out fresh blood and collapsed. "How is that possible? My super limit defense has been broken. How powerful is his summoning ability's attack?" The undead legion swung fiercely at the cultists, and Chris, with blood at the corner of his mouth, turned to look at the undead legion behind him, wondering. Wherever you go, this place is full of the undead he summoned. Where could he possibly be running to? Chris stared intently at the side, waiting for the chance to escape. Suddenly, a dark windwielder raised the holy sword high and shouted, "Tainted demon, today I will use my blood to subdue you, the holy sacrifice." The other wind creatures also followed suit, raising their swords and shouting loudly, "Sacred ritual sacrifice." Maknu was startled and wondered, "Hiente, is the skill similar to Deep Abyss demonic suppression?" Then they all simultaneously bid farewell to this world, opening their mouths to spew a mouthful of blood and shout, "Please, divine being, descend." Immediately after, a bright yellow halo suddenly appeared in the dark sky. As the glow dispersed, the angel stepped out from within. Chris happily looked at her and begged, "Please, holy angel, help us eliminate the evil demon in front of us." Mayu glanced over and let out a doubtful cry. "Angel, the figures of Chris and the others gradually fade, their power gathering together to form the shape of an angel." She opens her mouth and looks down, saying, "How dense is the aura of spirits? Evil demon heresy, you should accept the punishment of holy fire." The system screen immediately displays the introduction. The Holy Spirit Angel, created by the faith of the Holy Bishop Church, was summoned through a life sacrifice and possesses the strength of a false god that can only last 5 minutes. Maknu raised the talisman and asked again, "Why do you keep calling me a demon when I clearly haven't done anything wrong?" He silently thought that a mere minor false god at the same level as the Demon King's status might not be impossible to kill. The angel looked at the undead army he had summoned, raised her hand high, and shouted, "Evil one, die." The phantom giant hand strikes directly at Mo Nungu, its powerful energy crushing the entire undead army beneath it. Makingu saw that and immediately raised one hand to summon the soul fire. The angel was burned by the flames, crying out in pain. A vein bulges on her face as she shouts excitedly, "Holy fire!" The angel spread its wings wide, unleashing blazing holy fire. The undead legion stared at the flames before them, unable to take a step forward, as Maknu raised his hand with the skeletal armor, cursing silently. Damn it! The existence of holy fire, the Grim Reaper could never get close. Holy fire, carrying a golden beam of light, shoots straight down. Moyu watches as the flames head directly toward him. He watched the bones gradually dissolve in the flames and shouted. The bone armor could not fully withstand the damage from the holy fire. Immediately after, Maknu's entire body surged upward with a green light. If you are a god, then use the way of gods to fight back. Commander Wu Yu also immediately appeared beside Makngu. Makngu immediately placed the divine blood into his chest. As Commander Wu Yu raised his staff, a notification appeared instantly. The deadly light rings are layered with more deadly light rings on all members of the Undead Legion, dealing damage to all enemies within a 500-meter radius every second, with 10 strength points that can stack infinitely. The entire Undead Legion is covered in toxic bones, and then multiple streams of toxic bones strike the angel simultaneously. She looked at the surrounding bones and let out a doubtful cry. The poison angel opened his mouth in disdain and shouted, "What use is such weak poison?" Next, she raised her hand and struck directly at the Undead Legion in front of her. Mongju slightly curled her lips into a smile and quietly said, "Useless. My Undead Legion is endless, immortal and indestructible. Although only a deadly cursed light with no effect, when stacked infinitely, it can still destroy you." The angel was defeated by that toxic bone layer and asked in disbelief, "Why does this poison last so long?" Mckenjiu crossed his arms and happily exclaimed, "Give up. This is the true poison of the gods. A false god like you can never remove it." The angel gritted her teeth and shouted. The evil outsider immediately raised her sword high to strike, a golden light from the blade slicing through the toxic bones. As the sword passes by, the system's notifications keep sounding. 25 furious skeleton soldiers are destroyed. 16 furious skeleton soldiers are destroyed. 10 furious skeleton soldiers are destroyed. Seeing that, Maknu quickly raised her hand to summon more skeleton soldiers. "It's useless. I can add to my army of spirits any time." Commander Wu Yu tightly grips her scepter as she unleashes the next deadly light ring, poison wrapping around all the skeleton soldiers. When a new wave of toxic bones attacks, she immediately roars in fury. "Damn poison, my power is still fading." McNunan quickly rushes forward, thinking to herself, "If I want to kill Wei Shen with poison, I'll need some more time. I must be extremely careful." The deadly toxic halo from the nearby dry bones almost covered a 5-kilometer radius. Surprisingly, the divine toxic blood is this powerful. That deadly halo keeps growing denser. The angel's face was covered with blue veins, and deadly toxin was pouring out from his nose and mouth. Evil spirit. After saying that, she immediately collapsed. The system voice echoed in her ears, killing the Holy Spirit angel, experience Sabnina 900 million. At the same time, in the human world, the headquarters of the Holy Bishopric, a giant angel statue with hands clasped in front of its chest stands tall in the square. The wind artifacts inside rush out, revealing a greenish skeleton rising above, and someone asks, "What is that?" That bone armor quickly covered the angel statue, and in an instant, large cracks appeared. Finally, under the gaze of the wind spirits, it shattered and fell apart. What exactly happened? The wind spirits below shouted excitedly, "Why did the Holy Spirit angel statue suddenly fall? Hurry and inform the Archbishop." In the world below, Moyu raised a hand and shouted, summoning the dry corpse. He used the crystal to absorb the killing intent and finally dealt with all those obstacles. Maknu stood still from above, waiting for the killing intent to be fully retracted. 2 hours later, he looked into the distance and muttered, "That must be the Fenglei continent, right?" Monu stepped forward, opening a map and calling out, "My current location is probably a few hours' journey from Fenglei Pass, but I don't know what awaits me there." At the same time, inside the palace in the Deep Abyss world, Mina knelt on the ground, looking up at the Demon King sitting with his chin in his hand. "Great King, Lam Maknu has indeed appeared in the lower space." Hearing this, she stroked her chin in thought. He only just reached level 52 to access the lower realm. It seems he was brought here by the surviving Ancient Era's figure. The second Demon King looked up at the sky and said, "So we managed to make a deal with that person. Then it's not easy to handle. But if Lam Maknu dares to go alone into the lower space, this is the best opportunity for us from Tamuyen to kill him." "Your Majesty, do you want to take action against Lam Maknu?" The Demon King's voice echoed, asking, "How could you? Is the mark you left on him still there?" "Yes," I respectfully replied upon hearing that. The remaining eyes of the Demon King flickered with a bright red light and said, "If that's the case, go tell the Black Heavenly Demon King that only Lam Maknu appearing in the lower dimension and killing his son will make him definitely not let go." She slightly licked her lips and thought to herself that following the Demon King's orders is better, but seeking death should be left to fools. Inside the world below, the forest has been almost completely destroyed. High above, warships are rapidly approaching. Makangu looked up suspiciously and said, "So it's the Long Clan's warship." The ship immediately fired its cannons downward, unleashing dozens of shots aimed directly at Mongu. He immediately jumped back to dodge the attack. Makangu looked on suspiciously, wondering about the Long Clan's presence on the Funglei continent. Those Long Clan members with glowing red eyes descended from the warship, glaring fiercely in this direction. Mongu sensed the energy from that Long Race individual suspiciously. Is something wrong? These are not real Dragon Race generals. Immediately after, the Dragon Race warriors grab their weapons and charge forward to kill. The Dry Warrior appears, blocking the attack of the nearby Dragon Race with a spear. Monungu stands still, watching the battle, and mutters, "Damn it. Do the Dragon Race have some breakthrough technique? Is it possible to produce a large number of war puppets? If these level 70 generals are all mass-produced, then the future of humanity might face serious trouble." Maknu looked at the battle scene ahead and shouted, "First, we must eliminate these puppets, then continue." He raised one hand and aimed at those ships, shouting loudly as a burst of red blood splattered everywhere, covering all nearby dragons. Then they quickly followed the old path, exploding on the spot. The dragonfolk on the ship immediately panicked and fled. Then the warships quickly left the area. Mongu looked up and muttered, "They've escaped. Their warships are too fast for us to catch." He looked straight ahead and said, "First we need to go to Tanglazy Cave to get what Elder Vin Cody Long needs. Then we'll come back to find out what's really going on." As soon as Maknu left, a teleportation circle appeared. "I sense it now. Lin Mongu is there." The elite squad under Black Heavenly Evil Demon also came out through the gate, rushing forward and shouting, "Lord Demon King is indeed too cautious, killing a low-level 52 human and still needing our elite team to intervene." Mina pushed her hair back and muttered, "These fools have no idea how strong that kid really is." The captain of the elite squad walks over, pats her on the shoulder, and asks, "Mina, how far are we from that kid?" Mina looks up at the map and replies, "I think we can intercept him before he reaches Thunder Alliance Peak." She lowered her head shyly and said, "I've been waiting for good news from you." Seeing this scene, he immediately became excited. Over there, Moyu hurried forward, wondering if all the monsters had been killed by those dragon clans. You smell a pinkish fragrance and startle in surprise. This aura is enchantment. Mina crosses her arms and looks at Maknu, smiling and greeting. "It's been a long time." Mr. Lam Maknu, upon hearing this, let out a puzzled cry and asked, "Are you sure you want to come and die this time?" She placed her hand on her chest, bowed, and said, "The Demon King told me to pass on a message to General Lam. Then she really likes you. If you agree, you can become the most important person to the Demon King." Her lips curled into a faint smile as she continued, "Of course, that includes me too." Maknu scratched his head and shouted, "I am a human. Your presence only makes me feel disgusted." Mina, hearing this, roared in anger. "You refuse the wine offered and want to drink the punishment wine," secretly thinking, "You really should go and die." Holia immediately appeared, stopping in front of her. "Mina, why are you wasting words on him? Just a small level 52 human boy. I will kill him now and bring him back to the demon dog for reward." Mina chuckled softly and said, "Well then, I'll trouble you. Big Brother Hotleet." Hearing the cheers, he immediately raised his hand and shouted to kill. Then I reach out and crush the deep sealing stone. A purple light radiates from inside the stone, and Mina lets out a cold snort. This is a special sealing stone designed for human summoners. Her voice echoes throughout the entire place. With this barrier, except for a divine-level summoner, all other summoning spells cast by any summoner will be completely sealed. Mina glanced at Makangu and added, "Without summoning spells, let's see what chaos you can still cause." You turn to glance at the sealing light again. It's that kind of sealing barrier. Makangu immediately activates the bone armor, thinking to himself, "But my strength has long been different from before." Hotlead immediately raised his weapon and charged forward. "Die." Makangu furrowed his brow and looked at him thoughtfully, his strength being on par with the boss of the lower dimension. "It seems that this time Tamuyan is determined to kill me." Then you immediately use the bone prison spear to counterattack. Hotlight looks at the bone spikes wrapped around the front of Leto's curse. He widens his eyes in shock as he gazes at the scene before him. Hotlight looks at the dry corpse soldier in front of Leto. "Is this Ko Lao?" Mina beside her also stared in shock. "No, this can't be happening." I look at the undead army before me and ask, "How can you look down on the sealing stones bestowed by the great Demon King?" Could it be that he has already attained the status of a divine-level powerhouse? How is this possible? The first time I met him, he was just a tiny ant, and in such a short time he's already grown to this level? She clenched her fists tightly and looked at the hot elite group, deciding, if after 30 seconds they still can't kill Lam Maknu, I will run away. Over there, he stood upright and shouted about the protective fire. The fiery energy from Hotlit's body burst upward, quickly striking the surrounding bone spikes. He raised his weapon and swung it fiercely, shouting, "Die for me!" then aimed it straight at Maknu. You quickly dodged to the side and observed the aura emanating from its weapon, thinking to yourself, those annoying sword and dagger wielders again. I've met them in the upper realm. This race truly has terrifying power. Moyu begins to analyze. The front is the Thunder Canyon Gorge, but the situation inside is unclear, so it's best to keep a strong attack move ready to respond to unexpected situations. Without a powerful attack, I won't be able to kill them right away. Then a deadly poison emanated from his body, rapidly attacking him and saying, "Take your time and die." The overwhelming toxic aura filled the space more and more. Facing this poison, Haitian finally realized something was wrong. There was poison. From his scepter, General Wu Yu continuously unleashed streams of furious toxin towards his opponent. The surrounding minions were gradually subdued by the poison. Seeing they could no longer resist and only floated unconscious in the air, he clenched his weapon and charged forward. Swish, swish, powerful sword strikes were unleashed, and he quickly eliminated all those henchmen. Mina watched this scene anxiously, muttering to herself, "Why is it like this?" The elite team of Black Heavenly Demon Lord can't resist in front of Lam Maknu. Hak Tien also isn't doing any better. After the blood poison from his eyes and nose started to flow out, he thought to himself, "This toxin. My strength is gradually running out. If this continues, I will definitely die." He gritted his teeth, determined not to let the situation continue like this. Through the thick, toxic bones, he roared and summoned the ancestral evil. That move immediately affected the troops under his command. They were thrown into the air by an invisible force out of the toxic smoke, but in an instant, their souls were violently absorbed by Hak Tien. The mysterious source of power continues to grow stronger, swirling and gradually forming into a giant vortex around Hak Tien at the center. His body seems to have transformed, his sharp eyes shining brightly as he gazes forward. Mina was terrified, secretly thinking that Holiet could summon the image of the ancestral demon lord of the clan, a level of a lord. No wonder the Demon King Hak Tien sent a special team to deal with Lam Maknu. Seeing the ancestral demon after being summoned, she secretly rejoiced. Humanity, prepare to die. Maknu frowned and said, "Why use that move again?" But judging by the aura, this shadow of the Demon Lord is at most comparable to the Holy Spirit angel from before. Then Maknu clenched his hand. A mark appeared on the back of his hand, and his army power was activated. He said, "If that's the case, I will go all out." Hak Tien laughed mockingly and said, "Useless. The image of the ancestor has gathered our will. Under the protection of your ancestor, you can't even harm us a single hair's worth." Maknu, hearing this, only felt amused, and he raised his hand to point at him and asked, "Really?" Then a halo, a pure light, radiates from Maknu. "The thing you are using is the soul of the fire spirit." The power gradually grew stronger, directly targeting the arrogant Haitian. He was overconfident in his strength and was suddenly suppressed by Maknu's overwhelming force. That fire began to burn Hak Tien, causing him to feel pain and scream in despair he couldn't control. It hurt so much. Seeing him struggle, Mak Ngu said, "It seems that shadow is connected to your souls. I've never seen an opportunity as perfect as this. Soldiers, kill them all now." Hearing that, Hak Tien immediately ordered to quickly withdraw the soul from the ancestral shadow and use the fire ore to protect himself. But it seems it's already too late. Those elites are being attacked by Commander Wu Yu, who just swings his spear and kills one after another, causing Hak Tien to become furious as he watches his troops slaughtered. How is that possible? Why is your skeleton suddenly attacking so fiercely? Mina sensed that the situation was dire and thought to herself that Holiet seemed to have fallen into an irreversible defeat, so I should retreat first. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. This aura, after enduring torment from the flames, he has fallen into a desperate situation and said, "I have no choice but to use my final move, even at great cost, rather than die." Then he raised his spear and coldly said, "I am willing to sacrifice myself to the Demon King." With that, to everyone's shock, he drove his spear straight into his chest and shouted with deep hatred, "I, in the name of the evil overlord, I offer my blood to summon the Black Heavenly Demon King to descend to the mortal realm." Then his blood and elite troops were used as sacrifices as their blood surged and dyed the sky red. Soon after, a vortex of deathly aura roared across the sky. The terrifying energy enveloped the entire space, and it continued to absorb more. Mina was terrified, her mouth agape in disbelief. So they intend to summon the true form of the dark, heavenly demon king. This time, Lam Mak Ngu is definitely doomed. As for Mak Ngu, his face turned pale when he sensed the demon king's aura. He frowned and muttered to himself, "I absolutely cannot let him descend to the mortal world, or I will surely die." Mak Ngu looked down at his palm, where the divine poison's blood was quietly flowing, contemplating that if activating the divine blood didn't work, he would have no choice but to use the divine poison's corpse to detonate. The black heavenly demon was becoming increasingly frantic, panting and smugly saying, "Humans, you're doomed." From the vortex he created with his blood bones and elite army, a pair of huge hands stretched out, along with Mknungu's divine toxin blood gradually seeping inside. The divine toxin blood grew rapidly and exploded, and at the place where the demon king was about to appear, the toxic aura surged fiercely, overwhelming and suppressing everything. The demon king just stretched out his hands, being corroded by poison. Haitian growled loudly. "What is this?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Poison, and upon realizing he has been corroded beyond resistance, Mak Ngu taunts. It seems that Hak Tien Ma Vuong's method is no match for divine poison. The thick aura from earlier has gradually faded, replaced by Monu's divine blood poison." Hak Tien screams in pain. "What is this? Lord Demon King, why haven't you appeared yet?" Hak Tien's entire body is being corroded by poison, blood continuously pouring from his eyes and mouth, and he screams in despair. Why is there such a terrifying poison? My body is actually breaking apart. Then he glances at the only person who can save him and screams for help with all his might. "Mina, save me." I look around in panic, thinking that Hak Tien Ma Vuong's plan has failed. Even the poison of Hudok Ma Vuong isn't this strong. What exactly is Lin Muo holding? I immediately crush the teleportation stone in my hand to escape. If I delay, something bad will happen. Let's run quickly. At this moment, Haitian's body gradually disintegrated, and the power of the stone quickly enveloped Mina, who then disappeared without a trace. Mongu opened his eyes and sighed, saying, "So it turns out Haitian Demon King was summoned. I killed his descendants earlier. If he truly descends, I might be the one to die." The scene shifts to a place filled with dense demonic energy. The Demon King from earlier, still not yet appeared, is being tormented by poison, struggling and shouting, "This toxic curse can actually affect my true body." From inside his nest, his voice full of anger rang out. "Lam Mkngu, this king will definitely kill you. Poisonous gas is spreading everywhere. Even the pillars are corroding and developing cracks, while his offspring are engulfed in toxic smoke, collapsing to the ground with their bodies deforming and blood forced out from inside." After finishing the task on the way back, Manangu suddenly received a system notification that Tamu Yendao Ma level 70 was killed, gaining 4.3 Yau $60,000 experience. He was surprised and exclaimed, "This sudden experience boost means that the poison is still lingering in the abyss." Back in the abyss where the poison is raging, warning voices keep ringing out. "Hurry and run. What's happening? Where did this poison come from at last?" The Demon King shouted angrily, "You killed my descendants, destroyed my body, and now you are destroying my kingdom. Lam Mak Ngu, do not let me catch you." At this point, Mak Ngu had already gone quite far, and the system kept notifying that Tamu Yen Kiem Ma level 71 was killed, experience gained 420,000. An hour later, Mongu landed in a desolate canyon. As soon as his feet touched the ground, his wings gradually disappeared. Mak Ngu looked around, muttering to himself, and the ghostly lightning wings automatically folded back. It seems flying is forbidden here. Mak Ngu summons a layer of armor around himself and begins to move deeper inside. Suddenly, he feels something targeting him. Soon after, a giant yellow lightning sphere appeared before him, and after it vanished, a lion materialized. The system grants you the Thunder Lightning Beast, a level 1 monster with the passive skill Lightning Absorption. It is immune to lightning element and can absorb lightning to strengthen itself. Not far away, a fully armed army was waiting there, and the lion's eyes flashed with lightning. It charges fiercely towards the army and attacks. Even with such a fierce roar, it moves with incredible agility. Then he pointed at it and used the second skill, the Prison Spear. The lion was surrounded and restrained by chains like skeletons, limiting its movement. Then arrows rained down like a storm, and explosions kept erupting all over its body. The weakened lion collapses to the ground, gasping for breath as lightning from the sky relentlessly strikes down. But the lion quickly regains its strength. It begins to fight back against those attacking it, its body blazing with lightning from the sky. The lightning storm attack is activated. The lion roars loudly. The bones controlling it shattered into pieces, and a terrifying light radiated from it. Maknu raised his hand to shield his eyes and said, "This is bad. It's another self-destruct skill." Dust rises from the ground into the thick fog in the air. A big explosion follows the smoke. Makengu crouched behind a steel man, shielding himself after the explosion. He secretly admired its power, never expecting that it would take 3 layers of skeletal armor to stop its self-destruction. Even a level 70 knight would likely perish against such power. A golden light appeared before him, gradually ascending into the sky. Makengu nervously guessed that if all the creatures in Tangloi Heap Kok were like this one, then his journey might not go smoothly. There are 3 different paths ahead of him, and Makengu wondered which way to go. He reminded himself, based on the location that Senior Enters gave him earlier, that this probably leads to the right. There are 9 paths in Tanglei Gorge. If you choose the wrong one, you'll lose your way inside the canyon, so I need to be more careful. Makengu chose a path and slowly moved forward when suddenly a powerful yellow light blocked his way, catching him off guard. The system interface appeared and described what was in front of him, a level 76 Lightning Thunder Beast. The Ley Lightning Beast is a level 77 boss. Maknu sensed their increased strength and wondered if it was because they entered the mountain pass. He glanced over the situation and said, "Moreover, there's one more of them. Maybe related to the forked paths I took. If that's true, then the last fork might lead me directly to the lightning beast itself. My soldiers, deal with them." Damn it, I didn't expect that after adding another boss, the self-destruct power would increase even more. At this point, I'm starting to worry that if my guess is correct, my undead legion behind me might also be destroyed. Makengu stood at the next fork, the 3rd path, where the same yellow power reappeared. Without surprise, he said, 3 appeared again. A golden light and thick smoke rising into the air. Moengu touched his chin and said with difficulty, "These stacked, self-destructive powers are clearly much stronger than before. Without my bone armor, movement damage, and comprehensive link skills, I would have died several times already. Is it really possible for someone to reach the center of this Thunder Burial Valley?" He continued, moving forward. The 4th turn. Moyu walked with ease and then spoke to himself, but he no longer had any way out. From the towering rocks, strange blue smoke and water flow out. Black Heavenly Demon King's Imperial City. A dark voice echoes, "Poison Lord, can you remove the toxins from my body and from my city?" Poison Lord taunts you, Hak Thien. You even once begged me on your own body. The one who appears old and ugly in front of him is the Poison Lord. Hak Thien shouted, "Don't talk so much." He looked at the floating stone and said, "Let me see what kind of deadly poison it is that can make our Black Sky Demon Lord suffer so badly." The green light gradually emanated from the stone, and the corrupt Demon King watched it intently. The old man's eyes suddenly widened in horror. The poisonous Demon King threw the stone to the ground and shouted in panic, "It's not good." He reached out his hand to catch the green light, then suddenly had his arm cut off. He exclaimed in fear, "This poison is truly terrifying, even more so than my own poison." Hak Tien anxiously asked, "Have you figured anything out yet?" The poisonous Demon King replied, "I have sensed a bit of the power of the law within this deadly poison, and after I comprehend it fully, my strength could potentially increase by another level." He asked again to confirm his own thoughts. "Do you mean this poison also contains the power of the law?" Hak Tien secretly wondered, that young brat is only a little above level 50. How could he possibly possess such a level of power? He also confirmed that, although very weak, it indeed contained the power of the law. "Hak Tien, when will you be able to capture him into the sect of Temuyen? He must be carrying a similar treasure on him." Hak Tien calmly replied, "I will kill him if I get the chance. I am thinking if I have the chance, I will kill him directly. In another place, the palace of the Demon Queen. So you're asking if I said that Lin Mo Yu destroyed the clone of the Black Heavenly Demon King?" Mina Na confirms, "That's right. Your Highness, I remember a few things. First is Li Yan, then He Tian. That little brat has already destroyed the clone of the 2 Demon Kings. Mina, just give up. You don't need to go find him and cause trouble anymore." "You can't kill him." Mina hesitated before replying. "So how did Lord King Wuma Huang's side handle the assignment? Just follow the order from Second Ma King. In addition, if the story of Lam Maknu appearing in the lower space is leaked out, there will be fools who choose to attack. I think to myself, if so, there are people who can't be killed, and they can no longer become enemies of him. If not, the only ones who will die are ourselves, and I don't know what he likes, whether we can restore our relationship with him or not." Finally, we've reached the last fork. Makengu quietly asks, "Is this really the final fork?" In front of me, 9 lightning beasts appeared as before, along with the boss of this place. You were surprised to see what was in front of you. The golden light sphere approaches, landing on the ground and causing a massive impact. The system panel appeared, showing the lightning divine beast boss with world-level skills. Passive lightning absorption, lightning bombardment, and 10,000 thunder strikes with immunity to lightning element and the ability to absorb lightning to strengthen itself. Looking at what was in front of him, Mayu was also surprised and exclaimed, "This attribute is truly terrifying. Is this the world-level lightning beast boss? However, I am not afraid and am even ready to fight, believing that if I can capture its soul when I kill it, my strength will surely increase rapidly to face what's in front of me." Yu told himself that after a few battles with the lightning beast ahead, he had already understood their fighting habits. We must fight quickly and decisively without wasting time. Otherwise, they will absorb lightning to heal themselves or even use lightning to self-destruct, and your formidable forces will follow suit. The seasoned warrior confidently declares that if they want to finish quickly, they must unleash full firepower within 30 seconds to determine the outcome, as a source of energy moves around the dry soldier, with a golden light approaching its hand. The powerful energies began to collide like hungry tigers, and the thunder lightning beast also emitted a fierce energy to fight against the thunder peak from all directions. Those yellow beams of light strike the place where the dry soldier is standing, hitting directly at its weak points. Mekengzu let out a soft cry from that attack. After that strike, the dust and the yellow light kept intertwining. He wiped a few stains off his face and sighed. That's really terrifying damage. If I didn't have extremely high resistance to electric elements and the Undead Legion's comprehensive linking skills, I'd probably be dead already. Makengu's face began to tense up, thinking that just the 10 Directions Thunder skill could be that powerful. If it also used lightning flash bombardment, I might not be able to resist at all and would definitely need to strike first. Makengu brandished his staff and charged forward, the level difference too great. His 2 prison spears couldn't control it for long, so he had to reveal his trump card to win quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, his attack quickly defeated the opponent, leaving a corpse with long white hair floating in front of him. The corpse of the divine toxin, with its sharp and iron sickle, gradually touches the chest of the corpse, as the sickle slowly lowers in the darkness. Maknu takes out his trump card and says, "The blood of the deadly poison god is my strongest ace right now. Let's see if an explosion can determine who is stronger." He swung it toward the thunder lightning beast with an expectant look. The venomous divine blood touched it. Loi Kwang Tu looks pained inside the poison. Mekengu anxiously asks, "Can it be destroyed by explosion?" Seeing it growl and break free, you suddenly say, "So it's not dead yet." Maknu grits his teeth and asks, "The divine blood can blow up the vassal of the Demon King, but there's no way to blow up the Thunder God beast." I understand now. It's because of its nature. The green lights appear from somewhere and spread outward, moving toward the Thunder Beast and colliding with the yellow electricity it emits. Seeing that scene, he anxiously exclaimed, "It's not good. It wants to absorb the lightning to heal its wounds." Mongu shouted, "Go stop those lightning bolts now." The Dry Lich warriors also stepped forward together to stop it, charging straight into that tremendous source of power without hesitation. You return to a calm appearance and say, "Without these thunderstorms, let's see how you resist the deadly toxin of the divine poison." The Drybone warrior swings to create a deadly light ring, with blue circles surrounding them. Those circles helped the Drybone soldiers prevent the lightning beast from absorbing energy. The blue light began to envelop its entire legs. Gradually, those beams of light enveloped almost the entire body of the thunder lightning beast. Its body began to weaken. Its fur seems to have been burned by poison. Macnau quickly seized the opportunity and ordered, while it was weakened, to kill it and rush forward. In the hazy vision of the thunder beast, many dry soldiers are rushing forward, and one of them boldly swings his sickle down. At the same time, the system also notified you that killing the level 80 Thunder Lightning Divine Beast grants 80 million experience points. Mengyu exclaimed and said, "Truly a powerful boss, resurrected and ready for me to use." A strange source of power envelops your scythe, emanating from what Mo Ngu just defeated. After waiting for a while, the light transformed into a beast that roared. Summoning succeeded. Looking at what's in front of him, he was stunned and said, "No, this isn't the Thunderlight Divine Beast." The system interface reappeared and described what he was seeing. The poisonous thunder. God Beast's soul skill absorbs lightning and toxins passively, with lightning strike and deadly strike attacks, and has immunity to all lightning element attributes, capable of absorbing lightning and toxins to strengthen itself. Moyu wondered if the poisonous thunder god beast mutated because it was killed by the divine blood of the deadly god. Even though I was stunned, that soul had already been captured by my scythe. Maknu said with satisfaction, "It's just a good thing for me. Its skill is clearly stronger, and it will also be one of my trump cards in the future." Then he continued forward, knowing that crossing this path would lead him to the agreed-upon destination. Maknungu covered his face, feeling uncomfortable with what was in front of him. Facing the final destination, he calmly said, "Finally, we're here." Moye looked at the magic array in front of him and said, "There's even a magic circle here." As he gradually steps into the maze, Mo-Nu is surprised when it emits a strange energy. Purple shards of stone slowly rise into the air, then quickly rush straight toward him. Makungu also quickly entered a defensive state with the bone armor. The system display appeared, increasing 1% electric element immunity. He calmly assessed the situation and said, "These lightning flashes penetrate the bone armor. No, I haven't taken any damage yet." Then Mo-Nu couldn't help but be surprised and exclaimed, "Is this the reward from the Starfall Gorge? My lightning resistance has increased to 90%. The purple shards gradually disappear, allowing you to calmly step into the maze. In the middle of the maze, a purple stone slowly appears from the pink hole. "Is this the gem that Senior Antares needs?" You pull out a bright red, blood-colored round gem called dragon blood and gently toss it onto the spot where the pearl was. The purple stone gradually melts away, revealing a shimmering golden pearl. Makungu held the shining object in his hand and said, "Got it." A persistent, beautiful light radiated from inside the gem. Battai appeared behind you and said, "You little brat, you've taken the long pearl." He then urged Mo-Nu, "So you can go back now." Activating the teleportation array on the dragon pearl will allow you to go directly to the upper space. "I have some matters to attend to in the lower space. I will return after finishing." Maknu smiled cunningly and thought to himself it seemed that this dragon pearl was very important to him. Otherwise he wouldn't be in such a rush to get me to return. "Just as you predicted," Battai cheerfully replied. "That's fine. You decide how to arrange it. After completing this trial, we can negotiate a proper deal." Makungu also agreed and said, "No problem, I will return after finishing my task." He walked forward, saw the terrain ahead, then snorted and said, "Hidden cavern." The dry soldier quickly stepped forward and shouted angrily from the blue castle, "Who's there?" Tamuyan angrily ordered, "Search for me! Who has passed through the Tanglei Canyon in the lower dimension these past few days?" The entire group of subordinates could only fearfully kneel down. Hearing that, Haitian thought to himself, "The Tangloi Gorge, my clone fell there. Could it be Lam Maknu?" He glanced at the person beside him without saying anything, then shouted again, "Lam Maknu, it's Lam Maknu. Carry out my order at all costs. The one who succeeds will kill Lam Maknu for a treasure of law." The poisonous demon king hesitated. A magical artifact? Heavenly Black turned to ask the old man, "Do you have no interest in the sacred artifact?" The Poison King laughed loudly and replied, "This sacred artifact isn't so easy to obtain. The Demon King should continue studying deadly poisons, such violent battles for others to watch." Maknu, wounded, stepped inside as the electric elemental essence increased his electric resistance by 1%. You hold the yellow gem in your hand and say your limit has increased to 90%. Now you can use this electric elemental essence to upgrade your electric elemental immunity to its maximum. What is really at the depths of this cave? After saying that, Mayu continued to move further inside. A magnificent palace with a series of dazzling lights appears before him. The Palace of Thunder God. Mayu gasped in amazement. It really is the Thunder God Palace. I quickly remember what I have and say I possess the key to open the Thunder God Palace. The image on the door perfectly matches the key that Mongu has. He takes it out and lets it hover above his hand. The Lightning God's sword, a double-edged blade of the Thunder God's Palace. The key to activate the Lightning God's Palace. After opening the door, Mongu slowly steps into the palace in front of him. Now there is only a simple stone pedestal and many golden lights. Mongutham wondered, did the Beast King kill the Thunder God Palace before? Looking at the person on the ground, he was stunned to realize this was the corpse of the Thunder God Palace. I didn't expect that after so many years, its body remains perfectly intact. Looking closely at the forehead of the Thunder God, I say, this is probably where the electric grass is emitted. Maingu reached out towards the symbol on the forehead of the corpse. The electric herb might be used to awaken the Thunder God. A golden light envelops the space around them, and energy sparks from the stone pedestal containing the divine thunder also radiate outward. He gradually rises into the air using the yellow energy from earlier. Maknu saw the eyes of the Thunder God flicker open and shouted happily, "Thunder God, you're awake." He gradually stood up, still hovering in the air. Suddenly, a sphere appeared out of nowhere and emitted a bright yellow light. From that light, a sword swiftly flew toward him, and the Thunder God seized it as if it had always belonged to him. His voice slowly echoed, "I never expected to meet my closest comrade again before I die. Thank you, little human." He stared blankly and asked, "What do you mean?" Didn't you already awaken? Thunder God explained that this is just a fragment of his remaining soul on the electric herb, and that his own soul was destroyed long ago in the Great Battle, while also praising that the human race has developed quite well over the years.
Is Antares still alive?
Ancient Earth Dragon Senior is in the upper space. He looks pleased and says, "Very good. With him there, the world will be safe. That way I can rest assured more." Thunder God said a few more words before growing larger, and then said, "I want to leave here. Little human, you must strive to become a super god. Only then will you have the right to speak." However, he still left Macnu a few things, saying, "Finally, let me give you a little gift." As soon as he finished speaking, the system panel kept displaying the upgrade stats, showing a 1% increase in the limit of immunity to electric elements, forever making him immune to electric elements. He looked at his body and told himself, "From this moment on, I am completely immune to electric elements. All the electric elements in this world can no longer harm me," directly breaking through the immunity limit that was hard to upgrade. This is the gift from the Thunder God. The system notification once again announced that Ma Yu had obtained the intermediate divine position, allowing him to become a god and comprehend the power within the divine position, reaching the level of a divine being, acquiring the divine title of the Thunder God, merging the divine titles, and potentially becoming the new Thunder God. At the same time, Ma Yu realized a few things, similar to the deadly divine poison from before, that he had inherited the legacy of the Thunder God. A few small golden beads appeared in your hand, divine crystal of electric element law, a mythic level material possessing the power of electric element law. They looked just like sparkling diamonds. Macnu wondered. Law. These crystals contain the power of the law. You have many questions. Only a super divine being has the right to speak. Are they still plotting something among the gods or not? I don't have the strength for that right now, but maybe I can find out the truth later from Senior Anarim. The ceiling where Mo Yu is standing shows signs of collapsing. He looks up and says, "This doesn't look good. It's about to fall." Without hesitation, Mo Yu quickly runs away from there. Each stone begins to fall from above, and the cracks with golden light gradually split open and drop down. He looked up at the sky and asked in confusion, "The fallen divine rain and the Thunderbolt Valley really hide divine lightning. Where did the bat tea come from?" The thunder rumbles and finally departs. I didn't expect that little bastard would possess the Thunder God sword and the electric herb, but that's fine. At least now you can be free. The rain is pouring down on the tall buildings of the city, and Wen stands on the corridor, quietly wondering why there is another fallen deity. In 1,000 years, there has never been 2 divine storms in such a short time. Mohan asked, "Master, can you help me analyze the situation with the little girl?" He replied briefly, "Clearly, you know that every calculation requires a drop of your blood." However, she still calmly said, "This small amount of blood is nothing. Please help me, teacher." And Van Tran. "And McHan, rest assured, your younger brother is safe and sound." She also let out a sigh of relief. "That's great." A stone tablet suddenly flew from the cave towards Mongu. He quickly turned his head and saw it. "What is that? A stone steely?" Makangu skillfully soared upward, dodging the stone tablet, and said, "Indeed, the restriction of the ban has been lifted." He looked up toward the source of the light. Makangu's eyes widened in surprise as he said, "A primitive talisman. I didn't expect there to be a primitive talisman hidden here." A red beam of light shot straight down from above, splitting the space into 2 halves, and the red beam condensed into an energy shield surrounding Makangu. At that moment, he exclaimed in surprise, "Another primitive glyph, which means that in the next 10 days I will be exposed to all the different races." Then a serious expression appeared on his face. Makangu resolutely replied, "This time I won't need you to find me. I will take the initiative to come to you and unleash my wrath." Then Makangu immediately soared into the sky, with only his figure visible beneath a blue glow as the red beam of light gradually shrank along with him. At that moment in the sky, the green light from Makangu's power still enveloped the surroundings. His face showed scratches and dirt from the previous battle. Nevertheless, Makangu's expression remained serious. He spoke in a calculated tone. "First, we must find the Long clan. I am very concerned about those battle general-level puppets of the Dragon clan. They might be about to start a war." In another place, a dragon soldier saw a red beam of light shining down from above and loudly exclaimed, "The red light is the primal rune. Someone has already obtained the primal rune." After the shout of that dragon soldier, all the ships of the dragon army immediately covered the sky. Then a commanding voice rang out, "All troops advance, seize the primal rune." The sky gradually shifts from blue to gray, signaling that something is about to happen. Moyue is now surrounded by blue beams of light. He was still flying forward in the air when he suddenly saw something on Maknu's face, marked by the scars of the previous battle, and his expression became extremely surprised. At that moment, the image of the Long Clan fleet appeared on the opposite side, illuminating a corner of the sky in crimson. Seeing that, he stopped in midair, muttering to himself as he headed there, "I came all this way, just to find it myself." At that moment, the Long Tribe soldiers in the opposing army also looked toward Makngu. The level indicator now displays their names and combat stats. Long Clan Spearfighters, Regular Generals, Level 70, Strength 200,000, Agility 120,000, Spirit 10,000, Physique 150,000, Traits of Whirlwind Sweeping and Resistance to Curses. Seeing the army of the Long Clan in front of him, a hint of worry appeared on Maknu's face as he silently calculated at least hundreds of warships, each with a crew of 100, totaling tens of thousands of puppets. Where did the Long Clan get so many materials? At this moment, Makngu still hovered in place in the air, a red light column enveloping him. Behind Mongu, streams of blue light form legs of the same color. He still stands silently, looking extremely imposing. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Lam Makngu." Then a Long soldier pointed at him and shouted angrily, "It's him! He has killed countless of our clansmen. Kill him! He is the one the Dragon King ordered to be killed. He took the primal talisman." After the declaration from the Long Clan soldier, their ships immediately activated their engines, creating a purple light that completely enveloped their vessels. The purple light surrounding the ships gradually attracted lightning bolts that struck the ground with terrifying power. Facing the Long Clan army formation, Monyu couldn't help but marvel. "You want to absorb the electric element from the rich Tangloi Heap Valley to attack me? That makes sense." Then his eyes flashed, a look of excitement mixed with seriousness on his face. Maknu continued, "I will give it a try." On the other side, the Long Clan warrior seemed to be the commander of the army, shouting orders to fire and destroy him. After the command was given, all the ships simultaneously transmitted beams of light, making the purple light grow stronger and ready to attack, creating a terrifying scene. Then, all the ships of the army simultaneously directed their purple beams of light toward Makngu on the opposite side. The Long Clan soldiers also shouted in unison, "Kill!" However, all the purple beams and lightning from the Long Clan army shot toward Maknu were easily absorbed by him. The beams intertwined continuously, creating a magnificent scene. The continuous notification boards keep flashing, indicating immunity to electric elements. As Maknu absorbs the enemy's beams and lightning, he smiles and says, "Too bad, it doesn't work on me." Seeing all attack fail, the Longtalk commander is stunned and exclaims, "How is this possible? With so many warships, even divine-level experts wouldn't dare to oppose them. So why did he suffer no damage at all?" He shouted angrily with bloodshot eyes. "Do you possess the ability to resist electric elemental attacks? If that's the case, all troops will attack together." Hearing the order, all the Long Clan soldiers immediately charged forward, moving so fast that only streaks of purple light and their shadows could be seen in the sky. Now Mongu, with a serious face and sharp eyes, said, "Go out, my soldiers." After Maknu finished speaking, General Vu Yu and his army instantly appeared from the void, looking extremely majestic and heroic. Now, facing General Vu Yu's army surrounded by greenish aura, were Long Clan soldiers shrouded in dark purple smoke and fierce energy. Both armies are ready to charge into battle at any moment. At the same time, Mangu's voice rang out again. "So many puppets, it looks like I can level up again." Then a serious expression appeared on Maknu's face. He raised his hand with the seal and said, "If you want primitive runes so badly, then let you taste the power of the primordial talisman." The alert board immediately shows reinforced soldiers. At the same time, the notification appears, and General Vu Yu's army instantly boosts their abilities. Their eyes flashed with a blue light, looking extremely enchanting. Then, an evolved Drylich soldier immediately charged forward. At that moment, the Long Race warrior on the opposite side also reacted instantly, swinging their weapon to strike, but was immediately pierced by a deadly arrow. After the arrow pierced through, the Long Race warrior immediately collapsed to the ground. At the same time, the Drylich soldiers quickly spread their turquoise wings and rushed forward. The hand of the Kolau soldier quickly grabs the leg of the Long Race warrior, then the Kolau soldier immediately throws the Long warrior away. At the same time, Maknu extends his hand, focusing his energy into a red beam aimed at the Long Clan soldiers. Then he speaks, "It's been a long time since I saw fireworks. It's been a while since I caused a big explosion." After Maknu finished speaking, the notification board lit up with an explosion. At the same time, on the opposite side, the red light burst out, causing the army of Longtalk soldiers to be thrown back. But he didn't stop there. Mangnu remained calm as he extended his hand, focusing energy toward the opposite side. He continued to speak, and the explosion went on. At the same time, the notification appeared again with a burst of explosion. The red light blast shattered the earth and rocks flying everywhere, along with the Long Clan soldiers being thrown far away. At that moment, the Long Clan army on the opposite side was surrounded by red light beams and continuous explosions. The flying ships above still tried to hold their ground and avoid the blasts. The ship shook violently, causing the remaining Long soldiers on board to panic. The commanding Long soldier immediately shouted loudly, "Not good. Open the shield now." After that order, the yellow protective shields opened, enveloping the ships that lit up the sky. However, the ship still shook violently from the attacks coming from Mangnu. At that moment, the Long Clan soldiers all looked anxiously toward the ship's protective barrier. One of them asked, "Can we hold it off?" As soon as he finished speaking, the protective screen immediately showed cracks, which quickly spread and caused the barrier to gradually break apart. Seeing the situation was getting out of control, the Dragon Soldier commander shouted in panic, "Retreat! Retreat quickly, prioritize saving the warships first." At the same time, all the shields of the ships were shattered simultaneously. Another explosion immediately occurred, engulfing all the warships in a cloud of smoke and fire. The massive explosion sent shards of rock flying everywhere, and the warships caught in the blast were instantly shattered into flying debris. The flames from the explosion light up a corner of the sky in a fiery red. The sound of explosions and streaks of red light echo continuously. At the same time, the remaining warships tried to quickly cross the protective barrier to move forward, but their shields kept shattering upon close contact with the explosion. The shards of stone carrying sparks formed continuous fireballs falling from the sky, creating a scene of devastation and chaos, with smoke and flames filling the sky. Seeing the chaotic battlefield, the man calmly remarks, "This scene is truly beautiful. How can this be happening?" The commanding Longtian soldier immediately changed from shock to concern after hearing the report. He immediately ordered a retreat and returned to the base camp. After that, all the remaining Long Clan soldiers quickly gathered on the remaining warships, ready to retreat at the command. Once all the Long Clan soldiers had fully returned to their ships, the entire fleet withdrew simultaneously, leaving the smoky battlefield behind. At the same time, Mo Yu remained in his original position, with smoke from the battle still billowing behind him. "I'll let you escape for now. But if you don't make it back to your base, I won't be able to figure out how you created those countless war puppets." Then Mangnu focused his energy, preparing to pursue the Long Tok soldiers to their camp. The legs behind him now emit a jade blue light from the accumulated energy, and at the same time, Mangnu continues, "I can't let the Long race continue to develop. If they continue making puppets above level 80 in the future, the human race will be at a disadvantage." The sky had already turned completely dark, signaling that something terrible was about to happen. An hour after Mangnu chased the warship, the Long Clan's camp was now right before their eyes. The previously retreating warships gradually flew toward a sturdy steel tower floating in the air, surrounded by mysterious purple light. Mangnu's voice suddenly rang out, "I found it." Coldly, Mangnu looked towards the sturdy fortress of the Dragon Clan. You quietly reply, "I didn't expect the Long Clan to build a city that only flies here. They must have invested a lot of manpower and resources. What secret are they trying to protect?" At the same time, something from inside the city rushed out, leaving a streak of purple light that twisted along its path. It was the leader of the city's Dragon Clan. At that moment, he rushed quickly toward Mangnu with bloodshot eyes as if ready to attack at any moment. Seeing this, Mangnu thought to himself, "This dragon forest is the bloodline of the rebel clan. It seems that he is the leader of the Dragon Clan of this fortress." Long Tok leader flew in front of Mangnu, hovering in the middle of the sky, looking toward the red light enveloping him, then said, "Lam Mangnu, I didn't expect you to actually dare to chase here." Hearing the leader's words, he then became determined and looked straight at him to reply, "Talking is useless. Our race and your Dragon Clan have long been in a state of endless war." Seeing that, the leader of the Dragon Clan's eyes suddenly flashed red. He snarled fiercely and bared his sharp teeth as he shouted an order. "All warships destroy Lam Mangnu." After the command, the city walls and the Long Clan's warships were covered in the bright yellow light of protective screens that lit up a corner of the sky. Bright purple beams from inside the city continuously shot toward Mangnu, but he remained calm, quietly assessing the situation with steady breathing. These are all true generals of the Dragon Clan. Then, Mangnu closed his eyes, extended his hand, and summoned an axe that radiated green energy. Then Mangnu spoke, "Let's have a great battle." He immediately swung the axe in his hand down, and the green jade energy also curled along the blade's path. At the same time, he shouted, "Go out! Dark Thunder Divine Beast." Following Maknu's command, a lion with blazing yellow eyes appeared, surrounded by golden lightning and green jade light, and its information was displayed on the screen simultaneously. The spirit of the poisonous Thunder Divine Beast. At that moment, Makangu, holding an axe over his shoulder, had eyes shining with a jade-green glow. Behind Maknu is a mighty army ready to charge into battle at any moment. Then Maknu gazes thoughtfully in a direction, as if contemplating something, with red energy columns and jade-green streams still enveloping him. At the same time, a floating yellow-green liquid appeared in the palm of Maknu's hand, and the notification panel continued to display. Seeing the yellow-green liquid in Maknu's hand, the Long Clan leader quickly exclaimed in surprise, "What is the breath of a god?" At that moment, the drop of divine deadly blood in Maknu's hand produced a swirling yellow-green smoke that covered half of his body and the scene ahead. Seeing that, the Long Clan leader's eyes flashed with red as he stared intently at Maknu. He threatened, "I can sense your toxin is very strong, but it has no effect on the warship and the city." Hearing his words, Maknu's face remained calm and composed. He stood within the green-blue smoke and responded leisurely, "Is that so?" Then Maknu raised the axe in his hand and pointed forward, causing the surrounding green-yellow smoke to disperse. Makangu immediately ordered, "Go, Dark Thunder Beast!" As soon as Makangu finished speaking, the Dark Thunder Beast charged swiftly toward the city and the Long Clan's warships, leaving only a faint streak of jade-blue light in the middle of the battlefield. The greenish-yellow smoke gradually spread toward the Long Clan, as the devouring Thunder Beast opened its mouth with sharp teeth, absorbing a large amount of air to prepare for an attack on the Long Clan. The greenish-yellow smoke and surrounding air were gradually absorbed completely by the Demon Thunder Beast before the Long Clan army. Then its appearance completely changed, transforming into a giant lion emitting greenish-yellow light and mighty lightning bolts before the Long Clan army. The warning sign reappeared, deadly and fierce, as the sight of the greenish-yellow light from the poisonous Thunder Beast made the Long Clan leader's eyes widen in alarm, and he hurriedly shouted, "Retreat quickly!" At that moment, the poisonous Thunder Beast raised its front legs to the sky, with the greenish-yellow light and toxic smoke emanating from it growing stronger and spreading outward. The greenish-yellow toxic smoke quickly spread to the Long Tribe army and gradually covered some of the warriors it touched, instantly corroding their flesh and bones into mere fragments. Then the toxic smoke continued to spread further, causing the Long Clan's warships to break through their outer defenses, instantly creating a scene of devastation and chaos in the great battle. The surviving Long soldiers quickly moved away from the approaching toxic smoke. One of them shouted, "Hurry up and run! Get out of the explosion radius!" But before they could get far enough away, the toxic smoke reached them and immediately corroded everything. The toxic smoke has now reached the city walls and the surrounding warships. It relentlessly devours everything in its path, gradually turning the surrounding scene into a yellow-green hue. At that moment, a corner of the stronghold of the Dragon Clan was continuously eroded into debris by the spreading toxic smoke, which then immediately destroyed the fortress, leaving only falling fragments and surrounding poisonous fumes. After the city was destroyed, a purple light appeared among the falling debris. Makangu's voice suddenly echoed. At that moment, a portal surrounded by shards of stone, radiating mysterious light, resembling a door leading to a different time, appeared where the city had just been destroyed. Maknu exclaimed in amazement, "The secret realm!" After seeing the secret realm, his face was filled with astonishment, and he calmly declared that the secret they wanted to protect was actually a secret realm. At the same time, the leader of the Dragon Clan, furious with glowing red eyes, shouted loudly, abandoning all warships to team up and kill Lam Mo Yu, protecting the secret realm and absolutely not allowing the human race to seize it. Hearing this, Mo Yu's eyes flickered and immediately became serious. You smile slightly and confidently say, "Sorry, you can't keep it anymore. From now on, this secret realm belongs to me." From the sky, a group of winged people like birds with broken nests swooped down, led by a leader shouting commands to kill Lam Maknu. They rushed forward, one after another, but it seemed they were hit by some kind of blue poison as they approached. The blue poison made the front one fall backward onto the one behind, hindering their ability to fight. Turning around, one of them saw that his body was covered in green poison and hurriedly exclaimed in panic, "What is this? Why am I poisoned again?" It turns out that is the deadly poison ring, which causes enemies to be poisoned and lose their ability to fight. Clearly seen as the ring makes the previous guy release thick smoke from his mouth before he is finally defeated in great pain. Maknu stands proudly in the sky, one hand practicing his power, the other holding a staff, mocking the enemies. To me, quantity means nothing. The puppet you pride yourselves on has become my weapon instead. The enemy's man is in intense pain with blazing red eyes and aura. Makangu's power causes everything to explode and collapse brutally, with the scene in front of him filled only with the red haze of smoke and fire. The fires are blazing high. Makangu sneers and says, "How beautiful." In this chaos, enemy troops run quickly. Makangu uses the prison skeleton spears to block everyone and prevent their escape, threatening, "This time, I won't let you escape." The two bone prisons tightly wrapped around the enemies, preventing their escape and causing chaos among them. What is this? Not good. I can't move. They keep getting stuck to the deadly light ring. That glowing circle causes their body parts to melt away. Inside the bone prison, they are shattered to pieces by Makangu's power. The dragon family boss is furious, roaring threats. "Lam Makangu, I will definitely kill you." He gradually awakens his bloodline, his eyes blazing, his body growing larger. After awakening his bloodline, he rampages wildly, smashing everything around him and howling. Swearing and the power of the bloodline cannot be easily touched, causing great harm to the body, but he could no longer ignore killing Lam Makangu. After speaking, he roared wildly, filling the air with thick smoke. That guy shouted in your face with madness and hatred, "Lam Makangu, you deserve to die. The ancestral blood bestowed divine power upon me. I will use your blood to sacrifice my clan." As soon as he finished speaking, Makangu struck him with a palm, causing him unbearable pain. Makangu, with a cold face, said disdainfully, "Is that all you've got? Haven't you eaten yet?" Hearing your condescending words, the boss was furious and prepared to strike back. He used a close-range attack and a comprehensive combo, trying his best to strike at Makangu, but perhaps that much power was nothing to him. Not only was Makangu unafraid, he even looked down on him. "This is your full strength. The power of the Blood Dragon clan is nothing more than this." That statement made the boss both angry and humiliated, yet he suffered no damage at all. Before he could think further, Mongu used his bone fang to strike back at him. The sharp fangs are growing and ready to pierce the enemy. The pointed teeth stab straight into the dragon's body, causing him to feel shock and excruciating pain. After being pierced by Makangu, the dragon felt overwhelming rage. He roared in fury, "You brat! How dare you insult the bloodline of our dragon clan? Die!" He transforms into a giant shadowy creature with horns and prominent wings against a fiery red background, opening his mouth wide and roaring as if to breathe fire. The scream echoed through the sky, and Makangu suddenly felt stunned by that power. The strength of the dragon boss must be no longer to be underestimated. Makangu leapt back to avoid the swirling vortexes. As the crimson aura from the boss's body brushed past him, he gritted his teeth and said, "This attack's power isn't bad. It can't deal damage to me, but maybe it can quickly drain my stamina." Then suddenly he saw the dragon boss vanish in an instant, leaving no trace. His escape left him speechless and disappointed, realizing he was careless, thinking it would fight to the death like a desperate demon, but instead took the chance to run away. Looking at the hole he left behind, I truly feel helpless about this cowardly enemy, who even abandoned the flying city. Finally, I have reached level 53, Lin Quan Chu, Lam Makangu. Perhaps this made Makangu feel a bit happy inside. Killing so many dragon generals, he finally reached level 53. Manhwa examines the hole left by the dragon, feeling quite curious. This is the secret realm the dragon clan hid inside the city, only accessible by flying. Then he reaches out to touch it, intending to explore what lies behind that pink hole. He thought to himself that he should search a bit within this secret realm to see if it was hiding any secrets. He gradually stepped into the realm slowly and carefully, but just as he had gone in a little, Makangu was pushed back out by a surge of power. This surprised him quite a bit. His eyes widened as he thought to himself, "I've been rejected by the secret realm." Looking at the mark on his hand, Makangu suddenly understood. "Oh, I see, it's because I'm still within the time limit for testing the primal runes. For 10 days, the red light hasn't disappeared. I can't enter any dungeons or secret realms, and I can't leave the ancient training ground." Makangu pondered silently. "It seems I can only wait until the time is up and then come back to check." Immediately after, he felt the breath of someone behind him. Makangu immediately became more alert, realizing this breath belonged to the Demon King. Makangu seemed to feel a chill down his spine, and thought to himself that this aura was truly terrifying. The true body of the Demon King was breaking through the barrier. Facing the Demon King, Makangu felt a bit anxious inside. Although I have killed 2 of the true body of the Demon King, I am still not a match for the real Demon King now. I turn my back and use the explosive divine crystal blood to attack the Demon King again, secretly thinking that I am currently in the primordial rune trial period and have no way out. What should I do now? But all that was in front of him now was a foggy mess with no one in sight. Gradually, the level 91 Fire Spirit Demon King appeared before Moon Yu, causing him to startle and scream. This is the Fire Spirit Demon King. La Macnu, is he over there? At the same time, the Fire Spirit Demon Lord's hand is reaching toward Macnu. But why? After the Fire Spirit Demon King appeared, do those deep, abyssal flames still remain unextinguished? Could it be that there is more than one Demon King descending into this space layer? What kind of strange poison is this? Even I can't resist its corrosive power. How is that possible? As Hualin Mavong's attack on Macnu intensifies, the person on the other side scoffs and says, "Don't resist any more, little human. My deep abyss fire can burn away the poison." The Fire Spirit Demon. King's eyes gleamed with disdain as he said, "When I burn away all the poison here, that will be the moment you meet your end." Seeing the instability, he quickly took out all the necessary items to see if any could be used, but it seemed hopeless. During the Primordial Seal trial, not only could he not use the Deep Abyss Teleportation Stone, but even the ancient Dragon Pearl of Elder Long from the distant past couldn't help him leave this ancient testing ground. Not only is there a Fire Spirit Demon King, but now many Demon Kings have appeared, each with different forms, all looking at Mengyu. As expected, the Demon King that Tamuyen sent here is not just one. Makanangu glared at the teleportation stone of Thanha Kothan, biting his lip as he desperately searched for a way to survive. He must find a way to return to Kothan immediately. The Fire Spirit Demon King used his power to dispel all the toxic gases protecting Makangu. Damn poisonous gases, disappear, all for me. He used his power to dispel the toxins and they gradually vanished. But then the Demon King couldn't find Macnu among the toxic fumes, which made him quite angry. Where did he go? That kid already escaped using the teleportation stone. Immediately after, to enhance his search for Macnu, he summoned the Ice Flame Demon Lord and the Dark Abyss Demon Lord, feeling confident that Macnu could not escape and laughing inwardly. Don't worry, the primal runes can only exist within this ancient training ground. There's no way it can escape. That's right. He guesses that now it must be inside the ancient city of Thanha. At the teleportation array inside Thankothan, Macngudan appears on top of the tower. Many soldiers and civilians are running toward the wall to see the strange phenomenon, and they say to each other, "This is the primal rune. How great." Could it be that one of our strong warriors from the human race has already obtained the primal rune? The city lord of the ancient divine city, Fengdat Min, ran quickly over, as if recognizing a familiar figure. That figure is the shadow of the Dark Spirit General. Lord Feng thought to himself, "Oh my God, could he have claimed another piece of the primordial rune? Lord Feng, I am being chased by 5 Demon Kings and have nowhere left to run. Is there any way for the ancient city to resist the Demon King?" That question from Mo Yuru made them all turn pale. Lord Feng stammered about the 5 Demon Kings while thinking to himself that since he became the Lord of Gucheng, he had never seen such a large number of Demon Kings sent out. So why did all of them appear just to hunt down Lam Shen alone? But he tried to reassure Monu, saying to her, "Rest assured, General Lam Shen. Shenjia Gucheng has stood strong in this lower space for thousands of years. There must be a reason for that." Then the city lord turned to the soldiers and the people and said, "The demons are attacking us. Old city, prepare for battle and set up the defenses to protect the city." Everyone heard this and became anxious, asking what the demon invasion meant, and they hurriedly prepared to join the army and get ready to fight the demons. Look quickly. Above the ancient city sky, demons and an army are flying toward the city, ready to attack everyone inside. Immediately, the ancient city's secret treasure, the ancient thunder spell, appears brightly in the sky. It generates a lightning bolt at the top, created to protect the ancient city. It shines brighter and brighter because it is the city's shield, tasked with protecting the people and everyone inside. The voice of the fire spirit demon echoing loudly threatens the soldiers and everyone in the city. "Surrender La Macnu now, or I will slaughter all of you." The ancient thunder technique continues to strike down, glowing with enormous lightning bolts as the city lord responds to the Demon King's threats with contempt and confidence in the power of the technique and the people within the city. "Go ahead. How much strength do you think the Demon Kings and my group still have left after crossing the barrier into this lower space? Relying only on these insignificant pests like you to wipe out the Divine Fall ancient city? You really don't know your limits, which makes the Demon King furious. You're asking for death, aren't you?" The Fire Spirit Demon Lords are all training their strength, ready to attack the ancient fortress. Fortress Lord Feng steps forward, takes hold of the ancient Thunder Law, and shouts loudly, "Thunderhead!" The ancient Thunder technique becomes a massive shield, not only forming a large barrier to protect the city and everyone inside, but also suppressing and weakening the Demon King's power. The lightning from the ancient thunder technique still strikes fiercely, causing enemies to feel anxious and somewhat fearful. The power of the ancient thunder law causes the surrounding demon kings to be devastated, with pain from the lightning so intense that they scream loudly. The lord of the city seems to have lost his strength and falls into a state of difficulty breathing, exhaustion, and inability to control the thunder law. Seeing the situation, Mongu was a bit worried and approached to ask, "Captain Feng, are you okay?" But Captain Feng still pretended to be fine to ease Mongu's concern. "It's okay. This tower is called the Ancient Thunder Tower because it contains a thunder core at its center. To unleash its power, one must withstand the lightning emitted by the core. As the city lord of the ancient city, I can barely endure the punishment of this thunder core. So it's lightning? Then let me try." This suggestion surprised Lord Feng quite a bit. "Lam Thun Tuong, are you all right?" McNuthu confidently responds, using his power to control the Koloi Fap. "Just trust me. It's okay." Looking up at the sky filled with demon soldiers, Lord Mayor Feng and everyone realized that those demons had launched their full strength to hunt down Lord General Lam. It turns out that Lord General Lam has already obtained the second fragment of the primordial talisman. It seems the high-ranking demons are afraid that Lord General Lam will rise again. Lam Thun Tuong is a genius of our human race. We must protect him. The one behind the scenes commanding the fire spirit demon lords to unleash their full power and attack Manhwa to completely destroy Than Ha ancient city. Meanwhile, Mak Ngu is using his power to control the ancient thunder technique to protect himself and the people in the ancient city. Mak Ngu frowns, his vision merging with the ancient tower. I am amazed and exclaimed that this perspective is a resonance between me and the ancient thunder tower. So the resonance formation within the city and the tower's sensing ability. I glance at the world for a moment and say with emotion, the world is truly clear, even clearer than when I look directly with my own eyes. Mak Ngu suddenly noticed a small black shadow on the rock. Wait a moment. That's the lurking Demon King. It seems like the Shadow Demon King with a talent for assassination. I think if I've already discovered it, then I'll see if I can use the ancient thunder tower to kill you all. As the thought arose, the ancient tower immediately erupted with energy, striking directly at the suspicious shadow. Min's eyes shone brightly. It seems that Lord General Lam has completely seized the ancient thunder tower. As expected of Lord General Lam, the power of the ancient thunder tower is even stronger than my control. Inside the ancient tower, Mongu laughed. The Lord of the Wind City didn't deceive me. With this ancient thunder tower and the formation inside the city, we can completely block the demon army and be immune to elemental lightning. No wonder the ancient city has stood for thousands of years in the lower space. As expected, there are some secrets. You activate your power, enlarge the ancient tower, and a sense of confidence rises within you, feeling that you can sense it. The 1,000-year-old power stored within the city's formation is now fully under my control. I've never fought in a battle like this before. With the ancient thunder tower here, I can face these demon kings head-on. I shout out my technique as lightning arcs from the top of the tower, illuminating the entire sky. What kind of lightning is this? It actually managed to hurt me. Min confidently shouted, "Our human inner strength is beyond your foolish understanding. I will fight you myself." This statement has officially angered the Ice Flame Demon King. He clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, saying, "Break the ancient city's defenses." He charged toward the defense, just as the Fimble-Winter Demon King's fist was coming down, and the two opposing forces clashed fiercely. Min remained calm, raising his head with a big smile, saying, "Give up. Unless the Demon King himself intervenes, you won't be able to break the ancient city's defenses." Mak Ngu just finished preparing her next move and said, "If you choose to hunt me down, then get ready to be killed in return." Another bolt of lightning shot out from the top of the tower. This lightning bolt strikes directly into the heart of the Ice Flame Demon King. He screams in agony as sparks of electricity spread across his body. What kind of lightning is this? It's so terrifyingly powerful. If I can withstand this lightning attack, I might die. He immediately felt fear. Not good. I need to run away. Moyu slowly explained, "The ancient thunder tower told me this is called Chushen Thunder." Yu smirked and said, "I specialize in killing your filthy demon kings. You won't escape." The next lightning bolt directly pierced Bang Diem Demon King's body, and his sturdy body immediately shattered into 100 pieces. All the soldiers below are stunned. Was that a lost Demon King just now? Just 2 lightning strikes, yet it could annihilate a Demon King. Min was stunned and muttered, "Chu Than Loi, the Chu Than Loi. Lam Than Tung can control the ancient tower to use the legendary Chu Than Loi. a lightning capable of striking down pure-level experts. The Fire Spirit Demon King, witnessing everything, immediately went berserk. Is this the trump card of this ancient city? Even the Ice Demon is afraid, or should we quickly run away? Then everyone immediately turned around and fled in panic. Let's run quickly, I don't want to die here. Manga calmly said, don't go now that you're here. The Thunder Tower continues to fire, and the next lightning strike is closing in on those Demon Kings. The blue-headed Demon King roars, Lam Manga, don't even dream. 2 lightning bolts strike simultaneously, breaking through his defenses in an instant. He tremblingly says, I didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. The true power of this ancient city is truly terrifying. Manhwa, if you don't act soon, we will all die. We are doomed, and you won't survive either. From the depths of the darkness below, my lazy voice echoes, what a useless fool. The Dark Lord has appeared and is about to launch a direct attack on the enemy's position. The continuous lightning strikes fire without stopping for anything, and some of the lightning reaches the Dark Lord's position. He skillfully dodges each attack and rushes forward. I didn't expect to appear beside your ancient city wall, right? I possess the ability to see through everything, even protective barriers, and suddenly a strange energy field appears around the Dark Demon King. Manga chuckled softly. The Dark Demon King has been waiting for you all along, and in the blink of an eye he was caught. What? The shield is getting stronger, and my penetration speed is slowing down. He said casually, we're exposed. The Dark Lord of Darkness realized that this lightning contained the aura of the law, and with one strike, it could kill me. Moyan continued to unleash his power, adding a little more spice for you. The divine stone field immediately begins to glow, releasing a new wave of energy that envelops the ancient tower, as dark energy seeps through each bolt of lightning. This energy flow seems to have spiritual aura, attacking the monsters directly. The screams of agony echo out. Great Demon Lord, save us. In the blink of an eye, this attack reached the position of the Dark Demon King and the Fire Spirit Demon King. The Dark Demon King said, looks like now we can only resort to the ultimate move. Fire Spirit then asked, is there no other way? You, Dark nodded. One is to do it, the other is to die. Lam Manga, controlling the city's internal affairs, won't forgive us, the blue-haired Demon King said. Then do it. Almost immediately, the Dark Demon King looked up to the sky and roared. His roar echoed loudly through the heavens and earth. The soldiers inside the ancient city couldn't withstand this assault, each clutching their heads in agony. What is this? It hurts so much. What the hell are those damn demons doing? The Dark Lord spreads his arms and gathers energy from everywhere. His minions gradually recover, and they happily say, we're alive again. The Dark Lord immediately gave the order to attack. A smug smile appeared on one of his subordinates' faces. No wonder he's called the Demon King. It hadn't even finished saying the word human when something pierced straight into its heart. The other monsters also suffered the same fate. The soldiers looked confused. What's going on? Why are the demons starting to slaughter each other? Datmin clenched his teeth and said, blood sacrifice. Manga left the ancient tower, flying to his side, mocking him. A familiar scene. He wondered why they would do such a thing. Even summoning a high-level mid-tier demon king cannot break through the ancient city wall. The power of the monsters is compressed into a huge black lump. Dark King shook his head and said, no, the blood essence still isn't enough. It's our turn now. He stabbed his hand into his chest and the energy immediately burst out. The Demon Kings also followed suit, contributing to the giant blood sphere, which grew even more powerful with the influx of energy. Many soldiers couldn't withstand the pressure and fell one after another. The terrifying aura was real, as if something from the distant past of the Demon King realm was descending. Datmin shouted in panic, this is bad. General Lam. Then as a Demon King, they are using blood sacrifice. What? Is the ruler of the abyss about to descend? The Dark Demon King grins with a sinister smile. As Ngo Huang appears at the center of the blood circle, a layer of white light emerges, and a sharp finger extends outward, rushing straight toward the ancient city's protective formation. With just a light touch, the formation began to crack and break apart. The soldiers immediately panicked. At this moment, the ancient tower appears, directly confronting the giant demonic finger and temporarily stopping it. The soldiers cheer. We managed to hold it back. The Loi ancient tower controlled by General Lin, and it even blocked a strike from the Demon King. At this moment, a large tear suddenly appeared in the sky, causing both sides to freeze in place as a terrified voice emerged along with the crack. The sky has cracked. The clash between the ancient Thunder Tower and the Demon King has exceeded the limits of the lower dimension. They continue to explain that the lower dimension space is still being repaired and cannot sustain this power, and the blood sacrifice of the Demon Kings can only summon one strike of the Demon King. Waves of energy gathered, filling the space hole as the giant finger approached, and the blood bridge gradually disappeared. When the space returned to silence, the soldiers' voices resumed. It's over. The Demon Kings have retreated. Datmin rushed to Mangnu's side and sighed in relief, saying, General Lam Than, we were lucky to have you this time. Without you, the ancient city of Than Ha wouldn't have been able to withstand so many evil spirits. In a dark space somewhere, the monsters gathered together, bowing before their king, all standing still and in the process of recovering. The Dark Cloud Demon King bowed his head and reported, Lord Demon King, we still cannot kill Lam Mo Yu. The Demon King showed no anger. This time, you did well. He hid inside the sacred ancient city and controlled the Thunder Tower, so it's normal that you couldn't kill him. The Fire Spirit Demon King looked guilty and said, Great Lord Demon King, we will find another opportunity and definitely complete your command. The Demon King waved his hand and left 2 words, Go now. The Demon Lords immediately knelt down to accept the order. He gritted his teeth and muttered, Tho Ko Loi Chuthan Loi, he is level 53, and how can he use Chuthan Loi? Could it be that he inherited the Thunder God's power? At this moment, Datmin ran over to Mangnu and said kindly, Lord Lam Than Tuong, you've been staying in the ancient city these days. With the acknowledgement of the Thop Ko Loi, no one can look at your primitive runes anymore. I agree with that. This time, thanks to the help of the ancient city, I was lucky to escape this disaster. The 10-day trial period ended, and Mangnu suddenly appeared from the void, with red light shining through the crack in the door. It is now night, darkness envelops the castle, and a notification appears shortly after. Along with the fiery red patterns on your hand, you have acquired the primitive talisman skill through self-reliance, gathering the designated power of summoning objects, inheriting all summoning skills, and merging some of their attributes. The duration is 5 minutes, and the cooldown is 60 minutes. Mo Yue looked at the pattern on his hand, eyes wide with amazement. If I can inherit the skills of summoning objects and merge their attributes, then doesn't that mean I can also use the skills of the dry lizard? He immediately summons a new skill to test the effectiveness of this concentration technique. Lieutenant Khan at the gate was stunned to see Mangnu in the sky and exclaimed in amazement, Lord Lam has left the city. Datmin also quickly saw him. It seems the primal glyph of Lord Lam has been fully integrated. He smiled faintly, full of pride at such a young age possessing 2 primal glyphs. Perhaps only Lord Lam can do it among humans. Mangnu immediately unleashed his skill. Come out, my soldiers. He raised his hand, the red pattern glowing, gathering energy, all the power of his soldiers converging on his body, and the system quickly appeared. His name was Lam Mangnu, in a gathering state, level 53, with 200,000 strength, 200,000 physique, 200,000 agility, and 200,000 spirit. Mangnu marveled, so this was the gathering state? I feel a great surge of power within my body. My attributes are higher than the world boss of the same level. I glance at the information of the beast rushing toward me. The Beast King roars. A world-level boss, level 70, with 400,000 strength, 350,000 physique, 550,000 agility, and 350,000 spirit, using the Throbbing Fury skill. You lightly mutter as you wield the scythe. Even if it's a weaker area, it's enough for a savage and destructive experiment. With a single slash, the Beast King was split in 2, not even able to let out a cry. Even Mangnu was stunned by its power. I'm really strong. I didn't expect that even in a charged state I could kill a level 70 Beast King so quickly. With the reinforcement of the elite soldiers, my damage could still be increased further. Unfortunately, the duration was still a bit too short. He raised the scythe and continued to try the skill, Explosive Element. As soon as the move ended, the calm water on the lake's surface immediately erupted in an explosion. Mangnu changed weapons and enjoyed experimenting more and more. He pulls the bowstring tight, focuses on aiming, and uses the soul lock spell to seal them all. The arrow shoots swiftly toward the group of beastly monsters in the distance. The arrow pierced one of the demon beasts, directly tearing through its belly. Mangnu smiled contentedly. Such power is indeed impressive. So this is how my soldiers usually fight. Suddenly your eyes widened and you suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute, doesn't that mean I can also inherit General Wu Yu's skills? If that's the case, I can go eliminate the difficult-to-handle toxic zombie. Mangnu immediately soared into the air. Perhaps it really is possible. This concentration skill might far surpass the methods I can think of now, and it definitely has a higher limit. He rushes forward, softly muttering, Now I will explore the Long Clan's war fortress to uncover what secrets they are hiding, entering a mysterious purple-tinted space with scattered stones forming a ring overhead. Mangnu quickly arrived and said, This is the place. He stepped inside the stone circle and suddenly the scene before his eyes became dazzling. He was curious. What secret is the Long Clan hiding here? Manga deploys his flying technique and flies around, then arrives at a fortress by the lake and suspiciously says, "Could this be the Long Clan's military base below, searching for something?" He decides to land nearby, but as soon as he steps down, it seems he touches some mechanism on the ground. The formation immediately activates, trapping him inside. Manga looks up at the sky and says sharply, "Formation, you hurriedly cast your spell, and in an instant the ground explodes." Moyu reacted quickly, avoiding a disaster, and frowned, saying, "I was careless. I didn't expect the Dragon Clan here to hide a self-destructing formation." The wings reappeared behind him once again. Manga flew up and whispered, "First, destroy the formation." At this moment, an unusual amount of saliva was bubbling up below. A monster emerged, baring its fangs to swallow you whole. It is an 80th level Iron Luan dragon with a strength of 500,000 N, agility of 600,000 N, spirit of 300,000, physique of 750,000, with a dragon breath skill and a trait that reduces physical damage by 50%. Monu used its head to gain momentum and skillfully dodged. He looked at the Thiet Lanmang and calmly analyzed. The Steel Unicorn Dragon. I heard it's a creature from the Dragon Clan's world, but I didn't expect it to be tamed by the Dragon Clan and turned into a weapon. This level of Steel Unicorn Dragon is probably extremely rare, even within the Dragon Clan. And if the monster can't attack, it quickly hides in the water. Manga looked at the constantly moving shadows and said in surprise, "So many Thiet Lanmang? It seems the secret the Dragon Clan wants to hide is in this lake." He raised his hand, determined to first break this formation, gather his strength, and then seek the secrets of the Dragon Clan. The scythe appeared immediately, carrying an aura not to be underestimated. Manga suddenly swung his sword to split the giant raging crystal in half, destroying one and immediately calling out to the dozens behind him. "Manguchivao kachva tintash roinua, fa hui fan ma lukonle. Dam tutiang heleng songlen dong lut, kaukang kongbolu, nhamvao vikino trangta." All the crystals are destroyed at once. Just then, Monungu notices the anomaly as the space crack reappears before his eyes. The two monsters with dragon heads appeared from the crack. Mongu smirked, finally arriving. A fierce Kilin beast also rushes up from the water, standing beside the two humanoid dragon creatures, and in that instant, when it sees Ming Yu, its eyes suddenly become strangely intense. That Jiao Long monster recognized someone it knew and said, "You are Lam Muknyu?" Then introduced itself, "I am a bloodline rebel knight." "I am the bloodline rebel knight of the Dragon Clan." The blue one also spoke, "I am Tasha, the bloodline rebel knight." After introducing himself, Tasha immediately charged into the fight. While dealing with the opponent, Mongu secretly devised a plan, knowing that in his current state of gathering strength, he was fully capable of handling this level of enemy. Tada shouted, "You human brat, you're dead for sure. Tasha is just as fierce. Brothers, I will come to help you, but it was scolded by me. Stop, I want to kill him alone." Mo-Ru deploys a technique. 2 bone spears shoot out, and dozens of bone-shaped strings burst from his body. I sneer and say, "Do you really think you can trap me just with these bones? Do you believe only you possess the primordial spirit of talismanic glyphs? I have it too." Manga was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed. The primitive talisman script quickly returned to its serious expression, frowning as it muttered. "That's right, there are a total of 9 talismans which demons and the dragon race can also obtain. Able to obtain a primordial talisman, it seems its strength should not be underestimated. At this moment, I am exerting considerable authority, as he extends his wings and releases many iron chains, with white bones cracking apart into pieces, accompanied by a savage laugh. My eyes stare fiercely and roar, my body enhanced 100 times, and my attack power also increases 100 times. What do you have to fight me with?" Manga looked straight ahead without any fear, emanating an imposing aura. "Go." Lightning flash orb, deadly poison orb, blazing fire orb, freezing ice orb. Tata was continuously surrounded and attacked by the swarm of Ko Lao without stopping. He was repeatedly cut with many blows until he was wounded in many places. T was in unbearable pain, lifting his head high and crying out in agony. It hurt so much. Before he could do anything, a powerful force swept in and enveloped Tita. He was terrified, his eyes blazing with fierce red energy as he screamed. Where is this lightning coming from now? Moyu, watching from afar, glances over and whispers to herself. So it turns out that increasing attack power doesn't improve defense at all. It seems this primitive talisman's effectiveness is also average. My whole body keeps getting hit. He's furious, swinging his arm to strike back and shouting non-stop. "Get out, you annoying skeletons." Without hesitation, I charged forward in a fury after saying that. A sharp iron axe swung fiercely and collided with his body, causing the skeleton in armor to vanish without a trace. I feel like I've insulted myself and I can't accept it and shout, "No way, this can't be. Why do I possess such great power that I can't even kill a skull?" At this moment, a continuous powerful energy emanates from Manga, who raises his hand toward him and says, "Soul fire is just the so-called bloodline reversal. It's not that terrifying." What kind of fire is this? It hurts so much. The huge flames keep engulfing Tata, leaving him helpless. I have now sought help from Tasha and am screaming, "Tasha, what are you still standing there watching for? Hurry up and help him." He's far away and sees the situation is unstable, worried and thinking to himself that even Tata is no match for him, and adding himself won't change anything. Amidst the rising smoke, the figure of Tasya with red eyes appeared. Then, without hesitation, he swiftly charged straight down. Tasha grabs Ta's arm, raising his voice and saying, "Don't confront it head on. Hold on to me, and we'll break out first." Manga has no intention of letting go, raising his hand high and beginning to channel his power as he declares, "Last time I let you escape, and this time you want to run away again in front of me." The divine blood of deadly poison. Immediately after, a fierce beast appeared majestically in front of Tita and Taya. What kind of divine beast is that? Without a sound, the beast opened its mouth and unleashed a terrifying burst of power. Seeing this sudden action, he hurriedly shouted, "This is bad. Being poisoned by this toxin will be deadly." Quickly, a protective stone is taken out. It glows and hovers in the air between the two Dragon King guardians. Suddenly, the stone explodes loudly into fragments. The smoke gradually dissipates to reveal a figure with wings soaring high inside a protective shield, with a strange, swirling shape beginning to form on the shield. From that pink hole, a large, sharp hand reached out. Suddenly, the big thing clenched tightly, and a black shadow was flying inside. At this moment, Monyu, seeing this, refused to give in and said confidently, "No wonder you're the elite of the Dragon Clan. You still have your trump card to protect your life, but I won't let you escape like that." As soon as he finished speaking, Monyu saw something astonishing and widened his eyes. Right in front of him, a giant red eye opened wide, staring straight at the tiny human. He snapped out of his shock and quickly acted. The human race is doomed. McNunu's whole body was harmed by something, and he froze in shock as he shouted, "This is Long Huang's attack." The giant hand swings to catch McNu, who struggles to dodge and almost gets caught. McNu gritted his teeth, staring at the approaching object. Damn it, there's no way out. Except for choosing to teleport back to the ancient city of the gods, or using the deep abyss to teleport Thatch and Long Chao to leave the lower dimension, the sharp claws swiftly closed around him in the palm of the hand. Mcngu remained silent and calm, his face darkening for a long moment before he easily escaped from the grip of the giant dragon. He spread his hand to reveal a glowing small stone and muttered, "A divine-grade electric element material, possessing the power of electric elemental law. This might be stronger than the divine blood of the deadly god." Immediately after, Mcngu did not hesitate to throw the dazzling stone directly at the giant hand. The small stone shattered quickly under a strong force, and then a large explosion erupted at Long Huang's hand. That fire keeps burning his hand, causing Long Huang pain. I wonder, is this the power of the lightning element law? This kid actually possesses such a terrifying divine realm? It's no different on Mcngu's side either. He quickly grits his teeth and mutters, "So strong. Is this a confrontation between the rules themselves?" The giant hand still reaching through the open space gate must not let that kid escape alive. Not giving up, the massive hand lunged forward to crush Mcngu, seizing this opportunity to kill him on the spot. "Turn around and calmly command the dry lizard. Go up, my soldiers, stop him." Following Mongu's order, the skeleton soldiers charged forward with their weapons into the crowd, rushing straight through the thick smoke. In the gloomy space, many skeleton soldiers charged in but kept reporting non-stop. A berserk skeleton warrior was defeated. The situation is extremely tense now, and Long Huang's hands keep fighting. My undead army has almost been wiped out completely. But this time-space tunnel is probably about to be repaired by the space infrastructure, just like during the previous Demon King invasion. From afar, the beast that emitted the deadly poison earlier also charged at him. Then the beast shattered apart, releasing a strange blue energy that shot straight at Long Huang, making him fear. How can it still use this level of deadly poison? The space crack is about to close, yet Long Huang's hand still protrudes, making him panic and act crazily as the space fissure is about to vanish. The gate keeps emanating deadly intent before gradually disappearing, along with Long Huang's hand. Seeing all the troubles finally fade away, McHugh tiredly sits down on the ground and mutters to himself, "Finally, I've managed to see it through. Without the Koloi Tower beside me, I really am still no match for beings like this." I look straight at the lips, smile softly, and whisper gently to myself, but the losses are also quite heavy. My undead legion has lost 2/3 of its troops, but at least I personally experienced clashing with the power of the law level. This really is a rare and hard-to-find opportunity. After a while, Ma Yu slowly stood up and thought to herself, "However, I am confident that if you raise your fist and tighten it, soon I will be able to face the Demon King and Dragon King directly without relying on external objects." Time continued to pass quickly. The Advanced Resurrection Pool, a body of water formed from the blood of various summoned monsters, has the power to restore life through their flesh and blood. A shadow of a person flickers beneath the lake surface. Suddenly, a voice echoes. "Recreating living beings, huh? I see now." Mak Ngu gently raised his hand to stroke his chin thoughtfully and said to himself, "The native creatures in this secret realm are probably the ones called reincarnating monsters." But one day, the Dragon Clan discovered this place and the secret of the spawn monster. In the end, they turned this place into an egg incubation workshop capable of producing a multitude of puppets for the Dragon Clan. Then, he didn't hesitate and raised his hand to make a small cut on his palm. Monyu quietly watched the blood drip into the shimmering lake. Immediately after, bubbles kept rising vigorously from the water, and then the water in the pond seemed to be splashed up high. A faint reflection of Mongu appears on the opposite side, and by dripping his blood he can create a real clone of himself. But not long after, the water-made clone shatters into pieces. But why did it break like this? What's going on? This place can still recreate a level 70 Dragon General, but I'm only level 53. There's no way I can't recreate it. Makengu took out a small test tube and slowly lowered it. He squatted right at the edge of the lake and gently used the glass tube to draw water from it. "I'm done with this secret realm. I can't bring it with me. I'll just take some water from this lake back to the human world and ask Master Man and Van to help me. Or maybe go ask Senior Antares." Meanwhile, in a dark and eerie place, a strange-shaped castle is floating in the air. The long palace of the Dragon Realm, with the Dragon King sitting solemnly on his throne, exuding an aura of authority. I didn't expect that little brat to be holding something containing the Law of Thunder. It seems the recently fallen enemy was the Thunder God, and that's how the kid got such an opportunity. Below, Tata and Taya bow respectfully in fear and silence as Long Huang speaks. "Next time you encounter Lam Mukngu, just use the protective barrier directly. This emperor wants to bring him back here to personally interrogate the secrets on his body." Hearing this from him, both of those two men responded seriously and loudly in unison. "Yes, sir. Your Majesty the Dragon King, we swear we will never surrender again." A space gate is gradually opening at Makengu's location. "You're back already, kid." He stepped closer, holding up the glowing object, and said, "I've brought you what you asked for, Senior." Hearing that, Antares opened his mouth wide and absorbed the item. "Senior, I have completed your test now. It's your turn to keep your promise to me." Antares calmly replied, "I know I will give you some rare materials." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly refused and asked a question. "I don't need those materials. I just want to ask you a few questions." Antares, feeling helpless, said, "You clever little brat, just ask. If it's something I can answer, I will tell you." With approval received, Mongu then pulled out the small experiment tube and said, "This is water from the life pond I took from inside the Long Clan's secret realm. The Dragon Clan used it to recreate a large number of Dragon Generals, so why can't it reproduce another version of me?" It leaned in close to observe you carefully before seriously explaining. "So that's the case. It's simple. Low-level races mean they are only capable of copying beings below level 70 and of lower species." Moyoi muttered somewhat confusedly, "What does low-level race mean?" After a long moment, he finally understood something and looked into the test tube. "I see. So that's how it is. So could you tell me about the ancient city of Shanha and the Koloi Tower? I want to learn about their past." This is the history of the ancient city of the God of the Fall, which is even older than me, so I don't know its past. So it turns out there are things you don't know either. It's just a few things I don't know, that's all. If you don't believe it, ask a different question. I will definitely explain it to you thoroughly. The serious tone of his voice rang out, and a blinding light suddenly burst forth. "This is what you yourself said." Antares looked straight at Maknu in silence. "I want to know the purpose of this body." Many thoughts immediately come to mind. Makengu, standing opposite, begins to speak, revealing his request and the secret about the gods. He falls silent for a moment, his blazing yellow eyes suddenly widening in surprise. "I didn't expect you to have the body of the deadly poison god as well. A series of images of different elements swirling around appear. Antares said seriously, "Then I will tell you that gods are the ultimate expression of the elements. If I use a different word to describe it, that is precisely the principle. A figure of someone's body appears before his eyes, astonishing him. Law of nature?" Antares quickly responded. "That's right. Ordinary gods don't leave behind such remains when they die. They are a favored creature of the heavenly realm, a fusion of gathered elements representing the pinnacle of a certain elemental type. That clone radiates a strange green energy." Moyoe stared intently in the direction of the corpse. Even a small fragment of a divine body is already a huge opportunity. Until now, I have never heard of anyone possessing a complete divine corpse like yours. But you still don't understand. Makangu gently scratched his head and asked, "It's just luck on my part. Senior, what exactly is the purpose of this divine corpse?" Hearing this question, Antares narrowed his eyes in helpless frustration and cursed. "You damn idiot." The body of that man suddenly erupted, emitting a strange green energy. "Do you know why the divine spirit's corpse is so precious? It's because it contains the law within it. By understanding and studying the laws within this corpse, your divine-level experts can quickly strengthen their power." Hearing this, Mo Yu suddenly realized something and hesitated. "I see, so that's how it is. You stare in shock with wide eyes, secretly admiring. Just the fact that I once obtained a broken finger from a god was enough to shock those teachers." Now Antares suddenly turned away in frustration, not wanting to say more, and said, "All right, I've already answered many of your questions. I need to rest now. There's a dragon pearl in the dungeon of the Dragon King Palace. Then when the time comes, go and bring it back here, as if we are starting a new deal." Without hesitation, he used a strong force to blow Makngu away from his place and said, "I will tell you the secret of how to become a super god then." After a long while, he quickly returned to his own world, the Hakin Academy. "Am I back in the human world now? I need to find my master first." Evian happily ran over and shouted, "This little brat, I sensed you were about to return even when I was at Onlin Palace." Macnu slowly approached and respectfully greeted, "I humbly greet both teachers." He also quickly sat down at the table with the two of them and recounted everything that had happened. Makngu loudly narrated the details clearly, not expecting that at that place he was targeted simultaneously by both the Demon King and the Dragon King. He sat across from me, slowly picked up his teacup, and softly said, "So they still haven't killed that kid Lamb from my family. I bet those two useless fools are probably furious as hell right now." At this moment, I also took out 3 shattered stones emitting electricity and placed them on the table, saying, "Master, this is the divine crystal law I mentioned before. Can you comprehend the law within it?" Evian looked in amazement at the glowing stone and exclaimed, "This is truly a good thing. In our entire human race, only that old man owns a primordial wind element divine crystal." And Van couldn't help but glance at it and exclaimed, "This divine crystal is even more valuable to us than those divine relics of yours." Makangu frowned slightly, his face serious as he said, "These 3 divine crystals are useful enough. I will give them back to my master, and I ask you two to help me transfer the remaining one to the crazy god." He turned to look at him and chuckled softly, thinking that the crazy young man would be overjoyed if he knew. Evian crossed his arms and said, "That guy really got lucky." Suddenly, a floating building with giant chains appeared right above the 3 of them. "Hey kid, let's go." "Where are you going?" Evian clenched his fist and raised it with fierce determination, his unwavering gaze saying, "We can't help with matters of Tamu Yen and the Dragon Clan, but we still have a voice in human affairs." Then, the 2 of them quickly appeared above that place. "The Black Dragon Society will pay a heavy price for their actions. There are many people standing below the arena, and a displeased voice shouts, 'Where is everyone from the Black Dragon Society? Get out here now.'" Everyone in that area was stunned, looking around and whispering, "This is the voice of Lord Bai from the Divine Lower Empire. But why is he here at our Black Dragon Society?" Suddenly a streak of light shot down from above with great force, and a man slowly appeared from within the smoke, respectfully saying, "We did not know that Lord Bai Shen was coming, so we apologize for not welcoming you from afar." Maknu hesitated slightly and observed carefully, thinking he was a divine-level expert. Yi Yuan's face had become grim. He furrowed his brows and ordered, "Move aside. This matter has nothing to do with you, so don't come here to join the fun. Today, I just came to settle the score with the Black Dragon Society." The man kept asking nonstop, not knowing what the Black Dragon Society had done to make Lord Bai Shen so angry. Evian, standing upright with authority, looked at the other person and replied without hesitation, "Do you think I should find them to settle the score if the Black Dragon Society colluded with the Abyss Demon and attacked the talented humans?" "What do you mean?" forming an alliance with the evil spirits of Tam Uyen? The man finally couldn't do anything and had to step aside in surrender. Please, after you. Once given the go-ahead, the two of them quickly sped straight downward at full speed. The golden lights gradually appeared, and Manhwa and YVN had also arrived at their destination and stopped. They quickly realized something unusual. Barrier through the thick fog, he arrogantly looked straight and commanded. Come out, Amaterasu. Do you dare to do it but not to accept the consequences? From inside the house, Amnat stepped out with a cane and a strange smile, saying, From the moment Tioni sent the message from the lower dimension before dying, I knew this day would come. He walks over full of murderous intent, his eyes shining as he grits his teeth and shouts, You're the one who killed Jiaoni, aren't you? You bastard. You even dared to grind her soul to pieces, making her lose the chance to be revived. The surroundings of the dark sun quickly became shrouded in fog, as he raised his staff high into the sky and declared, Lord White God, I may not be able to kill you, but this General Lamb must stay forever in my Black Dragon Guild. Amidst the heat of the flames, two demon kings gradually appeared shortly after. Demon Lord, over here, Yi Yuan also used his power. His face darkened with anger as he said, You really are colluding with Deep Abyss. I didn't expect Deep Abyss to give him two dead Demon Lord bodies just like that, so he could train them into his own rage spirits. On Myoji, level 93, I will send you both on your way. At this moment, YVN's entire body is engulfed in flames as he angrily charges straight at the enemy. I will deal with these summoned spirits. Be careful, okay? McNew's side is no different. He quickly uses his power, frowning as he mutters, Both the Yin-Yang Master and I share the same summoning profession. Without the summoning item, this old man's true form must be very weak. Even if he's a divine-level powerhouse, maybe I can still kill him. Immediately after, Mo Yu charged straight ahead with all her might. Onmyoji was excited and exclaimed, You are definitely the most talented young general of the human race. I will train you to become my spirit servant to comfort the soul of the little one in the sky above. Seeing something was wrong, Onmyoji widened his eyes in shock and shouted, How can this be? I was hit by the soul-sealing spell. How can you be safe and sound? Muyu grasped the surrounding blue light with unwavering eyes and said, So you attacked that soul. I know that too. Now it's your turn to counterattack, and the blue sphere continues to be launched as commanded. The source of power crashes into Amaterasu's face, causing him pain. It hurts so much. Nevertheless, the dark sun refused to give up. The densely packed talismans gradually appeared all around. He gritted his teeth and said, The secret technique of the fate wheel radiates. Everyone watching the scene unfold was amazed and wondered what this was. Suddenly, the talismans rush in and surround everyone, causing them to panic. Leader, what are you planning to do now? Captain, why do you want to lock us up? My power is still fading. Amaterasu ignores everything. He revels in the power he has gained, shouting, offering your strength and life to me. The Dry Lao warrior swung his axe powerfully and brought it down quickly and decisively. The sharp blade sliced through the connecting charms but failed to cut them apart. Those surrounded by the talismans are gradually drained of their life force, becoming withered and crying out. At this moment, Amnat refuses to back down, furrowing his brow in anger as he shouts loudly, It's useless. Lam Makngu, you won't be able to break my fate's chains. I will tear apart all your summoning objects and make you suffer, forging you into a sacrifice for my ritual. Makngu remained silent, showing no reaction. You stare intently, secretly thinking that your tactics to deal with a divine-level expert are still too forced. Another version suddenly appears at that moment, the staff in your hand raised high and shining brilliantly as if giving an order. Immediately afterward, many undead soldiers gradually appeared in formation. They did not hesitate to wield their weapons and charge forward to attack. Amaterasu shouted angrily, Do you dare to use lightning in front of me? He frowned deeply, his eyes shining as he raised his voice to give an order. Go outside. The powerful electric current surged, and the imposing figure of a beast, Thethan Loichi II, gradually appeared behind Amnat. Loichi II points his hand directly at the Dry Lich army, unleashing terrifying streams of electricity. Makngu is now surrounded by electric currents, but remains unaffected. When he saw that you were unharmed, Amaterasu shouted in shock and disbelief. What is happening? Why is it that even Loichi II can't hurt him at all? From his side, waves of electricity keep emanating non-stop. Makngu clenched his fist tightly. At this moment, an attack from YVN suddenly descended from above, startling Amnit. He glanced down slightly and softly said to the boy, Little brat, have you played enough? The teacher said, His divine test must be handed over to him. Makngu gently brushed his hair back. raised his head and replied, "I understand, sir." Then he clenched his fist tightly, and his energy rapidly gathered. Suddenly, Maknu swung his hand forcefully and struck the floating talisman, shouting, "My fate is sealed." When Amaterasu saw the abnormal energy from him, she was surprised and widened her eyes, thinking that this kid's attack must be at least 10 times stronger, and he wouldn't give up easily. He quickly clasped his hands together, gritting his teeth as he continuously summoned his strength, muttering non-stop, "If you can break my fate lock, it means you can hurt me. He's just a level 53 kid. How dare he provoke a divine-level expert like me?" A magic circle gradually appears right beneath the dark sun. He struggled to hold the fusion and shouted. The blazing fire was continuously created, spinning rapidly in a strange manner. Under the shadow of the dark sun, a blinding light erupted, as if to swallow everything. The fiery red flames gradually dispersed, and the swirling vortex disappeared as well. At this moment, Amaterasu is extremely enthusiastic, and he confidently declares with a sinister smile, "Once I succeed in summoning, you two will stay here forever." In response to Amaterasu's threat, Yi Yuan remains calm as if nothing is happening and gently says, "I heard that the strongest yin-yang master can summon a legendary sacrifice, and I never expected the yin-yang to reach this level." Suddenly, from the thick fog, a giant eye suddenly opened wide. At this moment, Maknu took out a small blue stone, his face calm and serious with a dark aura. "I don't like it." Then he quickly released his pet and ordered it to attack and destroy his summoning ritual when he saw Makngu releasing the creature. Vian glared and clenched his teeth without saying anything, hovering above and looking down at where Makngu was standing, calling out, "You little brat. You didn't warn me about that poison. I don't want to get caught in it again." The battle continued intensely, with two dazzling lights clashing. What kind of skill is this? Before he could finish asking, the energy shot towards him, forcing him to lie down and shield himself. He saw his body gradually disintegrate, trembling in fear as he kept screaming, "This is impossible. What kind of toxin is this? How can it rot my divine-level body from within?" The entire body of Onmyoji gradually vanished into the wind, and he could no longer bear to cry out. No, in the end, Onmyoji was left only with a skeleton, and the dark energy rose up and shattered. Yivian looked on calmly and spoke without any fatigue. "Deadly toxins are truly terrifying. Although the true form of the summoner was a bit weak, I didn't expect Lam Tutu to actually succeed." The surrounding barrier quickly shattered into tiny pieces. As he watched the fight, the man who had tried to stop them was almost in disbelief, standing stiffly in place. Yivian turned and walked away, but before leaving he still gently looked back. The figures of both of them flickered faintly before gradually disappearing from sight, leaving the man and others there still unable to grasp what had just happened. The green aura around that place still lingers, not dissipating. Moyoi silently lifts the teapot to pour, her voice tinged with contemplation. "Master, are we really doing the right thing? After all, he is also a divine-level powerhouse of the human race." Evian seriously lifts his teacup, his eyes full of anger as he says, "The one colluding with the demon is the enemy, no longer one of our human race. Moreover, this attack was also to warn other nations. Stop secretly scheming against me." He slightly lowered his head and replied, "I understand." But deep down, Maknu still thought it was because he wasn't strong enough. Suddenly, Vian looked up at you and said, "Oh, right. The Kanlan Mountain dungeon is opening soon, which is perfect for your current level." Makangu hesitated slightly, his voice a bit uncertain. "Kanlan Mountain? You've appeared there so soon?" The towering mountain range covered in white snow, everyone there looked a little disdainful, whispering that person's level, wondering what rank they are. Based on how he's dressed, he probably belongs to a traveling profession. Right? Why would he come into the Kanlan mountain range? Could it be that he doesn't realize how dangerous this place is? In the harsh snowstorm, he walks calmly with his hands in his pockets, heading inside alone. After a while, Mo Nangu stopped at a nearby open space gate, finally arriving. Seeing his thin appearance, everyone there kindly asked with concern, "Are you cold, brother? Are you a support class? Did you get lost with your teammates? Maybe we should take you down the mountain." Maknu smiled softly and nodded gently in response. "Thank you for your kindness. I'm here to clear the dungeon. Seeing your outfit, I still thought you were a professional fake of the lifestyle type." After a while, the other person wondered to himself, "But why don't I see his teammates?" The man in front of Mo Yu seriously pointed out that this is the dungeon of the Demon Lotus Divine Palace, divided into 3 sections. This is the first dungeon at the foot of the mountain, considered one of the best. But recently, it seems there are fake professionals from other countries causing trouble. You should be a bit more careful. He slightly lowered his gaze and smiled softly, saying, "Thank you for the reminder." Then Moyu put his hands in his pockets, walked past them, and continued deeper inside. Soon he approached the purple stone. Makangu reached out to touch the source of that power. The Kanlan Divine Palace is a level 55 top-tier place, with only 12 limited spots. As soon as the man below looked up to where he was, he saw Makangu vanish suddenly and quickly. He was startled and frightened, hurriedly rubbing his eyes and repeatedly shouting, "I didn't see it wrong, did I?" He went into the dungeon alone just now, and the man still couldn't believe his eyes, stammering in amazement. "This is Kanlan Divine Palace. After all these years, no one has ever cleared the dungeon successfully." Another person stepped forward from behind, crossed his arms and smiled, telling the boss that these young people don't know their limits, and they'll soon realize they can't escape. The snow-covered mountain area is deserted, and Makangu suddenly appears there. He looks around and raises his hand to activate the power of the bone armor. Immediately after, the armor appeared right behind Mongu. He muttered in a low voice, surprised that just entering the dungeon meant enduring both freezing and snowstorm attacks. Although the damage isn't high, if he switched to another profession, he definitely wouldn't be able to endure for long. Makangu didn't waste any more time and quickly soared into the sky and flew away. According to the teacher's explanation, the Kanlan Divine Palace is divided into 3 dungeon sections, and only by achieving high enough scores in each can the final hidden dungeon be unlocked. While flying, Makangu suddenly paused and looked up, shouting at the 2 floating orbs. "Has the countdown already started? Then I need to speed up." Many different monsters gradually appeared and gathered below the ground. The elite Ice Snow Tiger, level 56, with 55,000 strength, 70,000 agility, 30,000 spirit, 60,000 stamina. The elite Snow Mountain White-Haired Wolf, level 55, with 50,000 strength, 60,000 agility, 20,000 spirit, 50,000 stamina. Looking closely at their skills, he quickly extended his hand, unleashing his power toward the monsters, and loudly said, "2 cursed spears are just weak monsters." Very fast. Then a green smoke appeared, covering the monsters. Toxic and deadly. Killing Snow Mountain. White Fur Wolf, level 54, grants 3.24 million experience. Killing Ice Snow Beast, level 56, grants 3.36 million experience. Monju didn't use much effort, gradually raising his hand to absorb the power again and said, "To kill quickly, explosion is still the fastest." A blast? A huge explosion suddenly erupts in the distance, destroying everything nearby completely. Killing the level 54 Snow Mountain. White Fur Wolf grants 3,000 to 40,000 experience, and defeating the level 56 Ice Snow Beast grants 3.36 million experience. At this moment, the surrounding space begins to change rapidly, and the wind starts to blow stronger. Is this the boss appearing? At this moment, a tall beast gradually steps forward with great power. The reinforced leader of the Kalana Demon Bull, level 58, with 150,000 strength, 40,000 agility, 40,000 spirit, and 40,000 stamina, looks at the enhanced Crazy Horn skill and the Crazy Horn sweep. Upon seeing the beast leader, Moyu shows a dismissive and contemptuous expression. Too weak, monsters in the early stages of the dungeon are indeed still not strong enough. Compared to the monsters in the ancient training arena, it's a whole different level. The monster, wielding a large axe, raised itself high and let out a deafening roar, empowered by the crazy charge. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its sharp fangs bared as it howled forward. The beast charged straight at him with incredible speed, its sharp fangs bared. Makangu still stands still, reaching out with his hand. The beast rushing toward him suddenly halts in place, then is easily defeated by him, and gradually disappears. Immediately after, Moyu also obtained a purple stone, killed the Kanlan Demon Bull, gaining 5 million experience. According to my calculations, it will probably take about half an hour to deal with all these monsters. Maybe during this time, I'll get an excellent rating. Suddenly, a new resource appeared right in front of him, drawing Makangu's attention. An unceasingly emitting blue light and a small floating leaf suddenly appeared. He successfully broke through the Kanlan Divine Palace's initial assessment of the dungeon and received the Kanlan Snowgrass as a bonus reward, which can be used to level up once below level 80, twice below level 70, and 3 times below level 60. When he saw that thing, he couldn't help but shout out excitedly, "Kanlan Tu Yet Thou can directly increase its level. Does such a miraculous item really exist in this world? I've never heard of this before. Could I be the first human to get this reward?" Makangu gently reached through the circle and grasped the leaf inside. He slightly furrowed his brow, brought it close to his face for a careful look, and whispered, "We shouldn't use it for now. Ask Antares when the time comes." "Senior." Makangu quickly put away the tree and continued walking. He calmly reached up to rub his head and muttered, "Hopefully the next dungeon still offers some challenge." Amidst the white snow, a blurry figure dressed in white quickly appears and disappears. while from behind a distant rock, a shadow keeps staring at you without looking away. The space gate is still open. Macnunu senses something and looks around, searching, then exclaims, "Why does it feel like someone is watching her?" The man, surprised, turned his face to look in one direction and spoke. So he actually went outside. Does he finally have the map or not? Why did it appear so quickly? Could I have been mistaken? From the dim light, Macnu's shadow gradually appeared right in front of everyone, and his whole body suddenly grew weak as he kept spinning in the air. Then quickly Macnu's figure also disappeared behind the open space gate, and everyone there screamed in fear. Why did it suddenly disappear again? Are we dealing with a ghost? The surrounding dark space gradually dissipates. Makangu appears somewhere else, looks up and mutters, "So you really did make a move after all?" He remained silent for a long time, observing as the freezing wind kept blowing. The silent, snowy mountain landscape appeared around him, and Moyu gently raised his hand to shield himself from the strong wind. He struggled to lift his eyes and look ahead, the fierce snowstorm still blowing non-stop. This is not the dungeon of the Demon Palace. Surroundings are filled with pure, elemental energy. Using Antari's words, this is probably the world of a certain divine being's element. Makangu calmly lifts his head and shouts at the sky. Suddenly, a strong wind gathers into a small snow vortex. "Go outside, you fake god and demon." Snow spirit of Conlon calmly appears after the tornado dissipates, and I wonder if it's really him. Your previous vision was filled with malice. Conlon Tuyet-Than slowly opened her eyes and looked down at Macnu, saying, "Humans, you may call me Conlon Tuyet-Than." I slightly bow my head, frowning softly with a determined and cautious gaze. I introduce myself. "My name is Lam Mak Ngu, the third star divine general of the divine empire of Than Ha. You blocked the teleportation and forcibly dragged me into the elemental world, using snow and wind to attack me. Please give me an explanation." The surrounding space seems to be swirling. He extends his large hand toward Macnu and says, "Hand over the divine position on your body and I will let you go." The boy calmly faces Kolon Tuyet-Than and responds, "How do you know I have a divine token? If I don't give it to you, what can you do?" I heard Macnu's arrogant reply. He immediately grimaced with anger, clenched his fists and threatened. "Then, I will stay here and kill you." You laugh out loud without a hint of fear, your inner strength clearly showing disdain and contempt. Relying only on you, a newly born god, it seems you don't understand what the significance of the three-star divine general truly is. Immediately after, Macnu suddenly shouted, raising his hand to the sky and commanding, "Go out, my soldiers." Following Macnu's order, many dry soldier warriors appeared ready in the sky. Conlon Tuyet-Than pointed straight ahead and shouted loudly with a serious tone. The snowstorm wind stopped abruptly. A strong gust of wind carrying blinding snow rushes toward the skeleton soldiers, and as expected, the freezing cold from the snow quickly encases and immobilizes them all. Seeing this scene unfold, Macnu remained silent, frowning without any reaction, in a state of immunity. Witnessing her formidable power, Conlon Tuyet-Than proudly and arrogantly sneered. "See it now? In my world of wind and snow, I am the undefeated champion." He quietly smirked and whispered, "Well, that's not necessarily the case." Macnu raised his head, his gaze fixed straight ahead, when suddenly a drop of blue divine blood appeared right in front of him. Kolon Tuyet-Than widened her eyes and shouted, "So you're hiding divine blood even now?" No response. A beast suddenly charged out, rushing straight ahead. It suddenly darted toward him at high speed, continuously absorbing toxins. Kolon Tuyet-Than saw this, felt uneasy, lowered his gaze to the creature and asked, "What is this thing?" It raised its head and roared loudly. A blinding light burst from the deadly poison beast's body. A green, toxic smoke quickly spread and enveloped him. Kolon Tuyet-Than, terrified, struggled wildly in disbelief, continuously muttering in anger, "This is a divine poison level higher than mine." Kolon Tuyet-Than's eyes suddenly lit up, his face contorted with discomfort as he cursed. "Damn it." Now Konlon Tuyet-Than is enraged, his teeth clenched with murderous intent as he glares at Macnu, a fierce wind rising, and he roars fiercely, "I will crush you into pieces." Everyone standing far away looked towards the dazzling light behind the noisy mountain. What is that? It seems something is still fighting. In the vast space, an army gradually appears, his deep voice echoing everywhere, "I will make you shattered and crushed." Everyone seeing that army appear couldn't help but feel worried and looked toward it, exclaiming that it was the undead army of General Lam Mak Ngu, with a truly terrifying, oppressive aura. Lam Thanthu is ultimately still fighting against an existence. Seeing the situation turn dire, Mo Yu, who was directly facing the battle, also speaks out. All of humanity heed the order. I, in the name of the Divine General, command. Everyone retreated 10 miles away from the Kunlun mountain range, and if they survived or not was their own responsibility. They stood below, straightened up, placed their hands on their chests, and respectfully saluted Dong Than Tuan with an order. Follow the order of the Divine General. Now Konlon Tuyet Than is furious to the extreme, his face showing a terrifying power. Maknu calmly raises his hand, beginning to use his power to fight against Konlon Tuyet Than. If one explosion won't kill you, then let's do a few more times. I have a lot of spiritual blood, and strong soldiers rely on themselves. Suddenly, an unexpected shock occurs, and something is shot straight down from above at high speed. Everyone watching below looked up in horror and shouted, "It's a god!" Lord Lin was still fighting the divine being. Mak Ngu swings her hand and sends a series of connected bones flying towards him, 2 of which pierce through his prison. Kolon Tuyet then is quickly caught by those bones. He looked around in confusion as a thick cloud of white smoke suddenly erupted. Konlon Tuyet Than was held tightly and unable to move, absorbing the poison. He dodged to escape in fear, trembling and begging repeatedly, "Please don't." A massive explosion occurs, and Konglon Tuyet Than cannot escape, quickly being blown apart and destroyed.